Chapter 1 Stepping Stone. Schöner, dream to S, don't affect the little one in your belly. In the exquisitely luxurious tea cream, Flynn gently stopped his partner Sally from ranking further. Sally, opposite him, smiled lightly, her beauty captivating, and put down her wine glass. No way, I'm exceptionally happy today because we have a threefold, no, fourfold blessing. Flynn looked at her lovingly, laughing, so many good things, tell me, Schöner. Sally's smile was as charming as a booming flare. First, with your help, our king family has not only become a business giant but also bought Jianjian Pavilion, officially ranking us among the top 3 families in Yellow Mist City. Second, during the year we've known each other, you risked your life for me and obtained several prayers medicinal herbs. Today, I finally broke through to the soul transformation realm, becoming the youngest great spirit master in Yellow Mist City. Third, the Silver Moon Academy acceptance letter has arrived, along with their emblem, the Silver Moon Dagger. As she spoke, Sally took out the silver dagger, fondling it joyfully, her eyes full of excitement and delight. Upon hearing this, Flynn's expression changed abruptly. He quickly said, wait, Schöner, you are 5 months pregnant, it's unsuitable for you to cultivate at Silver Moon Academy now, you can go after the baby is born. Sally shook her head and walked up to Flynn, her enchanting eyes filled with tenderness. Sally gently hugged Flynn, whispering softly, Flynn, I have my plans, you don't need to worry about our child, I will take care of him. Besides, there's another piece of good news for you. Flynn laughed, saying, this fourth piece of good news must be about our son or our wedding plans, right? Before he could finish, the sharp Silver Moon dagger instantly pierced into Flynn's stanchion. The dagger stirred, completely shattering his stanchion. Thud. Flynn collapsed on the ground, a gaping bullet hole in his stomach, looking incredulously at the beautiful Sally. Sally continued to smile faintly. The fourth blessing is that today, I can replace my spirit root with your 3 spiritual root, ensuring my cultivation path becomes even greater and unstoppable. Flynn shook his head, unable to comprehend how the gentle woman he had known for a year could transform into this. Moreover, she carried his child and no. Why did you become like this? Sally chuckled, laced with contempt. Actually, I've always been this way. My goal has always been to become the supreme spirit emperor and restore the glory of the king family from a century ago. However, our king family declined, leaving me no means to cultivate. Until I met you, Flynn, thank you for all you've done this year. I'm grateful. In your next life, I'll find a better woman as your companion. With a bang, Sally struck Flynn unconscious. After an indeterminate amount of time, Flynn awoke. Severe pink shot from his eye sockets. Flynn couldn't suppress a cry of pain, and everything before his eyes plunged into darkness, no longer seeing any light. He felt himself rapidly bouncing on horseback. Master, you're awake. Bear with it for a while longer. We'll soon escape. The voice of Kenneth, his servant, echoed in his ears. Through sheer determination, Flynn asked, Kenneth, what's happening? Kenneth quickly replied, Master, a week ago, the king family gouged out your eyes and crippled your attention, claiming you attempted to assassinate Clan Leader King. They hung you at the entrance of the king's teeth for the people of Yellow Mist City to scorn as a warning. I barely managed to rescue you and am now taking you to the Su family. Once there, you'll be safe. Hearing this, Flynn felt a surge of hatred and icy coldness piercing his heart. The king family, how could they be so ungrateful? Flynn's body trembled as scenes of the past flashed through his mind. Originally famous, Flynn had been a college student. A year ago, a bronze tripod fell from a temple, hitting him, fortuitously transporting him to the mystic wasteland continent, specifically Yellow Mist City in the King Kingdom. Perhaps due to being a trained smirator, Flynn awakened with the 3 spiritual root, making him a cultivation genius. Shortly after, Sally, one of Yellow Mist City's twin beauties, fell madly in love with Flynn, pursuing him fervently until they became a celebrated couple in the city. Flynn loved Sally too, living in the king's state, indulging in daily affection and making Sally pregnant. For Sally, Flynn leveraged his previous commercial knowledge to enrich the king family, turning them into one of the top 3 families in Yellow Mist City. He also spared no effort seeking medicinal herbs to support Sally's cultivation. But all of this turned out to be a conspiracy. He had become a stepping stone for Sally and the king family. Kenneth howled tightly as they rode a chestnut horse, galloping roundly through Yellow Mist City. Master, Sally has already left for Silver Moon Academy. The king family wants to execute you without exposing the tree. I will escort you to the Su family. Miss Elizabeth of the Su family is willing to accept you as a son-in-law, ensuring your safety within the Su estate. Blood tears streamed from Flynn's ruined eyes as he shook his head. I am disabled. Elizabeth, the renowned beauty of Yellow Mist City, would never marry me. Riding while explaining, Kenneth continued, Master, Mayor Maverick proposed forcefully to Elizabeth, who refused. She needs the shield. After hearing this, I contacted Miss Elizabeth. She agreed, stating once you enter the Su estate you'll be safe. At this moment, arrows rained from behind, piercing Kenneth's back. Kenneth spat and quickly instructed, Master, hold the reins, keep running. Just don't head east the Su estate. I'll hold off these king family beasts. Kenneth leapt off the horse to buy Flynn time. Clutching the reins, Flynn saw nothing but darkness. Soon, the sounds of horns, fireworks, and drums approached from ahead. Flynn, you finally arrived. Come, let's complete the marriage ceremony, urged the Su family maid. Flynn was helped down from the horse. Then, a large veil was placed over his head. One bow to heaven and earth, another to the ancestors, couple's bow. Ceremony completed, send the groom to the bridal chamber. Henceforth, Miss Elizabeth and Flynn are officially married, witnessed by heaven and earth, attested by sun and moon. Miss Elizabeth, now a married woman, cannot be married to anyone else. We apologize to those still considering proposing. Amidst chatter and laughter, Flynn was led into the bridal chamber. Her Flynn tried to kill the king clan leader, resulting in blindness and a crippled stanchion. So pitiful. Just a year ago he suddenly came to Yellow Mist City, but in a year he went from a commoner to a 9th-rank spirit master. A famous cultivation genius here. Now he's crippled and the son-in-law at the Su family. Life sure is unpredictable. I think he's got great luck. First with Sally, now marrying Elizabeth. Both Sally and Elizabeth are famous beauties of Yellow Mist City. One man, 2 beauties. Look, Elizabeth only once assumed, I bet you won't last you eat this before being eliminated by the young master. Sitting by the bed, Flynn had become numb to these discussions. So Fafin now took precedence. Only burning anger remained in his heart. Night fell. Quiet returned to the Su residence. Suddenly, the bridal chamber door opened, and Elizabeth's maid, Adelia, entered. Adelia carefully closed the door before lifting the red veil of Flynn's head. Beneath the veil, Flynn's handsome face appeared. Yet now, his handsome face revealed bleeding eye sockets, devoid of any black pupils, only pure whites remaining. Adelia gulped and couldn't bear to look any longer. She turned red and asked Flynn, you have no complaints about Miss Su letting you become a son-in-law, right? Flynn shook his head, offering a slight bitter smile. If not for Miss Su taking me in, I would already be dead at the hands of the King family. She saved my life, so it's only right that I repay homage to my body. I absolutely have no complaints. Adelia paused, then chuckled, quickly saying, it's enough that you understand, but don't take the idea of repaying homage to your body too seriously. Miss Su made it clear that she's marrying you only for protection. After the wedding, you won't be sharing the same bed with her. I understand, Flynn replied. Adelia breathed a sigh of relief. Nah, you are officially Miss Su's husband by formal rights. As long as you don't leave the Su estate, the King family can't touch you. Adelia put the red veil back over Flynn's head. She turned and quickly entered the rear courtyard chamber. Inside the chamber, Elizabeth was sitting in a wooden tub bathing. Her face king glistened like heat under the hot water. In her striking figure was enough to drive any man wild. Elizabeth looked up as Adelia entered and asked, Jagger, did you fully check? Is Flynn truly incapacitated? Adelia nodded, confirming, his stanchion is shattered. He is indeed ruined. Elizabeth asked again, are his eyes really blind? Adelia sighed, blindfolded from both eyes. His free and spiritual route was sketched out, leaving him completely blind. I doubt he'll ever recover. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Elizabeth's lips. Very good. I like such helpless blind fools. Come, Jagger, help me train it. From today onward, I will share a room with him. Chapter 2: The Law of 10,000 Paths. Adelia helped Elizabeth air her hair. She sighed slightly and said, Miss, this forced marriage of yours has surely enraged the masters. Elizabeth laughed softly. Why would I need their approval for what I do? Soon, Elizabeth entered the bridal chamber gracefully. Inside the bridal chamber, Elizabeth walked up to Flynn and spoke. Flynn, you and I are now husband and wife, although we each have our own agendas. You did enter this house of legitimate means. Make if you recognize the husband, not some kept man. I don't care at all about the truth behind the King family's matters. Your past grievances with Silly have nothing to do with me. From now on, you have only one identity, and that is my husband. This spirit highborn snake pill is your diary. The spirit highborn snake pill is made from the curl of a high demonic beast known as the spirit high snake, combined with herbaginary and stribus indicus, refined into an annual fun ray pill. There is only one such pill in all of Yellow Mist City. This revision ensures the names of DMs are correctly translated and the sentence flows more naturally in English. Though this pill can't cure your eyes or your attention, it will at least help your injuries recover and restore your strength. Flynn nodded and sincerely replied, Thank you, Miss Su. The spirit highborn snake pill is very precious. Giving it as diary to someone like me, a useless cripple, is more than enough. Elizabeth once again appraised this former prodigy of Yellow Mist City, sighing inwardly, a nation's genius reduced to a cripple, he must be incredibly bitter. But, that's just fate. Turning round, she spoke coolly, if you need anything, call Adelia, she'll take care of you, though I can't guarantee your safety forever. Within my courtyard you are absolutely safe. Flynn thanked her again. Elizabeth turned and walked to the back of the bridal chamber, pushing open a hidden door on the wall. Behind the stone door was Elizabeth's private room. This small room housed the 10,000-year-old mystic has bed. This was her greatest secret, and marrying a blind man was the only way for her to be at peace. After entering the secret room, Elizabeth stripped off all her clothes, sat cross-legged on the mystic high bed, and began meditating. Flynn caught the spirit highborn snake pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Though his stanchion was shattered and his eyes were blind, as long as he lived, there was hope. Even if the spirit highborn snake pill couldn't repair his stanchion, it could at least make him stronger. The born snake pill descended into his stomach, transforming into a medicinal energy that followed his radiance, converging in his broken stanchion. His stanchion had been shattered by Say's blade and could no longer stir spiritual energy. Totally ruined. In the next moment, an ancient bronze tripod suddenly appeared inside his stanchion. Flynn was stunned. Though blind, he sensed everything happening within his body clearly. He immediately sat cross-legged and focused inward. Inside his shattered stanchion, the ancient bronze tripod absorbed the medicinal energy of the born snake pill and began to glow. A series of intricate rune patterns on the surface of the tripod surged into Flynn's mind. Ah, what is this? Why is there a bronze tripod in my stanchion? This tripod seems like the very culprit that killed me in that temple a year ago. It suddenly fell from the beam and rushed me to death. Ah, what are these runes? Something is forcing its way into my brain. Boom, 10,000 paths void even tripod, 10,000 path techniques. Flynn's head exploded with pain. It felt like someone forcibly crammed the cultivation technique into his mind. In an instant, he completely understood and mastered it. The intense pain slowly subsided. Flynn clenched his fists excitedly. 10,000 paths void even tripod. So, it turns out the reason I was transported here is because of this 10,000 penny void even tripod. Previously, my stanchion was intact, so it couldn't manifest, but now, after Sally shattered my stanchion, it can absorb the pill's pair and activate itself. This 10,000 paths void even tripod can absorb and devour the essence of high-grade demonic beasts, extracting their abilities. I only need to absorb and cultivate using the 10,000 path technique inscribed on the void even tripod to gain demonic beast pairs. And the spirit highborn snake pill given to me by Elizabeth contains the current essence of a high-grade demonic beast, the spirit high snake. Without further delay, Flynn began to circulate the 10,000 path technique. Inside his shattered engine, the 10,000 pan void heaven tripod faintly glowed with a dazzling light, then a surge of mortality rushed into Lin's eyes. 3 hours later, Flynn's head throbbed painfully. At the same time, he felt a mysterious sensation in his eyes. Is this spirit vision? It's the ability of the spirit eye sneak spirit vision. Learn the acid that spirit eye sneaks are extremely hard to catch because they can sense any lurking dangers with their demonic energy and evade them in advance, and now that we absorb this ability of the spirit eye sneak. Realizing this, Flynn trembled with excitement and opened his eyes instantly. Before him, faint light appeared, then he could see everything clearly within the bridal chamber. Flynn quickly walked to the table and looked into the bronze mirror on it. In the mirror, his eyes remained pitch black, with fat eyeballs, only seeping blood. But in the eye sockets, a faint mist of tea lingered. He could use his spiritual energy to see clearly, even detecting the flow of surrounding energies. Mercy from the heavens. Flynn gripped his fists tightly, his lips trembling, almost shedding tears. There's hope for revenge. Though his tension was shattered, the 10,000 pan void heaven tripod could store and utilize spiritual energy, effectively replacing his tension. Though his free pupil spirit eyes were gauged that, he could still see clearly using spiritual energy. King family, prepare yourselves. Silly, you despicable Roman, you'll regret this. I, Flynn, am back. At that moment, from the secret room behind the wall came a sudden sound of hum. It was a woman's painful groan. Flynn instantly became alert. That was Elizabeth's voice. Was she injured? Or was she being unfaithful? Flynn hesitated for a moment but then pushed open the hidden door on the wall and walked in. Chapter 3 Bloodline Inheritance. Stepping through the door, Flynn found himself in a completely enclosed room. In the room, under the crystal nightlight, there lay a bed carried from 10,000-year-old mystic ice, round the bed hung silk white ghost curtains. The incomparably beautiful Elizabeth was sitting cross-legged on the ice, and she was entirely unclothed. On her chest, faintly visible, was a golden phoenix, burning with golden flame that seared her flawless skin. It was evident that she was using the icy coldness of the bed to counteract the scorching heat of the flames. Flynn froze, his eyes fixed on Elizabeth. Her slender and graceful legs were entwined with her petite waist in high peaks rising and falling in rhythm. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful. For a moment, he was speechless. Unfortunately, separated by the ghost, he couldn't see her clearly, yet even so, his heart pounded fiercely. Above the mystic eyes, Elizabeth suddenly opened her eyes upon hearing a sound. She glanced at him and instinctively tried to rise and hide, but soon, she realized it was her knowing husband, the blind man. She relaxed, frowning slightly, and said, Flynn, don't worry, I just accidentally got pricked by a nail. Flynn, snapping back to reality, quickly extended his hands, pretending to feel around as a blind person would. Beside the bed was a round table with a teapot and cups. Flynn awkwardly poured himself a cup of water and drank it all at once. He then explained, I was thirsty and couldn't find water, but I heard voices from there and pushed open the hidden door. I didn't realize Miss Sue slept here. In any case, thank you for saving my life. Elizabeth's expression remained cold, and she nodded indifferently. You don't need to thank me. We're merely using each other. Your bruises can be healed by the spirit-type bronze sneak pill, but your tension needs the secret healing pill to recover, which I don't have. As for the rest, no medicine can restore them now. Only a significant fortune might help, perhaps only in deep capital. Flynn sighed heavily. Just being able to keep my life is enough gratitude for me. Elizabeth showed no emotion, speaking matter-of-factly. More people will try to kill you because you're married to me, so whether you really stay alive depends on your luck. Lord Maverick of the city Lord Manor has been pursuing me and pressuring my family to marry me to him. That's why I had to hold a public contest to choose a husband. You're just a shame for me. No need for thanks. I can always protect you, so avoid going outside from now on. Go back to the front room and don't come here unless necessary. Flynn nodded, feeling his way out of the secret chamber like a blind man. Elizabeth followed her brow lightly, thinking, it's strange, though he's blind, I feel as if he can see right through my nakedness. She dismissed the thought and continued her cultivation, needing every second to ingest the phoenix into her soul as soon as possible. Walking back, Flynn's heartbeat was still racing, near regretting not having an opportunity to remove the ghost around the mystic ice bed. However, there would be plenty of chances later. After all, they were married now. His wife had secrets of her own. Her cultivation method was unheard of. Flynn rubbed his chin, recalling that he'd heard about Elizabeth's reputation before. She and Sally are known as the twin beauties of Yellow Fox City. Rumors suggested Elizabeth's beauty surpassed Sally, who was more gentle, kind, and virtuous. But the world have thought that the real Sally had a heart like a viper.
Previously, Yellow Fox City only knew Elizabeth for her beauty and business acumen, never suspecting her prowess in martial arts. Now it seemed her true secret lay in the golden flamed phoenix on her chest. Could this be the legendary bloodline inheritance? Flynn's face turned startled. If it were truly a rare phoenix bloodline, activated by chance, his wife's future potential could soar to unimaginable heights. Even the top cultivators in Daqing wouldn't be able to compare. Taking a deep breath, I need to focus on myself first. With the 10,000 Dao Sky Cauldron as my dantian and sight restored, I must avenge the Qin family. I spent a year strategizing for the Qin family, helping make them one of the 3 great families. For Zayli's rapid advancement, I risked my life searching for elixirs and aiding her cultivation. I've even delayed my own cultivation progress multiple times. I never imagined it was all a conspiracy. I became a pitiful lackey, and my unborn child, will Zayli even bear him? For me, the most pressing task now is to quickly regain my strength. Flynn forcibly cleared his mind of Elizabeth's alluring image. He sat down and began gathering energy using the 10,000 Dao Sky Cauldron. The surrounding chi rapidly converged into his dantian, transforming into spiritual power that spread throughout his body. With the Sky Cauldron as my dantian, I absorbed chi faster than ever. So this is a blessing in disguise. Though Zayli shattered my Dantian, the Sky Cauldron has manifested, making my cultivation speed astonishing. Underscore it won't take long before I'm back to 9th rank Spirit Master. Immersed in cultivation, 2 hours later, he stretched and smiled triumphantly. Underscore I've already reached 2nd rank Spirit Master. This Sky Cauldron is incredibly powerful. Regrettably, the surrounding chi is thin and almost depleted. Underscore I should find a place rich in chi to cultivate properly. Underscore I'm thirsty again. Might as well go get a drink from my wife. Thinking of entering the secret chamber again, he gulped and excitedly leaped off the bed, pushing open the stone door. ####Chapter 4. Rapid Improvement. Flynn was truly envious and pushed the door open again, feeling his way inside. He sat down at the table and poured himself a glass of water. On the frost bed, Linda saw her blind husband actually walk in again. Linda. Flynn's eyes were vacant as he drank water and said, "Sorry, I may have lost too much blood, so I'm always thirsty at night." Linda replied helplessly, "Take the teapot outside and don't come in to disturb me anymore." Flynn's face showed reluctance. The wife on the bed was really beautiful. Her legs, white and long, were draped over the ice bed. The proud twin peaks of white jade could be faintly seen through the curtain, tinged with a hint of pink. He really wanted to sit here and drink water all day. But now that Linda had spoken, Flynn could only regretfully carry the teapot out. Not long after, outside the bridal chamber, the rooster crowed. In the next moment, Linda, wearing a purple long dress, emerged from her secret room with an elegant figure. She was extremely beautiful, with moon-like eyebrows, cheeks like jade, and red lips beneath a high nose. It must be said that, in terms of appearance alone, Linda was indeed more beautiful than Zayli by 3 points. Linda looked at Flynn and said, "If there is no urgent matter, try not to leave this house, and certainly do not leave the Sioux mansion. Alanis is my most capable maid. You can completely trust her." After saying this, Linda turned and left. Flynn stared at Linda's back, sighing inwardly. He never thought that such a delicate figure could hide such a stormy power within. At breakfast, Alanis brought in a meal box. There was a roasted chicken, 2 bowls of rice, and some distilled liquor. Flynn only ate the food and vegetables without drinking any alcohol. He needed a clear mind to crush the Chin family and take revenge. After eating, Flynn stepped out of the room and asked Alanis, "Alanis, I heard that the Sioux residence has a spirit vein where cultivation can be done more efficiently. Can I go there?" Alanis gave Flynn a puzzled look. This son-in-law, blind and with a crippled Dantian, was still thinking about cultivating? Alanis replied, "Son-in-law, the Sioux family does indeed have such a place. Any descendant of the Sioux family can enter for cultivation. As the young master's husband, you should naturally have the right to enter." But misinstructed before she left. "Take me there," Flynn calmly said, radiating an aura of authority. Alanis swallowed her words. At that moment, she realized that even if the son-in-law was disabled, he could not be disobeyed. Alanis took Flynn's arm and led him toward the left courtyard of the Sioux mansion. The left courtyard was large, with undulating hills and bamboo groves. At the entrance, the guards of the Sioux family blocked Flynn. Alanis said, "My son-in-law wants to enter. According to Sioux mansion rules, he has the right to enter." 5 guards sized up Flynn and burst into laughter. "A cripple like your son-in-law, what use is there for him to enter? Do you really think you're the master? Everyone knows that Miss only married him as a shield. A waste of space wants to enter the Sioux family's sacred ground. Get lost." Flynn stood to the side, his brows furrowing upon hearing these words. These low-ranking guards dared to insult him. It seemed that Linda also faced difficulties in the Sioux mansion. Alanis stepped forward, her sword drawn. She exclaimed, "Shut up. The son-in-law and Miss have gone through the ceremony and ancestral worship. They are formally recognized as the Sioux family's son-in-law and are your masters. Show some respect or else." The opposite guards laughed even harder. "How amusing. Even the lady can't protect herself, let alone us. And you, just a small maid? Look at you, so cute. When the lady marries into the city lord's mansion, why don't you stay behind and be my woman? Ha ha ha, looks like you'll also end up in the city lord's mansion as a concubine." They laughed arrogantly. Enraged, Alanis moved to strike. Suddenly, 2 young men appeared. One youth slapped the guard captain's face hard. "Rebelling. Even if Flynn is a cripple, he is Linda's husband and thus your master. Stand aside," the youth coldly ordered. The guards hesitated, then hurriedly stepped aside, puzzled. Because the 2 youths were Alistair and Wesley. These 2 were Linda's cousins and opponents. Yet now, they were speaking up for Linda's husband? Alistair turned to Flynn and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, truly sorry for the rudeness. Our Sioux family is a renowned household in Yellow Mist City, and we apologize for our unruly servants." Flynn bowed slightly in gratitude. Alistair continued, "Brother-in-law, please come in. From now on, you are one of our core members. You can visit this rear mountain cultivation mine anytime." Beside them, Alanis looked puzzled. Feeling a bit anxious, Alanis quickly pulled Flynn and whispered, "Son-in-law, I feel that Alistair and Wesley are not sincere. Let's not go in." Flynn shook his head and said, "Wait for me at the entrance. I won't give up. I will find a way to cultivate." Holding a bamboo stick, Flynn unsteadily entered the Sioux family's left courtyard. Behind him, Alistair and Wesley watched, unable to suppress their smiles. Entering the cultivation field, dense spiritual energy rushed towards him. Flynn was surprised. No wonder the Sioux family has consistently ranked in the top 3 in Yellow Mist City. This cultivation yard surely had a small spirit or vein underneath it. Now, in this Yellow Mist City of Daqing Kingdom, 3 major families, Sioux, Qin, and Lin, coexisted. Lin family's alchemy, Sioux family's mining, Qin family's treasure-laden merchant caravans. Indeed, each of the 3 families had their unique strengths. However, the The reason the Qin family had its current scale of merchant caravans was all thanks to this Chanyuajira's contribution. Note, the term Chanyuajira means transmigrator, or one who has Tanyur ed, which refers to someone who has been transported to another world or timeline. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it should be translated as transmigrator, or adjusted contextually. Revised sentence for better fluency. However, the reason the Qin family had its current scale of merchant caravans was all due to the efforts of this transmigrator. Observing around, Flynn noticed no one paying attention and put away his bamboo stick, swiftly running toward a secluded area. The courtyard was filled with bamboo groves, mineshafts, rocks, and shrubs. Soon, Flynn jumped into a hidden mineshaft and immediately began meditating cross-legged. Of course, he knew that Alistair and Wesley were not benevolent in helping him at the gate. But he was not afraid at all. Who would have guessed that a man who had his eyeballs gouged out could actually see everything? Flynn immediately circulated the 10,000 Dao techniques. The surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed crazily by the void cauldron in his dantian. The absorption speed far exceeded Flynn's imagination. It was as if a black hole was devouring everything. The void cauldron absorbs spiritual energy faster than I expected. In the future, my cultivation speed will greatly increase. In 3 days, I can take my revenge. Flynn wildly absorbed spiritual energy, restoring his strength as it circulated through his body. 2 hours later, the dense spiritual energy in the mine almost ran out. Flynn's cultivation rapidly advanced to the 8th stage of the spirit gathering realm, becoming an 8th rank spiritual master. The spirit gathering realm involves opening the dantian and meridians to gather spiritual energy for personal use. Cultivators entering this realm are known as spiritual masters. Spiritual masters are divided into ranks from 1st to 9th, with 9th rank spiritual masters being absolute experts in Yellow Mist City. The next stage after the spirit gathering realm is the spirit transformation realm. Cultivators in this realm can control spiritual energy transformations. Warriors at this stage can form armor, change weapons, cleave mountains barehanded, and pluck leaves off heads. Those who enter this realm are called great spiritual masters, like the elders and clan leaders of the 3 major families in Yellow Mist City. Flynn stood up, amazed at his own hands. At this moment, Flynn thought he was dreaming. The speed at which the void cauldron absorbed spiritual energy was terrifying. Previously, with his 3-pupil spirit eyes and excellent bone structure, his cultivation talent was already quite remarkable, making him a prodigy in Yellow Mist City. However, compared to now, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy back then was not even 1/10,000th of what it is now. With the void cauldron as his dantian, his absorption speed and utilization efficiency of spiritual energy were astonishing, unmatched by anyone in the world. Subsequently, Flynn shook his head helplessly. The spiritual energy in this Sioux family residence had been mostly absorbed by him. To restore its previous concentration would take at least 3 months. After all, the dissipation of spiritual energy from the spirit vein also required time. At this moment, footsteps and voices came from a distance. Hideokai, the concentration of spiritual energy in our courtyard seems abnormal. Why is it so thin today? It was Alistair's voice. Also, where is that blind cripple hiding? Why can't we find him? Chapter 5. High-grade spirit stones. Wesley also spoke with frustration. Could that good-for-nothing have fallen into the mine shaft and died? If so, we brothers would have picked up a huge credit. The medicines and 5,000 spirit stones promised by Xander would be ours. Alistair chuckled. That wouldn't be as amusing. I had prepared expensive corpse-dissolving powder and was eager to see its effects. Upon hearing this, Flynn frowned and sneered. These 2 scoundrels from the Sioux family were actually plotting to kill him. Perfect. He'd use them to test his skills. Dealing with that good-for-nothing is just a side matter. Our main objective is far more important. Wesley changed the subject abruptly. Hideokai, can we trust that old man? Alistair asked with a slight frown. Our Sioux family has controlled this spirit vein for so long, and even our ancestor didn't find any high-grade spirit stones here. How does he know? Who cares? Wesley laughed sardonically. There's no loss to us. We should at least give it a try. You're right. If there really are high-grade spirit stones, our lives would change drastically. Alistair also laughed heartily. Hearing this, Flynn's heart raced with uncontainable excitement. High-grade spirit stones? If true, this was indeed significant. According to the exchange rate of the Great Qing Kingdom, 1 high-grade spirit stone could trade for 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, each of which could trade for 1,000 ordinary spirit stones, often at a price hard to come by. Middle-grade spirit stones were already rare in Yellow Mist City, tightly controlled by the major figures of the 3 families, let alone high-grade spirit stones. Suppressing the urge to kill these 2 brothers, Flynn stealthily followed them. If there were indeed high-grade spirit stones, even just 1 would suffice for him to restore his 8th rank spirit master abilities and possibly reach the spirit transformation realm. Wesley and Alistair were intimately familiar with the mine, swiftly navigating toward a specific spot. Soon, they arrived before a mine entrance. They paused, looked around cautiously to prevent being followed. Sadly, their mediocre cultivation talent only allowed them 3rd rank spirit scholar capabilities. They couldn't detect Flynn, an 8th rank spirit master. Quickly reassured, the brothers jumped into the mine and proceeded deep inside. Upon reaching the deepest part, Wesley produced a device similar to a compass. Can this thing really find high-grade spirit stones? Alistair eyed the compass suspiciously. Let's see. Wesley smirked and, following the mysterious old man's instructions, bit his finger, letting blood drip onto the compass. The compass, now absorbing blood, immediately lit up, its needle rapidly spinning. When it stopped, the needle shot out like a flying sword. Boom. A sound echoed through the mine as numerous rocks shattered and collapsed, releasing an intense wave of spiritual energy. High-grade spirit stones. Alistair never imagined the old man was telling the truth. There were actually high-grade spirit stones hidden within. We're rich, we're rich. Alistair shouted excitedly, rushing toward the rubble first. Puff. Wesley appeared behind Alistair, dagger precisely stabbing into his neck, blood splattering everywhere. Brother. Hidiokai. Alistair stared incredulously. They were blood brothers. Don't worry, your older brother will join you soon enough. Wesley's voice was bizarre. Realization dawned on Alistair's face, fear evident in his eyes. He understood that his brother had been possessed by the mysterious old man using soul control technique. Soul control technique? Flynn, hiding in the dark, was equally stunned. Casting soul control technique wasn't within the reach of even a 9th-rank spirit accumulation realm cultivator or a grand spirit master. Only the extremely rare artificer spirit master could achieve such feats. When did Yellow Mist City get an artificer spirit master? Flynn frowned deeply. If this news spread, it would surely cause panic among the 3 major families. No matter who you are, today those high-grade spirit stones belong to me. Flynn urgently needed high-grade spirit stones to recover his cultivation and break into the spirit transformation realm. Even a rare artificer spirit master wouldn't deter him. Wesley rummaged through Alistair's body, taking several spirit stones and pouring corpse-dissolving powder over him. It ignited instantly upon contact with blood, reducing Alistair's body to a pool of black liquid within moments. Afterwards, Wesley cleared away the rubble, retrieving 20 high-grade spirit stones emitting strange auras. With these 20 high-grade spirit stones, my injuries should be almost healed. Then, I'll make Elizabeth become my slave and turn Yellow Mist City into a hellish wasteland. Wesley cackled sinisterly, holding the spirit stones. Seizing the opportunity while Wesley was celebrating, Flynn struck from the shadows, using Wesley's method to stab the back of Wesley's neck with the dagger. In his final moments, Wesley's face contorted with disbelief as he struggled to turn around and identify his attacker. Flynn wouldn't give him the chance. Being recognized by this mysterious artificer spirit master could lead to catastrophic consequences. With continuous strikes, he prevented Wesley from turning, ending his life decisively. After killing Wesley, Flynn collected the high-grade spirit stones from the ground and retrieved a special box from Wesley's body, a valuable container used to store high-grade spirit stones and prevent their spiritual energy from dissipating. He then cleaned up the scene, using corpse-dissolving powder to destroy all evidence. Exiting the mine, he resumed the guise of a blind man tapping his bamboo cane. Even if the Sioux family later found traces of Wesley and Alistair's demise, they would never suspect him. Back in his wedding chamber, Flynn locked the door and took out a high-grade spirit stone to start cultivating. He eagerly wanted to recover his cultivation, advance to the spirit transformation realm, rescue Kenneth, and exact revenge on the Qin family. With the assistance of the virtual heaven cauldron, even high-grade spirit stones were rapidly absorbed and refined under the 1,000 Dao devouring technique. Half an hour later, the first high-grade spirit stone was fully refined. As expected, he smoothly restored his cultivation to the 9th level of spirit accumulation realm, just one step away from breaking through. Zaylee, you never dreamed that even stealing my tricorn spirit bone I couldn't truly destroy me. Even if you entered the Silver Moon Academy, you won't rise to greatness. Flynn burned with anger, desperately wanting to obliterate the Qin family and personally seek out Zaylee at the Silver Moon Academy to take vengeance on that malicious woman. Chapter 6. The Thousand Illusion Slash. Flynn suppressed his urge for revenge. He was well aware of the depth of the Qin family's resources. If he were merely at the 9th rank spirit master level, it would be impossible to destroy the Qin family, as they had at least 4 great spirit masters in the soul transformation realm. Flynn immediately took out the remaining high-grade spirit stones and began absorbing and refining them. Boom. The internal chi within his body surged violently. Finally, Flynn underwent his final transformation, advancing from the gathering spirit realm to the soul transformation realm. Suddenly, inside his dantian, the void sky cauldron suddenly emitted a beam of golden light. The golden light transformed into countless pieces of information, instantly flooding Flynn's mind. It was at this moment that he was startled to find the void sky cauldron had imparted him with a martial technique, which appeared vividly in his mind. Thousand Illusion Slash. Suitable for any weapon, its power can be continuously amplified through the void sky cauldron. Hidioimum power increases 5-fold, maximum up to 16-fold. Flynn became extremely excited. Martial techniques are one of the most precious legacies of spirit masters, divided from strongest to weakest into 5 grades: heavenly grade, earth grade, mystical grade, spiritual grade, and ordinary grade. An ordinary martial technique could be worth 1,000 gold pieces and was what the spirit masters of Yellow Mist City cultivated. It was rumored that above the spiritual grade, only the city lord's residents controlled such martial techniques. The martial technique passed down by the void sky cauldron was clearly a very advanced technique, certainly higher than the spiritual grade. After all, a spiritual grade martial technique could only increase strength 3-fold at most. Qin family, looks like your good days are over. Flynn couldn't help but start practicing the Thousand Illusion Slash right there in the room, full of joy. With a thought, the void sky cauldron emitted a halo from within his dantian, then surged like roaring waves, wave after wave. A punch unleashed, the air pressure roared with a popping sound. 5 layers. I can currently only amplify the void sky cauldron's power 5 times. Flynn ultimately confirmed that he could only unleash the smallest fraction of this martial technique's power. Without time to rest, he immediately sat cross-legged to continue cultivating. High-grade spirit stones, which were priceless and hard to come by outside, now seemed as abundant as running water in Flynn's hands, being voraciously devoured and refined. Rustle. Ultimately, 20 high-grade spirit stones turned into an extremely fine powder, completely dissipating. After finishing cultivation, it was already late in the evening, and he had successfully advanced to the 2nd rank Great Spirit Master realm. Indeed, after reaching Great Spirit Master, the amount of spiritual energy needed to advance is far greater than during the Spirit Master stage. These 19 precious high-grade spirit stones only allowed me to break through from first-rank Great Spirit Master to second rank. It seems I need more cultivation resources. Flynn stretched his shoulders. Strange, why hasn't Elizabeth returned so late today? Flynn frowned slightly. Elizabeth carried a great secret. The Golden Phoenix gave him a strong sense of pressure, something not common in the mortal world. Just as Flynn was wondering why Elizabeth hadn't returned so late, she returned, supported by Adelia. Elizabeth was injured and severely so, without external wounds but in a state of lethargy, barely able to walk on her own. Seeing this scene, Flynn instinctively moved forward but then remembered something, pretending to be blind as he asked tentatively, "Has Miss returned?" "The young lady has returned," Adelia responded before hastily leading the listless Elizabeth into a private room. Flynn felt uneasy and wanted to follow but was stopped outside by Adelia. "Stay seated and don't move around. Remember, whatever you feel, forget it." "What happened? Why is Elizabeth so badly hurt and yet shows no external wounds?" Flynn sat aside, looking at the now closed dark room. Could it be that mysterious spirit technique master? Flynn couldn't help but think of the incident involving the brothers Alistair and Wesley. Although Elizabeth and he only had a nominal marital relationship, she did save his life. Gratitude must never be forgotten. Now I can't help her. I can only hope she will be all right. Flynn sighed. He had intended to go to the Qin family to seek revenge and inquire about Kenneth's whereabouts, but now he could only wait. Unaware of what transpired between Elizabeth and Adelia in the secret room, Flynn quietly guarded the room. 2 hours later, Adelia emerged, drenched in sweat. "Is Miss okay?" Flynn asked with concern. "She's fine," Adelia replied somewhat tiredly, and then started undressing in front of Flynn without hesitation. Seeing Adelia's exposed shoulder, Flynn suddenly felt awkward. She truly didn't consider him seriously. Just as Adelia was about to remove her last translucent piece of clothing, she finally noticed, glanced at Flynn. Seeing his sightless eyes, she relaxed, about to continue undressing, finding wet clothes uncomfortable against her skin. Flynn felt inexplicably parched, unable to deny that Adelia, even as a blind man, was still a first-class beauty. Such direct seduction challenged any man. So he quickly coughed to stop her further actions, saying, "It's getting late. Since Miss is all right, I should get some rest." Adelia hesitated, intending to tell Flynn she would change and leave but reconsidered, feeling it disrespectful to the blind son-in-law. Reluctantly, she put her clothes back on and grabbed a tablecloth to wrap herself. After sending Adelia off, Flynn exhaled in relief. All night, Flynn didn't sleep. With Elizabeth so badly injured, he was concerned and thus stayed outside the dark room, ready to respond to any situation immediately. "What are you doing here?" Early next morning, Elizabeth, having recovered, saw Flynn sitting outside the dark room, frowning. "I was worried about you, so I stayed here," Flynn answered honestly. Elizabeth sized up her blind husband, ensuring he couldn't see, nodding slightly. "Too many things happening at the mine lately. I'm fine now. Though we're only nominally married, you saved my life. If you need anything, just ask," Flynn said. Elizabeth understood Flynn's goodwill but wondered how much help a blind, seemingly worthless person could offer. "I've told you, you're just a shield for dealing with Maverick. Don't feel burdened. We both get what we want," Elizabeth stated, walking away briskly without looking back. Flynn smiled bitterly, not responding. Right, to everyone, he was now a useless cripple whose cultivation and eyesight had been destroyed by the Qin family. Elizabeth wouldn't have kept him if not for necessity. "Qin family? Are you prepared? My vengeance begins." After Elizabeth left, Flynn also departed the bridal chamber. Instead of leaving openly, he stealthily bypassed the Su family patrols and climbed over the wall to leave. Revenge on the Qin family wasn't simply storming in and slaughtering them all. That would be too easy for those ungrateful traitors of the Qin family. He planned to first destroy the business pride that upheld the Qin family as one of the 3 major families in Yellow Mist City. Then let them perish slowly in regret and fear. Best if he could force the despicable Zaylee to return from Silver Moon Academy. Chapter 7. Disguise. After leaving the Su family, Flynn did not head to the Qin family immediately, but instead went to an unremarkable blacksmith shop. There, he had a wrought iron mask and a pair of glasses made for himself. Living day and night with a great beauty like Elizabeth, facing her with hollow eyes was neither polite nor flattering to his appearance. Sunglasses, however, were far more stylish. Wearing the iron mask, Flynn adopted a new name, Jagger, and then headed straight for the Qin family compound. Jagger? Flynn's elder brother? The guards of the Qin family almost stared dumbfounded at the man who looked extremely similar in stature to Flynn but wore an iron mask and spoke in a cold voice. "Ask your patriarch for an explanation, or I will level your Qin family." Flynn's anger surged, recalling this was once the family he had given everything to, now turned into an indelible hatred. News of Flynn's elder brother, seeking revenge for his younger sibling quickly drew a crowd. Is that the former three-eyed genius, now the Su family's son-in-law, Flynn? He actually has an elder brother? I always thought Flynn was alone in the world. Not to mention, the two brothers do look quite alike. Who knows if this Jagger is powerful enough to come alone to the Qin family for revenge? Onlookers watched curiously, with some already spreading the news. The Qin family, as one of the 3 major families in Yellow Fog City, boasted Zaylee who had entered the prestigious Silver Moon Academy of the Qin Kingdom, becoming the city's youngest spirit master at the transformation realm. This status meant even the current city governor treated them with respect. Now, being confronted at their doorstep, the entire Qin family seethed with rage. Didn't Flynn claim to be an orphan? How did he suddenly get an elder brother? A second-ranked transformation realm elder of the Qin family frowned, finding the situation suspicious. Whether he is Flynn's brother or not, since he's causing trouble at our home, we must handle it. Clan leader, let me test him out and see what he can do. Eamon, Zaylee's younger brother and Flynn's former favorite brother-in-law, volunteered. Giles will accompany you. Qin family's third elder stepped forward. Thus, Qin family sent the third elder with Aemon to the gate. Aemon, being Zayli's brother, and now a 9th rank spirit master, was the best choice to test the waters. Seeing Aemon, his former brother-in-law, Flynn felt a chill run down his spine. If not for his full support and guidance, Aemon might have barely reached the 8th rank spirit master by sheer luck. Are you the Qin family's patriarch? Flynn pretended not to recognize Aemon. Our patriarch isn't someone just anyone can meet, Aemon sneered. I'm Aemon. Flynn, the traitor, received our Qin family's kindness but repaid it with treachery, attempting to poison the patriarch and seize our assets. Even my sister was deceived by this beast. Hearing this, Flynn's heart froze further. The Qin family was blatantly distorting facts and painting him as a heinous villain. But what did it matter? He was still alive. Moreover, in this world, there was no absolute truth, only absolute power. How shameful, daring to slander my brother. Flynn said coldly. Everyone in Yellow Fog City knows that the Qin family's status today is due entirely to my brother's support. That vile woman of yours deceived my brother and stole his 3-eyed spirit root, and now she dares to accuse him. Flynn revealed the truth. If Zayli were present, the truth would be clear because everyone knew about Flynn's 3-eyed spirit root. The onlooker's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. Clearly, many people believed Flynn's version of events. Lies, you're asking for death. Seeing Flynn expose the truth, Aemon attacked immediately with a sword strike. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. This technique, taught to Aemon by Flynn himself, was now being used against him. Flynn, naturally, did not hold back. Aura-like energy surged from his body and exploded outward as the attacker neared. Thud. The energy, formed from spirit power, was sharper than any blade or sword, instantly sending the aggressive Aemon flying, bleeding profusely. You crippled my brother. Today, I'll cripple all of the Qin family. Flynn declared bitterly. If Corbin doesn't show up, the Qin family will be bathed in blood. A greater spirit master. He's a true genius. Flynn's brother is indeed a genius, stronger than Flynn himself. This should be interesting. One wonders if the Qin family regrets this now. The onlookers were awestruck by the iron-masked brother of Flynn. The Qin family thinks we are defenseless juniors, truly believing they have no match? The third elder was both surprised and enraged. He hadn't expected Flynn's brother to be so powerful. As he spoke, the third elder also attacked. A seasoned second-rank transformation realm elder, he was well-versed in multiple martial techniques, each perfected. He moved as a shadow, using phantom steps to their utmost, while his sword struck like a venomous snake. His attack again left the onlookers impressed by the Qin family's strength. However, before they could finish their praise, Flynn, unarmed, unleashed a punch that surged like a fierce dragon, unstoppable, sending the third elder flying. Boom. The third elder's body crashed into the gilded, Qin residence sign, shattering it. Fancy moves, impressive to look at but useless in practice. Flynn commented coldly. With the 5-fold strength boost from Thousand Illusion Slash, a second-rank spirit master with ordinary techniques stood no chance. Lying in a pool of blood, the third elder looked at Jagger with fear, realizing they had provoked a truly formidable opponent. Are you really Flynn's brother? The third elder asked, staring at Flynn. Have your patriarch come out, kowtow to apologize, and release my brother's servant Kenneth. Otherwise, I will kill every single person in the Qin family today, Flynn responded coldly. The onlookers, intimidated by Flynn's wrath, backed away, awestruck by his ferocity. Chapter 8. Overpowering. This time, the head of the Qin family, Corbin, could no longer sit still. One move to critically injure Giles? Corbin was incredibly shocked and surprised. As the patriarch of the Qin family, he had only reached the 5th stage of the spirit transformation realm, making him the weakest among the 3 major family heads. Although he also had the capability to critically injure Giles in one move, at this moment he felt uncertain. However, with the opponent forcefully visiting, if he didn't step in, the Qin family might truly be bathed in blood. Head of the Qin family has arrived. I wonder who would be stronger between Flynn's brother and Corbin? The onlookers relished the drama, especially when it involved someone as prominent as Corbin. The spectacle was enough to satisfy their curiosity for a lifetime. Corbin arrived at the door, glanced at the incapacitated Aemon, then looked at the severely injured Giles. Finally, his gaze fell on the masked figure, Jagger, whose fury was palpable. At this moment, Corbin seemed to see through the mask and recognize Flynn's face. Is it him? That's impossible. His Dantian was destroyed, and he lost his 3-pupil spirit eye. That's an undeniable fact. Could Flynn have lied? Could he not be an orphan after all, but part of a powerful family? Seeing the masked Flynn, many thoughts raced through Corbin's mind, and he regretted not handling Flynn more carefully. His regret wasn't over incapacitating Flynn, but rather the haste of Zayli's actions that left hidden dangers, leading to Flynn's family finding him. Jagger? Corbin cleared his throat, not immediately retaliating, unsure if he could match this person before him. Corbin, you finally deigned to show up, Flynn said, his fists unconsciously clenching as he resisted the urge to kill. He did not act hastily. Jagger, since you are Flynn's older brother, even if you hadn't come to me, I would have sought you out, Corbin replied mournfully. I treated your brother Flynn like family, never expecting he would poison me or try to seize control of our family business. Even so, I couldn't bear to kill him. I wanted to see if your Qin family had any sense of justice and if he could reform, Corbin continued in feigned sorrow. Seeing Corbin's poor acting, Flynn felt disgusted and interrupted coldly. Right or wrong, Patriarch Qin, why don't you call out Zayli? If she doesn't have the 3-pupil spirit eye, I will end my own life here. His words stirred the crowd, urging Corbin to bring out Zayli and reveal the truth. Corbin's expression turned grim. With no way to continue his performance, he had to respond sternly. My daughter Shuang is exceptionally talented. Recently, she advanced to the spirit transformation realm and became a student at Silver Moon Academy in the capital city. Then bring her back for a direct confrontation. Flynn insisted. The hatred toward the Qin family wouldn't be silenced until their name was tarnished and they were destroyed in despair. If not, today you, Corbin, must bow down and admit your fault. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your entire clan to avenge my poor brother. Flynn left Corbin no retreat, ready to spill Qin family blood if he dared refuse. Very well, let's see how much power you really have to cause trouble at my Qin residence. Corbin, cornered, had to fully mobilize his spirit energy towards Flynn. Spirit energy to armor. 5th rank Great Spirit Master. Upon seeing Corbin's attack, Flynn was slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, Corbin was a 5th rank Great Spirit Master, not just 4th rank as previously assumed. Flynn felt the pressure. As a 2nd rank Great Spirit Master, his ultimate move was 1000 Illusion Slash, a technique superior to the spirit level martial arts. So when Corbin attacked, Flynn summoned all his strength into the 1000 Illusion Slash, accumulating power within the celestial cauldron, then clashed directly with Corbin's full-force sword strike. Bang! The intense collision caused a sonic boom, stirring a chilling wind. Flynn's fist throbbed in pain as he took 2 steps back, feeling immense pressure from a 5th rank Great Spirit Master's all-out attack, even with a regular martial skill. On the other side, Corbin also staggered back, clearly at a slight disadvantage from the clash. At least he's just a 5th rank Great Spirit Master. Though Corbin had suffered a minor setback, he secretly rejoiced. Unfortunately, the spirit level martial art Shuang gave me isn't perfected yet. Otherwise, I'd have killed this kid today, Corbin regretted inwardly. As Corbin thought Flynn might back off, he saw him charging again. Looking for death, Corbin bellowed, regaining confidence. Seeing this, the other 3 elders of the Qin family grew furious. Since the opponent was merely a 5th rank Great Spirit Master, they believed he had no right to rampage at the Qin family gate. Thus, the 1st and 2nd elders joined the fray, disregarding any accusations of outnumbering the enemy. 3 Spirit Transformation Realm Great Spirit Masters, Corbin as 5th rank, 1st and 2nd elders as 4th rank, while 4th elder, only a 2nd rank, stayed out to avoid being caught in a desperate counterattack. Relying on numbers? Flynn smirked inwardly. With the ability gained from the spirit-eyed snake to perceive his surroundings, he was undaunted even fighting 3-on-1. He intended to use this battle to establish the name Jagger in Yellow Fog City, aiding his future plans. Fighting 3 opponents simultaneously, Flynn held his ground, even gaining the upper hand against Corbin and the others. Bang! A minute into the fierce fight, Flynn, using his sensing ability, found an opening with the 2nd elder. He spun and landed a powerful punch that matched the strength of a 5th rank Great Spirit Master, critically injuring and sending the 2nd elder flying. Brother 2. Corbin's face changed dramatically, never imagining they could be outmaneuvered despite outnumbering the opponent. Leader, this guy is weird, like he has 3 eyes, the injured 2nd elder said fearfully. 3-pupil spirit eye? Corbin and others mistakenly thought Flynn had used the talent of the 3-pupil spirit eye. Looks like this is indeed Flynn's brother. Finally convinced of the intruder's identity, the Qin family understood. Enough. Seeing the trio failing miserably, Corbin knew further fighting was futile, fearing more injuries to his people. Corbin, you've reconsidered? Ready to bow and apologize? Flynn, seeing the situation, did not press his advantage further. His goal was Corbin's confession and apology, not their deaths. ##### Chapter 9. The Only Amulet. I don't know where I went wrong, but since my brothers and I are no match for you, to ensure the safety of nearly 100 disciples under the Qin family, I can kowtow and admit my fault. Corbin conceded. Flynn sneered coldly, not knowing where they went wrong and yet admitting fault. This was typical, still not feeling the pain enough and harboring illusions. This wouldn't do. Flynn had no intention of killing anyone but intended to make them feel enough pain to dispel all their illusions. Since the Qin family doesn't know where they went wrong, let me give you another chance to think it over. Flynn said icily, attacking again with his target set on the elder of the Qin family. The battle resumed. This time, Flynn's targets were not limited to Corbin and the elder. Any Qin family disciple who entered his attack range would not be spared. If he didn't take strong action, Corbin might truly believe that bloodstained Qin mansion was an empty threat. Initially, the Qin family had many guards here. As the situation escalated, even more Qin family disciples arrived to watch. At this moment, Flynn was like a tiger among sheep. If Corbin and the elder dared to retreat, he would immediately turn around and attack the Qin family disciples and guards within the mansion without hesitation. Within moments, blood stained the gates of the Qin mansion and the entrance garden. Lamentations rose from within the Qin mansion as one Qin family disciple after another fell into pools of blood, groaning in agony. Seeing this, Corbin and the elder's eyes were filled with redness, their hearts burning with anxiety and anguish. These were the future hopes of the Qin family, their descendants. Jagger. I'm wrong. Corbin knew there was no way out. To protect the Qin family, they had to take responsibility for what happened to Flynn. He did not want Zayli to bear the blame. Even if he himself died or sacrificed the entire Qin family, it was worth it. For the present-day Qin family, Zayli represented their greatest hope for rising up, so they would spare no effort to protect her reputation. Where did you go wrong? Flynn asked while not stopping his attacks. He knew only by thoroughly punishing the Qin family would they genuinely admit their faults. My mistake was momentarily losing reason, greedily coveting Flynn's 3-pupil spiritual bone, and slandering his innocence, Corbin admitted, willing to sacrifice his reputation. Do you wish to carry the blame for that lowborn Zayli? Too bad, you don't have the right. Flynn continued his assault, unsatisfied. Zayli is our Qin family's most outstanding prodigy disciple, with infinite potential, and she carries your brother Flynn's child. Seeing the other side still unwilling to cease, Corbin used his trump card. Hearing this, Flynn shuddered inexplicably. He temporarily halted the massacre. Indeed, that wretched woman Zayli was carrying his child. Zayli deserved death, as did the Qin family, but his child was innocent. Seeing Flynn finally stop, Corbin breathed a sigh of relief and said, all of this was due to my greed. Please let our Qin family off. Flynn found himself at a disadvantage. The child was innocent, and it was his own child. Corbin, convey this to that vile woman Zaylee. If she wishes to live a few more days, she must protect my unborn nephew. It may be her only amulet to stay alive. But what about the Qin family in Yellow Fog City? I will let you fade away slowly in despair until you become dust. Flynn said coldly. Hearing this, Corbin shivered, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. Was this the price they had to pay for cultivating Zaylee? No, the Qin family cannot be destroyed. It won't be destroyed either. Given enough time, I can handle the current Jagger. Given enough time for Xianxia, the Qin family will be nothing. Corbin still fantasized at this moment. Bring Kenneth here, let's leave it at this for now. Flynn looked around at the fallen Qin family disciples drenched in blood, indeed venting a lot of anger. Go, bring Kenneth here. Corbin hurriedly instructed someone to bring Kenneth. Soon, Kenneth reappeared before Flynn. His body was covered in injuries, nearly half dead. Also hand over the Qin family disciples who participated in the pursuit and attacked Kenneth that day. Seeing the near-death state of Kenneth reignited his anger. Jagger. Corbin wanted to negotiate. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and a Qin family disciple 500 meters away from Flynn was instantly struck by an invisible force, his chest punctured through from front to back, dying instantly. This person was one of the main culprits in the chase against Flynn and Kenneth. You have no room for negotiation. Your Qin family's survival depends on my mood and the face of my unborn nephew, Flynn coldly stated with an unyielding tone. At this moment, Flynn was like a god of death, making hundreds of people from the Qin family tremble with fear and anxiety. Corbin no longer held any illusions and had to endure the pain of handing over everyone involved, watching them being killed one by Flynn. Shame. This event was unprecedented humiliation for the Qin family. After today, Jagger's name would step onto the stage of public awareness on the corpses of one of Yellow Fog City's three great families, the Qin family. Flynn left the Qin family with heavily injured Kenneth. His alias, Jagger, rapidly spread throughout Yellow Fog City. The elder brother of that useless Flynn single-handedly suppressed the entire Qin family? This is truly karma repaid. Who knows what kind of family Flynn has behind him to cultivate two talented powerhouses? Add Jagger's name to the Imperial Celebration guest list. Such a powerhouse appearing in Yellow Fog City, whether by coincidence or for some reason, needs to be noticed by us. Lord Maverick of the City Lord's residence gave instructions. Our family's useless son-in-law actually has such a formidable elder brother? Good thing we didn't bully that useless person, otherwise, we would have shot ourselves in the foot. When the Sioux family learned of this news, they were all incredibly shocked and surprised. Initially thinking that Elizabeth had brought a laughingstock of a waste to the Sioux family, they hadn't expected that this waste had such a powerful elder brother, a pleasant surprise indeed. In an unnamed small courtyard, Kenneth stared intently at the masked man. As Flynn's close servant, he knew well that Flynn did not have an elder brother named Jagger. Who are you? Why do you impersonate my young master's elder brother? Why are you targeting the Qin family? Kenneth spoke. Hashtag Chapter 10. Eldest brother's fame spreads far and wide. Faced with Kenneth's skepticism, Flynn did not conceal the truth. Instead, he removed his mask right before him. Kenneth, I have wronged you and caused you to suffer. Flynn looked at this servant who was willing to protect him even unto death, heartbroken. Master! Upon seeing it was Flynn, Kenneth became extremely excited and was about to kneel down. It's me. I'm not only fully recovered but also stronger than before. Flynn stopped Kenneth from kneeling. Too good. Too good. Tears welled up in Kenneth's eyes as he expressed immense excitement. He never imagined that sending Master to Sioux family as a son-in-law not only saved his life, but also made him surpass the entire Qin family while still young. Master, I always believed that the son of a tiger cannot be a dog. One day, you would return to the Qin family, seek revenge for Lord Qin, and make those who abandoned you regret their actions. Kenneth clutched Flynn's hand, filled with anticipation. That day will come, and it won't take long, Flynn nodded firmly. In this world, Flynn had another identity, but Kenneth refused to reveal it unless Flynn reached the Yuling realm. Before then, Flynn, as a substitute from Earth, did not particularly care about the original body owner's identity and did not ask further. However, now that Kenneth almost died for him, this bond was genuine, and he needed to repay it. Master, since you now possess the strength to exterminate the entire Qin family, why don't you wipe out these ungrateful scoundrels? The people in the Qin family are all vicious and treacherous. Once they regain sufficient power, they will certainly retaliate. If the weeds are not completely eradicated, they will grow again when spring winds blow. Kenneth looked at Flynn, puzzled. To kill them like this would be too easy for them. Flynn said coldly, I want them to die in despair, preferably forcing Zaylee, that despicable woman, to return. My child is innocent, Flynn explained. Does Master already have a plan? Kenneth asked. What do you need me to do? Just recuperate here. The rest, leave it to me. After arranging for Kenneth's care, Flynn left the courtyard. That afternoon, Flynn, wearing a mask and posing as Jagger, arrived at Balderyu Tower. Accompanying him were nearly all the commercial managers responsible for almost 90% of the Qin family's businesses. They were originally not Qin family members, but were recruited by Flynn due to his relationship with Zaylee. Thus, they indirectly became part of the Qin family. When Flynn got into trouble, they tried to stand up for him, only to be suppressed by force by the Qin family, leaving them no choice but to submit. Now, with Flynn's elder brother appearing and subduing the entire Qin family, news spread quickly, boosting their morale. Thus, when they learned that Jagger wanted to see them, they all arrived promptly. Within a meal's time, they all broke ties with the Qin family and returned under Flynn's control. This was the influence of Flynn as the mastermind behind the Qin family's business empire. Within one night, the Qin family's commercial empire began to crumble, and troubles started to mount. How could this happen? A group of ungrateful bastards, betraying our Qin family at such a crucial moment. If we fail to fulfill our contracts, not only will we lose hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in profit each month, but we'll face millions in compensation. Our Qin family might go bankrupt because of this. At nightfall, the Qin family received urgent news from all the commercial docks, panicking. This is the revenge Frisco Chan mentioned. Second elder looked helplessly at Corbin, the patriarch. Patriarch, how should we respond? At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on Corbin. If this couldn't be stopped, the Qin family would collapse overnight, losing its status among the three major families of Baldurwood City. Our commerce was built by Flynn himself. It's unsurprising that they rebelled after Frisco Chan took charge, Corbin said helplessly. Rest assured, our Qin family will not fall. When I perfect the Heavenly Dragon Claw technique, that will be the end of Frisco Chan. With Frisco Chan dead, our Qin family's crisis will naturally pass. Corbin finished and turned away. Watching the patriarch leave, the Qin family elders and high-ranking officials remained anxious. Would mastering the Heavenly Dragon Claw really resolve the crisis? They doubted it. Some were already wavering, regretting their actions against Flynn. Yet, restrained by Corbin and Zaylee's authority, they dared not oppose. If the higher-ups had such thoughts, what about the lower ranks? At Su family, by turning the Qin family's commercial managers, Flynn plunged them into a bankruptcy crisis. Simultaneously, he took 200 medium-grade spirit stones and the valuable second-rank spirit pill, Silverwing Golden Eagle Pill, worth 10,000 gold pieces from the Qin family's caravan. This pill was originally intended as a gift for Zaylee, costing Flynn 10,000 spirit stones at an auction in another city. Zaylee, you can bear to hurt me. Can you watch your clan and kin suffer in despair without batting an eye? After returning to Su family, Flynn patiently awaited Zaylee's return. Just as he entered the bridal chamber, Adelia came in. Son-in-law, where have you been? We haven't seen you all afternoon, Adelia asked. Is there something important? Big news. Adelia exclaimed dramatically. Your elder brother has come to Baldurwood City to support you. Come on. Lord Su has been waiting for you all afternoon, Adelia urged. I don't have an elder brother. Flynn shook his head firmly. How could that be? Now, the whole Baldurwood City knows you have an elder brother named Jagger. Wearing an iron mask like a merciless killing god, he single-handedly subdued the entire Qin family, forcing the clan leader to bow and admit fault. I'll say it again, I don't have an elder brother. I am alone. The rumors must be mistaken and have nothing to do with me. Seeing Flynn speak so definitively, Adelia hesitated. Could Jagger truly not be Flynn's elder brother, but just a ruse to deal with the Qin family? What about Lord Su? Adelia frowned slightly. Now the entire Su family was discussing this matter, praising their newfound treasure with such a powerful elder brother. How simple could Flynn's background be? Yet, Flynn denied it all. Go explain it yourself, Flynn said, turning towards the bed. Seeing this, Adelia had no choice but to turn away and leave. No sooner had Adelia left than the door to the hidden room opened, and a soaking wet Elizabeth walked out, curiously examining Flynn, who was lying on the bed. Jagger really isn't your elder brother? Elizabeth, closing the door, walked naturally to the wardrobe and changed her clothes as if no one else was around. Please let me know if you need any further assistance or additional chapters translated. Chapter 11. The Yellow Fog City Incident. Flynn faced away from Elizabeth, but with the innate perception granted by his spirit eye serpent, he couldn't help but feel a surge of agitation at seeing her proud figure once again. You can trust him. Flynn responded incoherently. That's not what you told Adelia just now. Elizabeth straightened her clothes as she curiously asked. How can you be compared to Adelia? Flynn retorted. It's a pity he is only 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Elizabeth returned to the secret chamber after changing. Little did she know that Flynn was actually only at the 2nd level of the spirit transformation realm. Flynn looked at the closed dark room and muttered to himself, a great spirit master of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, yet you still can't see his worth? Who knows what secrets you are hiding? At this moment, Flynn took out the silver-winged golden eagle pill from his chest and smiled faintly, saying, what if my strength were at the 6th or even 7th level of the spirit transformation realm? The silver-winged golden eagle pill was not only expensive but also very rare. Currently available on the market in Yellow Fog City were only 1st-grade pills, and those were low-quality ones at that. The silver-winged golden eagle pill was already 2nd-grade and highly sought after but hard to find. Moreover, despite being just a 2nd-grade spirit pill, there was no such pill available throughout Yellow Fog City. This pill was bought from the capital city using Qin family's caravan, after Flynn had exhausted all his ingenuity. By activating the Void Sky Cauldron and running through Myriad doctrines, Flynn absorbed and refined the invaluable silver-winged golden eagle pill, worth 100,000 spirit stones. His internal spiritual power visibly increased, smoothly advancing him to the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, and bringing him not far from the 4th level. Such astonishing speed of cultivation advancement made him exclaim once more about the unearthly nature of the Void Sky Cauldron. Normally, the efficiency of refining pills varies from person to person. The better a spirit master's talent, the higher their conversion rate for cultivating pills or heavenly treasures into spiritual power. However, even for talents like three-eyed spirit eyes, the initial refinement efficiency for a certain type of pill would be only around 3%. 3% was already a high conversion rate, and as one consumed more similar pills and treasures, the conversion rate would continuously drop. Sometimes, consuming the same pill again would be completely ineffective. This was why even the City Lord's residents could not rapidly cultivate Maverick into a spirit manipulation realm practitioner. But the Void Sky Cauldron, whether it was for refining high-grade spirit stones or the silver-winged golden eagle pill, maintained a perfect 100% conversion rate. Just this single characteristic made Flynn realize how extraordinary and unimaginably powerful the Void Sky Cauldron within him truly was. The silver-winged golden eagle pill contained the essence blood of the silver-winged golden eagle, awakening its demonic beast abilities once again within him. Controlled flight. No wonder the silver-winged golden eagle flies so fast in the air. Turns out they are naturally capable of controlled aerial movement. Flynn was overjoyed. With the ability of controlled flight, although it wasn't enough for him to fly like a silver-winged golden eagle, it could greatly increase his speed. When combined with the phantom step martial skill, it could elevate this ordinary skill to the realm of spirit-grade movement techniques. After a night of intense cultivation, Flynn was not at all sleepy but instead brimming with energy. Utilizing the spiritual power contained in over 100 medium-grade spirit stones and the silver-winged golden eagle pill, Flynn thoroughly stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. Only one step remained before reaching the 4th level. With his newfound power boost, Flynn's confidence soared, feeling that the Qin family posed no threat whatsoever. Elizabeth left early in the morning as usual, seemingly busy but unknown what exactly she was busy with. When Adelia delivered breakfast, she was obviously in a bad mood, apparently having been reprimanded by Patriarch Su last night. These past 2 days, stay in the courtyard, don't go out. Something big has happened at the Su family, Adelia warned Flynn before leaving. What's the big deal? Flynn asked curiously. It turns out that the 2 brothers, Alistair and Wesley, who let you into the mine vein 2 days ago, have gone missing. They were found dead in the main cave of the mine vein early today with obvious signs of a struggle. Adelia explained. Was the murderer found? Flynn asked without showing any emotion. There are some clues already, Adelia said. Someone dared to enter the Su family and kill direct lineage disciples. The elder ancestor has spoken. They will spare no effort to find the true culprit and publicly execute them. Flynn didn't speak further, losing interest as he knew they couldn't possibly suspect him. After Adelia left, Flynn finished his breakfast and deftly climbed out of the wall. For Flynn, the most important task now was to gradually push the Qin family towards their demise and make Zaylee reveal herself. Secondly, finding the mysterious artistic spirit master hidden in Yellow Fog City was crucial. Although in the mine, the person used Wesley's body, thus not revealing their true face, Flynn still felt an uneasy sense regarding the mysterious artistic spirit master. He had taken 20 high-grade spirit stones from the artistic spirit master, yet the other party had shown no reaction, which added to his anxiety. It was a tremendous wealth. Master, the city lord's residence sent an invitation. As Flynn reached Kenneth's quarters, Kenneth immediately handed over an invitation. Kenneth, after taking the healing pill given by Flynn, hadn't fully recovered but had regained about 70 to 80% of his cultivation. Capital founding celebration? Flynn glanced at it, but lost interest quickly. Master, there's also a letter here. Seeing Flynn uninterested in the invitation from the city lord's residence, Kenneth pulled out another letter from his pocket. Flynn looked at Kenneth in confusion. One battle and Master became famous. Now you're the most talked about person in Yellow Fog City. Last night alone, 6 batches of people came looking for you, Kenneth explained with a broad smile. Then Kenneth recounted the 6 groups that came seeking Flynn last night. After hearing Kenneth's account, Flynn frowned deeply. He had always thought Yellow Fog City, this insignificant small town, was under the control of the 3 major families, but now he realized it was far more complicated than that. Those who came to seek him last night included not just the city lord's residence and Su family, but also 4 other unassuming forces within Yellow Fog City. Kenneth, do you think such a small place like Yellow Fog City can accommodate so many grand powers? Flynn asked curiously. Master, I also feel something isn't right. Yellow Fog City is ultimately the smallest city in the Daqing Kingdom, yet suddenly so many major forces have appeared. It indeed seems unusual, Kenneth agreed, puzzled yet unaware of the reason. Master should read the letter first. Among the 6 groups, only this old Mr. Sun seemed to come with sincerity, Kenneth added. Silver Moon Academy? Flynn opened the envelope and saw the emblem of the Silver Moon Academy, a silver crescent sword. Seeing the silver crescent sword again brought up memories of Zaylee's betrayal and utilization of him, piercing his dantian with that very weapon. Master, I'm sorry. Kenneth was shocked when he realized that old Mr. Sun was from the Silver Moon Academy. No worries, the traitor was that bitch Zaylee, not related to the Silver Moon Academy, Flynn replied after reading the letter. And you're right, old Mr. Sun did seem sincere, Flynn added. Master, what's going on? Kenneth asked curiously. Yellow Fog City will soon experience an enormous change. At this moment, Flynn understood why so many influential figures suddenly appeared in this tiny city. You go to the Su family on my behalf. As a reward for saving my younger brother in their time of crisis, deliver this letter to the Su family clan head. Flynn handed the letter to Kenneth. All right. Kenneth laughed heartily, took the letter, and headed towards the Su family. Flynn, following old Mr. Sun's request, hurried off to meet him. Old Mr. Sun informed Flynn that there would be an astounding upheaval in Yellow Fog City, and he sincerely invited Flynn to become a specially recruited student at Silver Moon Academy. He hoped that Flynn could follow old Mr. Sun to deal with the upcoming changes together. Flynn was quite interested in becoming a specially recruited student at Silver Moon Academy. After all, if Zaylee hid herself at the Silver Moon Academy and refused to return to help the Qin family, he would eventually have to personally visit the academy. If he could gain the identity of a specially recruited student at Silver Moon Academy, it would naturally be beneficial for him. Invited by old Mr. Sun, Flynn arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary small courtyard. Old Mr. Sun had someone waiting at the door to greet him well in advance. Flynn came as invited and stood before a seemingly plain little courtyard. Old Mr. Sun had people waiting outside the gate to welcome him long beforehand. Chapter 12. Special Admission. Mr. Chen, our Vice Dean has been waiting for you for quite some time, said a young, portly man who greeted Flynn outside the door. Despite his youthful appearance, this man exuded an inexplicable sense of gravitas, as if he carried a great burden on his shoulders. No wonder he's from the Silver Moon Academy. His cultivation must surely surpass mine, Flynn thought to himself with admiration. Upon entering the courtyard, Flynn met Elder Sun, also known as Ebert, the Vice Dean of Silver Moon Academy. Mr. Chun, it's delightful that you could come here, Ebert said with white hair and bright eyes, smiling warmly like a kindly elder. Elder Sun, I did not dare delay your invitation, Flynn replied humbly. Mr. Chen is indeed a remarkable young talent, single-handedly subduing the entire Qin family and rising to fame. I'm sure many others approached you last night besides us. For Mr. Chun to meet me here is indeed my honor. I wonder if Mr. Chun would consider joining our Silver Moon Academy? Ebert was straightforward, reiterating what was mentioned in his letter. Elder son, I have long admired the Silver Moon Academy, but I wish to understand more about the significant events about to unfold in Yellow Fog City, Flynn asked. Joining the Silver Moon Academy wasn't a problem, but he needed to clarify whether they simply wanted him to cultivate within the academy or required his assistance during the turmoil in Yellow Fog City. Mr. Chen is young, yet perceptive, Ebert smiled. In fact, this matter isn't much of a secret now. Even if I didn't tell you, you'd soon find out. A month ago, a powerful spirit master passed through here and sensed that a hidden realm was about to manifest nearby. My mission here, representing the Silver Moon Academy, is to seize the opportunities and treasures within this hidden realm. Ebert explained succinctly. Hidden realm? Flynn's expression changed slightly as he finally understood why so many powerful factions had gathered in Yellow Fog City. Hidden realms offered both opportunity and danger. Ebert likely knew more details but couldn't fully divulge them since Flynn wasn't officially a student of the Silver Moon Academy yet. Mr. Chun, if you agree to be a specially admitted student of the Silver Moon Academy, we can bring you into the hidden realm. Additionally, you may not know that the Silver Moon Academy holds a high status in the Daqing Kingdom. Once you graduate, you can become one of our Kingdom City inspectors, wielding significant power. As for obtaining opportunities within the hidden realm, that depends on your own destiny, Ebert added. Elder son, which major factions know about this? When will the hidden realm open? Flynn asked. The main ones are Qinghai Academy from Zhou, Tianjiao Academy from Lu, Kuanyuan Sect from Qinling, and the Multinational Chamber of Commerce. There are also several prestigious families whose elders have brought their talented disciples here. The exact opening time of the hidden realm remains unknown, Ebert replied. The competition is intense. Flynn frowned, surprised by the presence of so many major factions. To become a true powerhouse, one cannot avoid the crucible of life and death. Our role is to provide opportunities for tempering and ensure a relatively fair competitive environment. Would Mr. Chun join our Silver Moon Academy and fairly compete with other factions' prodigies? Ebert looked at Flynn with a smile. Thank you for your trust, Elder Sunday. I accept with gratitude, Flynn agreed happily. Clearly, to enter the hidden realm, one needed approval from these major factions. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify. Jagger, on behalf of the Silver Moon Academy, welcome to the fold. Overjoyed, Ebert took out a bottle of pills, a spirit-level martial technique, a 3-foot 9-inch longsword, and 2 sets of exclusive Silver Moon Academy robes from his storage pouch. Flynn stared in amazement. So many items clearly came from a storage pouch, a rare item only accessible to those who reach the spiritual master realm. These are some training aids provided by the Academy. If you perform well in the Hidden Realm contest, you'll receive more rewards from the Academy. The Silver Moon Academy never underestimates its students, Ebert stated solemnly. Thank you, elder son. Flynn readily accepted everything. Junior brother, you should now address Dean's son or teacher's son, the portly young man joked beside them. As senior brother said. Flynn nodded, changing his address. Student Jagger greets Dean Sunday. As a member of the Silver Moon Academy, Jagger naturally became part of the community. To further build camaraderie, Ebert invited Flynn and Alicia to dine at Yellow Moon Tower. It was then that Flynn learned that the stout, mountain-bearing figure of Alicia was actually the grandson of the Silver Moon Academy's dean. At just 20 years old, he was already a 9th-ranked Great Spirit Master, ranking among the top 10 prodigies in the Academy. Alicia had come to Yellow Fog City to leverage the Hidden Realm's opportunities and aim for the Spiritual Master Realm. Ebert's enthusiastic invitation to admit Flynn as a special recruit was genuinely aimed at having Flynn help Alicia break through the realm. Flynn was pleased by their honesty. He understood that nothing good comes without effort. Dean's son and senior brother Lou, rest assured. Once inside the Hidden Realm, I will do my utmost to assist senior brother in breaking through, Flynn promised. Junior brother, what rank of Great Spirit Master are you? Alicia asked. Don't misunderstand. We're now part of the same academy. I asked to better prepare and cooperate effectively. Elisha's question put Flynn in an awkward position. Though he was merely 3rd rank, he possessed the Void Heaven tripod, making cultivation as easy as eating or drinking with sufficient resources. However, revealing this would invite trouble. Senior brother, allow me to keep you guessing, Flynn avoided answering directly. In the end, you'll see that I'm worth every bit of your investment. Elisha's face showed slight displeasure, turning to look at Ebert. If Brother Jagger doesn't wish to say, then let it be, Ebert interjected, closing the topic. Unknown to Flynn, after leaving Yellow Moon Tower, Alicia raised the issue again with Ebert. And in son, that Jagger has an unknown background. We gave him such valuable pills and techniques, yet he won't disclose his cultivation level. Can such a person be trusted? Alicia questioned Ebert. Chapter 13. Targeted. Naive child, never underestimate this man, said Ebert. Even I can't gauge the depth of his cultivation. This boy exudes an eerie aura. At this moment, we can only borrow his strength to help you break through your current realm, Ebert said solemnly. How is that possible? Elisha's face changed drastically, disbelievingly saying, Grandpa son, you are a spirit master at the soul-controlling realm. That's why I say he exudes an eerie aura. Ebert replied, we'll find out exactly how strong he is when someone tests him later. The news of Flynn meeting Ebert from the Silver Moon Academy was relayed to the ears of other major forces as soon as Flynn entered Balderyu Tower. City Lord Maverick, upon hearing the news, frowned and rushed to his father Germainig's study. Father, that good-for-nothing Jagger, Flynn's brother, seems to have joined the Silver Moon Academy, Maverick told the City Lord Germainig. Young talent from Daqing country entering the Silver Moon Academy? What's so surprising about it? Germainig responded nonchalantly. Father, what about my marriage to Elizabeth? Maverick worried, still not having given up on Elizabeth despite her having chosen Flynn as a son-in-law. Hasn't Uncle 3 already promised you? Germanic said irritably. Once things in the secret realm are taken care of, the entire Su family will be yours. But Maverick was still concerned. If Uncle 3 did not seize the treasures within the secret realm, would his wedding plans fall apart? Are you infatuated with a woman? Germanic frowned fiercely. Have you not learned anything from the painful lesson of Flynn? Maverick was silenced by his father's words. He wanted to say he wasn't like the worthless Flynn, but under his father's sharp gaze, he lowered his head. Hurry up and complete the tasks Uncle 3 has assigned you. Find out who killed Wesley and stole the high-grade spirit stones from Uncle 3. Germanic reprimanded him bitterly. If we don't identify this person, Uncle 3 won't be able to rest easy. Father, I'm already investigating this. There should be results soon, Maverick replied. You must understand that whether or not Uncle 3 secures the treasures in the secret realm concerns the rise and fall of our entire Yi family. I need precise results, Germanic concluded, dismissing Maverick. Not only did the City Lord's residents dislike seeing Flynn associated with the Silver Moon Academy, but also the Qinghai Academy from Zhou Country and the Tianjiao Academy from Lu Country. These three academies represented the highest institutions of spirit master training in their respective countries. The geniuses who came from these academies greatly influenced the status of the border regions among the three countries. Therefore, these two academies did not want the Silver Moon Academy to gain another ally. If Alicia really did break through his cultivation barrier, it would pose a significant threat to them and their backing kingdoms. While returning to the Su family compound, Flynn encountered the first wave of attacks in a quiet alley. The attacker was a 7th-rank Great Spirit Master and utilized a Spirit class martial skill. Flynn immediately frowned, sensing the threat. I've just agreed to join the Silver Moon Academy, and trouble has already come. From the moment Flynn accepted the special recruitment offer, he knew this drop blessing wouldn't come easily. Bang! A black-clothed figure suddenly attacked, striking the wall with a fierce sword slash, leaving a large hole. Such agile movements, it must be a Spirit class movement skill, the black-clothed figure thought, astonished. Even a sudden ambush failed to hit its mark. What the black-clothed figure didn't know was that Flynn, with the keen perception of the Spirit Eye Snake, had sensed the presence before the attack. Flynn deliberately approached to confirm if the attacker was targeting him. Phantom Step, though just an ordinary martial skill, was enhanced by the Chi Mastery ability inherited from the Silver-Winged Golden Eagle, making it comparable to a Spirit class skill. After missing with one strike, the black-clothed figure decided not to prolong the fight. Knowing that a sudden strike couldn't harm the opponent, further combat was disadvantageous. Not so fast. Flynn wouldn't let the black-clothed figure escape. It was the perfect opportunity to test his current strength. With Phantom Step, Flynn moved faster than the black-clothed figure, who only possessed a Spirit class sword skill. As Flynn approached, the black-clothed figure stopped and channeled all his power into his longsword, emitting a faint aura to form a spiritual armor. A 7th-rank Great Spirit Master could turn spiritual energy into protective armor, making them nearly invincible unless the armor was breached. Flynn wielded a longsword. Though he was only a 3rd-rank Great Spirit Master, he had Phantom Step, the perception of the Spirit Eye Snake, and the 1,000 Illusions / technique inherited from the Void Sky Tripod. Using the Spirit Eye Snake's perception, Flynn found the flaw in the enemy's strike and positioned himself there with Phantom Step. The longsword vibrated 5 times inside the Void Sky Tripod, releasing a powerful force. Clang! The black-clothed figure's sword was knocked away. Flynn's sharp longsword, granted by Ebert, landed on the black-clothed figure's spiritual armor with a resonating sound. Crack! Despite being sturdy, the spiritual armor shattered under the power of Flynn's strike. The longsword pierced the black-clothed figure's chest, stopping precisely at his heart. Although it didn't pierce through, it shattered his heart with spiritual energy. The black-clothed figure stared at Flynn in disbelief, unable to believe he, a 7th-rank Great Spirit Master, couldn't withstand even one move. 8th-rank Great Spirit Master. The black-clothed figure concluded Flynn must be an 8th rank. Why were you sent to kill me? If you tell me the truth, I can extend your life, Flynn asked, trying to learn the identity of the mastermind. So what if you're an 8th-rank Great Spirit Master? You've offended someone you shouldn't have. If you don't leave Baldurwood City immediately, this will be your grave, the black-clothed figure replied coldly, indifferent to his own fate. Seeing the black-clothed figure destroy his Dantian and die from dissipating spiritual energy, Flynn felt a sense of caution. This was a 7th-rank Great Spirit Master, skilled in a Spirit class martial art, yet serving as a loyal agent for someone. Was I too impulsive this time? The major forces that oppose the Silver Moon Academy are far more terrifying than I imagined. Despite the bitterness in his heart, Flynn knew that if given another chance, he would still seize this opportunity to become a special recruit of the Silver Moon Academy. All for revenge against Zaylee, that despicable woman. Just as Flynn was muttering to himself, another icy chill approached from behind. His Spirit Eye Snake perception revealed a dart glowing with cold light. #### Chapter 14. Enhancement. Flynn dodged at the fastest speed possible, but he was still just a fraction too slow. The dart, glinting with a cold sheen, grazed past his arm. Bang! The wall where the black-clothed assailant had struck shattered violently. Flynn couldn't bother to identify who had attacked him. He used his spiritual energy to seal the wound on his left hand and then vanished from the alley's end using phantom steps. Did he actually dodge that? A man and a woman appeared afterward, with the woman staring in astonishment at the bloodstain on the ground. He's incredibly fast, as if he has a third eye. He must be at least a 9th-rank Great Spirit Master, the man beside her responded. That's probably true. Only a 9th-rank Great Spirit Master could have avoided seeing your brother's hidden weapon. The woman nodded in agreement. But even if he is a 9th-rank Great Spirit Master, it won't help him. After being hit by my spirit-eroding poison, even if he manages to preserve his Dantian, his cultivation will be utterly destroyed. Even if the Silver Moon Academy were to intervene, it might take a long time for him to recover his cultivation. The man grinned. The poison on the dart was extremely expensive spirit-eroding poison, which had never failed against cultivators below the true spirit realm. This prestigious academy of the state of Lu truly sends a 7th-rank spirit master to assassinate a 9th-rank spirit master? How laughable. The woman kicked the dead body of the black-clothed assailant, a hint of mockery evident on her face. This person is likely not from the Lu State Prestige Academy. He seems more like someone sent to test Jagger's strength, the man explained. Who? Suddenly, the man's expression changed. He casually flicked his hand, sending a dart flying toward the alley entrance. Outside the wall, a figure disappeared at an incredible speed, retreating rapidly. Senior brother. It looks like there are many people who want to kill Jagger. The woman understood immediately upon seeing the retreating silhouette. It should also be a 9th-rank Great Spirit Master. The secret realm is about to open. For Great Spirit Masters, it presents an opportunity for breakthrough. For true spirit realms, it's also a great chance. No one wants a mysterious individual to suddenly join in. The man spoke indifferently, retrieving all the darts he had thrown before leaving with the woman. Flynn hadn't run far. Instead, he hid around a corner. The dart carried a deadly poison that rushed towards his dantian via his bloodstream, intending to erode it. Unfortunately, Flynn's dantian had long been replaced by the Void Sky Cauldron. These poisons posed no threat and were instead absorbed and refined by the cauldron. This is made from the essence blood of a silver dragon beast, a highly toxic substance. Flynn was shocked. Silver dragon beasts were formidable creatures that even true spirit masters feared. One such beast once slaughtered 3 small cities in the Daqing Kingdom before escaping unharmed amidst numerous true spirit masters. With myriad techniques running through him, Flynn awakened part of the silver dragon's innate ability, spirit erosion. What a blessing in disguise. When Flynn activated the spirit erosion ability, his spiritual energy gained corrosive properties similar to the spirit eroding poison. Although it wasn't as dangerous, it certainly couldn't be underestimated. Unfortunately, my current range for external spiritual energy release is limited, preventing me from fully utilizing the destructive power of spirit erosion. Flynn felt a bit regretful. The spirit erosion ability required hitting flesh and entering an opponent's body to unleash its full terror. Hiding around the corner, Flynn saw 3 figures emerge from the alley where he had been attacked, one after another. Alicia? Flynn recognized his senior brother, who he had recently dined with. Wasn't that black-clothed assassin sent by him to gauge my cultivation level? Flynn frowned, finding this possibility highly plausible. If he couldn't withstand a 7th-rank Great Spirit Master, the Silver Moon Academy wouldn't need to invest so much in him and could reclaim everything given to him. Next, Flynn saw a young couple, the man dignified, the woman graceful, both clearly well-connected. These two must be the ones truly intent on assassinating me. Even their darts were laced with poison. Flynn silently noted them down. After confirming there was no one else hiding in the alley, Flynn left. He headed to Kenneth's residence, leaving behind the precious sword and the Silver Moon Academy jacket. After treating his wound and changing into fresh clothes, he returned to the Sioux residence before nightfall. At night, Elizabeth returned. They exchanged few words before she entered her secret chamber and didn't come out again. As Elizabeth had initially said, he was merely a shield for her, a blind cripple who wouldn't influence her in any way. Flynn didn't dwell on this and took out the pills and spirit-level martial techniques given by Benny. With countless eyes watching him, he urgently needed to enhance his cultivation and strength. He retrieved a soul transform pill and took a deep breath. A soul transform pill was a top-tier pill for great spirit masters. This 3rd-rank pill was enough to make them fight over it. The Silver Moon Academy had indeed invested heavily to win him over. Most crucially, the soul transform pill perfectly supported the growth of a great spirit master. 2 hours later, Flynn, leveraging the soul transform pill provided by Benny, advanced rapidly to the 5th level of the soul transformation realm. With the Void Sky Cauldron, he could absorb 100% of the pill's effects. Advancing in cultivation was indeed as easy as eating and drinking. All he needed was sufficient cultivation resources. Then, Flynn opened the spirit-level martial technique and began practicing earnestly. Silver Moon Sword Technique. Silver light like waves, pure white as the moon. It's a close combat martial technique combining movement and swordsmanship. Once perfected, this will greatly enhance my combat abilities. Flynn was very satisfied with Benny's gift. Combined with Phantom Steps, Aura Control, and Thousand Illusion Slash, it would undoubtedly have a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Time passed as Flynn immersed himself in practicing the Silver Moon Sword Technique. Suddenly, a pained groan, akin to a bird's cry, reached his ears. Flynn opened his eyes abruptly, stopping his practice and looking toward the secret chamber. The pain came from Elizabeth's room. He hesitated. Should he enter? The sound seemed agonizing yet oddly familiar. If Elizabeth was pleasuring herself, barging in would be awkward. After 3 seconds of hesitation, he pushed open the door to the secret chamber, pretending to be blind, and walked in. Chapter 15. The Story. Inside the room, Elizabeth lay naked on the Shinbing bed, curled up in agony. Her skin burned with golden flames. Clearly unconscious, her condition was critical despite her breathtaking beauty. A case of energy deviation? Flynn took one look and immediately understood. It seemed that Elizabeth had practiced too intensely, causing her bloodline to erupt uncontrollably. The phoenix fire within her raged wildly, leading to a state of near coma. If she couldn't wake up, the golden flames might consume her soul, rendering her an idiot forever. Without much thought, Flynn rushed to the Shinbing bed and quickly pressed several points on Elizabeth's body. Bai Hui at the top of her head, Intang between her eyebrows, and Rinzhong under her nose. Elizabeth suddenly woke up, shuddering as she sat up abruptly. Flynn barely managed to control himself from reacting visibly. He hurriedly asked, "Miss Sue, what happened to you? Are you poisoned, or did you suffer energy deviation while practicing?" Elizabeth covered her chest with her hands, staring into Flynn's sightless eyes. He must be blind. "You rescued me?" Elizabeth asked. Flynn nodded. I heard you crying out in pain from outside, so I came in. I called your name but got no response, so I felt your forehead, which was burning hot. You were almost comatose, so I stimulated your vital points. Thank you. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief, feeling grateful. Thank goodness she was married and living with Flynn. Otherwise, tonight could have been disastrous. She realized she needed to be more cautious with her bloodline fusion and not rush it. However, danger was closing in, and suspicion around her was mounting. Moving too slowly could lead to unforeseen trouble. Elizabeth sighed deeply, falling back onto the Xianxia bed in pain. Seeing Elizabeth lost in thought, Flynn instinctively said, Miss Sue, you seem troubled, but life is like walking one step at a time. Don't rush. Rushing can cause problems. Elizabeth rolled her eyes sarcastically. A blind man lecturing me about life. Come to think of it, you are probably the most unfortunate. From being a genius of Baldurwood City to this, do you not regret it? Flynn fell silent for a few seconds before smiling. Of course I do, but I also know I haven't lost yet. Miss Sue, rest now, I'll go out. Feeling guilty, he feared staying longer might stir his inner turmoil. Elizabeth didn't notice anything unusual and sighed softly. Flynn, please stay. My mind is still in turmoil. Talk with me a bit. Flynn felt helpless. Miss, put on some clothes first if you're going to talk. At this rate, we'll get caught. If something really happens, given your status, you'd surely kill me once you realize I'm faking blindness. Flynn cleared his throat, looked down and said, all right, let me tell you a story. Flynn moved to the table, deliberately facing away from Elizabeth. He took a sip of water and began, once, there was a scholar named Blaine heading to the capital for exams. The story of a Chinese ghost story came out haltingly since it had nearly slipped his memory after over a year in this world. Nevertheless, Elizabeth was already engrossed on the Xianxia bed. She forgot her pain, her turbulent chi, and the burning phoenix blood soul, completely immersed in the tragic love story between human and spirit. Cocks crowed outside. Flynn stood up and said, the story ends here. Apologies for any omissions or stumbles. Miss Sue, how are you feeling now? Huh. Elizabeth snapped back to reality, wiping her eyes. Flynn, your story was mesmerizing. Even though some parts were unrealistic and I missed a few words, it truly stirred my emotions. And, oh, I think I just broke through. Unconsciously, I made a crucial progress in cultivation. Elizabeth jumped off the bed, sensing the change in her bloodline, filled with excitement. She realized that to activate her bloodline, besides effort and talent, strong willpower and mental fortitude were essential. Immersed in the story, forgetting her struggles, had allowed her to achieve perfect integration. Grateful, Elizabeth walked to Flynn, grabbing his arm. Flynn, thank you for the story and waking me up. Rest assured, I'll find medicines to heal your injuries. Elizabeth impulsively hugged him. This time, Flynn couldn't contain himself and reacted physically. Elizabeth paused, stepping back. You pervert. What are you thinking? Blushing, Flynn mumbled, sorry. I'll go out now. We can continue the stories tomorrow. Elizabeth chuckled, quickly pushing him out. Flynn, there's something happening at the mine, so I'll be staying there these 2 days. Be careful and don't leave this house. If you need anything, ask Adelia. Back in his room, Flynn's heart pounded. No wonder Elizabeth was the top beauty of Baldurwood City. Her allure was irresistible. Even Zaylee, with all her malevolence, paled in comparison. Uncontrollable, truly uncontrollable. Time passed. By day, Flynn appeared as Jagger in Kenneth's courtyard, handling Qin family's trade issues, driving them further into ruin. By night, he returned to the Sue family compound, using spirit stones and medicinal pills to cultivate. Unfortunately, without Elizabeth around, the medium-grade spirit stones and ordinary pills from Qin family's caravan were far less effective than silver-winged golden eagle pills, superior spirit stones, or spirit transformation pills. 3 nights of intensive practice failed to advance him to the 6th level of spirit transformation. Clearly, for Flynn to rapidly improve, precious commodities such as rare spirit stones, pills, or heavenly treasures were necessary. At Qin family's meeting hall, Clan leader, if we don't urgently assist Zaylee, our family will collapse even without Jagger's actions. Clan leader, many of our guard units have disbanded. We truly can't hold on. Qin family's core members wore worried expressions, watching their assets being seized and properties turned over. Worst of all, hearing complaints from relatives who couldn't solve their financial woes. Falling from riches to rags hurt more than death itself. In a few short days, Qin family, one of the 3 great families of Baldurwood City, found themselves in dire straits, with many leaving the family's protection. ####Chapter 16. All arrested. I will find Jagger's whereabouts today and rid the Qin family of this threat, Corbin said confidently as he stood up abruptly. Clan leader, have you mastered the Heavenly Dragon Claw? The Garner asked curiously. Not only have I mastered the Heavenly Dragon Claw, but I have also broken through my bottleneck to reach the 6th stage of Spirit Transformation Realm, Corbin replied with a hint of pride. A 6th rank Great Spirit Master, and now in possession of a spirit-grade martial technique, Clan leader can surely rank among the top 3 in Yellow Fog City, if not first. That's great news. Jagger's days are numbered. Our Qin family is saved. At this moment, the meeting hall of the Qin family was filled with laughter and cheers. The intelligence from the Qin family was clearly outdated. They still believed that Zack and the ancestors of the Sue and Lin families were 6th rank Great Spirit Masters. Therefore, they thought Corbin, having mastered the Heavenly Dragon Claw, could compete with Zack for supremacy. This was understandable. Without Cooper's past assistance, the Qin family could never compare with the mayor's mansion or the Sue and Lin families. It was normal for their horizons not to match those of the Yi family and the Sue family. Cooper, under the alias of Jagger, was not hard to find, as he resided in the same courtyard where Kenneth had been settled. Thus, the news quickly reached the Qin family. Led by Corbin, the 4 elders followed closely behind, leading the remaining guards of the household in a grand procession toward Cooper's residence. If Cooper was eliminated, they could bring back the old trading caravan and re-establish their commercial operations, gradually reviving the Qin family. A seemingly ordinary courtyard was now surrounded by Qin family guards, with Corbin, the great spirit master, making a stunning entrance. To the nearby residents, this scene was awe-inspiring and terrifying. They closed their doors tightly, with only a few brave enough to peek over the walls to watch the spectacle. Jagger, come out and meet your end. It wasn't until Corbin's thunderous roar echoed that everyone understood what was happening. Had the Qin family finally lost patience and decided to take revenge on Jagger, who caused their bankruptcy? The bystanders felt a surge of excitement. This event was undoubtedly the dramatic climax many had long awaited. Inside the courtyard, Cooper hadn't expected the Qin family to dare confront him head-on. Who gave them the nerve? Could Zaylee, that despicable woman, have returned from Silver Moon Academy? Corbin, I didn't seek you out, yet you dared to show up here? So what? Do you really think I won't kill you? As Cooper stepped into the courtyard, he felt a tinge of disappointment, noticing that Zaylee wasn't among them. Jagger, you have wronged the Qin family too much. Today, one of us will die. Corbin charged forward with unmatched speed, aiming to kill Jagger and claim his fame. The four elders followed closely behind, ready to assist their clan leader when necessary, intending to slay Jagger and establish their name in Yellow Fog City. Masked Cooper finally understood why Corbin dared to challenge him. You've advanced further, becoming a 6th-rank Great Spirit Master, and even mastered a spirit-grade martial technique. Cooper easily evaded Corbin's attack. Exactly. You should die feeling fortunate, under the might of my heavenly dragon claw. Corbin laughed loudly, believing he had intimidated Cooper. Foolish. My brother truly made a grave mistake associating with such ignorant and shameless people for a year. Very well. Since you've come here uninvited, I won't hold back anymore. Cooper's aura turned murderous. The Qin family's actions were both contemptible and pitiful. Zaylee hadn't returned in all these days, likely due to Corbin's newfound strength giving him false hope. This time, Cooper wouldn't hesitate. He intended to cripple all the Qin family's great spirit masters. This way, the Qin family would abandon any illusions and only Zaylee's return could save their lives. At your death's door, and you still boast. Corbin failed to realize how ignorantly stupid his behavior was, rushing forward again. The heavenly dragon claw glowed with spiritual energy, slicing through the air like a lethal weapon, aiming straight for Cooper's chest. In Cooper's hand was a longsword bestowed by Silver Moon Academy. In the next instant, he unleashed the Silver Moon Sword technique. For a moment, Cooper's body shimmered with white light, his movements swift as lightning, his sword appearing as a myriad of flashing blades. Corbin's attack missed, only to be met with a multitude of sword shadows everywhere he looked. He paled in fear, attempting to retreat. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his lower abdomen. The sword had impaled his dantian, stirring the spiritual energy within and utterly destroying his 6th stage spirit transformation dantian. How? How is this possible? Corbin couldn't believe it. Despite advancing in cultivation and mastering a spirit-grade technique, he had been utterly defeated, his cultivation ruined, and his life hanging by a thread. Clan leader. By the time the elders realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Corbin lay in a pool of blood, writhing in agony. Quick, retreat. As they recognized the danger, they tried to flee immediately. However, Cooper wouldn't give them that chance. None of you will escape. Cooper moved faster than lightning, sensing every movement in the courtyard. Sounds rang out continuously, like dancing beams of light, blocking the path of the 4 Qin family elders. In the blink of an eye, all of them were struck in the lower abdomen, their dantians destroyed. The Qin family guards at the gate, witnessing this scene, were terrified. This was no longer a revenge operation. It was a collective suicide mission by the Qin family leadership. The bystanders watching from their rooftops couldn't believe how quickly everything ended. Kenneth, stop their bleeding. Don't let them die so comfortably. Cooper ordered Kenneth to treat the wounded Qin members. Go back to the Qin family and tell Qin Homing that I will kill one of these 5 fools every 3 days. If he doesn't want them to die here, then have that despicable woman Zaylee come see me. He directed this message to the terrified Qin guards blocking the gate. News spread quickly, once again shocking the people of Yellow Fog City. The Qin family had become a laughingstock. However, when this news reached Qinghai Academy in Zhou Kingdom, the reaction was different. A young man and woman training in martial techniques were stunned. Jagger wasn't crippled, and he crippled several 6th-stage spirit transformation great spirit masters from the Qin family today? Miles stared intently at the messenger. Chapter 17. Opening the Spirit Sea. How is this possible? Jagger was clearly poisoned by the soul-eroding worm. Even with the assistance of Silver Moon Academy, it's impossible for him to recover his cultivation so quickly. Adamaris said in shock. It's possible. Miles squinted his eyes and muttered. On that day in the alley, we only saw a bit of blood on the ground. We never truly witnessed him being hit. Do you mean that he intentionally left blood behind to make us think he was poisoned by the soul-eroding worm, in order to avoid our second attempt at killing him? Adamaris seemed to have understood. Not just avoiding our second attempt, but also avoiding other major forces' attacks. He truly has a devious mind. It seems this person is even more troublesome than Alicia, Miles said grimly. The news spread, and no one doubted that Flynn could ignore the effects of the soul-eroding poison. Instead, like Miles, they mistakenly believed this was merely a tactic to mislead everyone. Some immediately wanted to take action against Flynn again to prevent him from entering the secret realm. But just then, Bogdan, the vice dean representing Silver Moon Academy, sent word to everyone. No one was allowed to attack Flynn again, or else he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. As a true spirit master, Bogdan's words carried great weight, forcing the major factions to cancel their plans to attack Flynn again. That night, Flynn returned to the Sioux family residence. Where were you? As soon as he entered the room, Elizabeth stared curiously at Flynn. Just getting some fresh air, Flynn replied. not expecting Elizabeth to return so early today. Really? Elizabeth said indifferently. When you go for fresh air, why don't you use the front door? You climbed over the wall to leave and enter. If anyone didn't know, they'd think there was a thief in our house. Flynn paused for a moment. He knew it was only a matter of time before the truth came out. Just as he was about to explain, Elizabeth took out a bottle of pills and said, "No need to explain. I promised you I would keep my word. Here are the essence cultivation pills. Whether they can repair your broken dantian depends on your fortune." Flynn's expression changed. Repairing a broken dantian was an immensely difficult task. These pills. Flynn hadn't expected Elizabeth to be true to her word and really bring such precious spirit pills. Spirit pills capable of repairing a dantian. The grade of these pills was beyond what Flynn could estimate. Also, consider yourself lucky. Take them, Elizabeth said, and then turned to walk toward the secret chamber. Miss Sue, thank you. Flynn looked at Elizabeth's back and couldn't help but say, "Do you still want to hear stories? Take the pill first, try to restore your dantian, and I'll call you later." Elizabeth smiled and glanced back. Okay. Flynn felt delighted and nodded hurriedly. Flynn's dantian had long been replaced by the void sky cauldron, so whether it was restored or not was no longer important. What did matter was this essence cultivation pill, which he found to be incredibly fragrant after inspecting it, far more valuable than any other pill he had encountered before. How much spirit stone would such a valuable pill cost? Though Elizabeth hadn't mentioned how she obtained it, Flynn was certain it wasn't cheap. Immediately, Flynn sat cross-legged, circled the 10,000 Dao techniques, and began to refine the essence cultivation pill. The pill dissolved as soon as it touched his mouth, flowing into his body like a warm current. The void sky cauldron emitted a halo, acting like a vortex and actively absorbing the currents. Instantly, Flynn felt a strange transformation. When the void sky cauldron refined the essence cultivation pill, two different streams surged. One flowed from the dantian to the 8 extraordinary meridians, strengthening the meridians and affecting his whole physical body. The other transformed into a warm stream, rising upward until it reached his fontanelle, seemingly breaking through some kind of restriction. It made Flynn feel a buzzing in his head, as if his brain was about to be shattered. Ah! Flynn couldn't help but cry out in pain from the intense pain in his body and head. Just when he thought he couldn't endure the dual agony any longer, a warm stream flowed from his forehead, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. A cooling force poured from his forehead into his body, alleviating the severe pain. Flynn noticed that, at some point, Elizabeth had returned and placed her white finger on his forehead. Through the perception of the spirit eye snake, Flynn saw the phoenix imprint shimmering on Elizabeth's forehead, her entire being bathed in a golden aura, looking saintly and beautiful. For a moment, Flynn's heart raced, utterly captivated by Elizabeth's unique charm and beauty. "Fairy," Flynn blurted out without thinking. "What?" Elizabeth looked at Flynn in confusion, not knowing what a fairy was. "At a time like this, you're still daydreaming? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Elizabeth scolded angrily. "Now, do exactly as I say." "Yes." Flynn responded obediently. "Focus your mind, look towards the starry sea, and stand within it." Elizabeth's soft voice echoed in Flynn's ear. Flynn trusted Elizabeth implicitly, focused his mind, gazed at the starry sea, and followed the ascending cool stream. Suddenly, the seal in his mind was forcefully opened. At that moment, Flynn froze, disbelieving at what he saw. A chaotic star sea. This is the spirit sea within everyone, also known as the star sea. Only by opening the spirit sea can one comprehend all things, including the vast cosmos. Henceforth, you will embark on the path of a spirit art master. The number of star points you see corresponds to the amount of star power you can summon, transforming into mental energy. Mental energy is the foundation for a spirit art master to cast magical abilities. Elizabeth guided Flynn. Time passed, and when Flynn returned from this special state, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Even the perception ability of the spirit eye snake greatly improved, becoming more sensitive and detailed, allowing him to clearly sense the minute pores on Elizabeth's exquisite face. Have I become a spirit art master? Flynn had heard that among 10,000 people, only one could become a spirit art master, holding an exalted position among spirit masters. Back then, that mysterious spirit art master could control Wesley's consciousness and actions using just an artifact, making them unfathomably mysterious. Because of this, Flynn had always held a deep fear of that mysterious spirit art master. And now, he too had become a spirit art master. It's quite unexpected. My intention was to have you use this essence cultivation pill to repair your damaged dantian, but unexpectedly, it led to you opening your spirit sea. That's right. Now you have the foundation to become a spirit art master. To truly become one, your mental power needs to reach level 10. Elizabeth explained to Flynn. Level 10? Flynn was puzzled. Yes. When you can sense 10 star points in your spirit sea, your mental power will have reached level 10. How many star points did you sense in your spirit sea? Elizabeth asked. Chapter 18. Apprentice. Flynn recalled the scene he had witnessed in his mind's sea. It was a chaotic starry sky, with no trace of starlight, just an endless expanse of hazy space, as if it were inside a massive ancient cauldron that stood eternally within the stars. No starlights. Flynn shook his head. What he saw was only an indistinct starry sky. None at all? Elizabeth looked at Flynn in surprise. Yes, Flynn nodded confidently. Let me think of another way for you. Elizabeth sighed helplessly. Sensing Elizabeth's disappointed expression, Flynn instantly understood something and said, Miss Sue, didn't you say I had the foundation of a Sulin master? The foundation is too weak, almost non-existent, Elizabeth explained. Normally, even someone with the poorest talent should be able to sense at least one starlight point after entering the mind's sea. Miss Sue, what if what I saw was a vast, hazy light mist? Flynn asked tentatively. Although he didn't see any starlight points, he did see an immense expanse of hazy light mist, similar to the expanded version of the Wuxian cauldron within his body. Not possible. Elizabeth chuckled. Transforming starlight into mist is profound and inscrutable. Forget about opening the mind sea for the first time. Many Sulin masters might never reach such heights in their entire lives. Why? Flynn continued questioning. You don't tell me you saw a light mist in your mind sea? Elizabeth, noticing Flynn's persistent questions, asked incredulously. Hazy, I'm not sure. Flynn explained. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's expression turned incomprehensibly shocked, staring at Flynn in disbelief. After a long silence, she said, whether it's real or not, follow my instructions, and you will know the truth. Then, Elizabeth imparted a heart method to Flynn, instructing him to practice according to it. Following her words, Flynn complied and finally shouted the word, seal. Instantly, Flynn felt as if something had been drawn out of his head. Immediately afterwards, a fiery light appeared before his eyes. Poochie! The firelight exploded, scattering flames onto the blanket and Elizabeth's clothes. In an instant, both the blanket and clothes ignited, burning faster than gasoline. Startled, Flynn nearly instinctively tried to put out the fire. Fortunately, Elizabeth reacted faster, extinguishing the flames on her clothes and the blanket right away. Only a fraction of the blanket remained, and more than half of Elizabeth's clothes were burned off, revealing a large patch of snow-white skin that left Flynn wide-eyed and flustered. Heavens! You're actually a once-in-a-millennium genius among Sulin masters. Elizabeth, astonished by Flynn's displayed talent for being a Sulin master, ignored the physiological reaction under the charred blanket. Flynn quickly adjusted his sitting posture, preventing the embarrassing moment from catching Elizabeth's eye, and asked perplexedly, what just happened? Why did I feel a wave of heat? I taught you the heart method of fireball earlier, and you successfully cast it. I will teach you another method to train mental energy and a few spells. Train diligently. If you have the chance in the future, I'll take you somewhere for advanced training. Elizabeth hadn't expected Flynn to be a Sulin master prodigy. Elizabeth patiently guided Flynn, starting from cultivating mental energy, using mental energy, and finally casting spells. Before they knew it, dawn had arrived outside. That's enough for now. Continue practicing on your own. Elizabeth seemed quite satisfied with her new apprentice. In just one night, from opening his mind sea to casting spells, although still somewhat clumsy in execution, Flynn could achieve mastery with diligent practice. Are you going back to the mine again? Flynn asked with some reluctance. Elizabeth paused and looked back at Flynn, saying, Flynn, train hard. Zaylee will certainly regret abandoning you. Flynn wanted to say something, but Elizabeth had already opened the door and left. Zaylee? Flynn shook his head coldly. This woman truly couldn't be compared to Elizabeth. Closing the door, Flynn returned to the bed, sitting cross-legged. Though Elizabeth's techniques are exquisite, they can't compare to my Wandaegong. She might not realize that for me, spellcasting differs completely from what she taught. My spells need to be released through the Wuxia Cauldron to maximize their power. Flynn grinned. The nourishing essence pill not only opened Flynn's mind sea, making him a Sulin master, but also allowed him to enter the peak of the 5th stage of Linghua realm. At the peak of the 5th stage of Linghua realm, combined with the martial arts and monster abilities Flynn possessed, he was confident he could dominate at the same level. Now, with spellcasting added, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Adelia delivered breakfast, informing Flynn that the next day was the capital establishment celebration at the city lord's residence, and Elizabeth and he were invited as well. To this end, Adelia's task today was to take Flynn shopping for items and dress him up properly, so as not to embarrass her mistress. Flynn couldn't help but laugh at the irony. His reputation in Baldurwood City had already been ruined due to Zaylee's betrayal. So, no matter how he dressed himself, everyone in Baldurwood City would still view him as that blind cripple. How can it be the same? Adelia justified. If you look shabby and listless, people will say my mistress mistreated her son-in-law. Fine, I'll do as you say. Flynn nodded. After breakfast, the two left the Sioux residence and spent the entire morning shopping. Despite Adelia's best efforts in dressing up Flynn, she still felt something was lacking. Every now and then, Adelia glanced at Flynn's eyes. No matter what kind of eye covering she chose for those hollow eyes, she found herself unsatisfied. Flynn noticed this. Even Adelia harbored reservations because of his blindness. And what about Elizabeth? Tomorrow, he would accompany Elizabeth to the city lord's capital establishment celebration as her husband, where virtually every important person in Baldurwood City would be invited. If someone deliberately made fun of his appearance and his damaged Danteon to embarrass Elizabeth, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Adelia, go back first. I'll buy some things, Flynn told Adelia. Son-in-law, what are you buying? Adelia asked curiously. Flynn didn't explain and turned around to leave. Adelia intended to follow but stopped when Flynn sternly said, no need to follow me. I want to surprise Miss Sue. Surprise? Adelia was full of doubt but, seeing Flynn's determination, she let him go. Chapter 19. Cool sunglasses. After leaving, Flynn went to the blacksmith shop. When he had initially asked him to forge a mask, he had also requested the blacksmith to make a pair of glasses. Since this world did not have eyeglasses, the blacksmith master needed time to find the corresponding materials, especially for high-quality translucent ink jade, which was not very common. After so many days, Flynn felt it should be about ready. Just as Flynn, pretending to be blind, walked towards the blacksmith shop, a suspicious figure suddenly appeared behind him. Flynn was quite surprised. Since he had taken control of the entire Qin family in Baldurwood City under the identity of Jagger, no one should dare to target his blind and useless younger brother. After all, anyone would fear the wrath of an older brother. Intentionally walking into an uninhabited alley, Flynn wanted to see if the suspicious man intended to attack him. As expected, when he entered the alley, the person behind him quickened his steps, closed in on him, and then drew a dagger. Seeing this, Flynn frowned and instantly acted, snatching the dagger from the other person and pinning him to the ground. Aren't you supposed to have your Danteon destroyed? The other person looked at Flynn's hollow, somewhat terrifying eyes with disbelief. Who sent you? Flynn asked coldly. How could someone like Elizabeth, a prodigy, marry a blind and useless person like you? If you can do anything, kill me? The other person responded bravely, prepared to die. Flynn frowned, realizing this must be a loyalist assassin. Only a few major forces in Baldurwood City could afford to send assassins to openly attack. Do you think not speaking will save you? Flynn sneered and then opened his sea of consciousness, guiding the vague, spiritual energy into the vasty heavens cauldron. Soul control. With a light shout, invisible spiritual energy surged out of the vasty heavens cauldron and directly approached the other person's forehead. Before the other person could react, they fell into a state of stupor, looking like someone suffering from soul loss. Who sent you? Flynn asked again. City Lord's young master, Maverick. The other person responded blankly. Why come to kill such a useless person as me? Is he not afraid of my elder brother, Jagger? Flynn continued. I am a loyalist. Regardless of success or failure, I will not implicate young master. The other person continued. Under soul control, the loyalist answered every question honestly and fully disclosed Maverick's plot. Harmonizing poison? Upon hearing this, Flynn couldn't help but change his expression drastically. Yes, this is the precious poison our young master obtained with great difficulty. It is intended to make Elizabeth kneel in front of everyone tomorrow at the capital establishment celebration and confess her love for young Master Maverick, becoming his slave from now on. The loyalist responded emotionlessly. Maverick? What a despicable scheme. Flynn felt deeply alarmed after learning this. If he hadn't discovered it in advance, going to the City Lord's residence with Elizabeth tomorrow would have been disastrous. After confirming there were no loopholes, Flynn killed the loyalist and erased all traces. As long as Maverick didn't immediately know of the loyalist's death, he wouldn't be alerted. Who could have thought a blind and useless person could counterkill the City Lord's loyalist and even use soul control to uncover Maverick's plot? Leaving afterward, Flynn arrived at the blacksmith shop and successfully retrieved the sunglasses he designed. Putting them on, he looked much cooler than wearing the eye patch he bought from Adelia. When she saw Flynn wearing the sunglasses, Adelia exclaimed excitedly, Son-in-law, what is this? Wearing this makes you look like a different person. So handsome. So cool. Flynn smiled. It cost me over 1,000 spirit stones. So expensive? Adelia was a bit surprised. 1,000 spirit stones were enough for an average family's expenses for a year. But it's worth more than its price. Adelia added. Upon returning to Sioux Family Manor, they found Zaylee's parents and her younger brother Eamon waiting at the gate. Brother-in-law, please save me. As soon as Flynn and Adelia got off the carriage, they saw Eamon already kneeling at Flynn's feet, tightly grabbing his leg and pleading. Flynn couldn't believe that the Cheen family still had the nerve to seek his mercy. Adelia immediately pulled Eamon away from Flynn, frowning and scolding. Flynn is now a son-in-law of the Sioux family, and this is the Sioux family's estate. Why are you just standing there? Why aren't you driving them away? Adelia shouted at the guards. Miss Meow, the Sioux family never agreed to Flynn and Miss Sue's marriage. The guards responded indifferently, not helping but enjoying the show. Flynn, though you and Shuang have a misunderstanding and didn't stay together, your child is innocent. Do you want to watch the Cheen family you built up be destroyed, making your child carry the hatred of their mother's clan being ruined by their father's clan? Zaylee's parents quickly stepped forward, using Flynn's unborn child as leverage. Unable to find Zaylee, and with the Cheen family elders and the clan leader captured by Jagger, they could only come here to beg Flynn. Shameless. Adelia huffed and stood in front of Flynn, saying, Don't you think it's shameful to bring this up now? Ignoring Adelia, Eamon and others surrounded Flynn tightly, unwilling to give up, seeing him as the last hope for the Cheen family. Seeing this, Flynn took off his sunglasses, revealing his hollow eyes, staring intently at Eamon who clung to his ankles. Eamon, whose hands dug out these eyes? Whose hands destroyed my Danteon? Want to save your clan leader and several Cheen family elders? Then how am I supposed to get revenge? Flynn addressed Eamon and Zaylee's parents. All of this was done by Elder 4. Killing him is enough, Eamon replied. Brother-in-law, though you separated from elder sister, you still have a common child. It doesn't need to be a fight to the death. Talking to me won't work. The people captured from the Cheen family weren't caught by me, Flynn said coldly. Bring your elder sister back. Only she can save the Cheen family. Elder sister needs time to return. Isn't Jagger your elder brother? You must have some influence, Zaylee's parents pleaded while kneeling on the ground. However, Flynn was already heartbroken, having no lingering feelings for the Cheen family. If not for the unborn child, the Cheen family would have been wiped out long ago. Finally, Adelia summoned help to forcibly drive away Eamon and others before leading Flynn into the Sioux family. Knowing this now, why bother with such nonsense at first? Adelia harshly warned the Cheen family members, if you dare to harass my son-in-law again, you'll not be driven away but killed without mercy. The Cheen family wept and cried, but it only added to the laughter of others. No one pitted a self-destructive clan. From this incident, Flynn also realized that Elizabeth seemed not highly regarded within the Sioux family, as even the guards ignored both Adelia and himself, a son-in-law of the family. Chapter 20. Must go. Returning to the bridal chamber, Flynn stopped Adelia who was about to leave. What's going on with the Sioux family now? As Miss Sue's personal maid, why can't even the guards listen to you? Flynn asked. Sir, it's best if you don't get involved, Adelia sighed, her anger still simmering beneath the surface. You called me sir, and as a member of the Sioux family, I should at least know the situation to avoid causing trouble for Miss Sue, Flynn frowned. In the past, he truly had no power to help, but now, with the awakening of the Sioux Tion tripod, his cultivation advanced rapidly, and he became a sorcerer spirit master. To watch his wife be bullied without acting would be unbearable. You're right. Even if sir cannot assist Miss, knowing the inside story will at least prevent causing more trouble. Adelia nodded in agreement. Flynn chuckled bitterly inwardly but said nothing. Then, Adelia recounted the general situation within the Sioux family. As one of the 3 prominent old families, the Sioux family has deep roots, controlling 4 minds alone. Among these, the yellow spirit Hideo is most renowned for its high output of spirit stones and occasional rare treasures. Elizabeth visits this yellow spirit Hideo daily. Despite being the eldest daughter of the Su family, Elizabeth received little attention from the family due to her years away and recent return. Of course, this wasn't the main reason for her lack of prominence. The primary cause was that her appearance disrupted the interests of the currently strongest branch within the Su family. The old patriarch of the Su family had 4 sons. According to tradition, the firstborn legitimate son should become the next family head. Unfortunately, the eldest son lacked talent, and despite extensive cultivation by the patriarch, he couldn't surpass his younger brothers in strength. Conversely, the second son possessed exceptional talent and became the strongest after the patriarch. He also won favor with the council of elders and his 2 younger brothers. As the patriarch aged and his power waned, the matter of who would succeed him grew less certain. Support for making the second son the next patriarch grew stronger within the family. It was then that the patriarch brought back the eldest daughter. Though the eldest son was average in talent, if his daughter could become the strongest in the Su family, combined with the rule of inheritance for the family head, this might ensure the eldest son becoming the next patriarch. Elizabeth's return offered hope for the eldest son's line, but posed an obstacle for the second son's aspirations. Thus, within the Su family, subtle changes emerged. Some sought to harm Elizabeth, while others aimed to marry her off. Few supported her. And what about the patriarch? Flynn asked, frowning. The patriarch naturally favors our miss, but he's growing old and his power declining. His influence within the family weakens daily. Once he makes a move, it will be the last moment before the Su family's leadership changes. Adelia sighed helplessly. Sir, normally stay within Mrs. Courtyard and don't give other members of the Su family opportunities to cause trouble, she advised finally. Flynn nodded and asked, what's the second master's cultivation level? As for second master's exact cultivation level, I can't be sure now. However, he has been at the 9th rank spiritual formation realm for many years, Adelia replied. What about the other masters? Flynn continued. They have all reached the 9th rank spiritual formation realm in recent years, Adelia explained. Flynn nodded slightly. 9th rank spiritual formation, or 9th tier Grand Spirit Master. Their cultivation indeed put them among the peak figures in Yellow Mist City. Reflecting on this, he realized Elizabeth's comment that Jagger, at 5th rank spiritual formation, wouldn't be able to help much, rang true. It seems my strength is still insufficient. I can't even confront this small Su family. City Lord Jr. isn't giving up on Elizabeth and can concoct a heart unity poison. I may need to face the entire City Lord Manor in the future. Although Elizabeth is just nominally my wife, she saved my life. Opening my mind sea and becoming a sorcerer spirit master are due to her grace. I can't remain a bystander in her matters. After Adelia left, Flynn felt bitter and focused on cultivating. In the evening, Elizabeth returned and froze upon seeing Flynn in sunglasses. Elizabeth was surprised. Wearing sunglasses made Flynn exceptionally handsome, almost unrecognizable. Sunglasses. Flynn used the snake eyes ability to clearly sense Elizabeth's exquisite beauty, showing unprecedented surprise. Adelia said I needed to wear sunglasses to match Miss Sue's beauty, Flynn smiled. Indeed, it looks very nice. Elizabeth nodded approvingly. Tomorrow, join me at the capital establishment celebration at the City Lord Manor. It will surely impress many. Is tomorrow's capital establishment celebration something we must attend? Flynn probed, aware of young City Lord Maverick's plan to use the heart unity poison during the celebration. There's no way out. We have to go. Elizabeth nodded reluctantly, clearly not eager but feeling compelled. With the young City Lord still infatuated, this trip might be like sheep entering the tiger's den. In front of so many people in Yellow Mist City, even as the young City Lord, he wouldn't dare act rashly. Don't worry. I'll protect your safety, Elizabeth thought Flynn feared for himself. If Miss Sue says so, I'll risk my life to accompany you, Flynn nodded subtly. By the way, on such an important day as the capital establishment celebration, the City Lord Manor should also invite your brother Jagger. With Jagger there, they won't dare touch you. Hopefully, Flynn nodded slightly. Jagger, his fabricated older brother, wouldn't actually be present at the celebration. Since he planned to attend with Elizabeth, Jagger could not appear there. Chapter 21. A Kiss. By the way, how is your practice of the spells I taught you going? Elizabeth then asked about this matter. Pretty good. Flynn smiled slightly. Come, show me. Elizabeth's face showed a hint of anticipation. Flynn immediately demonstrated the few spells that Elizabeth had taught him one by one. The fireball spell, using mental power as a guide, can transform spiritual energy into a high-temperature fireball. Theoretically speaking, the denser the surrounding spiritual energy, the greater the power of the fireball spell would be. Soul control. This is the most basic technique for a spell spiritist who uses invisible mental power to control others' consciousness for their own use. For the weak, it works every time. For those with equally strong mental power, not only does it have no effect, but it also risks being retaliated against. Soul control has various extended techniques, such as injecting one's mental power into a special object, which can be activated when certain conditions are met. The compass used in the past to control Wesley actually carried the mental power of a spell spiritist, thus allowing him to be controlled. The Spirit Command spell is a more advanced spell that uses mental power to manipulate all things. The stronger the mental power, the greater the effect. It can even be used in conjunction with martial arts, making them more flexible and versatile. The last spell was the Blood Curse spell. When teaching Flynn this spell, Elizabeth repeatedly warned him not to use it unless absolutely necessary because it causes great harm to oneself, requiring the burning of one's vital blood. Except for the Blood Curse spell, which Flynn did not demonstrate, he performed the other 3 spells in front of Elizabeth. However, he did not enhance them further through the virtual sky cauldron, but instead simply used pure mental power. Exceptional talent. After watching, Elizabeth gave him an extremely high evaluation. Flynn, given time, you will surely soar to new heights. Whether you have a dantian or not is no longer important to you. A spell spiritist has far more inherent advantages than a spiritist, Elizabeth solemnly told Flynn. Miss Sue, if I perfect my skills as a spell spiritist, can I help you secure your position in the Sue family? Flynn asked. Elizabeth chuckled, somewhat surprised. I thought that once you became a spell spiritist, your first thought would be about avenging yourself on Zaylee. I didn't expect you to want to help me establish myself in the Sue family. The feud with the Qin family is history. Miss Sue is the present. People must learn to cherish the now and not always live in the past. Flynn smiled faintly. Easier said than done. The past fills us with emotions. How can one let go so easily? Can you let go of what the Qin family did to you? Can you let go of the harm Zaylee caused you? Elizabeth shook her head, filled with worries. If I could only choose one right now, I would let go of the past and cherish the present, Flynn said with utmost certainty. Only when a person can both take up and let go can his heart truly be strong and unassailable. Take up and let go? Elizabeth fell into a deep contemplation. To take up and let go, thereby strengthening one's inner core and becoming invulnerable. Elizabeth seemed to gain some enlightenment, her eyes brightening, and she couldn't help but give Flynn an excited hug. Flynn, no wonder Zaylee pursued you so fervently. You are indeed different, Elizabeth laughed playfully. Flynn felt the intoxicating stimulation from Elizabeth's body and was just about to embrace her, but unexpectedly, she released him, stopping at just a taste that left him longing. She only wants my tri-eye spiritual vision. Flynn shook his head helplessly. It's not the same. Elizabeth shook her head, speaking from a woman's perspective. If it were just for your tri-eye spiritual vision, she would have many other options. Why would she insist on dating you and even bear your child? So, I'm sure she must love you, Elizabeth concluded firmly. Flynn was taken aback. He had never considered this point. Regardless, Zaylee ultimately betrayed him, gouged out his eyes, and crippled his dantian. That night, Elizabeth unusually did not go to the secret room behind for practice, but sat beside Flynn on the bed edge, opening their hearts and talking until midnight. Finally, Elizabeth leaned heavily into Flynn's arms and fell asleep. Flynn held Elizabeth, gazing at her stunning beauty. Knowing she was not simple and harbored great secrets, he still couldn't resist the temptation and gently kissed her forehead. This kiss, like a curse, made Flynn's heart race, and images of Elizabeth's perfect figure flooded his mind, driving him instinctively to desire more. However, at that moment, a bone-chilling cold wave washed over him, cooling his heated body. Elizabeth was not completely asleep, or perhaps his kiss had awakened her. This cold wave was Elizabeth's warning to Flynn not to proceed further. Even so, Flynn was already quite satisfied. Time stretched ahead, and they would spend days and nights together, alone. What should happen, naturally would happen. Thus, he reined in his thoughts, forced himself to calm down, and hugged Elizabeth as she slept. Elizabeth hadn't expected that she would sleep leaning against Flynn's chest so peacefully. When Flynn approached her forehead with a kiss, she sensed it but did not stop him, enjoying it intensely as if jolted by electricity. Is this what falling in love feels like? It wasn't until Flynn tried for a closer intimate action that she suddenly realized and stopped him. But she didn't get up from Flynn's embrace, instead pretending to be half asleep, continuing to rest against him. Morning came with the rooster's crow. Flynn sat motionless, leaning against the headboard all night, fearing to disturb the sleeping Elizabeth. Despite several rooster's calls, Elizabeth didn't stir, sleeping soundly and deeply. How exhausted must she be? Flynn looked at the Elizabeth in his arms, feeling a pang of sympathy and inexplicable pain. Only when Adelia knocked on the door did Elizabeth wake up reluctantly, stretching like a sleepy cat. You're awake, Flynn said softly. Did you stay awake all night? Elizabeth looked at Flynn in surprise. I just woke up too, Flynn replied. Thank you. I slept very well last night. Elizabeth sat up from Flynn's arms. In the future, whenever you wish, I can be your pillow, Flynn responded. Nice dream. Elizabeth scolded with a shy smile, tidied herself up, and then opened the door. Miss. Adelia saw this scene and couldn't help but look surprised. Don't be in such a rush. Go prepare breakfast for me. I have a good appetite today. Elizabeth's cheeks were rosy. Sure. Adelia was delighted, having not seen her mistress so happy in a long time. After washing up and eating breakfast, Elizabeth took Flynn out of the bridal chamber and walked towards the main courtyard of the Sue family. At this moment, Elizabeth's father Ian, her second uncle Houston, and her cousins were all waiting there. Chapter 22. Banquet. Father, second uncle. Elizabeth led Flynn to Ian and Houston. Ian's face was filled with doting love for Elizabeth. If not for his daughter's return, he might have already lost the status of the future patriarchal successor. Although Houston did not like Elizabeth, he couldn't show it openly. However, when he looked at Flynn, there was disdain in his eyes as he said, "Don't take this good-for-nothing out to disgrace us. Second uncle, Flynn is my officially wedded husband. It's inappropriate for you to speak so disrespectfully about a junior in front of my father and niece." Elizabeth's brow turned cold. Because I'm your second uncle, I can't bear to see you fall into disaster. Who doesn't know that Flynn is a blind, useless man whose dantian has been destroyed? Houston remarked nonchalantly. Second uncle, I can handle my own affairs. Please don't worry about me. Elizabeth finished speaking and then pulled Flynn towards the carriage prepared nearby. Second brother, Ranner is right. Let her decide for herself. Moreover, if Flynn were still a genius, he might not even be willing to become our family's son-in-law. Ian chuckled awkwardly, somewhat wary of his younger brother Houston. Humph. Houston gave a cold snort and looked at his children sternly. Children, no matter how talented they are, must always know their place. Alec Jemima, if any of you dare to marry someone like Elizabeth's waist, you will be barred from the Sue family. Houston warned indirectly. We understand, father, Alec and Jemima replied hastily. The surrounding servants seemed used to this scene. Unaware outsiders might think Houston was the true head of the Sue family and the future patriarchal successor. Ian forced a smile and also climbed into the carriage. Two carriages headed toward the city lord's residence. In the carriage, Ian glanced at Flynn with disgust and couldn't help but say to his daughter, Ranner, what your second uncle said is true. If you had listened to me back then and married young City Lord Maverick, how could he be so overbearing in the Sioux family now? Now all the pressure on the Sioux family rests on you. Can this waste really share your burden? Ian saw Elizabeth's expression change and continued using the family pressure to try to change her mind, hoping she would discard this waste and join forces with the young City Lord. If Maverick became his son-in-law, combined with his daughter's exceptional talent, Ian believed no one would dare challenge his position as head of the Sioux family. Father, this is the last time, Elizabeth said firmly. Flynn is my officially wedded husband. As long as I don't despise him, no one in the Sioux family can bully him. Upon hearing this, Ian could only close his mouth awkwardly, while his gaze towards Flynn was filled with hostility. Flynn remained silent, but was inwardly touched by Elizabeth's public defense of him. Flynn, isn't Jagger your elder brother? Is he coming to attend the capital establishment ceremony today? Ian, realizing he couldn't change Elizabeth's mind, shifted his focus to Flynn's elder brother Jagger. If Jagger could move into the Sioux family, it would greatly assist Ian, easing the pressure on both him and Elizabeth. I don't have an elder brother. Flynn shook his head decisively. Jagger was just a temporary identity, and one day the truth would come out. A worthless lump. Ian turned away angrily, unwilling to look at Flynn again. The capital establishment ceremony at the City Lord's residence had been widely advertised in Yellow Fog City. Those invited were all distinguished figures in Yellow Fog City. The City Lord's residence was decorated brilliantly, with guards stretching 2 miles to maintain order. The grandeur was overwhelming. Prominent guests stepped down from their carriages, causing excitement among the surrounding crowds. The Sioux family's eldest daughter has arrived. Her good-for-nothing son-in-law has come too. Weren't they saying this good-for-nothing wouldn't live more than 3 days? He seems quite spirited. Looks like he's doing well in the Sioux family. You didn't know, or pretended not to know? If Flynn's elder brother Jagger hadn't single-handedly subdued the Cheen family, this waste would be dead by now. Elizabeth truly lives up to her reputation as one of Yellow Fog City's beauties. She's stunning. Elizabeth and Flynn's appearance drew various emotions of envy and admiration from the onlookers. One was a heavenly beauty, the other a blind, disabled waste. Anyone seeing them together couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Young City Lord Maverick personally greeted them. His originally radiant smile froze when he saw Elizabeth holding hands with Flynn, almost emitting murderous intent from his eyes. How dare you prefer this blind waste over marrying me? This is all you're doing. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Maverick, barely containing his urge to kill, welcomed the Sioux family group into the City Lord's residence. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Elizabeth noticed Flynn's apparent unease and gently held his hand, whispering reassurance. Flynn responded. He wasn't anxious. Instead, he was searching for the location of the City Lord's storage based on the assassin's words. After the banquet, there would be a dance, during which Maverick intended to tamper with Elizabeth's dress, sprinkling a poison to control her consciousness. Before the banquet began, the heads of various prominent families of Yellow Fog City exchanged pleasantries. Despite Ian being the official head of the Sioux family, all the other heads preferred to converse with Houston, relegating Ian to merely accompany and force a smile, masking his embarrassment. Elizabeth also disliked such social occasions, smiling and nodding at the greetings from young masters and ladies without engaging deeply. Flynn, it looks like your elder brother hasn't come, Elizabeth observed after looking around without spotting Jagger with the iron mask. It's better if he doesn't come. It avoids unnecessary awkwardness, Flynn responded dismissively. If I were your elder brother, I would definitely come to support you, Elizabeth expressed regret. It seems there's something unspoken between you brothers. Not as complicated as you think. If you need him, you can always ask for his help, Flynn chuckled awkwardly, realizing Elizabeth misunderstood. For various powerful families, the capital establishment ceremony was a rare gathering where they could discuss business and foster ties between the younger generation. Thinking she could find peace by sitting quietly in the corner with Flynn, Elizabeth was mistaken. There were always those who wouldn't pass up the opportunity to cause trouble. A group of young people approached Elizabeth and Flynn, wine cups in hand, ready to engage. Chapter 23, Protecting Her Husband. Leading the group were Ricky and Carrie from the City Lord's mansion, both renowned spirit master prodigies in Yellow Mist City, along with young City Lord Maverick, collectively known as the Three Prides of the City Lord's mansion. Following behind Ricky and Carrie were also all spirit master prodigies from Yellow Mist City. The weakest among them were 8th rank spirit masters, and most were 9th rank spirit masters, just one step away from becoming great spirit masters. I've long heard that Miss Sue is one of the 2 beauties of our Yellow Mist City. Today, upon meeting you, I can see how charming and beautiful you are. No wonder my cousin was smitten with you at first sight and can't forget you, Carrie said as she walked forward. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth did not respond. She ignored their greetings as if they didn't exist, instead holding Flynn's hand while whispering to a nearby vase. This intimate gesture left many of the talented young men of Yellow Mist City feeling dissatisfied. A heavenly beauty like Elizabeth, with both beauty and talent, deserved only someone like them. How could a waste like Flynn possess both of the 2 beauties of Yellow Mist City? Flynn, do you remember me? At this moment, a man in white stepped out from behind Ricky and Carrie. Flynn did not respond but continued to play along with Elizabeth, leaving the provoking crowd unattended. Half a year ago, you seized the authority of the Liang family's trade convoy. Today, I want an explanation. Seeing Flynn still ignoring him, the white-clad man immediately attacked. Elizabeth moved. The white-clad man, as an 8th rank spirit master, was indeed a remarkable talent among the younger generation. Unfortunately, his opponent was one of the 2 beauties of Yellow Mist City, Elizabeth. Boom. A burst of spiritual energy sent the white-clad man flying across the hall, crashing heavily and spitting blood. He struggled several times but couldn't stand up. This sudden turn of events caused everyone around to stop what they were doing and look over. Flynn is my fiancé through proper rights. If you want to harm my husband, you must get past me first. This is just a warning. Next time, I won't hold back. Elizabeth stood up, looking around, warning all the young people present. Seeing this scene, many were shocked. Her spiritual energy flows freely and disperses at will. Miss Su must be at least third stage soul formation realm. A third-rank Great Spirit Master? All the young attendees were pale-faced. Those who had intended to cause trouble had no choice but to suppress their thoughts. For the younger generation in Yellow Mist City, a third-rank Great Spirit Master was practically invincible. Even many families' patriarchs might not have such cultivation. Everyone acknowledged Elizabeth's beauty, but no one knew her strength was so formidable. Bring young Master Liang to be treated, Ricky ordered someone to assist the injured Liang family member. Miss Su truly lives up to your reputation in Yellow Mist City, reaching third-rank Great Spirit Master at such a young age, Ricky remarked, clearly astonished by such power. The three prides of the City Lord's mansion, Ricky, Carrie, and Maverick, all had entered the soul formation realm. However, even the strongest young City Lord Maverick had only recently broken through to second-rank Great Spirit Master, still lagging behind Elizabeth by one minor realm. Thus, their plan to humiliate Elizabeth and Flynn through force had failed. Elizabeth stood proudly, looking down on the group led by Ricky and Carrie. She coldly stated, "Do you want to personally test what rank of Great Spirit Master I am, Xander? If you lack confidence, feel free to have everyone behind you attack together." These arrogant young geniuses, full of bravado, naturally couldn't endure such humiliation. Miss Su, don't go too far. A young noble in a long robe stepped forward to protest for everyone. Immediately after speaking, he was struck by a burst of spiritual energy and flew backward. So what if I bully you? If you're not satisfied, go find your elders. Anyone who wants to embarrass me or bully my husband today will face me until the end. Elizabeth was as cold as ice, standing before Flynn, protecting him fiercely. Her actions warned all the ill-intentioned young people present. Witnessing Elizabeth's thunderous and dominating demeanor, hearing her fearless words and defending her husband, Flynn felt like a weak little lamb protected by his wife. It was truly a comforting feeling. In the hall, seeing this, the young talents of Yellow Mist City were taken aback. Elizabeth's overwhelming presence instantly silenced these inexperienced young men. For a moment, the hall was dead silent, even Ricky and Carrie frozen in place, fearing Elizabeth's next move might land on them. Just as Elizabeth intimidated the entire young elite of Yellow Mist City, young City Lord Maverick walked in, looking confident and spirited. Young City Lord has arrived. Welcome, young City Lord. Seeing Maverick enter, the intimidated youth seemed to regain their confidence, flocking to greet him. Seeing Maverick come in, Elizabeth's brows furrowed slightly. She could easily handle others because the Su family's prestige as one of the three great families wasn't for nothing, plus her own strength meant no one would challenge her over youthful squabbles. However, young City Lord Maverick was different. As the future heir of the City Lord's mansion, he represented its dignity. Any confrontation between young people couldn't overshadow his status, lest it be seen as a direct challenge to the City Lord's mansion's authority. The three great families were powerful, yet incomparable to the City Lord's mansion. Even combined, they might not match its strength. Due to this power gap, Elizabeth chose to marry Flynn to thwart Maverick's proposal. That was also why, despite her unwillingness, Elizabeth still attended the capital celebration. Maverick understood the situation upon entering. He quickly approached Elizabeth and Flynn. A blind and worthless trash, and yet Elizabeth, this low woman, defends him so ardently? Could it be that I, a respectable young city lord, am inferior to this worthless Flynn? Maverick seethed inwardly. This was his home turf, and even Elizabeth couldn't steal his thunder. As for the despicable parasite Flynn, he deserved 1,000 cuts. Chapter 24, Token of Oppression. Miss Su, what has caused you to fly into such a rage and strike my two guests so hard in succession? Maverick approached with an amiable demeanor. Is young city lord planning to stand up for them? Elizabeth asked. Miss Su is also a guest. How can a host attack a guest? Maverick shook his head. However, I must also give the other guests some explanation. Maverick changed his tone. What does young city lord intend to do? Elizabeth frowned. I already understand the whole situation, Maverick said. It all stems from Flynn. If Flynn goes and apologizes to the two injured guests, I will personally see to it that this matter is buried. Apologize? Make my husband apologize? What if I don't agree? Elizabeth sneered. Miss Su, don't be hasty. Take a look at this. Maverick handed a book over to Elizabeth. With a hint of suspicion, Elizabeth took the book and immediately her expression changed. It was a mining transfer agreement signed by the second elder of the Su family and many other elders. This mine was the most important yellow spirit Hideo for the Su family. For both the patriarch and Elizabeth herself, it was a crucial asset that could not afford any mishap. How dare they? Elizabeth's face showed fury and anxiety. Miss Su, this agreement hasn't taken effect yet, but it will as soon as my father signs it, Maverick said with a smile. Now, Miss Su, are you still willing to sacrifice this document for your useless husband? Maverick smiled at Elizabeth. Elizabeth did not respond. She stood frozen, the yellow spirit Hideo too important to her. Yet making Flynn apologize publicly would mean she was abandoning him, causing him to lose face again in Baldurwood City. Though standing behind Elizabeth, Flynn's serpent eye ability allowed him to clearly see the contents of the agreement. Is Maverick really so despicable? Using the Su family's most important asset, the yellow spirit Hideo, as leverage? Are the Su family members mad? Selling their most vital property to the City Lord mansion? Flynn was deeply shocked and surprised by the appearance of such an agreement, finding it too bizarre. He also sensed Elizabeth's dilemma. Just a moment ago, she had fiercely defended him, even causing chaos at the capital city celebration. Now, Maverick had caught her in a bind, leaving her torn between submission and protecting her husband, both leading to humiliation for her. Maverick, how can this agreement be nullified? Elizabeth gritted her teeth. Just a mine. It's a lifeline for your family, but for our City Lord mansion, it's merely a trifling concern. If you want this agreement to disappear, it depends on whether Miss Sue shows enough sincerity. Maverick, feeling triumphant, continued, isn't apologizing just a simple matter? Young City Lord, if I apologize to them, will you destroy this agreement? Flynn didn't want Elizabeth to be caught in this predicament or embarrass herself because of him. He stepped forward decisively. Maverick glanced at Flynn wearing dark glasses, his eyes flashing with cold disdain. Such a waste, he thought. This useless man was married to the woman he admired, fueling his anger even though everyone in Baldurwood City knew Flynn was just a figurehead. You think you're someone? You think your apology can nullify such an important agreement? Let your older brother come speak to me, perhaps I might consider it. Pity, your brother Jagger isn't here today, and from now on, there's no place for him in Baldurwood City. Facing Flynn, Maverick showed no regard for decorum, wishing he could swallow him whole. Young City Lord speaks the truth. A waste of a Danteon blind. What qualifications do you have to negotiate? You were discarded by Zaylee, publicly humiliated by the Chin family. If Miss Sue hadn't saved you, you'd be less than a street beggar. What right does a worthless man have to stand here with us? The crowd of young elites chimed in, recounting Flynn's betrayal by Zaylee, his Danteon destroyed, eyes gouged out, and publicly humiliated. Their cruel retelling reopened old wounds, like salt in a fresh cut. A wave of anger surged within him. For a moment, he wanted to lash out and bring these tormentors to their knees. But reason prevailed. Doing so wouldn't help Elizabeth, and he might never leave the City Lord mansion alive. His blindness and weakness provided a form of protection, yet this indignity left a bitter taste. Young City Lord, I may be a nobody, but my brother isn't. You say he has no place in Baldurwood City? For my brother, Baldurwood City doesn't deserve his talents and power. Flynn used his false identity to reclaim some dignity. Pulling out the Silver Moon Academy saber symbolizing special admission, he said, Young City Lord, can this emblem from Silver Moon Academy qualify to discuss terms with you? Beniag had given Flynn the token for top-ranked students, signifying the highest status. According to Beniag and Alicia, any student who successfully graduates becomes a fourth-rank patrol inspector in the Daching Empire. Patrol inspectors wield terrifying authority, able to execute first and report later, serving as a deterrent against unruly City Lord mansions. Thus, while this silver saber had little impact on other families, it held significant weight for the City Lord mansion. Impossible. Maverick couldn't believe it as he grabbed the saber, examining its symbols. No wonder he ignored our invitation. He has a special emblem. Maverick's expression changed, swallowing nervously. Though Flynn wasn't yet a patrol inspector, becoming one was inevitable unless something happened to him. As young City Lord, Maverick feared nothing but the future patrol inspectors. Even Ricky and Yi Chuanya joined, showing similar shock upon seeing the emblem. All three felt a palpable panic. If the City Lord found out they'd offended a future patrol inspector, none would escape severe reprimand. The crowd was equally stunned, never imagining this worthless Flynn to have such an illustrious brother. Young City Lord, can we talk now? Flynn saw Maverick's reaction, knowing Beniag's words were true. The token was indeed powerful. #### chapter 25. My lady, can you speak on behalf of your elder brother? Maverick forced himself to remain calm as he returned the Silver Moon Crescent blade. Flynn chuckled and replied, if my elder brother could entrust this token to me, what do you think? I can't make decisions regarding the agreement. You should have your elder brother talk to my father directly, Maverick frowned. However, for today's incident, I'll overlook it considering your elder brother's sake. Fine, then I'll go back and tell him how your City Lord's manner oppresses his younger brother and sister-in-law. With that, Flynn turned around. Maverick's expression darkened. Initially, he had seized Elizabeth's weakness, forcing the proud Elizabeth to yield. But now, a person he looked down upon, a waste, had turned the tables and grabbed hold of the City Lord's weakness. If Flynn really went back to report to Jagger, considering Jagger's capability to suppress the entire Chin family alone, even if Jagger couldn't touch the City Lord's manor now, he would surely face severe repercussions from his father. Not only was Maverick panicked, but Ricky and Kareem were also extremely uneasy. Flynn, what more do you want? Maverick frowned, having no choice but to soften his stance. Flynn ignored Maverick and instead asked Elizabeth beside him, my lady, what do you think? Elizabeth hadn't expected the situation to turn around so quickly. The yellow spirit Hideo is our Sue family's ancestral business. It cannot be sold, Elizabeth said without hesitation. Miss Sue, I won't hide anything from you. The yellow spirit Hideo isn't something I'm dying to buy, but rather something your family insists on selling. Even if I don't take over, someone else will, Maverick explained. Elizabeth fell silent. Maverick was right. The crux of the problem lay within the Sue family, not the City Lord's manor. In any case, your City Lord's manor can't buy it, Elizabeth declared. All right, I give Miss Sue some face, Maverick gritted his teeth in agreement. The City Lord's manor won't take over the yellow spirit Hideo. Miss Sue, I have matters to attend to, so I can't accompany you. Suppressing his anger, Maverick turned to leave. This was his home turf, yet unexpectedly, he was being threatened by a blind-eyed waste. Hold it. Seeing Maverick about to leave, Flynn hastily called out. Flynn, don't get too carried away. Maverick, who was stopped, glared with fury. Flynn pretended not to notice and smiled faintly. Xander, are you sure you want to escalate things between us? Just say it, but don't overstep. After a brief silence, Maverick didn't have the courage to provoke Flynn further, or more accurately, he lacked the courage to provoke the future city inspector. Not overstepping. Have those who insulted Elizabeth and me apologize in front of everyone now, Flynn said coldly. Was he supposed to just let others rub salt into old, bloody wounds, treating him like an easily humiliated waste? Young master. Those young elites who had backed Maverick were all shocked. They never expected the fire to reach them. Maverick's face was icy, fists clenched tightly, and his facial muscles twitched with rage. He was at the brink of exploding. A waste was repeatedly challenging his dignity and limits on his home turf. However, When Flynn produced the highest level token from the Silver Moon Academy again, it felt like a sharp blade piercing his heart, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Do it. Maverick practically growled out these two words through gritted teeth. No. One of them refused to endure such humiliation. Do you have the right to refuse here? Maverick struck the man across the face without hesitation, venting all his frustration on this person. Apologize immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless, Maverick bellowed, making many present shudder involuntarily. The authority of the City Lord's manor in Yellow Mist City was indeed supreme. Without Flynn holding the token of the future city inspector, Maverick could act freely. A group of young men who had tried to curry favor with Maverick were now thoroughly regretful, yet powerless to resist. Master Chun, I'm sorry. Master Chun, I spoke rashly. Voices of apologies echoed as slaps resounded one after another. Flynn held Elizabeth's hand and quietly sat back in their previous spot, continuing to discuss the vase next to them as if nothing had happened. Walking out of the hall, Maverick was fuming, smashing a stone-carved table with a fierce punch, shattering it instantly. Great humiliation. Maverick shouted fiercely. Young master, don't be reckless. Ricky was alarmed and hurried to soothe him. Behind Flynn stands the future city inspector. We can't offend him unless absolutely necessary. Lesser Lord, we still have a plan, right? Kareem worried that Maverick might lash out and cause trouble for the entire City Lord's manor. Yes, as long as that bitch Elizabeth puts on the cloak and gets infected by the empathy venom, both Flynn and Elizabeth will lose face. At that point, we'll still laugh last. Maverick nodded, eyes gleaming menacingly. His love for Elizabeth had now completely changed nature. Cousin, go to the warehouse and keep an eye on the empathy venom. Make sure nothing goes wrong, Maverick cautiously instructed Kareem. Rest assured, young master, Elizabeth and Flynn dared to embarrass you. Today, they will understand that the City Lord's authority must not be challenged, Kareem agreed. Inside the hall, Elizabeth had no idea about Maverick's sinister plan involving the empathy venom. Her mind was preoccupied with the matter of the yellow spirit Hideo being sold by her family. Flynn, can you trust your elder brother? Elizabeth hadn't expected her casually chosen shield to continually surprise her. Absolutely, Flynn nodded. There must be something wrong with the ancestor. Otherwise, Uncle Air wouldn't dare sell the yellow spirit Hideo, Elizabeth seethed. My lady, if you need anything, just let me know, Flynn responded. What can you do to help? Elizabeth snapped. You'll have to talk to your elder brother for hope. Can you arrange a meeting after the celebration? I know this might be a burden for you, but I can't find anyone else to help me, Elizabeth added. Clearly, Elizabeth still suspected there might be some unspoken story between Flynn and Jagger, which was why Flynn hadn't acknowledged having such an elder brother publicly. Flynn had taken out the Silver Moon token for her sake, rescuing her from the situation. Now, asking him to arrange a meeting with Jagger made it even harder for him. Sensing Elizabeth's guilt-ridden demeanor, Flynn inwardly rejoiced. Earlier, he had intentionally called her my lady instead of Miss Sue, expecting her to object, but surprisingly, she didn't oppose it immediately. Chapter 26, The City Lord's Manor Warehouse. With this, Flynn felt he should not be too courteous and saw this as an opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Elizabeth. Dear wife. Flynn put on a look of great difficulty, hesitating as if he wanted to say something. Seeing Flynn's troubled expression, Elizabeth quickly held his hand gently. Flynn, I'm sorry. I was too hasty. If it causes you trouble, forget what I said. I'll find another way. Wife, this matter indeed troubles me. Flynn adjusted his tone, striving to appear sincere. It's okay. I'll think of another way, Elizabeth responded softly. As your husband, it is my duty to help you. For you, I will do anything. I will make the arrangements for you. Flynn seemed to have made a tough decision. Flynn, thank you. Elizabeth was greatly relieved. Hold on. What did you just call me? Elizabeth suddenly realized. Dear wife. Flynn replied naturally. Elizabeth wanted to remind him that they were only nominal spouses, but recalling Flynn's difficult compromise for her, she couldn't bring herself to do so. After all, it's just a title, and we did pay our respects to heaven and earth. Thus, Elizabeth consoled herself and tacitly accepted Flynn calling her wife. Soon, the banquet began. Elizabeth and Flynn were initially seated next to young City Lord Maverick. However, due to earlier events, Maverick decided to separate them from everyone else, making them sit at a table by themselves. Neither Elizabeth nor Flynn minded this isolation, finding it advantageous since it meant no one would disturb them. Worried about Flynn's inability to see and eat comfortably without embarrassing himself in front of others, Elizabeth even sat beside him, feeding him personally. Many people watched this interaction with envy, but dared not voice their feelings due to Elizabeth's influence and Flynn's future brother-in-law, the city inspector. Only Maverick occasionally sent icy glares, silently indicating his anger had not dissipated. While enjoying Elizabeth's gentle care, Flynn didn't forget the deadly plot concerning the cohort poison he learned from the bodyguard. Following the banquet came a dance party. Flynn knew this was the perfect time to preemptively thwart Maverick's scheme against Elizabeth before it was too late. Wife, I'll be right back, Flynn said, preparing to leave briefly. I'll go with you, Elizabeth offered, worried about Flynn's blindness. Embarrassed by the suggestion but aware of Flynn's condition, he declined, saying, it's fine. The manor has plenty of servants. Taking the blind stick, Flynn left the hall under the guidance of a servant. Maverick seized this moment, subtly signaling the servant. Understanding immediately, the servant led Flynn through several twists and turns, away from the restroom and towards the manor's monster garden. A blind man entering the monster garden unintentionally and getting mauled would indeed be a perfect excuse. As long as the City Lord's mansion ensured Flynn didn't die there, even his elder brother wouldn't hold a grudge. Instead, he might even appreciate the timely rescue. Flynn instantly understood Maverick's sinister intentions as they neared the garden. Sure enough, the servant paused and told Flynn to stay put, hiding nearby while expecting Flynn to wander into the garden on his own. Though willing to cooperate, Flynn wouldn't completely follow through. Feigning difficulty moving around, he quickly vanished out of sight once entering the servant's blind spot. The twists and turns provided Flynn with the location of the manor's warehouse, a more urgent destination than facing Maverick's trap, which would serve as a solid alibi later. A blind man dares to offend our young master, truly courting death. Believing Flynn had fallen for it, the servant laughed and prepared to ensure Flynn wasn't actually killed. However, he was struck unconscious by an unseen force. As a peak 5th rank Great Spirit Master, handling a mere 4th rank Spirit Master was easy for Flynn. This servant would regain consciousness in 10 minutes and, fearful of blame, wouldn't dare publicize the incident. Besides, being a Spirit Art Master, Flynn could manipulate the servant's consciousness, leading him to believe everything was a hallucination. After ensuring the servant's silence, Flynn silently approached the warehouse, using the perception abilities of his Spirit Eye Snake to locate where the ball gowns were stored. Carrie? So Maverick has Carrie guard the warehouse. No wonder she wasn't at the banquet, Flynn noted upon discovering her presence. Carrie, a 1st rank Great Spirit Master, would not be easily controlled using just Spirit Art techniques. His skills were still nascent, effective against lower ranks, but insufficient against Great Spirit Masters. This is troublesome. I need to distract Carrie, Flynn frowned. His eyes then fell on another warehouse nearby with much richer spiritual energy, likely containing precious stones, medicines, and treasures. If that's the case, I know what to do, Flynn thought. Choosing this warehouse over the gown storage, he arrived to find a 4-man squad guarding it, 2 stationed at the entrance, and 2 patrolling. Controlling one of these 5th rank guards and creating a disturbance to lure Carrie over was straightforward for Flynn. Just as he was about to act, however, he sensed his void heaven cauldron vibrating inexplicably within his dantian. What's happening? Startled, Flynn recognized this as the cauldron's first unusual reaction since its manifestation. After some trials, he realized the vibrations corresponded to proximity. Closer to the treasure warehouse, stronger the vibration, further away, the calmer it became. The warehouse contained something that affects the void heaven cauldron? Flynn wondered. With time to spare, let's see, he decided, ready to enter the warehouse for answers. Chapter 27, Spiritual Power Enhancement. Immediately, Flynn leaped up like a gust of wind and arrived at the warehouse. What? The 2 guards sensed something amiss and turned their heads. However, as they turned, before they could finish speaking, they were already under Flynn's invisible mental control. Their consciousness was taken over by Flynn, who opened the warehouse doors for himself. Inside the warehouse, various heavenly treasures were piled up, on a scale much larger than the Qin family's former trade convoy warehouse. Indeed worthy of the city lord's residence, it's indeed wealthy. Flynn couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him. However, as a peak 5th rank Spirit Master, the numerous precious items he saw no longer held any appeal. Ordinary spirit stones, common herbs, or even 2nd rank ordinary elixirs, all had limited effect and could not rapidly enhance his cultivation and strength. To significantly increase a Spirit Master's cultivation in a short time required rare and valuable heavenly treasures. The Su family maintained its position as one of the 3 major families in Yellow Mist City because they controlled the Yellow Spirit Hideo. The ordinary spirit stones and herbs from the mine could cultivate a large number of spirit cultivators, while the medium-grade spirit stones and rare herbs could cultivate great spirit masters. Thus, Flynn couldn't understand why, led by the 2nd patriarch of the Su family, they would do something as foolish as selling off the Yellow Spirit Hideo. Without the Yellow Spirit Hideo, the Su family was essentially undermining their foundation. Flynn activated the perception of the Spirit Eye Snake, searching for the source causing the virtual sky cauldron to react. Finally, in a corner of the warehouse, he found a pile of inconspicuous Spirit Void herbs. Spirit Void herb is one of the main ingredients for refining 1st rank ordinary pills and is one of the most common herbs. Spirit Void herbs? Flynn frowned. This thing was very cheap, with a pound of Spirit Void herbs only worth 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. No, it's not Spirit Void herbs. Flynn sifted through the pile and finally found a Spirit Void herb that looked somewhat different. This is. Flynn carefully observed the Spirit Void herb in his hand, soon realizing that it was subtly different from the others. A 3rd rank medicinal herb's main ingredient, Snake King Grass. Flynn finally recognized the true origin of the plant in his hand. Snake King Grass looks similar to Spirit Void herbs, but their effects are vastly different. A single stalk of Snake King Grass can sell for nearly 100,000 spirit stones. He never expected it to be mistaken for Spirit Void herbs and mixed in here. Too bad I don't know how to refine pills. Otherwise, I might have a chance to refine a 3rd rank spirit pill. Flynn felt regretful. He immediately swallowed the Snake King Grass and used the virtual sky cauldron to refine it. A warm current flowed throughout his body. The virtual sky cauldron absorbed and refined the medicinal materials with such high efficiency that within moments, his spiritual energy rapidly increased, swiftly surging through his meridians and acupoints. Boom! A surge of power filled his body. Finally, Flynn broke through his bottleneck and successfully reached the initial stage of the 6th level of the spirit formation realm. Just as Flynn prepared to leave, he noticed that the virtual sky cauldron did not stop reacting after refining the Snake King Grass. Flynn was baffled. The one causing the virtual sky cauldron to react isn't this Snake King Grass? Continuing his search in the warehouse, Flynn eventually found a meticulously preserved small medicine bottle in a stack of boxes. Upon opening the bottle, Flynn smelled an unprecedented medicinal fragrance that invigorated his spirit and accelerated the virtual sky cauldron's reaction even further. It's this. This is the root cause of the virtual sky cauldron's reaction. Flynn was overjoyed. The liquid in the bottle was as viscous as honey, and he didn't recognize it at all. However, the virtual sky cauldron had an insatiable craving for it. Without hesitation, he poured the liquid from the small bottle into his mouth and began using the 10,000 Dao technique to refine it with the virtual sky cauldron. After being absorbed and refined by the virtual sky cauldron, a warm current surged toward his crown, and his sea of consciousness automatically opened. Following that, Flynn saw the virtual sky cauldron's light, which was like mist in his sea of consciousness, start to flash on its own. Each time it flashed, a beam of starlight would descend from the sky into his sea of consciousness. In just a moment, hundreds of starlights appeared in his sea of consciousness. Flynn knew that each starlight represented a condensed clump of spiritual power, or a strand of spiritual power. 10 strands of spiritual power could make someone a genuine art spirit master. Hundreds of starlights could push one further. Though Flynn didn't understand how art spirit masters divided their cultivation levels, he could clearly sense that as the number of starlights in his mind increased, his spiritual power intensity grew at an unimaginable speed. When the mist-like virtual sky cauldron stopped flashing, it ultimately gathered nearly 1,000 starlights in his sea of consciousness. What a wonderful feeling! Flynn found his mental state incomparably improved, so much so that the perception ability of the spirit eye snake was greatly enhanced. After refining the unknown liquid, the virtual sky cauldron returned to calmness. Flynn left the warehouse, satisfied. At that moment, despite being nearly 100 meters away from the two guards under his mental control, it still felt as if they were right beside him. He could use their vision to clearly perceive the situation around the warehouse. No wonder Xavier's two brothers were once controlled by soul art spirit masters. Thief! Capture the thief! Flynn controlled the two guards to shout loudly and make fighting sounds. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of patrolling guards and also alerted Carrie, who was stationed nearby in the garment warehouse. She ran straight towards the treasure warehouse without hesitation. When Carrie arrived, she found the two guards already unconscious, while the other two were chasing in one direction. Someone dared to steal from my city lord's residence? Carrie was shocked and followed the guards in pursuit. More guards were alerted, and a fervent chase unfolded near the warehouse. Flynn took advantage of the distraction, sneaking into the garment warehouse the moment Carrie left. Inside the garment warehouse, Flynn easily found the dress Maverick prepared for Elizabeth. It was exquisite and beautiful. Elizabeth would look stunning in it. But inside this dress, Maverick had sprinkled heart unity poison, which would silently enter the body upon skin contact. Using spiritual power, Flynn located the hard-to-detect heart unity poison on the dress and then transferred all of it onto Carrie's dress. If Carrie gets infected by this heart unity poison and declares her mad love for her cousin Maverick in front of everyone in Yellow Mist City, it would be quite a show. Flynn chuckled to himself, pleased with his casual act. After completing everything, Flynn promptly left the warehouse and returned to the banquet hall, pretending to be blind. Seeing Flynn return, Elizabeth hurriedly came forward to support him. Why did you take so long? Note asterisk: this translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure, including paragraph breaks, ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 28, The Ball. He got his revenge. Flynn said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth immediately understood something and instinctively looked over at Maverick. At that moment, Maverick also turned his gaze toward them. When he saw Flynn walk in unscathed, he was somewhat surprised and disappointed. Useless person, unable to handle such a trivial matter. Maverick felt indignant inside and decided to expel the servant from the city lord's manor once he returned. Forget it, it's no big deal anyway. Seeing Elizabeth about to confront Maverick, Flynn quickly held onto her small white hand, looking very magnanimous. I just can't stand his underhanded tactics, Elizabeth protested on behalf of Flynn. After the feast, the final part of today's capital city founding celebration commenced, the Victory Ball. The ball was a time for the older generation to celebrate successful business deals, while providing an opportunity for young people to interact closely, possibly leading to several matches. City Lord Germanig, who had remained unseen until now, finally ascended the podium amid thunderous applause to give a speech. As the supreme ruler of Yellow Fog City, he would not have appeared if it weren't for the founding celebration. After a brief address, he announced that the ball would be presided over by Maverick, and then left escorted by a group of people. After seeing his father off, Maverick walked confidently onto the stage, first congratulating all the families on their business deals, announcing that the city lord's mansion would offer a 30% discount. Hearing this, the family patriarchs were delighted, praising the young lord's generosity. Even Sue family's second patriarch couldn't resist giving a thumbs up. Flynn watched silently as this unfolded. The more grandly Maverick behaved now, the more humiliating his downfall would be later. Elizabeth remained icy-faced throughout. If she wasn't currently in the city lord's manor, she might have immediately confronted her uncle about selling the heart of the Sue family, Yellow Spirit Hideo. Having greeted the elders, Maverick turned his attention to the younger generation, especially Elizabeth, whose cold, ethereal beauty made him unwilling to look away. Elizabeth, soon you will understand what it means to have power, what it means to face the dignity of the young lord. When the time comes, you'll kneel before me in front of all the lords and young people of Yellow Fog City, begging for my love. Thinking of this, Maverick could hardly contain his excitement. Gentlemen and ladies of Yellow Fog City, today is the founding celebration of our great city. To encourage young couples to unite, the City Lord's Mansion has arranged a special ball for you young ones. The formal attire for the ball has been prepared by our mansion. You can invite your beloved ladies to dance or even propose openly before all the noble families. Maverick spoke eloquently on the stage, ostensibly promoting Yellow Fog City's development and the freedom of its young people to pursue their loved ones, winning admiration from both the young and the old. Soon, servants brought in the formal attire. As the young lord, Maverick led the way, changing into his outfit in front of everyone, followed by other notable young talents like Ricky and Carrie. Then came the three major families, the Seuss and the Lease. Originally, the Cheen family was invited, but unfortunately, they had been suppressed by Jagger, Flynn's pseudonym, shortly before, with all high-ranking members imprisoned under Kenneth. The Cheen family was now virtually defunct. However, the City Lord's Mansion did not take advantage of their weakened state, but allowed Zaylee's parents and brother to represent the Cheen family. Yet, Eamon did not receive the attire immediately, but had to wait behind many other families. A bunch of opportunists. I'll make you regret this when my sister returns. Eamon felt humiliated, seething internally. When he looked towards Flynn, his eyes blazed with hostility. That waste of space, abandoned by his own sister, was now smiling next to Elizabeth. Elizabeth refused to wear the formal attire, saying she didn't want to dance, but was firmly opposed by Devin and Elroy. In such a formal setting, one should at least change into formal attire to avoid giving offense. Finally, Elizabeth gave in and changed along with Flynn. It must be said that the attire provided by the City Lord's mansion was excellent, crafted by Yellow Fog City's best tailors. Both Flynn and Elizabeth stood out beautifully after donning the outfits, especially Flynn. His black attire, paired with unique sunglasses, highlighted his good looks, catching the attention of many young girls. That's Flynn? No wonder Zaylee pursued him madly back then. He's so handsome. If only his dantian hadn't been destroyed and his 3 spirit eyes gouged out, he would have been the perfect husband. Many girls felt a mix of delight and regret upon seeing him. The ball began, and classical instruments played. Dressed in formal attire, young people entered the dance floor. Miss Sue, may I have this dance? Maverick approached Elizabeth politely and issued a dance invitation. Go ahead. You can't refuse an invitation from the young lord. Devin and Elroy urged her on. Elizabeth frowned, naturally unwilling, but refusing Maverick would be disrespectful to the City Lord's mansion. Sorry, young lord, please find someone else. Flynn interjected. I have specially choreographed a dance for my wife for today's ball. You, a waste of space, know how to choreograph dances? Maverick sneered, knowing it was an excuse for Elizabeth to reject him. Is choreographing a dance so difficult for you, young lord? Flynn retorted. Maverick indeed knew nothing about dance choreography, but didn't think Flynn did either. Coldly, he said, Flynn, if you dare mock me, it will be considered disrespectful to the City Lord's mansion. Do you understand the consequences? Flynn, don't cause trouble. Devin was alarmed and tried to stop him. Flynn, sit quietly and don't embarrass us. Elroy scolded harshly. Ignoring them, Flynn pulled Elizabeth towards the center of the dance floor. Seeing this, Maverick's face darkened. Very well, let's see if you really have this ability. Determined to escalate the situation, Maverick ordered everyone else to stop dancing, leaving the entire dance floor to Flynn. If Flynn failed to deliver a satisfactory performance, it would be seen as disrespectful to the City Lord's mansion, allowing Maverick to target him. Even Jagger himself wouldn't be able to blame the City Lord's mansion. ##### Chapter 29. The Spotlight. Master Lu, you are undoubtedly the foremost authority on dance in Yellow Mist City. Please be a witness and see if Flynn has indeed created an outstanding dance. Maverick approached a middle-aged woman and bowed respectfully. Cora, the highest-ranking dance master in Yellow Mist City, was universally recognized for her expertise in dance. I'll gladly be a witness if the young City Lord asks. Cora nodded with a smile. Elizabeth also understood Cora's influence. Back then, the Su family had spent a full 50,000 spirit stones just to get her to perform a single dance. Even at such a high price, the Su family owed Cora a personal favor because at her level, she wasn't easily persuaded to dance anymore. Having someone of this caliber critique the dance was not good news for Flynn. She felt her heart tighten and whispered, Flynn, let's not push it. Cora is known for being very strict about dance. It's just a dance with Maverick. I can endure it. You're my wife. How could you dance with another man? Don't worry, it's just dancing. I won't let you down, Flynn said matter-of-factly. These words made Elizabeth giggle. She hadn't expected jealousy from men to manifest like that. She was also curious. Did Flynn really know how to choreograph dances? Elizabeth took Flynn's hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. Flynn, brimming with confidence, courteously bowed to everyone around him before turning to the musicians and requesting them to play Mountains and Rivers. This music style was perfect for modern dance from his past life, which was rhythmic and dynamic. As the instruments began to play, Flynn's rhythmic and confident steps instantly caught everyone's attention. Compared to the classical dances prevalent in this world, modern dance steps were more rhythmic, better showcasing youthful energy and confidence. Most importantly, this dance form was novel and offered a strong visual impact. Elizabeth was the first to be stunned. Her husband had such skills? Wow. How handsome. Many women who originally didn't look up to Flynn were deeply moved by his clean, energetic dance moves, revealing youthful vigor. Even Master Cora was impressed, standing up from her seat in surprise and watching Flynn's every move with great attention. Can dance be performed like this? So clean, so spirited. This is what men should dance like. In no time, many people couldn't help but applaud. Immersed in the new rhythm of the dance, they forgot that Flynn was considered a blind waste of potential and spontaneously followed his movements. Only Maverick, his face cold, felt deep regret. His intention was to embarrass Flynn and find an excuse to teach him a lesson, even inviting Cora to critique him. But unexpectedly, Flynn became the focus of attention, praised as a talented dancer by many young men and women. Even those from the Su family who usually looked down on Flynn couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, their faces beaming with pride. Flynn had brought honor to the Su family across Yellow Mist City. At the end of the performance, applause thundered. Wife, do you like the dance I choreographed for you? Flynn asked softly. Yes. Elizabeth nodded vigorously and gave Flynn a heartfelt hug in public, whispering into his ear, Flynn, I didn't expect you to be a dance genius. You've brought honor to me and the Su family. Flynn hugged Elizabeth tightly, feeling her joy, and kissed her forehead in front of everyone. Elizabeth didn't pull away, showing the tenderness expected of a newlywed wife. Just as they embraced, the supreme dance master of Yellow Mist City, Cora, rushed over without caring about her image. Master Chun, impressive. The youth truly outshine the elders, each generation surpassing the last. Your dance is exceptional. On behalf of the Yellow Mist City Dance Bureau, I sincerely invite you to join us. Your benefits can be negotiated. Cora excitedly grabbed Flynn's hand. Flynn knew who Cora was and understood that the Dance Bureau was a special organization of the Great Qing dynasty, backed by royalty, not subject to city administration, and having direct access to the imperial court. Thank you, Master Lu, for your recognition, Flynn modestly replied. I still have much to learn compared to you. Master Chun, too humble. Cora smiled and continued. Seeing that Flynn hadn't immediately responded to her invitation, after the capital celebration, I will personally visit the Su family. Flynn nodded with a smile. All right. Seeing this scene, Maverick was almost driven to despair. This was not part of his plan. He intended for Elizabeth and Flynn to be humiliated in public. Instead, he had given them a chance to shine and show affection openly, making him feel incredibly embarrassed. Damn. I want to see how long you two can keep smiling. When the heart harmony poison erupts, you'll be as pathetic as you now appear loving. Maverick looked at Elizabeth's dress, where he had placed the heart harmony poison. It was odorless and colorless, hard to detect. Elizabeth had worn the dress without noticing, all under his observation. He knew she was already infected, but the poison hadn't taken full effect yet. Flynn and Elizabeth returned to their seats. Several young ladies, captivated by Flynn's dance, ran up eagerly. Master Chun, may I have this dance? Master Chun, your dance was amazing. Can you teach me? Master Chun, after the party, could you visit my residence? Elizabeth frowned slightly, surprised by the lack of restraint shown by these well-bred girls. They ignored her presence as Flynn's wife and openly flirted with her husband due to one dance. Flynn felt a pinch on his arm from Elizabeth and understood immediately. He replied politely to the eager young ladies, "Thank you for appreciating my dance, but it was created for my wife and won't be taught to others. Apologies." Disappointed, the young ladies turned away, some giving Elizabeth a resentful glance. How could such a wonderful husband to be already be married? After they left, Maverick pretended to congratulate Flynn for adding another dance talent to Yellow Miss City, clapping beside Elizabeth. In reality, he whispered only to them, "Flynn, Elizabeth, the best is yet to come. You'll regret opposing me." With that, Maverick confidently guided the young guests back to the dance floor. What did he mean? Elizabeth's expression changed, confused about Maverick's hidden intentions. Chapter 30. Unexpected turn of events. Could it be that he will act recklessly and directly attack us? Flynn said teasingly. Even if he has the guts, he doesn't have the power. Elizabeth remarked indifferently, but this person is ruthless. Since he dares to say such things, he must be up to no good. We should still be cautious. So I can only rely on your protection then, my dear wife. Flynn instinctively moved closer to Elizabeth. You're now a rising star in dancing here in Baldurwood City, and so many young ladies want to dance with you. They would all protect you. Moreover, Master Cora favors you highly. Even without the protection of the Su family, the Dance Bureau could ensure your safety in Baldurwood City. Elizabeth said thoughtfully, unsure whether she was happy for him or jealous. No matter what I become, nothing can change the fact that we've honored our vows, and you saved me when I was in trouble. Therefore, whether it's those young ladies or Master Cora, I will fully respect your opinion, Flynn replied earnestly. Elizabeth felt warmth in her heart at his words, but dismissed it verbally. I don't mean to constrain you. The Dance Bureau is still an excellent place. It can not only better protect your safety, but also give you the opportunity to develop in the capital. Forget it. Flynn shook his head. If not for Maverick's insistence, I never thought about dancing. As they were talking, a sudden change occurred. Originally, the lively ball was filled with young men and women enjoying intimate moments. Suddenly, Carrie struck her dance partner, sending him flying and causing commotion among the crowd. What happened? Why did Carrie suddenly attack Linwood? Everyone was startled and puzzled by what had just transpired. Not only the young dancers on the dance floor, but even the elders watching from below were confused. Chang'er, the elder of the Lin family, stood up first, rushing into the dance area to catch Ganon, whom Carrie had hit, infusing spiritual energy to treat his injuries. Chang'er, what happened? Pablo, the patriarch of the Lin family, frowned deeply, unable to understand why Carrie would attack his son out of nowhere. Dad, I don't know why either. Carrie suddenly attacked me, Ganon responded bitterly. They had been dancing joyfully when, unexpectedly, his partner struck him, leaving anyone in his position baffled. Maverick also frowned, equally perplexed about why Carrie would attack the young master of the Lin family. Cousin, what's going on? Maverick asked as Carrie approached him. Everyone paused their instruments and looked curiously at Carrie. Only Flynn understood why Carrie had suddenly attacked Ganon. Tungshin Gu poison. He had switched the poison from Elizabeth's dress to Carrie's, and now it had taken effect. This will be entertaining, Flynn said to Elizabeth beside him. Just a minor incident. The City Lord's residence holds a transcendent status, and being a woman, Carrie has plenty of excuses. The Lin family is bound to suffer this silent loss. Elizabeth responded nonchalantly, unaware that the event she saw differed from what Flynn knew. Just as Elizabeth finished speaking to Flynn, another unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Carrie approached Maverick, instead of answering him, she turned her cold gaze toward Maverick's dance partner, a young lady from the Liang family. Bitch. Without warning, Carrie struck the unprepared Liang family miss with a forceful palm strike. Bang. Unfortunately, the Liang family miss was merely a 7th-rank spirit master, unable to withstand the wrath of a 1st-rank great spirit master. She was killed instantly. Heavens. Has she gone mad? Witnessing this, everyone was shocked. Carrie first seriously injured the Lin family's young master, and now killed the Liang family's daughter outright. Mr. Liang erupted with rage, rushing from below the stage. Carrie, are you picking on my Liang family because we're nobody? Mr. Liang stormed onto the dance platform, ready to attack Carrie. Liang, calm down. Someone quick on their feet stopped Mr. Liang, preventing the situation from escalating further. Mr. Liang, stay calm. There must be a reason. Maverick, whose expression changed drastically, exclaimed. A peaceful ball had been completely ruined due to Carrie's actions, ruining the entire Capital Founding Festival's atmosphere. Carrie, have you lost your mind? Why did you first harm Master Lin and then Miss Liang? Maverick demanded, flustered. He knew if Carrie couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, it would offend both the Lin and Liang families. Despite the city lord's residents not fearing them, with so many prominent families watching, they couldn't act lawlessly without losing the hearts of Baldurwa City. Deputy City Lord, I'm not insane. Ganon had delusions of eating swan meat. He deserved punishment. Liang Ying, that bitch, tried to vie for your affection, naturally meriting death. As she spoke, Carrie abruptly knelt before Maverick, clinging to his leg regardless of decorum. Deputy City Lord, I love you. Please accept my affection and let me serve you for life. Carrie's shocking confession left everyone in the hall speechless. Heavens! Carrie is kneeling to profess her love to Maverick? They are cousins on the same paternal side. In that moment, people of all ages in the hall were stunned by Carrie's wild, incestuous move. Maverick himself was dumbstruck. How did this happen? Tongshin goo poison. This was supposed to be Elizabeth, that bitch? How did it end up on Carrie? Maverick's thoughts raced, trying to comprehend the situation while wishing he could disappear under the intense scrutiny. Deputy City Lord, my love? Infected with Tongshin goo poison, Carrie disregarded the heated stares around her, clutching Maverick's leg and continuing her frenzied confession. The more frantic Carrie became, the more excited and amused the crowd grew, laughing loudly despite her status as a core disciple of the City Lord's residence. Only Maverick, embarrassed and ashamed, struggled fiercely to pry her off, desperate to stop her from disgracing the Yi family. Hashtag Chapter 31. Borrowing force to strike. Maverick couldn't bring himself to use lethal force against his cousin, whom he had grown up with, so he hesitated and failed to shake off Carrie. Just as the entire City Lord Manor was in a panic, unsure of what to do, a figure swiftly approached and yanked Carrie away from under Maverick's feet. Let me go, let me go. Young City Lord, I love you. Despite being pulled away, Carrie continued her frantic screaming until someone struck her, knocking her unconscious. Greetings, City Lord. Hail, City Lord. At that moment, everyone realized that the newcomer was none other than City Lord Germanig of the City Lord Manor. Those who had been gossiping about the unspeakable incestuous events within the manor immediately fell silent. The authority of the City Lord Manor became evident at that very moment. Father. Maverick felt as if he had found his savior. Smack. Germanig slapped Maverick across the face and berated him. You useless good-for-nothing, quickly apologized to the Lin family and Liang family. Father, Maverick was brimming with grievances, not expecting his father to slap him in public. You couldn't even manage a capital city founding ceremony. How can you possibly run the entire City Lord Manor in the future? Germanig scolded angrily. City Lord, this incident has nothing to do with young City Lord. We saw it all. Everything was the fault of this crazy woman. The head of the Lin family spoke up. That's right, this incident has nothing to do with young City Lord. It was this madwoman who suddenly tried to kill. Poor my daughter. City Lord, you must give us the Liang family an explanation for this. The head of the Liang family, whose daughter had died, said furiously, glaring at the unconscious Carrie, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Germanig glanced at the head of the Liang family and murmured, My niece has always been wise. Today's abnormal behavior must have another reason behind it. Rest assured, even if it's not for your Liang family, for the dignity of our City Lord Manor, I will investigate this matter thoroughly, Germanig coldly said. Ladies and gentlemen, the capital city founding ceremony is hereby concluded. Our City Lord Manor has offended you all today, and we hope for your forgiveness. Escort our guests out. With a few words, Germanig ended the founding ceremony. As for why Carrie had suddenly attacked and knelt before the young City Lord professing her love, Germanig attributed it to someone secretly orchestrating things behind the scenes. The numerous guests stood up and left one by one. Maverick watched as Flynn and Elizabeth left unscathed, his anger burning. Father, we can't let that bitch Elizabeth leave. Maverick gritted his teeth. There must be a connection between her and what happened with cousin. Young City Lord, when something happens to your own people, you can't just randomly blame others or pin the responsibility on our Sioux family. Ian frowned. Sabotaging the core disciples of the City Lord Manor and disrupting the founding ceremony were serious crimes, giving the City Lord Manor carte blanche to act against the Sioux family. Even Houston, who disliked Elizabeth, frowned slightly and said, Young City Lord, please be cautious in your words. Germanig's expression turned stern as he subconsciously looked at Elizabeth. Facing the apparent overlord of Yellow Mist City, Elizabeth remained aloof and showed no fear. City Lord, are you planning to find a scapegoat too? Elizabeth said coolly. I will definitely investigate this matter. Anyone who dares to challenge the authority of our City Lord Manor will face my blade, Germanig said icily. Escort our guests out. Germanig did not heed Maverick's words, but allowed the Sioux family members to leave. After all guests had departed, Germanig turned to Maverick. What exactly happened? Why do you say this has something to do with Elizabeth? In fact, Germanig had already guessed part of what happened. Maverick was momentarily at a loss for words. Speak. Germanig shouted. Father, it was my mistake. Maverick knelt down abruptly and confessed about using the heart sink poison to control Elizabeth. Father, I've learned my lesson. I won't dare do it again. After confessing, Maverick knelt dejectedly, looking like a deflated balloon. Understanding the entire situation, Germanig surprisingly did not further reprimand Maverick, but gently helped him up instead. Maverick looked puzzled at his father. Foolish child, I'm not blaming you for taking action against Elizabeth, but your methods were too lowly, leading to failure. Elizabeth is an unusual woman. Even if you were to take action, it shouldn't be done personally by a noble young city lord. Borrowing force to strike and controlling everything from behind the scenes is what you need to learn. Being able to target the Balderling mine of the Sioux family is a good strategy, Germanig said meaningfully. Maverick suddenly understood. Originally, he wasn't plotting to seize the Sioux family's Balderling mine. The plan didn't originate from him but from Houston. Houston had approached him, asking him to purchase the Balderling mine as dowry to marry Elizabeth. The foundation of the Sioux family lies in the Balderling mine. Even if Elizabeth refused, the entire Sioux family wouldn't let her withdraw because the mine was their most critical asset in Yellow Mist City. How hateful. Flynn has an extraordinary elder brother. He will be the city inspector of Daqing Kingdom in the future. Maverick sighed. You don't need to worry about Jagger. You can't handle such a high-level expert, Germanic said. As the young city lord in Yellow Mist City, you don't need to fear anyone. Be bold, and I will back you up. Thank you, father. Maverick regained confidence, greatly relieved that he had lost both face and advantage this time. How do we explain ourselves to the Lin family and the Liang family? Maverick asked. The Liang family is minor. Even if they lost a daughter, wiping them out would be no difficult task. I'll personally soothe the Lin family. Take Carrie away and try to purge the poison from her. The rest is up to you, Germanic instructed. On the way back to the Sioux residence, in Houston's carriage, the three men discussed the day's unexpected turn of events. Father, we never expected that the blind fool Flynn was a dance prodigy. If he joins the dance bureau, it will be much harder for us to move against him in the future, Alex said, frowning deeply. They had planned to execute their scheme with young city lord Maverick during the founding ceremony, but Flynn's elder brother Jagger's influence made Maverick hesitant. We indeed underestimated this blind fool. No wonder he could help the Qin family become one of the top 3 families. Since brute force doesn't work, we should try soft tactics, Houston advised. Chapter 32. No need to be polite. Soft knife? Alec and Jemima were both slightly taken aback. Prepare immediately upon return. If we can deal with this kid, the future may not be worse than the city lord's residence, Houston said. Father, isn't that exaggerating it too much? Jemima remarked nonchalantly. A blind-eyed nobody, no matter how talented in dance, could hardly achieve much. Tunger, what do you think? Houston looked at Alec. Father, are you really expecting Flynn, the nobody, to become a grandmaster of dance? Alec couldn't believe it. How easy is it to become a grandmaster of dance? Houston sighed disappointedly. Have you thought about why the young city lord suddenly withdrew our cooperation? The older brother of the future city inspector Jagger. Alec and Jemima blurted out almost simultaneously. Yes. Houston nodded. A family that can produce a future city inspector cannot be simple. After returning, I will contact my friends to investigate the background of Flynn's family, Houston said. In another carriage merely 100 meters away, Flynn was immersed in his father-in-law Ian's praise. Not only did he bring honor to the Sioux family, but he also saved the most critical Balderling mine field for them. Most importantly, if Flynn became a rising star in the dance bureau, he might finally remove the label of nobody from his head, which would delight Ian. He wouldn't have to endure whispers behind his back about having a blind and useless son-in-law. Upon returning to the Sioux family estate, Ian, rarely taking initiative, invited Flynn to drink in his courtyard while reminding him to introduce his older brother Jagger again. Flynn reiterated that he didn't have an older brother, so there was no one to introduce. Hearing this again made Ian extremely angry, blowing up before they even started drinking. Seeing Ian's irate demeanor, Flynn felt helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to bridge the gap with his father-in-law. He had already promised Elizabeth. If he told his wife he endured a lot for her to meet her older brother, and then went along with Ian right afterward without hesitation, he would be slapping himself in the face. Therefore, between his wife and his father-in-law, he chose his wife. Elizabeth remained silent on their way home, and was troubled all night after arriving at their bridal chamber. Despite feeling vindicated today at the city lord's mansion, especially with Flynn's outstanding performance, she suddenly understood what happened when Carrie crazily declared her love for Maverick. She realized this was originally Maverick's plan for her, but it somehow ended up affecting Carrie instead. Flynn noticed Elizabeth's thoughts but couldn't say anything, so he pretended not to know, maintaining his act as a blind and useless person. Flynn, today's events seem strange. Carrie took the fall for me. Elizabeth eventually broke the silence, speaking to Flynn. Why? Flynn pretended not to know. Do you remember what Maverick said just before Carrie went mad? Elizabeth asked. You mean he intended to make you behave like Carrie, publicly declaring your love for him? Flynn exclaimed in pretend realization. Yes. Elizabeth nodded, carefully observing Flynn. Clearly, someone had sensed the plot and tampered with it, turning the tables on the city lord's mansion. Thinking about this all the way home, Elizabeth had no idea who could help her. The first person she thought of was her nominal husband. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. Even if Flynn unexpectedly became a technique spirit master with unparalleled talent, it would be impossible for him to have achieved this alone. Technique spirit masters required vastly more resources and faced far greater difficulties than spirit masters, advancing very slowly without proper support. His skills might surprise weaker spirit masters, but were ineffective against powerful spirit masters like Maverick. So, Elizabeth concluded it must be Flynn's older brother, Jagger, who, concerned for his sister-in-law, secretly observed and protected her and Flynn. The more Elizabeth thought about it, the more convinced she became that Jagger had sent the highest rank symbol of ENU College, the curved saber, to Flynn, sensing the Sioux family's malicious intentions. Despicable scoundrel. He deserves it. This is karma. Flynn cursed Maverick with a delayed reaction and righteous indignation. Elizabeth didn't notice anything amiss and nodded. If I'm not mistaken, everything was thanks to your older brother. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else in Yellow Mist City with such capability and willingness to help me unconditionally, Elizabeth firmly stated. Hearing this, Flynn felt torn but agreed, nodding. Maybe it's true. Flynn, please arrange a meeting with your brother soon. This kindness is too great. I must repay it, Elizabeth said. Don't rush. Flynn hesitated. Why can't we? Uncle Air and the family elders are already colluding. Failing to sign with the city lord's mansion, they will find other ways to block my rapid rise. I not only need to thank my brother, but also ask him to help me break this deadlock, Elizabeth explained. Since you say so, I'll write a letter for you now, to be delivered to Kenneth, Flynn promised. Thank you. Elizabeth expressed gratitude. Don't worry, once I have the strength, I will definitely find a way to cure your eyes. Can we not wait? Sensing the right moment, Flynn hinted for a little reward for his behind-the-scenes efforts. What do you mean? Elizabeth looked puzzled. Like giving me a hug or preparing a sumptuous dinner? Flynn prepared mentally for Elizabeth's reprimand. Romantic relationships were familiar territory to Flynn from his past life, especially given his experience dating Zaylee. To accelerate intimacy, frequent close encounters were necessary. Increased intimate moments brought hearts closer, eventually leading to a natural progression. We'll see once things are settled. Elizabeth blushed, neither accepting nor rejecting Flynn's suggestion. Flynn warmed up inside and quickly had Elizabeth prepare stationery to write a letter to Big Brother. Dear, my brother owes me favors. Use him as you wish. No need to be polite, Flynn emphasized while passing over the letter. Chapter 33. Can you be bribed? Elizabeth sent Adelia to deliver a letter to Kenneth. When Kenneth received the letter, he was visibly astonished and asked incredulously, "This is a letter from young Master Flynn to Elder Master Jagger?"
Yes.
Adelia was not surprised by Kenneth's reaction. She knew well that Flynn did not favor his elder brother Jagger, and had once told her that he didn't have such an elder brother. Kenneth, what exactly happened between your master and my groom? Adelia asked with a curious expression. Hearing this, Kenneth chuckled nervously. Miss Adelia, as servants, we mustn't gossip about our masters. How can this be considered gossiping about them? Adelia argued, we're family now, and Miss has the right to know the truth. What you say is true, but this truth should come from young master or elder master, not from me, a servant, Kenneth replied before shutting the gate, unwilling to let Adelia in. Adelia was furious but helpless, and her curiosity about Jagger and Flynn only grew stronger. Not just Adelia, Elizabeth was also quite curious. That afternoon, instead of going to the Balderling mine, Elizabeth invited Flynn to drink and celebrate, trying to get him drunk to ask some questions. After all, if she wanted help, understanding the other party would make things easier. But unexpectedly, Flynn's tolerance for alcohol was astonishing. Instead of getting him drunk, she got herself thoroughly intoxicated. Xianxia? Is it a person's name? After getting drunk, Elizabeth repeatedly murmured, Xianxia, which chilled Flynn's heart. He had been hopeful about their relationship but now felt a sudden coldness. Xianxia? No woman would choose such a name. How many secrets does she hide? Could I be deluding myself and being overly sentimental? Flynn gently placed the drunken Elizabeth on the bed without taking advantage of her. I should focus more on cultivating. Only when I am strong enough can I control my destiny. Thinking of Zaylee, Flynn felt a chilling sorrow, a pain he could never forget. Seeing Elizabeth fall asleep, Flynn entered her secret room. Inside was a mystic ice bed, ideal for cultivation for someone like Flynn who lacked rare treasures. The cold from the mystic ice bed would benefit Flynn and Elizabeth but would be unbearable for other spirit masters. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Elizabeth left for the Balderling mine as usual. Just after she left, Flynn's wedding chamber welcomed its first guest since he moved into the Sioux residence, not Cora, but Elizabeth's cousin, Jemima. Brother-in-law? Flynn looked at Jemima in surprise. You actually recognized my voice? Jemima's voice revealed genuine delight. Cousin Jemima, why are you here so early? Flynn didn't remember her voice, but identified her through the perception of his snake spirit eyes. Brother-in-law, will you talk to me outside? Won't you invite me in for a moment? Jemima said softly. Through the snake's spirit eyes perception, Flynn saw not only Jemima but also Alec lurking nearby, behaving suspiciously, along with a few maidservants following behind. Given the ongoing tension over the position of the Sioux clan patriarch and Jemima's unexpected visit, Flynn sensed ulterior motives, no matter how sweet her words were. Cousin Jemima, this isn't a good time. Elizabeth isn't home. As a single man and woman, I can't risk inviting you in and risking rumors that would tarnish your reputation. Flynn blocked the door. Brother-in-law, we are above reproach. Why be afraid? Jemima replied softly. Besides, everyone knows Elizabeth used you as a cover and doesn't intend to marry you sincerely. You are now famous in the city lord's residence. So many young women admire you. Yesterday alone, 6 sisters entrusted me to invite you to discuss the art of dance. Jemima flattered Flynn, making even half-truths sound appealing. Despite knowing her intentions weren't pure, he couldn't help feeling comfortable. Sister, my eyes may be blind, but my heart sees clearly. Moreover, Elizabeth is your cousin, and I am your brother-in-law. We've been married in the eyes of heaven and earth. No matter what others say, this fact cannot be changed. Just tell me, why are you here? Flynn wanted to end the conversation quickly. He had other matters to attend to for his cultivation resources. Jemima hadn't expected Flynn to be unmoved by her charm, not even letting her enter the courtyard. Brother-in-law, I'm also a dance enthusiast, deeply admiring your talent. Could you teach me the dance from yesterday? With a shy smile, Jemima took the initiative, confident in her ability to bewitch Flynn. I already said, the dance was for Elizabeth. If you want to learn, you need Elizabeth's approval. Talk to her. Flynn turned to close the gate again. After 2 rejections, Jemima frowned, suppressing her anger. Why should she demean herself to flatter a blind, crippled man if it weren't for her father's wishes? Flynn, you leave me no choice. Jemima forced her way in, tore off part of her clothes, revealing large areas of pale skin. Flynn realized her intentions were malicious, but not to this extent. I give you 2 choices. 1, work with me, and I'll ensure your prosperity in Yellow Mist City and arrange for the Balder family's eldest daughter to marry you, establishing your own clan here. Or 2, I will ruin my own reputation and accuse you of inappropriate behavior during our dance lesson, witnessed by my brother and the servants. Jemima removed her facade, forcefully coercing Flynn. Flynn found this hilarious. So this is how you plan to intimidate me?
Yes.
Jemima grinned arrogantly. You have no choice. Foolish. Flynn scoffed. Don't forget, you're a renowned 8th-rank spirit master while I'm just a blind cripple. Who would believe I tried anything with you? If I say it publicly, no one will believe it, but add in this softening powder? Jemima produced the prepared poison. Once I take it and appear vulnerable, wouldn't it be believable that you took advantage of me? Chapter 34. Enthusiastic invitation. Fascinating. Flynn couldn't help but admire Jemima's courage and decisiveness. No wonder Houston managed to win the loyalty of everyone in the Sioux family except the patriarch. To gain such a despised waste of space, he was willing to use his own daughter as a pawn once he realized Flynn had value to be exploited. Indeed, the cruelest and most ruthless are often the easiest to rise to power, Flynn sneered. Unfortunately for you, you've underestimated me. What do you mean? Jemima looked at Flynn in confusion, not seeing any flaw in her plan. Once Jemima used her good reputation to frame Flynn, few would care about the truth. They'd see this as fact. Even if Elizabeth didn't believe it, she wouldn't be able to protect him, and he would certainly be expelled from the Sioux family. I'm already a man betrayed by women, blind, with no dantian. Do you think I care about your accusations? Once I'm no longer part of the Sioux family, it will only make it easier for me to take revenge on your family, specifically targeting you. So, put away your ignorant threats. If you truly want to buy my loyalty, offer something more substantial. Perhaps then I might be swayed. After all, as you said, Elizabeth and I are merely nominal spouses, each fulfilling our needs. Flynn responded to Jemima as if nothing could touch him. After hearing Flynn's words, Jemima fell into deep thought. She had to admit, what he said made sense. A man already despised by everyone in Yellow Fog City indeed wouldn't mind another blow to his reputation. On the contrary, she would risk her lifelong reputation for little real benefit. Do you really not care about Elizabeth? Jemima began to believe Flynn because she couldn't find any holes in his logic. If there's nothing else, please leave. Flynn didn't reply directly but added, if Alanis comes back and sees this, it will be too late. Fine. Flynn, tell me what you want. Jemima fully believed Flynn now. First, tell me what you expect from me. Only then can we negotiate an equal exchange, Flynn said. Our only demand is that you don't interfere in Sioux family matters. This includes your elder brother, Jemima replied. As for my brother, I cannot decide for him, but I can relay messages. My request is modest, a third-grade elixir or its equivalent value in other treasures, Flynn smiled. Why would a non-cultivator like you need an elixir? Jemima thought Flynn would ask for assets, spirit stones, or even a wife. That's none of your concern. Deliver the elixir when you're ready, and our agreement will take effect, Flynn said impatiently. A third-grade elixir is very precious. I can't make that decision. Jemima hadn't expected Flynn to ask for cultivation resources. I'll give you a definite answer by this time tomorrow. As she spoke, she tidied up her clothes. After sending off Jemima, Flynn chuckled inwardly. How could a mere girl compete with someone who had lived 2 lifetimes and helped build the Qin family's commerce fleet? However, Flynn had to admit that Jemima had a great appearance and figure, rivaling even Alanis. As Jemima left, Alec approached, asking joyfully, did the waste agree? Not exactly. He asked for a third-grade elixir, Jemima replied after checking around. You must be kidding. Alec couldn't believe it. What right does a blind waste have to ask for a third-grade elixir? Even I haven't taken one so precious. If he's not sincere, why didn't you just frame him for misconduct? A shout from you, and we could have burst in? Alec glared at his sister, confused why she changed her plan. Brother, would a waste care if he's framed again? Expelling him serves no purpose. Turning him against us will only benefit that bitch Elizabeth, Jemima explained. He doesn't care about his relationship with Elizabeth? Alec was surprised. Don't forget, he's blind. For a blind person, all women are the same, Jemima retorted angrily. The siblings left in frustration. Seeing the siblings leave, Flynn prepared to leave the Sioux residence. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, Adelia rushed over. Son-in-law, are you going out? Adelia asked. Just getting some fresh air, Flynn nodded. Wait a moment. Master Lu is here waiting for you in the front hall. Father asked me to bring you, Adelia informed him. Flynn was surprised that Cora had actually come. As the director of the dance bureau, although her strength wasn't remarkable, her influence was significant, and she was certainly wealthy. In the main hall, Flynn saw Cora smiling warmly. Not only did she come herself but was accompanied by a powerful expert, whose aura indicated he was a formidable spirit master. Introductions were made, and Flynn learned the man accompanying Cora was her husband, Bear, a renowned spirit master in Yellow Fog City. Cora extended a sincere invitation for Flynn to join the dance bureau, promising him the deputy director position. She hoped Flynn would choreograph modern dances, making him the founder of new dance styles in Dachan Nation, possibly even throughout the Xinhuang continent. If this succeeded, both Cora and Flynn would become historic figures in the dance world, a great honor. Master Chun, don't dismiss the position and salary of deputy director of the Yellow Fog City Dance Bureau. This is just the beginning. Once you're here, I'll fully support your new dance style, and our future prospects are boundless. Cora offered unlimited potential. Even before Flynn responded, Ian, overhearing Cora's promise, was already thoroughly impressed. My dear son-in-law, with Master Lu offering you such an opportunity, why are you hesitating? You should thank her for valuing you so much, Ian urged. Such a rare chance was falling on Flynn's head, and he hadn't reacted. Cora and Bear watched Flynn eagerly, awaiting his response. Chapter 35, Becoming a Master. Thank you, Master Lu, for your generous offer. As a blind waste of space, I have no ambitions of being remembered in history. It would only invite ridicule from those with ill intentions. As a blind waste of space, I have no ambitions of being remembered in history. It would only invite ridicule from those with ill intentions. However, if Master Lu is willing, I can find a young talent in dance and offer some guidance to pass on this new form of dance. Flynn was not interested in joining the dance bureau, nor did he wish to make a living dancing for others. Despite Master Cora and his wife holding him in such high regard, visiting him personally and offering a gift of 100,000 spirit stones upon meeting, refusing outright would make him seem disrespectful to both Master Lu and the dance bureau. Moreover, as Elizabeth had mentioned, at this juncture, the dance bureau could indeed provide certain benefits. Cora's expression changed slightly, looking almost disbelieving at Flynn. Someone was actually willing to stay behind the scenes and let someone else take the credit for their talents and achievements? Ian, hearing this, immediately became displeased. He said, Flynn, don't talk nonsense. You shouldn't be judged by your appearance. One cannot measure water with a dipper. In the future, if you truly achieve greatness in the dance world, there will surely be people who can cure your blindness. Ian tried to persuade Flynn not to miss such a golden opportunity. Father-in-law, staying in Yellow Fog City is good enough for me. There's no need to go further, Flynn reiterated firmly. Cora exchanged glances with his husband, Daryl, and they couldn't help but show their delight. This time, Daryl took the lead, tightly grasping Flynn's hand with utmost sincerity. Young Master Chun, are you sure you're willing to come to our dance bureau to teach talented students? Yes. Flynn nodded. Excellent. Daryl rejoiced. To be honest with young Master Chin, my two children have always been deeply interested in dance, and my wife often says that they possess remarkable talent. Young Master Chun, would you be willing to become the dance master of my children? Daryl asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Furthermore, young Master Chin, if you agree, the position of Deputy Director of the Dance Bureau will remain unchanged, and we are willing to pay you 500,000 spirit stones annually as teaching fees. If they achieve great success in the future and enter the capital, or even leave Daqing Kingdom, they will never forget your cultivation and mentorship. Cora quickly added more conditions. Flynn was taken aback. No wonder Cora was so generous. It was likely they had already planned, before arriving, to have their children study under him once he joined the dance bureau. Dance, to him, was not about innate talent, but merely utilizing his past life memories. Thus, passing on modern dance knowledge to genuinely talented individuals would better promote its glory in this strange new world. Spirit stones? Position in the dance bureau? These things weren't important to him. What he truly needed now were medicinal pills and rare treasures like the mysterious liquid. Take medicinal pills for example, from 1st to 9th rank. A 1st rank pill was an extraordinary medicine for ordinary spiritual masters, but once reaching the 5th rank, its effects diminished. For 8th rank spiritual masters and above, 1st rank pills were barely effective. 1st and 2nd rank pills were resources for spiritual master cultivation, while 2nd and 3rd rank pills were for greater spiritual masters. This trend continued. Medicinal pills of 4th rank or higher were rarely seen or even heard of, possibly only accessible to the most elite cultivators in Daqing Kingdom. Senior Zhang, Master Liu, do you really want me to teach your children dance? Flynn saw this as an opportunity. Master Liu had the dance bureau, connections, and spirit stones. Daryl, the specially appointed chief guard of the Yellow Fog City Dance Bureau, was of unknown strength since all who witnessed his true power were dead. With only initial 6th rank great spiritual master cultivation, Flynn could vaguely sense that Daryl was stronger than himself, indicating his formidable power. Wealth, strength, and connections. This couple gave Flynn a strong impression. Respected in Yellow Fog City, they provided benefits without drawbacks, causing many to underestimate their influence and strength. Of course, my children would be honored to be under young Master Chin's tutelage. The Liu couple nodded in earnest agreement. Very well, I accept, Flynn replied. However, I don't need spirit stones as payment. I require cultivation resources. Cultivation resources? The Liu couple were taken aback, knowing Flynn's Dantian had been damaged. Even if Flynn wanted to repair his Dantian, without 3 pupil spirit eyes and a solid foundation, it would be challenging to build a career as a spiritual master. 3rd rank pills or equivalent rare treasures, Flynn specified. I won't ask for much, just 1 3rd rank pill per child. Agreed. I'll have the pills delivered within half a month. But I hope young Master Chun can take them as disciples first, Cora decisively finalized. Ian was surprised. He thought Cora would struggle to obtain 2 3rd rank pills within such a short time. A week? Do the Liu couple have that capability? Ian realized he had underestimated the seemingly modest artist couple. 1 week. Flynn felt half a month was too long. If the Liu couple truly intended to produce 2 3rd rank spirit pills, 3 days should suffice. Allowing a week gave them time to witness his value as a dance instructor. Daryl hesitated, unsure of spending precious resources on unseen results. No problem. I trust young Master Chin's abilities, Cora confidently affirmed, believing Flynn would impart far more valuable dance skills than the pills. We'll bring our children to the Sioux residence tomorrow for the initiation ceremony. Though it might seem rushed, we'll ensure all necessary witnesses are present. Let's keep the formalities simple. My father-in-law and a senior dance master from the bureau can serve as witnesses, drinking tea during the ceremony, Flynn suggested, preferring discretion. Fine, everything as you wish, Cora agreed. After settling this matter, the Liu couple bid farewell to the Sioux family. Good son-in-law, your reciprocating kindness for Toria, securing 3rd rank spirit pills for her, Ian felt inexplicably moved, realizing his worthless son-in-law wasn't as useless as he thought. Flynn paused, then chuckled. It appeared Ian believed he was obtaining medicinal pills to help Elizabeth gain cultivation resources. A delightful misunderstanding. Chapter 36, Bold Advance. After the couple Cora left the Sioux family, Flynn also departed from the Sioux residence. The couple was about to receive 2 3rd-grade medicinal pills. Even with the aid of the Vasty Heavens Cauldron's 100% conversion efficiency, he estimated that this would only allow them to reach the mid-stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm 7th level. Spirit Transformation Realm 7th level? For Flynn, who might at any moment have to venture into the secret realm and fight for his life, or for him, who faced the imminent threat from the Sioux family and the City Lord's mansion, it was still far from enough. Poor. Flynn had never felt so impoverished before. His rapid advancement in cultivation meant that the value of the required cultivation resources soared accordingly. To quickly acquire resources, Flynn needed to fully utilize the trade convoy he commanded. This was a crucial resource that had once supported the Qin family as one of the 3 major families. At the Balderyu Tower, Flynn summoned the 16 supervisors of the trade convoy. Together, they virtually monopolized 70% of Balderwu City's trade operations outside the City Lord's mansion. The materials flowing in and out through their hands each day were worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The 16 supervisors were all Flynn's old subordinates. Their current status and strength were cultivated by him personally. Upon seeing Flynn, everyone was overjoyed, having finally been able to reunite and continue building the glory of the trade convoy under his leadership. Master, we've been waiting for you for several days. The trade convoy has stopped growing without you. Master, what should we do next? We will spare no effort when you give the order. The 16 trade supervisors gathered around Flynn, looking at him eagerly like starving beasts awaiting guidance on direction and goals. Flynn reviewed the multitude of intelligence reports they provided and smiled with satisfaction. They hadn't forgotten his teachings and remained actively gathering information about the entire Daqing Empire, especially the capital, even in his absence. What is the core of the trade convoy? Information. In this underdeveloped world where communication is not advanced, information flow and control are in the hands of the higher-ups, be it for ordinary spirit masters or commoners. The rapid rise of the trade convoy depended on the early acquisition of information and the strategic foresight Flynn brought from his past life. He could swiftly identify which goods were severely imbalanced in different cities. Goods imbalance led to massive price fluctuations, allowing the trade convoy to profit by facilitating exchanges between cities. After reviewing the detailed intelligence covering 36 cities radiating from the capital provided by the 16 supervisors, Flynn quickly identified multiple significant opportunities. Cultivation essentials such as refining materials, medicinal ingredients, and practice resources, as well as daily necessities like grains, fruits, vegetables, alcohol, and tea. Ultimately, Flynn made important directives regarding black copper, or refining material, dustless cloud crystal, medicinal ingredient, and Mayaquanlan wine, alcoholic beverage. These 3 items are your scheduling tasks for the next month. Once we complete this deal, our caravan's influence will certainly rise to a new level. By then, your wish to establish a foothold in the capital can also be realized, said Flynn to the 16 trade supervisors. Everyone beamed with joy. They had expected that, with Flynn leading the way, the trade convoy would definitely reverse its previous decline and advance again. However, after receiving and reviewing the analyzed intelligence, they were stunned. Master, black copper ore? Isn't this too difficult? Tingguan City might not give us the chance. Trade supervisor Ala sounded incredulous. Black copper ore was a primary material used in refining, with wide-ranging applications and high demand. If they could secure transportation rights for these materials, the benefits, especially the influence, would significantly elevate their trade convoy. Master, dustless cloud crystal? Are you serious? This stuff is incredibly expensive. If it fails, years of hard work might go down the drain, frowned Trade Supervisor Dempsey, feeling the weight of the task. Master, Mayaquanlan wine is imperial liquor designated by the royal family. Do we even have the right to involve ourselves? Aren't we being too bold? Trade Supervisor Brandon looked at Flynn in surprise. None of the 3 commodities chosen by Flynn were easy. One required power, another demanded enormous funds, and the last one needed royal approval from the capital. While they trusted Flynn's insight and judgment, these tasks went beyond just relying on vision and analysis. They demanded substantial leverage. Flynn anticipated their skeptical looks. In the past, he wouldn't have been this bold because any misstep could lead to the disintegration of the trade convoy, leaving them bankrupt or even endangering their lives. Securing black copper or required the city lord's mansion's authority. Any mistake could place them in the city lord's clutches. Dustless cloud crystal demanded massive capital, necessitating multifold indemnity agreements, which could bankrupt the trade convoy if something went wrong. Mayaquanlan wine, though posing the least risk, was the hardest to obtain because it required approval from the imperial family. These 3 tasks are indeed risky. A single misstep could bankrupt us and put our lives in danger. So, let me make this clear. Anyone unwilling to proceed can withdraw now. I won't blame you. Once started, there's no turning back. However, success means achieving your dream of establishing yourself in the capital, becoming legitimate merchants. To take the risk or step back, the decision is yours. It wasn't that Flynn wanted to be overly aggressive, but he had no choice. To rapidly acquire the valuable resources he needed, taking risks was unavoidable. Moreover, he aimed to turn his trade convoy into the largest in the Daqing Empire, supporting his future cultivation needs and laying the foundation for a solid commercial empire in this world. The 16 did not rush to decide. After half an hour of discussion, Dempsey spoke first. Master, you saved my life. Since you chose to take this bold step, I pledge to follow you, come hell or high water, Dempsey declared. Very well. Flynn nodded approvingly and looked at the others. Master, without your mentorship, I'd still be a naive guard. You showed me the way, and this time, I choose to trust you completely, whatever the consequences. Brandon followed suit. Chapter 37. Seizing management rights. After Orlando expressed his stance, Allah immediately followed suit, saying, Young master, for any task you assign, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I, Allah, will not hesitate. The 16 commercial transport supervisors were led by Dempsey, Orlando, and Allah, corresponding to the transportation of equipment forging, elixir refining, and daily necessities respectively. Good. Flynn was deeply moved. He had initially thought that under such an aggressive plan, these people might not be willing to take the risk with him. But now it was clear that the loyalty and trust of the 16 commercial transport supervisors towards him were beyond doubt. Although this matter is somewhat aggressive, I still have some confidence, said Flynn. If you encounter difficulties, come to me anytime. After leaving the Yellow Moon Tower, Flynn found a place to change into a mask, transforming into the decisive Jagger. To make his commercial transport team effective in a short period and acquire sufficient resources, he needed to leverage the identity of Jagger. In the afternoon, Flynn arrived at the City Lord's office. To obtain the right to transport black copper ore, the City Lord's office was the first hurdle. He had to handle it personally. Otherwise, Dempsey would never smoothly acquire the rights. Upon learning that Jagger had come to the City Lord's office, the official responsible for equipment forging resources came out to greet him personally. At the capital founding ceremony, the City Lord's office learned that Jagger was to be the future city patrol commander, so the top officials naturally received the news promptly. Master Chun, you only need to send a messenger if there's anything. Why should you come here personally? The official in charge of Chi Resources, August, smiled warmly. You're too kind. Flynn responded coolly. I'm here today to obtain the authority to transport black copper ore in Foggy City. Black copper ore? August's face changed slightly. He knew very well how valuable this resource was. Controlling its transportation would equate to at least 10 million spirit stones annually. Yes, Flynn nodded. Master Chin, I'm truly sorry, but the rights to black copper ore have already been taken by the Lin family, August replied with a helpless expression. Do you think I don't understand? Flynn sneered. I know the Lin family has yet to finalize their agreement with the City Lord's office. As long as the process isn't completed, anyone has the right to contest for the black copper ore rights. Flynn scoffed. This? August looked difficult, not expecting that Jagger would be so well versed in transportation rights. Do you want me to come to the City Lord's office personally? Flynn coldly asked. No, Master Chun. August broke out in a cold sweat. On one side was one of Foggy City's 3 major families, the Lin family, and on the other was the future city patrol commander. He couldn't afford to offend either. Fine. I'll follow the rules and process the necessary procedures for Master Chen. However, I can't decide the final ownership, August reluctantly agreed. Not bad, Flynn nodded in satisfaction. Then, August personally led Flynn through the procedures. Meanwhile, he quickly relayed the news to the Lin family and the City Lord's office. At the Lin family residence, Pablo was listening to music and enjoying specialty pastries when he heard the news from the City Lord's office. His face instantly changed, dismissing the singing courtesans. Jagger? He wants to contest the black copper ore rights with our Lin family? Pablo coldly said. Didn't the City Lord already promise us the rights? Master, the City Lord is in a tough position. After all, Jagger is the future city patrol commander, the Lin family steward replied. I don't care. Is what your Manic says not valid? Was my son just hit by that woman, Carrie, for nothing? Pablo snorted. Master, now is not the time to hold a grudge. The City Lord's office likely won't openly oppose Jagger, so they'll probably follow the normal procedures. In the end, we'll be competing with Jagger for the black copper ore rights. So, we need to be prepared. The black copper ore rights not only bring millions of spirit stones, but also significant influence. The Lin family steward rationally advised. Just an outsider, no roots in Foggy City. Even as the future city patrol commander, what can he compete with our Lin family? What does he have to contend with us? Pablo's face turned grim before he changed tone. But we must be wary of the City Lord's office turning against us. According to the rules of Daming Kingdom, a competition involves 3 trials. One is a written exam, where whoever presents a plan that brings more benefits to the City Lord's office wins. The remaining 2 are martial exams. In the Mystic Wasteland continent, only martial prowess reigns supreme. Winning at least 2 out of the 3 trials secures the corresponding rights. This wasn't a problem for Flynn. He had full confidence in the written exam, and winning just 1 martial trial would secure the rights. Upon receiving the news, the City Lord's office wouldn't dare openly oppose the future city patrol commander Jagger, so they ordered August to strictly follow the rules. Privately, however, young Master Maverick saw this as a rare opportunity. If he could suppress Jagger, then Flynn would lose his support, allowing Maverick to retaliate without restraint. Jagger? You want the black copper ore rights? Well, I won't let you get what you want. Maverick left the City Lord's office, planning to follow his father's advice and use the Lin family to pit against Jagger in the black copper ore rights competition. After completing the procedures, Flynn confirmed that he would contest the black copper ore rights with the Lin family in 3 days. Leaving the City Lord's office, he didn't rush back to the Su family but went to Kenneth's small courtyard. As per the agreement, the 3-day deadline had passed. If Zaylee hadn't returned, Flynn intended to kill one member of the Qin family to force them to show up. Zaylee, will you stand by and watch your Qin family elders die in my hands? Flynn felt anticipation. With his increased strength, he was confident. Unfortunately, when Flynn reached Kenneth's courtyard, there was no sign of Zaylee. It wasn't clear if the Qin family hadn't conveyed the message, or if Zaylee ignored the situation. Undeterred, Flynn instructed Kenneth to parade the 4th elder through the streets, cursing Zaylee for ingratitude. If Zaylee returned, he would surely appear to save him. Kenneth understood Flynn's intentions, so he loudly proclaimed Zaylee's betrayal while delivering the 4th elder to the entrance of the Qin family residence. Chapter 38. The meeting. Even as the 4th elder's head fell before the gathered crowd, not a single member of the Qin family dared to step forward. The person Flynn had been hoping to see still did not appear. She is indeed a cold-hearted woman. Flynn sighed, no longer holding out much hope, and turned away dejectedly. Returning to the Su family, this time he did not climb over the wall but walked in through the main gate with dignity. The guards of the Su family, while still disdaining Flynn for being unworthy of Elizabeth, no longer dared to underestimate him. Adelia had been waiting for him anxiously, and upon seeing his safe return, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you go out alone? Adelia chided. As a future son-in-law of the Su family, shouldn't you have someone accompanying you? I'm fine. I'm used to it, Flynn murmured. I don't trust anyone else. Would you like me to find some trustworthy people for you? Adelia understood Flynn's reluctance to trust others after being betrayed by his beloved, which was understandable. No need. Kenneth will be here in a few days, Flynn replied. He didn't want anyone constantly watching over him, as it would make his identity transition inconvenient. Back in the bridal chamber, Flynn felt a small sense of anticipation, looking forward to Elizabeth's return. However, after waiting for a long time, he saw only Adelia instead of Elizabeth. Elizabeth won't be coming back tonight. She's resting at the minefield, Adelia informed him. Not coming home at night? That's not good, Flynn muttered. The next morning, Flynn left early and arrived at Balder Yulu just in time for his meeting with Elizabeth. Inside the private room at Balder Yulu, Flynn saw Elizabeth, who had spent the night elsewhere. Frisco. Upon seeing Flynn with his iron mask, Elizabeth stood up immediately and greeted him, calling him Jagger. as if he were her elder brother. Flynn was momentarily taken aback by this formality, as Elizabeth usually called him by his name. Daughter-in-law, please sit down. No need for such formality, Flynn responded, sitting down himself. Elizabeth looked at Flynn's back and felt a wave of emotion. The two brothers truly were similar. What surprised her most was that Jagger wore an iron mask even while eating, never revealing his true face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the dishes were served, and Elizabeth poured wine for Flynn, raising her glass and getting straight to the point. Frisco, I asked Flynn to meet you because I have a request. Flynn nodded. He mentioned it in the letter. Elizabeth continued, Frisco, our patriarch is old and recently suffered an attack. Although we managed to kill the attackers, he lost a lot of vitality and energy. At this moment, Elizabeth trusted Jagger completely, as she had no other choice. Normally, such important family matters would never be disclosed to outsiders. Flynn was startled upon hearing this. So the Su family's patriarch was actually a half-step true spirit master. What is a half-step true spirit master? It means the cultivation of spiritual energy in the Dantian has reached the spiritual mastery realm, but due to age, they cannot open their sea of consciousness or, if opened, lack enough starlight to illuminate it. Such great spirit masters are called half-step true spirit masters. They possess partial powers of a true spirit master, but cannot match them fully. This was something Flynn learned from talking to Jetbing, a true spirit master. Why are true spirit masters considered the most revered among spirit masters? Because they early on unlock the sea of consciousness and obtain starlight illumination, making it easier for them to enter the spiritual mastery realm compared to other spirit masters if they persist in cultivation. With the Su family patriarch lacking vitality, his strength would significantly diminish, possibly reducing his lifespan due to excessive depletion. For a long time, the Su family patriarch rarely appeared in public. As long as he was alive, he could intimidate various forces in foggy Yellow City. How could this happen? Flynn asked, puzzled. If my guess is right, it's because someone feels the patriarch stands in their way, Elizabeth said. This statement made it clear that whoever attacked the patriarch must be an insider, as outsiders would find it difficult to locate the patriarch's residence, let alone organize an attack. The patriarch should have been the pride of the clan, yet someone wanted to destroy him. The culprit was obvious. What do you want me to do? Flynn knew it was Houston, the son, who was behind this. I hope you can find an extraordinary medicinal herb for the patriarch, Elizabeth pleaded. Or perhaps a top-grade third-rank blood dragon pill, she added tentatively. Hearing this, Flynn felt a headache. A top-grade third-rank blood dragon pill was one of the highest quality elixirs he could currently obtain. Such an elixir might be found in the capital, but obtaining it wasn't just a matter of purchasing it with spirit stones. It required corresponding rare treasures. I'm afraid I can't achieve that at the moment, Flynn shook his head decisively. Elizabeth felt a bit disappointed, but understood how hard it was to find such an item. Is there anything else I can do? Flynn added. Hanging grass. I heard that hanging grass has been spotted in Luoxin Valley from afar. Could Frisco go to Luoxin Valley and find the hanging grass for me? Elizabeth asked more humbly. Luoxin Valley, located not far from foggy Yellow City, was a treacherous place infested with beast creatures. Most of the beasts in the city lord's menagerie originated from there. In this valley where beasts roamed freely, only a true spirit master at the spiritual mastery realm might dare to tread without restraint. Initially, Flynn wanted to refuse again, but when he saw Elizabeth's pleading and hopeful eyes, he couldn't bear to turn her down. Beautiful woman, a source of trouble. Flynn sighed inwardly. Even though Luoxin Valley was dangerous, the Su family was in immediate peril. If it weren't resolved, not only would Elizabeth be in danger, but he, the son-in-law, might also suffer. Daughter-in-law, I can go to Luoxin Valley to search for hanging grass, but I can't guarantee success, Flynn agreed. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief. She knew it was dangerous, but she had no other options. Thank you, Frisco. If hanging grass cannot be found, then it's up to fate, Elizabeth said gratefully. Don't be too pessimistic. No matter what happens, we'll deal with it as it comes. Flynn tried to comfort her. Is there anything else Frisco needs to say? Elizabeth asked, puzzled. Chapter 39. Sweetheart. Younger sister-in-law, I've heard that you married my brother just to use him as a shield. Is this true? After hesitating for a moment, Flynn asked Elizabeth directly. With his current cover identity as Jagger, Flynn could broach this difficult subject more easily. Eldest brother, I? Elizabeth was momentarily at a loss for words, because she initially married Flynn for this simple reason. I understand. Regardless of the reasons, you and my brother are still officially married in the eyes of heaven and earth. Flynn nodded. I only have this one younger brother, who has been hurt by women before. I hope you won't let him be hurt again, Flynn said sternly in his role as an older brother. Eldest brother, what do you mean by that? Elizabeth was puzzled and looked at Flynn questioningly. Have you ever had a man you fancied? Flynn asked bluntly. Since that night when Elizabeth got drunk and kept muttering yin K, Flynn felt uneasy until he knew the truth about it. Eldest brother, I won't ask about Flynn's past or your relationship with him. I can only promise you that while I'm with Flynn, I will not cause him any harm, Elizabeth replied firmly. Thank you. Although Flynn didn't get the answer he wanted, having Elizabeth's assurance was satisfying enough for him. The one who should thank is me. Elizabeth responded. At first, I only used Flynn to prevent young master from proposing, but after he came, he gave me far more help than I expected. That's good, Flynn gently said. I also hope you two can turn this pretense into reality and truly give me an excellent younger sister-in-law. Elizabeth only smiled faintly without replying. After eating a little bit, Elizabeth got up and took her leave, and Flynn did not try to detain her. This encounter under different identities was not as pleasant as their time together in the bridal chamber. However, it did allow Flynn to gain further insight into Elizabeth's mindset. Elizabeth harbored great secrets, and it seemed unlikely that she would genuinely fall in love with Flynn. She seemed to be deliberately restraining herself in some way. Yin K? Could she really already have someone in her heart? After leaving the Yellow Moon Tower, Flynn's jealousy intensified even more. Returning to the Sioux family residence, Flynn didn't see Elizabeth. After dinner, he went straight to the Balderling minefield. He found out from Adelia that Elizabeth wouldn't return for a few days because there were matters to attend to at the mine. She promised me a kiss or a meal made by her own hands if I invited Jagger out. Flynn vaguely felt that Elizabeth was deliberately avoiding him. In the afternoon, Cora and her husband arrived on schedule, bringing official documents, seals, and a retired former dance bureau director as a witness. The formalities were simplified as much as possible. Afterwards, Flynn led Cora's children directly to the small courtyard where Elizabeth lived, starting to teach them modern dance knowledge. As Cora mentioned, her children indeed showed astonishing talent in dance. In just an hour, these two 16-year-olds mastered the basic movements of modern dance flawlessly. Next, Flynn demonstrated another modern dance routine. They quickly learned it with precision. Teacher, is this dance also created by you? Eudora asked with admiration. In the future, this dance belongs to you. Consider it a gift from your teacher upon our first meeting, Flynn said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Eudora excitedly danced around and gave Flynn an enthusiastic hug. Teacher, what about me? Chris asked impatiently. No need to rush. Later, I'll teach you a new dance and gift it to you too, Flynn reassured Chris. Until it was dark, neither sibling wanted to leave, completely absorbed in the two new modern dances taught by Flynn. That's all for today. Flynn stopped them. Teacher, can we perform the dance you taught us at the dance bureau? Eudora asked. Once the dance is yours, you can decide what to do with it, Flynn nodded. However, I have a task for you both. After returning home, practice diligently and try adapting these dances based on the basics. Come back here in 3 days, and I'll check your progress. Flynn instructed the siblings. Teaching the Zhang siblings dancing required him only to impart what he knew. Whether they could promote modern dance wasn't something he needed to worry about. The siblings barely returned home before Bear urgently summoned them. How did Teacher Chen teach? Bear asked. Why so impatient? Cora said to her husband, dancing isn't something that can be mastered overnight. How can you expect immediate results? We spent a fortune on tuition. No progress at all would be unacceptable. We aren't fools, Bear retorted. Father, how much did you pay Teacher Chen? Chris hurriedly asked out of curiosity. 100,000 spirit stones as a token gift, deputy director level benefits from the dance bureau, plus 2 third-grade pills, Bear replied. Father, that's only worth 2 third-grade pills? Chris thought it was insignificant. What do you know? Do you realize what 2 third-grade pills represent? Bear explained, visibly upset. 1 third-grade pill can engage an 8th-grade Great Spirit Master for one task. Cheapskate. To me, Father giving 20 third-grade pills to Teacher Chen would be fair. Eudora defended her teacher right away. Child, do you know what you're saying? Bear was furious. His children were defending their teacher less than a day after initiation? That's not right. Bear noticed something amiss and turned to his children, asking, why are you both speaking up for Flynn? What exactly did he teach you this afternoon? Cora also sensed something was off. Their children followed Flynn for just one afternoon and deemed his tutoring worth 20 third-grade pills. Both parents looked curiously at their kids. Ro, go ahead. Let me accompany you on the piano, Chris laughed and gestured for his sister to show Flynn's gift, a modern dance. Father, mother, watch closely. Eudora grinned mysteriously. Chapter 40. Agreeing to the deal. Mr. and Mrs. Cora were momentarily stunned. Soon, they watched Eudora dance gracefully to the melody played by Chris. The couple was completely mesmerized. It wasn't until the music stopped that they snapped out of their awe and applauded enthusiastically for their daughter. Is this a new dance taught to you by Teacher Chen? Cora asked. Yes. It's a new dance that teacher gave me full authority over, Eudora said excitedly. Mom, what do you think? Isn't it as good as the one Teacher Chen performed at the Jian capital celebration? Cora nodded in approval and warmly embraced her daughter, saying joyfully, we've truly found a treasure this time. Just with this dance, it far surpasses the value of 2 third-grade pills. Mom, not only does sister have a special dance, but Teacher Chen also gave me a special dance, Chris quickly added from the side. Little sister, play the guqin for me, and I'll perform for father and mother. After the siblings each performed a modern dance, Bear was incredibly moved. Just as Eudora had said, they had been nurtured in dance by their mother since childhood, giving them a more solid foundation than Cooper. Thus, their dances were indeed better executed than Cooper's. No wonder Chinger said that 20 third-grade pills for Teacher Chen are not too much, Cora said, holding her husband's hand excitedly. With these dances, Chinger and Rower absolutely have the potential to enter the capital's dance bureau for further development and eventually serve as directors in a mid-level city. We truly underestimated Teacher Chen's magnanimity, Cora said with a hint of guilt. Yes. I never imagined that Teacher Chen would be so generous to our children, directly gifting the dances he choreographed. But we simply don't have that many third-grade pills, Bear said, now feeling troubled. For others, a single dance might seem trivial, easily overshadowed by third-grade pills. But for aspiring dancers who wished to establish themselves and thrive in the dance world, it was invaluable. Especially these modern dances, which were unique to the Daqing Kingdom, pioneering history, and marking the birth of an entirely new genre of dance. Such recognition was extraordinarily significant for aspiring dancers. Chinger, Rower, come here. At this moment, Bear and Cora solemnly called their children over. Teacher Chen has shown you great favor. If you truly become pioneers in modern dance, never forget your teacher's immense kindness, Bear emphasized. Father, mother, rest assured, we will never be ungrateful. Chris and Eudora both nodded. No, you must swear it. Cora, being a master dancer, understood the gravity even more, insisting on a vow rather than just a verbal promise. Only after both children took the oath did Cora let them rest, instructing them not to reveal the modern dance to outsiders, but to save it for a grand stage performance at the dance bureau. Dear, we might need to do more for our children this time, Cora said affectionately to Bear. Teacher Chan is generous, and we can't disgrace our children. We should repay his immense kindness however much we can, Bear agreed. That night, Mr. and Mrs. Bear began leveraging their influence and connections to secure high-quality third-grade pills for Cooper. Cooper was unaware that teaching dance to the children of Cora and Bear would elicit such strong reactions from the couple. He merely wanted to convey that his tutoring fee was worth 2 third-grade pills. Seeing Elizabeth was not home, Cooper naturally entered her secret chamber to practice using her mystic ice bed. A night of intense cultivation yielded noticeable progress, yet it was still far from advancing him to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. This made Cooper long for the days when he could cultivate using pills. The next morning, Cooper planned to visit Luoxian Valley, fulfilling his promise to Elizabeth, whom he didn't wish to disappoint. As he prepared to leave, Jemima arrived on schedule, waiting outside the matrimonial courtyard. Cooper, my father agrees to your terms, Jemima said, approaching him. Cooper was pleased. He hadn't expected Houston to actually agree, willing to offer a third-grade pill as payment. What about the pill? Cooper asked. The pills are not ready yet. They will be delivered to you tomorrow or the latest, the day after, Jemima replied. All right, I'll wait for you, Cooper nodded. Cooper, once we give you the pill, don't play any tricks. Killing you would be effortless for us, Jemima added sternly. Don't worry. A blind waste like me wouldn't dare trick the second master of the Sioux family, Cooper promised. Are the pills intended for your elder brother? Jemima murmured. My father wants to meet him. Can you arrange that for us? Before even receiving the pills, you're already trying to command me? Cooper chuckled coldly, declining. Fine. Remember this once the pills are delivered, Jemima reminded him again. Sure thing, Cooper agreed. After seeing Jemima off, Cooper left the Sioux residence for Luoxian Valley. Jemima, watching Cooper's departing back, felt a twinge of coldness. A blind cripple managed to extort a third-grade pill from her family, naturally making her feel indignant. Just let you have your moment. Once father becomes the patriarch of the Sioux family, I'll make sure you regret this, Jemima thought, feeling a sting from the loss of resources she herself had never tasted. Pills were precious, and their effectiveness for spirit masters peaked only on first use. For those lacking talent, consuming pills required moderation to avoid waste. Only families like the Sioux clan could afford such luxury. Ordinary spirit masters might never have the chance to consume a third-grade pill in their lifetime. Leaving the Sioux residence, Cooper transformed his identity into Jagger, who had once subdued the Chin family alone, then departed Baldurwa City, heading straight for Luoxian Valley. Standing on a hillside, looking back at the land behind him, beautiful and expansive, veiled by mist, he marveled at the vast expanse before him. This world, this Baldurwa City, is my homeland. Within a few years, all across this continent will know of my existence. Gazing into the mist-shrouded land, a sense of bold ambition surged within Cooper. With the ethereal sky cauldron, he would carve out his place in this world. Chapter 41. Useful Talent. Luoxian Valley, located north of Yellow Mist City and adjacent to the Qinling Mountains, was just a half-hour walk from the city for Flynn. Unlike the perpetual pale yellow mist that enveloped Yellow Mist City, the air here was much fresher. The sky was clear, the sun shone brightly, and lush trees lined the landscape. Many spirit masters from Yellow Mist City relied on hunting in this area for survival, hunting demonic beasts, gathering spirit herbs, and more. Flynn had hunted demonic beasts and gathered herbs before, but had always avoided this place due to its perilous nature. Each year, no less than 100 spirit masters met their end here, and even some grand spirit masters had fallen to the demonic beast within. Back then, despite being known as a prodigy with the three-eyed spirit vision, Flynn was still only at the gathering spirit stage. Now, with the Void Sky tripod, he had advanced to the 6th tier of the transforming spirit realm. His strength was formidable enough to challenge a 9th-rank grand spirit master, making the outcome uncertain. Entering Luoxian Valley, he found himself amidst dense forests where sunlight barely penetrated through the towering, unnamed trees. The dense foliage made it extremely challenging for ordinary people to navigate. However, Flynn, now a grand spirit master, wasn't hindered by the vines and creepers. His snake spirit vision, augmented by his sea of consciousness spiritual power, greatly enhanced his perception. Though wearing an iron mask, Flynn could clearly sense everything within a kilometer, and even up to 2 kilometers away if there were strong life forces. This heightened perception helped him understand why powerful snake spirit beasts were so hard to catch. Their ability to evade danger was exceptionally strong. With the support of phantom steps and air mastery talent, Flynn moved swiftly through the thick forest, disappearing into the greenery within moments. His enhanced snake spirit vision allowed him to avoid risks and detect hidden demonic beasts well ahead of time. As he ventured deeper, he encountered numerous demonic beasts, spirit herbs for alchemy, and even some special ores. These items would have been valuable treasures in the past, worth money or trade. But now, such things were beneath his notice. Attracting powerful demonic beasts' attention over trifles was not worth the risk. Continuing forward, he traversed the dense jungle and encountered thousands of demonic beasts, most of which were at the gathering spirit stage, with only a few at the transforming spirit stage. Hunting demonic beasts was one of his goals, specifically those with unique abilities like the snake spirit beast, silver-winged golden eagle, or silver dragon. While Flynn dared not confront the mighty silver dragon, even true spirit masters feared. He could try his hand at the transforming spirit stage, snake, spirit beast, or silver-winged golden eagle. Finally, leaving the forest, he arrived at a deep and wide canyon, the heart of Luoxian Valley. Here, both the strength of the demonic beasts and the value of spirit herbs significantly increased. Few spirit masters from Yellow Mist City ever ventured this far to hunt or seek treasures. The canyon was flanked by steep cliffs, making it a dangerous place despite its width. On these cliffs, climbing and flying demonic beasts resided, easily spotting movements below. Flynn became cautious, moving slowly and carefully, hiding behind the abundant flora to investigate the canyon. That is, fire spirit fruit. To his surprise, Flynn sensed a bright red fruit, a main ingredient for the second-rank elixir, Fiery Cloud Pill, selling for around 80,000 spirit stones when mature. Though ineffective for Flynn now, it would be a precious find for someone like Elizabeth with phoenix blood. 6 fire spirit fruits equated to 400,000 spirit stones, an immense fortune. Small wonder everyone dreams of striking it rich overnight. Yet, Flynn remained wary. Such valuable fruit would certainly attract demonic beasts. His snake spirit vision revealed no sign of strong creatures nearby. Cautiously approaching within 500 meters, still sensing no threats, Flynn speculated that either the beast had unique abilities to evade detection, or it was out hunting. Believing in his luck, Flynn used phantom steps to approach, drawing his silver moon sword, ready for any sudden dangers. Reaching the tree, he leaped up and plucked a fire spirit fruit, its aroma wafting through the air with a slight warmth. Riches are mine. Flynn continued picking the fruits one after another. Unbeknownst to him, a ferocious demonic beast perched on a cliff nearby locked onto his movements the moment he picked the first fruit. In the next instant, it leaped down from the cliff, hurtling towards Flynn with terrifying speed. Chapter 42. In Trouble. When Flynn's spirit eye snake sensed the enormous creature, it was already within a distance of just over 1,000 meters from him. Iron Claw Rock Eagle. An elite beast at the peak transformation realm with claws like steel and a body like rock. Flynn felt an intense coldness envelop his entire body. Without hesitation, he abandoned the 3 unharvested fire spirit fruits on the tree and immediately activated his phantom step and chi control abilities, fleeing into the nearby thicket. Boom. The moment Flynn left the spot, a loud noise echoed as if a bomb had landed there in his previous life. The ground shook, and terrifying shockwaves cut through delicate plant branches. A branch as thick as an arm was sent flying by the shockwave, colliding with Flynn's body and shattering the protective spiritual energy armor around him. So this is a peak transformation realm beast? Flynn felt a tremor in his back as spiritual energy surged and blood rushed to his head, spitting out drops of fresh blood from under his iron mask. Just the aftereffects could shatter his spiritual armor and injure him. A direct hit would turn him into minced meat. No wonder they say peak beasts can overpower spirit masters of the same level. This saying seems to be true, Flynn thought fearfully. He had initially thought his luck was good, but instead, he had provoked such a fearsome beast. Facing a grade 9 high spirit master, Flynn still held a fighting chance, with the outcome uncertain. But against this peak grade 9 beast, he harbored no thoughts of combat, only wanting to escape this place and avoid the creature with a wingspan nearly 10 meters wide. Although the Iron Claw Rock Eagle was a beast, its intelligence wasn't low. Surprised to see Flynn dodge its sudden attack, it hesitated for a moment before flapping its wings and swallowing the remaining 3 fire spirit fruits. After finishing this, the Iron Claw Rock Eagle soared into the air again, searching for Flynn. Chirp! A crisp sound echoed through the canyon, stirring countless disturbances like a drop of water landing in hot oil. Numerous beasts went berserk due to the pressure from the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, causing countless weak beasts to flee frantically, terrified of becoming its prey. Suddenly, the previously quiet canyon became noisy and chaotic, with various sized beasts scrambling to escape, avoiding the Rock Eagle's notice. Circling in the sky, the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's sharp eyes searched for the human who had stolen the fire spirit fruits, while ignoring weaker beasts without attempting to hunt them. Inside the canyon, Flynn's face slightly changed as he kept the spirit eye snake active, preventing the rampaging beasts from accidentally revealing his position. However, as more and more beasts fled outward, the situation grew dire. With hundreds, even thousands of beasts stampeding, their strength varied, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even with his acute senses, Flynn couldn't perfectly hide himself amidst the chaos. Thus, he had no choice but to move upstream, ensuring his location wouldn't be exposed. As countless beasts stormed through, the once lush canyon vegetation was trampled into barren land, offering no cover. Hiding near a cliff, Flynn needed to dodge fleeing beasts while keeping his trail hidden from the circling Iron Claw Rock Eagle. His situation was extremely dangerous. If discovered again without sufficient cover, he'd have nowhere to hide except facing the enraged eagle directly. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle didn't expect Flynn to hide so well, not exposing himself amidst the stampede. It began blind dives, attempting to locate him. Despite its power, its sensing ability was far inferior to the Spirit Eye Snake, making finding Flynn through blind dives futile. Forced to move upstream, Flynn ventured deeper into the canyon, with the relentless Iron Claw Rock Eagle chasing him for nearly 10 miles. Just when Flynn wondered when this ordeal would end, he unexpectedly sensed 2 familiar figures via the Spirit Eye Snake. That's the 2 mysterious experts who attacked me in the alley. Flynn instantly recognized these young high spirit masters. The man in green was the one who had attacked him with poison darts laced with soul-corroding poison. To meet my enemies here, such unexpected encounters are rare. If not for his possession of the Void Sky tripod, he would have succumbed to the poison long ago. Previously lacking the power to take revenge, this was now a golden opportunity. These 2 youths, with deep and unfathomable cultivation, were likely grade 9 high spirit masters from some major force. However, the relentlessly pursuing Iron Claw Rock Eagle, a top-level beast at the transformation realm, was even more formidable. If Flynn could make the eagle engage these young geniuses, he would welcome any outcome. Flynn approached them cautiously. If they entered the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's range, he could divert its attention. Adamaris and Miles, both grade 9 high spirit masters, one step away from true spirit master status, dared not act recklessly in this fallen spin valley. They moved carefully, unaware that danger loomed. Chirp! Only when the enormous figure appeared overhead did they realize something was amiss. Iron Claw Rock Eagle. Peak beast. Both Adamaris and Miles's faces paled as they instinctively stopped and hid carefully. Senior brother, this beast is no easy opponent. Adamaris's expression turned serious. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle has poor eyesight. As long as we stay quiet, it won't detect us. Miles reassured the charming younger sister confidently. Yes. Adamaris showed great trust in Miles, visibly relaxing. Senior brother, we've been in this fallen spin valley for days, searching multiple times. Is our information wrong? Maybe there's no suspension grass here. Adamaris, who had spent days searching, found it difficult to adapt as a young woman fond of beauty. The information should be correct. Suspension grass, being a main ingredient for 4th grade elixirs, isn't easy to find, Miles insisted, believing their information was accurate. They just hadn't located it yet. Chapter 43. The enemy of my enemy. Hovering grass? They're also searching for hovering grass. Flynn was quite surprised. Initially, he had doubts about whether there was any hovering grass in Luoxian Valley, uncertain if it truly existed here. But now, since these young prodigies mentioned it, he believed even more strongly that Elizabeth was right. Hovering grass did exist here. This meant that these two youngsters were now his competitors for obtaining the hovering grass. He wouldn't hesitate against them. Senior student? I wonder if they're from Lu Kingdom's Sky Pride Academy or from Zhou Kingdom's Qinghai Academy? Flynn knew that many powerful forces had secretly arrived at Baldurwood City. As both parties approached each other to within just 500 meters, Flynn stopped and extended his spiritual energy outwards. His target wasn't the concealed Adamaris and Miles who were whispering, but rather a tiny vine only 10 meters away from them. Although the Iron Claw Rock Eagle has poor eyesight, it isn't terrible. The abnormal movement of the vine would naturally attract its attention. Moreover, intangible spiritual energy wouldn't draw as much notice as spirit energy, preventing Adamaris and Miles from sensing anything amiss early on. Let's put on a show. Flynn's current spiritual energy could extend approximately 500 meters outside his body, enough for him to avoid the subsequent attack range of the Iron Claw Rock Eagle. SSSHH. Under the pull of spiritual energy, the vine suddenly moved abnormally. The small sound and slight movement didn't mean much normally, but for the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, which had been pursuing Flynn from the sky, it was an extremely noticeable trace. Screech. A sharp cry rang out, and the nearly 10-meter wingspan Iron Claw Rock Eagle instantly swooped down from the sky with a terrifying sonic boom, striking precisely toward a spot merely tens of meters from Adamaris and Miles. Oh no. Quick run. Miles's face changed drastically as soon as he noticed the situation. He couldn't hide any longer, immediately bursting into motion and dodging in one direction. Senior, didn't you say the Iron Claw Rock Eagle has poor vision and wouldn't find us? Adamaris, terrified, also fled swiftly. Facing a top-tier beast close-range all-out attack, a peer-level spirit master would rarely be able to withstand it. Boom. An enormous explosion shook the ground. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle's strike created a deep crater. Lying in a mess but still relatively unharmed after being hit by the shockwave, Adamaris and Miles narrowly escaped the initial attack. Though the Iron Claw Rock Eagle realized these weren't the humans it sought to kill, it remained murderous. Missing once, it flapped its wings again without taking flight. Its wings sliced through like two terrifying mountain-cleaving blades, destroying surrounding plants as it charged straight at Miles. Miles's expression darkened. Dodging now was too late. The creature's speed was too fast. Freak. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Seeing escape was impossible, Miles cursed under his breath, feeling bitter. He couldn't understand how the allegedly nearsighted Iron Claw Rock Eagle had discovered their presence. Senior, let me help. Although Adamaris blamed Miles for misjudging, she did not abandon him, holding her sword and attacking from behind the Iron Claw Rock Eagle. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted in the valley. Two young prodigies, 9th-rank Great Spirit Masters, engaged in combat with a top-tier Spirit Transformation Realm beast. Meanwhile, Flynn, the instigator, had long since quietly distanced himself, now observing the battle from nearly 2 kilometers away. Miles's body was bathed in a golden halo, his armor shimmering, his sword emitting a pale cold light. Clearly, Miles was strong, and his sword was no ordinary weapon. It was nearly a spirit tool. Adamaris, though female, wielded a sword whose cold light was incredibly sharp. Even the defensive feathers and skin of the Iron Claw Rock Eagle couldn't stop the attacks. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle's ferocity was overwhelming, fighting both opponents without losing momentum. Each wing flap sent sand and stones flying, its tough feathers possessing immense destructive power. Observing from afar, Flynn couldn't help but gasp. Adamaris and Miles's strength surpassed his imagination. They could hold their ground against the Iron Claw Rock Eagle. Recalling his earlier encounter in the alley, if not for the spiritual ice snake's perception, he'd likely be dead. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle's lethal power shook the earth. 9th-rank Great Spirit Master's armor could barely withstand such fierce attacks. A direct hit would mean severe injury or death. Besides its formidable offense, the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's defense was equally astonishing. Despite countless strikes from Miles and Adamaris using precise sword techniques, they failed to inflict any fatal damage. Terrifying offense, unyielding defense. This was the true might of a top-tier beast, almost flawless. If Flynn faced the Iron Claw Rock Eagle alone, he could dodge 100 attacks, but one successful strike would incapacitate him. My cultivation is still too weak. If I were also a 9th-rank Great Spirit Master, killing such a beast would be like slicing through butter. Watching the intense battle, Flynn's competitive spirit surged. He yearned to ride a top-tier beast one day, taming it completely. Over time, Adamaris and Miles, who initially held their ground, began to show signs of defeat. Clearly, even the top-tier prodigies from powerful factions struggled against beasts. Beasts seemed inherently superior to spirit masters. Of course, if either Adamaris or Miles were spirit technique masters, the situation might differ. Screech. With a piercing cry, the Iron Claw Rock Eagle swiftly turned, its wings slashing horizontally toward Adamaris like twin broadswords. Clang. A metallic crash resounded as Adamaris was struck by the massive wing and sent flying. Landing hard, she crashed into a nearby boulder, her spirit armor flickering dangerously, nearly shattering. Senior, save me. With blood trickling from her mouth, Adamaris watched helplessly as the Iron Claw Rock Eagle bore down on her, frightened, screaming for help. Chapter 44, Drawing Fire. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle's defenses were astonishing. One could strike it many times without inflicting significant harm, yet a Spirit Master could not withstand a single blow from it. Despite Adamaris's best efforts to block the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's attack, she was unable to completely neutralize its force and suffered severe injuries from just that one hit. Seeing this scene, Flynn felt a wave of relief. If he didn't have the perceptive ability of the spirit-eyed snake, he would have died under the claws of this Iron Claw Rock Eagle long ago. Miles, noticing Adamaris's imminent peril, furrowed his brows. Even if he were to land a full-strength slash on this giant creature with his sword, it might not suffer critical damage. To save Adamaris, Miles knew he had to deliver a devastating blow to the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, forcing it to feel the threat to its life. Damn! How did this stupid eagle find our hiding place? Miles still couldn't believe it was a coincidence, but found no reason to think otherwise. At this critical moment, he no longer hesitated. From his chest, he pulled out a small bottle, poured out a pill, and instantly swallowed it. Immediately, Miles's blood chi surged, and his spirit power intensity increased at an unbelievable rate. In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the rank of a 9th-rank Great Spirit Master to the realm of a half-step True Spirit Master. One quasi-4th-rank spirit pill, wasted just like that. Miles felt a twinge of pain in his heart, yet he could not abandon Adamaris. Beast, I shall not leave your inner core undisturbed. It would be an insult to my heaven-turning spirit pill. Miles, feeling both aggrieved and filled with rage, quickly summoned 2 cold gleaming darts from his chest. These darts were naturally imbued with spirit-eroding poison. While it was extremely lethal to spirit masters, its effectiveness against beasts was significantly reduced. However, for the sake of killing this Iron Claw Rock Eagle, Miles wouldn't hesitate to use any means that could weaken it, lest he end up losing both his wife and his troops. As the darts shot forth, Miles unleashed his spirit-level sword technique, moving like a dragon in incomprehensible speed toward the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's back. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle immediately sensed the icy killing intent from behind and swiftly waved its wings to deflect one of the darts, sending it flying away. But the other dart, though also deflected, managed to pierce through its defenses, tearing a small 3-finger-wide wound. The wound was minor but contained spirit-eroding poison, which, once mingling with blood, could rapidly spread throughout the body. Even the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, sensing the invasion of poison, shuddered, its movement slowing down. Sensing the threat from behind, the Iron Claw Rock Eagle became thoroughly enraged. It abandoned the nearby Adamaris, who was within arm's reach, and instantly turned to counterattack Miles as he approached. Screech! With an angry cry, the Iron Claw Rock Eagle flapped its enormous wings, standing upright, and its claws shot forward like lightning toward Miles. Clang! Miles swung his sword continuously, engaging in a direct confrontation, successfully withstanding the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's assault. The flashes of sparks illuminated as Miles's blade struck repeatedly against the beast's body. Adamaris let out a sigh of relief, shakily getting up, and began to calm the boiling blood chi and spirit power within her body, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. After expelling the internal bruised blood, Adamaris regained her strength and picked up her fallen sword, joining the fray to encircle and attack the Iron Claw Rock Eagle. Flynn watched eagerly, knowing that regardless of who ended up gravely injured or fleeing, it would be an excellent outcome for him. He could silently follow and gain the advantage without effort. The battle was intense, with the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's strength surpassing imagination. Despite Miles's ascent to half-step True Spirit Master using a quasi-4th-rank heaven-turning spirit pill, he could not fully suppress the Iron Claw Rock Eagle. Even with Adamaris assisting, striking sporadically from the side, they could not fully contain the beast, and Miles found himself in danger multiple times. Had it not been for Adamaris's help, even Miles, as a half-step True Spirit Master, would not be a match for the Iron Claw Rock Eagle. After 3 minutes, the effects of the spirit-eroding poison peaked inside the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, visibly weakening its power. At this moment, Miles couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "Iyun, the spirit-eroding poison is taking effect. This beast is at its weakest now. Senior brother, rest assured, this beast won't escape today." Adamaris observed the decrease in the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's strength and its slower movements. Both of them spared no effort, even Adamaris engaging in close combat, relentlessly attacking the few vulnerable spots on the Iron Claw Rock Eagle. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle is about to fall. Flynn, seeing this, understood that the Iron Claw Rock Eagle was bound to be defeated. As a top-tier spirit transformation realm beast, the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's destructive power was unquestionable. No same-rank spirit master could endure a single blow from it. However, compared to spirit masters, these beasts had limited abilities and could not utilize external resources. Therefore, if they failed to secure victory early on, their situation could take a dramatic turn for the worse later. Miles and Adamaris were able to reverse the tide of battle due to spirit pills. The spirit-eroding poison suppressed the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's power, while the heaven-turning spirit pill enhanced Miles's spirit power, pushing him into the realm of half-step True Spirit Master. Screech! A sharp, piercing cry rang out. Beneath the wings of the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, a streak of sword light flashed, and blood spewed out. Its defenses were finally broken by the combined efforts of Miles and Adamaris. Seeing this, they rejoiced and pressed their attack mercilessly, not giving the Iron Claw Rock Eagle any chance to retaliate. Several more flashes of sword light appeared, accompanied by splashes of blood. The once mighty, top-tier beast, which could command the obedience of thousands of creatures over a dozen miles, now emitted pain screams, having lost its former glory. Beast, to die. Miles smiled broadly. Hunting such a high-tier beast meant obtaining valuable refining materials in its essence blood and inner core. Although it wouldn't make up for the loss of the heaven-turning spirit pill, it would roughly compensate for half of it. No, I can't let these two benefit. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle possesses special abilities. If I could absorb its essence, blood, and inner core, it would greatly benefit me. Having watched from a distance, Flynn finally emerged from hiding upon seeing the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's dire straits, ready to seize the opportunity. Chapter 45. Seizing the Opportunity. Flynn cautiously approached the intense battlefield where Miles and Adamaris were battling the Iron Claw Rock Eagle. His goal was to prevent them from killing it here. Stopping around 500 meters away from their battle, Flynn picked up a piece of rubble that had been dislodged by their fight. He channeled his spiritual energy into the rock, overlaying it with his mental force, then unleashed the 1,000 Illusion Slash. The power from 5 layers surged into this unremarkable stone, infusing it with the consciousness granted by Flynn's mental force. To stop Miles and Adamaris from killing the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, the only way was to injure Miles, who had reached the quasi-true Spirit Master realm, thus making him wary and retreat with Adamaris. Flynn did not act rashly, but instead waited for the right moment to catch them off guard. Neither Miles nor Adamaris would have expected another presence nearby as they focused entirely on the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, trying to inflict greater harm in hopes of killing it, extracting its blood, and retrieving its demon core. Bang bang bang. The battle remained fierce. The heavily wounded Iron Claw Rock Eagle sensed its peril, unleashing all its animal ferocity in a desperate counterattack. Unfortunately, even in full fury, it could not turn the tide and was continuously bled and injured by Miles and Adamaris. Iyun, cover me. Let me finish this beast, Miles declared, no longer hesitating as he plunged towards the heavily wounded wing under the eagle's claws. All right. Adamaris quickened her assault, drawing closer to harass the eagle, distracting it to clear the way for Miles. A cold glint streaked towards the wing, eliciting a mournful cry from the Iron Claw Rock Eagle as it realized it could not evade this blow and would die by the sword. At this moment, Flynn seized his opportunity. At such close range, Miles's all-out attack left him defenseless. If the strike succeeded, the Iron Claw Rock Eagle would either die or lose its fighting ability. But if it failed, the bird's sharp talons just inches away posed a fatal threat to Miles. Go! Flynn aimed his pre-prepared strike directly at Miles's sword. The ordinary stone, now filled with spiritual energy, transformed into a destructive projectile. Guided by the mental force, it homed precisely on its target like a guided missile. To your death. Miles's face showed triumph at the prospect of adding the kill of an advanced spiritual formation realm demon beast to his record as a top-grade 9th rank spirit master. Just as Miles thought of this glorious addition, he suddenly felt a rapid burst of spiritual energy from behind, causing his expression to change drastically. Oh no! Panicked, Miles shifted his attack direction, prioritizing his safety over finishing the eagle. Clang! His sword struck the eagle's iron-hard feathers instead of its wound. The powerful shock made Miles stagger, and immediately, a chill sensation swept from behind, sharp talons slashing toward his back. Thud! In the nick of time, Miles broke out in cold sweat. Thankfully, his reinforced spiritual armor, aided by Adamaris' sword support, helped him narrowly avoid most of the impact. Bang! Simultaneously, a large stone loaded with powerful spiritual energy buried deep into the wound under the eagle's wing, resembling a nail lodged into flesh. The eagle let out a pained shriek but managed to escape Miles and Adamaris' encirclement. Without hesitation, it flapped its massive wings and soared skyward, evading further ground attacks. What happened? Adamaris asked, confused at seeing Miles shaken. There's someone hiding. Miles quickly hid with Adamaris after pulling her aside. How can that be? Adamaris looked around incredulously, finding nothing. The eagle has poor eyesight, but targeted us accurately for a surprise attack. This isn't a coincidence. There must be someone with better perception and stealth. Is it a Qinling powerhouse? Adamaris' face changed, thinking only those from Qinling could outclass them. It's unclear, but if they're trying to use us as a pawn, they aren't likely very strong, or they wouldn't need such elaborate tricks. Miles frowned, feeling heavily manipulated. Not only had he wasted a rare 4th-grade spirit pill, but he had nearly lost his life to the eagle. No matter who it is, we'll find them. Qinghai Academy won't accept this humiliation silently. Adamaris seethed, nearly meeting a similar fate. Flynn wasn't far away. With the snake-eyed awareness, he heard everything clearly. So they are students from Qinghai Academy. This is just interest. One day when I have enough strength, I will seek revenge for the alley ambush. Flynn withdrew quietly. The Iron Claw Rock Eagle was his prize and mustn't escape. The stone infused with his spiritual energy served as both a tracker and a delayed explosive. As the wounded eagle flew faster, its injuries worsened. Any further impact from Flynn's accumulated spiritual energy would render it incapable of fighting. Feeling the eagle's flight path, Flynn also noticed his limited mental force depleting as the distance increased between them and the stone. Chapter 46. Strengthening Flesh and Blood. In other words, once the Iron Claw cliff carving got far enough away, the mental energy required to lock onto its position would exceed Flynn's capacity. If such a situation occurred, the spiritual consciousness within the stone would shatter and dissipate. Then, the spirit stone filled with spirit energy would explode on its own. Although the Iron Claw cliff carving was heavily wounded, its aerial speed remained quite fast. Inside the canyon, Flynn, who needed to hide his trail, could not compare. I had hoped to take care of it silently, but now it seems that was just wishful thinking, Flynn said helplessly. Once he surpassed his mental energy limits, he would have no choice but to act. After chasing for a distance, Flynn did not hesitate and decisively detonated the spirit stone beneath the Iron Claw cliff carving's wing. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, immediately followed by a piercing screech as the Iron Claw cliff carving plummeted from the sky. One of its wings was almost completely severed, spewing out torrents of blood. Meanwhile, the spirit-eroding parasite poison continued to erode its demon core's spirit energy. Bang! The Iron Claw cliff carving crashed heavily onto the ground. Had it not used its remaining wing to slow down its descent, it might have died from the fall. Without any hesitation, Flynn instantly arrived beside the fallen creature. Its feathers were soaked in its own blood, and its breathing was weak. It had lost all combat ability. Flynn struck without delay, ending its life mercifully. After slaying the beast, he extracted and refined its essence blood using spirit energy in the Void Sky Cauldron. As the Void Sky Cauldron absorbed and refined the Iron Claw Cliff Carving's essence blood, Flynn's spirit energy visibly increased at an alarming rate. At the same time, under the influence of the 10,000 Dao techniques, the unique, blood and flesh strengthening talent of the Iron Claw Cliff Carving was activated. The reason the Iron Claw Cliff Carving was a top-tier demon beast was due to this talent, which made its body as hard as rock and its feathers as strong as steel. After absorbing and refining the Iron Claw Cliff Carving's essence blood, Flynn smoothly reached the peak of the 6th stage spiritual transformation realm. He did not refine the precious demon core, though. Given the ample essence blood he had absorbed, refining the core would be less effective. This was a top-tier demon beast's core, a main ingredient for refining high-grade medicines. It would be shameful to waste it. Collecting the spoils, Flynn left satisfied, seeking a secluded place to eagerly activate the blood and flesh strengthening talent to enhance his physical prowess. A spirit master's strength was not only reflected in offensive power, but also in defensive capabilities. Just like the Iron Claw Cliff Carving, which could both attack and defend, making it nearly invincible among peers. If Flynn could achieve inconceivable bodily strength, he would gain a significant advantage in battles. With the 10,000 Dao techniques running, the blood and flesh strengthening talent activated. The spirit energy in the Void Sky Cauldron flowed like a spring into Flynn's body, rapidly enhancing the strength and toughness of his flesh, as if it had undergone countless hammerings. When Flynn finished his cultivation, he felt as light as a bird. His body became stronger, and his movements became more agile. Pang! He punched a massive boulder, weighing over 1,000 pounds, causing it to crumble under his fist, a testament to sheer physical strength without any spirit energy aid. How powerful! Flynn was overjoyed. With such formidable physical strength combined with spirit energy, his overall strength had soared dramatically. Now, I truly possess the strength of a 9th-rank Great Spirit Master, Flynn thought, recalling the abilities of Adamaris and Miles. Although he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he could gauge their normal fighting strengths. With this strength, Flynn felt more confident when facing challenges from the City Lord's mansion, the Su family, or even the Lin family. After finishing his practice, Flynn noticed it was nearing dusk. Originally, he had planned to explore Falling Spin Valley and leave before nightfall. However, practicing the blood and flesh strengthening talent delayed him significantly. Since Elizabeth hasn't returned yet, I'll stay here tonight and continue searching for floating grass tomorrow. Flynn decided to spend the night here. For a spirit master, spending the night in a place frequented by demonic beasts was dangerous. Most demonic beasts excelled at nighttime activities, enhancing their vision and senses during the night, while human spirit masters' vision and senses would decline. Therefore, no spirit master would willingly spend the night in such places unless necessary. But with Flynn's snake-eyed spirit perception, he faced no such worries, unaffected by day or night. Furthermore, his recent strength boost allowed him to feel safer staying alone in the wilderness. Nothing happened throughout the night. Flynn left the stone cave early and continued deeper into Falling Spin Valley. If there was truly a precious herb like floating grass here, it likely wouldn't be found on the outskirts, but rather deep within. Falling Spin Valley wasn't limited to top-tier demon beasts. Rumor had it that spirit commanders resided here too. Even the weakest spirit commander-level demon beasts posed a threat to true spirit masters, let alone great spirit masters. If not for Elizabeth, Flynn wouldn't risk delving deeper. Along the way, guided by the snake-eyed spirit perception, he discovered several treasures, each guarded by formidable demon beasts. He dared not act recklessly. His previous success in slaying the Iron Claw Cliff Carving was largely due to Miles and Adamaris' efforts. He merely capitalized on the opportunity. Now, deeper into the canyon, he avoided revealing himself unless absolutely necessary. Unbeknownst to him, Flynn had reached the heart of Falling Spin Valley. It was a tranquil, picturesque landscape with birds chirping, flowers blooming, and streams cascading from the mountains, akin to a hidden paradise. When Flynn inadvertently approached a water pool, an inexplicable sense of tension and unease washed over him. Despite no vital signs within 2 kilometers, according to the snake-eyed spirit perception, he sensed powerful entities lurking nearby, undetected. Chapter 47. Intrusion into an ambush. Flynn hesitated for a moment before heeding his instincts and chose not to linger in the area. Instead, he planned to retrace his steps and leave this place that made him uneasy. Just as Flynn turned around to leave, the once calm pond nearby suddenly started boiling violently, with large amounts of steam and ripples surging from below. Immediately after, a massive head emerged from the water. Xiaolong. As Flynn perceived all this, his heart pounded violently as never before. The Su Tianding within him shook more vigorously than ever, seemingly trying to drag him toward the pond. Flynn forcibly suppressed the Su Tianding, refusing to move an inch, wishing he could bury himself underground. Xiaolong, a powerful beast of the spirit control realm. Its strength was indisputable. The highly toxic eroding soul poison, known to be incurable by anything less than a true spirit master, was derived from diluted venom from the Xiaolong saliva. Such a powerful beast, if it appeared, could easily destroy a small city. At that moment, Flynn finally understood why he felt so uneasy and why this area seemed unnaturally quiet. Beneath the pond lay a silver Xiaolong. The Xiaolong raised its head out of the water, its eyes like ink-dyed spirit beads locking onto a specific area. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the Xiaolong's mouth. Next, an ice arrow shot from its gaping maw, striking a pile of boulders nearby. Boom! The ice arrow exploded like a bomb, sending the boulders flying, and countless vines instantly withered into ashes. Only then did Flynn notice that among the scattered rocks was a Keaton, who landed gracefully on a large rock. Not bad for a century-old silver Xiaolong, able to break through my invisibility spell. The Keaton grinned, holding a silver glowing sword that had appeared in his hand. True Spirit Master. Flynn's heart raced wildly. The Jiaolong rose from the pond, creating massive waves. Its nearly 20-meter-long body was covered in shiny silver scales, with several high-arched areas on its belly where dragon claws were yet to fully form. Out of the water, the Jiaolong roared continuously, firing ice arrows in all directions. Then, Flynn was surprised to find that there weren't just one but three true spirit masters hidden here besides the Keaton. One was clad in armor, looking young with thick eyebrows and large eyes, wielding dual knives. Another was a Grimes who floated in the air, forming seals with his hands, landing steadily on the ground. The last one was none other than Benicio, the deputy dean of Silver Moon Academy. Benicio glanced subconsciously at Flynn's position, not expecting to encounter him here. For true spirit masters of the spirit control realm, Flynn stayed hidden, unsure of what to do. When Benicio looked at him, he realized he had inadvertently been noticed by the four true spirit masters. Moreover, if not for his arrival, the Jiaolong beneath the pond wouldn't have been disturbed, nor would it have detected their presence. Cause trouble? Flynn understood that he had inadvertently disrupted the four powerful true spirit masters' plans, prematurely drawing out the Jiaolong. Under these circumstances, no one cared about him. A mere great spirit master. All attention was on the century-old silver Jiaolong. I must leave now. Otherwise, being held accountable by the true spirit masters afterward will be troublesome. Flynn was deeply distressed, having come here only to find the suspended grass, but instead disrupting the arrangements of four true spirit masters. Without hesitation, Flynn slowly retreated while remaining cautious of the Jiaolong and the true spirit masters. Indeed, no one paid attention to his movements. Even the airborne silver Jiaolong did not attack him. Wicked creature, prepare to die. Before Flynn could leave, the Grimes couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted and launched a rapid attack with a long sword against the airborne Jiaolong. Roar! The Jiaolong roared in response, retaliating naturally. As ice arrows streaked through the air, its nearly 20-meter-long body lunged toward the Grimes. Seeing this, the other three didn't hesitate either, joining forces to besiege the silver Jiaolong. The power fluctuations from the true spirit masters, even from a distance of over a kilometer, sliced through plants and vines like sharp blades. Flynn had no choice but to raise his spirit force armor passively. The shockwaves hit his armor with a crackling sound. Oh no! Flynn was bitterly regretful, clearly having unintentionally disrupted the true spirit master's plan. Even as a specially recruited student of Silver Moon Academy, the others, including Benicio, showed no mercy. Depriving Flynn of the chance to retreat early, they attacked the silver Jiaolong first, the aftermath of their terrifying battle, posing a mortal threat to a great spirit master. Benicio also had no choice, knowing Flynn was at fault. Unable to prevent the others from attacking early, he instinctively shielded Flynn from the battle's shockwaves as much as possible. Facing this unforeseen calamity, Flynn dared not protest. Who was he, just a great spirit master, compared to the four true spirit masters? Even with Benicio's protection, the numerous shockwaves still battered Flynn painfully. If not for his reinforced flesh inherited from the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, he might have been critically injured by these alone. Losing combat capability under such circumstances would be catastrophic. Even Benicio might not be able to protect him. Flynn endured the pain and kept retreating, trying to distance himself from this chaotic scene. However, the silver Jiaolong seemed thoroughly enraged by the four true spirit masters and suddenly unleashed a wide-ranging storm of destructive ice arrows. Countless ice arrows, like endless bombs, exploded in the air and on the ground. The four true spirit masters also had to fully activate their spirit force armor, dodging to avoid being hit by the dense barrage. While the true spirit masters narrowly avoided the Jiaolong's sudden attack, it was miserable for Flynn, hiding far away and trying to leave. The explosive force of the ice arrows, which even the true spirit masters feared, shattered his spirit force armor with ease, leaving his body riddled with wounds. Blood soaked his entire body, making him look ghastly. If not for the bloodline enhancement from the Iron Claw Rock Eagle, he might have been killed by the shockwave. Flynn instinctively glanced at the Grimes. Clearly, this old man wouldn't forgive his unintended mistake, thus denying him a chance to retreat and almost costing him his life. Chapter 48, Reception. For a moment, all four true spirit masters instinctively focused their gazes on Flynn. He didn't die? The Barret was inwardly shocked. This boy is indeed strange. Benicio was also taken aback. The power of the ice arrows launched by the silver dragon earlier was immense. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for a great spirit master to survive at such close range without external aid. Flynn couldn't speak of his suffering. Now drenched in blood, his skin torn and flesh open, he was using all his strength to activate the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's innate ability to reinforce his flesh and repair himself. The silver dragon seemed somewhat surprised as well. A mere human great spirit master had actually survived. After launching its powerful attack, the silver dragon instantly forced the four true spirit masters back and then twisted its body, immediately lunging towards Flynn. No one anticipated this sudden turn of events. Flynn, be careful. Benicio's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously summoned a silver scimitar that transformed into a beam of light, aiming to intercept the silver dragon and prevent it from killing Flynn. Seeing the silver dragon fly towards him, Flynn was terrified. Forget being gravely injured now. Even at his peak, facing this mighty creature at the spirit realm level, he had no means of resistance. Pong! The silver dragon's tail whipped like a whip, striking Benicio's scimitar and sending it flying. Then, the silver dragon opened its massive mouth and caught Flynn in its jaws, before soaring away into the distance. Stop it! The Barret shouted in anger, making hand seals, turning his long sword into a rainbow of light that slashed towards the silver dragon. The Zachary and the Atom also joined in, each summoning their weapons to slash at the silver dragon. Pong! 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 The spirit artifact struck the silver dragon's body but failed to break its scales, only sparking fires without stopping the dragon from fleeing. What a pity. Benicio felt an immense sense of regret. Just a great spirit master. If he dies, so be it. The Barret was unconcerned, even thinking Flynn deserved what he got for being carried off by the silver dragon. Benicio glared at the Barret and said coldly, he inadvertently trespassed, not warranting death. If you hadn't attacked, he could have left safely. You disrupted our plans to hunt the silver dragon, so his death is justified, the Barret retorted. The Zachary and the Atom didn't comment, but clearly agreed with the Barret's words. They had finally found the silver dragon's lair, and planned to quietly set up a killing formation to slay it there. Unexpectedly, before they could finish setting up the formation, Flynn inadvertently entered and alerted the silver dragon hiding in the pond, ruining their original plan. After this scare, finding the century-old silver dragon again might be impossible, the Zachary sighed. Who would have thought such a small place like Yellow Fog City could produce a century-old silver dragon, the Atom mused. The four of them, after failing their combined attempt to kill the silver dragon, parted ways unhappily. Although Benicio wanted to save Flynn, he lacked the capability alone. The silver dragon flew too fast, and without a level advantage or array support, fairly battling it was nearly impossible, let alone defeating or killing it. Carried off by the silver dragon, Flynn assumed certain death but was unexpectedly not swallowed as prey. Withstanding the attacks of 4 true spirit masters unscathed, the silver dragon now soared through the air with Flynn in its mouth, faster than lightning. In just a few minutes, the silver dragon had carried Flynn over 100 miles. It finally stopped at a cliff. Flynn was placed beside a pond, where the silver dragon washed his blood-stained wounds clean. To his surprise, his originally dense wounds had healed and scabbed. The silver dragon's large head, ink-black eyes curiously observed this puny human, seemingly lost in some incomprehensible contemplation. Staring at the immensely powerful dragon, Flynn was unsure why it had carried him off. Silence fell between man and dragon. Flynn dared not speak or move, fearing that angering this giant might result in his death. The silver dragon stared curiously at Flynn, revealing a look of puzzlement. Thank you for saving me. Breaking the silence, the dragon opened its enormous mouth and spoke. Flynn shuddered inexplicably. It was speaking in human language? No, the voice wasn't heard through his ears but resonated within his mind. Flynn froze. He didn't know how to respond. Was it expressing gratitude for saving it? Can you understand my words? The dragon's voice echoed in Flynn's mind again. Flynn did not speak but nodded subconsciously. You are different from them, very unique, giving me an inexplicable sense of closeness. The dragon conveyed its thoughts telepathically. Flynn was stunned again. A powerful spirit realm beast was conversing with him and claimed he gave it a sense of closeness? Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. Sensing Flynn's thoughts, the dragon reassured him quickly. Really? Flynn finally spoke. Of course. The dragon nodded vigorously. I feel you are my kin, and I should follow you. The dragon continued to convey its thoughts. Flynn swallowed, bewildered. How could a human and a dragon become kin? Wait, it wants to follow me? This is a spirit realm dragon. It's willing to follow me? Confirming the dragon wouldn't harm him and continuously expressing goodwill, Flynn gradually calmed down. Do you want to follow me? Flynn asked. Yes. The dragon nodded again. But you're a beast and I'm human. How can you follow me? Flynn frowned. The dragon pondered deeply. Seeing this, Flynn regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself twice. This was not the time to discuss suitability. If the dragon changed its mind and considered him as food, what then? Form a soul imprint. From now on, you will be my master. After much contemplation, the dragon expressed its intention telepathically. Before Flynn could react, a terrifying spiritual energy surged around the dragon, enveloping him. Chapter 49 Suppression. Recognize a master? Could I become the master of this dragon in front of me? Flynn felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. If that were true, having a spirit control realm pet dragon would make him invincible in Yellow Mist City. What did it matter then about the City Lord's mansion, the Lin family, or the Su family? These wouldn't be problems anymore, and even the superpowers who came to Yellow Mist City wouldn't seem so frightening. Flynn immersed himself in this joyful anticipation, awaiting the completion of the soul contract the silver dragon mentioned. Around him, waves of light swirled, awakening some ancient ritual. Mysterious forces came from the void, attempting to penetrate Flynn's sea of consciousness. At the moment these mysterious forces descended, Flynn's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe what he saw before him. He could not help but speak out. Don't resist, it'll be over soon. The silver dragon's mental voice sounded in his mind. What the hell? Where is our master-servant contract? Flynn roared in rage. You actually want to enslave me? Who owns whom doesn't matter much. I'm in the spirit control realm, while you're just a spirit transformation realm little kid. As my servant, we can still be intimate companions. At this moment, the silver dragon no longer concealed its intentions. Cold words echoed in Flynn's mind. Damn, this silver dragon was devious and cunning. Its real intent was to enslave him. The mysterious force had already descended, and the mysterious contract seemed to be forming. How could Flynn, merely at the spirit transformation realm, resist the invasion of the dragon's power? Just as Flynn felt he had been deceived by this mystical beast, the void heaven tripod, which he had suppressed all along, was finally released. Upon sensing the existence of the silver dragon, the void heaven tripod shook unprecedentedly, urging Flynn to get close and subdue it. However, Flynn knew his cultivation and strength were far inferior to the dragon's, so he had forcefully suppressed the tripod's intentions. Now, as he was about to become the dragon's servant, he naturally let go of any reservations, preferring death to letting the silver dragon have it easy. The void heaven tripod lit up with radiance, and Flynn activated the 10,000 Dao technique. Following this, the mysterious force entering Flynn's body was blocked, failing to enter his sea of consciousness. Instead, it was intercepted halfway by the Void Heaven tripod. After being swallowed by the tripod, the mysterious force instantly transformed into pure spiritual energy, surging like a spring. Under the influence of the 10,000 Dao technique, the spiritual energy flowed outward and bizarrely connected with the nearby silver dragon. Roar! The silver dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. What is this? No wonder I sensed terrifying aura from you. In Flynn's mind, the silver dragon's alarmed voice sounded. It hadn't swallowed Flynn because it sensed something unusual about him, harboring unknown secrets. Hence, it brought him here to deceive and enslave him, hoping to unravel Flynn's mysteries. Flynn didn't respond but focused on channeling the 10,000 Dao technique, drawing on the robust spiritual energy from the silver dragon to replenish himself. The silver dragon struggled to free itself from the devouring by the Void Heaven tripod and the 10,000 Dao technique, but it found Flynn clinging to it like a leech, relentlessly siphoning its spiritual energy and blood essence. Damn it! Stop it now, or I'll devour you alive. The silver dragon roared in fury, struggling to shake off Flynn but couldn't escape the tripods and the 10,000 Dao technique's draining power. If you had the power, you wouldn't threaten me. Flynn wasn't going to stop, wanting to drain the silver dragon dry. Boy, I remember you. I'll make you regret this. The silver dragon couldn't endure it any longer. It realized it would be drained dry by this peculiar human if things continued. After uttering its threats, it took drastic measures, severing all connections with Flynn at great cost to itself. For a moment, blood spurted, flesh flew. With such heavy self-mutilation, the dragon managed to break free from Flynn's intense draining force. Flynn didn't expect the silver dragon to be so decisive, but understood they were now mortal enemies. How powerful was this silver dragon? If it escaped and recovered, he would be in grave danger. So almost instantly, he charged at it again, trying to continue draining it without giving it a chance to flee. Be gone! The dragon roared, unleashing ice arrows towards Flynn. Though weakened, its attacks remained formidable. Flynn had no choice but to dodge while retaliating. Using spiritual energy, he drew numerous rocks, infusing them with his own mental awareness, hurling them at the dragon. Severely wounded, the dragon was covered in claw-like wounds, unable to heal quickly. Its massive body made it difficult to evade all attacks. Many rocks hit the dragon, causing damage. The dragon roared in agony but could do nothing. As a spirit control realm beast, it couldn't overpower a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Humiliating. For the dragon, this was unprecedented humiliation. Boy, wait for me. I'll flay you alive one day. The dragon writhed its bloody form, flying away swiftly. Flynn wanted to chase but couldn't keep up, watching it disappear from sight. He mustn't live, or there will be endless trouble. Flynn watched the fleeing silver dragon, feeling uneasy. Letting a spirit control realm beast escape meant it would come back for revenge once recovered. Although Flynn lost track of the silver dragon, he could still sense its location. To hunt down the silver dragon, Flynn either needed Benny to intervene, leveraging the beast's weakened state to kill it easily, or he could use another powerful beast to eliminate the silver dragon. He chose the latter option. While Benny was somewhat reliable, how would he explain seeking his help to kill the silver dragon? Instead, using another powerful beast to hunt the silver dragon was the better choice, avoiding future complications. But how could he find such a beast? Flynn had no other choice but to follow the silver dragon's trail, figuring it out as he went. The silver dragon was indeed grievously injured. The 10,000 Dao technique operating under the Void Heaven tripod had not only drained its spiritual energy and blood essence, but also the essence of its inner core. With numerous injuries and greatly diminished strength, it dared not wander recklessly in fallen Whirlpool Valley. If discovered by a spirit control realm beast, it would face certain death. Chapter 50, Dragon Talent. Soon, the silver dragon found a pond and dove into it. It had not anticipated that the unremarkable little stone embedded in its body contained mental energy. It treated it as an ordinary wound and expelled it immediately. Subsequently, the silver dragon began to cultivate using its demonic core to heal its injuries. The easiest wounds to recover from were superficial ones. Under the nourishment of spirit energy, they were quickly forming scabs. However, the lost essence blood and spirit energy, especially the lost essence of its demonic core, could not be restored by simply cultivating. Detestable humans. What secrets does he hide within his body? He almost drained me dry. The silver dragon was furious. It never imagined that one day, it would be bested by a spirit teacher at the soul formation realm. You won't escape. Once I recover, I will tear you apart and uncover your secrets. The silver dragon made a silent vow. For now, it could only carefully conceal its aura and focus on recovering its strength. Beasts at the soul control realm, especially powerful ones, were naturally formidable with high intelligence that rivaled humans. Flynn chased after it, sensing the silver dragon had stopped but dared not approach recklessly. Despite its severe injuries, the silver dragon still had the ability to kill him. The silver dragon merely feared the void sky cauldron inside him. Without the mysterious power as a medium, the void sky cauldron couldn't easily absorb the silver dragon's strength. If the silver dragon knew this, it might not have fled, but would instead have tried to kill Flynn at all costs. It seems the dragon didn't know about the spiritual force attached to the stone eye implanted in its body. So even a soul control realm spirit teacher or beast isn't necessarily a ritual spirit teacher. Flynn was astonished. No wonder ritual spirit teachers were considered extremely prestigious. Apparently, even true spirit teachers aren't necessarily ritual spirit teachers. Seeing the silver dragon stop, Flynn ceased his pursuit and chose a spot to assimilate what he absorbed from the silver dragon. Boom! A surging, domineering energy burst out from the void sky cauldron, filling his entire body. Flynn was delighted beyond measure. Previously, the void sky cauldron absorbed a large amount of the silver dragon's spirit energy, essence blood, and demonic core essence. He hadn't expected this energy to be so pure and potent, enhancing his strength greatly in just a moment. far surpassing the effects of medicinal elixirs. This allowed Flynn to smoothly reach the peak of the 7th rank, one step away from becoming an 8th rank Great Spirit Teacher. The power of the dragon was evident here, increasing his strength by a significant realm. Apart from enhancing his strength, the essence blood and demonic core were even more fundamental. Without hesitation, Flynn immediately began practicing the 10,000 Dao techniques to refine the dragon's essence blood. In the next moment, buzz, a profound and complex knowledge and energy surged into his mind. Simultaneously, he instinctively acquired a new divine ability, the silver dragon's innate ability, transform into a dragon. Compared to the Iron Claw Rock Eagle's flesh reinforcement ability, the transform into a dragon ability was incomparably stronger. Under this innate ability, scales can sprout around Flynn's body to provide protection. The strength of these scales depended on his cultivation level. The greater his spirit energy, the better the defensive capabilities of the scales. Not only that, but under the transform into a dragon ability, his muscle strength also received significant enhancement, which similarly correlated with his spirit energy. Currently, though Flynn was only a 7th rank Great Spirit Teacher, with the combined advantages of the transform into a dragon ability and the 1000 Illusion Slash, he was confident he could easily defeat 9th rank Great Spirit Teachers like Miles and Adamaris. Whether he could contend with a half-step True Spirit Teacher remained uncertain. After finishing his cultivation, Flynn ventured cautiously around the area. He sought the whereabouts of the floating grass while looking for powerful beasts to use against the silver dragon. However, Flynn circled the area without finding the floating grass or encountering any powerful soul control realm beasts. Clearly, the silver dragon knew this area well and chose to rest here because there were no powerful beasts nearby. As dusk approached, Flynn stared at the resting place of the silver dragon, lacking the courage to strike when the foe was down. Even an injured silver dragon was formidable. Freed from the absorption of the void sky cauldron, despite his enhanced strength, Flynn didn't dare risk a life or death battle. I'm still too weak. Sighing, Flynn reflected on how his mission to the rotating vortex valley first involved slaying the Iron Claw Rock Eagle and then absorbing the silver dragon's essence. These 2 strokes of luck only brought him to the peak of the 7th rank in the soul formation realm, showing how difficult advancement became as one progressed. But as his cultivation improved, the challenges grew. That old man in white abused his power, trying to use the silver dragon to kill him, and Flynn could only endure silently. Finally, Flynn turned back reluctantly. Before nightfall, he widened the distance between himself and the silver dragon and spent another night here. The next morning, Flynn planned to leave the rotating vortex valley. He had been out for 2 days and nights. If he didn't return soon, Adelia might inform Elizabeth. His identity as a blind cripple was his best cover in Yellow Fog City, helping him avoid detection by powerful figures from major factions. Neither the mysterious ritual spirit teacher, nor the old man in white who harbored ill intentions, nor the silver dragon would expect that the renowned Jagger was a blind cripple. Returning by the same path, Flynn remained cautious. This valley was indeed dangerous, and despite now possessing near half-step true spirit teacher strength, he was still vulnerable to soul control realm beasts. Meanwhile, Miles and Adamaris continued searching for the floating grass. Their information was clearly more detailed than Flynn's, making their search more purposeful. Found it. Seen your way, floating grass. Adamaris exclaimed with joy, spotting a luminous herb floating on the edge of a cliff, seemingly growing in midair, precariously suspended on the cliff's edge. Yes, this is the floating grass we're looking for. Miles stared at the floating grass perched on the cliff, his excitement evident. Seen your way, with this floating grass, will you be able to advance to the half-step true spirit teacher realm? Adamaris asked, equally thrilled. Yes. Miles nodded vigorously, saying, Iyun, thank you for your hard work. After the secret realm opens, I'll help you push toward the half-step true spirit teacher realm, even the true spirit teacher realm. Both prodigies of Green Sea Academy couldn't hide their excitement. The floating grass was an incredibly rare treasure, invaluable for great spirit teachers. They didn't dare be careless, especially after their encounter with the Iron Claw Rock Eagle. Miles took out 2 heaven-reversing pills, handing one to Adamaris. No one will ruin my plans this time, Miles declared confidently. Chapter 51, waiting for the right moment. Just as they were about to collect the floating grass, a top-tier spirit transformation realm demonic beast appeared indeed. Roar. A roar sounded, and a demonic beast resembling a bat appeared before Miles and Adamaris. Black Blood Bat. Seeing this, both Miles and Adamaris displayed looks of apprehension. Although both it and the Iron Claw Rock Hawk were top-tier demonic beasts, their intimidation levels were entirely different. The Iron Claw Rock Hawk's strength lay in its formidable defense and raw power, capable of overwhelming 9th-rank Great Spirit Masters. However, while the Black Blood Bat was slightly inferior to the Iron Claw Rock Hawk in terms of defense and strength, it possessed a terrifying ability that every demonic beast and spirit master feared: Black Poison. The Black Blood Bat could release black poison from its claws and fangs. The potency of this poison was such that if a 9th-rank spirit master were contaminated by it and did not receive the appropriate antidote in time, their body would decay into blood within a day. Even powerful demonic beasts that could not resist the black poison wouldn't last more than a few days. Therefore, although the Black Blood Bat's destructive power might be less than that of the Iron Claw Rock Hawk, its intimidation factor far surpassed the latter. On one side was the air-soaring Black Blood Bat, and on the other was the floating grass hovering near the cliff, making Miles, who had been full of confidence, look somewhat troubled. Senior. Adamaris looked at Miles, aware of the immense threat posed by the Black Blood Bat. She was unsure whether her senior would dare to take the risk. We've paid a great price for this information about the floating grass, camping here for so many days. Even if it's a Black Blood Bat, we cannot retreat. If we're cautious, it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain the floating grass. Miles clenched his teeth, fully aware of the danger but determined not to give up until he got the floating grass. Without further ado, they promptly consumed a quasi-4th-rank heaven-inverting pill, Under the influence of the pill, their spiritual power significantly increased, momentarily elevating them to the rank of half-step true spirit masters. You and I will act separately. I'll draw the black blood bat's attention, and you'll seize the opportunity to grab the floating grass. Miles instructed Adamaris. Got it, she replied. The battle was imminent. As the two approached the cliff, the black blood bat wasted no time and launched its attack. Powerful spiritual energy collided with force, causing a massive uproar that reverberated through the valley, audible even from several kilometers away. Flynn, coming from deep within the valley, was only around 4 kilometers from where Miles and Adamaris were battling the black blood bat. Without the sound of battle, Flynn would still discover Miles and Adamaris soon thanks to the perception of the spirit eye snake. Hearing the collision of spiritual energy, Flynn looked toward the source. Although obstructed, he could sense that something significant was happening. Had it been before, Flynn might have kept his distance from such a confrontation. But now, possessing capabilities comparable to a half-step true spirit master and enhanced by spirit techniques, he had no fear unless facing a beast-taming realm demonic beast, or a true spirit master. There's a battle. I'll go check it out. With determination, Flynn moved cautiously towards the source of the commotion. If things went awry, he could silently withdraw. Otherwise, he could catch the duo off guard. In just under 2 minutes, he had covered nearly 2 kilometers. At this moment, his spirit eye snake's perception revealed the situation at the heart of the battle. Miles. Adamaris. Flynn never imagined meeting these 2 elite students of Qinghai Academy again. During his trip to the Spiral Valley, this was already the second encounter. The first time, he used them to gain the upper hand against the Iron Claw Rock Hawk, advancing his cultivation and acquiring a talent for strengthening his flesh. This fortune helped him escape the aftermath of the battle between true spirit masters and a dragon. Now, he encountered them again, and also sensed another top-tier spirit transformation demonic beast, the Black Blood Bat. Fate is truly fascinating. Flynn smiled inwardly. He certainly wouldn't miss any chance to retaliate against these old enemies. Approaching to within a kilometer of the battle, the spirit eye snake's perception clearly showed the floating grass hovering near the cliff. Floating grass. Floating grass. Flynn's heart raced. After searching for so long without success, he couldn't believe he found it here. These are not my enemies, but my benefactors. Flynn was elated. Carefully moving closer, he saw the floating grass but remained cautious. The Black Blood Bat's prowess was considerable, and even with the help of the heaven-inverting pill, Miles and Adamaris, despite having half-step true spirit master strength, hesitated and held back, fearful of being struck by the terrifying black poison. Because of this hesitation, the 2 elites failed to quickly defeat the Black Blood Bat and obtain the floating grass. However, Flynn had no such concerns. The Black Blood Bat's offensive power didn't match that of the Iron Claw Rock Hawk. Though it could penetrate the defenses of 9th-rank spirit masters and even half-step true spirit masters, it couldn't harm Flynn with his reinforced body and dragon transformation talent. His 1,000 illusions / technique, which amplified his spiritual energy 5-fold, was key to countering a half-step true spirit master. While Flynn wasn't afraid of the Black Blood Bat, he couldn't ignore Miles and Adamaris. Revealing himself now would result in all 3 attacking him together, which could prove dangerous. Since he was there, he had the advantage of surprise. Observing from the shadows gave him absolute control over the situation. Waiting patiently, seeking the right moment, this was Flynn's best course of action. Unbeknownst to Miles and Adamaris, someone was watching and waiting for an opportunity to benefit from their struggle. At this moment, Miles and Adamaris were fully focused on combating the Black Blood Bat, wary of any misstep leading to fatal poisoning. They employed a strategy where Miles drew the beast's attacks to create an opening for Adamaris to seize the floating grass. Chapter 52. Struggle for the hanging grass. However, the Black Blood Bat was extremely cautious and did not give Adamaris any chance to steal the hanging grass. For a moment, the battle was at a deadlock. Both sides were waiting for the other to make a mistake that would alter the course of the fight and bring it to an end. Flynn observed this scene, feeling somewhat impatient. In Luoxian Valley, there were not only the 3 of them but also true spirit masters from the spirit realm. While their targets were primarily the beasts and opportunities in the spirit realm, these true spirit masters would not miss out on rare finds like the hanging grass. They could offer such treasures to their juniors or descendants. Especially concerning the Barret who harbored deep animosity toward him. If he appeared here, he might not only take away the hanging grass but also attempt to attack Flynn. To avoid complications and to prevent himself from becoming entangled in a situation akin to 2 clams fighting over a pearl, Flynn felt he needed to act preemptively. Flynn wasn't afraid of the Black Blood Bat. Therefore, the best plan was to have Miles or Adamaris be hit by the bat, allowing one of them to be infected with the black poison. That way, even if they knew someone was secretly helping the bat, they would have no choice but to retreat early, as once the black poison took effect, no divine power could save them. Flynn moved again, edging closer to the battlefield to ensure he could precisely assist the Black Blood Bat. Now's the time. Flynn waited for a moment, finally spotting the perfect opportunity. He launched a handful of stones imbued with spirit energy and mental force straight at Miles, who was fully focused on battling the Black Blood Bat. Swish, swish, the stones tore through the air. With the improvement in Flynn's strength, the stone's power and speed had significantly increased. Over this short distance of 500 meters, they flew like lightning. The sound of the stones breaking through the air immediately caught Miles and Adamaris' attention. However, by the time they sensed the stone's position, it was already too late. Damn it! How are we being tracked again? At this moment, Miles felt both intense anger and fear. Facing the lethal attacks of the Black Blood Bat and the spirit-infused stones coming from behind, he could only defend against one. Adamaris, though composed, couldn't block the stone attack aimed at Miles's back. Her only option was to disrupt the Black Blood Bat's rhythm as much as possible. The Black Blood Bat noticed this unexpected development and wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. It had no intention of stopping, planning to endure a strike from Adamaris. Thud, thud, thud. The stones struck Miles's back first, shattering his protective armor and exploding upon impact, turning his back into a mess of blood and flesh. Despite the excruciating pain from his back, Miles barely managed to dodge the bat's claws, preventing the black poison from infecting him. Losing balance, he fell toward the cliff below. The black blood bat was also hit by Adamaris's full-strength sword strike. Its 2-meter-long black wing was pierced by the blade, creating a wound as wide as a bowl, spilling black blood that corroded anything it touched, plants and rocks alike. Miles suffered severe injuries. The effect of the heaven-reversing pill waned significantly, leaving him weak. He struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze fixed on the approaching Flynn, who looked calm and composed. Jagger. It's you. Miles gritted his teeth with hatred. Adamaris instinctively backed away, moving closer to Miles, fearing that Flynn or the black blood bat might deliver a fatal blow to the injured man. Jagger? Were you the one who led the Iron Claw Rock Eagle to us last time? Endless fury rose on Adamaris's face. Faced with the anger of the two prodigies from Qinghai Academy, Flynn smiled calmly and admitted, yes. Why? You think only your people from Qinghai Academy can ambush me in dark alleys, but I cannot retaliate? Flynn said indifferently, the hanging grass is mine, as is the black blood bat. If you disagree, I don't mind eliminating you first. Upon hearing this, Miles and Adamaris's faces changed slightly, realizing that Flynn had noticed their past ambush. Very well, Jagger. What deep scheming. To hold it in until now. You must have been following us ever since we left Balderwu City. Miles stared icily at Flynn, mistakenly believing Flynn had been tracking them all along, leading to repeated ambushes. Flynn didn't explain further but asked, will you leave or stay? As he spoke, Flynn advanced with his sword, pressuring the two. Before Miles and Adamaris could respond, the wounded black blood bat pounced on Flynn. The bat's intelligence was not low. It clearly sensed that Flynn was the greatest threat. If the other two humans escaped, it would have to face him alone. Thus, it made its move first, hoping to leverage Miles and Adamaris to counter Flynn together. This did not surprise Flynn. The dragon in the spirit realm had plotted against him, nearly making him a slave. That the black blood bat could assess the situation was understandable. Foolishly courting death. Flynn sneered without fear. Miles was severely injured, the black blood bat was hurt, and Adamaris was just one opponent. He held a clear advantage. Adamaris readied herself, preparing to join forces with the black blood bat against Flynn should he falter. The black blood bat dove like a boulder, forcing Flynn to retreat. Ignoring the bat's claw attack, Flynn surged forward instead, his body enveloped in spirit energy. A powerful slash emitted a sharp burst of air. Pierce. The cold light of the longsword flashed, bypassing the bat's claws and piercing its abdomen, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. The bat's claws struck Flynn's spirit shield with a crisp sound but failed to break through. Half-step true spirit master. He's a half-step true spirit master. Seeing this, Miles and Adamaris felt despair and terror. Run. Quick run. They immediately fled, fearing Flynn might kill them to silence witnesses. Seeing them leave, Flynn did not pursue. He didn't want to incur deadly enmity from Qinghai Academy while his own strength was still insufficient. After all, Qinghai Academy still had true spirit masters stationed in Balderwu City. I will let you live for now. Once I become a true spirit master, I will come for your lives, Flynn thought silently. Chapter 53, Dominant Toxin. Miles and Adamaris fled in a panic after being scared by Flynn. Seeing this, the black blood bat also lost its courage to continue fighting. The black blood bat's greatest asset was its black toxin, but it couldn't even penetrate Flynn's defenses, rendering the toxin useless. Thinking of leaving? Of course, Flynn wouldn't let the black blood bat escape. This was a top-tier spirit transformation realm demonic beast. The starlight in his mind surged and was instantly released through the void sky cauldron. An intangible spiritual consciousness attacked the black blood bat flying in the air. Although the black blood bat wasn't mentally destroyed by the spiritual force strike, it seemed like it had collided with an invisible wall, plummeting from the sky. Even top-tier spirit transformation realm demonic beasts have very weak mental strength compared to Flynn's, whose spiritual strength had reached hundreds of layers. The black blood bat fell dazedly from the sky and didn't notice Flynn's sword thrust at all. With a swift slice, the top-tier spirit transformation realm demonic beast, the black blood bat, was utterly overpowered and killed without resistance by Flynn. Even for a top-tier spirit transformation realm demonic beast, their mental strength was extremely weak compared to Flynn, who had reached hundreds of layers of mental strength. In a daze, the black blood bat fell from the sky and did not sense Flynn's approaching long sword at all. Puncture. The top-tier spirit transformation realm black blood bat was completely overpowered by Flynn, falling without any resistance. After killing the black blood bat, Flynn activated the void sky cauldron and began circulating the 10,000 Dao technique. The cauldron vibrated, absorbing the residual spiritual power from the black blood bat to enhance its own spiritual strength. A vast amount of spiritual power was absorbed and refined, but it didn't lead to the anticipated breakthrough. Clearly, the spiritual power of a top-tier spirit transformation realm demonic beast was no longer sufficient to bring about further transformation in his spiritual strength. The 10,000 Dao technique operated, absorbing the essence blood of the black blood bat to improve Flynn's constitution and refine the unique black toxin ability of the bat. Converting spiritual power into black toxin, its strength was on par with, if not stronger than, the black blood bat's. The only downside was that the activity of the black toxin had significantly decreased. The black blood bat's black toxin was converted from essence blood and demon core, making it highly active. Once infected, it would quickly spread throughout the body, which almost impossible for spirit masters and demonic beasts to block. However, the black toxin released by Flynn using the void sky cauldron and spiritual power had much weaker activity, allowing spirit masters and demonic beasts to use their own spiritual power to block it. Despite this, Flynn was still elated. The dominance of this black toxin surpassed even the erosion spirit poison. The black toxin and erosion spirit poison could be used together, where the black toxin could immediately cripple an opponent while the erosion spirit poison prevented the opponent from blocking. Using such methods against fellow spirit masters or demonic beasts of the same rank was ruthlessly effective and nearly uncounterable. Next, Flynn climbed to the edge of the cliff and plucked the levitating grass. Feeling the peculiar spiritual power fluctuations from the levitating grass, the void sky cauldron emitted a mild tremor, clearly indicating its significant benefit. Such a good thing. Pity it's for Elizabeth. Otherwise, with this levitating grass, I could certainly advance to the 8th rank Great Spirit Master realm. Flynn resisted the void sky cauldron's longing and did not refine it. Before dusk, Flynn finally walked out of the falling vortex valley and returned to Yellow Fog City. Upon return, he did not immediately head back to the Sioux family, but instead went to Kenneth's courtyard. The Qin family members were kept as hostages here, and Flynn had not continued to kill them. Master! Kenneth greeted Flynn as soon as he saw him. Have the Qins brought news of Zaylee? Flynn asked. No. Kenneth shook his head and said, on the contrary, several members of the merchant escort team have been looking for you these past few days. What's going on? Flynn asked. The merchant escort team has followed your instructions, abandoning their original trade rights and focusing on new ones. Kenneth began relaying the difficulties of Chief Chun and others. Flynn was not surprised after hearing Kenneth's words. He had expected this. Tell them not to worry. Tomorrow I will personally go to the Lin family to reclaim the black copper or rights. As for future matters, I will make arrangements. They just need to focus on their duties. Flynn nodded. Where did you go, Master? Kenneth looked at the battle scars on Flynn's body and asked worriedly. I went to the falling vortex valley. Flynn replied. You tell Adelia that I've retrieved what Elizabeth needed. Master. Kenneth frowned slightly, hesitating to speak. Kenneth knew well how dangerous the falling vortex valley was. Once upon a time, Flynn spared no effort for Zaylee and the entire Qin family, only to receive betrayal in the end. Now, Flynn was risking himself again for Elizabeth. Kenneth couldn't help but worry. Flynn understood Kenneth's thoughts and worries, smiling faintly. Don't worry about me. I won't fall into the same pit twice. All right, Kenneth smiled. After changing clothes, Flynn returned to the Sioux family. As soon as he got back to the bridal chamber, Adelia hurried over. Son-in-law, where have you been for the past 2 days and nights? Adelia was genuinely anxious. Weren't you asking Kenneth? Flynn said calmly, I am the chief son-in-law of the Sioux family. I can't just sit at home idling and waiting for death. You really intend to reorganize the merchant escort team? Adelia confirmed after visiting Kenneth and learning about Flynn's plan. Do I look like I'm joking? Flynn smiled. Without a substantial gift, how can I earn the respect of the entire Sioux family as their chief son-in-law? Black copper or is the main business of the Lin family. Taking it from them is no easy task. Adelia felt both happy and worried for Flynn. I don't need to show up myself. Any danger would be faced by Jagger. Flynn spoke casually. That's your elder brother. Aren't you worried about his safety? Adelia shot Flynn a glance. How many younger brothers would ask their elder brother to take such risks? Seeing Flynn's silence, Adelia continued, Oh right. Master Lu came to see you today. What did she say? Flynn asked, somewhat surprised. She said everything son-in-law needs is ready and can be delivered anytime, Adelia replied. Great. Flynn was delighted. Adelia, please go now and tell Master Lu that I'm waiting at home, Flynn urged. Okay. Adelia left the bridal chamber. Soon, Cora and her husband arrived at the Sioux family overnight, handing over 3 third-rank pills directly to Flynn and assuring him they would do their utmost should he need anything in the future. Hearing this, Flynn wasn't hesitant, saying, Master Lu, I do have a favor to ask. Teacher Chun, please go on, Cora nodded. My merchant escort team wants the trading rights for the Miracle Spring Wine, Flynn explained. Miracle Spring Wine, as a royal exclusive commodity, not only offered considerable profits and influence, but also symbolized status. Even the lowest level trading rights were invaluable and fiercely competed for. Chapter 54, Contention. Upon hearing this, Cora and Bear could not help but change their expression slightly. Master Lu, if there are difficulties, you don't have to make it hard for yourself. I'll think of another way. Flynn also knew that the matter was no small affair. Teacher Chun, although this matter is quite troublesome, since you've mentioned it, my wife and I will do our best. As for whether we can succeed, Cora agreed but did not dare to give a definite response. Regardless of the outcome, I thank Master Lu in advance. Flynn was only trying his luck. After sending off Mr. and Simone, Flynn took out the 3 grade elixir they had brought over. 3 third-grade elixirs, not rare ones, just ordinary elixirs. Even so, obtaining these 3 elixirs must have cost Mr. and Simone a great deal in a short time. Immediately, Flynn began absorbing and refining these 3 elixirs. The elixirs entered his body, and the void sky tripod absorbed their medicinal effects, with spiritual energy surging like rhythmic vibrations. Each vibration absorbed a portion of the medicinal effects. In a short while, the medicinal effects of 1 third-grade elixir were completely absorbed. A complete third-grade elixir didn't allow him to break through from the peak 7th level spirit transformation realm. For a moment, Flynn couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected result. After some contemplation, he understood the reason. The void sky tripod had absorbed the spirit pearl and blood essence of a top-level spirit transformation realm beast, as well as the spiritual power and blood essence of a powerful silver dragon. Although it had only reached the peak 7th level spirit transformation realm, the strength of the spiritual energy within his body had already surpassed ordinary limits, far surpassing that of common 7th grade great spirit masters. Thus, 3rd grade spirit elixirs could quickly enhance an ordinary 7th grade great spirit master's spiritual energy, but could not have the same effect on him. Understanding this, Flynn decided not to refine the remaining 2 3rd grade elixirs. The affairs of the trade convoy cannot be delayed. Otherwise, when the secret realm opens, I might not reach the 9th grade great spirit master realm, let alone aspire to the true spirit master realm. Flynn determined to accelerate the expansion of the trade convoy, so he could obtain superior 3rd grade elixirs using its power. The secret realm near Yellow Mist City was the greatest opportunity he could currently access, so he paid extra attention to this matter. If he could enter the secret realm at the 9th grade Great Spirit Master Realm, he could transcend to the true Spirit Master Realm within. If he could enter the secret realm at the true Spirit Master Realm, he would have the potential to become one of Daqing Kingdom's top Spirit Masters in the future. That night passed quietly. The next day, Flynn was about to leave the Sioux residence when Jemima once again waited outside the bridal courtyard. "Brother-in-law, congratulations." Jemima smiled and said teasingly, "I heard you were promoted to deputy director of the dance bureau and became Master Core's children's dance teacher?" "Sister Jemima, guarding the door of this blind man early in the morning. Aren't you afraid the servants will gossip?" Flynn joked. "Who dares?" Jemima dismissed the concern. "It's ironic how your status rises daily, yet you remain alone every night. People pity you." "What do you mean, Sister Jemima?" Flynn pretended not to understand her flirting. "If you're not bothered, come visit my residence, so you don't stay lonely all by yourself." Jemima spoke ambiguously. Flynn found it laughable. Houston would go to any lengths to control the Sioux family. "Joking, Sister Jemima. If you have nothing else, I'll take my leave." Flynn felt no interest in Jemima, talking to her solely for the previously promised third-grade elixir. "Boring," Jemima complained, frustrated that he still pretended not to understand after she made it so clear. "So what if it's just a third-grade elixir? Even I'm not keen on it." Jemima reluctantly took out the elixir meant to lure Flynn. "Here's the elixir. Don't forget our agreement. It's best you don't return to the Sioux residence these days to avoid getting hurt." Jemima handed the elixir to Flynn. "Do you plan to harm Elizabeth?" Flynn asked hastily. "Don't forget your promise. Stay out of Sioux family matters," Jemima finished, then turned away angrily. After Jemima left, Flynn didn't leave immediately but called Adelia over. "Adelia, this is something Master Lu gave me. It's useless to this waste of space, but might help Elizabeth." Flynn handed over the 2 remaining third-grade elixirs and the one given by Jemima. Adelia opened the package, startled, looking at Flynn in disbelief. "Don't ask." Flynn stopped Adelia from asking more questions, sternly saying, "Tell Elizabeth the Sioux family situation has changed. Advise her to be cautious." "Got it." Adelia agreed and hurriedly left the Sioux residence. After sending Adelia off, Flynn left the Sioux residence and headed straight to Kenneth's quarters, transforming into Jagger. Sure enough, upon arriving, Kenneth informed Flynn that Adelia had come early, saying Elizabeth had scheduled a meeting tonight at Baldew Building. "I won't go. Just deliver this to her when you meet." Flynn handed the hovergrass to Kenneth. "Young master, wouldn't it be better if you delivered it personally?" Kenneth was puzzled. "I need to handle the black copper or rights today," Flynn explained. Flynn avoided meeting Elizabeth as Jagger because it made him feel uncomfortable. "Understood," Kenneth nodded, adding, "Young master, old son from Silver Moon Academy sent someone looking for you, urging you to visit when you have time." "Understood," Flynn nodded. He knew why Ebert was seeking him. In falling Whirlwind Valley, he inadvertently ruined Ebert's ambush on the Silver Dragon and almost died by its hands. Afterward, he stole the hovergrass found by Qinghai Academy's Miles and Adamaris, which Ebert certainly knew about. Then, Flynn summoned Chenlao, Orlando, and Ala from the trade convoy, bringing them to the city lord's office. Today was the day set for contending the black copper or rights with the Lin family. This matter had already spread throughout the city lord's office. To witness this, young city lord Maverick and related family elders arrived early. On one side was the renowned Lin family, one of the 3 major families in Yellow Mist City. On the other side was the newly emerged wealthy elite, who suppressed the Qin family single-handedly. Many were eager to see who would win the black copper or rights. Chapter 55. Not knowing one's place. Black copper ore was the Lin family's main industry and a crucial asset that established their status as one of the 3 major families. The Lin family had been dedicating all their efforts to this matter in recent days. They were pleading with the city lord's mansion on one hand, while investigating the background of Jagger on the other. They paid special attention to the Sioux family's movements, fearing they would collaborate with Jagger and swallow up their Lin family's assets. The Lin family even went so far as to summon their ancient patriarch to preside over the situation. It was all for the sake of ensuring their black copper or rights did not fall into the hands of an outsider like Jagger. In addition to the Lin family, the city lord's mansion was also highly concerned about this matter. On the surface, the matter was entrusted to young city lord Maverick to handle, but secretly, city lord Germanig personally oversaw it, aiming to uncover the strength of the mysterious genius Jagger. Flynn brought Dempsey and others to the government office without knowing how many important figures from Balderwood City were hiding behind the scenes. The official responsible for black copper or Hong had been waiting outside the government office for quite some time, anticipating the arrival of Jagger, the future patrol city envoy. "Young Master Chun, you have finally arrived," Hong greeted with a beaming smile as he welcomed Flynn. Seeing this, Dempsey felt a sense of pride, finally reclaiming face after being previously rejected by Hong. Hong led Flynn and his group forward to the power decision hall at the rear of the government office. The moment Flynn entered, young city lord Maverick personally stood up and came over with several officials from the city lord's mansion. "Young Master Chun, I apologize for not welcoming you further," Maverick bowed deeply, showing great respect and etiquette on behalf of the city lord's mansion. Flynn couldn't help but find it amusing when he saw this hateful young city lord. Since he was here as the future patrol city envoy, he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity to repay the low-down person for past grievances. "You're the one who engaged in improper relations with your own cousin during the capital founding celebration?" Flynn said disdainfully. "Your looks aren't anything special. How could your cousin choose to defy the world and commit such a scandalous act with you?" The words made all the elders from various families present break out in cold sweat, admiring Jagger's extraordinary courage for daring to speak about the city lord mansion's greatest scandal right in front of Maverick. Maverick's face turned red with anger. This was a plan he had set up to trap Elizabeth, but it backfired, tarnishing his and his cousin's reputations. This became the biggest scandal in the history of the city lord's mansion. Post-event investigations revealed that someone had broken into the city lord's mansion warehouse and stolen a precious artifact. So, this entire incident was pinned on a thief who stole from the city lord's mansion. And who could this person be? After careful consideration, the city lord's mansion concluded that Jagger was the prime suspect. Now, Jagger deliberately brought up the old scandal publicly, humiliating him, which Maverick, with his temper, could not tolerate. Jagger, are you insulting the city lord's mansion? Are you challenging our authority? Maverick let loose his full might, instantly roaring like a provoked lion. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was on high alert, with some guards drawing their swords, preparing for a fierce battle. Those who came to observe the dispute over black copper or rights shuddered, realizing they would suffer if a fight broke out here. Only the Lin family people were delighted to see this scene. He's still just a young man, not knowing his place. I wonder if the city lord's mansion can tolerate this future patrol city envoy? Pablo sat in his seat, watching the drama unfold, and discreetly offered to assist the city lord's mansion if necessary. Flynn had anticipated Maverick's reaction and knew he would lose control, possibly attacking directly. If Maverick dared to make a move, Flynn wouldn't hesitate to cripple this young city lord to take revenge for himself and Elizabeth, and also test the city lord's mansion's depth. Now, having achieved half-step true spirit master strength, Flynn was no longer afraid of the city lord's mansion and wanted to gauge its strength. Black copper or rights were primarily controlled by the city lord's mansion. If he couldn't intimidate them, there would be unknown risks to his future control over black copper ore. I'm just stating a fact. Why is the young city lord getting so agitated? Flynn replied nonchalantly. Seeing Maverick hold back, Flynn was slightly disappointed and decided to provoke him further. Fine death. Maverick's fury could no longer be contained. Even though he knew this person was beyond his capabilities, for the sake of maintaining the reputation of himself and the city lord's mansion, he couldn't bear to hold back any longer. As Maverick was about to attack Flynn, an elder behind him blocked his path. Don't stop me, Maverick yelled, harboring deep resentment toward Flynn and Jagger. Flynn's expression changed as he looked closely at the elder. This person's cultivation was clearly higher than his, likely an 8th or 9th rank Grand Spirit Master. Even Maverick's bodyguards were 8th or 9th rank Grand Spirit Masters. This showed that the city lord's mansion indeed surpassed the 3 major families in every aspect. Young Master Chun, are you here to cause trouble for the city lord's mansion? The elder asked coldly as he stopped the impulsive Maverick. The city lord's mansion had wanted to probe Jagger's true strength. However, the city lord had instructed that unless absolutely necessary, no one from the city lord's mansion should make a move since Jagger held the identity of the future patrol city envoy. Seeing this, Flynn didn't press further to avoid completely breaking ties with the city lord's mansion. That wasn't what he wanted now. Of course not. I'm here for the black copper or rights, Flynn said. In that case, please take your seat, young Master Chun, the elder replied indifferently, then took Maverick back to his seat. The Lin family people were somewhat disappointed. If these two had fought here, they wouldn't need to compete for the black copper or rights anymore. With this interlude over, Hong stepped onto the arena and announced the rules for the contest for black copper or rights, returning the matter to a proper channel. The first round is a written exam. Both Jagger and the Lin family will submit their management plans, and the auditor team will vote to decide the winner. As Hong spoke, both Dempsey and the Lin family presented their plans to the jury headed by Maverick. ##### Chapter 56, Competition for the Black Copper or Rights. Flynn was extremely confident in his proposal. The Lin family, too, was very confident in theirs because they had made significant concessions to secure victory in this round. Soon, both proposals were publicly announced. The biggest advantage of Flynn's proposal was leveraging the strength of his own commercial transport team, allowing him to distribute black copper ore to 36 cities, with Tianyuan City notably included. Selling in multiple locations would naturally result in higher sales volume, leading to increased profits for Baldurwood City. This proposal would greatly benefit Baldurwood City and its city hall. On the other hand, the Lin family acknowledged their weakness in logistics and chose a high profit-sharing scheme, ensuring that not only the city hall, but also the participating major families would benefit. In essence, the Lin family was willing to make less profit directly from the black copper ore, aiming instead to expand their influence and thereby enhance profitability in their other businesses. Anyone could see which proposal was stronger at a glance. Just as everyone thought Flynn was sure to win, during the voting session presided over by Maverick, Flynn only received 2 votes. In contrast, the Lin family's inferior proposal received 7 votes led by Maverick. Maverick, are you all mad? Flynn stood up without hesitation, questioning the jury headed by Maverick. Maverick stood up coldly, as if finally finding an opportunity to express his grievances, and said, Jagger, your proposal is good, but you are not one of us in Baldurwood City. These simple words immediately resonated with those present. While the Lin family's proposal was inferior to Flynn's, they were a long-established family in Baldurwood City. Refusing Flynn on this basis was undoubtedly the most fitting reason. Very well. I tried to illuminate my heart to the moon, but alas, the moon only reflects into the gutter. You will surely regret today's impulsiveness. According to the rules, since the jury had chosen the Lin family's proposal, regardless of who eventually won, the black copper ore's benefits would be distributed according to the Lin family's plan. This meant that if Flynn obtained the black copper or rights smoothly, the city hall and the 8 major families would lose more than 80% of the potential earnings. All of this was within Flynn's expectations. His anger was calculated, to pin the blame on the city hall and the Lin family once he secured the rights. Jagger, isn't it too early to say that? Maverick remarked nonchalantly. The Lin family has already won 1 round out of 3. Another win, and you will have to give up on the black copper or rights. At this moment, Pablo also stood up with a full smile, addressing the 8 major families led by Maverick. Thank you all for trusting my Lin family. We will not disappoint you. Compared to the confident and jubilant Lin family, Dempsey and others behind Flynn wore worried expressions. With 2 martial rounds left, even if Flynn could win one, who would win the second? Dempsey? Brandon? Birch? None of them were great spirit masters. How could they possibly compete against the Lin family, one of the three major clans? Everyone knew this, so they concluded that the black copper or rights would inevitably fall into the hands of the Lin family, not Flynn. Master, what should we do? Dempsey asked anxiously in a low voice. Master, we've already put everything into these 3 tasks you instructed. If we lose the black copper or rights, our losses will be substantial. Brandon and Birch also chimed in, their faces etched with worry. They didn't know that the young master before them was Flynn himself. Seeing their anxious expressions, Flynn remained calm and composed. Had this happened 3 days ago, losing the first round might have truly cost him the black copper or rights. But now things were different. Flynn provocatively challenged the city hall precisely because he wasn't afraid of being eliminated due to alleged collusion between the city hall and the Lin family. In fact, he welcomed the loss in the first round to gain greater benefits. Don't worry, everything is under control, Flynn reassured Dempsey and the others. Hearing this, Dempsey and the others looked at Flynn in confusion. From their perspective, the literary competition was the commercial transport team's strongest suit. Only by winning it did they have a chance to snatch the rights from the Lin family. Now, with only 2 martial rounds left, how could they compete? I announced the start of the first martial round for the black copper or rights. The Lin family's representative is Grand Elder Pablo. Under Maverick's indication, Ted directly initiated the second round of the martial competition. Upon hearing this, people cheered loudly for Pablo. He wasn't like Ian. Pablo was destined to be the future patriarch of the Lin family. Only Ian, the second elder of the Su family, could match him. Moreover, the Su family had already agreed not to oppose the Lin family in this matter. Pablo stepped onto the arena amid much attention, casting a cold glance at Flynn. To Pablo, the outcome of this battle was not as important as fulfilling the task assigned by the forefather and the city hall, to assess the strength of this talented outsider. Master Chun, who will represent your commercial transport team in the first martial round? Ted asked Flynn. Against Grand Elder Lin, who else can compete except Jagger? What if Jagger wins this round? He cannot participate in the second round, leaving the commercial transport team no real chance to contest the black copper or rights with the Lin family. Grand Elder Lin is a top great spirit master in Baldurwood City, far beyond Qin family's league. It's uncertain whether Jagger can defeat Grand Elder Lin. All present knew Pablo's formidable strength. Just as everyone deemed Flynn's contest for the rights hopeless, a figure slowly rose from the crowd and walked towards the arena. Daryl. Why is he here? Upon seeing Daryl, many people showed unprecedented shock. Even Lesser City Lord Maverick's face changed, looking at Daryl in disbelief, with a strong sense of unease rising within him. Chapter 57. Standing up. Sure enough, Daryl walked straight to Flynn and bowed respectfully, saying, Mr. Chun, I have heard your great name for a long time. I am here on behalf of Mr. Flynn to handle matters for his trading caravan. Thank you. Flynn returned the bow equally respectfully. This matter was brought up last night when Flynn saw off Cora and her husband. When Flynn arrived at the venue, he sensed that Daryl was sitting in a corner of the meeting hall. However, since his identity was currently Jagger instead of Flynn, he did not greet him. Clearly, Daryl did not recognize Jagger as the sunglasses-wearing Flynn from last night. Seeing this scene, Pablo, the elder of the Lin family, could not contain himself. Who was Daryl? The most mysterious and powerful spirit master in Baldurwood City, backed by the Dance Bureau, with immense influence even in the capital city of the Daqing Kingdom, Tianyuan City. Mr. Zhang, you've always stayed out of Baldurwood City struggles, Pablo said to Daryl. Elder Lin, I apologize. Daryl smiled and explained, my wife and I indeed do not wish to involve ourselves in the conflicts of Baldurwood City, focusing solely on the Dance Bureau. However, Flynn is the teacher of our children in dance, and the trading caravan is his enterprise. We cannot stand idly by when it comes to his affairs. Daryl announced before everyone that Flynn was the dance teacher of his children. If it weren't for Flynn insisting on maintaining a low profile, they would have publicized it widely so that the achievements of their children in modern dance would be recognized openly. How could this happen? Why would Daryl suddenly appear? Suddenly, the 8 major families felt uneasy. Flynn is the founder of the trading caravan. Though he became a waste, he possesses unparalleled talent in dance. Why didn't we foresee Flynn aligning with the Cora couple? Who would have thought that Daryl would break his years of neutrality just for his children's dance teacher? People were talking non-stop, making the outcome of the Black Copper or Authority competition once again uncertain. Maverick frowned deeply, fearing what would come. He could not bear to see Daryl represent the trading caravan in the first martial arts trial and stood up. Mr. Zhang, as a member of the Dance Bureau, now you are standing up for Jagger's trading caravan. Do you realize what this means? Maverick did not want to see Daryl disrupt their original plan. Little Lord, I understand very well, Daryl replied indifferently. I have already said that Flynn is the dance teacher of my children. His affairs concern us deeply. Flynn? Just a worthless cripple. Mr. Zhang, the reason all the families in Baldurwood City, including the City Lord's mansion, respect you both is because you stay neutral. And now, are you really going to oppose me, the City Lord's mansion, and the Lin family, all the major families for the sake of a blind cripple? Maverick was visibly furious. He had been humiliated during the capital celebration, and if he failed again in the Black Copper or Authority competition, he would lose face among the major families in Baldurwood City forever. Maverick, please show some restraint. Mr. Flynn is the esteemed teacher of my children. Insulting him insults us. Daryl warned Maverick decisively because he knew how much Flynn could transform his children's future. He believed they would at least stand out in Tianyuan City and become influential dance masters, leaving a mark in dance history. There was boundless potential for his children to achieve worldwide recognition in the dance world. Maverick clenched his teeth, his anger flaring up once again. Very well. You will make the Dance Bureau pay the price. Maverick, only the incompetent threaten others in such a way, Daryl retorted without hesitation. Then, ignoring Maverick, Daryl stepped onto the platform and looked at Pablo, saying, Elder Lin, let's start. Pablo's face turned dark, filled with hostility towards Daryl who appeared unexpectedly. Baldurwood City says Mr. Zhang is both mysterious and powerful. Today, I'll see if you have the ability to help Jagger's trading caravan snatch the control over black copper or from my hands. With that, Pablo instantly channeled his spiritual energy, creating an imposing spiritual armor around him like a golden battle suit. Xianxia Gong. I want to see if the Lin family's spirit-level martial technique, Xianxia Gong, is truly indestructible as rumored. Daryl responded coolly. Spiritual energy swirled around him, forming his own spiritual armor. While Daryl seemed more restrained, Pablo exuded dominance. Many spectators were excited, witnessing a rare showdown between two top-notch Grand Spirit Masters, one being the mysterious Grand Spirit Master of Baldurwa City and the other, the patriarch of the Lin family. It was difficult to determine who would prevail. Only Flynn clearly understood that if Daryl did not have the power to defeat Pablo, he wouldn't have chosen this moment to step forward. Battle imminent. Two top-tier Grand Spirit Masters unleashed their formidable techniques. The interplay of their martial skills was precise, like two martial art grandmasters. Each move simple yet lethal, targeting each other's weaknesses. Below the platform, many spectators watched intently, amazed, afraid to miss any detail. Yet, they couldn't accurately gauge the strength difference after the clash. Only the old ancestor of the Lin family and the hidden city lord Germanig could make a rough judgment after the initial clash. Imperial Shadow Army. So Daryl is a retired spirit master from the Imperial Shadow Army. Both the Lin family's ancestor and city lord Germanig identified Daryl's background immediately, feeling a slight shock. In this battle, Pablo will likely be defeated. City lord Germanig instantly predicted the outcome. Defeating a retired spirit master from the Shadow Army isn't shameful. The Lin family's ancestor also believed his son would lose to Daryl. Indeed, as the battle progressed, Pablo's initial dominance gradually gave way to Daryl's superior control, tipping the scales rapidly in favor of Daryl. Even weaker Grand Spirit Masters could sense Pablo's impending defeat. Chapter 58. Concession. Only Flynn, standing below the platform, saw Bear's terrifying agility skills that made him like a shadow clinging tightly to Pablo. He always managed to evade direct attacks and strike at vulnerable points. What exquisite agility skills. This is many times more powerful than my phantom steps. No wonder he is hailed as the most mysterious powerful spirit master in Yellow Mist City. Flynn couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Dealing with such entangling agility was indeed very troublesome. Unable to shake off or hit, one could only gradually fall under constant harassment and attacks. On the platform, Pablo felt the pressure from Bear's mysterious agility more clearly than anyone else present. As the battle continued, Pablo failed to even touch a thread of Bear's clothes. No matter how he tried to create distance or shake off his opponent, it ended in failure. The opponent appeared wherever he did, always precisely there. I concede. Pablo stopped breathlessly, knowing he couldn't break through Bear's strange agility skills. Even if his profound armor Qigong was strong, it would eventually be exhausted. With Pablo's concession, the first martial trial concluded, and Flynn's business transport team finally secured a victory, matching the Lin family. Maverick and the people from the 8 major families also frowned at this moment, having witnessed Bear's strength. I announce that the first martial trial ends with the victory of Jagger's business transport team, declared Officer Hong reluctantly. Announcing the result of the martial trial, Pablo descended from the platform, carrying an air of dejection, never imagining that despite both being high-level 9th-rank Great Spirit Masters, the opponent could overwhelmingly overpower him. Maverick and the people from the 8 major families approached immediately. Sir Lin, who will represent your family next against Jagger? Sir Lin, for supporting you, we sacrificed Jagger's lucrative profit-sharing scheme. Sir Lin, if control over the black copper ore falls into Jagger's hands, your family will become the second Qin family. A crowd gathered around Pablo, all tied to the same fate, sharing prosperity and adversity together. Pablo's face darkened as he cast a cold look towards Jagger, muttering, "Rest assured, my family is not the Qin family. This time, our ancestor will personally intervene," said Pablo. The Channing will take action? Upon hearing this, Maverick and others were instantly excited. With the Channing taking action, this matter is secure. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This announcement caused a commotion in the entire hall. What? The Channing will personally act? Bear was greatly startled. A clan leader wouldn't normally step in unless absolutely necessary. After all, once such a person acts, there is no room for turning back. The Qin family's downfall overnight, becoming a minor family in Yellow Mist City today, was because their ancestor lost to Jagger and was captured as a hostage. Master Jagger, the Channing is a half-step true spirit master. You need to be extremely cautious in this battle, Bear said worriedly. Why do you say so, Master Zhang? Flynn asked, puzzled. With the Channing stepping in, they aim for ultimate victory. Therefore, in this battle, the Lin family will spare no means, explained Bear. They want to disrupt the platform contest rules? Flynn frowned. This battle concerns the future of the Lin family, leaving no room for retreat. Thus, they won't abide by platform rules, said Bear. Flynn nodded. The situation was the same for him. The business transport team was going all in. If this fails, the Dustless Cloud Crystal and Miaquan wine would never see the light of day, leading to the bankruptcy of the entire team. Soon, the Channing emerged under everyone's attention. Ancestor. Pablo led a group from the Lin family to welcome him. Losing to a retired Royal Shadow Army Spirit Master isn't shameful. The Channing comforted his son, hoping to alleviate any psychological impact from this defeat. Royal Shadow Army? Pablo looked curiously at Bear, understanding that the opponent was a renowned figure of the Daqing Kingdom's Shadow Army. Surrounded by the Lin family, the ancestor approached Flynn. Little brother Jagger, the black copper ore industry is crucial for our family. Could you kindly extend a helping hand? Any conditions can be discussed privately, the Channing said with a smile. Flynn sized up the old man before him, a head full of white hair yet spirited, bowing politely. Senior Lin, as one of the 3 major families in Yellow Mist City, your wealth and influence mean you can still pursue other industries without the black copper ore. On the contrary, my business transport team has nowhere else to go and must change its business direction. I humbly request Senior Lin's grace. Any conditions can be discussed privately. Flynn, of course, wouldn't give up control over the Black Copper, or just because of the ancestor's words. The Channing laughed, coldly remarking, "Young man, your youthful arrogance knows no bounds. Let's see what you can do on the platform. Please instruct me, Senior Lin." Flynn was undeterred. As long as the Channing hadn't crossed into the true Spirit Master realm, even as a half-step true Spirit Master, Flynn had significant confidence. Soon, both ascended the platform for the final struggle over the Black Copper, or rights. The Channing's spirit energy surged, and the armor from his profound armor Qigong was even more imposing than Pablo's. He wielded his long sword, transforming it into a streak of light, swiftly attacking Flynn. Flynn responded as the vasty dome cauldron inside him resonated, and he advanced with his sword. Clang! Spirit energy rippled as the Channing stepped back. Huh. The Channing couldn't believe what he saw. Not bad for a specially admitted student of Silver Moon Academy, so young yet having power akin to a half-step true Spirit Master. The ancestor was taken aback. Such power at such a young age could lead to catastrophe for the Lin family if a deadly feud were to form. Yet, without using special means to put in full effort, he might not win against this young prodigy. Just as the Channing hesitated, Flynn pressed forward again, his sword gleaming like stars in the sky. Silver light surging, white as the moon. The Silver Moon sword technique of Silver Moon Academy. The Channing's expression changed drastically as he retreated, summoning dense golden sword lights to counterattack. For a moment, silver and gold clashed incessantly on the platform, creating a symphony of clashes. The Lin family was tense, completely unexpected that their ancestor couldn't suppress Flynn. Maverick's eyes widened in disbelief. A young man could actually contend equally with the Channing? Chapter 59 Expansion. Hidden in the shadows, City Lord Germanig had been closely observing this battle. He was very familiar with the patriarch of the Lin family. The two had privately sparred on more than one occasion, so he knew the patriarch's strength well. Now, the Lin family's patriarch was giving it his all, pushing the mystic armor Qi Gong to its limits, yet still could not break through Cooper's Silver Moon sword technique. How strange is this boy? Germanig couldn't gauge Cooper's full capabilities. He only felt that Cooper hadn't exerted himself fully and still had room to spare when facing off against the Yuan. The Silver Moon sword technique is a martial skill he mastered recently. What other techniques does he have hidden up his sleeve? Germanig was perplexed, unable to read Cooper, and his wariness grew deeper. On the platform, Cooper steadily overpowered the Yuan but remained cautious, ready to employ the artificer's skills along with his black poison and spirit-eroding toxin if necessary. The Yuan was forced back, cornered on the platform. Despite pushing the mystic armor Qi Gong to its limits, he could not break through the coverage of the Silver Moon sword technique. Seeing this, Axel was struck with awe, marveling at how formidable Cooper's brother must be. If everything went as expected, he would surely transcend into a true spirit master and become a renowned top expert in Daching Nation. Pablo watched his old father being pressed into a corner by Jagger's sword technique and felt an icy coldness in his heart. How could this be? The patriarch himself can't defeat a young man? What is Jagger's background? Even as a student of the Silver Moon Academy, he shouldn't be this powerful. The audience was stunned, once again updating their perception of Jagger. They also marveled at the vastness of the world and the talents within it. It was clear why the specially recruited students of the Silver Moon Academy could secure positions as patrol enforcers in advance for Daching Nation. The Qin family has truly lost sight of reason. If they hadn't betrayed Cooper with such a powerful ally, they could have secured their position among the three major families in Foggy Yellow City. Some people even thought of the Qin family. In the past, the Qin family was just a minor clan until Cooper helped establish the trading convoy, allowing them to gain a foothold as one of the three major families. In a flash, members of the 8 major families started thinking. With such a naturally talented and powerful genius, their future prospects were boundless. Wouldn't it be beneficial to marry their daughters into his family? As the battle neared its end, the Yuan struggled more and more to defend against Jagger's attacks. Several times, silver sword beams slipped through, striking the patriarch's spirit chi barrier with a crackling sound. By this point, everyone almost assumed that the Yuan was likely to lose. The authority over the Black Copper Hideo was destined to fall into the hands of this new noble, Jagger. So, the 8 major families began considering their next moves, knowing they couldn't afford to offend this new power controlling the Black Copper Hideo. However, the more critical this moment became, the more cautious Cooper grew. As Axel had said, this battle concerned the Lin family's future. The patriarch had come out personally. If he failed, the Lin family's influence in Foggy Yellow City would plummet. Thus, the patriarch might disregard the rules and use any means possible, such as consuming pills, using poisons, or hidden weapons. Germanig furrowed his brows, hoping the Yuan would break the rules and fight Jagger to the death on the platform. Soon, however, Germanig's hopes were dashed. At this crucial moment, the Yuan lacked the courage to gamble the entire Lin family's existence and fight Jagger to the bitter end. Little brother Jagger is young and promising, with a future beyond measure. I am indeed old and acknowledge my defeat. Henceforth, the authority over the Black Copper Hideo belongs to little brother Jagger. In the final moments, the Yuan chose to admit defeat. While this would significantly reduce the Lin family's influence in Foggy Yellow City, it spared them from potential annihilation. A young great spirit master with near-true spirit master strength indeed had boundless potential, and he didn't want to create a mortal enemy for the Lin family in his twilight years. Cooper was momentarily taken aback, impressed by the Yuan's restraint despite the immense temptation to break the rules and go all out against him. Only when he saw Pablo did he understand. Compared to the authority over the Black Copper Hideo, the lives of hundreds of clan members were far more important. Thank you, Elder Lin. Cooper halted his attack. Ending the competition over the Black Copper Hideo in this manner was undoubtedly the best outcome. Useless old man. Maverick angrily swept away and refused to oversee the transfer of authority over the Black Copper Hideo. Ted, having no choice, stepped onto the platform to congratulate Cooper's trading convoy on securing the Black Copper Hidio's authority and took over the ceremony from Maverick. After stepping down from the platform, the UN hurriedly left with his clan members, losing all the dignity he had accumulated over the years, further enhancing Jagger's prestige in foggy Yellow City. At this moment, Dempsey and others were undeniably excited. Securing the Black Copper Hidio's authority marked a significant leap forward for the trading convoy. The leaders of the 8 major families now had no choice but to swallow their pride and apologize to Cooper, seeking reconciliation. These opportunistic families were not held in high regard by Cooper, but he acknowledged the support of the 2 clans that had voted for him, assuring them they wouldn't be forgotten. For the rest, Cooper entrusted the follow-up matters to Dempsey and others. Leaving the City Lord's office, Cooper returned to Kenneth's residence. Master, how did the matter of the Black Copper Hidio's authority turn out? Kenneth immediately greeted him. It's done. Cooper replied, clearly pleased. With the authority over the Black Copper Hidio, he now indirectly controlled the 8 major families involved in related industries. Furthermore, the trading convoy's influence extended to 36 cities, each potentially dominated by 2 to 3 families of similar size. With just this authority, Cooper's influence greatly increased, far surpassing what the Qin family once enjoyed. And this was only the beginning. With the Black Copper Hidio's authority, Cooper could leverage the power of the many families under his control to start operating dustless cloud crystals, further expanding the trading convoy's assets. When his assets grew large enough, he could undertake the final phase of expansion, establishing the trading convoy firmly in Tianyuan City. Chapter 60. Injury. The more assets the trade caravan controls, the greater its influence and access to cultivation resources. Currently, if Flynn wanted a few ordinary third-grade pills, he could easily obtain them through the authority of the Black Copper Mine. However, ordinary third-grade pills no longer had much effect on him. What he needed were superior third-grade pills. To achieve this, he had to expand the scale of his trade caravan further and firmly establish it in Tianyuan City. Master, I have seen Lady Elizabeth, Kenneth continued, but her condition seems less than optimistic. What do you mean? Flynn looked at Kenneth, puzzled. In the morning, he had asked Adelia to deliver 3 third-grade pills to Elizabeth, but Adelia hadn't mentioned anything about Elizabeth's condition. Lady Elizabeth seems to be injured. Kenneth hesitated. Although she tried to hide it well, I still feel that she is injured. Flynn's expression changed. If even Kenneth could tell that Elizabeth was hurt, then she must be seriously injured. What dangers does the Balderling mine of the Sioux family hide? Why has Elizabeth been injured time and again? Flynn was shaken and couldn't resist wanting to visit the Balderling mine himself immediately. Did she ask you to pass on any message to me? Flynn asked. No. Kenneth shook his head. Did you inform her family about the changes? Flynn asked further. Yes, but Lady Elizabeth did not show any special reaction, Kenneth replied. Flynn nodded. With the suspending grass, even if Houston wanted to act against Elizabeth, there was still the old patriarch of the Sioux family backing them up. Note, Shen Futsal is translated as suspending grass to maintain consistency in terminology. If there's a more contextually appropriate term, please let me know. Leaving Kenneth's courtyard, Flynn, wearing a mask, went to Benny's residence. Junior brother impressive? Alicia greeted Flynn warmly. Initially, Alicia had harbored some doubts about Flynn, thinking that Benny might have overestimated him, giving him too much. But after dispatching people to test Flynn, he became greatly impressed, feeling that Flynn deserved the specially admitted student status granted by Dean Sun. Now, upon hearing that Flynn had escaped from under the Silver Dragon's claws and taken the suspending grass from Qinghai Academy's Miles and Adamaris, Alicia was astounded. Junior brother, why say such things? Flynn feigned surprise. You don't need to be modest. Miles and Adamaris quickly spread the news after being defeated by you. Frankly, I've always wanted to teach them a lesson, but I never had the opportunity or the strength. This time, Junior brother truly made our NU Academy proud. Alicia spoke with great satisfaction, as if he had participated in the battle for the suspending grass himself. Seeing Alicia's excited look, Flynn knew how intense the rivalry between NU Academy and Qinghai Academy was. Alicia led Flynn into the courtyard where he met Benny. Dean's son. Flynn bowed respectfully. I'm glad you're safe. Benny approached with concern, somewhat reproachfully saying, I failed to protect you in Luoxian Valley. Dean's son, don't blame yourself. I unintentionally ruined your plan to hunt the Silver Dragon. Without your protection, I would have surely perished. Flynn replied. Benny had indeed done his best to help Flynn, but the other true spirit masters weren't idle either, especially the Barrett who insisted on targeting Flynn, leading to his capture by the Silver Dragon. If only my strength was greater, they wouldn't have dared to target you like that, almost costing you your life, Benny sighed, feeling quite responsible. Whether Benny's intentions were sincere or not, he was the only true spirit master willing to protect Flynn. Dean's son, everything turned out fine, didn't it? Flynn smiled. How did you escape the Silver Dragon's grasp? Benny asked, following up on Flynn's words. This was the main reason Benny had urgently called Flynn over. A great spirit master being carried away by a powerful centennial silver dragon and returning unscathed was astounding. Flynn had already prepared an explanation. It's quite strange. The silver dragon said I was his savior, and then let me go. Do beasts really know gratitude? Alicia was surprised. While such tales existed, they were mostly folklore. Is that all? Benny also appeared surprised, having anticipated various explanations, but not this one. That's it. Flynn affirmed. Even now, I don't understand why the silver dragon let me go. Haha. Benny laughed. Perhaps it's as simple as that. If you hadn't accidentally interrupted us, we would have set up the formation to slay the silver dragon. Even if it managed to escape, it would have lost much power and strength. Junior brother truly has profound blessings. Alicia laughed heartily. Maybe that silver dragon is female, and will come to thank you one day for saving her life. Facing Alicia's jests, Flynn could only smile bitterly before turning to Benny. Dean's son, who was the Barrett? Benny was momentarily taken aback, but instantly understood that Flynn bore a grudge. Flynn, it seems your fate is indeed entangled with Xianxia Academy, Benny explained. First, they attempted to assassinate you secretly, and I stopped them. Then you inadvertently interrupted their ambush on the dragon and faced Haroun's retaliation, nearly dying. Afterward, you escaped death and snatched the suspending grass they had targeted. Benny hadn't expected the conflicts between Flynn and Xianxia Academy to escalate so rapidly, as if they were long-standing enemies. Xianxia Academy's Haroun? What's his relationship with Miles? Flynn now understood that the white-robed man was from Xianxia Academy. Andon and grandson. Benny answered. For now, you're not a match for him. Focus on cultivating. Given enough time, you will have the chance to avenge this. Flynn wasn't foolish enough to seek revenge on a true spirit master now. Can you sell the suspending grass to Alicia? Benny asked, revealing his second purpose for summoning Flynn. Junior brother Flynn, if you can give me the suspending grass, I will remember this favor, Alicia added eagerly. Chapter 61 Impersonation. As expected, the levitating grass was a treasure that every great spirit master coveted. Even Alicia wanted it. Dean's son, Senior. The levitating grass was the dowry I promised my sister-in-law. It has already been handed over to the ancestor of the Su family. I fear he has already refined it, Flynn reported honestly. But that's levitating grass. Giving it to an ancestor who is close to death in the Su family is such a waste. Alicia expressed deep regret and heartache. Nonsense. Jetkong glared at Alicia. It was meant for Brother Jagger's sister-in-law. There's no wastage in how it's used. Now that Jagger has come to our Silver Moon Academy, his brother and sister-in-law are practically family, Jetkong said. Little Lu, you should find some time to visit the Su family personally to meet Jagger's brother and sister-in-law. We can't let people think that our Silver Moon Academy doesn't understand social etiquette, Jetkong continued. You're right, Dean. I'll visit the Su family today. Alicia nodded hurriedly. Flynn stood aside, unsure of what to say. Oppose? They were using social norms as an excuse, claiming they valued his brother. Not oppose? If they truly cared about these formalities, they should have intervened for Qin family first. They did not mention Qin family when he suppressed them, even considering Zayli was a student of the Silver Moon Academy. But instead, Jetkong extended an olive branch immediately after Flynn suppressed the Qin family. Taking a step back, even if Jetkong was unaware Zayli was a Silver Moon Academy student, and thus didn't intervene in Qin family matters, the special recruitment of Flynn had been discussed for a long time. Why hadn't there been any mention of visiting the Su family earlier? Clearly, Jetkong's words were aimed at reclaiming the levitating grass through the relationship between Jagger and Flynn, hoping to get it back from the Su family. Alicia suggested going with Flynn to visit his brother and sister-in-law at the Su family, but was refused by Flynn, citing a minor misunderstanding between brothers, making it impossible for him to meet them. Upon leaving, Flynn rushed back to the Su family residence. Upon returning, Flynn sensed something amiss at the Su family. The guards were on high alert, their numbers several times more than usual. Anyone could tell that the Su family seemed to be dealing with a major crisis. Son-in-law, Lord Su ordered the entire Su mansion to be on lockdown today. The guard blocked Flynn at the gate. What do you mean? Flynn frowned, coldly humming. You know I'm the son-in-law of the Su family. A lockdown can't stop me. Son-in-law, please don't make this difficult for us. You should take a few days off before coming back. The guard insisted, refusing to let Flynn enter. Has Miss returned? Flynn asked the guard. Don't push me. The guard didn't answer, instead stepping forward and drawing his sword. Seeing this, Flynn understood. Elizabeth must have returned, and Houston couldn't wait anymore. Could Houston have acted against Elizabeth while I was busy with the Lin family and the Black Copper Hideo rights? At this thought, Flynn was shaken. If so, the Su family had already split, and those led by Houston were already targeting Elizabeth. Without further ado, Flynn left the guards and found a secluded place to remove his sunglasses and put on a mask, transforming into Jagger. He approached the Su family again. When the guards saw him, they instinctively moved forward, drawing their swords and shouting, Su family on lockdown today. No visitors allowed. Get out of my way. As Jagger, Flynn felt no restraint, his spirit power surging. A group of 4th to 5th rank spirit masters were like paper to him. Entering the Su mansion, Flynn hurried towards the bridal courtyard. Though guards tried to stop him, none succeeded. Soon, he saw Alec, Jemima, and others surrounding his wedding quarters. His spirit serpent's perception pierced through the walls, revealing Elizabeth and others surrounded by Houston and his allies. Elizabeth, don't hold on. The ancestor has enough on his plate and won't come to save you, Houston said sternly to Elizabeth. Daughter, give them what they want. As long as we survive, we can rise again even without the Su family. Ian, having lost courage to fight his brothers, only hoped that once Houston and others obtained their desired status, they would honor their promises and let them leave Yellow Fog City. Good daughter, as long as the Green Hills remain, one needn't worry about firewood. What do they want from you? Elizabeth's mother, Gianna, also tried to persuade her. Elizabeth was covered in blood, clearly heavily injured. Adelia was being controlled by a Su family elder, as if she were a little chick. Clearly, Elizabeth was utterly defeated. Even her parents stood with Houston to save their lives. They want my life. Elizabeth coldly responded to her pleading parents kneeling before Houston. What? Ian's face changed, disbelievingly looking at Houston and the others. Do you really disregard family ties and kill your own niece? Ian nervously eyed Houston. Brother, this woman isn't actually your daughter but someone else impersonating her. Only by handing her over can the Su family achieve peace, Houston surprisingly declared. How is that possible? Wouldn't I know if she's my daughter or not? Brother, you must be mistaken. Ian naturally didn't believe Houston, thinking it was just an excuse to force Elizabeth's death. Impatient, Houston brandished his large saber, approaching Elizabeth closely. Elizabeth, at this point, will you still refuse to bow? Houston walked closer, saying, if so, don't blame me for disregarding family ties. With that, Houston was about to seize Elizabeth. At this critical moment, Flynn broke through the door, grabbing Alec and Jemima who were blocking outside. Who dares touch my sister-in-law? Flynn shouted loudly, breaking through the door. Chapter 62. The Sue family's great change. Father, save me. Alec and Jemima, like two chicks, were held by Flynn, one on each side. Seeing Houston for the first time, they immediately pleaded for mercy. Houston's expression changed slightly, stopping in his tracks as he looked at Flynn. Weren't you supposed to be contesting the control of the Black Copper, or with the Lin family? Houston asked in surprise. The control over Black Copper, or? How much time would that take me? Houston, who gave you the audacity to lay hands on my sister-in-law? Flynn walked towards Elizabeth while holding Alec and Jemima. Jagger, release my children. This is a private matter of our Sue family, Houston replied, not expecting the Lin family to fail in delaying Jagger, allowing him to arrive at this critical moment. As for your claim that Elizabeth is your sister-in-law, Houston said, she merely uses your brother as a shield. Until now, their marriage remains in name only. Moreover, your brother Flynn has long reached an agreement with me, accepting my third-grade elixir and promising not to interfere in Sue family matters, Houston continued. What? How could this be? Ian, seeing Jagger's dominant arrival, felt hope but was unexpectedly met with the news that her good-for-nothing son-in-law had betrayed her daughter. Nonsense. Flynn would never betray me. Elizabeth subconsciously frowned. If Flynn were to betray her, why would Adelia have delivered those 3 third-grade elixirs? Elizabeth, nothing is impossible. Flynn is just a man. Jemima sneered. Who would willingly be a husband in name only? Flynn has an esteemed older brother like Jagger and is also the deputy director of the dance bureau, favored by Master Lu and his wife. Only you treat him as a nobody, not knowing how to cherish him. Brother Jagger, if you don't mind, I, Jemima, am willing to marry Flynn, making him the true son-in-law of the Sue family. Seizing the opportunity, Jemima declared her feelings for Flynn publicly, hoping Jagger would stand by them. Yes, I can decide on this marriage. Little brother Jagger, what do you think? Houston hurriedly agreed, wanting to finalize the matter. If Houston could ally with Jagger, the new noble of Yellow Mist City, the Sue family wouldn't need to rely on the Lord Mayor anymore. Everyone looked at Jagger expectantly, hoping he would nod in agreement. Only Ian and her family, Elizabeth, and Adelia felt intense tension. If Jagger took offense that Elizabeth didn't treat Flynn as a husband, agreeing to Houston and Jemima's proposal, they would have no chance of turning things around. However, no one present knew that Jagger was actually Flynn. Flynn scoffed at the idea. Although Elizabeth was just his nominal wife, she had once saved his life and guided him. Everything he did was to help Elizabeth. How could he betray her? My brother is already the son-in-law of the Sue family, whether in name or not doesn't matter. Most importantly, my brother repeatedly instructed me to assist my sister-in-law Elizabeth. As for the claim that my brother made an agreement with you to stay out of Sue family affairs, do you have any evidence? Flynn casually threw Alec and Jemima aside, firmly standing before Elizabeth to shield her from the rest of the Sue family led by Houston. How can such a thing have proof? Just bring Flynn here to confront us face to face, and everything will become clear. Jemima anxiously shouted. Then wait until you bring my brother here. Until then, please leave my sister-in-law's courtyard immediately, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Flynn coldly snorted. Jagger, are you determined to break ties with our Sue family? Houston refused to back down. He needed to take Elizabeth today, or he would suffer the consequences. The Sue family patriarch had obtained the suspended grass. He delayed appearing at the Sue family because Houston had promised the Lord Mayor's office to deliver Elizabeth to them. A powerful figure from the Lord Mayor's office was currently blocking the path of the Sue family patriarch, preventing him from aiding the unrest at the Sue residence. I only need to protect my sister-in-law and her family. Your Sue family matters don't interest me. However, if Elder Second Lord of the Sue family isn't satisfied, he is welcome to test his skills against me. Flynn spoke indifferently. Fine. They say you, Jagger, are the new noble in Yellow Mist City, someone even the Lord Mayor's office treats with respect. Today, I'll see how capable you truly are. Houston wasn't aware that Jagger had defeated the UN, giving him the courage to make this last desperate move. As soon as he finished speaking, Houston pounced like a fierce tiger, his large blade swinging down at Flynn. You seek death. Flynn coldly retorted, brandishing his sword, which transformed into a shower of silver light, continuously enveloping Houston with the silver moon sword technique. Second brother, let me aid you. Jagger, how dare you, an outsider, decide on Sue family matters. Several elders and lords of the Sue family immediately joined in the attack. The Grand Elder, despite his white hair, was formidable and nearly as powerful as Houston. In an instant, all the core members of the Sue family targeted Flynn. Seeing this, Ian quickly pulled her family back, her brow furrowed in worry. Why hasn't the patriarch arrived yet? Ian worried, feeling they couldn't withstand the might of the entire Sue family without the patriarch's help. The patriarch must be obstructed and can't come right now, Elizabeth deduced. Is our fate to be entrusted to this Jagger alone? Ian was deeply uneasy, unsure if Jagger could hold off the combined assault of almost the entire Sue family. Facing the onslaught of more than 10 people, Flynn showed no fear, having already defeated the UN. Even if Germanic of the Lord Mayor's office himself intervened, Flynn felt he had a higher chance of victory. Thus, he wasn't anxious and intended to use the Sue family members to hone his martial skills. He also wanted to buy some time to see if the Sue family patriarch would arrive and uncover the person behind Houston. Meanwhile, far away in a secret dwelling within the Yellow Spirit Hideo field, the Sue family patriarch sat anxiously. Don't fret, Ian and Houston are both your blood descendants. Who leads the Sue family makes no difference. An old man in black robes calmly poured tea for himself. Hashtag chapter 63, the man in green robes. Germain, you are a distinguished art spirit master, lofty and powerful. Why do you persist in targeting my Rainey? Patriarch Sue frowned deeply. Rainey? You mean Elizabeth? Germain sneered as he looked at Patriarch Sue. Germain, What do you mean by that? Patriarch Su looked at Germain in confusion. This girl exudes something strange. Could your Su family have produced such an extraordinary daughter? But none of that matters now. Soon, she will fall into my hands. Allowing your Su family to continue existing in Yellow Fog City is already a great blessing I've bestowed upon you. Germain laughed out loud. However, time passed, and instead of waiting for Houston and the others to escort Elizabeth over, Germain received news from the spy left behind at the Su residence by the city lord's mansion. Senior, there's been a new development at the Su residence. The spy, kneeling on the ground, said. Jagger, the newly prominent figure in Yellow Fog City, suddenly appeared at the Su residence and protected Elizabeth and the others. Jagger? Hearing this, Germain couldn't help but frown and coldly asked, could he really hold off so many people from the Su family? Senior, the latest report says that Jagger defeated the Lin family's patriarch this morning in the contest for the Black Copper Hideo Authority, the spy reported. Therefore, Houston and his group certainly aren't a match for Jagger. A half-step true spirit master? Germain's expression darkened, not expecting this turn of events. Have the city lord himself take personal action. Ensure Houston gains control over the Su family and captures Elizabeth alive. With that, Germain flicked his sleeves. Germain, Jagger is a specially recruited student of Silver Moon Academy and will be the future patrol commander. Is your city lord's mansion seeking trouble? Patriarch Su, grabbing onto what seemed like a lifeline, hurriedly interjected. Patrol commander? He must have the fortune to become one first, Germain declared firmly, determined to capture Elizabeth this time and eliminate Jagger, who might have taken some high-grade spirit stones from him in the past. Yes, senior. Seeing Germain's resolve, the spy immediately responded and left. Patriarch Su's face turned grim as he sighed helplessly, knowing that even with the suspending grass, he was no match for the art spirit master before him. Don't entertain any illusions. I'm determined to get Elizabeth. You Su family should submit and cooperate with our city lord's mansion if you want a place in Yellow Fog City. Germain leisurely poured himself another cup of tea. Despite Jagger's unexpected appearance, he believed everything was still under control. In Kenneth's courtyard, Alec and Jemima had rushed here, wanting to see Flynn. Kenneth said Flynn wasn't there, but they roughly pushed past him and barged into the yard. Instead of finding Flynn, they encountered a beautifully dressed young man. Who are you? Where's Flynn? Call him out immediately. Alec and Jemima shouted angrily. What insolent brats. The beautifully dressed young man, holding a folding fan, was graceful yet furious. With a flick of his fan, a powerful gust of air mixed with spiritual energy sent them flying away. Mr. Chingy, truly sorry. My master and young master aren't at home. Please accept our apologies for disturbing you. Kenneth followed over, apologizing to the young man. Thrown aside, Alec and Jemima felt sore all over, looking incredulously at the beautiful young man they had never seen before. Where is your master? The beautifully dressed man asked Kenneth again. I really don't know. Kenneth wouldn't reveal his master's whereabouts, not understanding their intentions. Is Senior looking for Jagger? Alec and Jemima brightened up, seeing this man's unfathomable strength. Perhaps they could use him against Jagger and solve the problem of their father trying to seize Elizabeth. Do you know where he is? The fan-holding man named Li Shui asked in surprise. Yes. We can lead you to him. Alec and Jemima nodded eagerly. Fine. Li Shui nodded satisfactorily. Guide me. Seeing this, Kenneth felt unease and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Alicia brought gifts to visit the Su residence, hoping to negotiate the exchange of the suspending grass. The Su residence was on high alert. Alicia, stating his identity, was blocked by guards outside the mansion when he wanted to visit Flynn and Elizabeth. Normally, Alicia wouldn't force entry but would leave instead. However, he needed help from the Su family, who were clearly prepared for a significant event. Perhaps he could aid the Su family and naturally claim the suspending grass afterward. So, he decided to intrude, knowing that once he saw Elizabeth and Flynn, he'd understand everything. Alicia, as a 9th-rank Great Spirit Master and prodigy of Silver Moon Academy, easily bypassed the guards. The guards could only watch helplessly as Alicia barged in and returned to their posts disheveled. Inside the Su residence, Alicia grabbed someone and made them guide him to Elizabeth and Flynn. Under the threat of his sword, the guard led Alicia to Flynn's wedding quarters. There, Alicia found his junior being besieged by multiple Su family members. Alicia was surprised. Weren't the Su family related to his junior? Why the attack? Junior, Senior will assist you. Though puzzled, Alicia stood beside his junior when he saw him surrounded. Initially, Houston and his group had hoped to overwhelm Jagger with numbers. But seeing the 9th-rank Great Spirit Master Alicia arrive, they froze in terror. What started as internal family business had Jagger barging in, and now a prodigy from Silver Moon Academy too. Is heaven itself aiding the Su family? Houston thought bleakly. The moment Alicia appeared, Houston promptly stopped and retreated with the Su family members. Senior, why are you here? Flynn, caught off guard by Alicia's intrusion, recalled he mentioned visiting brother and Elizabeth. I came to visit your brother and sister-in-law, Alicia said, half laughing. I feared something was amiss given the heightened security, so I rudely forced my way in. What exactly is going on? Alicia asked, confused. Chapter 63, The Man in Green Garments. Shiloh, as a distinguished sorcerer, you are highly respected. Why are you fixated on my grandson Ran? Patriarch Su frowned deeply. Ran? Do you mean Elizabeth? Shiloh sneered at Patriarch Su. Shiloh, what do you mean by that? Patriarch Su looked at Shiloh in confusion. This girl is suspicious. Can your Su family really produce such an outstanding daughter? However, it doesn't matter now. Soon, she will fall into my hands. To let your Su family continue to survive in Yellow Mist City is already a huge favor from me. Shiloh laughed haughtily. However, time passed, and instead of waiting for Houston to escort Elizabeth over, Shiloh received a report from the spy left behind at the Su residence by the city lord's manor. Senior, There has been a new development at the Sioux residence, the spy said, kneeling on the ground. The newly rich Jagger suddenly appeared and protected Elizabeth and others. Jagger? Upon hearing this, Shiloh's eyebrows furrowed, and he asked coldly, can he fend off so many people from the Sioux family? Senior, the latest news is that Jagger defeated the elder of the Lin family in the morning during the Black Copper Hideo rights contest. The spy continued, so, Houston and his men must not be a match for Jagger. Half-step true spirit master? Shiloh's face darkened, never expecting such an outcome. Have the city lord himself personally take action to help Houston seize control of the Sioux residence, especially to capture Elizabeth alive. Shiloh waved his sleeve. Shiloh, isn't Jagger a specially recruited student from Silver Moon Academy, who is set to become a future patrol envoy? Is your city lord's manor looking for trouble? Patriarch Sioux seemed to have clung onto a lifeline, quickly pleading. Patrol envoy? He still needs to live long enough to become one. Shiloh had made up his mind to capture Elizabeth this time, and incidentally, kill Jagger, who might have taken some superior spirit stones from him in the past. Yes, senior. Seeing Shiloh's determination, the spy immediately left. Patriarch Sioux's expression darkened as he sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, even with the suspending grass, he was no match for this sorcerer before him. Don't delude yourself. I'm determined to have Elizabeth. Your Sioux family should submit and cooperate with our city lord's manor to ensure you have a place in Yellow Mist City. Shiloh leisurely poured tea for himself, believing that despite the unexpected appearance of Jagger, everything was still under his control. In Kenneth's courtyard, Alec and Jemima ran here, insisting on seeing Flynn. Kenneth said Flynn wasn't here, but they pushed past him forcefully and barged into the courtyard. Instead of seeing Flynn, they saw an incredibly handsome man dressed in embroidered robes. Who are you? Where's Flynn? Bring him out quickly. Alec and Jemima shouted angrily. Where did these unruly brats come from? The robed man, holding a folding fan, was graceful but now enraged. He casually flicked his fan, sending a powerful gust filled with spirit energy that sent them flying. Mr. Chingy, I'm very sorry. My young master and young mistress aren't home, and they have intruded on you. Kenneth followed over, apologizing to the robed man. Blown away, Alec and Jemima felt sore all over and stared in disbelief at the robed man they had never seen before. Where is your young master? The robed man asked Kenneth again. I really don't know. Kenneth didn't understand their intentions and wouldn't tell him where his young master was. Senior, are you looking for Jagger? Alec and Jemima suddenly brightened, sensing this person's deep strength and thinking they could use his power against Jagger to solve the issue of their father capturing Elizabeth. You know where he is? The folding fan-wielding man, introducing himself as Bellamy, asked in surprise. Yes. We can lead you to him. Alec and Jemima hurriedly nodded. All right. Bellamy nodded approvingly. Lead the way. Meanwhile, Alicia brought gifts to the Sioux residence, hoping to see if he could trade for the suspending grass. With the Sioux residents on high alert, Alicia presented himself and requested to visit Flynn and Elizabeth, only to be stopped outside by the guards. If it were any other time, Alicia would have left without forcing entry. But given the circumstances, the Sioux family was obviously dealing with something significant. Perhaps he could help them and then reasonably ask for the suspending grass. As a 9th-ranked Great Spirit Master and Silver Moon Academy's elite, Alicia couldn't be stopped by mere guards. So, these unlucky guards were once again sent flying without serious harm. Alicia entered the Sioux residence, grabbed someone, and forced them to lead him to Elizabeth and Flynn. Arriving, Alicia saw his junior being besieged by the Sioux family. Huh. Alicia was puzzled. Weren't they relatives? Junior, senior is here to help you. Despite not knowing the situation, seeing his junior surrounded, Alicia sided with him. Originally, Houston hoped their numbers would overwhelm Jagger, but when Alicia, a 9th-ranked Great Spirit Master, appeared, they knew they were doomed. Was fate helping Ian's family? Seeing Alicia, Houston immediately retreated with the rest of the Sioux family. Senior, why are you here? Flynn, remembering Elisha's plan to visit his younger brother and Elizabeth, was surprised. I came to visit your brother and sister-in-law, Alicia said awkwardly. I saw the heightened security, so I broke in fearing an emergency. What's happening? Alicia asked, bewildered. Chapter 64. The City Lord intervenes. A group of people from the Sioux family attempted a rebellion to seize control and claim the positions of the patriarch and clan leader. It seems I've provided some entertainment for my senior classmate, Flynn explained to Alicia. Only then did Alicia relax, and subsequently, under Flynn's introduction, he met Elizabeth and Ian, the couple. Despite being gravely injured, Elizabeth remained composed and dignified in front of her elder brother, Jagger, and the prodigy from Silver Moon Academy, Alicia, without showing any signs of panic after experiencing the internal family turmoil. Seeing this, Alicia couldn't help but admire her. Ordinary people could not maintain such poise in the face of danger. Elizabeth, what exactly happened? Didn't the ancestor receive the hovergrass? Note, for better fluency, I have translated Shen Futal as hovergrass. If you prefer to keep it in Pinyin or Chinese, please let me know. Why did Houston dare to openly rebel? Is he not afraid that the ancestor would punish him by stripping his cultivation away out of rage? Flynn curiously asked Elizabeth. Frisco, I owe it all to your timely arrival. Elizabeth thanked Jagger again. Then she continued, Houston certainly doesn't have such capabilities. Behind him, there should be some agreement with the city lord's residence. The ancestor has indeed recovered after receiving the hovergrass and is even stronger than before. But the ancestor hasn't come yet, clearly encountering some trouble, Elizabeth said to Flynn. Upon hearing this, Flynn frowned slightly. The Sioux family's ancestor was a half-step true spirit master, and with the consumption of hovergrass, his strength had surpassed what it was previously. It would be extremely difficult for anyone who wasn't a true spirit master to stop him. Does the city lord's residence have a true spirit master? Flynn looked surprised. He's even more powerful than an ordinary true spirit master. He's a spell spirit master with a spirit power reaching 1,000 segments. Elizabeth did not hide this fact because she knew she was far from recovering, and the person from the City Lord's residence had already made their move. She needed reliable allies. What? 1,000-segment spell spirit master. This time, it was not Flynn who expressed shock but Alicia, whose eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000-segment spell spirit master actually existed in this small yellow mist city? What are we waiting for? Let's escape. Alicia hurriedly advised Elizabeth. Elizabeth replied bitterly, being targeted by 1,000-segment spell spirit master, can we really escape? Alicia originally wanted to help the Sioux family and recover the hovergrass. Upon learning the truth, however, he wished he could immediately disappear from the Sioux family. The hovergrass had already been refined by the Sioux family's ancestor, and now they faced a mysterious 1,000-segment spell spirit master as a threat. Even if Deputy Dean Zhejiang of Silver Moon Academy were to intervene personally, he might not be a match for the 1,000-segment spell spirit master. At this moment, even Flynn was at a loss. Although his strength had rapidly increased and he no longer feared half-step true spirit masters, facing a 1,000-segment spell spirit master left him powerless. In the end, it's still because of inadequate strength, unable even to protect Elizabeth, Flynn silently blamed himself. He had been working hard to enhance his cultivation, even venturing into the rotating valley. But we still have a chance. Elizabeth saw the silence of Jagger and Alicia, representing their helplessness against the 1,000-segment spell spirit master, and shifted her tone to reveal more truths. That 1,000-segment spell spirit master from the City Lord's residence is not in his prime. He seems to have suffered heavy spiritual damage and was previously even unable to defeat a half-step spirit master. Now, his injuries have somewhat healed, but he should only be on par with a first-grade true spirit master. Otherwise, why would he need Houston and others to act on his behalf? He could confront the Sioux family openly. Elizabeth revealed part of the truth to Jagger and Alicia, telling them that if they were willing to help her, they could still stand up to the mysterious spell spirit master. Hearing this, Flynn's hopes were rekindled. He truly didn't want to see anything happen to Elizabeth. Just moments ago, he felt utterly dejected. Now, knowing there was a chance to resist the 1,000-segment spell spirit master, a spark of hope ignited within him. Unbeknownst to him, the woman who was only nominally his wife had become someone dear to his heart. Alicia also breathed a sigh of relief, but unlike Flynn, he was unwilling to risk everything over Elizabeth against a weakened 1,000-segment spell spirit master. Once fully recovered, the other party could bring disaster to him, and even the academy if he returned to Silver Moon Academy. Meanwhile, Houston and others had quietly exited the courtyard. They did not retreat but remained here, awaiting the return of Alec and Jemima, who were supposed to find Flynn. If Flynn kept his word and took away Jagger, Elizabeth would be left to their mercy. Additionally, he was waiting for reinforcements from the City Lord's residence. As agreed, if things went awry and they couldn't capture Elizabeth, the City Lord's residence would come to support them. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the City Lord's troops arrived in full force at the Sioux family, replacing the guards and encircling the entire mansion. City Lord Germanig personally came to the Sioux family. City Lord Yi. Seeing Germanig arrive, Houston beamed, finally receiving his much-needed reinforcement. The Sioux family members greeted Germanig with respect, demonstrating their submission to the City Lord's residence. From now on, the Yi family and the Sioux family are one. There's no need for formalities, Germanig spoke without airs, pacifying Houston and others. Is Jagger inside? Germanig came specifically for Jagger, intending to eliminate this unknown new elite of Yellow Mist City, today, to prevent any interference with his younger brother's plans. Not just Jagger, a prodigy from the Silver Moon Academy, also a 9th-grade Great Spirit Master, is here as well, Houston quickly added. Alicia? Germanig was aware of the numerous major powers that had recently arrived in Yellow Mist City. However, since they did not formally visit the City Lord's residence, he pretended to be unaware. Yet, he had secretly investigated these major powers thoroughly. He knew about Deputy Dean Zhejiang and also about Alicia, the grandson of the Dean. This complicates matters. Originally, Germanig felt confident that with Houston and the City Lord's many 9th-grade Great Spirit Masters, surrounding and eliminating Jagger would not be difficult. However, Alicia posed a significant challenge. Being a prodigy from Silver Moon Academy, he had Zhejiang, a true Spirit Master, backing him. City Lord Yi, we outnumber them. What does it matter if he's a prodigy from Silver Moon Academy? We don't intend to kill him, just take Elizabeth. Houston acknowledged the difficulty of provoking Silver Moon Academy, but felt there was no turning back now. You're right. Germanig nodded, having received a message from his third brother, confirming they had no choice but to proceed. Immediately, Germanig led the Sioux family members toward the courtyard where Flynn's bridal chambers were located. ##### Chapter 65. Must take away. Before Ian and his wife could even sip their tea to calm their nerves, Houston and the rest of the Sioux family barged into the courtyard again, almost causing Ian and his wife to drop their teacups in fright. The City Lord's people have finally arrived. Elizabeth clearly understood that on the surface, this was about Houston attempting to seize control of the Sioux family in the position of future patriarch. However, in reality, it was the City Lord's house trying to swallow up the Sioux family, with a mysterious spirit artisan coveting the phoenix bloodline within her body. Thus, to resolve the crisis facing the Sioux family, they must address the root cause, the City Lord's house. Elizabeth, you sit here. Leave it to me. Flynn stopped her from getting up, knowing she had not fully recovered from her injuries. Elizabeth glanced at Flynn, ultimately nodding gratefully. Brother, thank you. Don't thank me. This is what I owe your couple. Flynn felt uncomfortable, truly not wanting to interact with Elizabeth as Jagger. Seeing this, Alicia naturally accompanied Flynn outside, as leaving at this moment would be inappropriate. City Lord Yi, this is the Sioux family estate. What do you intend by bringing your people here? Flynn asked Germanig, his tone icy. Jagger, you are an outsider to our Sioux family yet interfere in our internal affairs. I had no choice but to invite the City Lord to mediate. Houston interjected before Germanig could speak. shifting all blame onto Jagger. Flynn had seen such behavior before. The Qin family acted similarly in the past, and now the Su family followed suit. It all came down to who had the power to enforce their will. Little brother Jagger, you've heard it. This is an internal matter of the Su family, and you, an outsider, shouldn't be here. As the city lord of Yellow Fog City, I have the duty to protect the interests of the city's families. If you, little brother Jagger, withdraw from the Su family now, I can return immediately. Let the Su family handle their own issues. Germanic spoke grandly, giving Jagger a way out. Ridiculous. Flynn sneered. My brother-in-law is a well-known part of the Su family in Yellow Fog City. How can I stand idly by while Houston attempts a coup to seize the position of patriarch? City Lord Yi, if you were wise, you wouldn't interfere. Of course, if City Lord Yi intends to use your authority to force your way into Su family affairs, I won't hesitate to face you alone. Flynn laughed loudly as he drew his sword, releasing a chilling aura of killing intent. The killer god who once single-handedly suppressed the entire Qin family seemed to have possessed him once more. The thick aura of menace rose like mist in the courtyard, striking fear into the hearts of weaker spirit masters and even some weaker great spirit masters. With just a few words, the atmosphere became heavy, ready to explode into a life-or-death battle at any moment. Alicia didn't want to see this happen. He had no intention of being drawn into the conflict between the Su family and the city lord's house, especially not involving that 1,000-rank spirit artisan. So, he stepped forward decisively, placing himself between Flynn and Germanic. City Lord Yi, quite the official might. Let me introduce myself. My name is Alicia, from Silver Moon Academy. Jagger is my junior, and his matters are mine. City Lord Yi, are you sure you want to oppose Silver Moon Academy? As he spoke, Alicia revealed not only his identity, but also the waistplate given to him by his grandfather, the Academy Chancellor. Silver Moon Academy, the top spirit master academy in Daqing Nation, also known as National Academy, held a prestigious status beyond question. Its chancellor was among the highest-ranking officials in Daqing, wielding significant influence over national affairs. The waistplate of the Silver Moon Academy Chancellor was treated with utmost respect, even by city lords of major cities like Tianyuan City. Upon seeing the waistplate, Germanic could no longer act arrogantly or disrespect the National Academy's Chancellor. Just this alone could cost him his position. If he dared to act against Alicia today, Yellow Fog City would soon face numerous inspections, turning the city lord's residence upside down. This was why Germanic appeared troubled when he learned Alicia was present. However, as Houston said, they were already cornered without any retreat. City Lord of Yellow Fog City, Germanic, pays respects to the son of the National Academy Chancellor. Germanic, upon seeing the waistplate, had no choice but to bow deeply. City Lord Yi, where you came from, return there. Alicia, satisfied with Germanic's attitude, continued, stay out of Su family matters, and I'll remember this favor. Germanic smiled awkwardly. Ordinarily, gaining favor from the National Academy Chancellor's grandson would be invaluable, but this concerned his younger brother's plan and the future of the Yi family, so he couldn't easily back down. Master Lu, it's not that this official wants to meddle in Su family affairs, but Elizabeth has been suspected of impersonating the Su family's young mistress. As a city official, I must take her away to investigate. Master Lu, I assure you, I won't touch anyone else from the Su family or involve myself further. I will only take Elizabeth for questioning. Germanic, under pressure from Alicia, insisted on taking Elizabeth away. This was his bottom line. Alicia hadn't expected that a simple city lord wouldn't bow to his grandfather's waistplate, which made him quite angry. Just as Alicia was about to speak, Flynn lunged at Germanic. Senior brother, your kindness is appreciated. Whoever tries to touch my sister-in-law today will have to step over my dead body. Flynn understood Germanic's intentions and knew only by defeating him could he leave. Germanic was prepared. Facing Flynn's sudden attack, he instantly gathered his spirit energy, retreating while warning Alicia, Master Lu, this is none of your concern. Please step aside to avoid harm. Alicia frowned, angered by Germanic's lack of respect, but also wary of the threat posed by the 1,000-rank spirit artisan backing Germanic. Seeing both Flynn and Germanic urging him to step aside, he hesitated briefly before moving aside. For Alicia, his main concern was ensuring Jagger's safety, not getting involved. With Flynn initiating the attack, Houston and the City Lord's elite forces did not hesitate, launching their attacks immediately. This time, led by Germanic, plus Houston and 6 9th-rank Great Spirit Masters from the City Lord's house, a total of 7 9th-rank Great Spirit Masters, along with Germanic, a quasi-true Spirit Master, surrounded and attacked Flynn simultaneously. Chapter 66, Invincible Armor. Hearing the sounds of battle outside, Elizabeth, who was sitting inside, naturally could not remain uninvolved. She immediately stepped out. Big brother. Elizabeth saw Jagger single-handedly facing 7 9th-rank Great Spirit Masters, and 1 half-step True Spirit Master. Such a scene filled her with worry for Jagger. If he died here because of her, how would she explain it to Flynn? In that moment, Elizabeth felt both moved and indebted to Flynn. Initially, she had married Flynn into the family to prevent Maverick's proposal, but since then, all he had brought her was surprise and emotion. Alicia was also startled. He originally thought Germanic wouldn't dare kill Flynn, just restraining him and taking Elizabeth away. But once the fight began, Alicia realized that the experts from the City Lord's manor led by Germanic, along with Marcius Houston, were fighting with fatal intent, sparing no mercy. A true battle for life and death. If you dare to kill my junior brother, I'll make sure your City Lord's manor ceases to exist tomorrow. Alicia didn't care about Elizabeth's safety, but refused to let Jagger be threatened. He still needed Jagger to help him break through to the true Spirit Master realm in the future secret realm. Germanic ignored him. Even if Jagger died, he could replace him and help Alicia enter the secret realm. He doubted Inu Academy would really break ties over this. Even if Inu Academy did turn on him, as long as his younger brother succeeded, what could they do to him? As the top open power in Yellow Mist City, Germanic was already at the half-step true Spirit Master level and had awakened his Sea of Insight. However, due to his age when he awakened it, his stars within were few, which doomed him to lack significant achievements as a skill spirit master. Nonetheless, using the mental energy from his Sea of Insight, he could enhance the lethality of his martial arts significantly. Heavenly Overlord slash. Germanic roared, his sword emitting a sonic boom as he charged forward like a tyrannical rhino toward Flynn. Boom. Germanic's sword slashed down on Flynn's shoulder, an explosion of light bursting forth. Meanwhile, Houston and the 9th rank Great Spirit Masters also rushed forward, striking simultaneously with their weapons landing on Flynn's back and chest. Strike while the iron is hot. 3 heavy blows landed almost simultaneously on Flynn. The surrounding Sioux family members looked smug. Dead. Jagger is done for. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant fool. Did he really think he was invincible? The pup, thinking he's untouchable after suppressing the Chin family. What an idiot, ha ha ha. They were celebrating prematurely. However, when the light cleared, everyone saw Jagger standing unharmed. Despite being surrounded, Flynn, with the Perception Snake's insight, could clearly sense the entire battle scene. The reinforced Iron Claw Rock Eagle physique, the Silver Dragon's transformation talent, plus the 5-fold spiritual force enhancement from Thousand Illusion Slash made his armor glow brightly, rendering him impervious to the 9th rank Great Spirit Master's attacks. Half-step True Spirit Master. Even for a half-step True Spirit Master, his Spirit Force armor should not be so powerful. My full-strength strike couldn't even scratch him? At this moment, both the 9th rank Great Spirit Masters from the Sioux family and the City Lord's Manor were stunned by Jagger's terrifying strength. For Flynn, defeating or seriously injuring Germanic was now the priority. Only by weakening Germanic could he force the City Lord's Manor to retreat and deter the mysterious 1,000-segment skill Spirit Master behind the scenes, giving himself and Elizabeth more room to grow. Thus, Flynn unleashed his full strength. While he dared not openly use skill Spirit Master techniques, he subtly augmented his martial arts with mental energy, making them extraordinarily intricate. Seeing this, Alicia was equally astonished, finally understanding why Sun Ganjian held Jagger in such high regard and insisted on special recruitment into Inu Academy. Jagger's talent far surpasses mine. I mustn't let him come to harm. He might become a top True Spirit Master for our Inu Academy, possibly even reaching the legendary ancestral grounds. Elisha's excitement grew as he crushed a signal flare to alert Vice Dean Sun Ganjian, ensuring Jagger's safety. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed. Germanic was sent flying by Flynn's silver moon sword light, his chest convulsing with blood gushing. So strong? Germanic couldn't believe his eyes, finally understanding why the Lin family's elder dared not confront Jagger over the black copper ore. This boy has immense potential. If he lives, he will be a major threat to my family. With growing resolve, Germanic said, "Leave now, and you might live." Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, even Inu Academy can't protect you. Enough talk. Your skills are no threat to me. Flynn snorted. If you have the guts, send the skill Spirit Master from your City Lord's Manor here to face me. I want to see just how much skill he has, threatening my sister-in-law. Who are you? Germanic was confused. He had tried various channels to uncover Jagger and Flynn's backgrounds, but found nothing, as if they had suddenly appeared in Yellow Mist City. Unbelievable, Germanic suspected they weren't from any prominent Qing dynasty families, perhaps from Zhou or Lu kingdoms. Their unknown background made the City Lord's Manor wary and hesitant to confront Jagger. But now, things had gone too far to back down. Want to know my background? Flynn coldly replied. Have your skill Spirit Master find me. Maybe he can guess something. No one could trace Flynn's origins, as he was a transmigrant. However, the Qin family that backed Kenneth could still be traced, although they were not from within the Daqing kingdom's sphere of influence. At this point, Flynn deliberately exaggerated his family's background, hoping to intimidate the Zhuling Sir, Artificer Spirit Master, behind the City Lord's Manor. Note: for smoother reading and better context, terms like transmigrant are kept as they fit the genre style, while unclear or non-English terms are translated or noted for clarification. Flynn exaggerated his background to intimidate the skill Spirit Master behind the City Lord's Manor. Humph. I'll get your background once I capture you. Germanic steeled himself, preparing for an all-out attack. Flynn noticed Germanic pull out a jade bottle. Indeed, Germanic had more tricks up his sleeve. A 9th rank Great Spirit Master could use Heaven-Turning Pill to attain half-step True Spirit Master strength. Could a half-step True Spirit Master use a special pill to briefly reach True Spirit Master strength? Chapter 67. The Multinational Chamber of Commerce. Flynn saw this and felt a heavy weight in his heart. He naturally didn't want the man to swallow the pill, which would bring a deadly threat. So, at the moment the other person pulled out the jade bottle, he was ready to use any means necessary to stop him from consuming the pill. However, at that moment, several unexpected guests rushed in through the door. Father! Father! We're back! Alec and Jemima were the first to rush in, shouting loudly at Houston. This sudden turn of events made everyone stop their actions. Flynn also paused, ready to intervene immediately if Germanic showed any sign of taking the pill. Did you find Flynn? Houston was delighted. He had truly seen how formidable Jagger was. Even Germanic suffered at his hands. To have such an opponent convinced to withdraw would be the best outcome. Elizabeth also curiously looked towards the door. Had Flynn betrayed her? However, the next person who walked in wasn't Flynn but a handsome man in fine attire, holding a folding fan with grace, looking like a wealthy young master from a prestigious family. Finally, Kenneth came in, breathing heavily. Kenneth's eyes immediately landed on Flynn as soon as he entered, then he hurriedly walked inside. Young master. Kenneth approached Flynn, showing concern. Why are you here? Flynn looked at Kenneth, and then curiously at the wealthy young man with the fan. He did not recognize this person. Flynn didn't know this person, nor did Elizabeth or most of the others present. However, when Germanic saw this man appear, he felt an inexplicable tremor and unprecedented unease. Elisha's expression also changed slightly at this moment, instinctively walking closer to Flynn. Clearly, among all the people present, only Alicia and Germanic knew the origins of this wealthy young man. Young master, I don't recognize this person either, but he is here to see you, Kenneth said. At this moment, the wealthy young man glanced around, noticing Kenneth addressing Flynn as young master. Realizing this must be the Jagger he was looking for. Are you Jagger? The wealthy young man, Paul, sized up Flynn. And you are? Flynn also observed Paul before him. Let me introduce myself. Paul unfolded his fan, glanced around, pausing slightly on Elizabeth, clearly captivated by her beauty. My name is Paul, from the Multinational Chamber of Commerce. Paul briefly introduced himself. It seems I've arrived at an inconvenient time. I don't care about your disputes today. Please give me, Paul, a little face and disperse. Paul's voice was calm. Retreat. Immediately after Paul spoke, Germanic responded first, turning and leading the city lord's mansion personnel away. Seeing this, Houston's expression turned disbelief. Who was Paul? The Multinational Chamber of Commerce? Houston did not fully understand, but he knew that anyone who could make Germanic, the city lord of Yellow Mist City, retreat with just a word was no ordinary individual. After a brief moment of shock, Houston quickly left the courtyard with the Sioux family members, catching up to Germanic and his group. City lord. Houston wanted to ask the reason but found that Germanic ignored him completely, hurrying away, fearful of angering the person inside the courtyard. Only after leaving the Sioux family compound did Germanic speak to Houston, who was trailing closely behind, find out why Paul is seeking Jagger. Remember, do not offend Paul. City lord. Houston was confused. Was the Multinational Chamber of Commerce so powerful? Was Paul so formidable? But Germanic didn't say another word and left the place with his men. Houston and the other high-ranking members of the Sioux family stood in disarray. They had meticulously planned this day to change the Sioux family's dynamic, yet it ended in this unexpected way. Some regretted failing to remove Ian from his position and that Elizabeth remained unharmed. They didn't know the old ancestor's reaction either. How would they be dealt with by the old ancestor and Elizabeth after the rebellion? Houston understood the concerns and realized he couldn't let these people have second thoughts. Otherwise, all the blame would fall on his family. Don't worry, we need to find out what Paul wants from Jagger. With the backing of the city lord's mansion, at worst, we can leave the Sioux family and start our own clan. Without us, the Sioux family is nothing more than a shell and wouldn't be able to maintain those businesses. Wouldn't it be easy to take them over? Houston reassured everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed and returned to the Sioux family compound, partly to spy on Paul's intentions and partly to await the right moment to strike again. After Germanic and Houston left, Alicia approached Paul in the wedding courtyard of Flynn and Elizabeth, bowing and saying, Alicia of Silver Moon Academy, greetings to brotherly. Paul glanced at Alicia, nodded slightly, then looked at Jagger. Let's talk here. Jagger hadn't expected Paul of the Multinational Chamber of Commerce to wield such influence, causing Alicia to be cautious and making Germanic abandon everything to flee. This is my sister-in-law's home. Let's talk in my courtyard instead. Jagger didn't want to discuss matters here. Sister-in-law? Paul subconsciously glanced at Elizabeth. This young lady is Miss Elizabeth, one of the two beauties of Yellow Mist City, right? I think this place is suitable for talking. After all, I'm not just here for you but also for your brother, Flynn. Flynn isn't here, but Miss Elizabeth should be able to represent her husband. Paul stated. Elizabeth was also curious. Why did Paul, with such significant influence, come to find both Flynn and Jagger? Masterly, I can't decide on matters concerning my husband. Elizabeth wouldn't make decisions for Flynn. That's fine. I'm merely expressing the stance of the Multinational Chamber of Commerce. It's okay for Miss Elizabeth to relay the message to Flynn later. Paul seemed determined to settle things there. Seeing this, who could defy his wishes? Masterly, please continue. Flynn nodded, agreeing. He was also curious why such an important figure suddenly sought him out. Alicia felt uneasy, wondering if his presence was unnecessary, so he started to leave. Master Liu, please stay and listen. We wouldn't want others to think the Multinational Chamber of Commerce is poaching talent from Silver Moon Academy. Paul stopped Alicia as he turned to leave. Chapter 68. Outburst. Upon hearing these words, Alicia understood that this visit from the other party to Jagger was not a bad thing. Brotherly, please don't laugh at me. Who doesn't know about the might of the International Chamber of Commerce? As the principal representative of Dacheng Nation, you are young and promising. Who wouldn't want your favor? Seizing the opportunity, Alicia briefly described the International Chamber of Commerce and Bellamy to Jagger. Normally, Bellamy wouldn't care much for the praise from someone like Alicia, but this moment served to make Jagger and Elizabeth understand his status and power. International Chamber of Commerce, responsible for Dacheng Nation? Flynn immediately grasped the implications and seemed to have guessed the reason for their sudden appearance. Sure enough, Bellamy said next, Jagger, I came here today with the hope that you and your brother could bring your trade team into our International Chamber of Commerce. Do not rush to answer. Inside is an introduction to our Chamber of Commerce, as well as the terms for you both to join us. After reviewing it thoroughly, then you can give your response. Bellamy was concerned that Jagger might be unfamiliar with the International Chamber of Commerce, leading to a misjudgment. Thus, he handed over documents he had prepared in advance. Jagger's expression slightly changed, realizing that Bellamy was not just a spirit master of the soul-transforming realm but a true spirit master of the soul-controlling realm. The document was taken from a storage ring. Go inside and read through the files carefully, while I sit here and enjoy some tea. Bellamy invited Jagger and Elizabeth inside to read the documents while he and Alicia sat in the courtyard, sipping tea leisurely. Meanwhile, Germanic retreated from the Sioux family residence in disarray. He promptly sent a messenger to inform his younger brother, Germain, about Bellamy's sudden appearance on behalf of the International Chamber of Commerce. Germain was also surprised by this news. The International Chamber of Commerce was even more powerful than the Silver Moon Academy. Although the chamber valued peace, when they acted, their force was formidable, enough to make even the royal family of Dacheng cautious. What good fortune did your Sioux family inherit? Germain muttered bitterly. To have the support of both the Silver Moon Academy and the International Chamber of Commerce consecutively? Su family's elder remained uncheerful despite the news, deeply aware of how terrifying this man was. Even with the backing of the International Chamber of Commerce, Germain might not stop. Germain, what has Myriad done to offend you so deeply? Su family's elder asked, knowing the stakes were high. Patience. Once I capture Elizabeth, I'll reveal everything to you. Now is not the time. You'll come with me to temporarily stay at the city lord's residence. Although Germain hadn't given up on his plans against Elizabeth, Bellamy's unexpected appearance forced him to retreat and wait until his strength recovered before acting again. You think you can use me to restrain Elizabeth? Su family's elder sneered, unleashing his half-step true spirit master energy without restraint, creating an intense heat wave. The surge of spiritual power caused all the leaves in the courtyard to flutter. The ground trembled violently as if in an earthquake. Seeing Su family's elder's determination, Germain frowned. Wasting a hovergrass. Even if you risk your life to match a first-rank true spirit master. So what? To me, you're like an ant trying to shake a tree. Germain glared coldly. I'm already a dying man. If I can do something for the future generation and face off against a legendary technique spirit master like you, I die contentedly. As he spoke, his once white hair turned youthful, his frail body rejuvenated under the effects of the hovergrass. His strength surged to unprecedented heights, causing countless leaves, branches, and pebbles to swirl around him with deadly power. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Germain could no longer remain passive. A half-step true spirit master, combined with the special effect of hovergrass and a desperate combat approach, posed a real threat even to a first-rank true spirit master. Foolishness. Germain rose, quickly forming seals. Then, a fiery dragon emerged from him, roaring towards Su family's elder. Seeing the fire dragon appear, Su family's elder unleashed all his strength in a final, desperate attack. The storm of debris surged forward, tearing apart the ground with massive cracks. Yet, even this devastating storm couldn't penetrate 3 feet around Germain. It was completely shattered by the fire dragon's force. The impact was like a thunderclap heard by everyone working at the Yellow Spirit Hideo field. That was so terrifying. Workers there, being only minor spirit masters, felt an inexplicable dread. No one knew that this thunderous sound marked the end of Su family's old patriarch who had ruled Huangwu City for decades. Su family's elder fell to his knees, eyes lifeless, staring at Germain. In his final moments, he felt regret and fear, but no remorse. Fool. Germain laughed coldly, casually waving his hand. A burst of spiritual energy emerged, turning into a crimson light that extinguished Su family's elder's last breath. With Su family's elder dead, Germain turned to leave. But just a few steps away, he trembled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Old man, I will ensure your entire family turns to dust. Clearly, Germain hadn't handled Su family's elder's final strike as easily as it appeared. It exacerbated his own condition, weakening his cultivation. Thus, he initially held back, intimidating Su family's elder to prevent him from aiding Elizabeth. Unexpectedly, after confirming Elizabeth still had a chance, Su family's elder chose death to buy her more time. Chapter 69, Chamber Invitation. At the Su family residence, in Flynn and Elizabeth's wedding courtyard. After reviewing the introduction to the Multinational Chamber of Commerce, Flynn finally understood why Germain had obediently left. The Multinational Chamber of Commerce was extremely powerful, not only due to its many strong members, but primarily because of the might of its commerce transport teams. Just like in Daqing Kingdom, on the surface, the royal family undoubtedly held the most power, controlling all of the kingdom's resources and holding absolute authority within the country. However, even within Daqing Kingdom, the royal family had to be wary of the Multinational Chamber of Commerce. The chamber controlled several special resources that were pivotal to the kingdom's stability, capable of triggering a series of chain reactions that could plunge Daqing into a crisis and cause turmoil. This was the terrifying influence of resource economy control, perhaps even more formidable than the multinational chamber's own powerful spirit masters. What the chamber valued in Flynn was his innovative commerce transportation acumen and Jagger's extraordinary talent. Paul believed this brother duo, with both economic insight and sufficient strength, had the potential to expand commercial operations. Thus, he developed a fondness for them and intended to cultivate them as successors in Daqing Kingdom. Paul was an extraordinary genius with lofty ambitions. While aiming to elevate his status in the multinational chamber and enhance his personal capabilities, he sought a reliable successor to secure his standing within the organization. For this reason, he offered generous terms to Flynn and Jagger, granting them the title of Yellow Fog City Chamber. Additionally, Paul specifically noted that Flynn and Jagger would enjoy special privileges, including an annual allocation of 100 million spirit stones, 3 spirit-grade martial techniques, 10 ordinary spirit artifacts, and 100 third-grade elixirs from the chamber. Upon seeing this, Elizabeth couldn't help but comment, "Brother-in-law, this is indeed a great opportunity for you and Flynn. The Multinational Chamber of Commerce is very powerful, perhaps even rivaling the Qin Mountains. You brothers should seriously consider it. With such a prestigious identity, your commerce transportation team can soar, and you will have a solid backing in Daqing." Elizabeth expressed her opinion, first regarding Paul's offer. Flynn was indeed tempted. His efforts to enhance the influence of his transportation team stemmed from his desire to acquire adequate cultivation resources through it. Now, with the olive branch extended by the multinational chamber, he no longer needed to strive alone. He could leverage the chamber's influence to effortlessly expand his operations. All the martial techniques, elixirs, spirit stones, and even spirit artifacts he desired could be easily obtained from other regions of the multinational chamber, resolving his most pressing needs for cultivation resources. However, this also came at a price. From now on, his transportation team would not be solely his own, but also Paul's. Moreover, Flynn would need to sign a contract with the chamber, obligating him to follow their orders. "This matter depends on Flynn's decision," Flynn said to Elizabeth. "Flynn surely won't refuse such a good offer," Elizabeth replied happily, delighted that Flynn and Jagger had caught the multinational chamber's attention. "Sister-in-law, may I ask you something?" Flynn looked at Elizabeth, who was beaming with joy. If my brother agrees to Paul's proposal and is eventually transferred to another city, or even out of Daqing, would you go with him? Elizabeth paused, looking surprised at Jagger. After a brief moment, she responded firmly, no. Why? Flynn glanced at his beautiful wife. Brother-in-law, thank you for helping me, but there are some things I can't talk about. Elizabeth felt somewhat guilty towards Jagger. Jagger had come to the Su family to support him because of Flynn, even going so far as to offend the city lord's mansion. Flynn didn't press further. It seemed his wife indeed had many secrets and difficulties. Let's go. We shouldn't keep Paul waiting too long. He's a truly important person. Elizabeth got up and walked towards the courtyard entrance. Paul wasn't putting on airs as the overall head of the multinational chamber in Daqing. Instead, he was enjoying his expensive tea and chatting jovially with Ian and Alicia. So, what do you think? Are you willing to join our multinational chamber? Paul asked with a smile as he saw Flynn and Elizabeth approach. Thank you for your favor towards my brother, Flynn replied, genuinely moved. Aren't you satisfied with my offer? Paul furrowed his brows slightly, feeling that the conditions he provided were far better than those of other city presidents. Could they still find it inadequate? You've misunderstood, Mr. Lee. I am very satisfied with your offer, Flynn explained. However, my brother and I are united, and I respect his opinion on this matter. Brothers united indeed. Instead of being upset, Paul smiled broadly. I admire friends who value loyalty. There's no rush. I'll be staying in Yellow Fox City for a while. Whenever you brothers decide, feel free to let me know. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Lee. Flynn nodded gratefully. Miss Elizabeth, regardless of whether your husband ultimately joins us, as long as I'm in Yellow Fox City, the city lord's mansion won't dare step foot in the Su residence. As Paul departed, he bestowed a significant favor upon the Su family. Elizabeth thanked him promptly, knowing he wanted her help in persuading Flynn to join the chamber. Although Elizabeth wouldn't sway Flynn's decision, she accepted Paul's assistance. For her, the current need was time. Once her Phoenix bloodline awakened, all troubles would dissipate. After Paul and Alicia left, Flynn didn't rush to leave either. Though the city lord's mansion had retreated, senior figures like Houston remained within the Su family. If Flynn left, they might strike back, endangering Elizabeth and others. No one in the Su family could stand against such an attack. Accompanied by Ian and Elizabeth, Flynn entered the Su family's main hall, summoning all high-ranking members and guards. Normally, guards wouldn't heed orders from the master, nor would high-ranking members show him respect. But with Jagger present, even Houston had to bow, let alone others. In the main hall, except for Jagger, everyone else was from the Su family. Accompanied by Elizabeth, Ian sat in the patriarch's seat, casting a cold glance at the rebel faction led by Houston. Chapter 70. Control. Houston, do you acknowledge your crimes? Ian declared. Eldest brother, what crimes have I committed? Houston refused to admit guilt. Even at this moment, he felt that he had not lost. Behind him stood the Su family's higher-ups and the city lord's residence. You. Ian was furious, standing up as he said, I am the head of the Su family, yet you colluded with third brother, fourth brother, and many elders to expel me. Eldest brother, do you think you have the capability to be the head? Everyone supports me as the head of the family and the future patriarch. The people's will cannot be resisted. Eldest brother, why don't you settle for being a liege elder in the clan? Houston was exceptionally domineering and still didn't take Ian seriously. Elizabeth never expected that Houston would still dare to be so defiant at this moment. Seeing her father's weakness, she could not help but step forward, interrupting Houston's words. Today, there is only one head of the Su family, my father. Those who obey will not be held accountable. Those who rebel will be dealt with according to the ancestors' laws. Those who should be killed will be killed, and those who should be expelled from the Su family will be expelled. Second uncle, this is your last chance. Otherwise, for inciting discord within the Su family, the punishment is death, Elizabeth sternly warned. Houston's face slightly changed as his gaze fell on Elizabeth and Flynn. Elizabeth wasn't like Ian, timid and cowardly. She was a determined and decisive career woman. Elizabeth, what qualifications do you have? Houston refused to submit. I may lack qualifications, but during the absence of the eldest ancestor, the head of the Su family has the authority to enforce family laws, Elizabeth interrupted. Without waiting for Elizabeth to speak again, Flynn acted swiftly. The problem with the Su family was essentially Houston's ambition. Solving Houston would naturally dissuade others from having similar intentions. Flynn moved violently, surrounding gusts surged, and his sword gleamed silver, faster than lightning, instantly arriving before Houston. Houston also channeled his spirit energy. A protective spirit armor appeared around him, and he tried to block Flynn's sword with his large blade. Clang! Flynn's sword knocked away Houston's large blade and shattered his protective spirit armor, striking directly at his lower abdomen's dantian. The sword pierced through the dantian, destroying it. Houston felt his spirit energy losing control, rapidly flowing out of his body, bringing an unprecedented sense of weakness. For a moment, everyone watching turned pale. Could a ninth-rank Great Spirit Master, the top master in Yellow Fog City, really be stripped of his cultivation like this? Who else wishes to rebel? Elizabeth looked around, satisfied with the outcome, sternly demanding, Head, please spare us. Head, we know we were wrong. In the face of absolute strength, after Houston was stripped of his cultivation, the remaining people realized their fate was sealed. Uncle, all this is my father's fault. Please spare us, Alec pleaded immediately, kneeling on the ground. Ian watched as everyone knelt before him, acknowledging his authority as the head of the household, finally feeling vindicated. However, he did not act on his own accord but looked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth knew they didn't need to investigate further. Merely stripping Houston of his power would suffice. After all, the Su family needed strong individuals to sustain its assets. To err is human, to forgive divine. As I've said, those who can mend their ways will be forgiven. From today onward, second uncle's assets will be managed by this lady. Everything else remains unchanged. Jemima, your father's crimes are grave, punishable by death. But my father considers kinship, allowing you to remain in Sioux Manor for reflection. Without permission, you must not step outside your courtyard, or you will be dealt with harshly. Elizabeth swiftly resolved the internal turmoil of the Sioux family. Houston was stripped of his powers, and Alec and Jemima were confined. After everything was settled, Flynn bid farewell to Elizabeth and Ian and left. Jagger returned to the courtyard with Kenneth. Master, are you going to join the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce? Kenneth's eyes sparkled with unprecedented joy.
Yes.
Flynn nodded. The 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce was so powerful and offered him such favorable conditions. It was undoubtedly the best choice for him. Fantastic! Fantastic! Kenneth shed tears of joy, truly seeing his young master rise, filled with unprecedented pride. With the backing of the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce and the favor of a figure like Bellamy, the future of his young master was boundless. Master, the Chun family will surely regret their decision. Kenneth eagerly anticipated Flynn entering the true spirit master realm and returning home to restore honor. Chun family? Flynn paused slightly, knowing nothing about the background of this body. After all, as a transmigrator, he originally didn't belong to this world or the Chen family. But since he was reborn using Flynn's body and Kenneth showed unwavering loyalty to him, nearly sacrificing himself, he had to repay this kindness. I wait for you to tell me everything. Flynn nodded in response. By evening, everything at the Sioux family had seemingly returned to normal. From the surface, one couldn't see any sign of the major upheaval they experienced. Of course, this news couldn't stay hidden from everyone. In Yellow Fox City, a few powerful forces knew about the Sioux family's internal changes. Flynn wore sunglasses and leaned on a cane bought by Adelia, appearing at the gate of the Sioux family. The guards, who previously ignored him or treated him with disdain, now greeted him warmly from afar. Great son-in-law, you're finally back. Be careful, let me guide you. Several guards swarmed him, respectfully addressing him as son-in-law. Flynn understood well what was happening. With Ian officially becoming the head and Elizabeth gaining full control over the Sioux family, his status as a useless son-in-law would naturally rise. Only then did he truly become an esteemed son-in-law of the Sioux family. Upon entering Sioux Manor, Adelia received news from the servants and personally welcomed Flynn back home. Son-in-law, where did you run off to today? Adelia asked curiously. Seems something odd happened today. What happened to the Sioux family? Flynn pretended not to know. Today, the Sioux family underwent significant changes. You almost couldn't see me or miss Sue. Adelia recounted the events from start to finish. Son-in-law, you're really going to rise to great heights now. Even the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce wants to recruit you. Adelia added, happy for Flynn. Let's go in. Miss has been waiting for you. Adelia guided Flynn back to the courtyard but did not enter the room. Because Elizabeth kept her word and personally cooked dinner for Flynn, celebrating her solidification of power within the Sioux family while thanking Flynn for his help. Chapter 71. Heart to Heart. As soon as he entered the house, Flynn was greeted by the aroma of food. With his Lingmu snake's heightened perception, he could visualize 4 dishes and 1 soup in his mind. Flynn, thank you. Elizabeth came forward immediately, holding Flynn's hand. I already heard from Adelia. Is your injury not serious? Flynn pretended to be just learning about this. My injuries are healed. If it weren't for brother arriving on time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Elizabeth felt grateful that she had recruited Flynn as her husband. Otherwise, she might have perished. I wanted to thank brother properly, but brother said everything he did was for you. So, I will do what I said and personally cook a meal for you. As she spoke, Elizabeth pulled Flynn to sit down. This is the first time my dear has cooked for me. I must try it well. Flynn nodded with a smile, pretending not to see and feeling around for the chopsticks on the table. Let me feed you. Elizabeth grabbed Flynn's hands searching on the table and said, I've never cooked before. These dishes were taught to me by our family chef. Don't laugh if they're not good. Flynn didn't refuse. As Elizabeth introduced each dish while feeding him, he began to taste the simple 4 dishes and 1 soup. There was a home-style tofu, a steamed fish, a green vegetable, stir-fried meat, and a mushroom soup. Elizabeth seemed to have a natural talent for cooking. Although her dishes couldn't match those from Balder Yulu, she had clearly mastered 80% of the skills from their household chef. Do they taste good? Elizabeth stared at Flynn intently. They're not worse than our chef's cooking. Flynn affirmed with a nod. That's great. Elizabeth smiled widely, satisfied. She fed him while eating herself, never switching chopsticks during the meal. This action warmed Flynn's heart. Sharing the same pair of chopsticks reminded him of close couples from his previous life. Today is a day worth celebrating. Let's have a drink. Elizabeth filled Flynn's cup again with wine. Congratulations, you've truly become the head of the Sioux family. Flynn raised his glass to toast Elizabeth. And congratulations to you, gaining the favor of the multinational guild. Elizabeth lifted her cup and drank with Flynn. Will you accept the invitation from the multinational guild? Elizabeth asked after finishing her wine. Adelia told me how powerful the multinational guild is. Even the city lord's residence needs to give them wide berth. For my trading convoy, this is an unprecedented opportunity. Flynn avoided answering directly. Yes, the multinational guild is indeed powerful enough to establish you in Daqing Kingdom and rank among its major figures. Moreover, with your astonishing talent as a spell spirit master, they can help heal your eyes, and your strength will certainly grow rapidly. But once you agree with Bellamy, your convoy will need to move to Tianyuan City. As Elizabeth refilled Flynn's wine, she casually mentioned this. You don't want me to go? Flynn sensed the implied meaning behind her words. The opportunity is rare. I shouldn't stop you. Elizabeth refused to hide her feelings when facing Flynn. Now, although she had established control over the Sioux family, Bellamy agreed to protect the Sioux family from the city lord's interference. Yet Elizabeth knew there was a 1,000-stage spell spirit master lurking behind the city lord, who wouldn't allow her to awaken her phoenix bloodline smoothly. Thus, her crisis wasn't resolved. Previously, she had her ancestor to shield her, but now with her ancestor dead, no one could protect her from the 1000-stage spell spirit master Germain anymore. At this moment, Elizabeth needed Flynn, or rather, a half-step true spirit master like Flynn to safeguard the yellow spirit Hideo. Beyond her own safety, Elizabeth had developed a special sentiment towards Flynn despite only knowing him for a short time. Though she knew a relationship between her and Flynn was impossible, she still felt a pang of reluctance upon hearing that Flynn might leave. Hearing Elizabeth's tactful retention and her reluctance, Flynn also felt touched. Earlier, he had questioned Elizabeth as Jagger, asking if she would follow him if he left Yellow Mist City. Her answer was no. At that moment, Flynn made up his mind. Now, faced with Elizabeth's indirect plea, he couldn't help but ask again. If I leave Yellow Mist City, will you come with me? Flynn asked Elizabeth. Not now, but when we have nothing left to tie us here. Hearing this, Elizabeth wasn't surprised but smiled faintly. Brother asked me the same thing today. Flynn, I'm sorry, I probably can't do it. Elizabeth gave the same response after drinking a cup of wine. Flynn nodded without showing any emotion, finished his wine, and then shared his decision with Elizabeth. Dear, I know you have your secrets and current difficulties. If you can protect me in my time of need, I won't abandon you when you are in trouble. I won't miss the multinational guild's offer, but I won't leave at this critical time. Hearing Flynn's decision, Elizabeth felt inexplicably moved and couldn't resist gently kissing his forehead. These were the most touching words she had heard since coming to Yellow Mist City. Flynn, meeting you is really wonderful. Elizabeth blushed slightly, speaking softly. Flynn was caught off guard by Elizabeth's kiss, his body tingling as if struck by electricity. Before he could react, Elizabeth had already stood up and walked away. Flynn, starting tomorrow, please accompany me to the Yellow Spirit Hideo, Elizabeth said. Me? Flynn was taken aback, mumbling, as a blind man, I'll just cause trouble. If you're worried about danger, I can write to brother. Ancestor used her life to buy us time. The Yellow Spirit Hideo will be safe for now. Elizabeth shook her head. In that case, I'm even less necessary? Flynn couldn't understand why Elizabeth insisted on taking him along. Let Adelia pack up everything. We'll meet tomorrow. Elizabeth interrupted Flynn, opening the secret room door and stepping inside. Flynn remained dumbfounded, puzzled by Elizabeth's intentions. Spending days and nights together with Elizabeth was certainly desirable, but Flynn had his own plans. He needed to train diligently and prepare for entering the secret realm. After Adelia prepared everything, Flynn lay on the bed, unable to sleep, thinking of how to decline Elizabeth's invitation without arousing suspicion. Unconsciously, the night passed. Chapter 72. The Yin-Yang Emperor Scripture. In the morning, Linda accompanied Flynn for breakfast before taking him away from the Su family residence. Throughout the journey, Linda showed no unusual behavior and drove the carriage directly toward the largest Balderling mine of the Su family. Flynn did not rush to refuse her invitation but decided to accompany Linda to the Balderling mine to see what she was so busy with every day that sometimes she even stayed overnight at the mine. The Balderling mine was not outside the city walls, but within an estate inside the city. The Su family had invested a great deal here, setting up layers of arrays throughout the entire estate to prevent even weaker Great Spirit Masters from infiltrating. The carriage entered the estate smoothly, passing through without any hindrance. Only after leaving the estate, under the perception of the Spirit Eye Snake, did Flynn truly see the appearance of the Balderling mine. The concentration of spiritual energy here was much stronger than the mine behind the Su residence. Additionally, there were far more mines here compared to those at the Su family's estate. When they arrived, many people had already started their daily work at the mine. Linda's destination was clear. She went straight ahead and finally stopped at a seemingly ordinary mine entrance. Flynn noticed that no one was exploring or mining in this cave, yet the spiritual energy emanating from it was far denser than the other caves he had passed. Linda, hold on tight, careful not to fall. Linda tightly held Flynn's hand as they both jumped into the mine pit. Wife, where are we going? To dig? Flynn always thought Linda supervised the exploration and mining work at the Balderling mine, but never expected she would take him into a mine pit. Linda chuckled softly at the mention of digging. As the Su family's young miss, why would I need to do manual labor like digging? Just follow me, and I'll give you a surprise, she said mysteriously. Flynn remained puzzled, unable to understand why Linda insisted he come along until he followed her deep into the mine and realized there were multiple protective formations here. This made him realize something significant. Everyone says the Balderling mine is the best in Yellow Mist City. Could it be that an extremely high-grade spirit stone has been discovered here, or some incredibly precious natural treasure? Flynn felt that the setup of these numerous formations indicated that something was definitely extraordinary. Linda was very familiar with these formations, easily guiding Flynn through them until they reached the deepest part of the mine. After passing through a narrow passage, Flynn found the space suddenly opening up into a vast area resembling a natural palace. The surrounding rocks glowed faintly, and inside, there was a naturally formed stone bed. The stone bed wasn't large, about the size of a single bed from his previous life, approximately 5 feet wide. It resembled a piece of iron heated red-hot by fire, covered with intricate patterns. What is this? Flynn was shaken but dared not speak out loud, feeling that despite the absence of any noticeable spiritual fluctuations, this object made his internal void sky cauldron tremble slightly. Without speaking, Linda pulled Flynn down onto this special stone bed. Upon sitting down, Flynn felt a bone-chilling coldness pass through the stone into his body. Surprisingly, this cold turned into warmth, accelerating his blood circulation and making him feel an inexplicable heat all over. Is this? Flynn asked, turning to Linda. This is the greatest treasure discovered at the Balderling mine, the Fire Cloud Stone. Linda explained. Fire Cloud Stone? Flynn hadn't heard of such a thing. Ordinary people don't recognize this Fire Cloud Stone and can't understand its secrets, treating it at most as an odd rock, Linda explained. This object benefits the cultivation of spirit skill masters inherently, Linda told Flynn. Only then did Flynn understand. No wonder there were no records of it in his knowledge base. Wife, are you giving me this fire cloud stone? Flynn seemed to grasp what Linda meant by her surprise. This thing cannot be given or moved. Otherwise, I would have taken it back to the Su family long ago. Linda shook her head. My surprise for you is not just this fire cloud stone, but also an extremely powerful cultivation method for spirit skill masters. Flynn was once again confused. Linda had already taught him a cultivation method for enhancing mental energy in the Sea of Consciousness. Why was she now giving him another method? The cultivation method I'm teaching you is special. It's not for individual practice, but requires 2 people to practice together. The method is called the Yin-Yang Emperor Scripture, and it only works when practiced by a man and a woman. Linda continued her explanation. Yin-Yang Emperor Scripture? Dual cultivation? Flynn felt a surge of heat in his already warm body, his blood boiling, and his breathing becoming rapid. Linda glanced at Flynn's reaction, seeming to have anticipated it. Luckily, she knew Flynn couldn't see her face, or she might have blushed too. Don't misunderstand. The reason I want us to practice the Yin-Yang Emperor Scripture together is because I urgently need this method to boost my strength. Also, it's a way to repay your repeated kindness in helping me out of difficult situations. Now, calm your mind and focus. Follow my instructions carefully. Linda tried to keep her voice calm, emphasizing that this was normal cultivation and nothing else. Flynn nodded and began following Linda's instructions, concentrating and opening the gates of his Sea of Consciousness. In the beginning of chaos, the sun and moon dimmed. The light through dust is yang, while the profound darkness is yin. As yin and yang alternate, the sun and moon rise, and impurities transform into purity, gathering the stars. Born in the morning, intentions arise in the evening. The sea of fog sinks into the Emperor's scripture. As the scripture echoed within their seas of consciousness, the starry sky vibrated as if awakened by an ancient ritual. In Flynn's consciousness, a streak of dusty light stretched like a celestial ribbon connecting the chaotic stars. In the next moment, Flynn saw a flame manifest from the chaotic stars, illuminating his consciousness with blazing light. Fenghuang. It's a massive fiery phoenix blocking out the sky, like it's being reborn from ashes. Flynn was struck by a strange shock, stunned by the scene before him. As the flame subsided and the phoenix was reborn, he was once again dumbfounded. A holy and flawless woman appeared, stepping on starlight, absorbing the essence of the moon and collecting the fire of the sun. Linda. Why is she appearing in my consciousness starry sky? Flynn was amazed. The woman was none other than Linda, who stood by his side. Just as Flynn was full of doubts, Linda, on the starlit sky, looked right at him. Chapter 73, Prodigious Talent. Flynn, what are you waiting for? The pure and flawless Elizabeth emitted a wave of consciousness, as if whispering in his ear. Realizing this, Flynn followed the dusty light ribbon and appeared before Elizabeth. Being within this celestial realm gave them an extraordinarily unique sensation, as if they were naturally part of this boundless starry ocean. As their eyes met, both felt slightly nervous and bashful, like newly acquainted lovers tasting forbidden fruit for the first time. What should I do next? Flynn broke the silence, speaking in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's cheeks flushed, and she took Flynn's hands, standing face to face with him. Although they were only in their spiritual forms, not their physical bodies, Flynn could still detect the subtle fragrance from Elizabeth and the rapid, almost intimate breaths she was taking. The Yin-Yang Imperial Canon has 16 movements, and now I will teach them to you, Elizabeth said while guiding him through the 16 movements of the Yin-Yang Imperial Canon. The essence of the Yin-Yang Imperial Canon is the union of yin and yang, the alternation of day and night, where each contains a bit of the other. The first movement, soaring wings together. The second movement, ducks playing in water. The third movement. All 16 movements required cooperation between the two. From the very first movement, Flynn and Elizabeth held hands, minds interconnected, silently reciting the incantations, which subtly stirred the sea of stars around them. Just like paired birds flapping their wings, Flynn absorbed the power of the full moon, while Elizabeth channeled the heat of the blazing sun. Through their connected spirits, these forces merged, transforming into pure stellar energy that flowed into their respective minds. As they continuously practiced, Flynn quickly grasped the principles at play. The interaction between yin and yang greatly enhanced their cultivation efficiency. Furthermore, Flynn discovered that the Void Heaven tripod resonated rhythmically within his dantian during this practice, aiding him in absorbing lunar power more efficiently. By the end of one complete cycle of the Yin-Yang Imperial Canon, Flynn was pleasantly surprised to find that his mental energy had significantly increased. Unfortunately, he lacked a clear understanding of how much it had improved due to the absence of a benchmark. What thrilled Flynn the most was the appearance of a phoenix-shaped pattern, glowing like fire, in his mental sea. This phoenix hovered above the chaotic stars and formed a mysterious connection with the Void Heaven tripod, further strengthening his mental energy. This transformation must be related to Elizabeth. Flynn understood that Elizabeth possessed phoenix bloodline characteristics, likely because their dual cultivation enabled him to tap into some of her innate qualities. Meanwhile, Elizabeth also experienced significant improvements in her mental energy and saw a new, faint, cauldron-shaped constellation emerge among her existing phoenix stars. Is Flynn's talent so extraordinary? Elizabeth was deeply astonished. Anyone who could resonate with her phoenix bloodline couldn't be ordinary. He truly seems to be a blessing sent by the heavens. I thought I was repaying him for repeatedly helping me, but now it seems our roles might be reversed. Elizabeth was overjoyed by this unexpected outcome. It's just too bad. Elizabeth glanced at Flynn with a hint of regret. Despite such exceptional talent, being born in this era made reversing his fate nearly impossible. Flynn, fully immersed in the dual cultivation experience, didn't notice Elizabeth's momentary expression of regret. For him, this dual cultivation not only boosted his mental energy but also brought immense pleasure. Initially, their movements were somewhat awkward and restrained, but as they completed the first cycle of 16 movements, they grew more skilled and relaxed during the second attempt. Before long, They fully invested themselves mentally in this state of dual cultivation, performing the 16 movements seamlessly and steadily improving their cultivation efficiency. Due to the nature of this special cultivation method, or perhaps prolonged close contact, they began experiencing true mental harmony. Flynn no longer needed words. Even a single thought was captured precisely by Elizabeth. "Flynn, stop daydreaming," Elizabeth reprimanded him, blushing coyly. Instead of getting upset, Flynn laughed. "My dearest, your beauty moves me so deeply. Not reacting would show disrespect to you." "Don't talk nonsense," Elizabeth said angrily, but her heart pounded uncontrollably. Feeling Elizabeth's thoughts, Flynn smiled sweetly and continued cultivating the yin-yang imperial canon with her. As their cultivation time extended, Flynn gradually felt a sense of mental fatigue. He realized that practicing the yin-yang imperial canon wasn't merely an enjoyable experience, but also consumed his own spirit. Only now did he realize this exhaustion after focusing all his attention on cultivation earlier. Finally, after enduring intense mental strain and accompanying Elizabeth through 10 cycles of the 16 movements, Flynn couldn't hold on any longer. "Elizabeth, I'm sorry, I can't hold on." As Flynn finished speaking, his consciousness began dispersing into the sea of stars like a deflating balloon. Seeing this, Elizabeth smiled contentedly. "Flynn, you've already exceeded my expectations. But compared to you, I feel quite inadequate," Flynn admitted humbly. "I'll have to work on strengthening my body when we return." "Stop talking nonsense." Elizabeth blushed, feeling embarrassed and dissolved her own consciousness. Their first session of dual cultivation ended successfully. Flynn returned to reality, feeling an abundance of mental energy and physical warmth, especially a strong, insistent arousal. Elizabeth, who had returned to reality earlier, felt similarly heated. Upon seeing Flynn's reaction, she blushed furiously and quickly jumped into a nearby spring she had previously dug, to hide her embarrassment. Flynn, watching everything through the spirit eye snake's perception, felt a burning desire and almost wanted to leap into the spring and take her down. Chapter 74, The Price. Elizabeth bathed in the spirit spring, and the burning sensation gradually subsided. As she turned around, she saw Flynn feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if on fire. Elizabeth couldn't help but burst out laughing, muttering, "Flynn, there's a spirit spring here that can quell the fire in your heart." Flynn instinctively turned his head. In the crystal-clear spring, Elizabeth's proud silhouette was revealed without reserve, which only added to his distress. If he really entered the spirit spring, it wouldn't extinguish the flames. Instead, it would pour oil on them, and he might not be able to contain his primal urges. "No need. I'll just go outside for some fresh air." Flynn hurriedly shook his head and fumbled his way out. Elizabeth laughed uncontrollably, completely unaware that her graceful figure had already been imprinted in his mind. After leaving, the heat inside Flynn gradually faded. Only then did he realize with astonishment that not only had his mental energy and his sea of consciousness greatly improved after practicing the yin-yang emperor scripture with Elizabeth, but also the spiritual energy within the Sutian tripod had significantly increased. The peak of the 7th level of the soul transformation realm, where even ordinary 3rd-grade pills failed to break through, now successfully broke its boundaries and reached the late 8th level of the soul transformation realm. A single practice session of the yin-yang emperor scripture had allowed him to advance 3 minor stages. Is this scripture so miraculous? Or am I benefiting from Elizabeth's phoenix bloodline? For a moment, Flynn was stunned, unsure whether it was the merit of the yin-yang emperor scripture or the phoenix bloodline, or both. This is indeed a great surprise. Flynn felt secretly delighted. Before coming here, he had been worried that accompanying Elizabeth would delay his cultivation, thinking about rejecting her invitation. Fortunately, he didn't come up with any excuses. Otherwise, he would have regretted it deeply. Although they still hadn't consummated their marriage, the intimate connection at the level of consciousness during cultivation created a bond deeper than mere marital bliss. In modern terms, they were soulmates. At that moment, Flynn felt a bit guilty and apprehensive. They were already soulmates, yet he still kept so many secrets from Elizabeth. The secret of the Sutian tripod could be left unsaid, but the awakening of the spirit eye serpent's perception ability and inadvertently spying on Elizabeth's privacy made him uneasy. However, he didn't know how to explain it to Elizabeth. It wasn't that he lacked the courage, but mentioning the spirit eye serpent's ability inevitably led to discussing the Sutian tripod. Just as Flynn was torn by his inner turmoil and felt guilty towards Elizabeth, Elizabeth appeared behind him. "Flynn, our cultivation together is known only to heaven and earth, you and me," Elizabeth said solemnly. "All right." Flynn nodded in agreement, opening his mouth to speak, but found himself speechless. "Just like we agreed when we got married, you take your path, and I'll take mine. We are merely warming each other without involving anything else," Elizabeth added, mistaking Flynn's hesitation as a desire to deepen their relationship further. Elizabeth had considered this before, but she knew deep down that she and Flynn could never become true spouses. Knowing the outcome, why push themselves into a corner and make things unbearable? Initially feeling guilty, Flynn suddenly felt at ease upon hearing Elizabeth's words. Everything was just mutual warmth? Since Elizabeth put it that way, what right did he have to hold on to such thoughts? When they walked out of the mine and returned to the estate, Flynn learned from a servant that it was already the 2nd evening since they arrived at the yellow spirit Hideo. One dual cultivation session seemed to take only a short time, but in reality, over a day and night had passed outside. No wonder Flynn felt hollow and famished. He hadn't eaten for more than a day and night. During dinner, Flynn, just as he said in the Sea of Consciousness, replenished his body with nutrients voraciously. This made Elizabeth laugh and specially order nourishing herbs for yang energy to be delivered to Flynn. After their special experience, Flynn felt no shame and even doubled the dosage based on Elizabeth's suggestion. The servants nearby sighed with admiration, utterly astonished. Previously, everyone knew Flynn was just Elizabeth's decoy to prevent Maverick's proposal. Now, seeing the couple's affectionate behavior, who would think they were pretending? Hadn't they both needed those herbs for strength? After eating, Flynn and Elizabeth took a nap. Upon waking, Flynn found the nourishing herbs had been delivered as requested. Eat it. Let's continue after this. Elizabeth handed the herbs to Flynn, jokingly. If I eat, I won't lose to you again, Flynn replied, unwilling to admit defeat as a man, even though this situation was different from what others imagined. Still, losing mentally to Elizabeth hurt his pride. Hearing this, Elizabeth chuckled without responding. To her, Flynn's actions were setting himself up for humiliation by challenging her in mental endurance. Soon, they returned to the fire cloud stone bed in the mine for the second practice of the Yin-Yang Emperor scripture. With previous experience, the second session went smoothly, though the rate of mental energy improvement was noticeably slower compared to the first. Even the growth of spiritual energy within the Su-Tian tripod barely registered this time, leaving his cultivation at the late 8th level of the soul transformation realm. From this, Flynn understood that the first practice's significant improvement must have been due to Elizabeth's phoenix bloodline. Once again, he couldn't endure longer than Elizabeth, stopping the second practice due to mental fatigue. The supplements actually had almost no effect on strengthening mental awareness. The true source of powerful mental awareness lay in the cultivator's realm and the strength of mental energy in the sea of consciousness. As a transmigrator, Flynn's mental awareness was far beyond ordinary people because he had 2 lifetimes of experience. But why was Elizabeth's mental awareness stronger than his? Considering age and cultivation realm, Elizabeth should be weaker than him in all aspects. Despite his curiosity, Flynn chose not to pry into this matter, fearing it might involve Elizabeth's secrets and cause mutual embarrassment. However, when the effects of practicing the Yin-Yang Emperor scripture were inferior to the first time, Flynn asked Elizabeth about it. Elizabeth smiled and explained, the acquisition of power from the world has always come at a price. Even the best cultivation methods require corresponding sacrifices. Chapter 75, Realm. Pay a price? Flynn looked at Elizabeth in confusion. The first time the Yin-Yang Imperial scripture had such excellent results, it was all thanks to the fire cloud stone. Secondly, it being our first dual cultivation allowed for the first interaction of Yin and Yang energies, thus reaping the greatest benefits. But as the interactions between Yin and Yang increase, the effects will diminish, eventually yielding no benefits. If you still wish to use the Yin-Yang Imperial scripture for dual cultivation to quickly enhance each other's cultivation, then materials like the fire cloud stone are required, Elizabeth explained. Flynn finally understood what was going on. He then curiously asked, if there are no corresponding celestial treasures, would changing partners for dual cultivation also yield miraculous effects? Elizabeth glared at Flynn. While his words weren't incorrect, the dual cultivation using the Yin-Yang Imperial scripture involved intimate contact between consciousnesses and mutual exchange of Yin and Yang energies. It couldn't be done casually with just anyone. While your statement isn't wrong, the requirements for choosing a partner for dual cultivation are very stringent, Elizabeth said. Either the partner has extraordinary talent, allowing you to absorb their natural abilities, or their cultivation realm far surpasses yours, which can also yield remarkable effects, Elizabeth added with a nod. Flynn, how many segments has your spiritual energy reached in Art Spiritist? Elizabeth then turned to ask Flynn. After 2 rounds of dual cultivation, this was the most fruitful period for both of them, practicing the Yin-Yang Imperial scripture. The benefits would decrease as time went on. I'm not sure. Flynn shook his head. He did not have an accurate gauge of his spiritual energy segments as an art spiritist. How many spiritual energy vortices have appeared in your sea of consciousness? Elizabeth continued. 1 vortex is equivalent to 100 segments of spiritual energy. When you gather 10 vortices, you become a 1,000-segment art spiritist. At that point, your spiritual energy vortices will merge into liquid form, Elizabeth further explained. Vortex? Flynn recalled his own sea of consciousness. It seemed completely different from what Elizabeth described. Back then, Flynn unexpectedly obtained an unknown treasure in the City Lord Manor, which the Void Sky Cauldron absorbed and refined, resulting in a significant enhancement of his spiritual energy. The stars within his mind lit up one by one, forming a dense mist. At the time, Flynn believed that each lit star represented 1 segment of spiritual energy, leading him to think he had already surpassed several hundred segments. However, after this session of dual cultivation with Elizabeth, he realized that wasn't the case. Currently, thousands of stars were illuminated in his sea of consciousness, densely floating within. He discovered that the stars formed a mist resembling a large cauldron, requiring precisely 1,600 stars to form 1 mist cloud. Now, Flynn had manifested 2 such star mists in his sea of consciousness, each resembling a virtualized void sky cauldron. Could each star mist represent 100 segments of spiritual energy? Is my spiritual energy transformed into star mists, resembling the void sky cauldron rather than vortices? Flynn concluded that must be the case and said to Elizabeth, the second vortex is almost complete. So fast? Elizabeth stared at Flynn in astonishment. Elizabeth knew Flynn was a novice art spiritist who had just opened his sea of consciousness, but his talent was extraordinarily high, with his spiritual energy transforming into mist. All thanks to the Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture. Flynn smiled. Elizabeth nodded in agreement. The Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture was an extremely advanced and special technique. Absorbing some of her Phoenix bloodline abilities, Flynn's progress wouldn't be slow. 200 segments of spiritual energy is impressive, Elizabeth commented. You can now be considered a reasonably accomplished art spiritist. With art spiritist techniques, even a rank 6 great spiritist could potentially be defeated if caught off guard. Flynn was taken aback upon hearing this. Could a 200-segment art spiritist be so formidable? Able to instantly kill a rank 6 great spiritist under unexpected circumstances? Finally, Flynn understood why people like Alicia feared a 1,000-segment art spiritist. My lady, what about you? How many segments have you reached as an art spiritist? Flynn asked out of curiosity. Less than 100. Elizabeth replied. How is that possible? Flynn looked at Elizabeth in surprise, wondering how she could have less than 100 segments when he had nearly 200 through the Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture. There are things you don't understand, and explaining won't help, Elizabeth explained. I have a unique path of cultivation. Although my spiritual energy hasn't increased much, I've made substantial progress on my path. At that moment, Elizabeth felt incredibly confident. Hearing this, Flynn immediately understood. Elizabeth was on the path to awaken her phoenix bloodline, which meant only when she fully activated it would she achieve true prowess. After resting for a night, they commenced their third round of dual cultivation. When the third session of practicing the Nidhogg Imperial Scripture concluded, both Flynn and Elizabeth clearly sensed that the Fire Cloud Stone's effectiveness had been nearly depleted. The patterns on the Fire Cloud Stone had become crumpled, lacking the smoothness it initially had, as if scorched by intense flames. Flynn felt a bit reluctant. This intimate mental connection during cultivation rapidly strengthened their bond. To outsiders, they now seemed like a loving couple who had genuinely fallen for each other. Flynn, once we return, please arrange a meeting with Frisco. I want him to accompany me to the Spiral Drop Valley, Elizabeth said on the way back from the Balderling Hideo to the Sioux family estate. Flynn frowned in confusion. My lady, why do you want to go to Spiral Drop Valley? It's filled with dangerous beasts. I am going to hunt those beasts. Elizabeth didn't hide it from Flynn. Patriarch gave me limited time, and I must find ways to strengthen myself quickly. Must you go? Flynn tried to dissuade her, knowing the threat posed by the mysterious thousand-segment art spiritist behind the City Lord Manor. Relax, I'll be careful, Elizabeth assured with a nod. All right. Flynn agreed reluctantly. Upon returning to the Sioux residence, they found Ian and his wife, along with Adelia, waiting at the entrance. Good daughter, good son-in-law. Ian greeted Flynn with a smile, finally accepting him as a worthy son-in-law. Inside the residence, Ian and Adelia took the initiative to recount their recent events while away. Flynn didn't stay in the front yard. Upon learning that Cora and his family had visited twice recently, he promptly arranged for Chris and Eudora to come over. Translation notes. Chapter 75. Realm. Pay a price. Flynn looked at Elizabeth in confusion. The first time the Nidhogg Imperial Scripture was so effective, it was mainly due to the Fire Cloud Stone. Elizabeth explained. Secondly, this being our first dual cultivation, with the initial exchange of yin and yang energies, naturally brought the greatest benefits. But as the number of exchanges increases, the effects will diminish, eventually yielding no benefit at all. If you still wish to use the Nidhogg Imperial Scripture for rapid advancement in cultivation, you'll need materials like the Fire Cloud Stone. Flynn finally understood and asked curiously, if we don't have corresponding celestial treasures, can changing partners during dual cultivation also bring miraculous results? Elizabeth gave Flynn a stern look. While what he said wasn't wrong, the dual cultivation method of the Nidhogg Imperial Scripture involved an intimate mental connection and energy exchange. It couldn't be done casually with just anyone. While that's true, the requirements for the cultivation partner are quite high, Elizabeth replied. Either the partner has exceptionally high talent, from which you can absorb their natural abilities, or they possess cultivation levels far above yours, allowing for significant benefits. Elizabeth nodded. Flynn, how many segments of spirit power have you reached in your artificer spiritualist path? After 2 sessions of dual cultivation, these were their most substantial gains from practicing the Nidhogg Imperial Scripture. The benefits would gradually decrease over time. I'm not sure. Flynn shook his head. He didn't have a precise understanding of his spirit power segments as an artificer spiritualist. How many spirit power vortices have appeared in your consciousness sea? Elizabeth asked. One vortex represents 100 segments of spirit power. When you gather 10 such vortices, you reach the 1000-segment artificer spiritualist level. At the 1000-segment level, the spirit power vortices merge into liquid form. Vortices? Flynn recalled his consciousness sea. It seemed entirely different from what Elizabeth described. Initially, Flynn had obtained an unknown treasure at the City Lord's residence. After the Void Sky Cauldron absorbed and refined it, his spirit power significantly increased, with starlights illuminating and forming a mist. At that time, Flynn thought each illuminated starlight represented 1 segment of spirit power. Thus, he believed his spirit power had already reached several hundred segments. However, after this session with Elizabeth, he realized that wasn't the case. His consciousness sea now contained thousands of illuminated starlights, densely suspended within it. He noticed that these starlights formed mists resembling large cauldrons, each needing exactly 1,600 starlights. Now, Flynn had manifested 2 such starlight mists in his consciousness sea, similar to 2 ethereal versions of the Void Sky Cauldron. Could 1 starlight mist equal 100 segments of spirit power? Is my spirit power shaped into a mist resembling the Void Sky Cauldron rather than vortices? Flynn concluded that must be the case and hesitantly told Elizabeth, the second vortex is nearly complete. So soon? Elizabeth looked at Flynn in astonishment. Elizabeth knew Flynn was a newcomer to the artificer spiritualist path, but his talent was extraordinary, turning starlight into mist rapidly. All thanks to the Nidhogg Imperial Scripture. Flynn smiled. Elizabeth nodded in agreement. The Nidhogg Imperial Scripture was an advanced special technique. Absorbing part of her Phoenix bloodline ability, Flynn's growth wouldn't be slow. 200 segments of spirit power is impressive, Elizabeth remarked. You've become a capable artificer spiritualist. With your skills, even a 6th-rank Grand Spirit Master could be killed if caught off guard. Hearing this, Flynn was amazed. 200 segments were so powerful? Capable of instantly killing a 6th-rank Grand Spirit Master? Flynn finally understood why figures like Alicia feared a 1000-segment artificer spiritualist. What about you, Elizabeth? How many segments of spirit power do you have now? Flynn asked curiously. Less than 100. Elizabeth replied. How is that possible? Flynn was puzzled. He could reach nearly 200 segments with the Nidhogg Imperial Scripture, yet she had less than 100? Some things you wouldn't understand, Elizabeth explained. I have a unique cultivation path. Although my spirit power hasn't increased much, I've made significant progress on my path. Elizabeth spoke confidently. Flynn instantly grasped her meaning. Elizabeth was focusing on awakening her phoenix bloodline. Only when fully activated would she achieve a massive breakthrough. After resting for a night, they embarked on their third session of dual cultivation. Upon completing their third session of the Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture, both Flynn and Elizabeth sensed that the Fire Cloud Stone's effects were nearly exhausted. The patterns on the Fire Cloud Stone were wrinkled, no longer smooth and flowing, as if scorched by intense fire. Flynn felt a bit reluctant. This type of intimate mental contact training with Elizabeth had strengthened their relationship. To outsiders, they now seemed like a truly loving couple. Flynn, after we return, please arrange a meeting with my brother. I want him to accompany me to the Falling Whirlwind Valley, Elizabeth said on the way back from the Yellow Spirit Hideo to the Sioux family residence. Why go to such a dangerous place filled with beast spirits? Flynn asked, frowning in concern. I'm going to hunt beast spirits, Elizabeth admitted. Ancestor only gave me limited time, so I must quickly strengthen myself. Is it necessary? Flynn wanted to stop her, but understood the threat posed by the mysterious thousand-segment artificer spiritualist behind the city lord's mansion. Relax, I'll be cautious, Elizabeth assured him. All right, Flynn agreed reluctantly. Back at the Sioux family residence, Ian, his wife, and Adelia were waiting at the gate. My dear daughter, good son-in-law. Ian greeted them with a smile, finally accepting Flynn as a son-in-law. Inside the Sioux family residence, Ian and Adelia recounted their recent days away. Flynn, however, left the front yard and immediately arranged for his disciples Chris and Eudora to come when he learned that Cora's family had visited twice recently. Chapter 75, Realm. Pay a price? Flynn looked at Elizabeth in confusion. The Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture was so effective the first time, mainly because of the Fire Cloud Stone. Elizabeth explained. Secondly, it was our first dual cultivation, the first interaction between Yin and Yang, so naturally, the benefits were the greatest. But as the number of interactions increases, the effect diminishes, eventually providing no benefit at all. If you want to continue using the Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture for rapid cultivation, we will need rare treasures like the Fire Cloud Stone. Elizabeth clarified. Flynn finally understood and asked curiously, if there are no such treasures, can changing partners for dual cultivation still yield significant effects? Elizabeth gave Flynn a stern look. He was not wrong. But the dual cultivation through the Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture involved intimate contact of consciousness and Yin-Yang interactions, which couldn't be done with just anyone casually. While that's technically true, the requirements for a cultivation partner are still very strict, she said. Either the partner has extraordinary talent, allowing you to absorb their talents, or their cultivation realm far surpasses yours, which would also yield great benefits. Elizabeth nodded. Flynn, how many segments of spirit power have you reached as an art spiritist now? Elizabeth asked, turning to Flynn. After 2 sessions of dual cultivation, this was their most fruitful period in practicing the Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture. Further progress would yield smaller benefits. I'm not sure. Flynn shook his head. He didn't have a precise measure of his current spirit power segments. How many spiritual vortexes have appeared in your mind sea? Elizabeth continued. 1 spiritual vortex equals 100 segments of spirit power. When you gather 10 spiritual vortexes, you'll be at the 1000 segment level. When you reach the 1000 segment level, these vortexes will merge into liquid spirit power. The vortexes? Flynn recalled the state of his mind sea, which seemed entirely different from what Elizabeth described. Back when Flynn accidentally obtained an unknown treasure at the city lord's residence, the void sky cauldron absorbed and refined it, significantly boosting his spirit power, lighting up stars that formed a mist. At that time, Flynn thought each lit star represented a segment of spirit power, so he believed his spirit power had already reached several hundred segments. However, after this session with Elizabeth, he realized that wasn't the case. There were thousands of lit stars floating densely in his mind sea. He noticed then that the stars formed mists shaped like large cauldrons, with exactly 1,600 stars required for each mist. Now, in his consciousness sea, Flynn had manifested 2 such star mists, resembling 2 void sky cauldrons. Does each star mist equal 100 segments of spirit power? Is my spirit power manifesting not as vortexes but as star mists shaped like void sky cauldrons? Flynn thought this was likely correct and reluctantly told Elizabeth, the second vortex is nearly complete. So fast? Elizabeth stared at Flynn in surprise. She knew Flynn was a new art spiritist, having just opened his mind sea, albeit with extraordinary talent, transforming dawn into mist. It's all thanks to the Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture. Flynn smiled. Elizabeth nodded in agreement. The scripture was an advanced special cultivation method, and Flynn had absorbed part of her phoenix bloodline talent, so how could his growth be slow? 200 segments of spirit power is quite impressive, Elizabeth remarked. You're now a reasonably accomplished art spiritist. With your spells, you have a chance to kill a 6th grade great spiritist unexpectedly. Hearing this, Flynn was astonished. Could 200 segments really be so powerful? Could he defeat a 6th grade great spiritist in a surprise attack? Flynn now understood why people like Alicia were wary of a 1000-segment art spiritist. Dear, what about you? How many segments of spirit power have you reached? Flynn asked curiously. Less than 100, Elizabeth replied. How can that be? Flynn looked at Elizabeth in astonishment. He had nearly 200 segments of spirit power due to the Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture. How could she be less than 100? Some things you wouldn't understand, and explaining them won't help, Elizabeth explained. I have a special cultivation path. Although my spirit power hasn't grown much, I've made significant progress on my path. Elizabeth was incredibly confident at this moment. Hearing this, Flynn instantly grasped the meaning. Elizabeth was cultivating to awaken her phoenix bloodline. For her, only fully activating it would bring about her rise to prominence. After resting for a night, they began their third session of dual cultivation. When the third practice of the Yin-Yang Imperial Scripture concluded, both Flynn and Elizabeth clearly sensed that the Fire Cloud Stone's effectiveness had been almost completely exhausted. The patterns on the Fire Cloud Stone were now wrinkled, lacking the initial smoothness, as if scorched by intense fire. Flynn felt somewhat reluctant. This kind of intimate cultivation with Elizabeth had rapidly deepened their bond. To outsiders, they were now genuine loving spouses. Flynn, once we return, arrange a meeting with my brother. I want him to accompany me to Luoxian Valley, Elizabeth said as they returned to Su family from the Yellow Spirit Hideo. Why go to Luoxian Valley? Flynn frowned. It's filled with demons. I'm going to hunt demons, Elizabeth explained without hiding anything. Andon has given me limited time, so I must become stronger as quickly as possible. Do you have to go? Flynn wanted to stop her, but also understood the threat posed by the mysterious thousand-segment art spiritist behind the city lord's residence. Don't worry, I'll be cautious, Elizabeth assured him. All right. Flynn agreed. Upon returning to the Su residence, Ian and his wife, along with Adelia, were waiting at the entrance. My dear daughter, my good son-in-law. Ian greeted them with a smile, finally accepting Flynn as his son-in-law. Inside the Su residence, Ian and Adelia reported on what happened during their absence. Flynn did not stay in the courtyard. Upon learning that Cora and her family had visited twice recently, he immediately sent someone to fetch his disciples, Chris and Eudora, ensured to maintain paragraph structure and style similar to the original text. Chapter 76, Signing the Agreement. Bear had fought for the Lin family, and Flynn should give some returns to the couple. What they wanted was nothing but more guidance from Flynn on modern dance for their children, Chris and Eudora. Soon, Bear and his wife brought their children to the Su family. They informed Flynn that they had arranged a royal prince for him, ready to take him to Tianyuan City whenever convenient. However, Flynn was now less anxious about this matter. With the olive branch extended by the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce, he naturally intended to leverage this support. He no longer needed to handle such matters personally. Flynn then watched the innovative dances created by Chris and Eudora in front of Bear and his wife. This observation left him stunned with surprise. He had asked the siblings to innovate based on the modern dance techniques he taught them, intending for them to create new forms of modern dance. Yet, unexpectedly, they managed to combine this world's classical dance with modern dance, resulting in an entirely new style of performance. Mr. Chun, how is it? Cora asked on behalf of her children even before they finished dancing. Surpassing the master. It seems handing over modern dance to these siblings was indeed the best choice. Flynn nodded affirmatively. Hearing Flynn's praise, Cora and her husband beamed with joy. Afterward, Flynn personally taught the siblings 2 additional modern dances each, revealing some of his own hidden skills as a teacher. As he bid farewell to Cora's family, Flynn couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Art transcends worlds. Modern dance might truly shine brilliantly through these siblings, promising an incredible future. Flynn went to the front courtyard and saw Elizabeth still busy handling family affairs, so he didn't disturb her. After instructing Adelia briefly, he left the Su residence by car. Upon arriving at Kenneth's residence, Flynn inquired about his recent absence. Zaylee was still nowhere to be found. Although the Chin family visited frequently pleading for mercy, Kenneth continued to turn them away. The trade convoy's leader, Dempsey, had also visited, informing that after obtaining the rights to the black copper ore, they had secured a new headquarters for the trade convoy. Moreover, following Flynn's request, they had started preparations for the dustless cloud crystals, with everything progressing positively. The Silver Moon Academy hadn't contacted him, but Bellamy had visited once again, leaving his address with Kenneth and instructing him to inform Flynn and Jagger when they were ready. Let's go. Accompany me. Flynn decided to visit Bellamy under the guise of Jagger. Given Elizabeth's plan to venture into the Luoxian Valley to hunt beast demons and enhance her cultivation, he wanted to be fully prepared. Though now an 8th grade Grand Spirit Master and a 200-stage Spell Spirit Master, Flynn knew well the dangers within the Luoxian Valley. The 100-year-old Silver Dragon alone posed a significant threat, harboring grudges against him. Joining Elizabeth could very likely invite the Silver Dragon's retaliation. Thus, before entering the valley, he hoped to obtain some high-quality 3rd grade or even 4th grade elixirs from Bellamy. Kenneth soon accompanied Flynn to Bellamy's address, a luxurious mansion tucked away amidst bustling city life, not far from the mayor's residence, guarded by 6th grade Spirit Masters. The guards seemed to have been informed by Bellamy, leading them into the courtyard without further ado. In the front hall, Flynn once again encountered Bellamy, who held a folding fan and appeared every inch the elegant young master. Brother Jagger, why are you here alone? Bellamy looked curiously at Jagger, having told Kenneth to bring both brothers. Mr. Lee, we've already discussed it among ourselves. I can negotiate on our behalf just the same, Flynn explained, using an alias primarily because he couldn't gauge Bellamy's strength. Being exposed as faking blindness could prove awkward. All right, Bellamy nodded, offering tea to Jagger before saying, I've already laid out the conditions. What do you think? To receive Mr. Lee's favor is undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for us. We've decided to join the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce as the president in Yellow Mist City. However, we still have unfinished business in Yellow Mist City, so we hope Mr. Lee won't dispatch us away too soon. For the upcoming secret realm? Bellamy guessed. Yes, but not only that. I promised Silver Moon Academy to enter the secret realm to help Alicia break through to become a true spirit master. And my brother remains bound to the Su family until the threat against them is resolved, Flynn added. No problem. Bellamy nodded, saying, I'm also here for the secret realm. So, there's no issue waiting until after its conclusion before taking you to Tianyuan City. As for the threat against the Su family, I've investigated. It originates from the mayor's residence, which seems to have a 1,000-stage spell spirit master behind it. Bellamy continued. Precisely, Flynn was unsurprised that Bellamy had uncovered the truth. A 1,000-stage spell spirit master is quite troublesome, but thankfully, he appears severely injured. Once I obtain what I need from the secret realm, I will assist the Su family in resolving this issue, Bellamy replied directly. Hearing this, Flynn couldn't help but ask, somewhat abruptly, Mr. Lee, may I inquire about the strength of a 1,000-stage spell spirit master compared to us spirit masters? Given that Elizabeth said a 200-stage spell spirit master could potentially eliminate a 6th grade grand spirit master, a full-strength 1,000-stage one must be terrifying. In peak condition, even a 9th grade true spirit master would fear a 1000-stage spell spirit master. Without the injury, I wouldn't dare say I could handle this situation, Bellamy explained. Flynn inhaled sharply, knowing that within the Great Celebration Kingdom, 9th grade true spirit masters stood atop the pinnacle of strength. Here's the agreement I drafted. If you find it acceptable, sign here. Bellamy handed over the pre-prepared contract. After reviewing the document, Flynn didn't rush to sign. Instead, he addressed Bellamy. Mr. Lee, I have another request. Speak. I want high-quality 3rd-grade elixirs. Flynn revealed his true purpose for the visit. ####Chapter 77. Soul Control. Do you intend to break through to the true spirit master realm? Bellamy looked at Flynn with curiosity. In Bellamy's and others' understanding, Jagger possessed half-step true spirit master strength, making him naturally the most eager to reach the true spirit master realm. Yes. Flynn nodded without hesitation. Are you prepared for the breakthrough? Bellamy asked. You should know that breaking through from the spirit formation stage to the true spirit stage is entirely different from transitioning from the spirit gathering stage to the spirit formation stage. President Sun mentioned some of it to me, Flynn nodded. True spirit masters are called essence-controlling masters not only because their spiritual energy intensity transforms, but also because they need to open their sea of consciousness, connecting it to their dantian, thereby enabling control over essence spirits. Bellamy nodded and said, that's correct. However, do you know that not everyone can smoothly open their sea of consciousness? Even those who manage to open it might fail to connect it with their dantian's spiritual energy. For me, it shouldn't be too difficult. Flynn modestly replied. In fact, he had already opened his sea of consciousness, and was a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Dawn Mist level among Artificer spirit masters. For Flynn, as long as his spiritual energy strength increased, he could instantly reach the true spirit master realm. Hearing Flynn's words, Bellamy couldn't help but smile. Back when he was about to break through, he had felt the same unwavering confidence. But the moment he truly tried to break through, he realized how challenging the transformation from Grand Spirit Master to True Spirit Master was. If not for his mentor's protection and preparation, he might have failed and lost the opportunity to enter the True Spirit Master realm. Brother Jagger, I'm not unwilling to help you, nor am I reluctant to give you high-grade 3rd-rank elixirs. I'm just afraid that insufficient preparation would ruin your promising future, Bellamy added. As Alicia is Aiden's grandson, can't Silver Moon Academy provide high-grade 3rd-rank elixirs? Not just high-grade 3rd-rank elixirs, even pseudo-4th-rank elixirs can easily be provided to Alicia. But why is he still a 9th-rank Grand Spirit Master? Why did he choose to break through in this secret realm? This involves a crucial factor in transforming from Grand Spirit Master to True Spirit Master, the War Soul. True Spirit Masters can link their spirit power with the Sea of Consciousness due to the need to awaken their War Souls during the breakthrough. Awakening the War Soul requires an immense amount of primordial spiritual energy, which is why Alicia chose to break through in this secret realm. Bellamy solemnly explained the key points of breaking through from Grand Spirit Master to True Spirit Master to Flynn. Flynn was taken aback after listening, realizing he had previously been unaware of so many critical details regarding the transition from Grand Spirit Master to True Spirit Master. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lee. Flynn expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. Don't be too formal. From now on, you are my people, and I certainly don't want your future to be affected, Bellamy smiled. Sign the agreement. Bellamy continued. Regarding your breakthrough, I will naturally assist you after we enter the secret realm. Mr. Lee, I still want the high-grade 3rd-rank elixirs. Flynn didn't sign yet, but instead continued, not just one, preferably more. Bellamy was taken aback, then quickly understood and laughed heartily. You're not only asking for yourself, but also for your sister-in-law, Elizabeth. I've never been stingy with my people. Just don't act rashly. Proceed with the breakthrough when you're ready, Bellamy replied. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out 4 different high-grade elixirs from his storage bag. 4 should be enough for both of you. Bellamy handed the 4 high-grade 3rd-rank elixirs to Flynn. After receiving the elixirs, Flynn signed the agreement without delay, officially becoming part of the 10,000 Nations Guild, directly led by Bellamy. After signing the agreement, Bellamy kept 1 copy and gave 2 copies to Flynn, 1 for him and 1 for Flynn. Additionally, Bellamy handed over a token representing the Grand Qing Nation branch of the 10,000 Nations Guild. Bellamy initially invited Flynn to stay for dinner, but Flynn, impatient after receiving the elixirs, politely declined, saying they would meet again soon. Leaving Bellamy's residence, Flynn hurried back with Kenneth, checking if the 4 high-grade 3rd-rank elixirs could help him advance to the 9th-rank Grand Spirit Master realm. The carriage headed towards Kenneth's courtyard, but was stopped by a few drunkards emerging from a tavern alley. Just as Kenneth was about to get off the carriage to drive away the drunkards, Flynn pulled him back. Master? Kenneth looked puzzled at Flynn. Get back into the carriage. Leave this to me, Flynn instructed. He got off the carriage while Kenneth complied. With his serpent spirit eye perception, these drunkards were clearly pretending, deliberately blocking their path. Had Kenneth gotten off to chase them away, he would have been instantly killed by these Grand Spirit Masters disguised as drunkards. Flynn's reputation in Yellow Fog City was soaring. Even the Lin family, one of the 3 major clans, had submitted. Who dared to block his carriage in broad daylight? Who dared to attack his people? Apart from the outsider superpowers, only the City Lord's mansion in Yellow Fog City would dare. Facing these self-destructive first-rank Grand Spirit Masters, Flynn wouldn't hold back. Activating his serpent spirit eye perception to its limit, he found no other threats besides the 4 drunkards. The drunkards, unaware of their poor acting under serpent spirit eye perception, remained unflinching as Flynn approached. Flynn unsheathed his sword. Silver light flashed as the powerful spiritual energy penetrated the lower abdomens of the 4 drunkards. He didn't kill them, but also didn't hold back, completely crippling the dantians of these 4 first-rank Grand Spirit Masters. However, just as Flynn crippled the 4 drunkards, an invisible mental force invaded his sea of consciousness. The mental force, Wu Xing Che Roy Li, untranslated and inconsistent, turned into fierce energy currents within his sea of consciousness, intending to control his mind. Revised. The mental force Wuxia should be translated and consistent, turned into fierce energy currents within his sea of consciousness, intending to control his mind. Further revised for fluency and consistency. The Wuxia part needs proper translation. Invisible and sharp is the literal translation, but for better fluency, we can say intangible and formidable. Final version. The mental force, intangible and formidable, turned into fierce energy currents within his sea of consciousness, intending to control his mind. Soul control technique. Someone actually used soul control technique on me. Flynn was stunned, immediately thinking of the severely injured mysterious Thousand Segment, Artificer Spirit Master behind the City Lord's mansion. Yes, he considers himself superior, believing his mental power has absolute dominance over mine, wanting to control me. Then, using my body, he plans to enter the Su family and harm Elizabeth. Chapter 78, Utmost Cautiousness. At this thought, Flynn's eyes lit up. This was a rare and excellent opportunity. For the weak, the soul control technique was absolutely domineering and almost unsolvable. However, it had a fatal weakness. If the soul control failed and the mental force was shattered, the spell Spirit Master would suffer a backlash. If Flynn could make that mysterious spell Spirit Master suffer from a backlash, he could hope to kill him in a short time, completely eliminating any future troubles for Elizabeth. After all, the 1000-rank spell Spirit Master was severely injured and now only had the strength of a first-rank true Spirit Master. If heavily injured, he indeed had a significant chance of being killed under Flynn's full efforts. Immediately, he pretended to struggle against the opponent's mental attack, barely holding his ground without moving an inch. His aim was to lure the mysterious spell Spirit Master into showing himself. Only by locking onto the person's location through the perception of the spirit-eyed snake could he counterattack. The farther away the soul control technique was used, the weaker its power became. The closer the range, the stronger its power reached its peak. Now, Flynn was waiting for that mysterious spell Spirit Master to approach him voluntarily. As long as he appeared within the perception range of the spirit-eyed snake, he believed he still had a good chance of locking onto him. Sure enough, the next moment, the mental attacks on Flynn grew stronger, clearly indicating that the mysterious spell Spirit Master was approaching. Flynn felt a surge of joy as he feigned strenuously resisting the soul control while using the spirit-eyed snake's perception to try and lock onto the spell Spirit Master's location. Meanwhile, Germain was indeed approaching Flynn, and at this moment, the distance between them was merely 800 meters. 800 meters should have been within Flynn's spirit-eyed snake's perception range, but unfortunately, Germain wasn't an ordinary person. Even with severe injuries, his ability to conceal his tracks as a 1000-rank spell Spirit Master was such that even Jetjin, a true Spirit Master, couldn't detect him within a certain distance. Huh. This kid is so strange. Germain stopped when he was about 600 meters from Flynn. He knew well that once he came within 500 meters of Flynn, he wouldn't be able to hide his presence much longer. From 1 kilometer to nearly 500 meters, my soul control power has more than doubled, but I haven't been able to breach his consciousness. Is this guy playing possum? This Jagger isn't just a Spirit Master. He has long opened his sea of consciousness, becoming a spell Spirit Master. Germain quickly understood that this was a trap set by Flynn and realized how extraordinary he was, having early opened his sea of consciousness and becoming a spell Spirit Master. It seems that the thief who stole my high-grade spirit stone from the Su family and red spring water from the City Lord Manor is all because of him. I mustn't let this kid live, otherwise, it will lead to infinite troubles. Germain was deeply shocked, even ranking the threat posed by Jagger higher than Elizabeth, who possessed Phoenix bloodline. Then, Germain disbanded the soul control and silently left. Flynn kept sensing around him, but never detected Germain's presence. When the mental attack suddenly dissipated, he knew his scheme had been seen through. He ran? A 1000-rank spell Spirit Master is actually this cautious? Flynn felt extremely disappointed. This was a perfect opportunity for a counterkill, but unfortunately, his opponent was too special. The capabilities of a 1000-rank spell Spirit Master far exceeded his imagination. What a pity. Flynn frowned slightly, then kicked the 4 incapacitated drunkards away. Such cannon fodder no longer posed a threat to him after their Danteon was destroyed. Master, Kenneth said when he saw Flynn return to the carriage. Nothing happened. Flynn didn't tell Kenneth about the 1000-rank spell Spirit Master's attack. The City Lord Manor is acting so rampant? Kenneth guessed correctly. Besides the City Lord Manor, no one else in Yellow Fog City would dare attack him and Master in broad daylight. The City Lord Manor is not as simple as it appears on the surface, nor is the whole of Yellow Fog City limited to the few apparent powers. While I'm gone, you still need to be careful, Flynn advised Kenneth. Why don't you move to the Su family? It's safer there than where you currently reside. Master, some matters won't be convenient for me if I go to the Su family, Kenneth shook his head. Master doesn't need to worry about me. I'm just a 6th-rank Spirit Master. They wouldn't go out of their way to target me. Flynn nodded slightly and didn't say anything further, letting Kenneth drive him away. After failing to control Flynn's actions, Germain returned to the City Lord Manor. Third brother, did it work? Germain asked hopefully. That boy Jagger is very peculiar. He's not only a half-step Great Spirit Master, but also an early open sea of consciousness spell Spirit Master, Germain replied with a cold face. After the secret realm opens, he will definitely become a true Spirit Master, which will pose a huge obstacle to our plan. So strong? When he fought me at the Su family back then, he was actually holding back? Germain couldn't believe what he heard. Jagger's background is likely extraordinary. Ordinary forces can't cultivate such a prodigy, Germain remarked. Third brother, what do we do next? The secret realm might open any time, and it will only be harder to deal with him afterward, Germain asked. No problem. As long as he hasn't become a true Spirit Master before the secret realm opens, he won't affect me much then. Once I fully recover and advance my cultivation, who in the entire Daqing Kingdom can stand against me? Germain said indifferently. Do we just leave it then? Germain aghast. I told you to connect with the people from Qinghai Academy. Have you made progress? Germain questioned. There's been progress. I've already contacted Haroun, the leader of this trip. They were indeed welcoming when they heard we wanted to ally with them, Germain reported. Tell them we want nothing from them but to kill Jagger. Because Jagger controls the business transportation lifeline of Yellow Fog City, we can't fully align with Zhou Nation until he dies, Germain said casually. Can this work? Germain was doubtful. Try and see. Besides, Jagger already has grievances with Qinghai Academy. They might just agree, Germain responded. All right, I'll contact Haroun immediately, Germain nodded. On the other side, Flynn, unaware that Germain already considered him a major threat, hurriedly refined the 4 high-quality third-rank pills obtained from Bellamy. Chapter 79, Strengthening the Spirit Eye. 4 grade 3 pills, all top-notch spirit refining pills made primarily from the inner cores and essence blood of peaked spirit refinement realm beasts. Each was worth a fortune, far beyond what low-grade spirit stones could buy. Only someone as wealthy as Paul could easily provide 4 such pills to Flynn. Inside the room, Flynn took out one of the pills named Sanhe Pill. It was said to be concocted from the essences of 3 peak spirit refinement realm beast cores, combined with over 100 types of herbs and fruits. After ingesting the Sanhe Pill, it transformed into a warm stream, absorbed by the void sky tripod, and its powerful medicinal effects gushed out like spring water, refined into pure spiritual energy by the tripod. Indeed, the speed of cultivation advancement this time was much faster than when he had consumed ordinary grade 3 spirit pills before. In just a short while, his internal spiritual energy broke through the late-stage bottleneck of the 8th level spirit refinement realm, reaching the peak stage. The spiritual energy continued to strengthen, seemingly preparing to break through to the 9th level spirit refinement realm. When the last trace of the pill's effect was finally extracted by the void sky tripod, Flynn had completely absorbed and refined the energy within the Sanhe Pill. Yet, he ultimately did not advance to the 9th level spirit refinement realm. Feeling this peculiar situation within his body, Flynn couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This was a top-grade grade 3 pill. Normally, it should have a significant effect on a true spirit master newly entering the spirit control realm. But now, it had failed to push him to the 9th level spirit refinement realm. What is the level of my spiritual energy strength? Flynn couldn't help but wonder. However, having never truly clashed with a true spirit master, he didn't know how strong his spiritual energy was compared to others. At this moment, Flynn felt that his internal spiritual energy seemed almost liquid, capable of bursting forth with terrifying force even in small quantities. If he were to fight the elder of the Lin family or City Lord Germain at his current cultivation, he might not need to rely on the enhancements of the 1000 Illusions Slash or the Dragon Transformation Technique. He could easily suppress or even kill them using the Silver Moon Sword technique alone. At the same time, Flynn once again circulated the 10,000 Dao technique, deriving the talents manifested by the absorption of the Sanhe Pill from the Void Sky tripod. All 3 beast talents were for physical and strength enhancement, which no longer held any value for him since the Dragon Transformation talent already far surpassed their effects. Next, Flynn took out the second pill, named Gui Wu Pill. The main ingredients of the Gui Wu Pill were 2 types of rare treasures, Gui Su Seed and Fog Spirit Grass, along with the essence blood of top-tier beasts. The Gui Su Seed, in particular, was a primary ingredient for grade 4 pills, requiring at least a 200-year-old specimen. Once ingested, it was again absorbed by the Void Sky tripod, whose purification process left only a minuscule part of the potent energy to be absorbed and strengthened. Witnessing this, Flynn felt an inexplicable pain. The vast majority of the effective components of the top-grade grade 3 Gui Wu Pill were treated as impurities and discarded by the Void Sky tripod. If these discarded effects were given to a normal high spirit master, they would likely elevate a 6th rank high spirit master to an 8th rank. The Void Sky tripod is becoming increasingly picky. Top-grade grade 3 spirit pills are already being dismissed when I'm just at the 8th rank high spirit master realm? Flynn felt a headache coming on. Such selectiveness would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of future cultivation advancements. Though the Void Sky tripod was picky, its frightening refinement efficiency and the potency of retained spiritual energy justified its selectiveness. Finally, after the Gui Wu Pill was completely refined, he successfully entered the initial stage of the 9th level spirit refinement realm. Subsequently, he circled the 10,000 Dao technique again, absorbing the beast talents derived from the Void Sky tripod, 3 talents, 2 of which were common ones for physical and spiritual energy enhancement, which he disregarded immediately. However, the third, Spirit Eye type talent surprised and delighted him. Though both were Spirit Eye talents, this time Flynn comprehended a higher level perception talent, more advanced than that of the Spirit Eye snake. Derived from a spirit cat beast in the spirit control realm, though it was among the weakest in its category, its Spirit Eye perception far surpassed that of the Spirit Eye snake. With the spirit cat perception talent, Flynn experimented and found his perception greatly enhanced. Although the range remained within a kilometer, he could vaguely sense the density of spirit chi in the air within this range. That was impressive. If he had possessed the spirit cat's perception during the mysterious attack by the spirit master at City Lord Manor, he might have been able to track the attacker. This time, it was really worthwhile. Flynn couldn't help but smile widely, finding the spirit cat's perception talent even more thrilling than advancing to the 9th level spirit refinement realm. He still had 2 more top-grade grade 3 pills, but this time Flynn chose not to refine them. The Void Sky tripod was too selective about what it absorbed. For top-grade grade 3 pills, it was no longer impressed. Rather than waste most of their effects, it would be better to give them to someone who truly needed them. These 2 pills, along with the fire spirit fruit obtained in Luoxian Valley, he planned to give to Elizabeth. Tomorrow, they would enter Luoxian Valley, and Flynn hoped Elizabeth would be powerful enough. At the same time, he was also curious about her current strength. He would naturally find out after they went together into the valley. By the time Flynn returned to the Sioux residence, it was already evening. Elizabeth hadn't gone into the secret chamber to cultivate, but had been waiting for him in her room. Have you eaten dinner? Elizabeth asked affectionately as Flynn entered. Yes. With Elizabeth's help, Flynn sat down on the bed. I've arranged a meeting with your brother at the city gate tomorrow morning, Flynn said, then added, additionally, the merchant convoy has joined the Donghua Chamber of Commerce. This is the reward Mr. Lee from the Donghua Chamber gave me. It's not very useful to me but might help you. As he spoke, Flynn handed Elizabeth the 2 prepared pills and the fire spirit fruit. Elizabeth accepted the pills and fruit without hesitation. Since cultivating the Enyang Imperial Canon and spending 6 intimate days together, their feelings had long transcended mere camaraderie. Storing away the pills and fruit, Elizabeth gently said, Flynn, I won't be polite. These things are indeed quite necessary for me. As long as it helps my wife, Flynn replied. Just as Elizabeth stood up to open the secret chamber door, she paused. Chapter 80, A Godsend Opportunity. Flynn, come in. Elizabeth smiled and called out. Is it appropriate? Flynn hesitated, as Elizabeth had never allowed him into her secret chamber before. I have a mystic ice bed here, and while I cultivate, it should significantly help you, Elizabeth explained. All right then. Flynn laughed heartily and agreed, getting off the bed and feeling his way towards the secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, Flynn sat side by side with Elizabeth on the mystic ice bed. While I refine the pills, you can cultivate your mental power beside me. It will not only benefit your mental power but also your body. The only drawback is that it will be quite hot, Elizabeth warned Flynn. Got it. Flynn nodded, indicating he was ready. Next, Elizabeth took out the fire cloud fruit. Instead of eating it, she sat cross-legged, hands making peculiar gestures, followed by waves of heat emanating from her body. The hot air met the cold mist from the mystic ice bed, instantly turning into a foggy mist that enveloped both of them. Following this, Flynn once again saw the familiar phoenix illusion, seemingly hearing phoenix cries faintly. The phoenix bathing in flames made the heat even more intense. If not for the mystic ice bed, Flynn would not have been able to stand there. Steam rose like drizzle, instantly soaking him and Elizabeth, making his heart race and blood surge. Under the mist, Elizabeth's thin clothes seemed almost non-existent, arousing endless fantasies. Unfortunately, this scene lasted only a moment. With the phantom phoenix flapping its wings, the steam dried up instantly, and the fire cloud fruit in front of her turned to ash. Flynn was speechless watching this. Elizabeth absorbed the fire cloud fruit through her phoenix lineage instead of eating it. At this moment, Flynn clearly sensed the sparse spiritual energy becoming extremely dense under his spirit cat's perception. Next, all this heavenly spiritual energy was absorbed entirely by Elizabeth. Witnessing this strange transformation, Flynn couldn't help but suspect that this phoenix lineage ability was just as efficient as the void heaven tripod in refining materials. After absorbing the fire cloud fruit's power, Elizabeth took out 2 superior grade 3rd class pills. She didn't swallow them either, but used similar gestures. The phoenix illusion came to life, flapped its wings, and the pill in front of her partly vaporized. Just like inhaling and exhaling, the vaporized pill turned into immensely dense heavenly spiritual energy, which was absorbed completely by Elizabeth. A superior grade 3rd class pill was completely absorbed within 10 breaths without any waste. Observing Elizabeth covertly, Flynn, who hadn't cultivated, felt stunned. Indeed, he wasn't wrong. Elizabeth, with her phoenix lineage, could absorb the effects of rare herbs and pills fully without any waste. From this, Elizabeth seemed even more efficient than the void heaven tripod in some ways. At least, Elizabeth utilized everything without being selective, unlike the tripod which discarded unwanted spiritual energy. How can she not be a match for Houston with such an extraordinary lineage talent? Flynn wondered. Did Elizabeth's phoenix lineage only awaken recently? Flynn thought this might explain why she wasn't a match for Houston. My wife still has many secrets, Flynn sighed inwardly, unable to focus on cultivation. Soon, Elizabeth finished refining the 2 superior grade 3rd class pills and the fire cloud fruit. At this point, the phoenix illusion faded away along with the heat. Elizabeth looked no different when she entered, as if the powers of the pills and the fire cloud fruit never existed. As a 9th grade Grand Spirit Master, Flynn couldn't sense any changes in Elizabeth's aura at this moment, as if she were an ordinary person. Instead, Flynn, drenched by the intermittent steam, resembled someone who had just fallen into water. How do you feel? Elizabeth asked after ending her cultivation, looking at Flynn like a drowned chicken. Fine. Flynn hadn't practiced. He was too distracted by Elizabeth's alluring figure. When I cultivate, dense spiritual energy emerges, which benefits your body. Also, cultivating mental power while my lineage is activated can be much more effective. Let's continue. Elizabeth repeated the gestures and utilized the mystic ice bed's ice power to further awaken her lineage despite lacking rare herbs. Seeing this, Flynn began practicing the mental power cultivation method. Compared to the dual cultivation in the Enyang Emperor scripture, even during Elizabeth's cultivation, this ordinary mental power method progressed very slowly. After a night of arduous practice, Flynn barely added 1 starlight to the 3rd light cluster. At this rate, it would take Flynn years to form the 3rd light cluster. Considering Flynn was hailed as a once-in-a-century talent among spirit masters, increasing 100 segments of mental power took years of cultivation. What about ordinary spirit masters? Wouldn't they need decades to achieve this? Early next morning, Elizabeth accompanied Flynn for breakfast, summoned Adelia, instructed her briefly, and then left the Sioux family fully equipped for hunting in Luoxian Valley. Flynn followed closely behind, transforming into the city's new dignitary, Jagger. They met at the city gate shortly after parting. Big brother, thank you for your effort, Elizabeth spoke more politely to Jagger. Seeing Elizabeth suddenly become polite, Flynn felt somewhat uncomfortable, contemplating when to reveal the brother truth to her. Shortly after Elizabeth and Flynn left the city, the news reached City Lord Manor. They left the city? Germaine grinned upon hearing Elizabeth and Jagger left the city. This is truly a God-sent opportunity. Germaine laughed heartily, believing the heavens were helping the City Lord Manor. Yesterday, he approached her round from Qinghai Academy, asking for help to eliminate Jagger, promising to lead the major families of Baldurwood City to pledge allegiance to Qinghai Academy. Haroun agreed but stated he couldn't act within Baldurwood City. Though dissatisfied, Germanic feared Jagger might leave the city before the secret realm opened. To his surprise, Jagger left the city the very next day. Thus, Germanic hurriedly sought Haroun, planning to use him as a pawn to eliminate Jagger. Chapter 81. Peerless Strength. Flynn and Elizabeth left Yellow Mist City, heading straight for the Falling Whirl Valley. Brother-in-law, what kind of demon beast are you planning to hunt? Flynn asked as they entered the valley. Let's practice with a top-tier Spirit Transformation Realm Demon Beast first, then look for an early-stage Spirit Mastery Realm one, Elizabeth replied. Spirit Mastery Realm Demon Beasts? Upon hearing this, Flynn was momentarily stunned, giving Elizabeth a surprised look. Early-stage Spirit Mastery Realm Demon Beasts were only equivalent in strength to first to third rank true Spirit Masters, yet for great Spirit Masters, they were an insurmountable gap. Most importantly, just days ago, Elizabeth couldn't even defeat a 9th rank Great Spirit Master like Houston, and now she wanted to deal with a Spirit Mastery Realm Demon Beast? Elizabeth saw Flynn's astonishment and explained, Big brother, I'm being forced into this situation. With the threat of a 1,000-segment Spirit Master looming over me, I have no choice but to take some risks. Do you now possess the strength of a true Spirit Master? Flynn looked at Elizabeth curiously, inwardly astonished. Pretty much. Elizabeth nodded. Flynn sighed in amazement. It seems that sister-in-law has been keeping her abilities under wraps. My rapid improvement is all thanks to Flynn. Elizabeth's lips curled into a warm smile when mentioning him. Her quick advancement was partly due to practicing the Enyang Imperial Canon with Flynn, whose extraordinary talent far exceeded her expectations. She also regretted his birth in this era. At that point, she had felt her strength on par with a first-rank true Spirit Master. Later, Flynn gifted her the Fire Cloud Fruit and 2 high-grade third-rank elixirs, further boosting her strength to the initial level of a first-rank true Spirit Master. Without the strength of a true Spirit Master, she wouldn't have dared venture into the Falling Whirl Valley. Even so, she still brought along Jagger for assistance. Big brother, during this trip, you only need to assist me from the side, Elizabeth added. Flynn nodded slightly and didn't say more. The duo rushed through the outer region of the Falling Whirl Valley without slowing down. Their actions naturally startled many weak demon beasts, causing panic and commotion as the creatures fled. For the weaker ones, such a loud disturbance could easily attract powerful demon beasts. But this was exactly what Elizabeth wanted. Ordinary demon beasts were of no use to her anymore. Their bold and blatant movements attracted a top-tier Spirit Transformation Realm Demon Beast, the Iron-Boned Black Bear, before they even reached the inner area. Standing nearly 3 meters tall with skin like bronze and bones like iron, the Iron-Boned Black Bear boasted immense strength, unmatched among Spirit Transformation Realm Demon Beasts. Flynn sensed its presence from over a kilometer away and informed Elizabeth. Her face changed slightly, seemingly impressed by Flynn's perception. It was remarkable he could spot the Iron-Boned Black Bear amidst dense vegetation from such a distance. Let's start with it. Elizabeth stood before Jagger, rushing forward in the direction Flynn indicated. Flynn followed closely behind. Within half a minute, they met head-on. Roar. The Iron-Boned Black Bear let out a furious roar, sending weaker demon beasts fleeing in panic. The next moment, it leaped into the air like a speeding cannonball, lunging toward Elizabeth. Its claws extended like sharp blades, shimmering with menacing aura and terrifying spiritual energy. With a resounding clang, Elizabeth's blade met the Iron-Boned Black Bear's strike, absorbing its immense force. A wave of intense spiritual energy enveloped her, faint heat radiating off her. Elizabeth held firm against the full-force attack of the Iron-Boned Black Bear, which represented the peak power of a Spirit Transformation Realm Demon Beast. Despite the ground beneath her crumbling, she remained motionless. Die. In response to the bear's ferocious assault, Elizabeth instantly drew her blade and slashed horizontally at the Iron-Boned Black Bear's midsection. Its protective aura flashed, but the bear instinctively retreated, unwilling to risk a direct hit. However, Elizabeth's speed was unparalleled. Despite the bear's immediate dodge, it couldn't evade her blade from such close range. Boom. Elizabeth's blade sliced through the Iron-Boned Black Bear's defensive aura like a godly weapon cutting through paper. Blood splattered. The once formidable defense proved as flimsy as paper, torn open by Elizabeth's blade, wounding the bear deeply. Roar. The Iron-Boned Black Bear screamed in pain, turning tail and fleeing. Truly deserving of its iron skin reputation, its defenses rival those of ordinary Spirit Mastery Realm Demon Beasts. Even while speaking, Elizabeth's movements were swift as she leapt after the bear. Another flash of cold steel, accompanied by firelight, left another deep gash on the bear. Consecutive injuries sent the bear's courage plummeting. Human Spirit Masters were unfathomably powerful, breaking through its protective barrier and slicing through its tough hide effortlessly. Despite its astounding defenses and robust life force, the bear soon lost its ability to escape. Under Elizabeth's relentless attacks, it ultimately perished with a final, reluctant scream. 6 slashes. Elizabeth slew the top-tier Spirit Transformation Realm Iron-Boned Black Bear in just 6 slashes. The battle was a one-sided, crushing massacre. Standing not far away, Flynn watched the entire process. Though he had heard about Elizabeth's true Spirit Master strength, he hadn't expected her to slay the Iron-Boned Black Bear with such ease. Has my wife become this formidable? Flynn felt a shock. Even if he gave it his all, could he still be her match? As Flynn marveled at Elizabeth's prowess, she activated her Phoenix bloodline to absorb the Iron-Boned Black Bear's essence and demon core. In moments, the nearly ton-heavy creature was reduced to a mere pelt, its blood and flesh stripped of all spirit energy. Indeed, Spirit Transformation Realm Demon Beasts have little value to me now, Elizabeth murmured, dissatisfied with the gains from absorbing the Iron-Boned Black Bear. Chapter 82. Joint Efforts. Brother, would the inner core and essence blood of a top-tier Spirit Transformation Realm Beast be useful for your current cultivation? Elizabeth turned around and looked at Flynn. Not much, Flynn shook his head. In that case, let's try hunting true spirit realm beasts. Elizabeth replied. The two continued forward and soon reached the depths of the Luoxian Valley. This time they didn't dare to be conspicuous but proceeded cautiously, searching for traces of ordinary spirit riding realm beasts. Let's change direction, Flynn said as he and Elizabeth had already arrived near the pond where they once hunted the century-old silver python. The century-old silver python was incredibly powerful. Back then, Ebert and others united but still couldn't slay the beast. Flynn and the century-old silver python harbored deep-seated animosity. If it were to discover Flynn's whereabouts, it would undoubtedly launch an attack. Why? Elizabeth asked in confusion. This place was once the lair of a century-old silver python. Back then, Dean Ebert and other true spirit masters from Qinghai College, like Egon, tried to hunt it down. The python suffered severe injuries before escaping, Flynn explained. This python hates me deeply. If it spots me, we'll most likely be chased by it. Century-old silver python? Suffered severe injuries? How bad were its injuries? Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's eyes gleamed with a strange light instead of retreating immediately. Elizabeth's reaction gave Flynn a fright. That was a century-old silver python that even several true spirit masters, including Ebert, couldn't injure significantly. Elizabeth, don't joke with me. I don't know how strong the silver python is, but we certainly can't take chances against something akin to a first-ranked true spirit master, Flynn quickly advised, fearing Elizabeth might overestimate her capabilities and underestimate the python's ferocity. The century-old silver python is indeed very powerful, probably equivalent to a fourth-ranked true spirit master, Elizabeth said. Don't worry, brother, I wouldn't recklessly hunt it without some certainty. How serious were the injuries to the python? Elizabeth asked again, clearly not willing to give up easily. If the python's injuries were severe enough, killing a century-old silver python could yield more benefits than hunting dozens of regular beasts. Hearing Elizabeth's words, Flynn realized his worries were unfounded. Elizabeth knew more about these beasts' strength levels than he did. Recalling the situation, Flynn said, the python's inner core was severely damaged, and it lost a lot of essence blood. External injuries shouldn't be a problem. The inner core was damaged? Elizabeth looked at Flynn in astonishment. Ebert and company are so powerful that they managed to injure the python's inner core? A beast's inner core is like a spirit master's dantian or a mage spirit master's sea of consciousness. It's the root of one's realm. Injuring the inner core means the damage must have been devastating. It wasn't Ebert and company who inflicted the injury but something else. Flynn didn't elaborate further. I see. Elizabeth didn't press further, but her eyes lit up. External injuries are no big deal. The loss of essence blood can be replenished by hunting other beasts. But the damage to the inner core won't recover overnight. Has it been 10 days since the python was injured? Elizabeth asked. Elizabeth, you're planning to attack that python? Flynn gulped. Clearly, Elizabeth was intent on targeting the century-old silver python. If it's within 10 days, the python's inner core damage should still be there, and it hasn't fully replenished its essence blood. Its power is now likely only comparable to a third-ranked true spirit master. Brother, can you hold off the silver python for a while? Elizabeth asked earnestly. How long is a while? Flynn felt immense pressure. He lacked a clear understanding of his current strength. Against a first-ranked true spirit beast, he felt confident, but against a silver python equivalent to a third-ranked true spirit master, he had no guarantees. Just 10 moves. Elizabeth replied. Am I a half-step true spirit master? You're too optimistic about me. Flynn shook his head. This wasn't the time to be heroic. A mistake could cost both their lives. Why be modest, brother? Elizabeth murmured. I can see you have a robust aura. Although you're only at the half-step true spirit master level, your spiritual energy intensity might rival a second-ranked true spirit master. Flynn was taken aback and looked curiously at Elizabeth. When you fought Germanic at the Sioux family, I noticed it, Elizabeth explained. Flynn obtained 2 top-grade third-rank pills. You must have had 2 as well. Try attacking me, brother, so I can gauge your current strength and whether you can withstand the century-old silver python for 10 moves, Elizabeth suggested. Elizabeth, that's not appropriate. Flynn hadn't expected Elizabeth's obsession with the silver python. There's nothing wrong with it, Elizabeth smiled. I just want to understand your current strength level to choose our target safely. Flynn thought about it and agreed. Knowing each other's strength ensures victory, just like when Alicia needed to understand his cultivation level. All right, Flynn responded. He'd always wondered about Elizabeth's strength, and sparring would help prepare them for future hunts. Elizabeth had killed an iron-boned black bear with 6 slashes, showcasing formidable strength. Flynn didn't want Elizabeth to underestimate him either. With a thought, he activated his dragon transformation talent, and his spiritual energy surged like a tide. He launched a punch towards Elizabeth. Seeing this, Elizabeth's expression grew serious. She didn't counterattack, but chanted a spell with her hands, summoning a glowing protective shield in front of her. Pang! The punch hit the fiery shield, creating a deafening sound, startling nearby beasts into fleeing. Flynn's face changed slightly. Elizabeth's defense seemed far different from typical spirit master techniques. He assumed her protective shield would be similar to his own, but in reality, they were entirely different. A spirit master's shield is purely a wall of spiritual energy whose strength depends directly on the master's spiritual energy amount and intensity. A mage spirit master's shield adds a layer of intangible mental power reinforcement, making the spiritual energy function like an army with a commander, vastly enhancing its effectiveness. But Elizabeth's shield, also made of spiritual energy, behaved as if it had its own consciousness, maximizing the defensive power. How is this possible? Flynn stared wide-eyed, disbelief evident in his voice. Chapter 83, True Strength. Frisco, nothing is impossible. I believe with your talent, it won't be long before you can achieve this as well, Elizabeth said with a smile. Is that so? Cooper was also quite hopeful. However, he was not willing to admit defeat just yet and swung his fist again. Compared to the previous punch, this time he had activated the 1000 illusion slash, increasing his strength by 5-fold. Bang! Another loud explosion. Cooper's fist struck Elizabeth's protective barrier like a massive rock. The barrier did not shatter, but the powerful force overwhelmed its defense, causing Elizabeth to retreat several steps, leaving deep dents in the ground. Elizabeth's eyes brightened. Frisco, is this your limit? Elizabeth asked once more. Cooper frowned slightly. Elizabeth's displayed strength was indeed shocking. With the 5-fold increase from 1000 illusion slash and the additional power of dragon transformation, he still couldn't break through her defense? Could it be that I'm no longer a match for Lady Sue? Unwilling to accept this, Cooper decided to push his limits further. Elizabeth, be careful now. Cooper squinted his eyes, intending to unlock his spellbinding master abilities. Speaking of which, all the spells he knew were taught by Elizabeth herself. Now, he planned to use one of them, the spirit control technique. When used in conjunction with martial skills, this technique significantly boosted their power, akin to having a seasoned general directing the battle. In secret, Cooper activated his consciousness C, channeling the spirit control technique into the celestial cauldron, transforming into an endless stream of spiritual energy merging with his inner spirit energy, then releasing it through the 1000 illusion slash. Under multiple enhancements, Cooper's fist now seemed shrouded in a mysterious veil, reaching the pinnacle of speed. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. Even at its maximum capacity, Elizabeth's protective barrier could not withstand this terrifying force and shattered instantly. The residual force of the punch directly hit Elizabeth's chest, sending her flying backward. Seeing this, Cooper's face changed, filled with regret. How could he have competed with Elizabeth like this? Elizabeth, are you alright? Cooper ran up to her guiltily. Elizabeth stood up, brushing off the dust and smiled. Frisco, I'm fine. Do you have any more hidden reserves? Elizabeth asked. Cooper, surprised that she was still concerned about this, shook his head hurriedly. This is roughly my current limit. Any other techniques I have are merely supportive. Frisco, I didn't expect your achievements as a spellbinding master to be so high. If I'm not mistaken, you must have cultivated at least a heaven rank martial skill, right? Elizabeth said excitedly. What level would my current strength be? Cooper did not confirm the heaven rank skill matter because the 5-fold increase from 1000 illusion slash likely did not meet the standards of a heaven rank skill. Since mastering 1000 illusion slash, Cooper had consistently achieved only a 5-fold increase, far from the ultimate 16-fold boost. Cooper himself did not know why 1000 illusion slash's power hadn't improved, so he paid little attention to it. With utmost certainty, Elizabeth responded, Frisco, based on the power of that punch, your strength absolutely reaches the late second level of the spirit mastery realm. In other words, you should have the power equivalent to a late stage second rank true spirit master, Elizabeth added. Although you're not yet a match for the silver dragon, you should be able to withstand 10 strikes from it without too much trouble. I'm that strong? Cooper was also taken aback. His cultivation level had indeed risen recently, to the point where even superior third-grade elixirs weren't enough to enhance his spirit energy. But being only in the spirit condensation realm and not yet entering the spirit mastery realm, Cooper felt he should have the strength of a first-rank true spirit master. He didn't expect that with spell enhancements, he could reach the late-stage second-rank true spirit master level. Frisco, let's hunt the injured 100-year-old silver dragon together. Its essence blood will be yours, and the rest will be mine, Elizabeth proposed eagerly. Seeing Cooper hesitate, Elizabeth quickly added, Frisco, you haven't reached the spirit mastery realm. The 100-year-old silver dragon's inner core is beyond your ability to absorb, which would be a burden to you. No, Elizabeth, Cooper shook his head. That's not what I meant. If we really manage to kill the silver dragon, all the spoils will be yours. How can that be? Elizabeth was taken aback by Cooper's generosity and shook her head in refusal. After all, she viewed Jagger differently from Cooper and did not want to take advantage of him. If Frisco does not agree to this arrangement, then never mind, Elizabeth insisted, not wanting to be formal with Cooper due to her gratitude and their unique bond. Seeing Elizabeth's insistence, Cooper replied, all right, as you wish. They then planned to seek out the 100-year-old silver dragon and launch their hunt. Despite being injured, the 100-year-old silver dragon, according to Elizabeth's estimate, had at least the strength of a second-rank true spirit master, possibly matching that of a third rank. In contrast, Cooper exuded the aura of a 9th-rank great spirit master, while Elizabeth appeared ordinary. Moreover, given Cooper's significant enmity with the silver dragon, once it sensed Cooper's aura, it would surely attack proactively, never expecting they were hunting it. As Cooper and Elizabeth actively sought out the 100-year-old silver dragon for the hunt, outside Luoxian Valley, Egon from Qinghai Academy, who was seeking opportunities in this mystic realm, appeared here. Accompanying Egon was Germain, the mysterious spellbinding master. While Egon moved openly, Germain stayed hidden, both heading toward Luoxian Valley one after another. Ye brother, are you sure you can track down Jagger? Egon did not know that Germain was a 1000-segment spellbinding master, and thought he was merely on par with a first-rank true spirit master. If not for Germain's presence, Egon wouldn't have agreed to Germain's exchange condition. Don't worry. As a spellbinding master, I'm very confident in this, Germain smiled. However, when it comes to the actual confrontation, we'll need to rely on you, Brother Wei. A mere 9th-rank great spirit master, no matter how remarkable his background, cannot escape me. Egon was very confident in his own strength. In his view, finding Jagger would make it easy to slay him. Thus, with Germain's secret technique, they managed to trace Cooper and Elizabeth's movements and pursue them. ####Chapter 84. Ambush in advance. The century-old silver dragon did not return to its lair. The pond nearby was abnormally quiet, and even here, one could still see the traces left by Jetjin and others when they battled the silver dragon. Flynn and Elizabeth were not surprised by this. An injured silver dragon naturally would not easily return to its exposed lair to recuperate. Fortunately, Flynn knew where the silver dragon had last hidden after being injured. Therefore, he immediately took Elizabeth towards the pond where the silver dragon had once concealed itself. When they were still dozens of miles away from the pond where the silver dragon had last hidden, a flying beast spotted the trail of Elizabeth and Flynn. As the dominant presence in the region, countless weaker beasts pledged allegiance to the silver dragon. During its recovery period, it naturally could not completely neglect its surroundings. Thus, the silver dragon had long dispatched hundreds of weak, flying beasts to serve as scouts, patrolling within a 30-mile radius around its resting place. Jagger. He actually dares to come back to Luoxian Valley? Does he think I won't attack because I'm injured? Upon learning through a small flying beast that Jagger had appeared in Luoxian Valley, the silver dragon felt immense anger and a surge of murderous intent. My inner core is severely injured. There's no way it can recover quickly. But if I can kill Jagger and obtain his secrets, I can not only rapidly recover but also hope to advance further. Since you've delivered yourself into my hands, don't blame me for being impolite. The silver dragon immediately flew out from under the pond and began moving toward Flynn and Elizabeth's location. While the silver dragon was filled with murderous intent, it did not act rashly. Based on continuous reports from the scouting beasts, it found a relatively suitable spot for an ambush, intending to launch a surprise attack on Flynn and end the battle swiftly. However, the silver dragon did not know that Flynn's appearance this time was specifically aimed at it. It was unclear who would be the hunter and who would be the prey. Big brother. It looks like the silver dragon isn't far from us. Elizabeth suddenly alerted Flynn. Just now, I noticed many ordinary flying beasts continuously circling above us. Huh. Flynn curiously looked up and saw occasional birds flying overhead, but these birds were very weak. No one would believe they were beasts. Are those birds beasts? Flynn asked Elizabeth, puzzled. Don't underestimate them. Even though their power might be so low that they couldn't defeat an ordinary person, they aren't wild animals but beasts, albeit with mixed and weak bloodlines. These kinds of beasts are extremely numerous, easily mistaken for regular birds. They serve as excellent spies for powerful beasts controlling territories, Elizabeth explained. Flynn nodded, admitting to himself that he wouldn't have known this without Elizabeth's mention. Her insight was undoubtedly superior to his, far surpassing anyone from a small city like Yellow Mist City. Adelia mentioned that Elizabeth had been wandering outside since childhood, having unknown experiences. If not for the accidental discovery by the elder ancestor, she might still be wandering outside. What did Elizabeth experience during her years wandering outside? Or, as Houston said, is this Elizabeth not the real Elizabeth of the Sioux family? Flynn was curious. Through interactions, Elizabeth gave him a feeling of being unfathomable. Elizabeth not only possessed extraordinary knowledge and remained calm and decisive in situations, but also harbored Phoenix bloodline, understood the cultivation methods of spirit masters, and had supernatural abilities. All of these highlighted Elizabeth's uniqueness. With Elizabeth's reminder, Flynn became more cautious, knowing he was close to the silver dragon's last hiding place. If the silver dragon hadn't moved, then it likely knew about his arrival. Given the beast's vengeful nature, it would certainly attack even while injured. At this moment, Flynn heightened his ling cat perception to the extreme, capable of sensing ants crawling on the ground within a kilometer. Even cultivators or beasts proficient in stealth couldn't make flowers, grass, or leaves oblivious. After walking about 10 miles, they reached a ravine lined with scattered rocks forming a small barren mountain. These stones didn't appear natural, but seemed to result from some intense battle. For humans, the space available to pass through was relatively narrow, occupied by surrounding boulders. Under Flynn's ling cat perception, he clearly sensed unusual plants pressed down by some snake-like creature. Here it comes. It's hiding next to the stone hill. Though Flynn couldn't sense the silver dragon's body, the snake-like indentation was too obvious. How do true spirit masters and beasts at the Ling Chi stage manage to conceal their presence, making them invisible to my perception? Flynn had always been curious about this, as his initial encounter with Jetjin showed that the Ling Eye snake couldn't detect anything either. Even with enhanced perception, he still couldn't see the silver dragon's body, which puzzled him. How could a physical body become as insubstantial as air? It was like having invisibility. Sister-in-law, the silver dragon is hiding near the stone hill ahead. It seems to have discovered our trail and plans a surprise ambush on our path, Flynn whispered to Elizabeth. Near the stone hill? Elizabeth frowned, observing the stone hill less than a kilometer ahead. The terrain around the stone hill is full of obstacles, unfavorable for our movement and combat. Conversely, it allows the silver dragon to leverage its flying advantage well, Elizabeth pointed out. We should avoid battling on the stone hill. This spot here is perfect. When we get closer, pretend to sense danger and retreat hastily. The silver dragon will be forced to attack, Elizabeth suggested. Do we need any preparations? Flynn asked Elizabeth. Preparations? I don't have materials for setting up large formations, and at this close range, such efforts wouldn't go unnoticed by the silver dragon, Elizabeth replied. Big brother, we'll have to fight head-on. It will be a tough battle. You must protect yourself at all costs. Otherwise, I can't explain to Flynn, Elizabeth warned. After discussing their strategy against the silver dragon, they continued until they were nearly 500 meters from its hideout. Flynn pretended to sense something amiss, quickly pulling Elizabeth to run back. The silver dragon, waiting for Flynn and Elizabeth to enter its ambush range, was ready to strike. However, upon seeing their sudden retreat, he sensed it. This kid is indeed tricky, but you can't escape today. The silver dragon, startled, revealed itself and instantly soared into the sky, roaring as it charged toward Flynn and Elizabeth. Chapter 85, A Final Battle. With a furious roar from the silver dragon, a heavy rain of swords condensed in the sky and quickly rained down toward Flynn and Elizabeth. Upon seeing the falling sword rain, Flynn couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Elizabeth had said, the silver dragon was still injured and not fully recovered. The power of this sword rain was significantly weaker than before. Boom, boom, boom. The sword rain struck the ground, blasting out deep craters and instantly shattering boulder-sized rocks. Flynn and Elizabeth dodged with all their might, yet they could not completely avoid the dense barrage. One wielded a long sword while the other swung a broadsword to deflect the incoming swords. Crash! Flynn's body shook violently. He felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. Just 2 blades of the sword rain were enough to wound Flynn. This is the power comparable to a 3rd-rank true spirit master? Flynn was alarmed. The further one advanced in cultivation, the more spirit energy was required. So even a small difference in realm could lead to significant differences in strength. Elizabeth had said that Flynn had late-stage 2nd-rank true spirit master strength, while the dragon was only equivalent to a 3rd-rank true spirit master at its strongest. However, the mere group attack, 2 strikes of the sword rain, had already wounded Flynn, demonstrating the gap in power. In comparison, Elizabeth seemed worse off, her slender body sent flying back by the force of the sword rain, spitting several mouthfuls of blood. Elizabeth! Flynn's expression changed upon seeing her condition. There was no reason for Elizabeth to be weaker than him. Clearly, Elizabeth was intentionally feigning weakness, or using the silver dragon's sword rain to create distance between them. The silver dragon was also surprised, not expecting the human spirit master it had encountered days ago to have advanced so much that he could withstand its sword rain attack. Roar! Damn human, you absorbed my inner essence and blood. Today, I'll tear you apart alive. The silver dragon's voice echoed in Flynn's mind, filled with hatred. The next moment, the dragon appeared above Flynn, its massive jaws wide open, ready to devour him. Facing this enormous head, Flynn did not hold back, unleashing his full power into the silver longsword. Silver light erupted like the moon, a torrent of sword light sweeping towards the dragon's head. A mere 9th-rank spirit master dares to struggle against me? The silver dragon snorted coldly, naturally unwilling to let its head collide with the sword light. Instead, it unleashed another wave of sword rain. Clang! The clash between the sword rain and sword light produced a cacophony of sounds. Spirit energy vibrated, stirring up an immense cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Elizabeth pulled back, her eyes sharp as she watched Flynn and the dragon's confrontation. Her hands continuously formed mysterious seals, and she became increasingly enigmatic, clearly preparing some formidable spell. However, everything needed time, unable to be completed seamlessly, hence the need to create distance while having Flynn distract the silver dragon, ensuring it wouldn't notice her unusual state. But as Elizabeth continued to form the seals, becoming more and more mysterious, how could the silver dragon not detect it? The silver dragon was pressuring Flynn with sword rain, relentlessly breaking through his defenses. They were now within 5 feet of each other. Just as Flynn was about to be overwhelmed, the silver dragon sensed an unknown threat. Its eyes turned towards Elizabeth, feeling inexplicable dread. What is that? The silver dragon inwardly wondered, suddenly sensing Elizabeth was undergoing some kind of transformation, emanating an aura that unnerved it. Forget it. Kill that woman first. The silver dragon made a quick decision. This unknown threat far outweighed the human male it was about to break through. So, abandoning its imminent strike on Flynn, the silver dragon leaped into the air, flying towards Elizabeth. Seeing this, how could Flynn let the silver dragon attack Elizabeth? Silver dragon, your opponent is me. Flynn resolutely let go of his longsword, diving forward to grab the dragon's tail mid-air. Take this over-the-shoulder throw. As he spoke, the void sky tripod within him vibrated intensely. His mental energy and the 1,000 illusions and dragon transformation talent reached their peak. At that moment, Flynn felt immense strength in his arms, making the dragon feel light as a feather. Seeking death, the dragon roared, shocked that Flynn dared to grab its tail. Spirit energy surged around it, its body bending to fling Flynn towards its mouth. But just as it opened its mouth to devour Flynn, a tremendous force from the tail threw the dragon away. Its 10-meter-long body was hurled over 10 meters away, crashing into the ground with a thud, leaving a deep crack. Flynn, however, suffered even more. The impact sent him flying into a jagged boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered under the force. Flynn's protective barrier collapsed, his back drenched in blood, flesh torn open by countless wounds, including one deep cut nearly 15 centimeters long. Lying on the ground in agony, Flynn almost passed out from the pain. The dragon roared again, soaring into the air, its beast instincts fully aroused. A mere human 9th-rank great spirit master dared to grab its tail and throw it? Furious and embarrassed, the dragon decided to ignore Elizabeth and directly devour Flynn, who was severely injured by its recoil. Elizabeth was startled. She saw Flynn's protective spirit barrier shatter as he flew back, understanding the severity of his injuries. Seeing the dragon abandon her and turn towards Flynn, she panicked. Brother! Elizabeth cried out. If he died in the dragon's mouth, how would she face her husband, Flynn? Chapter 86, Bloodline Suppression. Flynn was indeed gravely injured. His bones had cracked. Facing the rampaging silver python, he refused to sit and wait for death, activating the void sky cauldron, causing a shimmer of spiritual light around him, turning him into a string of ethereal shadows above the ground. He pushed his illusion step technique to its limits, truly becoming a series of phantom images. Unfortunately, the rain of swords from the dragon came even faster and more densely. Bang! Flynn was struck again, flying far away like a kite whose string had been cut. Upon landing, Flynn's spirit energy shield had long shattered, and his body crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep human-shaped pit. At this moment, Flynn felt as though all his internal organs were trembling, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. If he were an ordinary person, such injuries would have already killed him. Even as a spirit master, Flynn felt immense pain in his body and couldn't get up, suffering severe trauma at this point. The void sky cauldron, sensing Flynn's critical condition, began to vibrate, channeling large amounts of spirit energy precisely to each injured part of his body, repairing damaged cells. Die! The dragon saw this and spoke with its mind voice directly into Flynn's consciousness, opening its enormous maw to swallow him alive. In this critical moment, Flynn instinctively attempted to use the soul control technique, despite the severe backlash it might cause. But just then, Elizabeth finally appeared. Elizabeth needed time to prepare her secret technique and could not be interrupted. She stood mid-air, phoenix illusions emanating from her body, giving off an overwhelmingly majestic and sacred aura. Chirp! A sharp cry of a phoenix echoed like a thunderclap on a clear day, ringing in Flynn's ears, filling him with unprecedented unease, affecting his thoughts profoundly. At this moment, the void sky cauldron, as if sensing something, emitted a soft hum within Flynn's body, gradually normalizing his disquieted mind and slowing thoughts. Flynn was affected by Elizabeth's phoenix cry, and naturally, so was the dragon. Originally intent on devouring Flynn with its gaping mouth, the silver python suddenly froze upon hearing the phoenix cry, its consciousness shaken as if by a violent collision. The python turned its head and saw Elizabeth's phoenix illusion, emitting mournful cries, fear overwhelming its consciousness, its spirit energy dissipating instantly, its huge body falling limply from the sky. What is this? Flynn watched in disbelief, unable to understand how Elizabeth's phoenix cry had such power, unsettling the mind and slowing thoughts as if controlled by an invisible force. Could this be the legendary bloodline suppression? Is even a powerful century-old silver python subdued before this phoenix divine beast? Flynn was astonished but perplexed. At this moment, the silver python seemed like a mindless beast, its spirit energy dissipated, lying lifelessly on the ground, its eyes filled only with fear. Elizabeth, now descended, her great saber humming, slashed terrifyingly at the relatively weak underbelly of the dragon. Plop! The great saber cut through the scales, breaking them apart but barely piercing 3 inches into the flesh before losing its momentum. How formidable is its defense? Flynn was astounded that the silver python, unprotected by its spirit energy shield, could withstand Elizabeth's full-strength strike solely with its scales. The excruciating pain and threat of death finally made the silver python's eyes reflect a will to survive, regaining awareness. Roar! It let out an enraged roar, its dispersed spirit energy slowly recovering, its limp body regaining vitality, its iron-like tail lashing toward Elizabeth. Without retreating or dodging, Elizabeth raised the great saber once more, decisively slashing at the unprotected underbelly of the silver python. Boom! The newly formed spirit energy shield of the silver python crumbled under Elizabeth's strike, followed by the great saber deeply slicing into its flesh, nearly severing its entire body. The python's vital weakness lay in the underbelly, where not only its heart but also its inner pearl resided. With the heart destroyed and the connection to the inner pearl severed, the mighty silver python was now barely breathing, only its unyielding consciousness allowing it to stare at Elizabeth. Its final desperate strike, the snake's tail, ultimately missed Elizabeth, collapsing to the ground after its heart shattered and the connection to its inner pearl was severed. The silver python never imagined that a seemingly harmless woman could summon a phoenix illusion, suppressing it with phoenix might, rendering it powerless like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Seeing the silver python finally slain by Elizabeth, Flynn breathed a sigh of relief. He was too severely injured, and even with the aid of the void sky cauldron, he temporarily lost his combat ability, struggling several times before shakily standing up from the ground. Brother, don't move. I'll extract the python's essence blood to help you heal, Elizabeth said hurriedly when she saw Flynn stand up and try to approach her. When Flynn fell to the ground, Elizabeth was genuinely frightened, thinking he might die under the dragon's rain of swords. Fortunately, he stood up at this moment, indicating his remarkable resilience and physical strength. Elizabeth manipulated hand seals, extracting the remaining essence blood from the python's body, which flew into Flynn's mouth. At this moment, Flynn desperately needed such a remedy to nourish his damaged body, and the void sky cauldron required such power to assist in healing his flesh. As the essence blood entered Flynn's body, the void sky cauldron automatically started channeling it into pure spiritual energy, directly repairing damaged cells and restoring the functions of his internal organs. Within less than a minute, Flynn sensed his internal organs fully restored, and his body's strength continuously reinforced by the infusion of python essence blood. Seeing this, Elizabeth was both shocked and delighted. She was amazed that the severely wounded Flynn could recover so quickly from the nourishment of the python's essence blood. She was happy because she no longer had to worry about failing to explain Flynn's situation back home. Brother, are you alright? Elizabeth approached Flynn, checking his condition with concern. I'm fine. I'm almost fully recovered. You should hurry and absorb and refine this silver python before any unexpected changes occur. Flynn nodded, unwilling to let Elizabeth examine his body to avoid revealing that Jagger was Flynn. Chapter 87. Arrival of the 5th stage. Alright. Seeing this, Elizabeth returned to the side of the newly deceased century-old silver python and began activating the phoenix bloodline by performing the necessary incantations, starting to absorb the silver python. Flynn also sat cross-legged where he was. The large amount of essence blood he had absorbed from the silver python not only rapidly healed his injuries, but also filled a substantial amount of spirit power within the void sky cauldron, waiting for him to refine it further. The vast spiritual energy contained in the essence blood was compressed further, with most of it being filtered out by the void sky cauldron. Only less than a quarter of the purest portion remained, which was then integrated into his own spirit power. At this moment, Flynn felt that his spirit power was indeed progressing towards a liquid state, though it wasn't enough yet to fully convert it to liquid form. After completely refining the essence blood, Flynn sensed a significant improvement in his cultivation level, reaching the middle stage of the 9th level of spirit formation realm. On the other side, after absorbing the entire century-old silver python, Elizabeth showed no apparent change on the surface. How did it go? Flynn asked, filled with anticipation as he looked at Elizabeth. This was a century-old silver python, a beast demon that had been a python for 100 years. According to Elizabeth, it had possessed at least the strength of a 5th-rank true spirit master at its peak. Just how nourishing would such a powerful beast's inner core be? If given to the Void Sky Cauldron to refine, even if it were picky, it should at least allow him to officially enter the realm of true Spirit Master. The effect was surprisingly good. Elizabeth's eyes gleamed. The inner core of this silver python surpassed her expectations. It actually contained the very power she needed most. Can the mysterious 1000-rank technique Spirit Master from the City Lord's mansion still threaten you? This was what Flynn was most concerned about. That mysterious 1000-rank technique Spirit Master had always been a massive threat looming over them, keeping them constantly under pressure. The silver python is at most a 5th-rank true Spirit Master. Although its inner core is somewhat special, it's almost impossible for me to use it to counter Germain. Elizabeth shook her head helplessly. Germain? Flynn now knew the name of the mysterious technique Spirit Master. What's his relationship with City Lord Germanic? Flynn asked. Probably brothers. Elizabeth replied uncertainly. Don't worry, let's continue hunting here in the falling Whirlwind Valley. There's always hope we can surpass Germain. Flynn encouraged Elizabeth. Elizabeth merely smiled faintly without telling Flynn that the strongest beasts in the falling Whirlwind Valley were only at the level of a century-old silver python. Thus, hoping to exceed the strength of the 1000-rank technique Spirit Master Germain through hunting here was practically an illusion. Of course, Elizabeth didn't intend to rely on these beasts to fully awaken her bloodline. Moreover, although Germain was powerful, he still had old injuries. As long as he couldn't threaten Elizabeth before the secret realm opened, he remained just a minor annoyance to her. While they were talking, Elizabeth's expression suddenly changed, becoming highly alert. Trouble. Quick, escape for our lives. Without hesitation, Elizabeth chose a direction and fled quickly. What happened? Flynn was bewildered. He fully activated his lynx perception but detected no abnormalities. Germain has come. And he brought a 5th-rank true Spirit Master with him. A 5th-rank true Spirit Master? Flynn was shocked. Even a 3rd-rank true Spirit Master like the Silver Python had nearly killed him. Facing a 5th-rank true Spirit Master would be catastrophic. They fled deep into the valley as fast as possible, not bothering to conceal their tracks to maintain speed. Many beasts were startled awake. Most were scared off by Flynn's strong aura, but a few high-realm beast masters glared with icy intent, stealthily following them, planning to attack. Elsewhere, Germain, along with Haroun, had also discovered Flynn and Elizabeth fleeing. They naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Haroun immediately took flight through the air, his presence as a 5th-rank true Spirit Master glowing brightly in the dark night. Ordinary high-realm beast masters, who initially intended to hunt Flynn and Elizabeth, instantly hid themselves out of fear. Although Germain didn't fly, his speed was equally fast, matching Haroun in pace. His figure seemed like a shadow flickering with the wind. Flynn finally sensed Haroun approaching at blinding speed. It's him? Flynn recognized Haroun, who had tried to manipulate events against him during the Silver Python hunt. 5th-rank true Spirit Master? Flynn's heart sank, unsure why this man kept targeting him. Facing such unprecedented danger, Flynn felt despair. With Haroun, a formidable opponent like this, he stood no chance, being just a 9th-rank high Spirit Master. Their cultivation realms were too far apart. Elizabeth's elegant brows furrowed deeply. She never imagined Germain could enlist a 5th-rank true Spirit Master to hunt her down. Elizabeth, there's no time left. Haroun's speed is much faster than ours. We need to separate to stand any chance of survival. One of us might survive. Recognizing Haroun, Flynn knew he might truly die here today. No use, Elizabeth shook her head, saying, not only Haroun, but Germain is also here. Today, we both likely won't escape. Elizabeth felt guilty, knowing Germain and Haroun were after her, and Flynn had been dragged into this. You don't need to worry about Germain. His strength hasn't recovered, and he probably can't defeat you. I'll stop Haroun. You must go. Knowing death was imminent, Flynn hoped to give Elizabeth a sliver of hope to repay her kindness for rescuing him from the Qin family. What he found hardest to accept was not yet avenging himself on Zaylee. Are you Flynn? Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat when Jagger stopped to protect her. In Baldurwa City, only 3 people would willingly sacrifice themselves for her. One was her family elder, already deceased. Another was Adelia. The third was Flynn, whose relationship with her had recently blossomed into marriage. Her eldest brother, Jagger, would risk death for her? Elizabeth couldn't believe it. Moreover, she'd had a strange feeling all along that this person wasn't Jagger, but more like the familiar Flynn. But since she had seen Flynn's Danteon shattered, he couldn't become a Spirit Master. She believed the resemblance between the 2 brothers caused her confusion. But seeing Jagger bravely face death now, she couldn't help but doubt. Note: translated names include Elizabeth, Flynn, Germain, and Haroun, adhering to Pinyin conventions. Chapter 88. One must be strong enough. Taken aback by Elizabeth's sudden questioning, Flynn only hesitated slightly. He hadn't expected that in such a critical moment, she was still concerned about these issues. Elizabeth, when is this? Why are you so fixated on this? Hurry up and go, or it will be too late. Flynn was quite upset. At this time, he couldn't admit that he was indeed Flynn. Otherwise, wouldn't Elizabeth feel guilty for the rest of her life after escaping smoothly? Quickly answer me, are you really Jagger or Flynn? Elizabeth insisted on not leaving, firmly holding on to this question. Otherwise, I would rather die than leave. Elizabeth looked at Flynn resolutely. Flynn stared at Elizabeth in surprise. This wasn't the Elizabeth he knew. According to his understanding, Elizabeth remained calm and decisive in times of crisis. How could she worry about whether he was Jagger or Flynn at this crucial moment? Strange events must have an unusual reason. Flynn was even more determined not to admit he was Flynn. Sure enough, at this moment, through his spiritual cat's perception, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Bellamy, the wealthy young master with a folding fan from the International Chamber of Commerce. No wonder Elizabeth stopped worrying about escaping and instead became fixated on whether he was Jagger or Flynn. It turned out Bellamy, this great savior, had arrived. Branson. Are you attacking my people from the International Chamber of Commerce? Bellamy came from another direction, moving much faster than Branson, the fifth-rank true spirit master. In a blink, he appeared in front of Flynn and Elizabeth, blocking Branson who was chasing them. Brotherly, don't misunderstand. Do you know which one belongs to your International Chamber of Commerce? Upon seeing Bellamy, Branson was also startled. Brothers Jagger and Flynn belong to me, Bellamy. Elizabeth is Flynn's wife. What do you say? Bellamy glared at Branson, exuding an air of authority. Branson hurriedly feigned ignorance, saying, Brotherly, isn't Jagger a specially recruited student of Silver Moon Academy? I truly didn't know that Jagger and Flynn were part of your group. I don't care if you truly didn't know or pretended not to know, Bellamy said coldly. If you want to live, then pay up properly. Understood. Branson sighed in relief. He was confident Bellamy wouldn't kill him over this, which was why he agreed to the city lord's order to pursue Jagger. To Bellamy, Branson was nothing more than a small character, but he represented a force that couldn't be easily offended, lest the International Chamber of Commerce's business be affected. The general managers of International Chamber of Commerce typically didn't kill lightly unless core interests were compromised. I understand the rules. Once I return to my country, I will personally deliver the compensation. Branson hastily apologized. Be gone. Bellamy nodded in satisfaction. After apologizing, Branson turned and left, leaving Flynn, who thought they were doomed, unable to accept it easily. Moreover, their pursuers weren't just Branson. Germain still lurked in the shadows. Brotherly, Flynn wanted to speak, but was stopped by Elizabeth beside him. Flynn gave Elizabeth a puzzled look, not understanding why she stopped him from asking Bellamy to take care of Germain. When Branson was far away, Bellamy approached Flynn and asked, Brother Jagger, what did you want to say to me? Never mind. Flynn shook his head. Since Branson had already left, there was no need to bring it up. Brotherly, why did you suddenly appear here? If it weren't for you, we might really have died under Branson's hands. Flynn asked curiously. I promised to protect Elizabeth for you two brothers. Bellamy smiled and explained, after you left the city, I received news. Since I had nothing better to do, I followed you from afar. Unexpectedly, I discovered Branson and the secretive spirit master Germain from the city lord's mansion. I knew they didn't have good intentions. By following them, I managed to save you. Bellamy explained why he appeared. Flynn and Elizabeth exchanged worried looks, especially Elizabeth, who was relieved Bellamy had tailed Germain and Branson. Otherwise, wouldn't he have discovered that she carried Phoenix bloodline? Phoenix bloodline belonged to legendary existence. If Bellamy knew this, would he be tempted? No one dared confirm. So, brotherly, you knew everything? Flynn realized Bellamy had known all along, but chose to ignore Germain, piquing his curiosity. You were wondering why I didn't eliminate the injured 1000-segment spirit master Germain to remove any future threats to Miss Elizabeth? Bellamy knew Flynn's thoughts. Flynn nodded subconsciously, replying, once Germain recovers, there probably won't be anyone in Yellow Mist City who can contain him. The secret realm opening is imminent. I don't wish to add unnecessary variables. If Germain is a 1000-segment spirit master, surely he has backers. Killing Germain might invite even stronger spirit masters? Bellamy shook his head. Miss Elizabeth, please understand, Bellamy said to Elizabeth. Elizabeth smiled and bowed to Bellamy, saying, Mr. Lee, saving me twice is already a great kindness. Bellamy felt somewhat guilty as he looked at Jagger. Since he took the brothers Jagger and Flynn under his wing, he should ensure their safety and their family's safety. Jagger, iron must be tempered to be strong. To protect Miss Elizabeth and deal with Germain, you brothers must work hard. Only by excelling in the chamber can I marshal more resources for you. The secret realm will open soon. Your brother and Elizabeth can enter with me. Inside the secret realm, various opportunities await. Whether you seize them depends on your own capabilities. Bellamy offered Elizabeth a spot in the secret realm as compensation. Brotherly, thank you. Flynn nodded. Will you return to Yellow Mist City with me, or continue hunting here? Bellamy asked. Flynn didn't reply, but looked at Elizabeth. Since the secret realm is about to open, let's go back to the city and wait to avoid missing out, Elizabeth responded decisively. With Bellamy leading them back, there were no incidents. Upon returning to Yellow Mist City, Elizabeth urgently bade farewell to both and hurriedly headed toward the Sioux family residence. Elizabeth suspected Jagger was Flynn, so she wanted to return to the Sioux family to see if Flynn was home. Chapter 89. Husband and Wife. Flynn could only sigh helplessly at Elizabeth's move. Who would be able to outpace her on leg length and return to the Sioux residence first? It was clear that this wasn't realistic. Elizabeth was no longer weaker than him, if not even stronger. When Flynn returned to the Sioux household, Adelia had already been waiting by the gate for some time, looking rather peculiar. She didn't greet him either but said with displeasure, Son-in-law, Mrs. waiting for you in the room? Flynn smiled faintly. Elizabeth had indeed returned home before him. At this point, it was certain she must have recognized Jagger as Flynn. Normally, this wouldn't be too upsetting, but the shock of realizing he was a renowned new noble who once shook the entire Yellow Fog City, after treating him as someone with a broken dantian and blindness for so long, it was significant. Adelia couldn't bear to meet Flynn's eyes, remembering all the unguarded moments she shared with him. And if Adelia felt this way, what about Elizabeth? You still have the nerve to laugh? Seeing Flynn smile, Adelia wished to rush forward and pinch him hard, feeling cheated by her own lord. Why shouldn't I laugh when I've done nothing wrong? Flynn sensed her bashful yet angry expression and laughed again. Indeed, Flynn always kept his distance, but Adelia herself had never guarded against revealing those moments inadvertently. Unable to hold back, Adelia used the pretext of helping Flynn to fiercely pinch his arm. Unfortunately, her strength was limited, and Flynn was prepared. Her pinch felt like pinching a copper wall rather than flesh. Son-in-law, I can't handle you. See how you face miss, Adelia pouted in frustration near Flynn's ear. At this point, Flynn dropped the act, his formidable protective force leaving Adelia helpless. Back at their bridal chamber, Adelia waited outside, eager to see what would unfold. Go back, Adelia. Elizabeth interrupted her thoughts. Miss. Adelia reluctantly agreed, stamping her feet angrily as she added, take back mine too. After Adelia left, Elizabeth closed the door and stared at Flynn sitting beside her. Flynn remained silent, pretending ignorance, clumsily making his way to the bed. Do you still want to pretend? Elizabeth snapped irritably. What do you mean, dear? Flynn maintained a calm facade. Seeing this, Elizabeth grew even angrier and formed the hand seals, ready to attack. Realizing this, Flynn lost his composure, knowing that even at full power, he might not stand a chance after she had killed a century-old silver dragon. Dear, I was wrong. Flynn immediately conceded. Tell me when you started seeing everything. Elizabeth blushed at the thought of being seen completely through by him. I saw everything, intentionally or unintentionally, Flynn sighed. Dear, you can't blame me. You never guarded against. How dare you defend yourself? Enraged, Elizabeth lunged at him, delivering a series of punches and kicks. This time, Flynn didn't resist with his spiritual energy. He really couldn't fight back. Elizabeth didn't hit hard and soon stopped, grabbing Flynn and pressing him onto the bed. Their eyes locked, their breath mingling. You have to take responsibility, Elizabeth whispered with flushed cheeks. Of course. Flynn nodded, pulling her into his arms and rolling them over. I'll take responsibility right now. Flynn leaned down to kiss her. The kiss sent electric jolts through both of them, dissolving every barrier between them. In those intense moments, they needed no words. They truly became a real couple from then on. Elizabeth, having tasted forbidden fruit for the first time, seemed transformed, keeping the mood alive through the night. The air was filled with youthful hormones. Only in the morning did they finally rest, hugging each other contentedly. Adelia knocked on the door early, but receiving no response, she waited anxiously, wondering about the aftermath of Flynn's deceit. By mid-morning, there was still no sound from inside. Adelia panicked, fearing Flynn might have been killed in Elizabeth's anger. No longer able to wait, she pounded on the door and called out loudly. Her clamor woke Flynn and Elizabeth from their sweet sleep. Is something wrong? Elizabeth responded unwillingly. Miss, though son-in-law was at fault, it's not a capital offense. You didn't kill him, did you? Adelia asked worriedly. He deserves it. Elizabeth thought about Flynn also seeing Adelia's body and pinched him in frustration. Oh no. Adelia assumed Flynn had indeed been killed. Miss Think, how will we explain to the Dance Bureau, Silver Moon Academy, and the Guild of 10,000 Nations? Adelia fretted. I'm fine. Please prepare our bathing items and ask the kitchen to make some food. We're hungry, Flynn reassured her. Relieved, Adelia hurried off to prepare. As Flynn and Elizabeth were getting ready to celebrate becoming a true couple, Kenneth rushed over, saying, Young master, the secret realm is opening. Dean's son and President Lee are waiting for you. The secret realm is opening? Flynn was elated. He had awaited this day for long. Elizabeth also quickly put down her utensils, equally excited. After giving Adelia some instructions, Elizabeth followed Flynn out of the Sioux residence. Chapter 90. Secret Realm opens. When heading towards Kenneth's courtyard, Flynn switched to the mask representing Jagger. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Alicia and Bellamy were seen sitting in the yard enjoying tea. Brother Jagger, you've finally returned? Alicia stood up immediately upon seeing Jagger, rushing over to greet him. Where's Flynn? Bellamy asked curiously, not seeing Flynn. Lord Husband says the secret realm is dangerous, so he will not go, Elizabeth explained. Bellamy nodded slightly, saying, Brother Flynn is wise. The secret realm harbors many opportunities, but dangers are unpredictable. Not going is also a sound choice. Jagger, are you entering the secret realm with the Silver Moon Academy, or joining me? Bellamy then turned to look at Jagger. Brotherly, Jagger is a specially recruited student of our Silver Moon Academy. I need his help to break through, so naturally, he'll enter with us. Without waiting for Flynn to respond, Alicia interjected. Brotherly, this is something I promised to Silver Moon Academy. Please take good care of Elizabeth, Flynn bowed and replied. Rest assured, I will do my best to ensure Elizabeth's safety. Bellamy nodded and was about to leave with Elizabeth. Elizabeth? Seeing this, Flynn felt a twinge of reluctance. They had only truly become a couple last night. Their sweet life together had yet to begin when they had to embark on such a perilous journey into the secret realm. Though this event was long anticipated by both of them, the secret realm was a place full of both opportunities and risks. No one could predict whether it would bring fortune or misfortune until they emerged from it. Elder brother, rest assured, I will protect myself well. Elizabeth nodded understandingly, grasping Flynn's feelings at the moment. Our entry points are different, but we believe there's a chance we might meet inside, Alicia said hurriedly, noticing Flynn's concern. Then, Bellamy left the courtyard with Elizabeth. Alicia urged Flynn to finish his conversation with Kenneth quickly, as the entrance to the secret realm could open at any time. Falling behind meant missing out on prime opportunities, which could be regrettable. In the end, under Kenneth's watchful eyes, Flynn and Alicia left the place. Let me introduce you to the secret realm, Brother Jagger, Alicia began in the carriage. Prior to this, Flynn knew very little about the secret realm, only aware that it was a unique place brimming with precious opportunities unavailable outside. Even after joining the Silver Moon Academy as a specially recruited student, Benny hadn't disclosed much about the secret realm. Bellamy had also kept silent on the matter. Now, with the secret realm opening soon, Alicia willingly shared this information. All right, Flynn responded eagerly. According to our intelligence, this secret realm belongs to the smallest category, the Qing level realm. It benefits primarily great spirit masters and true spirit masters. In a typical Qing level realm, it generally has 6 levels. Levels 1 and 2 are designated for great spirit masters, while levels 3 and 4 are for true spirit masters. As for levels 5 and 6, few can enter these zones. They belong to the super geniuses. In earlier times, some managed to reach level 5 or even level 6, but as times changed and cultivation environments deteriorated, fewer people can now enter. Our target is levels 1 and 2. Only you and I from our academy will enter. Alicia briefly introduced the Qing level realm. The change in cultivation environment? What does that mean? Flynn heard this for the first time. Brother Jagger, you don't even know this? Alicia looked surprised before continuing. This is taught in the first lesson at our academy about the history of our mystic continent. In records, the earliest spirit masters were all skill spirit masters. Gifted humans could possess terrifying strength as 1,000-segment skill spirit masters by age 6. By 10, becoming Dao spirit masters was commonplace. That was the golden age of our mystic continent. Back then, those prodigies are now mere legends. Unfortunately, for unknown reasons, as time progressed, such geniuses among humans grew rarer. Nowadays, forget about becoming 1,000-segment skill spirit masters by 6. Even achieving that status within one's lifetime makes one an elite. Alicia spoke passionately about the distant past, almost wishing he lived in those times. Flynn, hearing this for the first time, listened intently, especially when Alicia mentioned bloodline inheritance. At this point, Flynn understood why Elizabeth was held in such high regard by her ancestor, willing to sacrifice themselves to buy time for her. Why would a 1,000-segment skill spirit master relentlessly pursue Elizabeth's phoenix bloodline? Awakening bloodlines, even the lowest, made one extraordinary in today's world. They could stand above the majority, enjoying unparalleled cultivation capabilities. Currently, only true spirit masters have the potential to awaken a martial soul. The martial soul represents the weakest expression of bloodline inheritance, yet it remains the foundation for all spirit masters' growth. As Alicia elaborated further, Flynn's heart churned like turbulent waves. This was the reality of the outside world. True spirit masters were exalted in Yellow Fox City, and even among the top ranks in Daqing Nation. Above them lay even greater beings like Dao spirit masters and Law spirit masters. Flynn hadn't finished listening when the carriage stopped. I went a bit far. Alicia laughed awkwardly. Brother Jagger, once inside the secret realm, I will rely entirely on you. But rest assured, I won't let you help me without repayment. I heard the woman who betrayed your brother entered our Silver Moon Academy. When the time comes, I will personally hand her over to your brother for full disposal. To ensure Jagger's full commitment in helping him advance to true spirit master, Alicia promised this before entering. Hearing this, Flynn couldn't help but think of Zaylee, the treacherous woman. He wished nothing more than to kill her himself, yet he remembered she carried his child. Senior brother Liu, this is your promise to me. Don't forget it when the time comes, Jagger affirmed. A man's word is binding, Alicia vowed earnestly. Chapter 91. Over 100. Flynn followed Alicia off the carriage and saw Benicio, who had been waiting for some time. Dean's son. Flynn greeted Benicio with a bow. Jagger, no need for formalities. Now, you are not only a specially recruited student of our Silver Moon Academy, but also the president of the International Chamber of Commerce. This is indeed great news for our Silver Moon Academy and even for the Great Qing Empire. These are the supplies I specifically asked the Academy to provide for you, hoping they will assist you in achieving better results within the secret realm. As Benicio spoke, he presented a soft armor and a long sword. What's this? Flynn looked at Benicio in surprise. This was something he hadn't anticipated before coming, nor did Alicia mention it on the way. These are the Ice Silk Soft Armor and the Silver Moon Academy's Howling Sword, Benicio explained. The Ice Silk Soft Armor requires just a little bit of spiritual power to activate its internal formation, offering defensive capabilities comparable to a level 1 true spirit master. Moreover, the higher the quality of spiritual power, the stronger the defense, reaching up to the level of a level 5 true spirit master. The Howling Sword is a mid-grade spirit weapon. Not only is it incredibly sharp, but it can also amplify the Silver Moon Sword technique by at least 50%. Of course, these two treasures are only lent to you for use within the secret realm and must be returned afterward, Benicio said with a smile. Alicia, witnessing this, was already speechless. Both items were among the prized possessions of Silver Moon Academy. Even as the dean's own grandson, he hadn't received such treatment. Grandpa's son, what about me? Alicia stared pleadingly at Benicio, who didn't respond. Finally, he blurted out, you can't show favoritism. This was decided by your grandfather, not me. Besides, do you really think of Silver Moon Academy as your home? Using these treasures requires the Emperor's approval. Don't worry. With Jagger protecting you, as long as you don't seek death, there shouldn't be any problem. Benicio replied irritably. Flynn never expected to receive such honor. Even the dean's own grandson didn't get this treatment. These two treasures, though only borrowed, held significant meaning for him. Thank you, Dean's son, for your trust. I will certainly live up to the Academy's expectations, protect Senior Liu, and help him advance to the true Spirit Master realm. Flynn accepted the two treasures and promised right away. Clearly, Flynn receiving these treasures was due to his immense influence, backed by the International Chamber of Commerce, and his task to help Alicia break through to the true Spirit Master realm. Together, these conditions allowed him to temporarily possess these treasures for protection while entering the secret realm. Sure enough, after Flynn spoke, Benicio smiled approvingly and said, let's go to the entrance of the secret realm and enter immediately once it opens. With that, Benicio led Flynn and Alicia into the inner room of the courtyard. It turned out that the entrance to the secret realm was hidden inside this courtyard, explaining why they had been living here all along and could instantly sense the imminent opening of the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was a yellow mist cloud, similar to the fog that perpetually enveloped Yellow Mist City. However, surrounding this mist cloud were special formation devices, embedded with hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones and 3 high-grade spirit stones. The formation and the yellow mist seemed interconnected, producing powerful vibrations. Only then did Flynn understand why Benicio said the number of entries into the secret realm was limited. Although the entrance was here, it could also be said to not be here, as it was merely a weak point connecting the soon-to-emerge secret realm to the outside world. To connect the secret realm to the outside, the formation device needed sufficient spirit stones to supply energy. Silver Moon Academy's device could only support 3 people entering, any more and it wouldn't work. This likely applied to other academies like the prestigious academy from Lu Kingdom and Qinghai Academy from Zhou Kingdom, each sending in only 3 people. But it was unknown how many people the International Chamber of Commerce, Qinling, and those ancient families' formations could accommodate. How many high spirit masters are there in the first 2 levels of this secret realm? Flynn couldn't help but ask. Based on the information I have, the number of high spirit masters entering the first 2 levels should exceed 100, Benicio replied. So many? Flynn was surprised. The International Chamber of Commerce, especially Qinling, has brought a large number of people, Benicio explained. You don't need to worry about the International Chamber of Commerce. We're part of the same faction, and internal conflict is strictly forbidden. On the contrary, be cautious with Qinling's people. Avoid confrontation if possible, do not provoke them, to avoid drawing fatal trouble. Benicio advised Flynn and Alicia before they left. Alicia already knew this, so he was speaking specifically to Flynn. Why? If we encounter competition for opportunities, must we endure it? Flynn was astonished. Yes, you must endure it. Benicio answered firmly. On one hand, the high spirit masters from Qinling are all exceptionally strong, possibly including advanced soul spirit masters with early open cognitive Cs or even rare earth-level martial techniques. Facing such a group of high spirit masters, even the International Chamber of Commerce would have to yield somewhat. We, as smaller factions, can't afford to compete. Furthermore, even if one of you can suppress certain Qinling disciples, being hated by them means they'll come after you once you leave the secret realm. Finally, Benicio added, is Qinling so powerful and unreasonable? Flynn found this unacceptable. Everyone risks their lives seeking opportunities in the secret realm. Why should they endure simply because the others are from Qinling? In this world, martial prowess is the ultimate truth. If one day you can surpass all of Qinling's experts, you can act freely there without restraint, Benicio said helplessly. Brother Jagger, the city lords behind, the scene's 1000-rank soul spirit master is very strong, isn't he? Alicia remarked. Qinling has over 100 such experts. Hearing this, Flynn fell silent. A single Germain already pressured him and Elizabeth, and the thought of facing over 100 peak, 1000-rank soul spirit masters was terrifying. I understand, Flynn nodded. He didn't want to offend Qinling and be pursued by hundreds of them. It's starting. Everyone, get ready. The secret realm is about to open. Benicio, hearing the war drum-like vibrations, became serious. Chapter 92, Sacred Ground. Flynn and Alicia also immediately noticed the abnormal situation between the light mist and the formation. Just as Jetpeng's words faded, the light mist transformed into a vortex, which almost instantly absorbed all the spirit stones embedded in the formation. Right now. Seeing this, Jetpeng shouted, then surged into the vortex. Naturally, Flynn and Alicia did not hesitate. They followed closely behind, simultaneously jumping into the suddenly appearing vortex. Upon entering the vortex, Flynn felt a state of weightlessness, followed by the loss of perception, as if he had fallen into a coma. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only for an instant. In the next moment, Flynn's spirit cap perception returned fully. He sensed brightness and a vast forest full of green trees, along with the sounds of insects chirping and birds singing, brimming with life. How rich in spirit energy! The most striking thing at this moment was the incredibly dense heavenly spirit energy here, far surpassing that of the Su family's spirit or mine. It was like having top-grade spirit stones scattered everywhere, naturally radiating spirit energy nonstop. What do you mean? Alicia said, if we find the location of the spirit or mine, the spirit energy there will be 10 times denser than here, its effect not inferior to cultivating with top-grade spirit stones. Flynn couldn't help but feel his eyes brighten. He had personally experienced the effectiveness of cultivating with top-grade spirit stones. The abundant supply of heaven and earth spirit energy made cultivation efficiency quite high. Where is it? Flynn asked, wishing to find the spirit or mine immediately to cultivate using it. I don't know either, but such a place would undoubtedly be everyone's target, Alicia said helplessly. For us, it's best not to covet. Our suitable targets are the miraculous treasures growing in this forest, Alicia continued. Let's hurry into the forest. If we fall behind, good things might be claimed by others first. This was Elisha's first time entering the secret realm, but he had clearly done thorough research, knowing that one should rush towards the heart of the secret realm as soon as they enter, everything encountered along the way being one's destiny. Although Flynn didn't understand much, it was evident that following Alicia wouldn't lead him wrong. Immediately, the two proceeded together into the jungle. Along the way, Flynn pushed his spirit cap perception to the limit. Normally, he could perceive situations clearly within 1,000 meters outside, but now it seemed some unknown force suppressed him, limiting his perception to only 500 meters. Such a range of perception greatly helped when visual sight was severely hindered. However, in this forest, the visible area was even broader. They hadn't been in the forest long when Alicia exclaimed excitedly, nameless flowers. Not bad for a secret realm. There are actually 2 nameless flowers comparable to suspended grass, Alicia laughed heartily. He had always wanted to obtain a special spirit herb like suspended grass, and here he found 2 similar nameless flowers right away. At this moment, Flynn hadn't detected the nameless flowers yet, but followed Elisha's footsteps, covering 800 meters before his spirit cap perception revealed 2 vividly red and bizarre-looking flowers whose colors kept changing. It looks like I need to find a chance to heal my eyes, Flynn thought, feeling almost blind here due to the narrow perception range compared to his visual field. Soon, they arrived at the nameless flowers. Alicia picked one, leaving the other for Flynn. Brother Cooper, let's quickly refine these nameless flowers. When first entering the secret realm, there usually isn't much danger, just opportunities. But as we delve deeper, we'll encounter both random dangers in the secret realm and other adventurers who've entered. Alicia urged Flynn, unwilling to waste time. Safe development in the early stages of the secret realm was crucial. Flynn nodded and sat down to start refining the nameless flower. The nameless flower had a pungent smell from the start, making it extremely hard to swallow. To absorb the spirit energy within, both of them forced down the flower despite the urge to vomit, then started refining it according to their respective cultivation techniques. The nameless flower, renowned as equivalent to suspended grass, was indeed extraordinary. Elisha's aura became heavy like a mountain, rising higher and higher, actually advancing to the quasi-true spirit master realm in an astonishingly short time. However, for Flynn, the effect of the nameless flower was limited, providing only a slight boost in spirit energy, negligible in comparison. Most of the medicinal effects were absorbed by his body, significantly strengthening his physical form. After finishing cultivation, the two urgently pressed on toward the deeper areas. Black fox fruit, withered bullgrass, flesh spirit mushroom, black crystal stone, various rare flowers and fruits, miraculous treasures. They collected over a dozen different types within merely a dozen miles. These treasures were almost all valuable, comparable to suspended grass. They varied in function. Some strengthened flesh, others strengthened bones, some boosted spirit energy, and some served only as medicinal guides. The duo divided these treasures equally. If they could survive and exit safely, with these treasures, they could easily establish a family rivaling the wealth of the three major families in Yellow Fog City. But these things weren't what Flynn and Alicia truly sought. They couldn't quickly convert into power, offering no substantial help against imminent dangers and competition. The two raced through the forest, trying to reach the inner region of the secret realm, first to gain true opportunities that could fundamentally change their strength. Suddenly, a breeze arose around Flynn and Alicia. The sudden breeze initially brought a mysterious coolness. However, when they realized something was amiss, wind blades had already risen around them, emitting cracking sounds as they swiftly slashed towards Alicia. Alicia reacted swiftly, his spirit energy surging like a mountain rising. Immediately, he drew his sword and used the silver moon sword technique, cutting through the incoming wind blade. Pong! A powerful collision sent Alicia flying back as if struck by a boulder. Rumble! The wind blade smashed into the protective barrier around Alicia, shattering it and forcing him to spit blood. Chapter 93, Brothers Bound. As Alicia was suddenly attacked by wind blades, Flynn was also not spared. Similar wind blades appeared behind him as well. However, the wind blades were easily shattered by Flynn's howling sword. Yet, with the shattering of the first wind blades, two more emerged around them, noticeably stronger than before. Wind blade nest. Jagger, quickly get out of here. Elisha's face changed slightly as he spoke, immediately retreating step after step. The wind blades seemed to have eyes, locking onto Alicia even as he retreated. Two wind blades released explosive sounds, hurtling towards him. The wind blades moved at an alarming speed, and both Flynn and Alicia sensed an invisible force gradually affecting their movements. Without hesitation, Flynn mobilized his spiritual energy, using the silver moon sword technique to shield Alicia. Bang, 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 bang. All four wind blades were sliced apart by his howling sword. What is a wind blade nest? Flynn asked Alicia, puzzled. A wind blade nest is a natural hazard within the secret realm. Once trapped inside, it's nearly impossible to escape. Alicia took full advantage of Flynn blocking the wind blades, retreating rapidly from the threat. Flynn closely followed, seeing that after just having destroyed 4 wind blades, 6 more appeared almost immediately. This time, all 6 wind blades locked onto Flynn instead of Alicia, seemingly targeting him for destroying the previous 4 wind blades alone. Bang! Flynn once again shattered the 6 wind blades, but noticed that their power had increased. Such blades were now a significant threat even to a half-step spirit master. Don't linger, quickly leave the wind blade nest area, or it will become dangerous if we're trapped inside. Alicia reminded Flynn, now several hundred meters ahead. Finally, after Flynn consecutively shattered 8 wind blades, they successfully exited the wind blade nest area. Alicia sighed in relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness you were here, or I might not have escaped so easily. Just a small effort." Flynn understood that while the wind blade nest didn't seem like a huge threat, a slower escape could lead to being overwhelmed by numerous wind blades, posing a lethal danger even to a half-step true spirit master. Jagger, since we've encountered a natural hazard within the secret realm, this means we've entered the inner area. From now on, we need to be cautious not only of hazards like the wind blade nest, but also of potential ambushes from others. Alicia warned. Flynn nodded. Over 100 great spiritual masters had entered the secret realm, including powerful figures from Qingling. Flynn wasn't overly concerned. With his current strength, he was confident in handling geniuses from Qinghai Academy and Tianjiao Academy. However, regarding the geniuses from Qingling, he still lacked familiarity and felt uncertain. Moreover, now in the inner area, he might encounter Elizabeth. Thinking of Elizabeth made Flynn uneasy. Despite her formidable strength, the secret realm was fraught with dangers, especially the powerful figures from Qingling. Most importantly, Elizabeth's strongest techniques required preparation time, which was undoubtedly a significant weakness. Senior Brother Liu, what kind of opportunity do you need to reach the true spirit master realm? Flynn wanted to help Alicia advance as soon as possible, so he could act freely within the secret realm. Hideo veins, true spirit master grade exotic flowers and fruits, or a special location. Alicia replied, "Don't worry, what I need must exist in the inner area, and there will be more than a dozen types available." Upon hearing this, Flynn instantly understood. In other words, out of the hundreds who entered, perhaps only a dozen could actually advance to the true spirit master realm through this opportunity. With odds of 1 in 10, competition was already fierce, exacerbated by the addition of geniuses from Qingling and the 10,000 Nations Guild, making it even harder for Alicia. No wonder Ebert was so generous to Flynn, and no wonder the dean personally went to seek Emperor Daqing's help, even lending him the golden thread armor and howling sword. On the surface, they were aiding Flynn, but in reality, the dean was paving the way for his grandson, Alicia. As they moved forward, Elisha's vision in the forest was much better than Flynn's. They encountered 2 rare plants along the way. However, the further they progressed, the heavier Elisha's thoughts grew. As he said when entering, Encountering the necessary opportunities earlier would make it easier to obtain and refine them. Conversely, later encounters increased both the probability and competition as more geniuses surrounded them. It seems my luck isn't good enough. To break through, I fear a bloody battle awaits, Alicia remarked with a sigh. Junior brother Jagger, it looks like I'll trouble you. Alicia looked at Flynn. This is what I promised senior brother and Dean Sunday whenever we find an opportunity to help you break through. I'll do everything in my power to assist you, Flynn assured, nodding confidently. But what if our opponents are experts from Qinling, or from the 10,000 Nations Guild? Alicia believed Flynn but worried he might hesitate facing such formidable entities. Whoever it is, I will fulfill my promise. Flynn affirmed without any doubt. Ebert had repeatedly instructed them not to provoke Qinling and to be tolerant. Clearly, Alicia and Flynn, two young men full of vigor, hadn't taken those words to heart. Opportunities were rare, and when the time came to act, they would seize it, confident that Qinling's elders wouldn't stoop to direct involvement over squabbles between juniors, risking their own dignity. If they did, wouldn't Qinling's numerous disciples keep them busy day and night, leaving no time for cultivation? Haha. Alicia laughed heartily, giving Flynn a bear hug. Junior brother Jagger, for this alone, from today onward, you're my sworn brother. Together, we'll carve out a piece of paradise for ourselves in Daqing Kingdom. Okay. Flynn nodded, acknowledging Alicia as his brother. Brother Flynn, an opportunity has arrived. Alicia pointed to a thorny bush not far away. Unfortunately, this patch was beyond Ling Miao's perception range, making it invisible to Flynn. Flynn looked at Alicia, confused about how he knew. Brother Flynn, I see your vision is obstructed, limiting your visible distance on the journey. Don't worry, I will keep this secret, not even mentioning it to Dean Sunday. If I can successfully break through, I'll scour Tianyuan City to find the medicinal herbs to restore your sight upon returning, Alicia vowed, patting his chest. Hashtag chapter 94, the 10,000 Luo King flower. Alicia had guessed the truth about Jagger being Cooper. In reality, it wasn't difficult to figure out. Once one knew that Jagger lacked physical vision, anyone would naturally think of Cooper. Cooper himself wasn't particularly surprised by this revelation. After all, they had traveled together for a while, and many times Alicia had noticed treasures while he showed no reaction. After multiple occurrences, anyone would become suspicious. You mentioned an opportunity just now? Cooper changed the subject, neither confirming nor denying Alicia's guess. Upon hearing this, Alicia immediately understood that his guess was correct. He followed Cooper's lead and said, yes, it's right in the thorn bush ahead. However, we might have arrived a bit too late. Someone has already gotten there first. Cooper then understood why Alicia had asked him if he dared to compete for the opportunity against the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce or Qilin. So what are we waiting for? Cooper moved quickly in the direction Alicia had indicated earlier. Alicia, delighted, followed closely behind. Sure enough, they soon discovered two large spirit masters facing off within the thorn bush, both focused on a peculiar flower slowly wilting in the middle. What is that? Cooper didn't recognize the strange flower. 10,000 Luo King flower. This flower blooming signifies the arrival of countless Luo. For high-level spirit masters, it's one of the best opportunities for breaking through their current realm. The two people on the left belong to the Wang family of Tianyuan City. I know them well and have some connections with them. The four people on the right aren't from our great Qing nation. Their origins must be extraordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't all have been able to enter here at the same time. Alicia explained to Cooper. Although the entrance to the secret realm could vary, opening a passage required different costs. The more people and higher cultivation level it could accommodate, the higher the requirements for formations and spiritual stones. Therefore, any force willing to pay such a high price to enter the secret realm must be incredibly powerful. 10,000 Luo King flower? Cooper nodded. In this situation, even acquaintanceship likely wouldn't result in giving up such an opportunity. Unless something valuable was exchanged, asking for someone to give up their chance was almost impossible. When Cooper and Alicia were discovered by the Wang siblings and the foreign quartet, they naturally noticed each other as well. Seeing the two approach, the Wang siblings clearly felt relieved, with Cornelius taking a few steps forward to greet them warmly. His sister, Sarah, also followed her brother. Brother Liu, who would have thought we'd meet so early? It's truly a joy. Cornelius laughed heartily. Brother Wang, good to see you. Alicia greeted with a smile, performing a traditional bow. Brother Liu, it's wonderful you're here. Otherwise, my brother and I might have been bullied. Sarah smiled sweetly, her voice melodic like a younger sister greeting an older brother, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Sister Karina, you're becoming more and more charming. Alicia beamed, adding, rest assured. Brother Liu is here to protect you. Sarah's nickname Karina was used affectionately due to its pronunciation similarity, familiar to those close to her. After exchanging pleasantries, the Wang siblings turned their gaze to Cooper, recognizing who he was. Brother Liu, if I'm not mistaken, this is the esteemed newcomer from Balderwu City, the specially recruited student from Silver Moon Academy, and recently recruited by Brother Li of the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce, Brother Jagger. Cornelius deliberately mentioned everything he knew. Of course, this wasn't just for Jagger but for the four powerful foreign spirit masters as well. Being a specially recruited student from Silver Moon Academy wasn't particularly special unless emphasized by Elisha's presence. What Cornelius really wanted to highlight was the connection to the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. Currently, among the many forces entering the secret realm, Qilin ranked first, uncontested by anyone. Right after Qilin was the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. As expected, when Cornelius mentioned this, the faces of the four foreign young geniuses shifted slightly, focusing their attention on Cooper. Yes, this is Brother Jagger. Alicia laughed heartily. Brother Qinshuan, it's an honor to meet you. Cornelius bowed. Hello, Brother Qinshuan. Sarah approached, greeting Cooper warmly with bright, appealing eyes. Cooper returned the courtesy, saying, the Wang siblings, your talents are renowned. Having introduced themselves, they walked together toward the 10,000 Luo King flower, standing opposite the 4 foreigners. The 4 foreigners consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, led by a handsome man in white. They faced off without any physical confrontation or verbal exchange, only mutual vigilance. Since the 10,000 Luo King flower hadn't fully wilted yet, the opportunity hadn't officially begun. Premature conflict could benefit later arrivals, making efforts futile. Now, both sides waited for the moment when the flower would wither. Upon nearing that point, they would seize the opportunity without hesitation. No one else appeared, clearly indicating this contest belonged to these 3 parties. As the decisive moment approached, Cornelius spoke to Alicia, "Brother Lu, let's unite against the foreigners. Once they're driven away, we can discuss the 10,000 Luo King flower's ownership. Either way, it's better than letting the foreigners take it." Agreed. Alicia nodded firmly. While discussing uniting against the foreigners, the handsome man took a step forward. "Friends from Silver Moon Academy and the Wang family, allow me to introduce myself," he began. "I am Yates from the Tao family of Qi State. Behind me are my siblings." Tao family of Qi State? Cooper didn't fully understand but recognized that this family must be significant. Otherwise, how could they bring 4 members into the secret realm? Alicia and the Wang siblings couldn't help but change expressions, glancing at each other. Tao family of Qi State. Decades ago, this family produced an exceptionally talented woman named Tao Ishi, now revered as the matriarch of the Tao family. How powerful Tao Ishi was, no one knew clearly. Alicia and the Wang siblings knew she was a prominent figure in Qilin, married to one of Qilin's top strong figures. Thus, the Tao family of Qi State naturally became a branch of Qilin's power. Chapter 95, 1 against 4. "Please give my family, the Tao family, some face and yield this opportunity to us," said the handsome young man, Yates, with a smile. "Of course, the Tao family won't let you down. Afterward, we are willing to offer each of you a superior 3rd-grade elixir as compensation." Though Destiny's branch members were not official disciples of Destiny, they maintained close ties, which posed significant pressure on other factions. At this moment, the Wang siblings obviously seemed hesitant. They genuinely feared retaliation from Destiny's disciples afterward, significantly increasing their risks within the secret realm. "Wang brother, what do you think?" Alicia noticed the hesitation and worry of the Wang siblings. "Lu brother, do you have confidence?" Cornelius countered. In the secret realm, everyone was here for opportunities, so there was no need to hold back in expressing intentions. "I don't have much confidence, but my brother Jagger shouldn't be afraid," Alicia directly revealed his thoughts. "Wang brother, if you're willing to help me seize this opportunity, I'll double your reward and help you compete for opportunities after we break through the realm." A 3rd-grade superior elixir was indeed valuable to someone like Flynn, but for the Wang family of Tianyuan City or strong 2nd-generation individuals like Alicia, it wasn't anything special. As Yates had said, these were merely tokens of respect and not equal exchanges for the current opportunity. Cornelius could sense that Alicia was determined to obtain the opportunity. Compared to saving face for the Tao family, Alicia was offering a tangible price. Flynn didn't say anything. He trusted Alicia entirely. He knew nothing about the Tao family and didn't care. After all, he had already promised Alicia that even if Destiny's disciples were present, he would fight for the opportunity without backing down. "If Wang brother is worried about retaliation later, you can also choose to watch from the sidelines, and I will still offer you double the 3rd-grade superior spirit pills," Alicia offered when he saw the Wang siblings hesitating without immediate response. "Then let's see how Lu brother and Jagger perform." Cornelius cautiously chose to withdraw, knowing it wouldn't be wise to provoke Destiny's branch members. With that, Cornelius led his sister back, indicating they would not participate in the competition. Seeing this, Flynn understood that the Tao family must have a remarkable background, or the Wang siblings wouldn't have backed off so readily. Yates was pleased that the Wang siblings withdrew tactfully but was naturally displeased by Alicia and Jagger's insistence on competing. When did Silver Moon Academy become so daring? Don't you think just because Jagger is from the 10,000 Nations Trade Guild, our Tao family dare not act against you? Yates coldly laughed, deciding to settle matters with force since negotiations failed. Alicia responded with laughter. "The opportunity in the secret realm comes once in 1,000 years. With our exceptional talents, why should we retreat without a fight? As long as I claim this opportunity and advance to the true Spirit Master realm, even if you seek support from Destiny's disciples, I have no fear." Alicia took a step forward, his aura surging, causing deep pits in the ground as mountain-like formations appeared. The oppressive aura was as heavy as a mountain, instilling a profound sense of pressure. If it were Yellow Fog City's great soul masters who saw this, they would be stunned. It was a clear sign of mastery in a middle-grade soul art. Unfortunately, the members of the Qi State's Tao family showed no surprise. Instead, they wore smirks of derision. Just mastery in a middle-grade soul art, not perfection. What's there to boast about? Another fat figure stepped out from the Tao family, his aura surging with numerous illusory images, indicating mastery in a middle-grade soul art at the perfected stage. "Unless you're truly confident, I suggest you reconsider." Another Tao family member stepped out, showcasing the same perfected middle-grade soul art. Seeing this, Alicia couldn't help but change his expression slightly. He always thought of himself as an exceptionally talented prodigy praised even by his grandfather at Silver Moon Academy. But now, facing Tao family geniuses younger than him yet surpassing him in martial arts proficiency, his pride turned to embarrassment. As Alicia struggled to respond, Flynn stepped forward, eyes locked on the 4 Tao family members. "What's the point of showing off skills? All 4 of you, come at me. If you win by even half a move, I'll back off." Standing before Alicia, Flynn's aura surged, the sheer intensity of his pure spirit power causing the air around him to burst without using any martial technique, radiating an overwhelming presence. Flynn's spirit power was formidable enough to rival even a second-class true spirit master, not to mention a group of half-step true spirit masters from the Tao family. The invisible spirit pressure felt like wild beasts roaring in the ears of the 4 Tao family members, making them visibly pale. Indeed, he is the genius disciple favored by the 10,000 Nations Trade Guild. The strength of this spirit power is indeed rare. Even Destiny disciples don't all possess such power. The Tao family often sparred with Destiny disciples, giving them extremely high standards. Yates, this is my brother Jagger. Do you think you can match up against him? Alicia laughed and stepped forward. Why don't your family give us some face and back off? Afterwards, my brother will certainly offer each of you a superior third-grade elixir as a token of gratitude. Hearing this, the Tao family members grew indignant. This fatso dared to mock them despite his inferior abilities? Alicia, let's duel one-on-one? The equally fat Tao Jin Kong, unable to bear the mockery, shouted, face red with anger. If I lose, I'll abandon this opportunity, Tao Jin Kong roared. Alicia wasn't foolish enough to accept the challenge, retorting sarcastically, want a duel? Beat my brother first. Alicia's attitude irked many, especially since the Tao family couldn't confidently counter Flynn's extraordinary spirit power. However, letting go of this opportunity? It was even more unacceptable for the 4 Tao family members. Without a fight, they wouldn't quit. With the Wan Luo King flower about to wither and no one else appearing, the 4 Tao family members no longer hesitated. Jagger, I want to see how you can handle 4-on-1. Yates's aura surged, martial art illusions enveloped him, and he charged at Flynn. Following Yates's lead, the remaining 3 Tao family members joined the fray, attacking in unison. ##### Chapter 96, A Treasure Found. For a moment, martial arts illusions appeared in abundance. A black tiger roared, a crane spread its wings, and an ape leaped about. The Tao family, being a prestigious clan affiliated with the Qinling mountain range, had all mastered middle-grade spirit-level martial arts to their fullest potential. As the most outstanding among the 4 Tao siblings, Assad not only displayed the illusion of an ape, but also had a dark shadow rising from behind him. Though the contours were unclear and it was evident that he had only just entered this martial arts gateway, the oppressive aura it exuded far exceeded that of the apes. Seeing this, Corey instinctively stepped back several times, creating space for Cooper. Indeed, these disciples of the Qi State's Tao family are so exceptionally talented. They can all reach perfection with middle-grade spirit-level martial arts. Corey felt a mixture of shock and envy. Corey didn't doubt his talent was inferior to the 4 before him. Their strength was purely due to the abundant cultivation resources available within the Tao family and guidance from true powerful mentors. For instance, the matriarch of the Tao family held a high position in the Qinling Mountains. One of her instructions could easily surpass countless teachings from true spirit masters. In contrast to the overwhelming momentum created by the martial art illusions of the 4 Tao siblings, Cooper relied solely on his sheer spiritual energy, which caused explosive sounds. At the same time, at the flicker of his will, the dragon transformation innate ability quietly condensed within him. To deal with mere half-step true spirit masters, he did not even need to use the 1000 illusion slash. Chi-Chi. Assad's attack arrived first, accompanied by the long cry of an ape. A black shadow reached Cooper faster than the long sword in his hand. Cooper's sword trembled, radiating a golden light, and clashed fiercely with Assad's sword. Bang! Powerful force erupted. Sweeping winds like invisible blades hit the protective shield of spiritual energy, making it rattle. The surrounding brambles were severed and lay scattered on the ground. Assad felt a jolt through his long sword as terrifying impact forces traveled up his arm. His defensive spiritual light shattered instantly, and the force sent him flying backward. How is this possible? Assad was horrified, unable to believe the massive gap in power. Seeing this, the other 3 Tao siblings were equally stunned. In their eyes, although their second brother wasn't the most talented or strongest half-step spirit master in the younger generation of the Tao family, he could still rank among the top 5. Such a formidable half-step true spirit master would have been an inner disciple caliber in a major power like the Qinling Mountains. His strength almost rivaled that of a late-stage first-rank true spirit master. Yet, this powerful half-step true spirit master was sent flying by Cooper's single strike, instantly incapacitated. After knocking Assad away, Cooper showed no mercy. To help Corey secure the chance to obtain the 10,000 Nets King flower, he needed to intimidate the Tao siblings enough to make them leave. Cooper transformed into a blur, and with another swing of his sword, the second Tao disciple was knocked away. Third, fourth. Despite their attempts to dodge, none of the Tao siblings could escape Cooper's sword due to the close proximity. Within moments, all 4 Tao siblings were sent flying and landed hard on the bramble-covered ground, each forming a deep human-shaped crater. The Tao family is nothing more than this. Cooper originally thought that, as a subsidiary power of the Qinling Mountains, the Tao family's disciples should be quite strong. However, it seemed otherwise. The strongest, Assad, only matched the power of a late-stage first-rank true spirit master, while the others barely reached mid-first rank. Such strength was indeed on a different level compared to Cooper. Each of the 4 Tao siblings stood up from the ground, spitting blood and looking utterly disheveled. Hearing Cooper's evaluation, they nearly choked with rage. Was the Tao family weak? They certainly weren't weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have intimidated the Wang siblings simply by stating their family name. It was just that Cooper was too strong, far beyond their expectations. Cooper, today we admit defeat and accept our loss. Unwilling to provoke such a terrifying opponent further, Assad acknowledged his defeat after standing up, hoping to avoid any further harm that might affect their future opportunities. Cooper also refrained from taking any further action, considering that they had the backing of the Qinling Mountains, and the strength of its disciples was unknown to him. Watching the Tao siblings leave in disgrace, Corey was dumbfounded. He knew Cooper was strong, but he never expected such an absurd level of power. These were the geniuses of the Tao family, possessing the strength of a late-stage first-rank true spirit master even at the half-step stage. Yet, Cooper overpowered them in one move? Brother Cooper is so formidable? Even without the enhancement of the Howling Sword, our Silver Moon Academy's reputed #1 genius, Dom, wasn't this powerful when he was at the half-step stage. It seems our Silver Moon Academy has truly found a treasure. Corey felt an immense shock. He believed that if Cooper wished, he could indeed enter the ancestral grounds for further cultivation. The Wang siblings had promised not to interfere with the opportunity here, so they left early but did not walk far. They witnessed Cooper fighting the 4 Tao siblings alone. Frisco, how can Cooper be so fierce? Sarah stared at Cooper, disbelief coloring her voice. Remarkable. Cooper is destined to become a prominent figure in the Daqing kingdom. Even the imperial family will seek to ally with him. Knowing this now, we shouldn't have retreated. We missed the great opportunity to fight alongside him. Cornelius regretted it immensely. He clearly understood the terrifying future prospects of such a powerful genius, someone they might not be able to associate with later. And such a significant figure, if they did not foster a good relationship now, would leave no opportunity in the future. Cooper reined in his aura and looked at Corey. Brother Liu, this opportunity is yours. Corey approached, feeling that witnessing Cooper's true strength made the opportunity seem less appealing. Brother Chen, this opportunity should go to you first, Corey said decisively. Your talent and strength far surpass mine. Using this opportunity, you can dominate this area without hindrance. In turn, you can effortlessly secure me an opportunity. Corey changed his mind instantly. For Corey, having a brother-like relationship with a genius as strong as Cooper was the greatest opportunity he could hope for. Chapter 97. Solo Action. Brother Liu, it's fine. This is what I promised you and Dean Sunday. I will have plenty of opportunities to break through the realms. Flynn appreciated Elisha's kindness, but was not in a hurry. Only after fulfilling his promise to Alicia and Beniag could he move freely. In this secret realm, he not only aimed to advance to the true spirit master level, but also intended to help Elizabeth obtain the treasures she desired. Therefore, his target wasn't just sweeping through the first 2 layers of the secret realm but delving into the deeper 3rd, 4th, even 5th and 6th layers. Thus, within this secret realm, his true adversaries were not merely a group of great spirit masters at his level, but those who had already reached the true spirit master level. Alicia saw that Flynn wasn't being polite and genuinely wasn't in a rush, so he nodded gratefully, saying, Brother Chun, if that's the case, I won't be courteous anymore. I'll protect you while you focus on breaking through the realm. Flynn nodded in agreement. Soon, the 10,000 flower king wilted completely, its withered blossoms falling to the ground. The moment the flowers hit the ground, an eerie scene unfolded as the earth beneath them began to ripple, as though something was about to emerge from underground. At this moment, Alicia stepped forward, bit his finger to draw blood, then dripped his blood onto the stirring soil. After completing this ritual, he sat cross-legged and began to channel his cultivation techniques. Streams of spiritual energy surged from his body, quickly sinking into the ground. It seemed as though there was an unfathomable abyss underground absorbing all of Elisha's spiritual energy. Curious, Flynn observed closely, realizing for the first time that refining the 10,000 flower king required both blood and spiritual energy. As Alicia fed it with his blood and spiritual energy, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. 7 beams of light in various colors erupted from the ground, enveloping Alicia entirely. Under Flynn's perception enhanced by his spirit cat, these 7 beams exuded pure spiritual energy fluctuations, along with an unknown force. Under the influence of this potent energy, Elisha's cultivation rapidly escalated. A half-step true spirit master already possessed the spiritual energy intensity comparable to a true spirit master, lacking only the unlocking of the mind sea and awakening of the martial soul. It was evident that this special force was what Alicia truly needed to break through. Within the beams of light, Elisha's expression was serious and concentrated entirely on breaking through. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed as a unique mountain emerged around Alicia, mirroring the martial skill he practiced. Martial soul. Flynn realized that this mountain-shaped projection was indeed Elisha's martial soul. The 7 colored beams of light appeared to have found their home, flowing into the mountain shadow at an incredible speed. Despite this massive influx of power, the mountain remained blurry, as if it were an endless void, giving no indication of taking form. As the phenomena subsided, Alicia successfully broke through and began consolidating his new state. Half an hour later, Alicia opened his eyes, delighted like a child, grabbing Flynn's hand and shouting excitedly, Brother, I've broken through. I've become a true spirit master. Congratulations. Flynn rejoiced with Alicia. There was a fundamental change in Alicia. His aura was entirely different from that of a great spirit master. Now, even at the initial stage of the true spirit master realm, his strength had drastically improved. With the ability to harness air for movement, this alone put him in a position where he couldn't easily be defeated. By unlocking his mind sea and gaining spiritual power, even if minimal, his control over spiritual energy greatly enhanced. The spiritual control realm meant a far superior use of spiritual energy compared to the previous stages. Haha. Alicia laughed. Brother, together, who in the 1st and 2nd layers can stand against us? Come, let's find the next opportunity. Alicia eagerly pulled Flynn away. Just then, Alicia noticed the Wang siblings returning unexpectedly, reappearing in their field of vision. Little brother Liu, congratulations, congratulations. Cornelius came forward to congratulate him. Big brother Liu, congrats on becoming a true spirit master, Sandra said with sparkling eyes. You must fulfill your old promise to help me break through. The Wang siblings had a good relationship with Alicia since their days in Tianyuan City. They returned now mainly to secure protection and more leverage for their future endeavors. Alicia had indeed promised to help Sandra, but that was a childhood promise made long before he understood how difficult breaking through would be. Bringing up this past commitment now left Alicia reluctant to refuse. However, he explained, Brother Wang, Sister Karina, I owe much to Brother Xianxia for my breakthrough. My immediate goal is to assist Brother Xianxia in breaking through. That's okay. We can act together. Our brother and sister can contribute too, Sandra offered without hesitation. Indeed, we're all citizens of Daqing Kingdom, so it makes sense to support each other here. If Brother Xianxia also breaks through, we would almost rule this place, Cornelius added, binding the siblings, Alicia and Jagger naturally. Flynn found it amusing. If they truly had such intentions, they wouldn't have retreated earlier demanding compensation from Alicia. Their sudden closeness stemmed from recognizing the strength of Alicia and Jagger, hoping to boost their own chances of breaking through. Yet, the opportunities were limited, and assisting them might lead to conflicts with others. However, Flynn stayed silent, leaving the decision to Alicia. Brother Xianxia, shall we go together? Alicia didn't immediately agree to the Wong's proposal, but turned to Flynn for input. No thanks. You've successfully broken through, and are no longer in danger here. I prefer to act alone. Flynn shook his head. Chapter 98, Targeted. Alicia was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to recall something. He nodded with a smile and said, yes, it's me who was confused. Brother Jagger, I wish you all the best. Alicia added, you and I are brothers. If you need anything, feel free to find me anytime. As he spoke, Alicia pulled out a book from his chest and handed it to Cooper, saying, this book might be helpful to you. Cooper glanced at the book Alicia had passed him. It contained information about rare treasures and dangers within the mystical realm. Indeed, this book would be beneficial to him, helping him better understand the treasures and corresponding risks inside the mystical realm. So, he nodded and accepted it. Then, under the curious and puzzled gazes of the Wong siblings, he walked alone toward the inner area. Only after Cooper was far away did Cornelius finally speak up. Brother Liu, is Brother Jagger harboring resentment towards my sister and me for retreating earlier? Brother Liu, you should understand how formidable the Tao family is. We don't have the same capabilities as Brother Jagger, nor do we have your good fortune. If we offend them recklessly, it will cause significant trouble for our future actions in the mystical realm. Cornelius explained his helplessness. Alicia smiled gently and replied, this matter has nothing to do with you. Brother Jagger has his own matters to attend to. Since I promised Sister Karina that I would help you break through this time, Alicia continued, and then proceeded forward alongside the Wong siblings. However, Alicia felt somewhat guilty. He should have accompanied Jagger in searching for Sister Elizabeth. After all, he knew that Jagger was indeed Cooper, whose eyesight had not recovered, significantly limiting his vision in the forest. Walking alone, Cooper began hastily reviewing the records about the mystical realm as he walked. Due to his limited vision, the probability of encountering opportunities had decreased significantly. But Cooper didn't mind this. He knew very well that the deeper one went, the higher the chance of finding breakthrough opportunities, though the competition would also be fiercer. Though his sight was severely impacted, his hearing wasn't affected. As long as there were intense battle sounds, he could still track them. Before he knew it, Cooper had walked nearly 20 miles alone, entering the inner area of this layer. Yet, he encountered only one spirit grass. Clearly, the probability of obtaining an opportunity was far less than when traveling with Alicia. Conversely, he faced random dangers from the mystical realm 3 times in a row, evidently making it easier for him to encounter these dangers due to his visual limitations. Fortunately, Jagger's strength was formidable enough. By supplementing his knowledge about the mystical realm, he managed to easily escape each crisis. On another front, Elizabeth followed Paul and the group from the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce into the mystical realm, also appearing in the first layer. Despite knowing she was the wife of the Yellow Mist City president, Cooper, Elizabeth's stunning beauty still caused hearts to flutter. The 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce branch led by Shay comprised 8 people, including Elizabeth, but only 3 were at the soul transformation stage, while the rest were spirit mastery experts. Being part of the same chamber, especially from the Great Qing Nation, they were highly united and had excellent relationships with each other. Along the way, Elizabeth was well cared for by the trio, who always let her pick first when opportunities arose. Beauty attracts attention, and Elizabeth was already accustomed to this behavior. It wasn't until they entered the inner area that they encountered their first breakthrough opportunity. According to the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce rules, they had prearranged the order for breaking through, which should have gone smoothly. However, Elizabeth wasn't on this list. She was here because of her husband's status. At this point, the 3 genius disciples of the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce no longer held back. The one at the top of the list, Tang Tingjun, said, Miss Elizabeth, the chamber has established a sequence for breakthrough opportunities. Even though you came here in President Chen's name, you must follow the chamber's rules. What does that mean? Elizabeth asked, looking puzzled at Tang Tingjun. According to the sequence, I am the first to receive the breakthrough opportunity, followed by Zhang Lin, then Luo Jun. Miss Elizabeth, if you want to claim a breakthrough opportunity, you'll have to wait until last. Facing a breakthrough opportunity, they adhered strictly to the chamber's rules without any chivalry. Elizabeth had anticipated this and responded with a slight smile. President Tang, who wouldn't want to break through here? You say the chamber has rules, but I'm not a member. But since I came here thanks to the chamber's teleportation array, I can refrain from participating in this opportunity. Let's part ways here, and I'll proceed on my own. After Elizabeth finished speaking, she separated from the Great Qing branch of the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. Seeing this, Tang Tingjun and the others felt a bit guilty but didn't try to retain her in the face of potential benefits. Elizabeth moved forward alone, believing that with her abilities, obtaining a breakthrough opportunity would not be a problem. In fact, traveling with the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce had become a burden, as revealing her Phoenix bloodline was undesirable. However, many of Elizabeth's techniques required time to build up, creating a hidden danger for her solo journey in the mystical realm. Therefore, after leaving the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce, Elizabeth found a place and started activating the Yin Yang Emperor Cannon. The Yin Yang Emperor Cannon was a dual cultivation technique, and Cooper had practiced it with her before. With this technique, she could largely pinpoint Cooper's current location. She needed a trustworthy person to guard her while she activated her powers. Found it. Quickly, Elizabeth opened her eyes with a smile and hurried in the direction of Cooper. However, Elizabeth encountered Miles and Adamaris from Qinghai Academy before she reached Cooper. Miles and Adamaris also spotted Elizabeth walking alone almost simultaneously. It's her. Jagger's sister-in-law. Miles and Adamaris exchanged glances, immediately recognizing Elizabeth. Senior Wei, shall we teach this person a lesson and give Jagger a warning? Adamaris recalled being secretly followed by Jagger and having the Shen Futal, floating grass, taken from her, causing murderous intent to surge. Senior Wei, Shall we teach her a lesson to warn Jagger? Adamaris recalled how Jagger had secretly followed her before and taken the floating grass from her, causing murderous intent to rise within her. // Note. The term Shen Futsal, floating grass, appears to be a specific item in the story's context. If you prefer, it can remain as is or be translated according to its significance in the story. For now, I have left it as floating grass. Just what I thought. Miles sneered. Now that I've reached the true Spirit Master realm, I'll use Elizabeth to teach Jagger a lesson and lure him out. Chapter 99. Phoenix Bloodline. Immediately, Miles and Adamaris moved closer to Elizabeth of their own accord. Elizabeth was unaware of the enmity between Miles and Adamaris. However, sensing their ill intentions at this moment, she immediately became wary. Thus, she instinctively stopped in her tracks, casting a spell to start accumulating strength for herself. When they were only a few hundred meters away from her, Miles suddenly rose into the air, rushing towards Elizabeth with great speed. At the same time, Adamaris also spurred her inner spiritual energy, transforming into a phantom and quickly moving toward Elizabeth. Miss Sue, I'm sorry. Miles hovered in the air, his surrounding spiritual energy swirling as a martial soul manifested on his body, and the long sword in his hand emitted a resonant sound. Seeing this, Elizabeth's eyebrows slightly furrowed, but she did not rush to act. Instead, she calmly replied, "We have no grudge or enmity. Why do this?" Seeing that Elizabeth did not immediately run, dodge, or resist, Miles paused, his long sword halting just over 10 meters from Elizabeth. "Miss Sue, indeed we have no grudge or enmity. However, your husband's elder brother used despicable means to scheme against me and took the hovering grass that should have been mine. Since I've encountered you, Miss Sue, naturally, I need to settle things with you and Jagger." Miles said this in a condescending manner. To him, it was easy to capture Elizabeth since she had nowhere to run. Why talk so much with her, senior? All we need is to capture her, and we can force that bastard Jagger to appear. Adamaris was quite dissatisfied that Miles still hesitated before attacking. Clearly, Elizabeth's stunning beauty made her senior feel pity and admiration. The more she felt this way, the more Adamaris hated it. Without waiting for Miles to speak, she attacked Elizabeth directly as she got closer. "Since you pity her, let me handle it." Adamaris did not hesitate. Her sword pierced through the air straight towards Elizabeth's heart. "Junior." Miles wanted to say that if Elizabeth cooperated, there was no need to attack her, but Adamaris gave him no chance to speak. Upon understanding their intentions, Elizabeth's eyes flashed with coldness. So, Cooper obtained the hovering grass from these two. Regardless of the truth, since they intended to use her against Cooper, she would not be lenient either. Especially remembering how Haroun once conspired with Germain of the City Lord's mansion to ambush them in Luoxian Valley, the enmity had already been set. Looking for death. Seeing the sword attack coming, Elizabeth shouted lightly. Her surroundings instantly surged with spirit energy as the shadow of a phoenix emerged. Huh. Phoenix bloodline. Both Adamaris and Miles were instantly stunned, feeling an invisible force suppress them until they could barely breathe. This intangible pressure shook their minds, overwhelming them with fear in an instant. Bang! With a delicate hand gesture, Elizabeth released a burst of condensed spirit energy like a divine weapon, shattering Adamaris' protective shield. Puff! The spirit energy pierced through Adamaris' chest, leaving a gaping hole. Blood stained Adamaris' chest, her vitality draining at an alarming rate, while she remained in unprecedented shock. How? Adamaris' terrified gaze slowly faded as her body fell lifelessly. Seeing Adamaris being killed instantly, Miles finally broke free from his terror and turned to escape without hesitation. Die! Elizabeth would not let Miles escape. Eradication needed to be thorough. Instantly, multiple spirit energy swords rained down on Miles. Feeling the rain of swords approaching, Miles summoned all his strength to resist with his strongest martial skill. But when his sword touched the sword rain, he realized its incredible power. His martial skills were easily broken through. "Miss Sue, spare me." Miles realized that despite being a genius who had entered the initial stage of the true Spirit Master realm, he was vastly inferior compared to someone with legendary bloodline heritage. His martial skills were broken through, his protective shield shattered. Terrified, his face turned pale. After barely entering the true Spirit Master realm, he had hoped for a bright future but now found himself in a desperate situation. Facing Miles's plea, Elizabeth showed no expression, guiding the sword rain into his body. Boom! Like numerous explosives detonating inside Miles, he was utterly obliterated. Only then did Elizabeth retract her bloodline power and collect items from both bodies. Meanwhile, while Elizabeth was using Yin-Yang Emperor scripture to sense Cooper's location, Cooper felt her presence too. "Elizabeth is looking for me?" Cooper felt joy in his heart and promptly used Yin-Yang Emperor scripture to locate her direction. They moved towards each other and met shortly after Elizabeth slew Miles and Adamaris. "Wife." Cooper hugged Elizabeth with delight. "Have you completed the promise to Yin-Yu Academy?" Elizabeth asked. "Yes," Cooper nodded. "From now on, we can move freely." "Good." Elizabeth agreed. In this secret realm's first level, the best opportunity lies where the spirit mines are located. There, the dense spiritual energy supports various precious herbs and treasures. With enough luck, there might even be top-grade spirit stones. "We must secure that area ahead of others," Elizabeth added. Cooper had heard from Alicia about this, but finding the spirit mines would be difficult due to limited vision. "The secret realm is vast. It's hard to find the spirit mines. My vision here is severely restricted," Cooper said helplessly. "Don't worry, I have a way to locate the spirit mines," Elizabeth smiled confidently. "Really?" Cooper was pleasantly surprised. "Yes," Elizabeth confirmed. "Where the spirit mines are located, the spiritual energy is exceptionally rich. I can sense it using a secret method. If we're within 10 miles of the mines, I can accurately pinpoint their location." "Great." Cooper hadn't expected Elizabeth to have such an ability. A 10-mile range significantly exceeded others' perception by nearly 5 times, especially in this wide-open forest. Indeed, this greatly increased their chances of finding the spirit mines early. Holding each other briefly, they soon headed toward the inner area to find the spirit mines. Chapter 100, Conflict. With Flynn by her side, Elizabeth felt an inexplicable sense of security and contentment. She had no trace of the usual tension one might feel when exploring a treacherous realm. Under the enhancement of her secret technique, the two searched for precious materials with exceptional efficiency. In less than 3 li, they had already found a main ingredient to refine a quasi-4th-grade elixir. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more valuable treasures as well as more teams of great spirit masters. However, due to a lack of conflicting interests, everyone would part ways after brief encounters, each heading in their own direction. Strange, we haven't run into the 2 great spirit masters from Xianxia Academy, Flynn noted, having met more people including students from the prestigious Lu Kingdom College, but not Miles and Adamaris from Xianxia. Why do you care about these 2? Elizabeth asked curiously. They once attacked me in Yellow Fog City, almost killing me. Later, Haroun tried twice to finish me off. If I meet them here, I can't let them leave the realm alive, Flynn explained. Elizabeth giggled, teasing him. So you should thank me then. Flynn looked at her in surprise. Why? I've already slain them. Elizabeth revealed the truth to Flynn. Only then did Flynn understand that these 2 deserved their fate for plotting against Elizabeth, using her to lure him into a trap. Haroun deserves death too. When the time comes, we can't let him leave this realm alive. Killing intent flashed in Flynn's eyes. If Haroun left the realm alive and discovered the deaths of Miles and Adamaris, he would surely blame Flynn. Xianxia Academy, being the national college of Zhou Kingdom, possessed formidable power. It could become a serious problem if a powerful true spirit master came to Yellow Fog City seeking revenge. Only by slaying Haroun within the realm would the stronger figures from Xianxia Academy remain unaware, unable to track the blame back to him even if they sought vengeance. No rush, take it slow. Elizabeth's eyes also held a hint of menace. The threats she faced in Yellow Fog City had far exceeded those of Flynn. Just as they were talking, fierce battle sounds reached them from nearby. They exchanged glances and felt a surge of excitement. Opportunities for breakthroughs on this level were rare indeed. This might be Flynn's second such opportunity since entering the realm. Elizabeth was in a similar situation. Her perception surpassing most, she had only encountered a second breakthrough opportunity. Without delay, they rushed towards the source of the battle. Soon, they saw 2 groups fiercely clashing, involving 14 people in total. On one side was Destiny's group of 4, while the other side consisted of a 4-person team led by the International Guild. Destiny's group comprised just 4 members, whereas the International Guild's team included 10 others, clearly allied with 6 additional forces who had agreed to unite against Destiny's foursome. Despite being outnumbered, Destiny's side held the upper hand in combat. Both Destiny and the International Guild had one member who successfully broke through here, making these 2 crucial in the battle. The great spirit masters from Destiny outnumbered and overpowered those from the International Guild. In the center of the battlefield lay a golden fruit emitting dense spiritual energy, highlighting its extraordinary nature. Even more remarkable was the tree bearing the golden fruit. It was thick and strong, with natural patterns growing on its bark. An evergreen tree. Golden fruit. Having studied the knowledge of heavenly treasures in the realm, Flynn instantly recognized this rare opportunity. This wasn't just any opportunity. The evergreen tree could be transplanted outside, serving as a cornerstone for a major force. No wonder the Destiny disciples and the International Guild refused to yield, and smaller factions willingly joined in. This is truly a grand opportunity, almost as significant as a spirit mine, Elizabeth exclaimed. Missing such a chance would be regrettable. Luckily, they hadn't missed out on this great opportunity. Wife, stay here and rest. I'll handle this. With that, Flynn sprinted toward the heart of the battle. Their sudden arrival naturally drew attention from the 14 participants. None of Destiny's disciples, or the International Guild's foreign team members, recognized Flynn or Elizabeth. Thus, as Flynn approached, the near-true spirit masters, despite still fighting each other, instinctively moved to block his path. Who dares approach? The opportunity here belongs to Destiny. Any attempt to interfere will result in death. A Destiny half-step spirit master barked, using the name of Destiny to intimidate Flynn and prevent his interference. Brother, I'm Britt, president of the Lu Kingdom branch of the International Guild. By the name of our guild, I invite you to join us in sharing this opportunity. Afterward, the International Guild will grant you a silver medal, entitling you to significant discounts on supplies at any branch. Britt of the International Guild took a completely different stance, immediately attempting to recruit Flynn with financial incentives. Flynn couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't hide his identity from the guild members to avoid causing trouble for Bellamy later. So you're from the International Guild? Flynn smiled at Britt. I'm Jagger, currently president of the Balderwu City branch in Daqing Kingdom under General President Bellamy. Upon hearing this, both Destiny disciples and the International Guild members were momentarily stunned, surprised that Flynn was also part of their organization. Haha. Britt laughed loudly. Fellow colleague, excellent. Besides the golden fruit, the rest can be shared equally. Jagger, does your Daqing Kingdom intend to oppose Destiny? The man who previously stopped Flynn coldly remarked. Opportunities come to those who are destined. Today, this golden fruit is my destiny. I hope you gentlemen will give me this face, Flynn said calmly. Regardless of Destiny or even fellow colleagues from the International Guild, he was determined to secure the golden fruit. As for the more valuable evergreen tree, he could consider sharing it among the present colleagues. One evergreen tree, if transplanted outside, could support a major clan in Daqing Kingdom, making it even more valuable than the golden fruit. Had the Su family been stronger, able to protect the tree, he might have considered gifting it to them. Hashtag Chapter 101. Unstoppable. A mere guildmaster of Yellow Fog City dares to boast such nonsense? The man from Qinling was infuriated and humiliated. for he had never encountered anyone who dared to be so disrespectful in front of Qinling's disciples. Without another word, he abandoned his previous opponent, brandishing his long sword as he stepped through the air with layer upon layer of martial arts illusions, as if floating above the ground. For a moment, no one else made any move to assist, not even the 4 members of the 10,000 Nations Guild. They merely watched this scene with curiosity. As the man from Qinling had said, Flynn's words were indeed arrogant. They also wanted to see how much skill this new member of the 10,000 Nations Guild, Jagger, possessed. Amidst the layers of illusions, only one was the true form of the Qinling man. Such footwork was truly remarkable. Even Flynn couldn't pinpoint the real body amidst the dense illusions. However, Flynn wasn't concerned. In the face of absolute power, all tricks were but a joke. The moment the Qinling man's illusion approached, Flynn's spiritual energy surged around him, and his sword emitted a sharp, ringing sound. With the enhancement of the 1,000 illusion slash, the bright moon sword pierced through the air, unleashing a terrifying force. In the wind it stirred, the illusions shattered one by one, struck down like lightning. Boom! As numerous illusions shattered, a deafening roar resounded. The clash of formidable spiritual energy generated an invisible shockwave that spread outward like ripples. The once invisible Qinling man was instantly hurled backward, spraying blood as he flew through the sky. Teddy! Seeing this, the Qinling disciples' faces turned pale. Almost immediately, they rushed toward where the man fell, catching him in their arms. He looked down at his abdomen, where a bloody wound had soaked through his clothes. Witnessing this, the members of the 10,000 Nations Guild were speechless. That was Qinling's half-step true spirit master disciple, yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jagger? Jagger? Guildmaster of the 10,000 Nations Guild in Yellow Fog City, Daqing Kingdom? How terrifying is his power? Such strength left everyone present stunned. If even the powerful half-step true spirit master from Qinling couldn't withstand one strike, what chance did they have together? Cosmo, who was engaged in battle with the true spirit master from the 10,000 Nations Guild, suddenly broke free from his opponent, Harmon, and flew over to 12th junior brother's side. Seeing the sword wound on his junior brother's abdomen, a murderous intent flashed in Cosmo's eyes. What kind of powerhouse was Qinling that it could suffer injury to its disciple here in a minor realm within the Daqing Kingdom by an unknown member of the 10,000 Nations Guild? You call yourself Jagger? Very well. To dare lay hands on my Qinling disciples, no matter your talent, you will be eradicated after this. Cosmo stared at Flynn with unbridled malice and arrogance. Flynn frowned slightly. He hadn't killed the other disciple. He had merely injured him. Was Qinling so unreasonable and powerful that they would target him for such a reason? What arrogance! A Qinling disciple of my level can't even take one strike from me, yet you still talk about eradicating me? With a cold snort, Flynn's temper flared, and he charged forward. Today, I'll show Qinling the meaning of there being always someone stronger. As he spoke, Flynn activated his mental sea, summoning his mental energy. Simultaneously activating his mental energy, 1,000 illusion slash, and dragon transformation talent, he unleashed the silver moon sword technique with full force. Under the influence of the bright moon sword, it formed an impenetrable net of silvery light, enveloping Cosmo. To face a first-rank true spirit master from Qinling with everything he had was the greatest respect he could show to Qinling. Cosmo didn't back down either. His martial arts aura flashed around him, the most prominent being his recently awakened martial soul, a mysterious snake-like creature. Its appearance brought forth a faint, mysterious power that combined with Cosmo's techniques, emitting a sharp whistling sound as the longsword sliced through the air, aiming directly at Flynn's silver moon shield. Boom! The two forces collided head-on. Instantly, the terrifying power hurled Cosmo backward. The residual sword glow tore through his defensive shield, leaving 6 deep gashes on his body. Crash! Cosmo slammed into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater, spewing blood as he screamed in agony. Seeing such a pitiful sight, even Qinling's other uninjured disciples fell silent. Half-step true spirit master Jagger had severely wounded Cosmo, a newly ascended first-rank true spirit master from Qinling. Such an achievement was unprecedented, and to those present, it seemed as unreachable as the moon hanging high in the sky. The silence was broken only by Cosmo's agonized cries, which echoed like thunder, deeply shaking everyone present. Do any of you still wish to challenge me for the opportunity here? Flynn, holding the bright moon sword, turned to the remaining 2 half-step true spirit master disciples of Qinling. Both disciples trembled under Flynn's gaze. Such overwhelming strength had even bested their Cosmo. How could they possibly stand a chance? They quickly avoided eye contact with Flynn, one scooping up Teddy and the other helping Cosmo out of the crater while hurriedly feeding him a pill. Supporting each other, they fled the scene, too terrified to utter even a threat. Seeing Qinling's 4 powerful members retreat in disgrace, the others also withdrew cautiously, maintaining a distance from the golden fruit and evergreen tree. Even the 4 comrades of the 10,000 Nations Guild, including Harmon, a first-rank true spirit master, remained silent. Instead, it was Flynn who addressed them after Qinling had left. He clasped his fists and said, "Fellow members of the 10,000 Nations Guild, the golden fruit is crucial to my breakthrough. I won't give this away. As for the evergreen tree, though more valuable, I'll allow the rest of you to take it, provided you record the corresponding credit for me. Fellow members, do you have any objections to this arrangement?" Flynn had simply distributed the opportunities here with these words. ###Chapter 102, just a small place. Upon hearing Cooper's words, who dared to object? The strength the other party had displayed earlier had already intimidated everyone present. If such a prodigious powerhouse could reach the first-rank true spirit master realm, what would that mean? Who in the entire first and second layers of the secret realm could stand against him? Brother Jagger, we'll follow your distribution. Crane was the first to voice his agreement. President Jagger's power is overwhelming. The golden fruit should rightfully belong to you. Only then can our International Chamber of Commerce be fearless in this secret realm. Britt also chimed in. After the 4 members of the International Chamber of Commerce expressed their opinions, no one else dared to say anything. As long as this opportunity was taken by the International Chamber of Commerce, the silver benefits promised to them wouldn't be revoked. Thus, the others came forward one by one, paying respects to Jagger, congratulating him while introducing themselves, hoping to establish some rapport with him. Cooper did not refuse. After all, more friends meant more opportunities. Moreover, he still needed to manage the business transport team, so being able to network with geniuses from major factions could only bring benefits. After sending these people off, Cooper finally picked the lone golden fruit from the evergreen tree. Under the protection of Elizabeth and the 4 members of the International Chamber of Commerce, Cooper immediately began using the golden fruit to attempt breaking through. Everyone thought Cooper was at the quasi-true spirit master stage, but he knew himself well. Even after consuming and refining various treasures, his current cultivation was only at the mid-9th level spiritual formation realm, 3 minor stages away from quasi-true spirit master. He devoured the golden fruit bit by bit, with the void sky cauldron already active inside him, refining the fruit he swallowed. Sure enough, the golden fruit lived up to its reputation as a boundary-breaking treasure. The refinement process within the void sky cauldron didn't just yield extremely pure spirit energy, but also a special force emerged. This special force was far more effective in enhancing one's spirit energy than the pure essence. Even the mental energy in his sea of consciousness benefited from this unique power. Suddenly, Cooper felt his spirit energy rapidly intensifying. Just one bite of the golden fruit pushed him into the late 9th level spiritual formation realm. After fully ingesting and refining the entire fruit, he reached the peak of the 9th level spiritual formation realm, just one step away from the quasi-true spirit master stage. Moreover, most importantly, Cooper discovered an elusive mark appearing on his void sky cauldron, faint yet truly present. He wasn't sure what this mark signified, only that the void sky cauldron seemed to have undergone a subtle change after acquiring this mark. As for the misty light ball in his sea of consciousness, although there was some improvement, it was negligible compared to the increase in spirit energy. Just 10 starlight points were lit up. Each misty light ball required 1,600 starlight points to fully illuminate. His third light ball now only had barely a dozen points lit up, a negligible improvement. When Cooper opened his eyes, he saw the astonished looks on Elizabeth and the 4 members of the International Chamber of Commerce. They had been waiting for Cooper to break through, wanting to see what type of martial soul he would awaken. But watching carefully, they noticed no signs of a breakthrough, let alone a martial soul manifestation. Did the breakthrough fail? Crane couldn't help but ask. Britt and the others were equally puzzled, looking at Cooper in confusion. This was the golden fruit from the evergreen tree, undoubtedly a supreme treasure for breaking through realms. For such a rare fruit to be consumed by a genius powerhouse, it should logically lead to a breakthrough. Yet none of them saw any signs of Cooper breaking through. No. Cooper smiled. I still lack accumulation. I haven't met the requirements for a breakthrough. If I had another similar medicinal ingredient like the golden fruit, perhaps I could strive for the true spirit master realm. Hearing this, Crane and the others couldn't believe it. Was it possible that Cooper hadn't yet entered the quasi-true spirit master stage? A great spirit master without quasi-true spirit master cultivation actually overpowered a first-rank true spirit master genius from the Qin Ridge? At that moment, even Crane and company were shocked beyond measure. They originally thought Cooper's displayed strength was already breathtaking, but now they realized his cultivation was even lower than expected. Only Elizabeth showed little surprise, seemingly used to seeing such exceptional geniuses. Colleagues, today we fought side by side. Let's find time again to drink and eat together. I leave this evergreen tree to your disposal. I need to continue searching for opportunities. Cooper stood up and clasped his fists towards Crane and Britt. Brother Jagger, if you need anything, come visit me in the capital city of Bianjing, Lu Kingdom. Crane responded with a clasp of hands, honored to fight alongside such a genius. Brother Jagger, we're all in Lu Kingdom. You're always welcome. Britt and the others echoed. No one wanted to travel with Cooper because he didn't break through. If they encountered another such breakthrough opportunity, Cooper would obviously get priority. Cooper bid farewell to Crane and the others before leaving with Elizabeth once more. Wife, aren't you surprised? Cooper asked curiously after they left. He, who failed to break through with the golden fruit, had stunned Crane and the others, but Elizabeth remained calm. You mean not breaking through? Elizabeth smiled. You're a once-in-a-millennium talent spirit master, having cultivated the Yin-Yang Emperor canon with me and acquired part of my Phoenix bloodline talent. How could those people comprehend you? Hearing her words, Cooper chuckled, murmuring, so, my talent surpasses Qin Ridge's disciples? What's Qin Ridge? Elizabeth shrugged. Cooper, this world is much larger than you imagine. When you're powerful enough, you'll understand that both the Daqing Kingdom and Qin Ridge are merely insignificant places. Cooper looked curiously at his beautiful wife. Her insight clearly exceeded that of Qin Ridge's disciples, possessing legendary Phoenix bloodline talents and unparalleled foresight, yet appearing in a small town like Yellow Mist City. Wife, are you really the daughter of the Su family? Cooper couldn't help but ask. He felt the daughter of the Yellow Mist City Su family couldn't possibly possess such talent or insight. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring a natural and fluent English version that coherently follows the previous content. Chapter 103, Qinling Authority. You're the son-in-law of the Su family's young miss. If I weren't the Su family's young miss, who would you be? Elizabeth didn't directly respond to Flynn, but asked a counter-question. You're my wife, naturally the Su family's young miss. Flynn laughed heartily, immediately defining the situation. As they spoke, they continued to delve deeper into the secret realm, searching for natural treasures and the most precious spiritual mineral veins. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qinling's 4 prodigy disciples saw their 6th senior brother quickly recover after taking a valuable 4th-grade medicinal pill. Only Qinling had such profound resources to let spirit formation disciples carry 4th-grade pills for protection. However, the recovered Cosmo did not look joyful but had a cold expression that made the surrounding 3 people hesitant to speak. Did you leave a special tracking technique behind? The Cosmo said indifferently. Yes, we've left it. One of them hurriedly nodded. Who would have thought that one day we would suffer at the hands of a member of the 10,000 Nations Merchant Guild? This Jagger is incredibly strong. His spiritual energy intensity far surpasses ours. Obtaining the golden fruit, he might step into the true spirit master realm. If we want to avenge this humiliation, we'll need our Frisco's intervention. Even so, Frisco might not have a high chance of defeating Jagger alone. The Cosmo pondered over the strategy to counter Jagger while talking to his 3 junior brothers. How arrogant were Qianling disciples. Within Qianling territory, they almost always acted with impunity, rarely meeting equals, much less anyone capable of subduing all their generation's disciples. They thought not of how to recruit such talented individuals for the sect, but of how to avenge themselves and restore Qianling's dignity. This was the arrogance of a major sect, once it became unrivaled in strength. In their eyes, whoever was not a Qianling disciple, no matter how gifted, was beneath them. We must contact Frisco and the others. We can't act separately anymore. Any team encountering Jagger alone wouldn't stand a chance. Only by working together, setting up grand formations, and utilizing our sect's combined techniques can we suppress and slay Jagger. Cosmo continued. Senior brother, Jagger has remarkable talent. Perhaps we could invite him to join the sect? One tried to suggest, thinking that if they couldn't defeat him, they could try recruiting him to their side. But before he finished, Cosmo abruptly slapped him away, coldly stating, as Qianling disciples, how ignorant can you be? From the moment he chose to belittle the name of Qianling, he lost any qualification to become one of us. Everyone fell silent, knowing their Cosmo was truly enraged. Who was Cosmo? While others might not know, the 3 present understood. He was the only grandson of an esteemed grand elder in Qianling. Despite not being the most talented among their generation, his status made even the sect's Frisco cautious, treating him with respect. Thus, they sent messages to the other 6 teams, quickly rallying together. Hearing that their Cosmo was injured by an unknown Jagger and lost opportunities with the golden fruit and eternal green tree, Qianling's many disciples were furious. Someone dared challenge Qianling's authority? As Qianling members, they naturally stood up for their Cosmo. No matter who it was, they would capture Jagger alive and hand him over for disposal. Qianling sent 24 disciples, 6 of whom had already entered the true spirit master realm. This formidable Qianling contingent, led by Cosmo, began their vengeful journey following the tracking technique left on Flynn. Unaware of the wrath he had stirred from all Qianling disciples by stealing Cosmo's opportunity and injuring him, Flynn and Elizabeth proceeded deeper into the first layer of the secret realm. They indeed found the spiritual or location as hoped. Seeing the spiritual or area shrouded in mist, both Flynn and Elizabeth felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. The aura here was so dense it had already turned into mist. Without hesitation, they approached the misty region. Cultivating here was akin to using high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, merely being within this mist allowed them to absorb immense benefits without needing cultivation techniques. Neither Flynn nor Elizabeth would miss such an opportunity. Entering, Flynn sat cross-legged and activated the void sky cauldron, rapidly drawing and surrounding heavenly aura. The pure aura absorbed by the cauldron quickly transformed into refined spirit energy, continuously enhancing and strengthening his own spirit energy. The process was simple yet highly efficient. On the other side, Elizabeth also didn't hesitate, summoning the Phoenix illusion. With each breath of the Phoenix, large amounts of aura were absorbed like a whale drinking the sea. Currently, only Flynn and Elizabeth occupied the entire spiritual or area. Each time they absorbed large volumes of misty aura visibly, even as it replenished swiftly afterward. Under the infusion of dense heavenly aura, both of their cultivations advanced rapidly. Flynn soon reached the peak of the 9th stage of spirit formation and progressed towards the quasi-true spirit master realm. Elizabeth, nurtured by the dense aura, saw her Phoenix illusion becoming brighter, signifying her nearing complete Phoenix bloodline awakening. For a time, they were like 2 giant absorption vortexes, continuously absorbing the pure, dense heavenly aura. An inexhaustible source of heavenly aura seemed hidden underground, continually replenishing what they consumed. After nearly an hour, Flynn successfully entered the quasi-true spirit master realm. Surprisingly, the void sky cauldron began selective absorption, using the pure heavenly aura to enhance his flesh and muscles instead of further breakthroughs. In contrast, Elizabeth's Phoenix illusion showed no change, still absorbing the aura voraciously. As they immersed in the perfect cultivation environment, suddenly both Flynn and Elizabeth sensed a group rapidly approaching. Chapter 104, Array Setup. Qianling's disciples. Exactly 24 of them. Flynn's face slightly changed as, under the perception of the spirit cat, he clearly sensed everything. Flynn, don't let them disturb my cultivation. More importantly, don't let them see my Phoenix lineage. Otherwise, not a single one of these Qianling people should be allowed to leave alive. Elizabeth's delicate eyebrows were tightly knit. Faced with such a precious opportunity, she naturally was unwilling to give up or delay it. If Qianling people found out about her Phoenix lineage, the consequences could be far more severe than Qian's threats. Qian was ambitious and would not reveal this information publicly because he wanted to seize Elizabeth's Phoenix lineage for himself. However, if so many Qianling disciples witnessed it, they might report it to the true spirit masters, or even the Dao spirit masters of Qianling. Wife, leave it to me. Flynn understood Elizabeth's predicament. The possession of something valuable invites disaster. This was precisely the dilemma Elizabeth was currently facing. Flynn decisively halted his cultivation, bursting out from the mist to appear in front of the 24 rapidly approaching Qianling disciples. Jagger. They're indeed here. Such a blessed land cannot allow them to snatch away its rare fruits and elixirs. The reason Qianling people could directly locate this place wasn't due to their superior sensing abilities, but because they had placed a tracking secret art on Jagger previously. They followed a special aura leading them straight to Flynn. Though the 24 Qianling disciples approached menacingly, They all stopped dead in their tracks when Flynn appeared before them, sword in hand, exuding overwhelming power. Qinling's numbers and strength included 6 true spirit masters, yet Flynn's previous duel with Cosmo left an intimidating impression on everyone. He hasn't broken through? Cosmo looked at Flynn curiously. He originally believed that after obtaining the golden fruit, Flynn would have entered the true spirit master realm. But now, they saw that Flynn was still only at the spirit transformation stage, half a step below the true spirit master realm. It seems he handed over the golden fruit to the woman traveling with him, or perhaps to Brit of the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. Cosmo felt an inexplicable joy. In the Qinling group's plans, they initially intended to treat Flynn as a newly minted first-rank true spirit master. Now, finding that he hadn't broken through, it was undeniably good news for them. This place's opportunity is fated to be mine. I asked the friends of Qinling to do Jagger a favor and leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Flynn took the initiative, his Hawaiian sword emitting a deafening sound as he showcased his immensely pure and powerful spiritual energy. He didn't want to clash too much with Qinling's disciples and accumulate unresolvable enmity. However, for Elizabeth, he had no choice but to confront the Qinling group directly. He hoped his display of formidable spiritual energy would make them think twice. Otherwise, to protect Elizabeth's privacy, he would have to use force to compel Qinling's retreat. Qinling's people had heard of Flynn's prowess, but feeling his spiritual energy up close made them involuntarily gulp. At half-step true spirit master stage, even Qinling's elite students had spiritual strengths equivalent to late-stage first-rank true spirit masters, with the best barely reaching peak first rank. But Flynn, at the same half-step level, possessed spiritual energy intensity akin to peak second-rank true spirit masters, a first for them. They finally understood why a strong first-rank true spirit master like Elias had lost to Flynn. With such strength, enhanced by spiritual weapons and martial techniques, he could indeed rival a third-rank true spirit master. All eyes turned to Cosmo. They had all agreed to capture Jagger for him and let him handle the matter. Eat the restricted pill, set up the grand array, and let Jagger know the depth and power of our Qinling. As a big figure in Qinling, Cosmo had never suffered defeat at the hands of a spirit transformation realm practitioner. Moreover, this place was a source of opportunities for breaking through the realms, which Qinling disciples needed to advance. If Flynn monopolized it, what would the remaining dozen spirit transformation disciples use to break through? If suppressed by Flynn here, they'd likely face the same situation on the second floor of the secret realm, turning the major beneficiary into the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. Thus, while personal grudges played a part, it was also necessary to secure breakthrough opportunities. Following Cosmo's order, the 6 first-rank true spirit masters took a unique 4th-rank elixir, the Qi Blood Spirit Pill. This pill could temporarily boost a weak true spirit master's spiritual and physical strength by up to 2 times, but came with side effects requiring a 4th-rank essence-nourishing pill to recover fully. Meanwhile, the other half-step true spirit masters formed an 18-star host formation, capable of trapping a 3rd-rank true spirit master for incense burn time. Seeing this, Flynn knew conflict was inevitable. Since Qinling refused to leave, there was no point in delaying. Whether setting up the formation or enhancing their power, he needed to stop them. Flynn instantly transformed into a blur, his Hawaiian sword cutting through the air with mental force and Qianhuan slash, charging into the Qinling crowd. Big brother, stop him. Don't let him disrupt the 18-star host formation. Without waiting for orders, the strongest first brother had already unleashed his skills and martial soul upon consuming the pill, charging at Flynn like a hunting leopard. Not just him, the other 5 attacked simultaneously, aiming to overpower Flynn. Chapter 105, Full-Scale Offensive. The 6 first-rate true spirit masters from Qinling were already incredibly powerful even without taking the blood chi spirit pill. Now, they had reached their peak. Camden moved like a tiger or leopard descending the mountain to hunt, his martial soul and martial techniques perfectly fused together, charging forth like a cannonball enveloped in violent energy. Isaias's martial soul was that of a mountain cat, fast as lightning, its layers of illusions even denser and more unpredictable than Hernan's. Franco's martial soul was a mole, surrounded by a thick mist. Strange noises crackled within the mist. Through his spirit cap perception, Flynn discerned these sounds came from a special spirit tool capable of generating an invisible mental shockwave that disturbed one's thoughts. Kyler was formidable. His martial soul was a flying eagle. Combined with martial techniques, he moved like a sprite gliding through the air, waiting for the right moment to strike. Osiris's spider martial soul transformed surrounding spirit power into black poisonous gas. Hernan's snake-like martial soul also let out a hissing sound, combining with martial techniques to assault Flynn. Flynn frowned, holding the Hoyo sword tightly. Facing the attacks from the 6 true spirit masters, he seemed completely unfazed, pushing through toward the soul transformation realm Qinling disciples. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted. Camden's attack came first, his spiritual force roaring. Even several meters away, the air had frozen solid, and gale force winds sliced through like blades. Flynn swung his sword in a sweeping slash. Boom. Flynn felt a numbness travel up his arm, his feet sinking into the ground, creating a deep crater, the surface fracturing. Camden flew back from the impact, his internal chi surging, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Without waiting for Flynn to stabilize himself, Kyler struck from above, like a falcon swooping down on prey. The explosive spiritual force struck Flynn's forehead like lightning. Through his spirit cap perception, Flynn captured Kyler's movement instantly and accurately. Even as Flynn was stabilizing, he thrust his sword at him. Boom. Another deafening explosion. Invisible waves of spirit force created a whirlwind of sand and dust. Under the onslaught, Flynn's feet sank further into the fractured ground. In the dust, Flynn felt his internal chi churn violently from 2 consecutive blows. His attacker's precision during his weakened moments put considerable pressure on him. The upward sword slash revealed Flynn's immense strength, causing Kyler's face to pale. This blow, delivered when Flynn was already exhausted, was still more powerful than Kyler's own all-out attack under the influence of the blood chi spirit pill. How can this kid's spiritual force be so dominant? Did he take some kind of spirit pill too? Kyler flew backward, his arm numb, blood dripping from his wrists. Following Kyler's move, Franco appeared layer upon layer, merging into the dust cloud. Invisible sound waves attacked Flynn's mind like needles, piercing his consciousness. Simultaneously, a strange weapon, akin to an iron rod, descended sharply toward Flynn's head. This perfect coordination gave Flynn no respite, each wave following rapidly before he could catch his breath. Die! Franco thought Flynn was most vulnerable now, his mind unstable due to the sound wave attack and his strength weakened. A solid hit would not only shatter Flynn's defensive aura, but also crush his skull. However, the next moment, Franco was astonished to find Flynn unaffected by the sound waves, countering with another slash. Boom! The collision sent Franco flying again. Flynn suffered a severe impact, his legs sinking deep into the ground, nearly to his knees, cracks extending over 100 meters. Do you really think I can be bullied by all of you? Flynn, seeing no way to escape and unable to stop the 18 constellations array, was filled with murderous intent. When Isaias, transforming into a mountain cat, roared and slashed at Flynn's legs, Flynn was thoroughly enraged. Isaias's dual sabers, fast as lightning, targeted Flynn's immobilized legs. Using layered illusions, he tried to evade Flynn's block and sever his legs. Isaias's speed was indeed swift, his movements like elusive shadows that Flynn's spirit cat perception struggled to lock onto. The sabers were everywhere, making it almost impossible to deflect both precisely. Blocking one would mean failing to block the other. Meanwhile, not far away, Osiris was poised to strike if Isaias succeeded in disabling Flynn's legs, delivering a fatal blow. Poisonous fog mixed with the dust was closing in on Flynn. Hernan lurked nearby, ready to finish the job. Facing these 6 strong opponents, any minor mistake from Flynn would expose him to lethal attacks amplified by their numbers. However, they didn't know that Flynn had been thoroughly enraged. Initially, Flynn hadn't planned to use his Artificer Spirit Master techniques to avoid revealing all his trump cards. Holding precious treasures invites disaster, but so does an overly outstanding talent. But the pressure from the 6 geniuses of Qinling was immense. Only at peak 9th rank of the Soul Transformation realm, Flynn faced the possibility of being gradually overwhelmed without using his Artificer Spirit Master abilities. Thus, when Isaias's layered illusion neared and the ghostly sabers aimed to sever Flynn's legs, Flynn decided to unleash his full power, no longer hiding his capabilities. Art of Spirit Mastery. With a single thought, 2 pools of spirit energy in Flynn's mind exploded like deep wells, pouring into his body's astral cauldron under the guidance of the spell. The astral cauldron hummed, releasing spirit energy refined to an advanced state, combined with his own spiritual power. The art of spirit mastery greatly enhanced the destructive power of his spiritual force and his control over it. Its greatest feature was that the spiritual force acted as if it had its own will, able to change shape at will, unleashing terrifying power even without the support of the Hoyo sword. Instantly, dazzling sword light radiated from Flynn, spreading outward like a tidal wave. The nearby Isaias couldn't react in time, immediately engulfed by countless rays of sword light. ###Chapter 106, Leaving Witnesses. The greatest difference between martial arts and spellcasting lies in the method of deploying spiritual energy. In martial arts, spiritual energy is augmented to maximize its destructive power. Essentially, the intensity of spiritual energy remains unchanged. On the other hand, under the influence of spells, spiritual energy becomes a combination of mental energy and spiritual energy. The intensity of spiritual energy, enhanced by mental energy, can be further amplified before being unleashed through martial arts, making it far more terrifying when performed by an ordinary spiritual master. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, the sudden sword light displayed by Flynn could only be mistaken for a martial skill. Only Jarvis, who was engulfed by the sword light, knew clearly that this was not just a simple martial skill but a martial skill enhanced by spellcasting. The power of the sword light was immense, shattering all of Jarvis's illusions almost instantly and striking his true form. Boom! The sword light easily shattered Jarvis's protective aura, crushing the leaking spiritual energy and then slashing into him. A heart-wrenching cry of pain erupted from Jarvis's mouth. By the time everyone realized something was wrong and tried to help him fend off the sword light, Jarvis had already been pierced through his entire body by countless rays of sword light. This genius disciple of Qilin, no matter how powerful, wearing defensive armor, had his armor reduced to shreds, completely dyed red with his own blood, lying in a pool of blood and moaning in agony. If he hadn't protected his head and Dantian, he would have died instantly at that moment. Even so, Jarvis's condition was extremely dire, on the brink of death. Without a highly potent life-saving elixir, his physical body would never recover. Jarvis! After dispelling the sword light, they saw their gravely injured Jarvis lying in a pool of blood. They never imagined that Flynn's strength would be so terrifying. Flynn seized the opportunity, using his feet to break apart the surrounding soil, regaining his freedom. Save me! Jarvis struggled to speak, and everyone looked at 6th Frisco. Retreat. 6th Frisco, though reluctant, ordered the retreat upon seeing Jarvis's grim state. Flynn did not pursue them. He did not wish to form a deadly enmity with Qilin, as Qilin was too powerful. Although Jarvis was severely injured with blood seeping from multiple wounds, he could still recover if given a 4th grade or higher life-saving elixir, though he would need a long time to recuperate. Had it not been for his fear of Qilin, Jarvis might have died on the spot, rather than having any chance of recovery. The people of Qilin withdrew like floodwaters, fleeing as fast as they could, fearing that Flynn might finish them off. They retreated over 10 miles before stopping. 6th Frisco's face darkened as he immediately administered a life-saving elixir to Jarvis. Jarvis, I won't let you die, nor will I let your blood be spilled in vain. 6th Frisco spoke while treating Jarvis. The rest remained silent, their faces heavy. As disciples of Qilin, they were superior and always dominated their opponents, even engaging in cross-rank battles. Today, 6 first-class true spirit masters, after taking Qi blood elixirs, fought together against Jagger, and yet suffered such a humiliating defeat, nearly costing Jarvis his life. For Qilin disciples, this was unprecedented disgrace. Spellcaster. He's a spellcaster. Under the effects of the elixir, Jarvis's wounds began to close rapidly, and he finally revealed this to everyone. What? You say Jagger is a spellcaster? How is that possible? The others, including eldest Frisco, changed expressions, disbelievingly looking at Jarvis. There's nothing impossible. If he weren't a spellcaster, why could someone at the soul formation stage overpower our combined forces? Fourth Frisco asked. Everyone fell into deeper silence and solemnity. Spellcaster. This existence transcended the spiritual master realm. In theory, after entering the true spirit master realm, they would also have the foundation to become spellcasters, and they could follow this path in the future. However, this was theoretically possible, but truly changing paths, especially focusing on becoming a spellcaster, was rare. Because the talents required for a spellcaster differed from those of a spiritual master. Qilin certainly did not lack spellcasters, but their status far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual masters, being the backbone of the sect and the hope for Qilin's future. Meanwhile, after driving back the Qilin group, Flynn returned to the mist where Elizabeth continued meditating without showing any surprise. Elizabeth knew very well how strong Flynn was, a 200-segmented spellcaster paired with half-step true spirit master strength, easily handling a group of first-class ordinary spiritual masters. Did you expose your identity as a spellcaster? Elizabeth asked. True to Qilin's reputation as geniuses, with the aid of Qi blood elixirs, if I hadn't used spells, I likely would have been gradually worn down to death, Flynn said helplessly. In that case, you should not have let them leave but eliminated them instead, Elizabeth said. 24 people. Flynn exclaimed in surprise. So what if there are 24 people? Elizabeth sighed. Even 2,400 should be eliminated. But I knew you wouldn't be able to do it, Elizabeth continued. Though Qilin is powerful, they aren't beyond the possibility of counterattacking. It's a lesson worth teaching. Just for resource contention, I didn't actually kill anyone. Qilin wouldn't resort to killing me over this, right? Flynn frowned slightly. Elizabeth didn't elaborate but said, focus on cultivation. The spiritual energy here isn't inexhaustible. After absorbing it, check for any treasures that may grow inside. Flynn stopped pondering. Indeed, he couldn't bring himself to kill. They were living beings. Then, Flynn resumed his seated position, using the Void Sky Cauldron to refine the celestial energy. The Void Sky Cauldron was selective. Even such pure celestial energy could not further strengthen its spiritual energy, only enhancing his physical body. After another period, sounds outside indicated that more people had arrived. This time, the newcomers were not very strong, 2 disciples from a major family of the Zhou Kingdom, both merely at the half-step true spirit master stage. After Flynn revealed his abilities, they fled in disarray, never daring to approach again. For hours later, the spiritual energy in the area finally started to diminish. Unable to replenish quickly, the mist began to fade away. Chapter 107, Weapon Spirit. Ending his cultivation session, Flynn, assisted by the spirit ore, reached the half-step true spirit master realm but had yet to undergo the final breakthrough. Meanwhile, with the aid of the Void Sky tripod, his physical strength was enhanced in unprecedented ways. This improvement far exceeded the Iron Claw rock carving's strengthening ability. At this moment, even with just his bare hands, he felt he could easily overpower an ordinary half-step true spirit master. Although the increase in physical strength did not substantially enhance his overall power, it significantly boosted his resilience and resistance to attacks. Compared to Flynn's gains, Elizabeth, who didn't picky, benefited much more. The Phoenix Phantom exerted immense pressure, clearly showing that she was now more powerful than him. Dearest, how strong are you now? Could you be compared to a true spirit master? Flynn couldn't help but ask. 4th-rank true spirit master should no longer pose any threat to me. Of course, provided someone protects me during my incantation, Elizabeth replied with a smile. Elizabeth's bloodline was incredibly potent, and her cultivation method was unique. Her sole disadvantage was the need to prepare and charge up whenever she used her full power due to her incomplete awakening. Upon hearing this, Flynn was utterly shocked. If Elizabeth said 4th-rank true spirit masters were no longer threats, it implied that her full-strength attack might already match a 5th-rank true spirit master. Amazing! Flynn couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Clearly, the Phoenix bloodline's potent spirit conversion efficiency was responsible for her rapid strength increase. Far from enough. Elizabeth shook her head, still feeling immense pressure. After all, she faced the threat of a 1,000-segment spell spirit master. With the secret realm now open, the opponent would surely enter its depths, appearing in the higher 3rd or 4th levels. If Jermaine could fully recover, his 1,000-segment spell spirit master prowess would suffice to crush even 9th-rank true spirit masters. Such power made him a formidable force in Yellow Fog City and among other experts entering the secret realm. Seeing Elizabeth's worry, Flynn consoled her, no rush, we'll take our time. When the time comes, we can also enter the 3rd and 4th levels. Elizabeth nodded with a smile and added, 3rd and 4th levels might not be enough. Only if we reach the 5th and 6th levels do we have a hope of contending against Jermaine. 5th and 6th levels? Flynn was surprised. According to Alicia, hardly anyone entered these levels anymore. But indeed, Elizabeth had a chance because she possessed the ancient Phoenix bloodline. I will assist with all my might, Flynn nodded. As the mist dissipated, everything became clear. Using his spirit cap perception, Flynn saw a breakthrough opportunity within reach. With her eyes, Elizabeth spotted 3 such opportunities. Flynn, try breaking through first. Elizabeth offered the opportunity to Flynn as she had no set realm requirements and only needed corresponding cultivation resources to awaken her bloodline gradually. All right. Flynn accepted without hesitation. To help Elizabeth achieve complete bloodline awakening, he needed significant power. This snow-white bud, tightly closed but emitting spirit energy, had special patterns visible upon closer inspection, extending from the roots to the petals. This unknown bud was obviously more precious than the golden fruit and 10,000 nets king flower, as it absorbed pure spirit energy from the spirit ore, making it uniquely valuable. Harvesting the bud and placing it in his palm, he circulated the 10,000 Dao techniques. The void sky tripod spun within him, transforming the bud into refined power that merged with Flynn's body. As the power entered the void sky tripod, it shook violently, emitting a brilliant light under the 10,000 Dao's enhancement. At this moment, Elizabeth, who had been standing guard, saw a pure golden glow emanating from Flynn's body, like a large tripod enclosing him entirely. What is this? Even the well-informed Elizabeth's face changed slightly, taken aback by the unexpected sight. Protective golden light? Furrowing her brows, Elizabeth wasn't sure if the tripod-shaped golden light was legendary protective golden light. It shouldn't be. Elizabeth quickly shook her head, denying it was protective light but couldn't explain why. Flynn, what is your background? Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, trying to pierce through Flynn's secrets. Her eyes emitted red light, layering reflections of Flynn's figure. Strange, I can't see through him. Elizabeth was surprised, her eyes' red glow fading away. Suddenly, the golden tripod light around Flynn shrank, followed by a surge in his aura. As his aura rose, Elizabeth heard a faint ancient bell sound, and then an illusion of an ancient tripod appeared on his body, mirroring the form of the void sky tripod inside him. Tripod? Weapon spirit? Seeing this, Elizabeth revealed a rare look of disappointment. She had initially thought Flynn, with his exceptional spell spirit talent unseen for millennia, might possess a diluted bloodline inheritance. If awakened and purified with her support, he could become a dominant ruler in this world. Unfortunately, Flynn did not awaken a bloodline, dashing hopes of him becoming a great leader. Even with a weapon spirit, there were high and low rankings. Generally, beast spirits were higher than weapon spirits, and weapon spirits higher than object spirits. Like the prodigies from Qinling, their weapon spirits were almost all beast spirits. Judging future potential and strength solely based on weapon spirits wasn't entirely accurate. Even the weakest object spirits, if highly compatible with the user, held unlimited potential. However, such cases were few and far between. Lacking a powerful weapon spirit, Flynn's future achievements may be limited. Elizabeth felt pity for Flynn. To her, Flynn was born in the wrong era. Otherwise, with his unmatched spell spirit talent, his future prospects would be boundless. Unaware of Elizabeth's internal disappointment and regret, Flynn was lost in the joy of his successful breakthrough. Chapter 108. The Dao Seed. The soul artifact is the void sky cauldron. For Flynn, this is undoubtedly what he desires most. This ancient cauldron has an extraordinary origin, and its efficiency in refining heavenly earth essence, medicinal pills, and treasures is all at 100% effectiveness. Most importantly, its myriad cultivation techniques are incredibly potent, capable of absorbing innate abilities from beastkin. This almost gives him infinite possibilities. As long as his strength is sufficient, he will be able to gain more terrifying innate abilities in the future. In addition, the Void Sky Cauldron comes with martial technique inheritance. Before this, Flynn acquired the 1000 Illusion Slash, which had a minimum 5-fold power enhancement. Such a martial technique already exceeded the realm of spirit-grade techniques. Until now, he was unable to enhance the power of the 1000 Illusion Slash, unable to reach its recorded peak of 16 times the power enhancement. But now, after breaking through, the 1000 Illusion Slash also evolved automatically. The original 5-fold power enhancement instantly soared to a 10-fold power enhancement. 10-fold power enhancement. How terrifying is such a martial technique? Even Earth-grade martial techniques do not have such a high power boost. Only the legendary Heaven-grade martial techniques have the potential to achieve a 10-fold power enhancement. And this is far from the limit of the 1000 Illusion Slash's power enhancement. Thus, it can be seen that the 1000 Illusion Slash is at least a Heaven-grade martial technique or even higher, an unknown martial technique beyond the Heaven grade. Previously, when Flynn heard that Elizabeth already possessed the strength comparable to a 5th-rank true spirit master, he felt immense pressure. But now, he suddenly no longer feels such pressure. After breaking through, not only did the intensity of his own spirit energy greatly increase, reaching the level of a 3rd-rank true spirit master, but upon awakening the Void Sky Cauldron Soul Artifact, his control and application of spirit energy improved significantly. He could amplify 1 unit of spirit energy into over 2 units of effect. This effectively doubled the thickness of his spirit energy, similar to the effect of those talented disciples of Qinling consuming blood chi spirit pills. Others need to consume pills to enhance their own power, but he merely needs to activate his soul artifact without any side effects. What excites Flynn the most is that the Void Sky Cauldron has formally connected with his Sea of Consciousness, enabling the transformation of spirit energy into mental energy and vice versa. In other words, Flynn can switch between pure technique Spirit Master and pure soul artifact Spirit Master at will, enhancing his strength in both paths. Just now, Flynn tried switching and could instantly transform into a 300-segment technique Spirit Master. He could also instantly transform into a 4th-rank true Spirit Master in the spiritual mastery realm. Aside from changes in his cultivation strength, there were also changes within his body regarding the Void Sky Cauldron. While Flynn refined the golden fruit, a faint mark appeared on the Void Sky Cauldron. Now, after refining this nameless flower bud, another faint mark appeared on the Void Sky Cauldron. Before breaking through, he did not understand what these marks were, only feeling that they benefited the Void Sky Cauldron. But now, after breaking through, he vaguely understood what these marks were. Why did people need such precious items for breakthroughs to awaken soul artifacts? Why did the awakening of soul artifacts always enhance one's martial technique power? The fundamental reason lies in the special force contained within these precious items for breakthroughs. This special force can also be called Dao Seeds, or the source of spirit energy. Soul artifacts represent Dao Seeds, and different soul artifacts have different attributes. The marks on the Void Sky Cauldron belong to different types of Dao seeds. When others awaken their soul artifacts, they only have one attribute. But Flynn's Void Sky Cauldron can possess multiple attributes. The myriad cultivation techniques originate from here. Of course, for Flynn to manifest these attributes Dao seeds on himself, he still needs further refinement. This refinement method involves using the myriad cultivation techniques to absorb innate abilities from beastkin and merge them with the Dao seeds on the Void Sky Cauldron, thereby manifesting the corresponding attributes. Among the many innate abilities Flynn currently possesses, only the ones from the Spirit Cat and Silver Crocodile can be integrated. Immediately, he began trying to fuse the Dragon Transformation ability with one of the Dao seed marks on the Void Sky Cauldron. Indeed, the originally faint mark instantly became tangible, with a vivid depiction of a silver crocodile etched onto the Void Sky Cauldron. With just a thought, this silver crocodile came alive, and the Dragon Transformation ability resonated from the Void Sky Cauldron, extending to his entire body. In the next moment, Flynn controlled this power, gathered it in his palm, and under Elizabeth's stunned gaze, his hand bizarrely grew scales and claws, transforming into a dragon claw identical to a silver crocodile. What's happening? Elizabeth stared at Flynn, incredulous. This is the talent I awakened, the Dragon Transformation. Flynn laughed heartily. Unfortunately, this silver crocodile only has a century of cultivation, making its talent relatively weak. What do you mean? Elizabeth asked in confusion. You can possess the abilities of a century-old silver crocodile? Pretty much. Flynn nodded. As long as he continued absorbing crocodile blood, he could develop true Dragon Transformation abilities. How unique this talent is. Hearing this, Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh, finding such an ability astonishing but not particularly precious. However, Elizabeth didn't know that Flynn could possess not just the Dragon Transformation talent. As long as he could hunt powerful enough beastkin or purchase powerful beastkin essence and inner Dan, he could continuously replicate these beastkin's talents. A technique Spirit Master or Soul Artifact Spirit Master who gathers the abilities of countless powerful beastkin would have terrifying capabilities. Next, Flynn merged the sensing ability of the Spirit Cat with another Dao seed mark. Instantly, the Void Sky Cauldron resonated, causing a qualitative leap in his sensing ability. The sensing range extended from 500 meters to 2 kilometers. Within 1 kilometer, he could see every speck of dust clearly. Within 2 kilometers, he could sense objects as small as needles. His sensing ability greatly improved. This is the sensing distance within the secret realm. Outside, it should be at least 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers might not seem large in terms of visible range, but it has the capability beyond what the eyes can achieve, ignoring obstacles. As long as it's within range, he can clearly sense everything. In other words, stepping into the realm of true Spirit Master, Flynn truly possesses mind-boggling abilities that surpass even those of peer-level technique Spirit Masters. The powerful transformation brought by the Void Sky Cauldron also increases the difficulty for him to break through in the future. Reaching early stage first-rank spiritual mastery allowed his spirit energy to reach the third-rank true Spirit Master's level. So naturally, breaking through to Dao Spirit Master will be far more challenging than for a regular Soul Artifact Spirit Master. Chapter 109. No choice. There are gains and losses. To possess the strength to fight beyond one's rank, one must pay a price that others cannot bear. Flynn initially assessed himself and concluded that with all-out effort, his current strength could absolutely rival the formidable power of the once mighty Silver Dragon at its peak. Moreover, his strength had only grown stronger, not weaker. Arriving at this conclusion, he naturally couldn't stop smiling. Compared to the challenges of future breakthroughs, tangible and solid strength was indeed the most reassuring. Flynn did not take the remaining 2 opportunities for breakthrough, as although leaving a Dao seed imprint on the Void Sky tripod was possible, it would waste more pure spiritual essence from the medicinal effects. Seeing Flynn's decision, Elizabeth didn't hesitate and immediately began absorbing these 2 opportunities for breakthrough, further awakening her own Phoenix bloodline. Once Elizabeth finished assimilating these opportunities, the 2 left the place together in search of the entrance to the second level. Using secret techniques, Elizabeth quickly located the entrance to the second level. They became the first Spirit Masters to enter this layer. While both the first and second levels were places where great Spirit Masters sought opportunities, the corresponding opportunities and dangers of the 2 spaces were entirely different. The primary danger in the first level came from natural traps within the secret realm. The second level's danger, however, was the phantom beasts, illusory monsters formed by the power of the secret realm. Although they lacked physical bodies, they possessed various abilities akin to real beasts. Defeating these phantom beasts granted the corresponding essence cores, which were undoubtedly the best cultivation resources for true Spirit Masters. These could be directly refined to enhance one's spirit power, used in the creation of elixirs or spirit weapons, or even to boost martial arts skills. Only outstanding performance in the second level provided a chance to enter the legendary 5th level. Entering the second layer, what greeted them was no longer an endless forest, but 3 floating bridges that could be seen clearly from end to end. Each floating bridge led to a different palace, representing 3 distinct levels of difficulty: ordinary, difficult, and ultimate. Looking at the 3 bridges, Elizabeth felt a wave of emotion. 3 bridges, 3 levels of difficulty. In the heyday of Spirit Master cultivation, even the ultimate difficulty bridge would have many people passing smoothly. However, in this era of declining Spirit Master cultivation, even getting through the difficult bridge was considered a rare genius feat. Flynn frowned slightly. The 3 bridges had clear records. Only by passing the ultimate difficulty bridge was there hope to enter the 5th layer. Yet, the ultimate difficulty bridge featured 6 phantom beasts, the weakest of which was comparable to a 4th-rank true Spirit Master, while the strongest rivaled a 6th-rank true Spirit Master. It was practically impossible for a 1st-rank true Spirit Master like Flynn to challenge such a high difficulty. Even the difficult bridge featured beasts ranging from 3rd rank to 5th rank true Spirit Master strengths. Only the ordinary bridge seemed relatively manageable, with beasts ranging from 1st rank to 3rd rank true Spirit Master strengths. Flynn's maximum effort only matched the power of a 5th-rank true spirit master, making it uncertain if he could pass the difficult bridge, let alone the ultimate. For a moment, Elizabeth and Flynn fell into silence. They had to choose one of the 3 bridges. The difficult bridge was their safest bet, but even if they passed, it wouldn't grant access to the 5th level. Their goal was to reach the 5th level, so they had to choose the ultimate difficulty bridge. However, even with combined efforts, it currently seemed unattainable given the immense gap in strength. Nah. Flynn looked at Elizabeth. We have no choice but to choose the ultimate difficulty bridge. If we can't pass, we'll just have to compete with other true spirit masters for opportunities, Elizabeth said helplessly. In that case, let me go first. Flynn nodded. Competing with a group of true spirit masters for access to the 3rd and 4th levels was still far beyond their current capabilities. On the floating bridge, even if they went together, they couldn't fight side by side as the bridge tested individual potential. Be careful. Don't force things. Remember, we still have many chances. Entering the 5th level isn't the only path, Elizabeth warned Flynn. Got it. Flynn replied and chose the hardest bridge, leaping onto it and walking toward the other end. Elizabeth stood still, watching Flynn. After barely 200 meters on the bridge, the first phantom beast appeared, matching the description. A beast equivalent to a 4th-rank true spirit master. Roar. The phantom beast roared upon appearing, eyeing Flynn with a taunting look, seemingly mocking him. Flynn observed the tiger-like beast, understanding that despite its lack of physical form, it could change shapes freely. Its true lethal power lay in the spirit energy contained within its essence core. The attributes of the essence core ultimately determined the strength of the phantom beast. Without hesitation, Flynn activated the void sky tripod inside him, causing a massive shadow of the tripod to materialize. Drawing his white shadow sword, which let out a resonant hum, he unleashed terrifying spirit energy via the 1,000 illusions / technique, sending a torrent of sword beams toward the phantom beast. Roar. The tiger-shaped phantom beast charged forward against the barrage of sword beams. Boom. The tiger collided with the sword beams, its body radiating a silver glow. With powerful claws, it shattered countless beams, displaying immense strength. The silver moon sword technique was easily countered, and the tiger pounced again, apparently finding Flynn's spirit power inferior. Roar. The tiger opened its massive jaws, unleashing a flood of silver light, creating gale force winds that cut like sharp blades. Seeing this, Flynn wasted no time. His white shadow sword emitted intense light, amplified tenfold by the 1,000 illusion slash, transforming into a frost-laden dragon. Swish. Merging with the sword, Flynn soared into the air, charging headlong into the tiger's gaping maw. Chapter 110. Absorbing the black bear. No. What's wrong with Flynn? Elizabeth could clearly see the entire process. The moment Flynn merged with his sword and charged into the tiger-shaped one beast's gaping mouth, her heart raced inexplicably, feeling an unprecedented concern for Flynn. Note, Huanso should be translated as illusion beast to maintain consistency and clarity in terminology. Revised translation. The moment Flynn merged with his sword and charged into the tiger-shaped illusion beast's gaping mouth, her heart raced inexplicably, feeling an unprecedented concern for Flynn. The Huanso had no physical form. Its shape changed at will, entirely composed of pure energy. Entering its maw was equivalent to being enveloped by the full power of the Huanso, a suicidal move. But Elizabeth didn't know that Flynn understood the Huanso was merely a form of energy without physical substance, making it impossible to seriously injure it through brute force. The only way to defeat it was through attrition, gradually depleting its energy until it was exhausted and could be defeated. Note, for better readability and fluency, Huanso should be translated to illusory beast, or another suitable term rather than left in Chinese. If you want to keep it as Huanso, please let me know for consistency. This realization led Flynn to attempt a bold move, merging with his sword and entering the Huan beast's energy form. Correction. This realization led Flynn to attempt a bold move, merging with his sword and entering the phantom beast's energy form. The term Huanso should be translated consistently as phantom beast to maintain terminology consistency. The Vritra Cauldron possessed an incredible ability to refine and absorb energy. If the Huanso were used as a source of power, leveraging the Vritra Cauldron to refine it would be more stable than engaging in a direct confrontation. Note, Huanso is not translated here as it seems to be a specific term from the original context that should likely remain untranslated to maintain consistency and accuracy. Improved version. The Vritra Cauldron possessed an incredible ability to refine and absorb energy. If the illusory beast were used as a source of power, leveraging the Vritra Cauldron to refine it would be more stable than engaging in a direct confrontation. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted within the tiger-shaped illusion beast, the collision of powerful forces creating a dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky. Note, the term Huanso is translated as illusion beast to maintain consistency and clarity in terminology. The tiger-shaped one beast shattered, leaving behind only its essence hovering in midair, while Flynn landed nearby. Note, Huanso should be translated consistently as phantom beast to maintain terminology consistency. Here's the improved version. The tiger-shaped phantom beast shattered, leaving behind only its essence hovering in midair, while Flynn landed nearby. So that's how it works. Flynn's lips curled upwards, suddenly filled with confidence. Just now, the Vritra Cauldron had emitted intense light, the myriad techniques activating and successfully absorbing the majority of the Huanso's energy in an instant. Note, Huanso is not translated as its term is unclear without full context, but typically it refers to some form of illusion beast or phantom creature in Chinese fantasy contexts. For a more refined translation, clarification on Huanso would be helpful. For improved fluency and natural reading in English, just now, the Vritra Cauldron had emitted intense light, with myriad techniques activating and successfully absorbing the majority of the illusory beast's energy in an instant. This allowed him to easily kill the Huan beast, which was on par with a 4th-rank true spirit master. Correction. This allowed him to easily defeat the illusion beast, which was on par with a 4th-rank true spirit master. In this context, Huanso is better translated as illusion beast for consistency and clarity in English. At this moment, the Vritra Cauldron was vigorously vibrating, refining the vast amount of pure spiritual energy it had absorbed, increasing its own spiritual strength. Flynn ignored the invaluable essence floating in midair and immediately sat down in lotus position to begin refining the immense energy. How did he do that? Elizabeth watched in astonishment, unable to understand how Flynn managed to instantly kill a Huanso that rivaled a 4th-rank true spirit master's strength with one blow. Note, the word Huanso is not translated. Assuming it's a creature specific to the story's context, it should be translated as illusion beast. Therefore, a more accurate translation would be. Elizabeth watched in astonishment, unable to understand how Flynn managed to instantly kill an illusion beast that rivaled a 4th-rank true spirit master's strength with one blow. After about 15 minutes, Flynn completely absorbed and refined the Huanso's energy. His cultivation aura instantly soared from the early stage of the spirit control realm to its peak. Revised. After about 15 minutes, Flynn fully absorbed and refined the phantom beast's energy. His cultivation aura instantly surged from the early stage of the spirit control realm to its peak. Not only that, but another Dao seed mark appeared on the Vritra Cauldron. Such rapid advancement brought Flynn immense joy. This wasn't a trial. It was a rare opportunity. A Huanso on par with a 4th-rank true spirit master was even more effective than a single 4th-rank spirit pill. Note, Huanso is directly translated, as it seems to be a specific term in the context of the story. If there's a preferred English term for this, it should be used instead. For better readability and fluency, I would suggest, a Huanso matching the strength of a 4th-rank true spirit master proved even more effective than a single 4th-rank spirit pill. Pity there are only 6. Flynn thought, feeling that the number of guardian Huanso was too few. He wished there were more. Note, the term Huanso is used in the original text and may be a specific term in the context of the story. If it should be translated, please specify how you would like it translated. For better fluency, we can translate Huanso as phantom beasts. Pity there are only 6. Flynn thought, feeling that the number of guardian phantom beasts was too few. He wished there were more. After completing his cultivation, Flynn didn't continue forward, but collected the floating essence. The essence contained similarly pure energy, even purer than what the Vritra Cauldron had absorbed earlier. Originally, Flynn intended to use these essences to aid his own refinement, hoping they would help him pass the floating bridge trial. Now, though they were still helpful, they were no longer indispensable. Giving them to Elizabeth waiting below would strengthen her, allowing her to have a chance to pass the trial as well. Flynn. Elizabeth approached when she saw Flynn return, looking at him with disbelief. I might actually have a chance to pass and reach the end of the floating bridge, Flynn smiled, as if discovering new lands. Why did you come back? Elizabeth was happy for Flynn, but puzzled by his return. I'm giving this essence to you. We can enter the 5th floor together. Flynn smiled. Do you really have that much confidence? Elizabeth asked, disbelievingly. We don't both have to enter. Since you're so confident, you can find opportunities for me inside. I really do. Flynn nodded firmly, handing the essence to Elizabeth. Take it. I'll give you the remaining essences later. During the battle with the 4th-rank true spirit master equivalent Huanso, the Vritra Cauldron had refined almost all of its energy, leaving only a negligible amount. Note, the term Huanso is not translated as it seems to be a specific term from the original text context. If a translation is needed, please provide further context or clarify the preferred translation for this term. For better fluency and accuracy, I would also suggest, during the battle with the 4th-rank true spirit master equivalent illusory beast, the Vritra Cauldron had refined almost all of its energy, leaving only a negligible amount. Even if he were to face a 6th-rank true spirit master equivalent Huanso next, he felt highly confident he could succeed. Note, the term Huanso is directly transliterated in the user's input and seems out of place in English text. Depending on context established elsewhere in the document, this should likely be translated as illusory beast or similar. For this edit, I've left it as is, but generally it would need full translation for natural fluency. Hearing Flynn's confident words, Elizabeth nodded happily and accepted the essence. You were fine here. I'll be back soon. Flynn handed the essence to Elizabeth and walked back towards the floating bridge confidently. Elizabeth acknowledged him but didn't rush to refine the essence, instead watching Flynn approach the bridge. Soon, Flynn faced the second guardian Huanso, a black bear form Huanso radiating a mid-4th rank true spirit master level aura. Note, the term Huanso seems to be left untranslated. For better readability, it should either be translated or explained. Here's an improved version with translation. Soon, Flynn faced the second guardian beast, a black bear form illusion beast radiating a mid-4th rank true spirit master level aura. If you prefer keeping Huanso as is, please let me know. Roar. The black bear Huanso roared, its eyes challenging Flynn. The word Huanso was not translated in the user's input. I will provide a more fluent translation. The black bear phantom beast roared, its eyes challenging Flynn. Seeing this, Flynn merged with his sword without hesitation, aiming to eliminate the black bear. The black bear, noticing Flynn's approach, showed a cold expression, thinking the human was courting death. Being an energy entity, it had almost no weaknesses and could trap opponents with overwhelming force. As the black bear thought Flynn was seeking death, the Vritra Cauldron suddenly emerged, absorbing over 90% of the bear's dispersed energy in an instant. Startled, the black bear was too late to react. With the power of Howling's sword, Flynn instantly shattered its remaining energy. Boom. Another loud sound echoed, another bright light flashed, and the black bear Huanso dissipating, leaving its essence hovering mid-air. Improved for fluency and accuracy. Another deafening boom resounded, followed by a brilliant flash of light. The black bear Huanso dispersed, leaving only its essence floating in the air. Note, Huanso is kept as is since it seems to be a specific term from the original context that may not have a direct English equivalent without further explanation. If you want a more natural English translation, we can replace it with illusionary beast, or similar based on context. Landing, Flynn quickly sat in lotus position, using the Vritra Cauldron to absorb and refine the black bear's energy. Compared to the tiger-shaped Huanso, the black bear's energy was more potent and pure. However, after refinement by the Myriad techniques and Vritra Cauldron, Flynn only reached the peak of the first-level spirit control realm, failing to advance to the second level. Indeed, the Vritra Cauldron's requirements for spirit energy were becoming increasingly demanding, causing much of the absorbed energy to be wasted. Note: for a more fluent read, I replaced Flynn with he in the last paragraph to avoid repetition. Also, I assumed Huanso means illusory beast, but kept it as is due to your inclusion. Please clarify if you want it translated or kept as is. Let me know if you would like further adjustments. Indeed, the Vritra Cauldron required increasingly more spiritual energy, much of which was wasted. Dao seed marks again lit up on the Vritra Cauldron. These marks temporarily remained unfused, as Flynn lacked appropriate innate abilities to fuse into them. He would need to leave and seek powerful spirit control realm beast abilities to incorporate into the Dao seed marks. ##### Chapter 111, Ultimate Floating Bridge. After refining the essence, Flynn absorbed it and once again passed the spirit essence to Elizabeth. After witnessing Flynn's lightning-fast defeat of the 4th-rank mid-stage true spirit master black bear illusory beast, Elizabeth no longer doubted his words. Flynn, it seems you really have a chance to pass this ultimate floating bridge. Elizabeth was overjoyed. Although she did not know how Flynn managed to do this, she was indeed very happy. Entering the 5th layer would bring opportunities even if she could not enter herself. Even if Flynn did not bring out any opportunities, the stronger he became, the better it was for her, as he could help her more effectively. As long as there are no accidents, the 5th layer is within reach. Flynn was also very pleased. What was a test for others had become an opportunity for him. After transferring the spirit essence to Elizabeth, Flynn once again boarded the floating bridge to face the 3rd illusory beast. This 3rd illusory beast had taken the form of a black panther, emitting an aura that reached the peak of a 4th-rank true spirit master. Unsurprisingly, under the terrifying devouring power of the void sky tripod, the black panther's strength was reduced to almost nothing, and the remaining force was shattered by the bright shadow sword without giving it a chance to unleash its second power. Then came the 4th and 5th illusory beasts. All were thoroughly restrained by the void sky tripod and did not get a chance to exert any lethal damage before being shattered by the bright shadow sword. Flynn harnessed the scattered power from these illusory beasts to smoothly advance to the peak of the 2nd stage spiritual control realm, just one step away from the 3rd stage. The spirit essences of these illusory beasts were naturally all absorbed and refined by Elizabeth. When Flynn handed over the spirit essence of the 5th illusory beast to Elizabeth, she didn't even speak, but immediately began activating her phoenix bloodline to absorb the power within the essence. At this point, both Flynn and Elizabeth felt that the final illusory beast, comparable to a 6th-rank true spirit master, posed no real threat. After all, the 5th illusory beast already possessed the strength of a late 5th-rank true spirit master, with not much difference in power compared to the last one. Flynn approached the last section of the floating bridge, where he could already see a vortex tunnel ahead, the entrance and exit to the 5th layer. 5th layer? According to Alicia, the opportunities within are truly extraordinary. Martial techniques, secret manuals, elixirs, divine weapons, all are possible. Flynn felt quite eager. Few people now could enter this 5th layer. Roar. On the ultimate difficulty floating bridge, the most powerful illusory beast appeared. It transformed into a white tiger with a clearly visible horizontal stripe on its forehead, looking exceedingly imposing and majestic. Its aura, rivaling a 6th-rank true spirit master, pressed down on Flynn from nearly 100 meters away like an approaching flood. Kill it, and I can enter the 5th layer. Kill it, and I can advance to the 3rd-rank true spirit master realm. Flynn felt exceptionally excited just thinking about it. At the 3rd-rank true spirit master realm, with the 10-fold power boost from 1000 illusion slash and his mental strength of 200 segments, his strength could absolutely reach the level of a 6th-rank true spirit master. Combined with his versatile combat skills, he would surely be at ease and able to leverage his advantages fully in battle. With such power, he would undoubtedly be considered a true powerhouse, not just in Foggy Yellow City, but even across the entire Daqing Kingdom. One with the sword. Flynn gathered his strength, raised the bright shadow sword, and swiftly charged toward the illusory beast before him, leveraging the formidable devouring power of the void sky tripod to slay the illusory beast and achieve the legendary feat of entering the 5th layer of the secret realm. Roar. The white tiger illusory beast roared, seeing Flynn charging with sword and man as one. Its cold eyes filled with murderous intent, it pounced at Flynn, opening its vast mouth intending to swallow him whole and obliterate him with its formidable power. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed on the floating bridge. Elizabeth, who was already accustomed to this, instinctively looked toward the bridge, only for her expression to drastically change. Not good. Something happened to Flynn. It seems his previously unbeatable tactics encountered significant setbacks. Elizabeth's exquisite face turned anxious and worried. Under this loud impact, Elizabeth did not see the white tiger illusory beast shatter or Flynn emerge from the beast's body. As the white tiger landed, roaring continuously, terrifying power burst out from it, radiating colorful light, yet it did not entirely shatter all the power. For the illusory beast, as long as its power was not completely extinguished, it could continue to release power through its essence, though not as much as when it was at its peak, but enough to recover at least 60% of its strength instantly. Seeing this, Elizabeth immediately stopped refining the essence and rushed onto the bridge to see what was happening. She couldn't remain idle while Flynn was in danger. However, as Elizabeth stepped onto the bridge, an illusory beast blocking her path appeared. Roar. The tiger-like illusory beast roared, blocking Elizabeth's way. Without hesitation, Elizabeth cast hand seals, causing a phoenix shadow to emit a shriek, subduing the illusory beast to the ground with intangible power. Immediately, a blade of spiritual energy materialized and exploded upon the tiger-like illusory beast. Despite its power matching a 4th-rank true spirit master, the tiger-like illusory beast couldn't withstand Elizabeth's attack and was slain instantly. Without collecting the essence, Elizabeth continued rushing forward, closely watching the roaring white tiger illusory beast at the far end of the bridge. She saw Flynn trapped inside the white tiger's belly, where internal rumbling suggested he was locked in a life-or-death struggle with the white tiger illusory beast. However, Elizabeth couldn't relax, as being trapped inside the white tiger's belly meant certain death unless he escaped. Currently, Flynn was making his last stand. Flynn, hold on, I'm coming. Elizabeth disregarded violating the floating bridge rules at this moment, only focusing on saving Flynn. Even if they violated the rules by being on the bridge simultaneously and faced double the trials, she didn't care. Then another illusory beast blocked her path. Elizabeth's phoenix shadow shrieked endlessly as she advanced like a warrior goddess, using formidable spiritual energy attacks formed by her slender hand seals. Flynn, it seems you truly have a chance to pass this ultimate floating bridge. Elizabeth was overjoyed. Although she didn't know exactly how Flynn managed to achieve this, she was genuinely happy for him. If Flynn could enter the 5th level, even if she couldn't follow, it would still bring her opportunities. Even if Flynn couldn't bring out any fortune, his increasing strength would be beneficial for her, helping her better. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the 5th level should indeed be within reach. Flynn was also delighted. What was a test for others had become an opportunity for him. After transferring the spirit essence to Elizabeth, Flynn returned to the floating bridge to face the 3rd illusory beast. This 3rd illusory beast took the form of a black panther, radiating a power that reached the peak of the 4th-rank true spirit master realm. As expected, under the terrifying devouring power of the void sky tripod, the Black Panther's strength was reduced to almost nothing. The remaining power was shattered by the bright shadow sword, not giving it a second chance to attack. Next came the 4th and 5th illusory beasts. Everything went without a hitch. All were suppressed by the void sky tripod and did not even get a chance to unleash their power before being shattered by the bright shadow sword. Flynn utilized the scattered powers from these illusory beasts to smoothly reach the peak of the 2nd-level spirit mastery realm, only one step away from the 3rd level. These spirit essences, naturally, were all absorbed and refined by Elizabeth. When Flynn handed over the 5th illusory beast's spirit essence to Elizabeth, she didn't say a word but immediately began activating her phoenix bloodline to absorb the essence's power. At this point, both Flynn and Elizabeth felt that the remaining illusory beast, comparable to a 6th-rank true spirit master, posed little threat. After all, this 5th illusory beast already possessed late 5th-rank true spirit master power, not much weaker than the final one. Flynn arrived at the last stretch of the floating bridge. Here, he could see a vortex channel on the other side, leading to the entrance of the 5th level. 5th level? According to Alicia, the fortunes here are truly extraordinary. Martial techniques, secret arts, elixirs, divine weapons, everything is possible. Flynn was quite anticipative. The space in the 5th level is now rarely entered by anyone. Roar. On the ultimate difficulty floating bridge, the most powerful illusory beast appeared. It transformed into a white tiger with clear stripes on its forehead, looking extremely majestic and formidable. Its power rivaled that of a 6th-rank true spirit master, creating a pressure wave like an impending flood, crushing down on Flynn from nearly 100 meters away. Kill it, and I can enter the 5th level. Kill it, and I can advance to the 3rd-rank true spirit master realm. Flynn felt exceptionally excited just thinking about it. Achieving 3rd-rank true spirit master combined with the 10-fold power boost of the 1000 illusion slash and 200 segments of mental strength, his power could certainly match a 6th-rank true spirit master. With various combat skills at his disposal, he would definitely excel in battle, maximizing his strengths. Such power meant he would be a formidable force not just in Yellow Fog City, but throughout the entire Daqing Kingdom. One with the sword. Flynn gathered his strength, intent flickered in his mind, and holding the bright shadow sword, he charged swiftly towards the illusory beast. Leveraging the terrifying devouring power of the void sky tripod, he aimed to kill the illusory beast in front of him and realized the legend of entering the 5th level of the secret realm. Roar. The illusory beast resembling a white tiger let out a roar. Seeing Flynn charge forward with man and sword as one, coldness filled its eyes, and with a powerful pounce, it opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow Flynn whole and crush him with its formidable strength. Bang! A loud boom echoed on the floating bridge. Elizabeth, who had already gotten used to this, instinctively looked over but suddenly changed expression. Not good. Something happened to Flynn. His unstoppable methods seemed to have met a significant setback. Worry and anxiety crept onto Elizabeth's beautiful face. In that moment of impact, Elizabeth saw neither the white tiger illusory beast shattering nor Flynn emerging from the beast's body. The white tiger landed, roaring continuously, emitting colorful light from its body, yet it wasn't entirely destroyed. For an illusory beast, as long as its power wasn't completely extinguished, it could continue to release power using the spirit essence. Though not as strong as its peak, it could recover at least 60% of its strength in an instant. Seeing this, Elizabeth immediately stopped absorbing the spirit essence and rushed onto the floating bridge to investigate what happened. She couldn't stand idly by if Flynn was in danger. However, just as Elizabeth stepped onto the floating bridge, an illusory beast targeting her manifested. Roar. A tiger-shaped illusory beast roared, blocking Elizabeth's path. Without hesitation, Elizabeth chanted a spell with her hands, causing a phoenix shadow on her body to emit a screech, suppressing the illusory beast and forcing it to lie prostrate on the ground. Then, a blade made of spiritual energy appeared on the tiger-shaped illusory beast's body and exploded, instantly killing it despite its 4th-rank true spirit master strength. Without collecting the spirit essence, Elizabeth continued to rush forward while closely monitoring the situation at the far end of the floating bridge where the white tiger illusory beast roared fiercely. She saw Flynn being swallowed by the white tiger, with continuous explosions inside its belly, indicating he was trapped inside, engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the illusory beast. Elizabeth couldn't remain calm, knowing that if Flynn didn't escape, the outcome would only be death. He was making his final resistance. Flynn, hold on, I'm coming. Elizabeth disregarded the floating bridge rules, her only thought being to save Flynn. As for the consequences of breaking the rule, both of them stepping on the floating bridge at the same time, facing double trials, that was no longer a concern for her. Then another illusory beast blocked Elizabeth's path. With the continuous screeches of the phoenix shadow behind her, she stood like a warrior goddess, unleashing devastating spiritual attacks with her slender hands. Chapter 111. Ultimate Floating Bridge. After refining the spirit core, Flynn handed it over to Elizabeth once again. Seeing Flynn once more annihilate a mid-stage 4th-rank true spirit master illusory beast with swift force, Elizabeth no longer doubted his words. Flynn, it looks like you really have a chance to pass this ultimate floating bridge. Elizabeth was extremely delighted. Although she didn't know how Flynn managed to do it, she was genuinely happy for him. Even if she couldn't enter the 5th layer herself, Flynn's progress could still bring her opportunities. Even if he couldn't bring back any opportunities, his growing strength would be beneficial for her and could better assist her. As long as nothing goes wrong, the 5th layer should indeed be within reach. Flynn was also pleased. What was a trial for others had become an opportunity for him. After transferring the spirit core to Elizabeth, Flynn once again ascended the floating bridge to face the 3rd illusory beast. This 3rd illusory beast appeared in the form of a black panther, exuding an aura that had already reached the peak of a 4th-rank true spirit master. Unsurprisingly, this Black Panther's power dwindled under the formidable devouring force of the Void Sky Cauldron, leaving it vulnerable to being shattered by the White Shadow Sword without a second chance. Next came the 4th and 5th illusory beasts. There were no surprises. Each was suppressed by the Void Sky Cauldron and disintegrated by the White Shadow Sword before they could unleash any significant power. Flynn used the residual forces released by these illusory beasts to smoothly advance to the peak of the 2nd stage of the Spirit Mastery Realm, just one step away from the 3rd stage. The spirit cores of these illusory beasts were, without exception, absorbed and refined by Elizabeth. When Flynn handed over the spirit core of the 5th illusory beast to Elizabeth, she began activating her phoenix bloodline to absorb its power without saying a word. At this point, both Flynn and Elizabeth felt that the remaining illusory beast, which rivaled a 6th-rank true spirit master, posed little threat. After all, this 5th illusory beast already possessed the strength of a late-stage 5th-rank true spirit master, making the gap between it and the final beast not particularly large. Flynn approached the last segment of the floating bridge, where he could see a vortex leading to the entrance of the 5th layer. 5th layer? According to Elisha's account, the opportunities here are truly extraordinary. Techniques, secret methods, elixirs, and divine weapons. Everything is possible. Flynn was filled with anticipation for the 5th layer's realm, as few people nowadays could enter it. Roar. On the ultimate floating bridge, the most powerful illusory beast emerged. It transformed into a white tiger with distinct stripes on its forehead, appearing ferociously majestic. Its aura, comparable to a 6th-rank true spirit master, exerted immense pressure on Flynn even from nearly 100 meters away, akin to the crushing force of an approaching flood. Kill it, and I can enter the 5th layer. Kill it, and I can reach the 3rd-rank true spirit master realm. Just thinking about it, Flynn felt extraordinarily excited and expectant. The 3rd-rank true spirit master realm, combined with the 10-fold power boost from the 1,000 illusion slash and his 200 segments of mental strength, would certainly bring his combat power to the level of a 6th-rank true spirit master. With various tactical advantages, he would perform exceptionally well in battles. Such strength would make him a formidable figure, not only in Yellow Fog City, but potentially in the entire Great Qing Kingdom. One with the sword. Flynn gathered his strength, wielding the White Shadow Sword as he swiftly charged toward the illusory beast, aiming to kill it and enter the 5th layer of the secret realm using the Void Sky Cauldron's formidable devouring power. Roar. The white tiger-like illusory beast let out an angry roar, seeing Flynn charging at it with man and sword united. Its eyes full of killing intent, it pounced on Flynn, opening its huge mouth to try to swallow him whole and obliterate him with its overwhelming power. Boom. A loud explosion echoed across the floating bridge. Elizabeth, who had grown accustomed to such scenes, instinctively looked towards the bridge. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. Not good. Something happened to Flynn. It seems his previously flawless tactics have met a significant setback. The beautiful Elizabeth's face turned anxious and worried at this moment. Amidst the muffled explosion, Elizabeth saw neither the white tiger disintegrating nor Flynn emerging from its body. Upon landing, the white tiger roared fiercely, emitting colorful light from its body, yet its power remained intact. For illusory beasts, as long as their power wasn't completely destroyed, they could continue releasing power through their spirit cores, though not at their peak strength, they could still recover up to 60% of their original power instantly. Seeing this, Elizabeth immediately stopped refining the spirit core and rushed onto the floating bridge to see what had happened. She couldn't stand by idly if Flynn was in danger. However, Elizabeth hadn't gone far when another trial illusory beast materialized before her. Roar. A tiger-shaped illusory beast roared and blocked Elizabeth's path. Without hesitation, Elizabeth channeled her spell, and a phoenix shadow emitted a shriek from her body, subduing the illusory beast with intangible force, forcing it to the ground. Following that, a blade formed from spiritual energy appeared on the tiger illusory beast and exploded violently. Despite its 4th-rank true spirit master level strength, the tiger illusory beast couldn't withstand Elizabeth's attack and was instantly killed. Without collecting the spirit core, Elizabeth continued rushing forward, closely monitoring the situation of the roaring white tiger illusory beast at the end of the floating bridge. Flynn was trapped inside the white tiger's belly, facing a life-and-death struggle with the illusory beast. However, Elizabeth couldn't remain calm because, once trapped inside the white tiger's belly, the only outcome would be death unless Flynn escaped. Flynn, hold on. I'm coming. Elizabeth no longer cared about violating the rules of the floating bridge. Her only thought was to save Flynn. The consequences of breaking the rules, such as double trials for both of them, were irrelevant at this moment. Then, the second illusory beast blocked Elizabeth's path. Her phoenix shadow continuously shrieked as she moved like a warrior goddess, unleashing devastating attacks with her delicate hands, capable of shattering rocks and mountains. ####Chapter 112, Imprint. Bang. Spirit energy, accompanied by fiery light, burned within the second black bear phantom beast, followed by a violent explosion. Similarly, this second phantom beast was swiftly killed by Elizabeth with one strike, the process being swift and decisive. It wasn't until she faced the fourth phantom beast that Elizabeth used her second and third techniques, finishing off the fourth beast after 3 strikes. Throughout this time, Flynn remained trapped inside the white tiger's belly, where the fierce struggle never ceased. However, as time passed, Elizabeth's worry grew more intense. She didn't know how long Flynn could hold on inside the white tiger. Flynn, you must hold on. Tears welled up in Elizabeth's eyes. She had never realized that Flynn had unknowingly become so important to her. The fifth phantom beast, a giant ape, materialized, exuding the aura of a late-stage 5th-rank true spirit master, which put considerable pressure on Elizabeth. She cast a spell and rapidly charged at the phantom ape, her spirit sword beams, like lights under a starry river, dragging trails of fire and exploding on the phantom ape's body. Boom. The energy on the phantom ape's body was torn open into numerous wounds, but quickly recovered to nearly 80%. This showed that Elizabeth's strength had significantly improved through the refinement of the essence soul, now steadily suppressing a late-stage 5th-rank true spirit master phantom beast. However, Elizabeth was extremely dissatisfied with this outcome. At this rate, it would take her hundreds of moves to kill the giant ape phantom beast. Such a prolonged period might mean it was already too late for Flynn, trapped inside the white tiger. The phantom giant ape roared in pain and moved at an extreme speed, turning into an energy lasso intending to bind Elizabeth and attack with all its might. Phantom beasts wouldn't suffer flesh injuries, but if Elizabeth were hit, it would severely impact her performance and possibly be fatal. Elizabeth naturally wouldn't give the giant ape a chance. Her graceful body hovered midair while the phoenix silhouette on her back flapped its wings, moving at an incredible speed. After increasing the distance, Elizabeth, without hesitation, slashed at her wrist with spirit energy as a blade, blood spewing forth instantly. The flying blood didn't fall but, under Elizabeth's incantation, strangely gathered and formed a lifelike phoenix shape. In the name of the phoenix, using essence blood as the medium, burn. As Elizabeth's voice echoed, the phoenix made of blood erupted with boundless flames. Squawk. With a phoenix cry, the flaming phoenix appeared as if it had truly descended, drying the surrounding air and releasing an overwhelmingly hot wave throughout the space. The giant ape wailed. The force around it couldn't withstand this heat and began to evaporate instantly. In just a moment, the formidable late-stage 5th-rank true spirit master phantom beast was consumed and destroyed by the scorching wave, leaving only an essence soul floating in the air. At this point, Elizabeth stumbled, her exquisite face pale. Without stopping, she continued casting spells, controlling the blood phoenix engulfed in flames and directing it toward the white tiger phantom beast lying nearby. However, before the blazing blood phoenix reached the white tiger, another even stronger and terrifying white tiger phantom beast materialized out of nowhere. This white tiger was even more powerful than the one Flynn had summoned. Its aura had already reached the middle stage of 6th-rank true spirit master. This was the punishment for both of them appearing on the floating bridge simultaneously, making the 6th phantom beast much harder to deal with. The middle stage 6th-rank true spirit master white tiger king emerged with a deafening roar. Terrifying spirit energy surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the blazing blood phoenix. Hiss. The clash between flame and spirit energy resembled a confrontation between water and fire, producing a piercing whine. Despite the flame's immense power, 1 unit of fire consuming 3 units of spirit energy, they were still at a disadvantage, outnumbered by a significant margin. In an instant, the flames were extinguished by the spirit energy, and the searing air returned to normal. The flaming blood phoenix was swallowed by countless units of spirit energy, exploding and shattering energy, yet unable to stop the white tiger king's advance. The moment the blood phoenix disintegrated, Elizabeth's body shook violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale, swaying dangerously close to falling from the air. Hardly stabilizing herself, Elizabeth saw the middle stage 6th-rank true spirit master white tiger king charging at her, but she didn't retreat. She felt she couldn't retreat now, otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain, and Flynn might die inside the tiger's belly. Stabilizing her stance, Elizabeth's eyes gleamed intensely, her hands quickly casting spells as she fixed her gaze on the approaching white tiger king. Wishing to kill my husband? No one can do that without my permission. Elizabeth cried out loudly, seemingly transformed. Suddenly, a phoenix imprint appeared on her forehead. Slash. Elizabeth huffed lightly. There was no surge of spirit energy from her body, but a special force erupted from her forehead. It was a seemingly insignificant spark of flame, yet when it appeared, it resembled an eternal, indestructible sun, unstoppable by anything. If Aristide were present, he would have been utterly shocked. He had once been critically injured by this technique of Elizabeth's, almost dying. This force left him feeling unprecedented fear and intense longing. He knew that if he could control such power, he would truly soar to the heavens, with no one able to hinder his rise. The flame flashed past, appearing instantly on the white tiger king's body, giving the beast no chance to react or dodge. The flame entered the white tiger king's body silently, like a drop of water hitting the ground and being absorbed by the earth. The entire process looked extremely simple, without any dramatic effect. Yet, the invincible White Tiger King, possessing the strength of a middle-stage 6th-rank true spirit master, quietly faded away, not even leaving behind its essence soul, vanishing completely. Elizabeth, at this moment, could no longer hover mid-air, and fell to the ground from the sky. Clearly, though this move was immensely powerful, it came at a heavy cost to her. In the name of the Phoenix, using blood as the medium, burn. Elizabeth endured her weakened state, and once again activated the Blood Phoenix secret technique, targeting the White Tiger holding Flynn prisoner. ####Chapter 113, the end of the Grand Hall. Immediately after Elizabeth cast the Blood Phoenix, she completely collapsed from exhaustion and fainted. Flynn, you must stay alive. This was the only thought in her mind before losing consciousness. It was already her absolute limit. If this could not save Flynn, when the Blood Phoenix appeared, it soared through the flames and instantly descended upon the Tiger King who was writhing in agony on the ground. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as the Tiger King was shattered by the Blood Phoenix. Clearly, the Tiger King had already been gravely injured and could no longer withstand the attack from the Blood Phoenix. With the Tiger King's illusory beast slain, its essence remained on the spot, and Flynn sat cross-legged there, surrounded by the ghostly image of the Vortex Heaven tripod emitting golden light, giving him an especially sacred and solemn appearance. Unfortunately, at this moment, Elizabeth had already fallen into a coma due to continuously casting forbidden techniques and overexerting her awakened bloodline powers. She did not see this scene. While dealing with the last Tiger King illusory beast, an unexpected event indeed occurred for Flynn, but it was not the crisis that Elizabeth had imagined. Trapped inside the Tiger King's belly, Flynn absorbed a certain amount of power from the Tiger King illusory beast, and 8 Dao Seed imprints were activated on the Vortex Heaven tripod. 2 of these Dao Seed imprints respectively integrated the innate abilities of a dragon and a spirit cat, while the remaining 6 remained unmerged, waiting to be filled. But just then, Flynn sensed unprecedented flames, reminding him of the time he and Elizabeth cultivated the Yin Yang Emperor scripture together. An unknown flame ignited from one of the Dao Seed imprints on the Vortex Heaven tripod, awakening a new talent unique to him, Bath of Flames. At that moment, the unexpected happened. The Bath of Flames talent awakened, and the Wu soul of the Vortex Heaven tripod manifested, enveloped in mysterious firelight, making Flynn feel as if his body and mind were wrapped in terrifying flames. Under the burning flames, Flynn's physical body astonishingly began to dissolve and regenerate, resulting in unprecedented strengthening of his flesh and blood. Even his sea of consciousness similarly compressed under the pressure of heat, reducing the originally 200-tiered tripod light cluster to a single large tripod light cluster. His 200-tier mental energy cultivation regressed to 100 tiers. It seemed like Flynn suffered significant damage, but in reality, he clearly felt that the compressed mental energy now possessed 3 times the strength of his previous mental energy. Thus, under the awakening of this prison flame talent, the Wu soul of the Vortex Heaven tripod not only did not weaken but also received another enhancement. His physical body and mental energy both underwent tremendous strengthening, while only his own spirit power remained unchanged. This is the talent bestowed by Elizabeth's bloodline. It can make my physical body and mental energy even stronger. Flynn was astonished. He finally understood why Aristide wanted Elizabeth's bloodline talent so much. Elizabeth's talent was truly terrifying. After the awakening of the Bath of Flames talent ended, Flynn discovered that the Tiger King was already dead, and he initially thought it was because of the power of his Bath of Flames talent. Only when Flynn saw Elizabeth lying unconscious nearby did he realize something was wrong. Flynn panicked, quickly standing up and rushing to Elizabeth's side. Upon sensing her with spirit power, he found her vital energies in complete disarray and her internal organs severely damaged. She must have noticed I was trapped inside the Tiger King's belly and thought I was in danger, so she rushed over to save me? Crossing the floating bridge together would result in double suppression of our powers. She took such severe injuries just to save me. Though Flynn hadn't witnessed the entire process, he could guess what had happened immediately. Without hesitation, Flynn started healing Elizabeth, smoothing out her chaotic vital energies and nourishing and restoring her injured internal organs. Under the pure spirit power's nourishment, Elizabeth's complexion gradually regained color, and she slowly opened her eyes, waking from her faint. My love. Flynn's heart was filled with pain and gratitude. Elizabeth could sacrifice everything to save him. This was the difference between Zaylee and Elizabeth. Initially, Flynn had wholeheartedly treated Zaylee, yet in return, he faced betrayal. But Elizabeth, regardless of her own safety, was willing to do anything to save him. Flynn. When Elizabeth woke up and saw Flynn alive, she grabbed his hand, her voice trembling with relief and fear. You scared me to death. I really feared I'd never see you again. I'm sorry, Flynn said guiltily. I made you worry. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Elizabeth clung to Flynn's chest, tears welling up in her eyes. How did you get so badly hurt? Flynn asked tenderly. Did you lose all your hard-earned strength? Flynn had examined Elizabeth's body. Although he had managed to smooth out her vital energies and heal her internal organs, her current aura was incomparably weaker than before. Don't I have you to protect me? Elizabeth laughed indifferently. Lost strength can be regained, but if I lost you as a helper, there wouldn't be anyone else who would selflessly dedicate themselves to me like this. Indeed. Flynn nodded firmly, saying, I promise to always stand by your side and protect you. After some time, they released each other's arms, and Flynn collected all the essence souls on the floating bridge. Each time he gathered an essence soul, his heart ached, knowing Elizabeth didn't even take the time to collect them. This showed how desperately she had tried to save him, unwilling to waste even a moment collecting essence souls. Or perhaps, at that moment, Elizabeth's heart was solely focused on Flynn's safety, not even considering the rare treasures like essence souls. Through this ordeal, though Elizabeth had been gravely injured, Flynn further understood her true feelings for him. As for the lingering concern about Nyan K, the rival in his heart, it naturally dissipated. Who doesn't have a past? As long as Elizabeth was genuinely devoted to him now, that was enough. Moreover, he didn't even know what exactly Nyan K was about. Together, they walked to the end of the ultimate challenge of the floating bridge. There, a grand hall stood, along with a vortex passage. Flynn did not rush into the grand hall or proceed to the 5th level of the spatial dimension. Instead, he stayed by Elizabeth's side, watching her refine the essence souls and restore her cultivation. Half an hour later, Elizabeth successfully refined all the essence souls, and her cultivation aura once again grew strong. How are you feeling? How much have you recovered? Flynn asked with deep concern. Chapter 114. Inheritance Secret Treasure. A 4th-rank true spirit master is no longer a threat, Elizabeth said with a smile, not hiding her words. Hearing this, Flynn felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Elizabeth had already possessed such strength before she came here, but despite absorbing and refining so many essences of fate, her power had not increased. And all of this was because Elizabeth tried to save him, even though he didn't need it. It was her misunderstanding. Let's go inside the grand hall and see if there's any fortune within, Flynn finished and led the way into the hall, pushing open the door. Inside the grand hall, there was no immediate threat. Under the perception of his spirit cat, the hall was rather empty except for a statue standing at the center, as if proclaiming its dominion over the area. The statue wore battle armor, holding a large axe, gazing far away as if searching for something lost. Elizabeth followed him and looked at the man holding the axe, murmuring, "There's no danger here. This place contains either an inheritance secret technique or a secret treasure." Flynn was surprised. From his spirit cat's perception, apart from the statue, there was nothing else that indicated the presence of an inheritance secret technique or treasure. Elizabeth seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. When accepting an ancestor's legacy, propriety must be observed. Go ahead. Flynn reacted immediately and walked towards the statue, stopping 3 meters away and bowing respectfully. However, nothing happened. Be more devout, Elizabeth reminded him. For the sake of the inheritance secret technique or treasure Elizabeth mentioned, Flynn went all out, kneeling on both knees and performing the grandest prostration. Indeed, after he finished his prostration, the floor beneath the statue emitted a humming sound, and a beautiful box emerged from the ground. Flynn was delighted. Indeed, just as Elizabeth had said, there was a fortune here. He picked up the box and opened it in front of Elizabeth. A faint aura of spiritual energy wafted out of the box, revealing an item inside, a secret treasure. This is... Flynn looked at the seal-like object inside the box, filled with joy and surprise. The seal appeared to be made of some unknown material, covered in dense, flowing runes, giving it a natural feel. Flynn picked it up and examined the bottom, where 4 large characters, Chinku and Jeffa, Heavenly Borrowing Technique, were inscribed. Darling, is this a spirit artifact? Flynn handed the seal to Elizabeth, knowing she was knowledgeable and might recognize it. No, this is not a spirit artifact, Elizabeth replied after inspecting the seal. It's an inheritance secret treasure, containing a complete imprint of a Dao technique. It belongs to an axe Dao spirit weapon, but its exact rank remains unknown. Is it useful to you? Flynn asked. I don't need a spirit weapon, and most people nowadays can't benefit from it. Elizabeth shook her head. An inheritance secret treasure, useless to most? Does this mean ordinary people can't learn it? Flynn was astonished. After all, they had obtained this opportunity by crossing the ultimate floating bridge. It would be too wasteful if it had no use at all. For a Wu Soul Spirit Master specializing in Axe Dao, this would bestow them with the complete inheritance contained within. However, awakening it requires an extremely powerful bloodline force. Therefore, only a few can meet both these conditions, Elizabeth explained further. Hearing this, Flynn felt disappointed. He had performed a grand prostration for someone unknown and ended up with a treasure he couldn't use. You can try dropping blood to acknowledge ownership and see if it accepts you, Elizabeth suggested, trying to comfort him. If not, keep it close. The materials of such a spirit weapon are precious and can be used later to forge your innate spirit treasure. Flynn nodded and cut his finger, dripping blood onto the Axe Dao spirit weapon. The blood was instantly absorbed by the seal, causing a wisp of green smoke to rise and emit a sizzling sound. Beyond that, there was no response. It doesn't work. It doesn't accept you, Elizabeth said preemptively. Flynn had anticipated this. He was merely a true spirit master, not yet a Dao spirit master, so how could he possess skills related to Axe Dao? Moreover, he lacked the required bloodline force. The talent for bathing in flames benefited from Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline, allowing him to awaken and enhance his physical and mental capabilities. After several attempts, seeing the seal merely emit green smoke without acknowledging him, Flynn reluctantly put it away. Confirming there were no other opportunities in the hall, Flynn and Elizabeth left, and traversed through the vortex channel, appearing directly in the 5th layer of the highly sought-after mystic realm. Upon arriving, their first impression was the dense spiritual energy here, almost rivaling that of the first layer's spirit mind. Besides, Flynn and Elizabeth saw various rare treasures everywhere, making it look like an invaluable medicinal garden. Seeing this, Flynn felt inexplicably excited. With so many treasures, wouldn't this allow him and Elizabeth to enhance their cultivation without hesitation? We've hit the jackpot. Before rushing to pick the treasures, Flynn heard Elizabeth say, Flynn, hold on, she added, we can only take 3 treasures from here. So, choose carefully and select the 3 most suitable ones for you. Once we've taken the corresponding number of treasures, we'll be transported back to the 3rd layer, Elizabeth explained. Flynn paused, looking at Elizabeth confused. So many treasures, but we can only take 3? Of course. Otherwise, who would still come to this mystic realm? Elizabeth laughed at his enthusiastic expression. The core purpose of this mystic realm is to spread the legacies of its creator. Elizabeth revealed its true essence. So, We can practice using the abundant spiritual energy here before choosing our desired treasures. Elizabeth suggested the right approach. Flynn understood, feeling a bit regretful. Though the spiritual energy here was dense, it held little appeal to him. The virtual sky tripod was quite selective, and the purity of spiritual energy here was similar to the first layer spirit mine, rendering it ineffective. However, Elizabeth had no such qualms. After explaining the correct method to Flynn, she summoned her phoenix shadow without hesitation and began cultivating using the spiritual energy here. Chapter 115. Attempting refinement. Since Elizabeth was in cultivation, Flynn naturally wasn't in a rush and waited by her side. With nothing better to do, he took out the seal once more from his pocket. This object contained a complete axe Dao inheritance. Once it acknowledged its owner, one could harness its power. Unfortunately, despite dripping so much of his blood onto it, it never recognized him. I wonder if the Myriad Dao art of the Void Sky Tripod can refine this? Flynn pondered. He had witnessed firsthand the Void Sky Tripod's ability to devour power. Even forces far stronger than himself could be effectively absorbed. For instance, the 100-year-old silver python, or the illusion beast on the ultimate floating bridge. Both were entities far more powerful than him, but still succumbed to the Void Sky Tripod's absorption power. The Myriad Dao art possessed the ability to refine myriad Daos and extract innate talents of beasts. Hence, Flynn thought about attempting to use the Void Sky Tripod in the Myriad Dao art to refine the Axe Dao Spirit Weapon Seal. Sitting cross-legged immediately, Flynn placed the seal on his palm. It wasn't large but weighed several thousand pounds. With a thought, the Void Sky Tripod vibrated, releasing a formidable suction force which, through his body, fell upon the seal in his hand. At the moment this suction force reached the seal, the previously lifeless Axe Dao Spirit Weapon suddenly illuminated on its own. The runes embedded on the seal seemed to come alive as spiritual energy surged rapidly through them, emitting a powerful force. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the power from the seal clashed with the Void Sky Tripod's absorption power. The collision sent Flynn flying back due to the intense force. Flynn landed awkwardly, covered in dust. As he stood up, he saw Elizabeth staring at him with astonishment. Never thought this thing was so formidable. Flynn smiled awkwardly, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Elizabeth chuckled. This is an Axe Dao Spirit Weapon. While we don't know its exact rank, it's beyond our reach for now. Be careful, you might hurt yourself, Elizabeth advised before focusing on her cultivation again. Looking at the Axe Dao Spirit Weapon that had also been knocked away, Flynn felt buganshin, unwilling to accept defeat. How could a living person like himself be embarrassed by a lifeless object? It even managed to escape the Void Sky Tripod's absorption power, nearly injuring me too. Na said right, this thing is indeed formidable. But the more extraordinary something is, wouldn't mastering it now give me a powerful means? Perhaps, I could even use it against a 1000-segment art spirit master like Germain. Flynn wasn't willing to give up. This item was so potent and hard-earned. Leaving it idle would be a waste. After tidying himself up, Flynn picked up the Axe Dao Spirit Weapon again. The seal now felt as smooth as jade in his hand. This time, instead of trying to absorb its power with the Void Sky Tripod, Flynn secretly activated the Myriad Dao art to attempt refining it. The Void Sky Tripod vibrated once more. Spiritual energy flowed according to the Myriad Dao art, forming special runes within him, then transmitted through his body to strike the Axe Dao Spirit Weapon on his palm. Buzz. A faint hum sounded in Flynn's mind. The Axe Dao Spirit Weapon slightly trembled, moving softly like tofu. Seeing no resistance, Flynn felt hopeful and continued running the Myriad Dao art, repeatedly striking the seal with special runes. As these special runes repeatedly hit the Axe Dao Spirit Weapon, it began to vibrate more frequently. When the final special rune of the Myriad Dao art struck the seal, the Axe Dao Spirit Weapon shone brightly again. The runes flowed, and it hovered autonomously in midair. Maybe there's hope. Flynn was delighted. However, before he could revel in his joy, the hovering Axe Dao Spirit Weapon suddenly emitted a burst of light. Bang! Flynn was thrown back once more, and this time it was worse. He crashed into the ground hard, his head ringing and a deep, bone-deep wound appearing on his chest. What did you just do, Flynn? Are you trying to refine it? Elizabeth looked at Flynn in surprise after being disturbed. This thing seems to have its own consciousness. It appears truly unrefinable. Flynn stood up dejectedly, using spiritual energy to mend his wound. It worked. But possibly because your cultivation isn't strong enough, leading to the backlash. When your cultivation is sufficiently powerful in the future, using the same method might allow you to refine and master this Axe Dao Spirit Weapon. Seeing Flynn's disappointed look, Elizabeth gave a different response. Really? Yes, the refinement method you used earlier seems very special and potent. Once you reach the Art Spirit Master realm, you may try again. All right. Flynn trusted Elizabeth fully. After brushing off the dirt, he examined the seal, noticing subtle changes. The runes now carry traces of his unique aura. Refinement had some effect, but the leftover aura was too weak to gain the seal's acknowledgement. This confirmed Elizabeth's words. He could indeed refine the seal using the Myriad Dao art, but his current cultivation was too weak. At least my efforts weren't wasted. Flynn put the seal away happily and waited for Elizabeth to finish cultivating. The dense spiritual energy here was like a rich mine, replenishing quickly after each absorption by Elizabeth. Yet, this wasn't endless. After an hour of Elizabeth's cultivation, the surrounding spiritual energy stopped replenishing. Flynn believed there must be precious spirit stones higher than upper grade within, constrained by some technique, causing this phenomenon. Chapter 116. Seizing the opportunity. What are you looking for? Elizabeth, who had finished her cultivation, came to Flynn's side. I'm thinking that if this place can nurture so many rare and precious fruits and generate such a dense spiritual aura of heaven and earth, then there must be an extremely valuable spirit stone hidden underground or somewhere we cannot see. It is very likely to be a top-grade spirit stone, and the quantity must be considerable, Flynn expressed his thoughts. Indeed. Elizabeth nodded in agreement. Moreover, there must be a true spirit vein hidden here. Is there any way to find it? Flynn's eyes gleamed with excitement. If there were indeed top-grade spirit stones, it would allow him to rapidly increase his cultivation and power in a short time. Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh bitterly. They were already fortunate enough to gain the opportunities left by their predecessors here, yet he still wanted to seize the treasures that provided the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Aren't you being too greedy? Elizabeth scolded. Without those top-grade spirit stones, all these rare fruits will wither and die within a short period. Future visitors won't have such opportunities anymore. So what? This place isn't accessible to everyone anyway. Flynn dismissed her concern. The most important thing is that we urgently need such opportunities to boost our strength. Otherwise, how can we face off against a 1000-level spell spirit master? It's no use. If we had the capability to obtain the top-grade spirit stones here, wouldn't everything else be easily within reach? Don't overthink it. We should respect and revere the predecessor who created this place. Otherwise, it could backfire just like when you tried to refine that Axepath spirit weapon. As for Germain, he might not necessarily be ahead of us, Elizabeth advised. Flynn's thoughts were too dangerous. Challenging the creator of this secret realm was far beyond their current capabilities. Have you decided which rare fruits to choose? If you don't know them, I can introduce them to you. Elizabeth shifted her gaze to the dazzling array of rare and precious fruits before her. Hearing this, Flynn reluctantly abandoned the idea. It wasn't a matter of honor. Unclaimed items belonged to whoever could take them. But the creator of this secret realm was undoubtedly much stronger than he was. A reckless challenge might lead to retaliation, putting him in dire straits. Which ones here are the most valuable? Flynn asked while eyeing the medicinal garden. They're all about the same grade, but their effects differ. There are some that enhance spirit power, others that strengthen the body, some suitable for refining pills, and still others that enhance mental power. It depends on which one you want, Elizabeth explained. Flynn didn't hesitate and chose the rare fruit that enhanced spirit power. He was only half-versed in spell spirit master cultivation without complete guidance. Conversely, with the existence of the Void Sky tripod, he didn't need any guidance in soul spirit master cultivation and had terrifying refinement efficiency. After hearing Flynn's choice, Elizabeth pointed out 3 rare fruits that enhanced spirit power. After gathering their required fruits, they were indeed expelled from the 5th layer by an invisible force, showing the incredible means of the realm creator. Such astonishing abilities both shocked and fascinated Flynn. Mistress, is the creator of this secret realm still alive? Flynn couldn't resist asking. What kind of power must they possess? The creator's abilities far exceeded Flynn's comprehension. Prior to this, the highest-ranking master he knew of was a Dao spirit master. Beyond that, it was all blank knowledge. Elizabeth glanced at Flynn upon hearing his question. She understood his admiration for the creator's skills. However, she also knew that creating a secret realm was extraordinarily difficult in this era. If Flynn had awakened bloodline inheritance, even the weakest type, he could hope to reach this level. Unfortunately, he hadn't awakened any bloodline, but merely a weapon-type soul spirit. I'm not sure, Elizabeth shook her head without elaborating. One day, I will have such power, Flynn said with deep yearning. His conviction wasn't baseless. Only he truly understood the special strength of the Void Sky tripod. In terms of soul spirit mastery, he felt nearly invincible. Upon being expelled from the 5th layer, the two appeared in the 3rd layer of the secret realm. This was where true spirit masters sought opportunities, and competition was intense. Figures like Dean Jetbong and President Bellamy were also seeking opportunities here. Ordinarily, Grand Spirit Masters, even after obtaining breakthroughs, wouldn't compete with the true Spirit Masters who entered as full-fledged experts. However, Flynn and Elizabeth were both present. Not only were they present, but they were also confident in competing with the true Spirit Masters to seize the most valuable opportunities. Upon appearing here, they did not immediately rush to seek more opportunities but first focused on fully refining and converting the opportunities obtained from the 5th layer into their own power. It took Elizabeth an hour to successfully absorb and refine the 3 rare fruits. Flynn, on the other hand, completed his cultivation in less than half an hour. How do you feel? Flynn looked at Elizabeth. Without harming myself, I should now have the strength comparable to a 6th-rank true spirit master, Elizabeth answered honestly, knowing what Flynn was asking. And you? Elizabeth looked at Flynn expectantly. I think I'm slightly better than you, probably at the early stage of 6th-rank true spirit master, Flynn estimated based on the illusory beast's strength on the bridge. The 3 rare fruits from the 5th layer greatly boosted Flynn's cultivation, pushing him smoothly into the late stage of the spirit control realm. At this level, he would be considered a top-tier soul spirit master in the Daching Kingdom, almost on par with Jetbong before entering. Moreover, Flynn's true strength far exceeded his cultivation rank. He believed he was among the peak powerhouses within the Daching Kingdom. However, from Elizabeth's description, the Daching Kingdom was but a small area, easily wiped out by Qinling. Most importantly, their greatest enemy, Germain, was a 1000-level spell spirit master capable of surpassing even the pinnacle 9th-rank true spirit masters. This imposing mountain loomed over Flynn and Elizabeth, constantly pressing them to accelerate their growth. Otherwise, they were destined to become corpses. Still, neither was simple. One carried Phoenix bloodline, and the other possessed the mysterious yet formidable Void Sky tripod. Their training efficiency was extraordinary, their only capital for catching up to Germain. Chapter 117, Core Restricted Zone. The 3rd layer of the Mystic Realm consists of 4 regions, each distinctly different from one another. On the outermost perimeter lies an ancient forest where towering trees stand in seemingly endless rows. The inner perimeter is characterized by desolate hills, with undulating terrain and a lush cover of vegetation that drapes the area in a verdant cloak. The core area, however, is a meadow filled with wildflowers and overgrown grasses, blooming profusely under the gentle breeze, creating colorful ripples. In the heart of the restricted zone stands a towering snow-capped mountain, its peak piercing the sky like an awe-inspiring giant cloaked in ice and snow. Bogdan and his companions arrived here, initially seeking opportunities within the outer forest before venturing into the desolate hills of the inner region. For practitioners at Bogdan's level, the inner region marked the limit of their exploration. However, for experts like Bellamy, they did not linger in the outer forest but directly entered the desolate hills to seek their chances. Even formidable true spirit masters like Bellamy dared only skirt along the edges of the core area, never daring to venture deeper. As for the snowy mountain within the restricted zone, only 9-rank true spirit masters were permitted to approach it. Lesser masters faced a high risk of perishing even if they attempted it. Compared to the first layer of the mystic realm, the true horrors of this place began to manifest from the third layer onward. It truly highlighted the immense challenges spirit masters face as they advance in cultivation. Alone in the desolate hills, Bogdan walked cautiously, ever vigilant against potential natural disasters and threats from Huanso, illusion beasts. In addition to the inherent dangers of the mystic realm, he and his companions also had to be wary of ambushes by enemies and the possibility of being killed for their treasures. Note, Huanso is translated as illusion beasts to maintain consistency. If you have a preferred term for this, please let me know. For a more fluent read, we could adjust Huanso, illusion beasts, to be more consistent with the rest of the narrative. Alone in the desolate hills, Bogdan walked cautiously, ever vigilant against potential natural disasters and threats from illusion beasts. In addition to the inherent dangers of the mystic realm, he and his companions also had to be wary of ambushes by enemies and the possibility of being killed for their treasures. Bogdan's luck had held up well in the mystic realm. In the outer forest, he discovered 2 precious treasures and successfully advanced from the 3rd level of the controlling spirit realm to the early 4th level. Feeling optimistic after his breakthrough, Bogdan aimed to gather more treasures. As for advancing further to the 5th level, Bogdan didn't dare hope too much. Neither did most of the other true spirit masters. Advancing even a minor rank was extremely challenging, let alone a major one. I wonder how Xianxia and Jagger are doing. Did they break through? Bogdan thought about them. Helping the dean's grandson achieve a breakthrough was one of his main tasks this time. To assist Jagger, the dean even lent him precious treasures from the academy. Just as Bogdan pondered about Xianxia and Jagger, his expression changed slightly, followed by a hint of a smile. There's a spiritual energy fluctuation. Bogdan rushed towards a pile of rocks nearby. Found it. A faint smile crossed Bogdan's face when he spotted a rather unremarkable spirit herb amidst some weeds. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a life-extending herb. This herb is an excellent main ingredient for healing spirit pills, becoming more valuable with age. The life-extending herb before him radiated a spiritual energy indicating it was at least 100 years old, sufficient for refining a top-tier 3rd-rank spirit pill. However, just as Bogdan bent down to pick the herb, it suddenly shot towards his chest. Taken aback by the sudden attack, Bogdan froze, instantly retreating and activating his spiritual energy defenses. An unknown vine-like shadow materialized before him, forming 3 layers of protective shields. Unlike ordinary barriers, these shields were infused with a faint wraith-like spirit soul. Boom, boom. Continuous crashing sounds erupted as the life-extending herb pierced through Bogdan's defenses like a divine weapon, shattering all layers until it struck his chest. Struck by the blow, Bogdan was sent flying like a broken kite, his chest rapidly turning crimson from a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Spitting out blood, Bogdan's strength plummeted dramatically. But without delay, he activated a martial technique to flee. That so-called life-extending herb was actually an illusion beast in disguise, luring adventurers before striking unexpectedly. Fortunately, the illusion beast's power was limited, and Bogdan's vigilance saved him from being killed on the spot. However, the illusion beast pursued relentlessly, intent on ending Bogdan. Now taking the form of an agile ape adept at leaping between rocks, the creature continued its chase. Situations like this occasionally unfolded in the 3rd layer of the mystic realm, illustrating its perilous nature. Cooper and Elizabeth naturally appeared in the outer forest when they arrived in the 3rd layer. With their greatly enhanced abilities, they had no intention of lingering there. For them, such minor opportunities belonged to the weaker cultivators, specifically benefiting those at the 3rd level of the controlling spirit realm. Such opportunities were negligible to them now. Under Elizabeth's guidance, the duo swiftly moved toward the desolate hills. The core area is our target. Only there can we find opportunities to rapidly boost our cultivation, Elizabeth said, clearly intent on pressing forward. Yes, Cooper nodded, confident that they could venture into the core area given their current 6th rank status. As they navigated the undulating hills, Cooper's spiritual senses detected Bogdan fleeing in disarray, badly injured, chased by an illusion beast resembling an ape. Dean's son? Cooper exclaimed, sensing the 4-rank true spirit master level illusion beast pursuing him. How could an illusion beast at this level force Dean's son to flee? Cooper marveled at the rapid shift in their positions. Not long ago, he considered Bogdan a senior. At Luxuan Valley, he relied on Bogdan's protection. Now, their roles had completely reversed. Wife, Dean's son is in danger, Cooper told Elizabeth. I need to help him. All right, Elizabeth agreed. Chapter 118. Truly a genius. In this hilly area, the landscape was barren and rugged, naturally obstructing the line of sight. Therefore, Elizabeth had no idea about Benny's location or his current wretched state. Benny was fleeing for his life, covered in his own blood, his aura incredibly weak. If not for the 2 high-grade 3rd-rank spirit pills he possessed, he would have been killed by the ape-like phantom beast long ago. Throughout this journey, Benny had tried numerous methods to shake off the pursuing ape phantom beast, but none worked. He found himself at the end of his rope, knowing he couldn't hold on much longer. Am I, old son, really going to perish here in this secret realm? Benny felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair. Had he known it would come to this, he shouldn't have been so greedy and ventured deep into the inner region alone. Whoosh, whoosh, Benny sensed something breaking through the air from behind. Without even turning around, he knew it was the ape's distant attack, using stones and infusing them with spiritual energy. If it weren't for these continuous long-range attacks, he would have already escaped. Reluctantly, Benny turned around and swung his sword to shatter the incoming rocks. But just as he paused, the ape phantom beast swiftly closed in, emitting an eerie cry, launching more stones that hindered his escape. Boom, boom, boom. Benny was forced to swing his long sword again, smashing all nearby stones. Before he could react, the ape was right beside him. Think I'm an easy target? Today, even if it means risking my life, I'll show you this brute the extent of my power. Benny was almost at his limit, giving up on running. He wanted only to strike back hard at the ape phantom beast, venting his pent-up resentment. Fighting desperately, Benny was not to be underestimated. With the help of his pills, his aura recovered instantly, and he burned his essence blood to boost his strength beyond normal limits, a true fight for survival. In an instant, Benny's long sword and martial soul seemed to perfectly fuse, striking fiercely at the approaching ape phantom beast. Rumble. The sword pierced through the air, hitting the beast accurately. The direct clash of spiritual energy resulted in a violent explosion, instantly pulverizing the surrounding vegetation and rocks, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Benny was blasted backward by the powerful shockwave, cracking a massive boulder behind him. He spat out large amounts of blood, nearly unrecognizable now. The ape phantom beast didn't fare much better. Its materialized body was shattered, and it too flew backward. However, Benny, spitting blood and barely able to stand, struggled to recover due to internal injuries and weakened aura. Only leaning against the rock kept him upright. On the other hand, the ape, without flesh and blood, quickly restored nearly 80% of its damage with its spirit core. After a brief pause, it resumed its ape form, leaping into the air with sharp blades between its hands, stabbing directly at Benny. Seeing the blade coming, Benny tried to muster all his energy from his dantian, but couldn't respond quickly enough. His weak defensive aura could not stop the blow. Am I destined to die here? Benny's eyes held no fear. He had already prepared mentally for such a fate before entering the secret realm. At this critical moment, a streak of lightning-fast sword light appeared, blocking the fatal blow from the ape phantom beast. Howling sword. Benny immediately recognized this medium-grade spirit weapon from the music academy that he had personally handed over to Jagger. How did it end up here? Could it be? Benny's heart raced, instinctively assuming something had happened to Jagger, resulting in Howling's sword falling into someone else's hands. If so, Benny would die feeling deeply aggrieved. Upon seeing who arrived, Benny sighed in relief, only to be struck by immense shock once again. Benny saw Jagger, his expression full of disbelief. To his astonishment, the very ape that had almost killed him couldn't withstand a single blow from Jagger. Benny stood dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. This was a 4th-rank true spirit master-level phantom beast, which even in his prime, Benny could hardly suppress, let alone under duress. Dean's son, are you alright? Cooper smiled, looking at the blood-covered, stunned Benny. Benny still couldn't speak. Take this spirit core to heal your injuries. I need to continue exploring the core area and can't accompany you, Cooper said, tossing the spirit core from the slain phantom beast to Benny. Benny instinctively wanted to ask something, but thought it was inappropriate given the situation. Thank you. Benny managed to smile, then sat down cross-legged, using the pure spiritual energy within the spirit core to begin healing his wounds. Not long after, Elizabeth appeared in Benny's field of vision, seeing his pitiful state and worrying for him. This illustrated the dangers of adventuring in the secret realm. Any mistake could cost one's life. When Benny finally recovered somewhat, Cooper left with Elizabeth. Watching Cooper and Elizabeth depart, Benny felt waves of awe. No wonder Bellamy holds Jagger in such high regard. His cultivation speed is terrifying. Ancestral land. I must inform the ancestral land upon return. A genius like this cannot be poached by the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. With no interest in further trials within the secret realm, Benny wanted to ensure Jagger wouldn't be overlooked. He planned to notify the ancestral land promptly, sending their experts to recruit Jagger. Thus, Benny exited the secret realm early, returning to Baldurwood City, and personally wrote a letter to the Academy's dean, instructing him to relay Jagger's information to the ancestral land. Delighted, Benny handed the letter to the city lord's residence, unaware that the letter never left Baldurwood City. It was intercepted by the city lord's office. Had Benny known this, he would have certainly left Baldurwood City. Obstructing official correspondence, especially from the deputy dean of Gua College and Silver Moon College, was tantamount to treason. ####Chapter 119. Time is running out. To dare plot a rebellion might mean having the backing of formidable power. Even Ebert did not dare to rashly enter the city lord's residence alone to quell the rebellion, but needed to inform the imperial court and leave it to them to handle. After rescuing Ebert, Flynn and Elizabeth continued deeper, heading toward the central area. Under Elizabeth's secret technique guidance, and with the spirit cat's perception within a 3-kilometer range around Flynn, their teamwork was almost perfect. They could detect any treasures that appeared along their path. Even if the illusory beast's transformation skills could confuse visual judgment, they could not escape the spirit cat's perception. Flynn discovered 6 illusory beasts of 4th-rank true spirit master level, indicating that the threat posed by these illusory beasts was significant here. However, Flynn chose not to engage these illusory beasts because their essence spirits had little effect on him. Instead, they needed to head for the core area without wasting time in the inner region. After covering over 100 miles, Flynn finally sensed the presence of the core area. Seeing the sprawling grassland nearby, both of them were delighted. Exchanging glances, they sprinted toward this unknown expanse of grassland. At this moment, the seemingly serene and verdant grassland hid numerous dangers. She has arrived. The moment Elizabeth stepped into this region, Germain's brows furrowed slightly, instantly sensing something truly worthy of being a descendant of the legendary bloodline. Even in ancient times, the Phoenix bloodline was at the pinnacle. My time is running out. Sensing Elizabeth entering the 3rd layer's core area of the mystic realm, Germain felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. He knew very well that this mystic realm was his last chance to obtain Elizabeth's bloodline. Once he left this place, he would have no more opportunities. How regrettable it is that I was once too reckless, not understanding the horror of the Phoenix bloodline. Otherwise, how would it have come to this? Germain recalled the past, filled with remorse. Third brother, what's wrong? Germainig, the city lord of Yellow Fog City, approached after seeing Germain gazing intently in one direction, lost in thought. She has arrived, Germain said to his elder brother beside him. Before the mystic realm opened, Germainig had accepted a secret technique from Germain, which not only allowed him to advance smoothly to the true spirit master realm, but also enabled him to master a powerful yet evil cultivation method. So, although Germainig only exhibited the aura of a first-rank peak true spirit master, his actual strength was formidable. Third brother, leave it to me. Germainig's eyes shone with unprecedented light. To achieve his younger brother's grand goal and transform the Yi family entirely, he had decisively supported all his brother's decisions, even practicing demonic techniques and embarking on an irreversible path, all for this moment. Eldest brother, thank you. Germain knelt before his brother, saying, rest assured, if I succeed, I will not betray your trust and will elevate our family, making my nephew someone of great importance. There's no need for such formalities between us brothers. Germainig immediately helped his third brother up. From the day he decided to practice the demonic technique, he had no retreat and thus placed unconditional trust in his third brother. Germain watched as Germainig left, filled with anticipation. Not until Germainig, the former city lord of Yellow Fog City, walked far away, did he murmur, I hope he succeeds. Using the secret technique provided by Germain, Germainig had vaguely sensed Elizabeth's presence, so after leaving, he rushed straight toward her. At this moment, Flynn and Elizabeth, hidden among the lush grasses, were obscured from sight, making them invisible even within 100 meters. Without powerful special perception abilities, being in this area was like being in darkness, fraught with danger. This is why even strong true spirit masters like Bellamy dared not venture deep into the core area. As the Grandmaster of the 10,000 Nation Chamber of Commerce of Daqing Kingdom, Bellamy's strength wasn't particularly outstanding, but his talent was terrifying, which gave him influence comparable to 9th-rank true spirit masters. However, before entering the mystic realm, Bellamy's cultivation was merely at the peak of 7th-rank true spirit master. Bellamy, unaware that Flynn and Elizabeth had entered the core area, was following a senior 9th-rank peak true spirit master from the 10,000 Nation Chamber of Commerce, seeking opportunities outside the core area. Besides the powerful figures from the 10,000 Nation Chamber of Commerce, there were over a dozen 9th-rank peak true spirit masters from Qinling in this core area, undoubtedly the most elite cultivators who entered the mystic realm. Flynn and Elizabeth didn't dare to be careless either. They moved side by side, with Elizabeth using secret techniques to perceive opportunities while Flynn monitored movements within a 3-kilometer radius. A Huanso comparable to a 6th-rank true spirit master, Flynn exclaimed. Not long after entering the core area's grassland, he detected an illusory beast disguised as green grass. Revision. A Huanso on par with a 6th-rank true spirit master, Flynn exclaimed. Not long after entering the core area's grassland, he spotted an illusory beast camouflaged as green grass. Note: I've made slight adjustments to ensure the sentence flows more naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. Kill it. Elizabeth rejoiced, knowing that hunting illusory beasts was one of the most common yet dangerous opportunities in the mystic realm. All right, Flynn agreed. Without finding rare fruits or other treasures, they indeed needed to hunt illusory beasts to quickly boost their cultivation. Hunting illusory beasts was dangerous and difficult for others. An illusory beast comparable to a 6th-rank true spirit master required a 6th-rank peak true spirit master to dare attack. However, neither Flynn nor Elizabeth possessed 6th-rank peak true spirit master strength. They dared to confront such a powerful illusory beast because Flynn had the Void Sky Cauldron, which effectively restrained the illusory beast's power. When crossing the floating bridge, Flynn was only a 1st-rank initial true spirit master but could already kill a white tiger illusory beast equivalent to a 6th-rank true spirit master. Now, with his cultivation greatly improved to late 3rd-rank true spirit master, dealing with a 6th-rank level illusory beast was no longer a problem. They cautiously approached the disguised illusory beast within the grass. When they were about 500 meters away, the illusory beast sensed their presence. It remained motionless, blending into the wind-blown grass, perceiving Flynn and Elizabeth as mere 3rd-rank true spirit masters. Entering its perception range meant entering its killing range. Since they were still approaching, it patiently waited for the right moment to strike suddenly, giving them no chance to resist and ending the battle quickly. Elizabeth also sensed the illusory beast's presence and found its continued disguise amusing. They hadn't acted prematurely for the same reason: to end the battle with minimal fuss in the shortest time possible. Chapter 120, Perception of Position. This was a battle with no suspense. When Flynn was only 100 meters away from the disguised illusion beast, he no longer hesitated. Instantly, he activated Howling Sword and merged with it into one. Whoosh! The sword's light flashed like a rainbow, covering the 100-meter distance in an instant. The surrounding grass was incredibly resilient. Under such terrifying sword chi, it merely shook violently but wasn't severed. It was evident that the plants on this patch of grass were not ordinary. At the moment Flynn attacked, the illusion beast realized something was amiss and felt surprised. How did the opponent see through its disguise? Knowing it was exposed, why did it dare to launch a preemptive strike? The disguised illusion beast couldn't understand why a human spirit master with only 3rd-rank true spirit art cultivation would have the audacity to make such a bold move. When Flynn came at it with his Manzord Unity, the grass-disguised illusion beast instantly moved. A powerful aura burst out, pushing aside the surrounding grass, transforming into the shape of a fierce tiger. It opened its gaping maw to counterattack. Boom! As Flynn surged forward with his sword into the mouth of the illusion beast, immense spiritual energy erupted, producing a deafening sound. Only then did the illusion beast realize the terror of the seemingly third-rank true spirit art cultivator before it. An inexplicable and terrifying suction force consumed nearly 99% of its power. With the remaining strength unable to withstand the force of this sword strike, it was destroyed in an instant. Deprived of power support, the illusion beast lost contact with its essence soul, sealing its fate to death. After the explosion, a massive shockwave blew the nearby kilometer-wide expanse of grass wildly, akin to ripples spreading for kilometers after dropping a boulder into still water. The intense noise could be heard clearly within 20 miles. The adventuring spirit masters didn't mind. Such sounds were common here. Only Germanic, who was heading toward Elizabeth, instinctively stopped, looking toward the source of the explosion. The explosion came from Elizabeth's position. Is she dealing with an illusion beast? These core area illusion beasts are all at least as strong as 6th-rank true spirit art masters. She dares to hunt such creatures? Germanic was startled. He knew that before entering the mystic realm, Elizabeth was only at the great spirit master level and had been sent to the first layer. How much time had passed? Not only had she reached the 3rd layer, but she also possessed strength comparable to a late-stage 6th-rank true spirit art master. The more impressive Elizabeth's performance, the stronger Germanic's desire to kill her became. Deep down, he felt happier. Elizabeth, you can't escape this time. Germanic hastened his pace, rushing towards Elizabeth's location. On the way, he sensed several illusion beasts but avoided them all. Germanic, now perfected in dark magic, had fundamentally changed from his former self. His moment of glory was imminent. After hunting down an illusion beast, Flynn gave the essence soul to Elizabeth. He guarded her while she absorbed and refined its power, accelerating the revival of her bloodline. Elizabeth didn't hesitate, immediately beginning to absorb the essence soul's power. They needed to accelerate their progress. Achieving peak 9th-rank true spirit art mastery as soon as possible would allow them to resist the pressure from Germain. A phoenix silhouette manifested as Elizabeth absorbed the essence soul's power. Flynn maintained his link sense, monitoring the surroundings. If anyone approached, he would instantly take Elizabeth away. Just as Elizabeth finished absorbing the essence soul's power, Flynn's expression changed slightly. Through his link sense, he saw Germanic approaching their location. Germanic? Why is he here? Upon sensing Germanic, Flynn's face turned pale. He wondered why Germanic, a great spirit master, would appear here since he hadn't seen him in the first layer. More importantly, if Germanic was here, it meant that Germain, the 1000-segment spirit master, might also be nearby. Wife, Germanic is coming. Flynn informed Elizabeth. Why is he here? Elizabeth was equally surprised. Did you see Germain? No, but Germanic seems to know our location and is headed straight for us. Flynn frowned. Last time we were ambushed by Egon in the Spiral Valley, and now Germanic has pinpointed us again. Could Germain have placed a secret tracking method on me? Elizabeth's expression changed. What? Flynn was shocked. If Germain could track Elizabeth's location accurately, it was terrible news. It meant Germain could attack them anytime. Let's see if we can test it, Elizabeth frowned. Fortunately, your perception ability is strong, allowing us to discover this earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance against Germain. Nodding, Flynn pulled Elizabeth to escape in another direction. They weren't afraid of Germanic but feared Germain. No one knew if Germain was nearby or how much his strength had recovered in the mystic realm. Before having absolute confidence to confront Germain, Flynn and Elizabeth aimed to avoid encountering him. During their flight, they hunted illusion beasts to aid Elizabeth's cultivation. After escaping over 10 miles, they stopped, found another illusion beast, matching a 6th-rank true spirit art master. Is it useful to you? Flynn asked Elizabeth beside him. Yes. Elizabeth nodded. Any form of power seemed beneficial to her, accelerating her bloodline's revival. Good, leave it to me. Flynn nodded and led Elizabeth closer to the disguised illusion beast. As they approached, Flynn's link sense detected Germanic again. Germanic is catching up. Flynn's heart sank, confirming Germain could indeed track Elizabeth. Elizabeth's face also turned serious upon hearing this. Abandon this illusion beast and go. Elizabeth feared Germain might be nearby and wasn't sure if Flynn's perception could detect him. Feeling heavy-hearted, Flynn nodded and chose another direction to evade Germanic's pursuit. Chapter 121. Fallen to Demon. Flynn, still no sign of Germain? Elizabeth's eyebrows furrowed in worry. A 1000-segment spirit art master like Germain posed an immense threat to her. No. Flynn felt the pressure too. This can't go on. Let's split up for a while. That way, we can determine if Germain is nearby. Elizabeth decided to take a risk. If they didn't do something, they wouldn't be able to search for opportunities to enhance their strength, and they would ultimately die at Germain's hands. Flynn instantly understood Elizabeth's intention. Though he knew it was dangerous, he also realized that continued evasion would only result in their downfall. So, they needed to find out whether Germain was nearby and assess his current power level after recovering through the secret realm. Alright, my lady, you need to be careful. I'll capture Germanic. At least he'll be some leverage. Flynn agreed with Elizabeth's plan. Sure. Elizabeth nodded, and they immediately went their separate ways. Without Flynn's support and sensing, Elizabeth's perception range was only 1 kilometer when she did not activate the Phoenix bloodline aura. Still, this range exceeded the perception of many 6th-rank true spirit masters. What kind of secret technique did Germain place on me? I must break it. Otherwise, it's like a time bomb waiting to explode. As Elizabeth moved forward, she thought deeply, determined to find and neutralize the secret technique Germain had placed on her. Thus, she started activating her bloodline to self-examine and locate the source of the anomaly. On the other side, after parting ways with Elizabeth, Flynn didn't walk far but stopped in a bush. Using the perception of his spirit cat, he locked onto Germanic's movements, intending to capture this ambitious and ruthless city lord. Germanic had no idea Flynn and Elizabeth had separated. He could only sense Elizabeth's location, so he had no clue that Flynn was already lying in wait for him along the path. Similarly, Germanic didn't know his whereabouts were exposed. Elizabeth was deliberately avoiding him. At this moment, he just assumed Elizabeth was searching for opportunities and was unaware of his arrival. Elizabeth, Jagger, old man will give you both a huge surprise. Germanic was equally eager. For him, practicing demonic arts left no room for turning back. The end was already set. But before dying, he must fulfill his younger brother's wish and achieve his ambition for the Yi family's soaring rise. Soon, Germanic was within 500 meters of Flynn. This distance was enough for a 5th-rank true spirit master to detect Flynn's aura. However, Germanic, being only a 1st-rank true spirit master, only sensed Flynn's presence when they were about 100 meters apart. At this moment, Flynn stepped out from the bushes, standing barely a dozen meters away from Germanic. City Lord Yi, haven't seen you in a while. Wearing an iron mask, to outsiders, he appeared as the prestigious newcomer, Jagger, of Yellow Fog City. Seeing Flynn, Germanic was surprised, not expecting him to be waiting here. Jagger, you found me already? Germanic instantly realized his movements had been detected, but Elizabeth was thousands of meters away. How could their perception be so astonishing? Where is your third brother? Make him show himself. Otherwise, you will become my puppet. Staring at Germanic, Flynn was confident and took his time, even considering using spirit art techniques to control Germanic as leverage against Germain. Haha. My third brother doesn't see you worthy of his attention. You want to control me? Try it if you dare. Seeing Jagger's haughty demeanor, disregarding him entirely, Germanic couldn't help but laugh. So be it. I'll cripple your Danteon first. Flynn had no idea where this confidence came from in Germanic, a newly minted 1st-rank true spirit master, unless Germain was nearby, giving him such audacity. Whatever the reason, once he subdued Germanic, the truth would come to light. The bright glow of Bright Shadow sword turned into a streak of sword light, aiming straight for Germanic's lower abdomen Danteon. In the blink of an eye, the sword light reached Germanic's lower abdomen. Clank. A clear sound rang out as Germanic unsheathed his longsword and deflected Flynn's attack effortlessly. Huh. Flynn stared at Germanic, disbelief evident on his face. Although this strike used no martial skills, the intensity of his own spirit energy should have made it impossible for a 1st-rank true spirit master, let alone a 5th rank, to block it at such close range. Yet Germanic did it with ease, appearing almost effortless, displaying strength beyond a 5th-rank true spirit master. 3rd-rank true spirit master realm, yet 5th-rank true spirit master power. No wonder Bellamy of the 10,000 Nations Merchant Association values you so highly. You're indeed a promising martial spirit master, possibly fit for Tao. Pity, you shouldn't have opposed our city lord house, but instead learned to turn a blind eye like Bellamy. Germanic spoke coldly, eyes flashing with murderous intent. You. Flynn was confused, unable to understand how a mere 1st-rank true spirit master could possess such incredible strength. Our Yi family treasures talent. If you submit to us and help me capture that demoness Elizabeth, I might spare your life and secure a bright future for you. Germanic sneered. Flynn was shocked. Germanic was off, radiating an eerie aura, looking more like a fallen evil master. You've taken the wrong path? Flynn instinctively took a few steps back. Now you think of running, it's too late. My Yi family's rise shall begin with the elimination of Yellow Fog City's new noble Jagger. Seeing Flynn had no intention of begging for mercy, Germanic didn't waste more time. With a single thought, a massive wave of demonic aura burst from his body. Then visibly, Germanic's body began to enlarge, tearing his clothes to shreds, transforming him from over a meter tall into a 3-meter-tall giant in an instant. His bulging muscles shimmered with black light, resembling a demonic entity. Sharp claws grew on his hands and feet, each an inch long, covered in black light. His eyes turned a bloody red, his face grotesquely protruding with visible veins, looking exceptionally sinister and terrifying. He had succumbed to the demonic path, transforming into a half-human, half-demon. The black light around him exuded a bone-chilling coldness, like a bloodthirsty beast lurking in the darkness. Chapter 122, Demonic Weapon. Flynn had not heard much about demonic cultivators, only knowing that their cultivation methods were evil and unacceptable to the world. Qinling commanded both fear and respect because of its immense strength, standing as a leader in eliminating demons and protecting righteousness. It was Flynn's first encounter with a demonic cultivator, which left him at a loss. His first instinct was to flee. However, the distance between them was too close, giving him no time to escape. Suddenly, Germanic, who had transformed into a half-man, half-demon figure, discarded the long sword he had been holding. His physical body was his greatest asset. With one palm strike, a gust of powerful wind howled, flattening the grass, while black light surged, exuding an extremely potent corrosive property. The surrounding grass withered and shattered instantly. Flynn's spiritual energy was pure and powerful, but when it encountered this black light, it seemed as if it was being scorched, naturally suppressed by the black light. What would have been 10 parts of strength now manifested as less than 5. This scenario made Flynn even more alarmed. No wonder people feared demonic cultivators. Their innate suppression of spiritual energy meant there was virtually no chance of victory for someone at the same level. Bang! With a loud sound, Flynn was sent flying backward, sliding nearly 100 meters across the grass before coming to a stop. The spiritual energy shield around him instantly shattered. Germanic did not pause after his initial attack. He struck Flynn with one palm, breaking through his protective shield, then took a quick step forward, using his hand like a sword, aiming directly for Flynn's chest. Flynn fiercely slapped the ground, his figure rising into the air. From above, he no longer hesitated, activating the Void Sky Cauldron and unleashing the Thousand Illusions skill, enhanced by his dragon transformation talent, launching a powerful slash. The sword light resembled layered ripples of silver lake water, slicing down toward the onrushing Germanic. Bang! Another resounding impact. The layers of sword shadows continuously hammered against Germanic's hands, but they were all swallowed by the black light, leaving him unharmed. The force merely caused the ground beneath him to crack. 6th rank True Spirit Master Strength. It seems I underestimated you. Germanic didn't expect this strike to be so powerful, uttering a low growl. Unfortunately, you're not a 7th rank True Spirit Master, so you can't break my demonic aura. Without pausing, Germanic stomped the ground, his massive form soaring into the air as if stepping on a green carpet, once again shooting a palm strike at the airborne Flynn. Boom. Gale force winds howled, creating thunderous sounds. A giant hand enveloped in black light descended like a black mountain directly onto Flynn. Flynn swung his sword to block, but was again forcefully knocked away. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his muscles ached as if corroded by demonic chi. 7th rank True Spirit Master Strength. Flynn deduced that Germanic possessed the power of at least a 7th rank True Spirit Master. Even if he utilized the Void Sky Cauldron to transform into a purely martial Spirit Master, forcing a boost in power using his mental energy, he would still be suppressed by Germanic. No wonder he dared to fight me alone. It seems Germain isn't here. Flynn felt that the reconnaissance results were clear. Surprisingly learning that Germanic had cultivated demonic arts, he knew continuing the battle would not end in his favor. It was time to end the fight. Wanna run? It's too late. Germanic saw Flynn's intention to retreat and refused to give him the chance to escape. As he spoke, he accelerated the black light, moving at incredible speed, delivering another swift attack. The black light spread out, sealing off all space around Flynn. The decaying aura felt like it came from the depths of hell, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Despite Flynn's full effort to resist with his spiritual energy, he could not stop the black light's oppressive force, inching closer step by step. Fireball spell. Flynn formed the spell signs with his hands, roaring aloud. Mental energy surged from his sea of consciousness, channeled through the Void Sky Cauldron. As his voice rang out, a fiery light emerged from his chest, transforming under the burning mental energy into a towering blaze that swept in all directions. Under the fiery heat, the black light could no longer suppress the spiritual energy effectively, allowing Flynn to burn a gap through it. Using phantom steps, Flynn turned into a shadow, escaping from the black light's confinement, fleeing without looking back. Spirit Art Master? Jagger is actually a Spirit Art Master? Germanic was taken aback, disbelievingly watching the scene while simultaneously chasing after him with the black light. Seeing the fireball spell effective against the black light, Flynn used it again to hinder Germanic's movements, quickly escaping the area. Though Germanic moved with all his might, the flames slowed him down just enough for Flynn to disappear into the distant grasslands. Run. I'll see where you can run to. Germanic stopped pursuing, laughing coldly and retracting the demonic arts. Without visual tracking, he couldn't chase Flynn, but he wasn't concerned. By locking onto Elizabeth's trail, he could still catch up to them. Even knowing Flynn was a Spirit Art Master with significantly enhanced abilities, Germanic remained unperturbed, confident in his absolute grasp over the situation. His demonic art wasn't limited to the current strength. When dealing with Flynn, he had only activated the demonic arts to this extent. A 1st rank True Spirit Master suddenly possessing the strength of a 7th rank True Spirit Master, even with demonic arts, couldn't come without a price. By sacrificing himself to cultivate demonic arts, Germanic could initially possess the strength of a 7th rank True Spirit Master but could only use it 9 times. After using it 9 times, he would suffer backlash, ultimately leading to his death. Moreover, he could fully unleash the demonic arts once, reaching 9th rank True Spirit Master strength. But if he fully unleashed the demonic arts, once the effect wore off, he would suffer backlash even if he did not end the demonic transformation, becoming a sacrificial offering to the demonic arts. Unaware of this, Flynn rapidly regrouped with Elizabeth to inform her about Germanic. Through the Spirit Cat's perception, Flynn found Elizabeth unharmed, confirming Germain was not present. The pursuer was indeed Germanic, a man turned half-demon through demonic arts. Soon, Flynn met with Elizabeth and recounted Germanic's cultivation of demonic arts and transformation into a half-demon. The pursuer should only be Germanic. Germain didn't show up. What should we do? Faced with the evil demonic arts, Flynn sought Elizabeth's experienced opinion. After hearing Flynn's account, Elizabeth understood everything. She said, Germanic must have cultivated the blood-breaking demon art, nurturing a demonic weapon with his own blood to quickly break through ranks and gain immense strength. Blood-breaking demon art? Nurturing a demonic weapon? Flynn immediately realized that the formidable power wasn't from Germanic, but from the demonic weapon itself. Chapter 123. Sacrificing oneself to the demon. Elizabeth, observing the shocked expression on Flynn's face, continued, though a demon weapon is powerful, akin to a downsized version of a spirit armament, it has one fatal flaw. If one cannot surpass the demon weapon, they will be counteracted by it and become a sacrifice for demonic power. Germanic is merely a first-class true spirit master, yet he possesses such a powerful demon weapon. For him, this is a dead end. Each time he uses the power of the demon weapon, he must expend his own essence blood and lifespan. The more demonic chi power he utilizes, the greater the price he pays until he is completely drained by the demon weapon. After hearing Elizabeth's words, Flynn felt his hairs stand on end, feeling extremely uneasy. The power of demon weapons was unquestionable, even could be described as going against heaven, enabling a first-class true spirit master like Germanic to possess the strength of a 7th-class true spirit master. But the backlash from these demon weapons was even more terrifying. Sacrificing oneself to the demon. Flynn shook his head and said, this Germanic is indeed a madman, willing to put himself in a deadly situation just to take us down with him. Elizabeth nodded. Flynn's summary was very accurate. This was a mad act of sacrificing oneself to the demon, and the best outcome would be mutual destruction with the enemy. The ambitions of the City Lord's mansion are vast, Elizabeth said. For Germanic to be able to wield such a demon weapon means that he isn't simple. There must be an incredibly powerful evil force backing him up. He appearing in Yellow Fog City is not a coincidence, nor is the manifestation of the secret realm here. Elizabeth's face bore a hint of worry. Evil cultivators, demon weapons, secret realms. Just these few words were enough to make everyone vigilant. Though Flynn had limited experience, he now vaguely sensed an ominous crisis looming over Yellow Fog City. Once it erupted, Yellow Fog City would inevitably be hit hardest, and no one knew how far it would spread. Germanig is an evil cultivator. He came to Yellow Fog City not for you but to scheme something here, Flynn thought, recalling records of bloody atrocities committed by evil cultivators. Previously, I wasn't sure, but now that Germanig has revealed a demon weapon, it indicates that the force behind him intends to wreak havoc in Yellow Fog City. Hill is strong but only slightly superior to a 9th class peak true spirit master. The Daqing Kingdom has people who can contend with him, let alone Qinling, which controls this region. Elizabeth stated. Flynn nodded, agreeing with Elizabeth. How could someone like Germanig possess such a powerful demon weapon? Does the Daqing Kingdom's court know about this? What about Qinling, the so-called leader of righteous forces? Are they aware? What's their stance on this matter? This incident concerned the lives of over 10,000 people in Yellow Fog City. I don't know. Elizabeth shook her head. Even if the Daqing Kingdom's court or Qinling knows, it will still be a calamity for the people of Yellow Fog City. Flynn frowned, sensing from Elizabeth's words that neither the Daqing Kingdom's court nor Qinling seemed to care about ordinary people's lives. This matter isn't something we should be worrying about right now. We need to focus on improving our cultivation quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to protect ourselves. Elizabeth understood Flynn's concern for the people of Yellow Fog City, but they couldn't help them now. Flynn nodded. After learning about Germanig's special situation, he had a bold idea. We should continue searching for opportunities and hunt illusion beasts. Let me handle dealing with Germanig, Flynn said. Do you have a plan? Elizabeth looked at Flynn curiously. Although Germanig sacrifices himself to the demon and is powerful, his goal is clear, to capture you, following Germanig's instructions. As long as you don't encounter him directly, he won't dare to go all out. That's our opportunity, Flynn explained. You want to tire out Germanig and buy some time? But Germanig can't control the demon weapon precisely and risks destroying everything with him. Elizabeth understood Flynn's thoughts, but still believed this approach was perilous. There's no other way. Otherwise, Germanig will eventually appear if we keep delaying. Flynn acknowledged the danger, but felt they had no other choice. It doesn't have to be this way. Perhaps we can find special opportunities in this core area. Elizabeth knew how dangerous Flynn's choice was. It was playing with fire. Dear, this is the decision. My life rests in your hands. You must get stronger quickly. Flynn didn't give Elizabeth a chance to refuse. Special opportunities? How easy was that? Seeing Flynn had made up his mind, and knowing this was their only chance, Elizabeth nodded reluctantly. The two continued searching for opportunities and hunting illusion beasts, while Germanig relentlessly closed in on Elizabeth based on her position. To Germanig, though he was slower than Elizabeth and less perceptive, he could exert a powerful pressure that prevented them from stopping to refine any opportunities. If Elizabeth couldn't enhance herself, capturing her alive wasn't necessary to achieve his goal. Ultimately, Germanig's recovery would outpace Elizabeth's, leading to an obvious outcome. Run. How long do you think you can keep running? The legendary female demon, the ultimate contemporary genius, is being chased around by a mere first-class true spirit master like me. Germanig grinned, enjoying this cat-and-mouse game. They stopped? They dared to stop, knowing I can sense their position? Germanig noticed Elizabeth had stopped moving, his face showing a coldness. He seized the opportunity to close the distance. Meanwhile, Flynn and Elizabeth stopped. Elizabeth stood still while Flynn approached a 6th-class mid-stage illusion beast nearby. He hunted the beast, then handed the essence soul to Elizabeth for refinement, before heading off to prevent Germanig from reaching Elizabeth. Once Elizabeth refined the essence soul and left, Flynn could lose Germanig and meet up with her again. Despite Germanig's limited perception, even after activating demonic power, he couldn't improve his sensing ability. So the plan seemed feasible. The only risk was whether Germanig would go all out. Germanig had the strength to destroy everything along with Flynn. Flynn killed the illusion beast efficiently, the Su Tian Ding greatly suppressing its abilities. With a loud roar, the illusion beast vanished, leaving only its essence soul glowing where it once stood. Elizabeth hurried forward to absorb and refine the essence soul, while Flynn, having killed the beast, rushed towards Germanig's location to prevent him from meeting Elizabeth. Chapter 124, 7th segment. After Flynn left, Elizabeth became extremely cautious. She was now in the core area, where even the weakest spirit master present was a 6th-rank true spirit master, and there were quite a few 9th-rank true spirit masters as well. A 9th-rank true spirit master was just one step away from being a Dao spirit master. They were true powerhouses, pillars of strength even within the Qinling Mountains. Such formidable beings naturally had extraordinary perception abilities. While they might be slightly inferior to Flynn's unique spirit cat perception, the difference wasn't too great. If such a powerhouse were to accidentally perceive her presence and discover she carried the legacy of the Phoenix bloodline, it could very likely result in another greedy individual like Germanig emerging, worsening her situation further. The Phoenix Phantom began devouring the essence left behind by the illusory beast, while Elizabeth felt anxious and yearned for the early full awakening of her Phoenix bloodline. Meanwhile, Flynn moved at incredible speed, intercepting Germanig when he was about 2 kilometers away from Elizabeth. Jagger, you still dare to show yourself? Do you think I can't kill you? Upon seeing Flynn, Germanig immediately understood his intentions, but viewed this action as nothing short of courting death. With the strength of a 6th-rank true spirit master and the means of a spell spirit master, if Flynn focused on escaping, Germanig might not have been able to kill him. However, attempting to block his path was akin to seeking death. As he spoke, Germanig activated his dark art once more, transforming into a 3-meter-tall semi-demon state. An overwhelming black aura surged toward Flynn. Kill me? Unless you fully activate the demonic weapon within your body. But, dare you? Flynn sneered, activating the void sky cauldron within him, without hesitation upon witnessing the transformation. Using martial spirit master techniques against a demonic weapon was disadvantageous, as spiritual energy was suppressed by demonic chi, significantly reducing effectiveness. Having experienced this before, Flynn did not choose the martial spirit master route but instead opened his sea of consciousness, using the void sky cauldron to convert all surrounding spiritual energy into temporary mental energy. As the transformation occurred, Flynn's aura grew faint, resembling a robust ordinary person rather than a spirit master. His spiritual energy fluctuation weakened, yet invisibly, he became inexplicable, as though he was an intangible entity rather than flesh and blood. This change stunned Germanic once again. What kind of technique is this? What level spell spirit master are you? Germanic was bewildered, sensing something taboo within Flynn's actions, likely originating from Elizabeth. Flynn wouldn't explain. After converting the spiritual energy in the void sky cauldron to mental energy, his aura indeed became inscrutable. In the sea of consciousness, the mental energy transformed from spiritual energy rapidly formed a second misty light orb. A single misty light orb signified 100 segments spell spirit master. Flynn originally possessed 2 misty light orbs, reaching 200 segments. After awakening the rebirth talent, his mental energy intensified, dropping him to 100 segments but increasing the intensity to match that of a 300 segments spell spirit master. With the emergence of 2 misty light orbs, his spell spirit master prowess greatly increased. Flynn estimated his current strength at least reached 400 segments, or possibly 500 segments, although he lacked experience fighting other spell spirit masters, and thus didn't fully grasp his new strength. Moreover, he wasn't sure how 500 segments compared to true spirit master ranks, given their different power sources, one from mental energy manipulating natural spiritual energy with spells, the other from martial souls and techniques fueled by Dan field-based spiritual energy. Fireball spell. With a thought, Flynn activated the fireball spell. Mental energy flowed from his sea of consciousness into the void sky cauldron, then released outwards. At this moment, Flynn sensed a vastly different world, a revelation that astonished him. As he cast the spell, he realized the world appeared differently through his eyes, the spirit cat's perception, and now mental energy. In his consciousness, the world transformed into a tricolor dimension. Above, 7 colors radiated brightly, seemingly unreachable. Midway, clarity prevailed, ever-changing. Below, murky heaviness dominated, intimidating and oppressive. Yet within this tricolor dimension, 3 distinct yet commanding energies floated, serving as the source of power for spell spirit masters. This discovery left Flynn breathless, realizing the stark difference between what physical eyes and mental energy perceived in the same space-time. Though he wanted to explore these differences, he had no time amidst facing Germanic. The fireball spell's power this time underwent a drastic transformation. Previously, it only created an escape gap. Now, enhanced by the tricolor dimension, it ignited a raging sea of flames, spreading outward from Flynn's center. Everywhere the flames spread, the natural spiritual energy was drained. Within moments, the inferno extended a kilometer away, even burning the tenacious green grasses into ash. Encased in the fire, Germanic struggled to withstand the intense heat. Desperately blocking the flames, Germanic held them back to 10 meters, reaching his limit. Trying to advance toward Flynn, every step felt pressured, and after 3 steps, he couldn't move further, trapped within the inferno. This power. 700 segments spell spirit master? No. If it were a 700 segments, even my special demonic chi wouldn't resist this pressure. A 600 to 700 segments spell spirit master. Realizing Flynn's current strength, Germanic felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Chapter 125. Are you not afraid of death? Prior to this, Flynn's displayed talent in Wu Ling Shifu had already been incredibly godlike, showing the potential of a Dao Ling Shifu. Now, his aptitude as a Shu Ling Shifu is even more astonishing than as a Wu Ling Shifu. A Shu Ling Shifu inherently surpasses a Wu Ling Shifu. In Germanic's understanding, if such a person were to grow fully, who could possibly withstand his might? Another demoness? At this moment, Germanic felt that Flynn's potential and frightening nature had reached the same level as Elizabeth, who possessed Phoenix bloodline inheritance. The situation greatly deviated from what he and Germain had anticipated. Thus, he believed this matter must be reported to his third brother. Perhaps eliminating Flynn was necessary. Flynn trapped Germanic under a fireball spell, appearing to have an absolute advantage. However, he did not dare to press forward relentlessly. If he pushed Germanic to desperation, leading to mutual destruction, it would backfire terribly, leaving no chance for survival. Therefore, he merely maintained his current strength to contain Germanic without attempting to kill him. Germanic also made no further moves, remaining in stalemate as he needed his third brother's approval before making a decision. Within just a short period, Elizabeth successfully refined the Phantom Beast essence and left the area. Sensing this, Flynn heaved a sigh of relief, instantly ceasing the continuous casting of the fireball spell, diving into the grasslands, and heading towards Elizabeth. Underneath the sea of flames, which originally covered a kilometer-wide area, the scorched grass had already regrown. Only the final 300-meter radius continued burning, turning into a barren land with the ground charred black by fierce flames. Germanic managed to extinguish the sea of flames and hurriedly chased after them, activating a secret method to contact Germain. At that moment, Germain was deep within the core region, very close to the Forbidden Zone Snow Mountain range. Finally, I have achieved the peak of 8th rank True Spirit Master level. Germain smiled after absorbing a stroke of luck. Elizabeth, your Phoenix bloodline belongs to me, and no one can stop it. As Germain regained strength, he became increasingly confident. He sent Germanic to hunt down Elizabeth. Even if she could run, she couldn't enhance her power, while his own strength grew continuously. The greater the gap between them over time, the more certain his victory would be when he acted personally. Just as Germain rejoiced in his increased strength, a message from Germanic arrived through the communication stone in his chest. What? Jagger is at the 6th to 7th rank level of a Shu Ling Shifu? Germain was utterly shocked upon hearing this. As a Shu Ling Shifu, He knew all too well how difficult it was to cultivate, with spiritual energy improvement far exceeding that of Wu Ling Shifu. How old is he? Could it be? Germain's expression darkened, his wariness of Flynn deepening. Should Germain kill Jagger? But who will stop Elizabeth? Germain found himself torn. Ignore Jagger for now, and do everything to prevent Elizabeth from obtaining any fortune. If I haven't arrived by the last step, don't hold back. Ultimately, Germain didn't instruct Germain to kill Flynn immediately. In his view, without Germain's interference, Elizabeth would certainly acquire fortunes quickly. Explanation for changes. 1. Changed turmoil to interference for better context fitting. 2. Replaced would certainly with certainly would for more natural English phrasing. 3. Ensured the sentence flows smoothly and clearly conveys the intended meaning. But unbeknownst to him, without Flynn's assistance, Elizabeth's speed in acquiring fortunes would never match the current pace. Without Flynn's help, Elizabeth could only seek rare fruits instead of efficiently obtaining phantom beast essences. Time passed, and Flynn repeatedly risked his life to block Germain, pushing himself to the brink each time. The more Germain activated the magical artifact, the heavier the backlash. Even ordinary activation at the 7th rank True Spirit Master level allowed only 9 uses. Beyond 9, death was certain, leading him to choose full power activation for mutual destruction. As Flynn and Elizabeth delved deeper into the core, they encountered stronger phantom beasts. This was Flynn's 5th encounter since tangling with Germain, now facing a late 7th rank True Spirit Master level phantom beast. Without Su Tianding's aid, the two might struggle to slay such a powerful beast. Along the way, Elizabeth refined 4 phantom beast essences and 1 rare fruit. Flynn blocked Germain 6 times. Now, Flynn needed to defend against Germain's 7th attempt to protect Elizabeth from the late 7th rank True Spirit Master level beast. This time, Germain sensed Elizabeth stopping early. How long has it been? Did they find another fortune? Germain frowned, having noticed earlier that Elizabeth stopped too frequently to refine fortunes, unbelievably so. This can't be possible. Although this is the core region, it cannot have so many fortunes. They are trying to exhaust me? Can Jagger really die for Elizabeth? Germain felt sour. He believed his glorious moment should be destroying Elizabeth and handing her over to his 3rd brother. Jagger, despite his high talent, wasn't Germain's primary goal or the key to the Yi family's rise. Hopefully, 3rd brother arrives soon, and we can eliminate these two together. Prepared for battle, Germain relayed Elizabeth's frequent stops to Germain. Indeed, Germain replied confirming initial suspicions. Elizabeth used Jagger to lure Germain into premature self-destruction, treating refining fortunes as a ruse. No one believed efficient acquisition of rare fruits could boost cultivation so effectively here. After all, before Flynn, phantom beasts had always been formidable enough to challenge higher ranks, thanks only to Su Tianding's terrifying power absorption allowing Flynn to defeat them. In the 7th confrontation, Flynn appeared again, forcing Germain to transform. Without activating the magical artifact, he wasn't Flynn's match. Jagger, are you truly unafraid of death? Do you know that by forcing me to transform repeatedly, once I can't control the artifact within me, I might lose control, ensuring your death regardless of 9th rank True Spirit Master strength? Transformed, Germain roared. Chapter 126, Tricolor Impure Aura. Flynn, feigning calmness, laughed and said, "This is exactly what I've been waiting for. I want to see just how far I can go." Do you really think I would believe that one with the strength of a 9th rank True Spirit Master has no chance of survival? Why don't you let loose and let me experience it? He provoked Germain word by word, adopting an attitude as if forcing him into action. After several confrontations, Flynn was more convinced that Germain wouldn't choose mutual destruction. Therefore, the more he acted like he was ready for mutual destruction, the less likely Germain would allow it. Of course, he knew this was a dangerous game. Even if he managed to prevent Germain's intention of mutual destruction, once he lost control, both would still perish here. At most 9 times, this was Elizabeth's evaluation of the blood-breaking demon technique. Given Germain's average talent, being only at the Great Spirit Master realm initially, he might not endure 9 rounds. Regardless of whether you're telling the truth or not, rest assured, I will show you the power of the demon artifact within me. Germain immediately launched his attack. As he used the demon technique more often, the cost grew greater, and death approached closer. However, he gained better control over the demonic aura, almost feeling a complete integration with the demon artifact inside him. A flood of black light surged out, manifesting under his mental control into his martial soul, a large bell. The demon aura, amplified by the bell, significantly enhanced its potency. As usual, Flynn conjured fireballs, creating a surging sea of flames spreading precisely from him. With increasing proficiency in fireball spell, although the power remained unchanged, its accuracy increased significantly, conserving a great deal of mental energy. The tricolor world also emerged in his consciousness as he cast the fireball spell. After multiple encounters with Germain, Flynn dedicated part of his mind to exploring this unknown tricolor world. In the tricolor world, the upper layer shone with 7 colors, unreachable and elusive, while the clear layer drifted mysteriously. Only the turbid layer exerted a heavy pressure, but resonated subtly with the void heaven tripod's vibration. Under this subtle connection, he felt an urge to merge with the turbid aura. When he tried to approach it, however, he found that despite seeming close, it remained unattainable. Nevertheless, the void heaven tripod benefited immensely from his attempt. Even the faintest trace of the tricolor impure aura satisfied the void heaven tripod, as if gaining refined nutrients after subsisting on coarse ones. Absorbing these turbid auras, it transformed into starlight in his consciousness. The speed at which the starlight illuminated rivaled his and Elizabeth's joint practice of the Yin-Yang Emperor scripture. Originally, there was only a glowing fog in the shape of a tripod. Now it was almost forming a second cluster. This unprecedented rate of enhancement was astounding. Previously, he thought the void heaven tripod gave him exceptional talent in martial spirit cultivation. Now, it enabled him to excel in incantation spirit cultivation as well, truly embodying Elizabeth's words about a 10,000-year rarity in this field. Through the Void Heaven Tripod's transformation of spirit energy, his consciousness had reached the level of 3 clusters of glowing fog. Compared to his first encounter with Germanic, his incantation spirit skills had improved fundamentally, giving him the capability to force Germanic to fully activate his demon artifact. Yet, he showed no sign of improvement, keeping the fireball spell's power unchanged. Both were locked in stalemate as Germanic restrained himself from fully unleashing his demon artifact. It wasn't until Elizabeth, after refining another phantom beast essence, left, that Flynn safely disappeared into the grass again. Looking at Flynn's disappearing back, Germanic felt bitter. He had sacrificed himself to the demon artifact, expecting a moment of glory, yet encountered constant obstacles at Flynn's hands. The demon artifact's influence on me is growing. I might not last until the 9th time. When will my third brother arrive? Germanic hesitated to send a message to his third brother, Aristide. If all else failed and he couldn't fulfill his wish, at least killing Flynn would be some consolation. When Elizabeth saw Flynn again, tears welled up in her eyes. She knew each departure could mean their final farewell, and her worry intensified with each encounter. This is already the 7th time. The next time will be the 8th. With Germanic's talent, 8 times might be his limit. Thinking this, Elizabeth felt inexplicable anxiety and fear, even worse than when she first met Aristide. Upon seeing each other, Elizabeth gave Flynn a warm embrace. If circumstances permitted, they might have made this place their wedding chamber. Though Elizabeth didn't say anything, Flynn felt her concern and worry. This realization filled him with indescribable distress. He had tried his best, but couldn't resolve their predicament. Neither of them expressed their concerns, maintaining their original plan as if nothing happened. This time, Elizabeth rejected Flynn's suggestions twice to hunt phantom beasts, citing her disdain for peak 7th rank true spirit beasts. Flynn understood it was because she feared losing him to mutual destruction with Germanic. They finally decided to hunt when encountering a powerful 8th rank mid-stage true spirit beast, indicating they had reached the deepest core area. Elizabeth and Flynn found no extraordinary treasures, indicating either their luck was not great, or even in the core area, such treasures weren't easily found. Be careful. Elizabeth held Flynn's hand tenderly, reluctance etched on her face. Flynn nodded with a smile, kissed her hand gently, and walked towards the 8th rank mid-stage true spirit beast. An 8th rank mid-stage true spirit beast, even for a 9th rank true spirit master, required significant effort to kill. But with the restraint provided by the Void Heaven Tripod and converting mental energy into spirit energy, Flynn, at the late 5th rank true spirit stage, slew it in one move. Chapter 127, Complete Demonization. After Flynn hunted down the illusion beast, he did not stop but rushed straight toward Germanic to buy Elizabeth time to refine the essence soul. Elizabeth watched Flynn's unwavering back, feeling a pang of bitterness. She felt helpless. This was the 8th time. This might very well be Germanic's limit. He would likely lose control over the demonic weapon and be completely consumed by it, forcing him to fully activate its power to kill Flynn. Elizabeth had considered facing Germanic together with Flynn, dying alongside him to honor their bond. In the end, she restrained herself. It wasn't out of fear for death, but because she didn't want Germain to trade one life and a demonic weapon for both of theirs. If Flynn were truly to die, she would seek vengeance on Germain, no matter the cost. Meeting you, Flynn, has been my blessing, but encountering me brought misfortune upon you. Elizabeth concentrated on absorbing the essence soul of the illusion beast. The Phoenix Phantom had significantly advanced from when they entered. Her current strength, at full capacity, could match that of a mid-stage 7th rank true spirit master. If she disregarded consequences and used forbidden techniques, her power might even surpass that of a mid-stage 8th rank true spirit master. Unfortunately, against Germanic's blood-breaking demon art, even if she went all out, she wasn't a match for him. Hold on. If we can somehow survive this, when the time comes, perhaps our combined efforts will have a chance to take down Germanic. Elizabeth felt deep unease as she absorbed the illusion beast's essence soul. Soon, Flynn's figure vanished from her senses, making her heart clench tightly, as if suspended in midair. Flynn reappeared before Germanic, blocking his path once more and forcing him to activate the blood-breaking demon art. Flynn, I have a premonition. This time, you will die by my hand, Germanic said heavily. He hadn't waited for Germain, suggesting he might never get the chance to cripple the demoness Elizabeth himself. Flynn furrowed his brows. Germanic's half-demon form radiated blacklight, which was even more violent and powerful than before. This indicated that Germanic was increasingly unable to suppress the demonic weapon's backlash. Once his consciousness was invaded by the weapon, it would be his final moment. If my life can protect Elizabeth and thwart the ambitions of your city lord's residence, then I would consider it a contribution to the people of Yellow Mist City. Come on. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Flynn had long prepared himself mentally for battle. As he spoke, he activated the fireball spell again, creating a sea of flames that stretched out and harmonized with the tricolor world, using its power to illuminate a 500-meter radius around them. What is that? A technique spirit master? And an evil cultivator? A man dressed in gray, nearly 4 kilometers away from Flynn and Germanic, sensed their presence. The distance showed just how formidable he was. The gray-clothed man did not approach immediately but observed Flynn and Germanic covertly, trying to discern their identities. He was surprised to find such strong figures in the hidden realm, believing he should be aware of all who had entered as one of the top experts in the Qin Mountains, nearing the Dao realm, an apex 9th rank true spirit master. However, none of the true spirit masters he knew matched these two individuals. The gray-clothed man did not intend to intervene but planned to watch from the sidelines, secretly following to understand their background and how they had infiltrated the realm. Unbeknownst to Flynn and Germanic, they were now in the deepest part of the core area, likely to encounter some of the strongest experts from the Qin Mountains. At this moment, Flynn, sensing the tricolor world, used the fireball spell to engulf Germanig in a fiery sea, halting his advance and buying Elizabeth more time to refine the essence soul. This time, without using the Void Sky Cauldron to convert spirit energy into mental power, his fireball spell already demonstrated the power of a 7th rank true spirit master. Had he used the Void Sky Cauldron, he would likely match an 8th rank true spirit master or higher. Yet, he was still no match for a fully demonized Germanig. Thus, he aimed to delay, hoping that each extra second increased their chances of survival. In the firestorm, Germanig maintained control over his demonic aura, conserving his potential while waiting for Germain to arrive. But as the standoff persisted, this fragile balance shattered. With Germanig's sudden agonized roar, the black light emanating from him grew more intense. His appearance resembled a wild beast on the verge of losing control, his veins bursting with blood, seeping out along with black demonic chi. Flynn, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Despite his agony, Germanig's consciousness remained intact, urging Flynn to retreat before he unleashed the full power of the demonic weapon. Flynn was startled. Just as Elizabeth predicted, Germanig's cultivation couldn't withstand the 9th activation of the demonic weapon. He had barely begun this 8th attempt when he was already on the brink of being overrun by the weapon. Leave? He couldn't leave. Who told you I intended to leave? I've been waiting for this moment. I want to see just how powerful the demonic weapon under the blood-breaking demon art is, whether it can truly reach the strength of a 9th rank true spirit master. Flynn couldn't leave. He needed to buy Elizabeth more time. With that thought, he activated the Void Sky Cauldron within him, converting his vast spirit energy into mental power. In his mind sea, 3 misty cauldrons appeared, and a 4th partially lit up. As his mental power surged, his aura changed dramatically, becoming increasingly unpredictable. Since that's the case, you'll be my last burial companion. Seeing that Flynn wasn't retreating and his aura became even more enigmatic, Germanig realized this would be his final battle. With nothing left to lose, he pushed the blood-breaking demon art to its limit, activating complex patterns on the special demonic weapon within him. Giroux's demonic execution. Suppress all directions. With Germanig's roar, he fully activated the blood-breaking demon art, illuminating intricate runes on the special demonic weapon inside him. Chapter 128. Spiritual Weapon and Demon Weapon. Buzz. A shrill sound rang out as Germanig's lower abdomen began to crack open, revealing a blood-soaked scythe emerging from within. The scythe absorbed Germanig's vital essence, causing its intricate patterns to only half illuminate. Yet the demonic aura it emitted was far more terrifying than before. Dark rays scattered, sweeping through the sea of flames, instantly countering the fireball spell Flynn had just cast. At this moment, Germanig was entirely possessed by the demon weapon. His consciousness was invaded by the demonic artifact, his body becoming withered as everything about him seemed to be absorbed and refined by the demonic scythe. An overwhelming dark light devoured all the surrounding grass, turning the area into a scorched black wasteland. Such an intense demonic aura startled even the gray-clothed man from Qinling. High-grade demon weapon. Giroux holding the demon scythe. The heavenly demon sect has entered the secret realm. Upon hearing this news, the gray-clothed man's expression turned grim as he faced the imminent threat, subconsciously moving closer to the battlefield. Flynn was also taken aback by the manifested demonic weapon, his face pale as he was forced to retreat under the pressure of the dark light. Despite using his fireball spell to its fullest extent, it was all for naught. The dark rays that struck Flynn were like fearsome blades, swiftly destroying his flesh. If not for his substantial use of mental energy augmented by the Void Sky Cauldron, he would have been corroded like the surrounding grass. This is demonic aura? Truly wicked and powerful. Even with the strength of an 8th rank technique spirit master, Flynn couldn't completely resist the invasion of the demonic aura. If the demonic scythe truly approached, how terrifying would its power be? No wonder Germanig dared to say that even if Flynn were a 9th rank true spirit master, he would die at his hands. These words weren't baseless. Can't hold on. Looks like I can't escape this time. Flynn's face showed despair. Though he was mentally prepared to die in battle, he still felt deep reluctance. My dear, I'm sorry, I can no longer protect you. Flynn instinctively looked towards Elizabeth's position, a sweet smile on his face. To die for the one he loved could be considered a blessing. At this moment, Elizabeth, manipulating the Phoenix illusion to absorb vital essences, suddenly sensed something and looked toward Flynn. Germanig has fully transformed into a demon. Flynn. Tears welled in Elizabeth's eyes, but she couldn't reach him. Elsewhere, Germain suddenly sensed something and stopped, looking in a particular direction. Transformed into a demon? Indeed, he could only endure 8 times. Although it wasn't used on the witch Elizabeth, using it on the strange person Jagger wasn't a waste. Elizabeth, you won't escape? Germain didn't feel any sadness over Germanig's death, but considered replacing Jagger a reasonable trade. Buzz. The buzzing sound intensified as the scythe refined all of Germanig's power. The Giroux holding the demon scythe, now awakened by Germanig's blood demonic skill, set its sights on Flynn. In the next instant, the Giroux holding the demon scythe, accompanied by a buzzing sound, slashed down towards Flynn. The terrifying demonic aura coalesced into a massive scythe made of condensed demonic aura, centered around the Giroux holding the demon scythe. SSHH. Faster than lightning, wielding immense force. The illusory blade formed from the demonic aura struck first. Flynn strained every ounce of his mental energy, casting a spirit control spell, forming what he believed to be his strongest mental barrier. With such a demonic weapon, Flynn never thought he could defeat it, only hoping to buy some time, allowing the weapon's consciousness to go dormant, which was his only hope for survival. But could a demonic weapon's consciousness fall asleep so easily? Boom. A loud explosion resounded as the spirit control spell Flynn constructed with all his might shattered instantly, clearly inferior to the weapon. As the scythe attacked, Flynn had no chance to dodge, closing his eyes in despair, awaiting his death. Boom. Suddenly another explosion erupted, hurling Flynn away by a terrible force. He hadn't died. The Giroux holding the demon scythe hadn't landed on him. A seal appeared in front of Flynn, glowing and hovering above him. The Axe Dao spirit weapon. This was the hereditary treasure Flynn obtained on the 5th layer of the spatial domain, a precious item he vowed to acquire but couldn't refine. Flynn stared incredulously at the scene. He knew very well that he hadn't refined this Axe Dao spirit weapon, and attempting to do so had resulted in multiple backlashes, injuring him. Elizabeth had said he might be able to refine the Axe Dao spirit weapon using the 10,000 Dao techniques, but unfortunately, his current cultivation level was far from sufficient. Yet now, the unrefined Axe Dao spirit weapon had revived on its own, blocking the demonic weapon Giroux holding the demon scythe. Unsure of the reason, but filled with unimaginable joy, the Axe Dao spirit weapon seemed to have its own consciousness and was now battling the Giroux holding the demon scythe head-on. Under the clash of powerful forces, Flynn saw enormous axes raining down, continuously striking the Giroux holding the demon scythe. Whether in terms of momentum or power, the Axe Dao spirit weapon held an absolute advantage. Flynn hurriedly stood up, treating his wounds, waiting for the outcome of the battle between the two spirit weapons. On the other side, the powerful 9th-rank true spirit master pinnacle gray-clothed man from Qinling, who initially thought Flynn would surely die, unexpectedly saw the Axe Dao spirit weapon. Axe Dao spirit weapon. This kid actually possesses such a treasure? Which holy land does he come from? The gray-clothed man, originally planning to gain the upper hand, was frightened and immediately stopped, daring not to approach further. A genius capable of activating a spirit weapon was absolutely not someone to offend lightly. Such individuals possessed double the combat power, surpassing their cultivation level. Most importantly, such people generally had a super powerful sect backing them. The sect wouldn't fear others coveting and stealing treasures given to weaker juniors because they would have imprinted marks left by higher level cultivators. Activating the mark would alert the sect's strong cultivators, who could arrive promptly regardless of location. Like Qinling, where top disciples held exquisite spirit weapons without fearing theft due to the imprints of higher cultivators. Now, the gray-clothed man from Qinling misjudged Flynn as a genius disciple from a certain holy land, with deep connections and untouchable wealth. Chapter 129, The Power of Dao. Very soon, the two spirit weapons ended their battle. The Axe Dao spirit weapon had a clear advantage, while Jiraxi's demonic scythe, with its demonic aura dissipating, fell to the ground like a dead object. The Axe Dao spirit weapon also dimmed in light and helplessly landed on the ground. Seeing this, Flynn hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the Axe Dao spirit weapon for inspection, and heaved a sigh of relief upon finding no damage. "Senior, thank you." Flynn sincerely spoke to the seal in his hand before putting it back in his pocket. He then shifted his gaze to the fallen demonic weapon. Without its demonic aura, it looked no different from an ordinary weapon. He picked it up and headed towards Elizabeth's location. Elizabeth was still absorbing the essence of the illusion beast when she suddenly sensed Flynn's presence. She stopped her absorption, smiling as she looked towards him. "Flynn, he's alive." Elizabeth beamed, feeling very surprised. Elizabeth hurriedly continued absorbing the essence of the illusion beast, and just as she finished, Flynn arrived by her side. "Are you okay?" Elizabeth examined Flynn with concern. "I'm fine." Flynn smiled. "What happened?" Elizabeth couldn't understand how he managed to return unharmed after facing Germainig's fully activated demonic weapon. "It saved me." Flynn pulled out the Axe Dao spirit weapon from his pocket and said, "I'm also surprised. I hadn't refined it yet, but it woke up on its own during the crisis and defeated the demonic weapon." Elizabeth took the Axe Dao spirit weapon, examining it curiously but could not figure out why it reacted. She too was puzzled about how an unrefined spirit weapon could awaken on its own. Maybe it was because the demonic aura stimulated it, making it sense the danger and thus awakened. Flynn offered his guess. Elizabeth neither denied nor confirmed this guess. She simply returned the Axe Dao spirit weapon to Flynn. "What do you plan to do with this demonic weapon?" Elizabeth looked at the demonic scythe held by Jiraxi. "I don't know either." Flynn shook his head. It was his first time dealing with such a weapon, and he had no idea what to do. "Just keep it for now. Once we leave the secret realm, we can hand it over to Bellamy," Elizabeth suggested. "Okay." Flynn nodded. After this encounter, they were temporarily out of danger, but they both knew that their troubles were far from over. As long as Germain remained alive, there would always be a sword hanging over their heads. If they weren't strong enough when trouble came, they might not be so lucky next time. They continued searching for rare treasures and hunting illusion beasts. However, Elizabeth seemed preoccupied and would occasionally stare at Flynn intently. "Wife, what's wrong?" Flynn naturally noticed. "Nothing, I just want to look at you more," Elizabeth replied. "There's an old saying in our hometown. If someone survives a great calamity, good fortune will surely follow. So, you don't have to worry too much. We should continue seeking opportunities to strengthen ourselves. Germain may not surpass us." Flynn thought Elizabeth was still concerned about Germain's threat, so he tried to reassure her. Elizabeth nodded slightly, but her mind was elsewhere. She was curious why an unrefined Axe Dao spirit weapon could awaken on its own. Flynn's guess didn't make sense to her. Although spirit weapons have some degree of consciousness, specific conditions are needed to wake them up. They wouldn't just react to approaching demonic aura. As they continued their journey, they finally obtained their second precious treasure, a special drop of spirit liquid emitting a unique aura. Earthheart Spring. Great stuff. Elizabeth's eyes lit up. She looked at Flynn and said, "You were right. One who survives great peril is sure to find good fortune later. This thing will be of great use to you." Elizabeth urged Flynn to collect the Earthheart Spring. "Wife, you need this chance to enhance your strength more than I do." Flynn declined. "No, this item has a mediocre effect on me, less effective than the essence of an 8th-rank true spirit master illusion beast." Elizabeth refused. The Earthheart liquid is a treasure needed by talisman spirit masters. It can expand your sea of consciousness, enhance your mental power, and reinforce your existing mental power. In the future, it will significantly assist you in breaking through to the 1000-segment Talisman Spirit Master realm. Elizabeth explained the benefits of the Earth Heart Spring. Even without Elizabeth's explanation, Flynn could tell how beneficial this spirit liquid would be to him. When he saw it, the Void Sky tripod vibrated intensely, expressing its desire to absorb this substance. Not being overly formal, Flynn accepted the suggestion and collected the Earth Heart liquid, immediately starting to refine it. The Void Sky tripod trembled as the Earth Heart liquid's power was absorbed into Flynn's body, heading straight for his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, the mental force globe stirred, absorbing the power of the Earth Heart liquid. For a moment, the misty globe swirled brilliantly, rearranging itself in an incredible way. During this process, the sea of consciousness resembled a tidal wave, shaking violently. Large amounts of light points streamed down like snowflakes from the stars within his sea of consciousness, being absorbed by his third misty globe. In terms of his Talisman Spirit Master cultivation, Flynn now had 2 complete misty globes, one forming, which could translate to 3 complete globes if converted into spiritual energy, with a 4th one forming. After refining the Earth Heart power, although his mental power didn't increase dramatically, only half of the 3rd globe was illuminated. The 2 complete misty globes underwent significant changes. On the 2 complete misty globes, inside the mist resembling a large tripod, a distinct Earth character appeared, contrasting sharply with the surrounding light points. At this moment, Flynn clearly sensed forces in the air emanating from the same origin as the Earth character. Tao. Is this the Tao's power as mentioned by Tao Spirit Masters? Flynn felt an overwhelming joy. With this special symbol present in his sea of consciousness, he realized his mental power's intensity hadn't changed, but it felt fundamentally different from before. Ending his meditation, Flynn eagerly sought further insights into Tao from Elizabeth. His intuition told him that with this Earth character symbol, his mental power globes would greatly enhance his combat prowess when using corresponding spells in the future. Chapter 130. Ancient Phoenix. So, how is it? Elizabeth asked as Flynn finished his cultivation. Flynn explained the changes in his mind's seascape to Elizabeth, emphasizing the Earth symbol. Elizabeth nodded happily after listening, her eyes gleaming as she said, "Your guess is correct. The Earth symbol represents a Tao." Under the same cultivation level, Earth-type spells can increase their power by at least double when utilized, she continued. The deeper your understanding of Earth Tao, the more potent the power boost becomes. Just like with martial arts techniques for Wu Ling masters, the stronger the skill, the greater the power. I'll teach you 2 basic Earth spells right now, Elizabeth said, and proceeded to impart 2 Earth spells to Flynn. Earth Spirit Spell and Earth Escape Spell. Earth Spirit Spell was an offensive spell that could adapt its attack method at will. Earth Escape Spell allowed one to temporarily travel underground for short periods. Flynn quickly memorized the incantations and, using the Earth symbol, immediately grasped the essence, catching on instantly. Elizabeth wasn't surprised, since this was just a fundamental spell of the Tao realm, which had low cultivation difficulty. Even an average spelling master could grasp it easily, let alone a genius like Flynn. When he cast the spell, Flynn saw the tricolor world again. Under the amplification of this tricolor world and Su Tianding, he felt the immense power of the Earth Spirit spell far surpassing the Fireball spell. Immediately, Flynn conducted further tests, converting his spiritual energy into mental energy, embodying a pure spelling master. With the Earth Spirit spell, numerous earth-brown blades condensed in the air before crashing into the ground. Bang! A deafening explosion left a deep crater in the ground, and the surrounding grass was pulverized. Flynn. Elizabeth stared in disbelief. You claim to be only a 200-rank spelling master, didn't you? But the power of the Earth Spirit spell you just used matches that of a grade 9 true Ling master, Elizabeth remarked curiously. Dear, I currently have only over 200-rank mental strength, but I have a secret technique that can temporarily enhance my mental strength to the 400-rank level, Flynn confessed. Not even a 400-rank spelling master should possess such power, Elizabeth shook her head. I also have some special skills and a Phoenix Rebirth talent that multiplies my mental strength several times. Moreover, I accidentally sensed a unique tricolor world. Using this tricolor world for cultivation allows me to achieve twice the results with half the effort, comparable to cultivating Inyang Imperial Scripture with you. This tricolor world also strengthens my spells. Flynn elaborated. Hearing this, Elizabeth suddenly seemed to understand something, stunned speechless. You awakened the Phoenix Rebirth talent? Elizabeth exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Flynn nodded, aware that his awakening of the Phoenix talent was due to Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline. Incredible. Elizabeth was astounded, and then congratulated Flynn. Do you know what it means to awaken this talent? Flynn shook his head. All he knew was that it greatly boosted his mental strength. Postnatal bloodline. You've awakened a postnatal Phoenix bloodline. While it can't compare to genuine prenatal Phoenix bloodline, in this era, it's already legendary. No wonder you have grade 9 true Ling master combat power with only 400 rank mental strength. You might eventually awaken the Phoenix bloodline, even if incomplete, allowing you to reach the peak of this world. Elizabeth felt very happy. Flynn was delighted too. As for the tricolor world you mentioned, I don't know much. It seems to significantly enhance your cultivation and strengthen your spells. This is likely your innate ability, similar to natural talents. Elizabeth thought this tricolor world might be Flynn's inherent talent, akin to a 3-pupil spirit eye bone. With this enhanced strength, Elizabeth and Flynn felt increasingly confident about countering Shiloh's threat. They hurriedly sought opportunities to reinforce themselves. Unbeknownst to Flynn, his use of the axe spirit weapon to break through magical weapons caught the attention of a gray-clothed man in Qinling, mistaking him for a genius disciple from a holy land, leading this man to secretly follow them. As Elizabeth refined the phantasmal beast's essence, exposing her Phoenix bloodline, it was all seen by this gray-clothed man. Bloodline inheritance. Ancient Phoenix. She's also a genius disciple from that Holy Land? This gray-clothed man was incredibly shocked, finding it even more incredible than Flynn battling magic weapons with an axe spirit weapon. This is huge. We must find out which Holy Land can produce someone with ancient Phoenix bloodline inheritance. The gray-clothed man kept quiet, planning to approach the duo and assess their capabilities. Meanwhile, after learning Germain's death, Shiloh grew increasingly anxious. Despite not fully recovering, he relied on his special abilities as a 1000-rank spell-ling master and ventured ahead into the snowy mountains in search of opportunities. Snow Lotus Spiritual Fruit. Huge opportunity. With this fruit, I can fully recover my strength. Heaven aids me. On the snowy mountain, Shiloh saw a blooming snow lotus flower from afar and became extremely excited. Immediately, he transformed into a shadow and approached the snow lotus with astonishing speed. However, as he neared the flower, a white phantasmal beast roared furiously, blocking his path. The white wolf before him exuded immense power, possessing the strength of a peak grade 9 true Ling master. Such a powerful phantasmal beast made even Shiloh frown deeply. Phantasmal beasts were special. Defeating them was difficult, let alone killing them. Today, no one can stop me from seizing this snow lotus spiritual fruit. Shiloh's face darkened. He knew his chances were limited, and he wouldn't back down despite the formidable beast. Great darkness spell. Seeing the phantasmal beast approaching, Shiloh performed hand seals, summoning mysterious powers. Behind him, a shadowy figure appeared. The next moment, the snowy ground trembled, and rays of light emerged from beneath the snow, transforming into black beams. Shiloh was a demon cultivator. He also possessed a demonic weapon. Black beams enveloped the white wolf in a cloud of evil energy. Chapter 131. Discovered. Roar. A roar erupted from the demonic aura, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy burst forth. The black halo trembled violently, nearly shattering in response. Germain's expression changed slightly. He had underestimated the white wolf's power. He hurriedly bit his index finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, recited a spell, and cast a bloody red symbol. The red symbol fell upon the black halo, as if coating it with a layer of crimson armor. Instantly, the light flared up, suppressing the struggling white wolf once again. After casting the spell, Germain's face turned pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, almost collapsing into the snow. Germain steadied himself with great difficulty and then walked towards the nearby snow lotus spirit fruit, picking it smoothly. Absorbing the essence of this fruit, the pallor on his face gradually faded, and his weakened body instantly regained its strength. But he still dared not linger, grabbing the snow lotus spirit fruit and dashing down the mountain. When Germain left, the blood-red demonic aura was finally torn apart by the white wolf, scattering all the remaining dark energy. Roar. The white wolf roared, but Germain was already gone. It could only turn around and merge back into the snowy mountains. With the snow lotus spirit fruit in hand, Germain returned to the core area of the grasslands and began to refine the fruit. Meanwhile, Flynn and Elizabeth traveled together, their luck holding strong. After refining the earth heart liquid, they encountered the tricolor cloud mudleaf and the split scale fruit. Flynn absorbed and refined the tricolor cloud mudleaf, advancing him smoothly to the 300-stage spell master realm and also elevating him to the early 4th rank of the spiritual master domain. Elizabeth absorbed and refined the split scale fruit, significantly boosting her cultivation and strength. She now possessed the combat power equivalent to a 9th rank true spirit master and could reach late stage 9th rank when using forbidden techniques. With both reaching the 9th rank true spirit master level, their confidence grew. If Germain gave them more time, they would no longer fear him. A peak 8th rank true spirit master illusionary beast. Flynn sensed through his spirit cat. Without hesitation, Flynn moved forward, knowing that killing such an illusionary beast would greatly benefit Elizabeth. Dear, absorbing the essence of this beast should give you 9th rank true spirit master combat power, right? Flynn asked. Yes. Elizabeth nodded. Refining this beast's essence should bring me to mid-9th rank true spirit master level. With forbidden techniques, I can match late 9th rank true spirit masters. Wonderful. Flynn beamed. Even if Germain had recovered his strength, he could only suppress 9th rank true spirit master warriors. Together, Flynn and Elizabeth were not enough to defeat him, but they could resist him. Taking a step closer, time was now on their side. Germain's speed of improvement would never catch up to theirs. Flynn attacked the illusionary beast with all his might, merging man and sword, and using the Void Heaven Tripod's special ability to drain the beast's power before slaying it in one strike. Seeing this, the gray-cloaked man from Xianxia Ridge was shocked by Flynn's mysterious abilities. Indeed, you are a prodigy who emerged from the Holy Land. Even I, at my best, couldn't have killed a peak 8th rank true spirit master illusionary beast in one hit. The gray-cloaked man felt both admiration and growing greed in his eyes. At the same time, Germain followed Elizabeth's trail. Having successfully refined the snow lotus spirit fruit, his injuries were fully healed, and he stood tall again as a 1000-stage spell master. Under secret techniques, Germain's aura became almost imperceptible. Even passing within 100 meters of a late-stage 8th rank true spirit master illusionary beast, it failed to detect his presence. Germain noticed a peak 9th rank true spirit master from Xianxia Ridge following Flynn and Elizabeth secretly, but the gray-cloaked man remained unaware of his existence. Someone from Xianxia Ridge? He also discovered Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline. He is looking for an opportunity to seize Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline. Germain's brows furrowed, his heart filled with murderous intent. Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline was already considered his. He would not tolerate anyone else trying to take it. Germain did not immediately attack the gray-cloaked man. Instead, he planned to seize Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline first, and then kill everyone who knew about it. Thus, he stealthily maintained a safe distance, avoiding detection. Germain quietly approached Elizabeth, while she and Flynn remained oblivious. Elizabeth was refining the essence of the recently slain illusionary beast. Flynn guarded beside her, his spirit cat's perception covering a 3-kilometer radius to prevent any spying on Elizabeth's phoenix bloodline activation. Everything seemed normal until Germain appeared within a kilometer of Flynn's perception range. Someone is approaching, and they are less than a kilometer away. Flynn's heart skipped a beat, a sense of unprecedented danger surging. His spirit cat's perception was incredibly sharp, capable of detecting even peak 8th rank true spirit master illusionary beasts within a 3-kilometer range. Yet, someone had come within a kilometer undetected until now. Clearly, the person was either a 9th rank true spirit master or a 9th rank illusionary beast with comparable strength. Flynn immediately informed Elizabeth, who stopped absorbing the essence in shock. Run. Without hesitation, they quickly fled in the opposite direction with the illusionary beast's essence in hand. Discovered? Germain was surprised. He could see that Flynn was merely an early 4th rank true spirit master, and though he couldn't gauge Elizabeth's exact level, he could sense that her power was far below his own. As a 1000-stage spell master, under the influence of secret techniques, his concealment was so strong that even a 9th rank true spirit master within a kilometer could not detect him. No wonder Flynn is still alive. One of them must have reached mid-9th rank true spirit master or higher. Hashtag chapter 132, 1000 rank spell spirit master. Germain was unperturbed. Now that he had regained his cultivation, as a 1000 rank spell spirit master, he possessed the power to suppress even peak 9th rank true spirit masters. He believed that even if any of them had advanced to mid-9th rank true spirit master, he could easily slay 2 of them. Germain. Elizabeth sensed Germain's presence. The latter had already abandoned stealth and was now actively revealing himself, closing in on the 2 at maximum speed. He finally came. Flynn also sensed Germain through his spirit cat senses, his expression darkening. Their speed couldn't compare to that of a 1000 rank spell spirit master like Germain. Even if they ran all out, they wouldn't be able to escape far, given the 1000-meter gap between them. Good timing. Let's settle this today to avoid future trouble. Elizabeth's face hardened. Upon recognizing Germain, she immediately halted and manifested the Phoenix Phantom, absorbing the remaining essence of the illusory beast. Seeing her stop, Flynn followed suit. With a thought, he activated the Void Sky Cauldron, converting all his spiritual energy into mental power. In his mind's sea, 4 complete orbs of light emerged, with a 5th appearing halfway. At this moment, Flynn's cultivation was close to 500 ranks of a spell spirit master. In the next instant, Flynn unleashed the mental power from his mind sea and performed the Earth Spirit technique. Seal. As he shouted, a tricolor world materialized, and mental power surged out of the Void Sky Cauldron, resonating with the tricolor world upon leaving his body. Symbols in his mind sea glowed, connecting the tricolor world through the cauldron, aligning them in a straight line to empower the Earth Spirit technique to its greatest extent. Centered on Flynn, the ground trembled, and earthy yellow halos illuminated the area, forming a small earthen shield fortress that completely shielded him and Elizabeth. Facing a 1000-rank spell spirit master like Germain, Flynn knew he had to give it his all, not daring to be careless for a moment, deploying the Earth Spirit technique early on. Approaching, Germain's expression changed. He instantly recognized the intensity of the spell Flynn was performing. On par with a 900-rank spell spirit master? This Jagger is truly sinister. My suspicions were correct. This must be an old fellow who took over his body. Germain was now certain that Flynn wasn't the original person but had been taken over by a powerful spell spirit master. If it weren't for soul snatching, a spell spirit master of such young age achieving mental power strength equivalent to a 900 rank would be considered a heaven-born genius. Ultimately, Germain's horizons were too narrow. He didn't know how powerful the outside world could be. Elizabeth, Jagger, do you still intend to resist futilely? Germain floated in midair, fully unleashing the aura of a 1000-rank spell spirit master. Through the glow of the Earth Spirit technique, both Flynn and Elizabeth saw Germain casting spells, gathering strength. Germain, last time you narrowly escaped by luck. Do you really think I can't kill you now? Elizabeth showed no fear, her eyes filled with killing intent. If I hadn't been careless, could you have injured me? Germain laughed, confident that as a 1000-rank spell spirit master with demonic artifacts and demon powers, both his physical body and mental power were without weakness. Well then, today, I'll let you taste some suffering so you understand my true power. Without further ado, Germain began to cast Sword Light Technique. With his shout, immense mental power emerged from him, instantly resonating with the natural chi. Numerous sword lights condensed around him. Buzzing with sound, the sword lights surged forward toward the earthen shield fortress Flynn had set up. Boom! The densely packed sword lights hit the fortress, creating deafening sounds. Flynn felt as if his head had been struck heavily, almost losing control of the Earth Spirit technique. The sword lights dispersed, and although the earthen shield fortress hadn't shattered, cracks appeared densely across it, indicating it could barely withstand another attack before crumbling. So this is the power of a 1000-rank spell spirit master? Flynn was shocked. Such strength was much more formidable than he imagined, far surpassing the power needed to suppress peak 9th rank true spirit masters. Meanwhile, Elizabeth had completed absorbing the illusory beast essence the moment Germain arrived, and was now gathering strength. Flynn, block him for a while. Give me time to prepare my finishing move, Elizabeth instructed. Her ultimate move greatly enhanced her combat power, but its downside was that it required preparation and couldn't last long once activated. Got it. Flynn nodded, ready for a life or death battle. Germain sneered, and the surrounding sword lights reappeared. This time, he condensed all the sword lights into one giant sword. Break! Pointing, the giant sword slashed down onto the already cracked fortress before it could fully recover. Boom! Another thunderous sound. Flynn's body shook violently as he retreated step by step, his feet sinking deeply into the ground. Surrounding grass had been obliterated. The Earth Spirit technique was easily broken, and as the earthen shield dissipated, Germain again cast spells, condensing countless sword lights that rushed toward Elizabeth. Of the two, Germain was undoubtedly most wary of Elizabeth, having suffered greatly at her hands last time, nearly dying. He wouldn't repeat that mistake. Determined to cripple Elizabeth first, he focused entirely on her before dealing with Flynn. Faced with the onslaught of sword lights, Elizabeth didn't counterattack but remained motionless, her backlit phoenix phantom becoming increasingly real under the influence of a secret technique, as if a true phoenix were about to emerge. Seeing this, Flynn wouldn't allow Germain to disrupt Elizabeth's preparations. Fully prepared, he once again unleashed the Earth Spirit technique, summoning numerous earthen shields to block the incoming sword lights. Boom! Earthen shields clashed with sword lights, mutually dispersing. Flynn was sent flying back by the invisible force, a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Humph! Germain stared at Flynn, his expression darkening. He formed more hand seals, and sword lights enveloped him, not knowing when to quit. Then I'll kill you first. Germain urged the sword lights into a giant sword, locking onto Flynn. The giant sword attacked swiftly, cutting through the earthen shield and striking Flynn's chest. Chapter 133, Ultimate Means. The power of the giant sword, despite being mostly absorbed by the earth shield, over 90%, still left enough force to cause a gaping wound on Flynn's chest. Even bones as tough as iron were shattered in part. This was Germain's prowess as a 1000-level spell spirit master. He hadn't even used his full strength, but could easily break through Flynn's defenses and injure him. Activating his dragon transformation talent, the damaged flesh and bones began to rapidly heal. Flynn wasn't just a spell spirit master. He was also a rank 4 spirit-controlling realm martial spirit master. Seeing Germain activate the giant sword once more and lock onto him again, Flynn didn't hesitate any longer and used the earth dodging technique. Engaging an opponent with only spell spirit techniques would undoubtedly invite humiliation. In 2 short moves, he had suffered serious injuries, and if this continued, he would be dead within 10 moves. At that moment, Flynn employed the earth dodging technique, instantly closing the distance between himself and Germain. He surged into the sky, while the spiritual energy in his consciousness sea transformed into spirit energy with the help of the void sky tripod. Suddenly, his cultivation level soared from mid-rank 4 true spirit master to early rank 7 true spirit master. Clearly, in the process of converting spirit energy and spiritual energy, there was a loss when spirit energy converted into spiritual energy, but the reverse increased its amount. Germain, who had been searching for Flynn's figure, was startled to see him suddenly rise into the air. This moment, where was Flynn's trace of being a spell spirit master? He radiated a complete martial spirit aura instead. You're courting death. Germain immediately understood Flynn's intention to close the distance, to exploit the weaknesses of a spell spirit master in close combat. But alas, Germain was not just a spell spirit master, but also an accomplished martial spirit master with the strength of an 8th rank true spirit master. With a thought, he locked onto Flynn with the giant sword, fists clenched as he descended from the sky, unleashing a spirit-grade martial technique. A black bear warrior soul appeared behind him, aiming a punch directly at Flynn. Behind the giant sword and before the fist, Flynn faced a double attack. Germain felt that even if Flynn survived, he would still suffer severe injuries. As Germain's fist struck, the black bear roared. Behind Flynn, the void sky tripod appeared as a warrior soul, and the 1000 illusion slash reached its peak. The Hawaiian sword became a streak of light, stabbing directly toward Germain's fist. Bang! The collision of the fist and sword broke Germain's protective barrier, with the sword heading straight for his fleshy fist. However, it couldn't advance further, forced back to defend against the approaching giant sword. Boom! Another loud explosion. The powerful spirit energy created a fearsome gust of wind. Flynn was flung away again, injured even worse this time, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Germain's body also shook slightly. Indeed, he had taken a small hit. The Hawaiian sword broke through his protective barrier, leaving a scar on his wrist and causing intense pain in his palm. At this moment, Germain glanced at Elizabeth, who was gathering power. His heart sank as he knew he couldn't delay any longer. Flynn, today is your end. Germain spoke as he cast a spell, black light rising from the ground, instantly enveloping Flynn. Heretic! Flynn's face darkened. Indeed, both Germain and Germainig were heretics. Facing a heretic, Flynn couldn't help but feel shaken. Demon Chi inherently countered spirit energy, having no effect only on powers derived from spiritual energy. But Germain was a 1000-level spell spirit master, with such potent demon chi that his fireball and earth spirit spells couldn't resist. Fortunately, Flynn now mastered the earth dodging technique. Though demon chi was powerful, it wasn't omnipresent. Under the ground, its power weakened significantly. Switching to a spell spirit master and using the earth dodging technique, he escaped the confines of the demon chi. And Germain seemed to have anticipated this. This move wasn't aimed at killing Flynn, but to force him to flee, preventing him from interfering with his attack on Elizabeth. The next moment, Germain appeared 100 meters in front of Elizabeth, demon chi forming a black bear-like beast roaring viciously as it lunged at her. Flynn, using the dodging technique, hurriedly rushed over, but ultimately the speed of the earth dodging technique couldn't match the attack speed of the demon chi. Just as the demon chi turned black bear reached Elizabeth, she finally completed her final charge. Her eyes flashed with fiery light, followed by the sound of a phoenix cry. With delicate fingers, she released a flaming phoenix. The fire phoenix attacked, instantly engulfing the near black bear in flames, then headed toward Germain. Germain frowned, quickly casting another spell, Grand Art. Using this taboo method, Germain activated his demonic powers, black light rapidly rising from underground to envelop Elizabeth's fire phoenix. Elizabeth, today you'll witness my strongest means. Facing Elizabeth, Germain dared not hold back. To prevent accidents, he went all out, a black dagger appearing in his hand. While restraining the fire phoenix with Grand Art, he turned into a shadow, attacking Elizabeth at an unbelievable speed. Flynn saw this, his face changing slightly. He took out the Axe Dao spirit armament and, with all his might, hurled it like a stone at Germain's dagger. Noticing this, Germain coldly snorted, thinking Flynn had exhausted all options, using a seal to block his demonic weapon. The black dagger aimed precisely to shatter the thrown Axe Dao spirit armament. Bang! Unexpectedly, upon impact, the Axe Dao spirit armament revived, emitting bright light, axe runes glowing like sacred beams in the sky. The Axe Dao spirit armament not only wasn't shattered but also burst forth with immense power, forcing Germain backward. Only then did Germain realize this wasn't a simple seal. It was an incredibly precious legacy spirit armament. He can activate a legacy spirit armament? Germain was utterly stunned, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Hashtag chapter 134, Earth level mark. Bang! A massive axe aura slammed into Germain's magical artifact. Though the axe appeared insubstantial, it carried an incredibly terrifying force that even a 1000-rank spell spirit master like Germain felt unprecedentedly threatened. Axe Dao power. Germain's expression drastically changed as he stared at Flynn in disbelief. His magical artifact was knocked away, and the formidable backlash sent him flying backward, spewing blood from his mouth. Seeing this, Flynn couldn't muster any joy because the Axe Dao spirit armament had just dimmed and fell helplessly to the ground after glowing brightly. This item, although powerful and having saved his life before, still wasn't fully under his control. With Germain injured, Flynn seized the opportunity to retaliate. Otherwise, both he and Elizabeth risked being killed. The opponent's strength far exceeded their expectations. Even with her most potent techniques, Elizabeth could not break through Germain's great darkness spell. The Phoenix illusion entrapped within remained unable to escape, let alone injure Germain. Strange. How did he activate the Axe Dao spirit armament? Elizabeth's attention shifted to the seal lying on the ground, now devoid of its glow. Although the object seemed imbued with spiritual qualities, it needed sufficient power to awaken it. Flynn was only a spiritual manipulation realm spirit master, and despite having ignited the Earth level mark, there was no direct connection to the Axe Dao. This matter had always puzzled Elizabeth, making her quite curious. Flynn didn't realize his wife, amidst the threat from Germain, was actually thinking about such matters. At this moment, instead of retrieving the fallen Axe Dao spirit armament, Flynn focused, transforming into a pure martial spirit master, with the shadow of a large cauldron appearing behind him. Man and sword became one. The weighing sword emitted a silvery glow, reaching its peak potential under his command. The sword light was impossibly fast, instantly arriving before Germain. Germain, trying to handle two things at once, keeping Elizabeth's phoenix restrained by the great darkness spell while fending off Flynn, was visibly injured but still capable. Since he was a spell spirit master, as long as his sea of consciousness wasn't damaged, his combat effectiveness remained largely unaffected. To seek death, Germain exploded in fury, frustrated by repeatedly falling prey to Flynn's tactics. Seeing Flynn strangely able to activate the Axe Dao spirit armament deepened his suspicion and fear. Hence, Germain was now driven by murderous intent. Even if it cost him dearly, he must kill Flynn first before dealing with Elizabeth. As Flynn approached, Germain did not use spells to block, but instead unleashed an unyielding soul-controlling spell, the Soul Control technique. It was highly effective against weaker opponents, but had severe drawbacks when used against equals, risking severe damage, or even backfiring and damaging one's sea of consciousness. Given these risks, most spell spirit masters hesitated to use soul control against nearly equal opponents due to the significant unknown dangers involved. But Germain, driven mad with anger, cared little for such concerns, focusing solely on eliminating Flynn quickly. Invisible mental energy rapidly surged toward Flynn's sea of consciousness. Sensing the danger of the soul control technique, Flynn's face paled in fright. Almost instantly, he switched his power state, reverting to a pure spell spirit master. At that moment, the weighing sword's glow faded, leaving him frozen in place. Within his sea of consciousness, Flynn prepared himself as the overwhelming mental energy, akin to a vast ocean, sought to engulf his entire spirit. This was Flynn's first encounter with the soul control technique, and he lacked experience encountering it. Facing the vast sea-like mental energy, he could only passively direct the spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness to confront Germain's attack. Upon direct collision, Flynn realized his mental energy was far more concentrated and powerful, one part of his energy matching 5 parts of Germain's. Furthermore, the earth mark glowed, creating a domain-like effect that further suppressed Germain's mental energy while enhancing his own. In this situation, though his spiritual energy might look insignificant compared to Germain's vast sea, it cut through the enemy's defense like a sharp blade. By the time Germain sensed something was wrong, it was too late. Earth level mark. He is already a half-step Dao spirit master. Germain couldn't believe his senses. He, a 1000-rank spell spirit master, hadn't grasped the Dao mark. Yet this mere few hundred-rank spell spirit master had achieved the Earth level mark? He must be an old-timer in disguise. Germain regretted immensely. Filled with terror, he hurriedly retreated from Flynn's sea of consciousness, ending the soul control technique. But mental attacks were swift, and despite their brief engagement, Germain suffered unprecedented harm. When he withdrew his mental energy, his sea of consciousness was heavily damaged, losing much of its power. The 1000-rank spell spirit master was now barely 800 rank strong. Though not directly visible on his body, this damage manifested in his weakened presence. Particularly, the great darkness spell restraining Elizabeth weakened significantly due to the injury to his mental energy. In moments, Elizabeth's phoenix broke free. Sensing Germain's weakened state, Elizabeth, seizing the opportunity, hastened her phoenix illusion to pursue him. Flynn, having repelled Germain's soul control technique, rejoiced. Despite his lower rank, his superior mental energy and the Earth level mark gave him capital to stand against Germain. Under the soul control technique, Flynn had managed to gain an upper hand, suffering less mental energy loss than Germain. Feeling the other's weakening power, he swiftly cast the Earth Spirit technique, intending to cooperate with Elizabeth's Phoenix to trap Germain here. Instantly, an earthy yellow glow enveloped Germain, preventing any chance of escape. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's fiery Phoenix swooped down upon Germain. Chapter 135, Sect Mission. Far away, the gray-clothed figure from Qinling who had been watching the battle intently was taken aback when he saw Shiloh's terrifying power. When he saw Flynn and Elizabeth working together to counter a powerhouse like Shiloh, he was filled with astonishment once more. Eventually, an inexplicable sense of anticipation stirred in his heart. He wanted to see both sides suffer heavy losses. Rumble. A deafening explosion erupted from where Shiloh was standing. The powerful shockwave unleashed a hurricane that shredded the surrounding grass and cracked the ground. Yet, Shiloh had vanished without a trace. Escaped? Elizabeth looked at the empty crater in surprise, finding no sign of Shiloh. Yeah. He used the Earth Evasion technique. Flynn clearly sensed that as soon as Shiloh saw the Earth Spirit technique coming, he immediately activated his Earth Evasion technique, breaking through the ground and moving at an incredibly fast speed, even faster than his own Earth Evasion skill. Elizabeth glanced at Flynn and smiled, a smile that reflected her relief after narrowly escaping death. Though they hadn't managed to kill Shiloh, they had won this difficult battle. This time, Shiloh couldn't overpower them, especially since he suffered injuries while recklessly attempting the soul control spell on Flynn. Next time, he would have even fewer chances. Elizabeth knew very well that most of the credit for this victory belonged to Flynn. Without the axe spirit weapon severely damaging Shiloh's evil artifact, both Flynn and Elizabeth would have died. If not for Shiloh being pressured into blindly casting the soul control spell, he wouldn't have fled, and the final outcome could have been anyone's guess. For a moment, Flynn also let out a sigh of relief, retrieving the axe spirit weapon. He felt increasingly grateful for this item. This time, Shiloh probably won't dare to come back anytime soon. Flynn said, "Let's hurry up and seek our opportunities, striving to reverse our positions so we can chase and hunt down Shiloh." Yes, Elizabeth nodded, her eyes still fixed on the axe spirit weapon. She still believed there was something peculiar about it. On the other side, Shiloh, having used the Earth Evasion technique to escape, suffered significant damage and urgently needed to find a place to recover his damaged mental energy. Despite the severity of his injuries, the core of his strength wasn't affected. Given some time, he could quickly recuperate. What truly troubled Shiloh was Flynn's unexpected power, far surpassing his expectations. Which old man did Jagger possess? He must have attained Dao Spirit Master level before transmigration. Shiloh firmly believed. In his view, only Dao Spirit Masters were true cultivators. Regardless of whether one was a technique Spirit Master or a martial Spirit Master, they became Dao Spirit Masters upon reaching the Dao realm. At this stage, their main focus shifted from cultivating spirit energy and mental energy to nurturing the Dao force derived from their own insights. Dao force was incredibly profound, far more enigmatic than spirit energy and mental energy, with correspondingly immense power. For technique Spirit Masters, Dao force nurtured the mental energy vortex, whereas for martial Spirit Masters, it nourished the Dantian vortex. Staying at the outer edge of the core area, Shiloh felt safe and could focus on recovery. Elizabeth Jagger. Don't be too pleased. Despite this defeat, Shiloh didn't abandon his ambition to seize Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline. He decided to take one last gamble, either succeed and withdraw or die within this secret realm. It wasn't that he was willing to risk death for his ambition, but rather that he had no other choice. Shiloh's appearance in Balderwu City wasn't coincidental. He had come with a mission. After discovering Elizabeth's secret, he abandoned his mission and used all the resources given by the sect against Elizabeth, ensuring his task would fail. If he didn't obtain Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline, he would face severe repercussions from the sect, likely leading to his death. Shiloh, although a demonic cultivator, was different from Germanic. Germanic sacrificed himself using the Bloodbreak demon technique, offering his essence to Giroux's demon scythe. His power came from the demon weapon, not his cultivation. Now, Shiloh planned to follow Germanic's path, intending to sacrifice himself to the demon weapon to rapidly enhance his strength. He believed that if he absorbed Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline, he could then find a way to break free from the demon weapon's grip. Temporarily harnessing the demon weapon's power to kill Flynn and Elizabeth would suffice. Immediately, Shiloh took out his demon dagger and infused his blood and mental energy into it, beginning to practice the Bloodbreak demon technique. From this moment, Shiloh embarked on a path of no return, unaware of the immense dangers and difficulties ahead. Otherwise, with so many demon weapons available, many in the sect could learn the Bloodbreak demon technique, but few were willing to take this path. Flynn and Elizabeth were unaware of Shiloh's intentions and paid little attention. After repelling him, they continued hunting phantom beasts, gathering phantom beast spirits, searching for rare fruits, and improving their cultivation. Even the gray-clothed figure from Qinling, though eager for Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline, was wary after witnessing how thousand-segment technique Spirit Master Shiloh had been driven off. Seeing no opportunity to strike later, he dared not continue following them secretly, fearing discovery and possible ambush. No rush. I still have a chance. If I can successfully enter the fourth layer and gain the ultimate opportunity there, I hope to reach the Dao Spirit Master realm. Then, I can hope to eliminate these two. The gray-clothed figure thought as he silently left the core area and headed toward the Forbidden Snow Mountain. He resolved to risk passing through the Forbidden Zone to reach the fourth layer and advance to the Dao Spirit Master realm. Flynn and Elizabeth weren't in a hurry to head for the Forbidden Snow Mountain. They needed more time to improve their strength to peak 9th rank True Spirit Master before entering the Snow Mountain. So they returned, continuing to hunt phantom beasts and search for rare fruits. With the help of phantom beast spirits, Elizabeth steadily improved her strength, while Flynn struggled to find the rare fruits, staying at the initial 4th rank spiritual mastery as a martial spirit master. Conversely, his technique Spirit Master rank steadily advanced with the help of the Tricolor World, nearly completing the 4th light mist sphere. Flynn estimated that achieving 400 segments technique spirit master rank and combining it with the virtuous sky tripod's spirit energy conversion would match his strength to peak 9th rank true spirit master. Once this goal was achieved, he and Elizabeth would head for the Forbidden Snow Mountain. Chapter 136, Life and Death Tribulation. Time passed, and without Germanig and Germain chasing after them, the two traveled very leisurely. They did not rush to the restricted area's snow mountain, but intended to search the entire restricted area. They stayed in the restricted area for 4 whole days, traversing it entirely but did not encounter Bellamy. Flynn had originally hoped to assist Bellamy as much as possible here, whether with rare fruits or Huansou Jingpo, but since they did not meet, it could only be said that Bellamy lacked such an opportunity. He could only wait until they exited before handing over whatever he found. Revised. They spent a full 4 days within the Jinshi, thoroughly searching but did not encounter Bellamy. Flynn had initially planned to help Bellamy as much as possible while here, be it with rare exotic fruits or Huansou Jingpo, phantom beast essences, but without meeting him, it seemed Bellamy missed out on this chance. Flynn could only plan to hand over what he collected once they left. Over 3 days, Flynn and Elizabeth covered the entire core area, obtaining 4 kinds of rare fruits and slaying 16 phantasms. The 7-rank true spirit master level phantasm essences were all kept by Elizabeth. She didn't refine them but planned to use them after leaving. The 4 rare fruits were fully absorbed and refined by Elizabeth. Having absorbed these and the essences of 8-rank true spirit master level phantasms, she now possessed the peak combat power of a 9-rank true spirit master. If she used forbidden techniques, even Germain in his prime would stand little chance against her. Flynn spent 3 days using the tricolor world to strengthen his mental power, nearly ready to illuminate the 4th misty light orb within him. Although still short of his initial goal, they had covered the core area thoroughly, so staying here further held little meaning. Finally, on the 4th day, they arrived at the restricted area's snow mountain. The mountain was blanketed in white, its peaks towering into the clouds. Here, rare fruits were more precious, but phantasms were also more terrifying. A peak 9-rank true spirit master phantasm, even with the aid of the Void Heaven tripod, would be hard for Flynn to slay, as he couldn't defeat it with one strike. Without help, it would be almost impossible for him to kill such a phantasm alone. Fortunately, Elizabeth's strength had greatly increased. Together, they still had a chance to slay peak 9-rank true spirit master phantasms. Ever since they fended off Germain, their path seemed clear. Thus, even adventuring in this secret realm felt pressure-free, and they enjoyed the unique scenery along the way. Wandering through the snowy mountain, they felt no pressure. Flynn scanned the surroundings with a spirit cat's perception while Elizabeth used a secret technique to find rare fruits. While climbing, they soon encountered a phantasm, a powerful, entirely white creature hidden in the snow. Mid-9-rank true spirit master level. I should be able to slay it with one strike. If I miss, remember to deliver the finishing blow immediately, Flynn told Elizabeth beside him. Elizabeth nodded, relaxed as her strength grew. The snow-white phantasm noticed Flynn when he was about a kilometer away. His mere 4-rank true spirit master aura was weak like an ant to a 9-rank phantasm, so it simply waited for him to approach, planning to crush him in one strike. Flynn slowly closed in until he was just 500 meters away. Then, his aura surged, transforming his spiritual power into spirit energy via the Void Heaven tripod, boosting him from early 4-rank to early 8-rank true spirit master in an instant. Facing such change, the phantasm was slightly startled but paid little attention because, whether 4-rank or 8-rank, it saw Flynn as merely a bigger ant. Standing up, the phantasm emitted aura and casually struck toward Flynn. Flynn, now one with his sword, made Howling's sword clash directly with the phantasm. At the moment of impact, the phantasm was stunned. It had expected resistance but met none. Upon hitting Flynn, a terrifying suction force emerged from his body. The phantasm was shocked. No matter how much power it injected, it was swallowed whole. Boom. Howling's sword erupted in a fearsome glow, dispersing the now weakened phantasm. Devoid of strength and essence, it lost consciousness and died. Elizabeth retrieved the phantasm's essence and began refining it. Afterward, they continued on their way. Even peak 9-rank phantasms fell to Flynn's single strikes. It seemed the Void Heaven tripod had a natural advantage against bodiless entities. Unfortunately, they found no rare fruits, which meant only Elizabeth's strength steadily increased, while Flynn's progress remained slow. Reaching the midsection of the snow mountain, where snow met clouds, they observed the beauty of snowflakes forming. Flynn was captivated by the view. As they moved higher, they discovered ice-covered plants instead of snow. Even Elizabeth marveled at the scene. However, suddenly, the ice sculptures around them began making sounds as if stirred by an invisible storm. Oh no! Elizabeth quickly pulled Flynn back, sensing danger. But the clashing sounds intensified and widened, enveloping them. What's happening? Flynn realized something was amiss. Clearly, an invisible force was surging around them. We've triggered the most terrifying danger in this secret realm, the life and death tribulation. Seeing the swirling invisible force, Elizabeth knew they faced an extremely rare, disaster-level crisis. Life and death tribulation? Flynn furrowed his brows, feeling immense pressure from the unseen force. Hashtag chapter 137, manifestation. It's likely because you've killed too many illusion beasts, inadvertently triggering this secret realm's life and death tribulation, Elizabeth explained. Killed too many illusion beasts? Flynn hadn't anticipated that slaying the beasts would lead to such a crisis. The essence of illusion beasts is the true source of power within this realm. The more and stronger the illusion beasts you kill, the more the realm misjudges the strength of those who enter, thinking they surpass the realm's designated power level. Such a presence undoubtedly challenges the rules set by the realm's master. Hence, the realm triggers the life and death tribulation to punish the provocateurs, Elizabeth added. How unjust. Flynn felt wronged. How had he provoked the realm's master? He hadn't even transcended the realm's prescribed level. He was merely at the 4th rank true spirit master level, far from reaching the full 400 stages of the ritual spirit master. Such cultivation wasn't out of bounds. If anything, it should be attributed to the Void Heaven Cauldron. The Cauldron inherently possessed a terrifying ability to restrain energy entities like illusion beasts, allowing him to slay late-stage 9th rank true spirit beasts with a single strike despite his weaker cultivation. Not at all unjust. You've killed nearly 100 illusion beasts here. If it were just the number, it might not have triggered the tribulation. But you also slew 4 late-stage 9th rank true spirit beasts with a single sword each. It's not surprising that it triggered the life and death tribulation. Elizabeth found Flynn's expression of grievance amusing. I did all this for you, and you can still laugh? Flynn lamented bitterly. The tribulation has begun. We can't escape now. Elizabeth laughed. Let's see what method the master of this realm will use against us. My dear, you don't seem afraid? Flynn looked at Elizabeth, puzzled. Of course, I shouldn't be afraid. Since you are the one who triggered the tribulation and I'm just involved due to you, the difficulty won't be too great for me. With my greatly enhanced strength, this tribulation will likely benefit rather than harm me. Elizabeth said this lightly, her tone indifferent. Seeing Elizabeth so relaxed, Flynn felt slightly reassured. Elizabeth wouldn't remain indifferent if there were real danger. Her calm demeanor suggested the tribulation might indeed offer benefits. As the ice sculptures around them collided more fiercely, large amounts of ice shards shattered and fell towards the mountainside. Flynn and Elizabeth had long stopped moving, standing in place as they awaited the Realm Master's move. Soon, thick fog enveloped them, shrouding everything. Before they could react, a terrifying force descended from above, forcibly separating them and altering space-time, making them vanish from their original locations. After the powerful force carried them away, the snowy mountain once again regained its tranquility. Success. Finally, the demonic cultivation has reached its peak. At this moment, Germain, who had been practicing the blood-breaking demon art within the inner region, finally fused himself with the demon weapon in his hand. Elizabeth Cooper. Your days are numbered. Without wasting a moment after completing his practice, Germain rushed toward the core area. He feared that if too much time passed, Elizabeth's strength would grow, making her harder to deal with. Reaching the core area quickly, Germain, using secret methods, detected no trace of Elizabeth. They've already left the core area and headed for the Forbidden Zone Snow Mountain? Germain hastened his pace, directly heading for the snow-covered Forbidden Zone. Yet when he arrived, he still couldn't locate Elizabeth using his methods. Have they entered the 4th layer? Germain frowned, surprised at Elizabeth's speed, but decided not to delay further and immediately ascended the mountain. It wasn't only Germain searching for Elizabeth. Destiny's gray-robed figure was also on the snowy mountain, finding an opportunity to advance his cultivation through a rare fruit. Despite facing a peak 9th rank true spirit master illusion beast, the gray-robed figure didn't retreat. He aimed to pluck the glowing red spirit fruit at all costs. Germain sought Elizabeth, while the gray-robed figure strove to enhance his cultivation and break through his limits, all for Elizabeth's phoenix bloodline. However, Elizabeth had already been transported to an isolated dimension by the tribulation's force, making her untraceable. Even Cooper didn't know where she was. In this isolated dimension, Elizabeth floated in midair without any worry, with a phoenix shadow manifesting behind her. Your fortune lies in my arrival, Elizabeth said coldly. Help me awaken my bloodline. Though I cannot revive you, I can ensure your lineage remains intact. If someone eventually reaches the pinnacle, it will be your destiny not to perish. Strange though, apart from the emptiness around her, nothing else appeared. Yet after Elizabeth spoke, a force surged, coalescing into a figure. If Cooper were there, he would recognize this figure. It was the same statue man from the 2nd layer's Grand Hall, whom he respectfully worshipped to receive the Axe Dao spirit armament. Without it, Cooper wouldn't have survived. It saved both his and Elizabeth's lives twice. Unaware of Elizabeth's situation, Cooper was also transported to an isolated dimension by the strong force. Upon arrival, he found himself in a similar scenario as Elizabeth. Just as he examined his surroundings, unsure of what to do next, a terrifying force emerged from the void and charged straight at him. Before he could fully grasp the situation, this terrifying force attacked him, causing his face to pale in shock. Didn't Elizabeth say it wouldn't be too dangerous? This force seems to exceed the peak 9th rank true spirit master level. Seeing this, Cooper's face turned deathly white. He immediately mustered all his strength, transforming into an 800-staged ritual spirit master and casting earth spirit arts to create layers of protective earth shields around him. Chapter 138, The Successor. Boom. The glow of Flynn's earth shield was as fragile as paper against this force, offering no resistance at all. Just as Flynn thought he was certain to die, the force mysteriously hovered before him without striking the final blow. An 800-segment spirit master? How did you manage to slay a late-stage 9th-tier true spirit beast? Suddenly, the terrifying force that attacked him transformed into a figure, which, upon closer inspection, was identical to the statue he once worshipped. Esteemed senior, please discern. I have not violated the rules of this hidden realm. The reason I could slay a late-stage 9th-tier true spirit beast is because I possess an innate ability to suppress such pure energy entities. In this life-or-death moment, Flynn had no choice but to speak frankly. The person before him undoubtedly had the power to erase him. Is there someone so extraordinary in this world? Let me see for myself. With these words, the master of the hidden realm struck out directly at Flynn. The force surged towards Flynn. At this critical moment, Flynn cared little for secrecy. The vortex cauldron was his biggest secret, but now with death looming, nothing else mattered. The master of the hidden realm was also an energy entity, so as soon as his force approached, Flynn activated the vortex cauldron. The vortex cauldron's formidable attraction immediately swallowed a significant portion of the force. What is that? The master was both frightened and astonished. How could his powerful force be absorbed like this? At this point, the master finally believed Flynn's claim that he indeed had an innate ability to suppress energy entities. Flynn's face was pale. Despite fully activating the vortex cauldron, the amount of force it absorbed was less than 1%, far from enough to slay the master. The strength of the master far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, the master had no intention of killing Flynn. After confirming his abilities, he freed himself from the vortex cauldron's pull and transformed back into a human-like silhouette. Are you willing to become my successor? The master stared intently at Flynn. Esteemed senior, my cultivation is shallow. Flynn wanted to explain that while he had already obtained the legacy, he could not refine it. No problem. Since I want to take you as my successor, naturally, I will allow you to receive my complete legacy. The master interrupted Flynn and continued, I only ask if you are willing. Yes. Flynn nodded. At this point, he had no room to refuse. Moreover, receiving the legacy from such a powerful being offered no reason for refusal. The seal, Axe Dao Spirit Armament, had saved his life more than once. Very good. The master was waiting for this answer and nodded satisfactorily after Flynn agreed. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Axe Dao Spirit Armament Flynn concealed flew out on its own and hovered before the master's silhouette. What is your name? The master asked. Your junior, Flynn, Flynn replied respectfully. Flynn, from now on, you are my 12th successor. As the master spoke, the entire silhouette transformed into a force that entered the Axe Dao Spirit Armament. The Axe Dao Spirit Armament emitted a brilliant light, appearing almost alive, radiating an awe-inspiring pressure, giving off a profound and unfathomable vibe. Before Flynn could react, the seal flew towards his forehead. In the next moment, he sensed a new seal emerging in his sea of consciousness. It was the Axe Dao Spirit Armament. The Axe Dao Spirit Armament emitted a blinding light, fusing with the nearly formed mist light sphere in his sea of consciousness, illuminating the remaining stars within it. A steady stream of pure energy emerged from the Axe Dao Spirit Armament, rapidly lighting up the remaining stars in the mist light sphere at an astonishing speed. After a brief moment, the Axe Dao Spirit Armament's light dimmed, transforming back into an ordinary seal. Meanwhile, Flynn's sea of consciousness had been significantly upgraded, advancing from around 400 segments to 1,000 segments. This seal provided a massive six-fold boost to his mental energy, an unprecedented rapid advancement. Flynn felt disbelief. Despite knowing little about cultivating mental energy, he understood how difficult it was. Even with the aid of the tricolor world for practice, reaching the 1,000-segment spirit master level would require years of diligent cultivation. At this moment, Flynn felt both shocked and elated. He had easily reached the 1,000-segment spirit master realm. Moreover, his mist light sphere now bore not just earth symbols, but also Axe Dao symbols. The Axe Dao Spirit Armament in his sea of consciousness established an intimate connection with him, as if they were one. A mere thought illuminated the seal, revealing inherited knowledge. Spirit Master. Based on mental energy, they build their foundation in the sea of consciousness. After reaching the 1,000-segment mental energy realm, they can complete the foundational stage. After completing the foundational stage, mental energy undergoes its first transformation, manifesting the Dao Fetus Spirit. Only by manifesting the Dao Fetus Spirit can a Spirit Master enter the higher Dao realm. All information about Spirit Master cultivation appeared in his sea of consciousness, enabling Flynn, who knew little about it, to grasp its essence instantly. To manifest the Dao Fetus Spirit required corresponding cultivation methods, and the Axe Dao Spirit Armament recorded a highly advanced method for Flynn. Dao Fetus Spirit? Once formed, it cannot be changed. I can only follow the path of Axe Dao. This won't do. After understanding the importance of the Dao Fetus Spirit, Flynn did not rush to use the Axe Dao Spirit Armament's method to manifest it. His sea of consciousness now carried both Axe Dao and Earth symbols. Normally, he could choose one to manifest the Dao Fetus Spirit as a foundation for future growth. However, Flynn was well aware that he possessed not only the legacy of the Axe Dao Spirit Armament, but also the mysterious Vortex Cauldron that brought him to this strange world. The Vortex Cauldron's power was undeniable. The myriad Dao techniques recorded within were extremely powerful, almost having refined the Axe Dao Spirit Armament. Most importantly, the Vortex Cauldron and its myriad Dao techniques could replicate countless paths. Naturally, his first thought was to use the myriad Dao techniques to manifest his Dao Fetus Spirit. With the help of the Axe Dao Spirit Armament, he had earlier achieved the 1,000-segment Spirit Master realm, allowing him to manifest the Dao Fetus Spirit. Without delay, he intended to use the myriad Dao techniques to manifest his Dao Fetus Spirit, laying the foundation for myriad Dao. Chapter 139. Integration and Enhancement. With a thought, Flynn immediately began to attempt using the 10,000 Dao techniques to manifest and condense his Dao Fetus Spirit. The Dao Fetus Spirit is the foundation of a spell Spirit Master, a metamorphosis of mental energy, and the cornerstone for future cultivation paths. As the 10,000 Dao techniques revolved, 10 misty light orbs began to approach each other due to the technique's operation. Under its impetus, they were about to merge into one, manifesting the Dao Fetus Spirit. The entire process was smooth. Each misty light orb took on the form of the Void Heaven tripod, merging one after another under the influence of the 10,000 Dao techniques. When the 10 misty light orbs in his body fused as one, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The original misty light orbs manifested as a vortex in the shape of the Void Heaven tripod. As it spun, Axe Dao symbols, Earth Dao symbols, and Fire Dao symbols followed the vortex's rotation. This Void Heaven tripod-shaped vortex was the Dao Fetus Spirit Flynn had manifested. According to the records of the Axe Dao Spirit Armament inheritance, the moment the vortex solidifies from its ethereal state will be when he steps into the Dao realm. At that time, the vortex would be replaced by the Dao Fetus. To accelerate the vortex's transformation from ethereal to tangible, vast amounts of mental energy are required, as well as rare treasures that can birth the Dao Fetus. Manifesting the Dao Fetus Spirit also signified that Flynn officially crossed into the half-step Dao realm as a spell Spirit Master, possessing 3 Dao imprints which greatly amplified the effectiveness and power when using these specific Dao techniques. He only mastered the basic Fireball technique of the Fire Dao. For the Earth Dao, He had mastered Earth Spirit Technique and Earth Concealment Technique. Regarding the Axe Dao, he learned the Thousand June Axe Technique from the Inheritance. Among them, the Thousand June Axe Technique became his most powerful killing move because he controlled the Axe Dao Spirit Armament. Note, Jun is often used as a unit of weight in ancient China, equivalent to 30 caddies. However, in names or techniques like this, it's better to keep it as Jun to maintain the flavor and uniqueness of the original name. With Alyssa's assistance, Flynn refined the Axe Dao Spirit Armament, achieving half-step Dao Realm mental strength, resulting in a tremendous leap in his overall strength. Finally, at this moment, Flynn was expelled again, returning to the forbidden snowy mountain on the third layer of the spatial domain. Returning here, joy filled his face. He had become Alyssa's 12th disciple, refined the Axe Dao Spirit Armament, and obtained the Axe Dao Inheritance. A mere thought allowed his spirit cat perception to significantly enhance, enabling him to sense a range of up to 5 kilometers with the aid of his Dao fetus spirit. Considering this was within a mystic realm, if he were outside in the normal world, his perception might be even stronger. Besides his enhanced perception, he could also feel the remarkable improvement in his overall strength. The spirit power of his martial spirit master level was now almost negligible. Never expected I could surpass others in spell spirit master cultivation. Flynn grinned, feeling like he'd stumbled upon unexpected success. I wonder how my wife is doing. What opportunities will she obtain? Flynn sat there quietly waiting. By nightfall, Elizabeth hadn't been expelled yet, which gave Flynn a slight surprise. Why hasn't my wife come out yet? Flynn was curious but not worried, knowing Elizabeth had broader experience than him. This so-called life and death tribulation wasn't a disaster but an opportunity for both. Ultimately, Flynn didn't wait any longer but left a message telling Elizabeth that he had gone ahead. When she emerged, she could go straight ahead, or even to the 4th layer to meet him. With his greatly increased cultivation, Flynn set off alone, heading towards the summit. Encountering illusions beasts, he did not hesitate to strike since he was now the heir of the Mystic Realm's master. No matter how many illusion beasts he hunted, he wouldn't fear retribution from the realm's owner. Soon, Flynn sensed a peak 9th class true spirit, master-level illusion beast within his 5-kilometer range. Such a beast, previously, might not have been slain with a single blow even with the help of the Void Heaven tripod. But now, he felt utterly confident. This time, without relying on the Void Heaven tripod suppression method, he used pure spell spirit master power to attack the illusion beast. Fireball technique. Flynn did not invoke the Axe Dao Spirit Armament but used standard means, enhancing the fireball technique with the fire Dao imprint from his Dao fetus spirit. Instantly, a sea of fire descended, melting all the ice sculptures around and trapping the peak 9th class true spirit master level illusion beast within. Roaring, the snow-white illusion beast fiercely resisted the fiery inferno. Much of its strength was consumed by the burning flames. Had it not continuously drawn power from its essence, it would have died long ago. Even so, the replenishment rate from its essence was far from matching the consumption rate. The snow-white illusion beast's strength kept waning, and if this continued, it would soon perish in the flames. Sensing this, Flynn marveled at his newfound strength. He could now slay a peak 9th class true spirit master level illusion beast solely with the fireball technique. If Germain appears before me again, he might not even escape my hands. Flynn felt immense satisfaction, as if the mountain pressing down on him had quietly disappeared. Under the fireball technique, the snow-white illusion beast only held on for about 3 minutes before succumbing to the rapid depletion of its strength. It left behind its essence core. Flynn approached the illusion beast's essence core, holding it in his hand. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the Void Heaven tripod and began absorbing and refining this peak 9th class true spirit master essence core. The Void Heaven tripod was quite picky. 7th class true spirit master essence cores no longer satisfied its needs. However, the peak 9th class true spirit master essence core satisfied it immensely. With the Void Heaven tripod absorbing and refining the essence power, his stagnated martial spirit master spirit power finally began to rise. After refining this essence core, his martial spirit master cultivation advanced from early 4th class true spirit master directly to mid 5th class true spirit master. The enhancement of martial spirit master cultivation reinforced his body but barely improved his overall strength. Even with advanced martial techniques like Thousand Illusion Slash, a 5th class true spirit master could only match a 9th class true spirit master strength, incomparable to his half-step Dao Realm mental power. Flynn climbed and hunted illusion beasts while searching for rare treasures and exotic fruits. His mental power saw minimal improvement, as the 3-colored world couldn't provide much benefit in the half-step Dao Realm. However, his martial spirit master cultivation rapidly advanced after absorbing multiple illusion beast essence cores and 2 rare exotic fruits, reaching the initial stage of 7th class true spirit master. Arriving at the Snowy Mountains peak, he encountered 2 peak 9th class true spirit masters from the Qinling Mountains. Both looked at him with surprise. Hashtag chapter 140, Qingling's master. A 7th rank true spirit master? He actually managed to reach this peak? The 2 men looked at Flynn with curiosity, both feeling unexpectedly surprised. How formidable were the illusory beasts on the Snowy Mountain? Forget being a 7th rank true spirit master. Even an early 9th rank true spirit master might not survive up to this peak. Flynn also looked curiously at the 2 powerful figures from Qinling. Before this journey, Qinling's strength had always made him wary. Benny had repeatedly warned him before departure not to compete for opportunities with Qinling's powerful masters within this secret realm. But now, Flynn had unknowingly acquired the capability to slay a peak 9th rank true spirit master. Despite the peril and hardship involved, he was fortunate enough to grow smoothly. Little boy, how did you manage to come all this way alone? One of the men in white smiled broadly and waved his hand at Flynn. At this moment, Flynn appeared as a martial spirit master to them, concealing the aura of a technique spirit master. Unless he revealed himself, not only would the 2 people before him fail to notice, but even Germain wouldn't detect it. Flynn had always harbored a curious interest in Qianling. Seeing that these two mistook him for a mere 7th rank true spirit master, he didn't mind going along with it and approached. Junior Flynn greets the two senior masters from Qianling. Flynn bowed respectfully and responded, "I've been lucky, and haven't encountered much danger, thus making it to the peak safely." The man in white nodded slightly, glancing at his companion, and said, "Luck is part of one's strength. And to achieve the realm of a 7th rank true spirit master at such a young age, your talent clearly shines, and you have the potential to reach Dao realm." "Flynn, where do you hail from?" The man in white inexplicably felt a good impression towards Flynn. "Recently, I had the fortune to become a disciple under President Bellamy of the 10,000 Nations Guild, and I am now the mayor of Yellow Fog City," Flynn replied honestly. Upon hearing this, the two weren't surprised. Such talent would indeed attract attention if ignored. The 10,000 Nations Guild was also a formidable force, second only to Qianling in influence. "You come from a respectable background, and you are quite lucky. Would you be willing to join Qianling? I'd be happy to take you on as my true disciple," the man in white offered without hesitation. Flynn was taken aback, never expecting such a proposition. The man before him looked no older than 40, but referred to himself as old man. More importantly, he was merely at the peak 9th rank true spirit master level. Why did he dare offer to take on someone already at 7th rank as a disciple? "Don't underestimate my elder brother," the middle-aged woman who hadn't spoken until now hurriedly added, seeing Flynn's stunned face. "If not for an old injury, my elder brother would have already entered Dao realm. More importantly, my elder brother holds a high position in Qianling and is greatly respected by his fellow disciples. If you became his disciple, you'd naturally receive assistance from many elders, helping you enter Dao realm sooner," she said earnestly. Flynn was astonished but unmoved. He was already a quasi-Dao technique spirit master. Why should he bow to a 9th rank true spirit master? It would be laughable. "I appreciate your offer, seniors," Flynn politely declined, "but I owe a great deal to President Bellamy and have a family in Yellow Fog City. I wish only to stay and contribute to my hometown, guarding my family." The white-clad man chuckled, growing more pleased. "Gratitude and righteousness, I like that." No wonder he felt so favorably towards this young man. Their shared values created an inexplicable bond between them. "In that case, I won't force you, but I'll consider you my friend. Should you change your mind in the future, feel free to find me in Qianling." The man laughed heartily, expressing his admiration for Flynn. "The next stop is the 4th layer of time-space. Your cultivation is still shallow. If you wish to go, you can follow me. I can provide some protection. Also, if I come across any treasure suitable for you, I can share them with you." The man extended the invitation again, confident that Flynn wouldn't refuse. "Thank you, senior. I will follow you," Flynn agreed, wanting to see whether these two Qianling masters genuinely admired him or intended to use him as cannon fodder when needed. With his current strength, Flynn wanted to further understand Qianling, the strongest sect in his region. Only by understanding its members could he decide his attitude toward Qianling. From interactions with Qianling's great spirit masters, they seemed arrogant and considered themselves lords of the area, looking down upon others. Now, Flynn wanted to see what kind of attitude these true spirit masters of Qianling would exhibit. If Qianling acted like an autocrat, doing whatever they wanted, then such a Qianling wasn't necessary. The white-clad man was named Duncan, and the middle-aged woman was Sharon. Through conversation, Flynn noticed Sharon's close relationship with Duncan, almost like a couple. Despite knowing he was a disciple of the 10,000 Nations Guild and refused to join Qianling, Duncan and Sharon remained generous, each giving him a spirit beast essence and a rare treasure as gifts. Their generosity pleasantly surprised Flynn, improving his initially poor impression of Qianling. Following them, Flynn left the snowy peak and entered the secret realm's 4th layer. As soon as he reached this layer, his spirit cat sensed Germain nearby, about 4 kilometers from the entrance. This distance was likely due to Germain's sensing ability, which exceeded that of a peak 9th rank true spirit master, but not significantly so. Upon finding Germain, Flynn was similarly found by him. Germain first rejoiced, then frowned, realizing Elizabeth, his ultimate target, wasn't around. Strange. Where has that witch Elizabeth gone? Germain had a secret method to locate her but couldn't find her in the core area, the restricted zone, or this 4th layer. Chapter 141. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree stump. Germain, having achieved great mastery in demonic arts, had already embarked on a path of no return. In his view, the only way out was to absorb Elizabeth's phoenix bloodline and ultimately subdue the demonic artifact. So despite being confident that he could now easily kill Flynn, he refrained from acting, not wanting to reveal his formidable strength and scare Elizabeth away. However, he did not give up but stayed nearby. The moment Elizabeth appeared, he would act immediately to eliminate her. Germain believed that if Elizabeth wanted to awaken her bloodline, she wouldn't miss this opportunity on the 4th level. Flynn sensed Germain's presence and knew that the latter must have also sensed him. After all, as a 1000 rank art spirit master, his perception should be stronger than a peak 9th class true spirit master. He hasn't given up? Planning to wait here on the 4th level to catch Elizabeth, and me like waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump? Since Elizabeth isn't here, he chose not to attack me? Flynn instantly understood Germain's thoughts but was puzzled why, after being defeated by both him and Elizabeth before, Germain still had confidence to ambush them here. Blood-breaking demonic art? Has this guy followed Germain's old path, choosing to sacrifice himself to the demonic artifact just to deal with me and Elizabeth? At this thought, Flynn felt a sudden unease. If true, how powerful would Germain, as a 1000 rank art spirit master, become when wielding the demonic artifact? Suddenly, he lacked confidence, unsure if his current quasi-immortal realm cultivation, combined with the Axe Dao spirit weapon, could defeat and enlighten Germain. With this conjecture, the previously confident Flynn now felt a heavy burden in his heart. To uproot weeds, one must get rid of the root. A strong resolve formed in Flynn's heart. He needed to find an opportunity to completely eliminate Germain. However, he didn't know Germain's full depth. Since the latter hadn't attacked him and Elizabeth wasn't on the 4th level yet, he wasn't in a hurry. Time was on his side. What Flynn didn't know was that the Elizabeth he missed so much was still in the independent space brought by the life and death tribulation. Even more unknown to Flynn, the reason he survived the life and death tribulation without significant danger, gained Alyssa's favor, became her 12th disciple, and inherited all the secrets of this mystical realm was all thanks to Elizabeth. Elizabeth entered the independent space and met the lingering consciousness of Alyssa, the master of the secret realm. They reached a consensus. Alyssa helped Elizabeth awaken her phoenix bloodline, and Elizabeth ensured the continuation of the legacy. Flynn receiving the inheritance was merely a side effect of their agreement. In Elizabeth's opinion, among all the people in this world, Flynn was undoubtedly the best candidate to inherit the secrets of this place. Thus, at this moment, Elizabeth remained in the independent space, peacefully using the opportunities provided by Alyssa to awaken her bloodline. The fourth level of the secret realm was different from the second level. There were no floating bridges. What greeted the eye was a vast wilderness with a peculiar smell in the air. Duncan and Sharon, unaware that a 1000-rank art spirit master was watching from afar, clearly had a specific target. They flew straight ahead upon arriving. Flynn? Duncan and Sharon looked back, confused as they noticed Flynn standing still and not following. Sorry. Flynn pretended to just react, then quickly caught up. What were you looking at? Sharon curiously asked, sensing something odd about Flynn, who had been staring in one direction. Indeed, Flynn had intentionally glanced toward where Jermaine was hiding to make it clear that he had detected him. This was done to show Jermaine that his strength had greatly increased, compelling him to abandon his plans to hunt Flynn and Elizabeth. If Jermaine persisted, he wouldn't remain hidden but would attempt to attack Flynn first. Just the beautiful scenery, Flynn smiled calmly, choosing not to mention Jermaine. Flynn, you are highly talented. There are many opportunities in this 4th level space, possibly even helping you reach the peak 8th class true spirit master realm. Duncan encouraged him without suspecting anything. The leap from 7th class to 8th class seemed minor but was incredibly challenging for most geniuses within a short time. Geniuses' refinement efficiency was limited, needing abundant rare treasures to break through rapidly. The trio flew on unimpeded, showing no fear of encountering any illusory beasts. He found me? His strength is already beyond a peak 9th class true spirit master? He's already at the 1000-rank art spirit master level? Since he's discovered me, I can't stay here any longer. I must resolve this mysterious Flynn first. Otherwise, who knows if, with the help of opportunities here, he might reach the immortal realm. Jermaine frowned, killing intent flickering in his eyes. He always believed Flynn to be the reincarnation of a powerful art spirit master, so it wasn't surprising that Flynn had reached 1000-rank art spirit master strength. Jermaine trailed behind, yet hesitated to strike. He feared the 2 peak 9th class true spirit masters from Qinling would assist Flynn, causing another failed assassination. He waited for an opportunity, hoping Flynn would separate from the Qinling masters or encounter a powerful illusory beast during the quest for treasure. As Flynn realized Jermaine was following, he grew more certain that Jermaine relied on blood-breaking demonic art, likely involving some form of demonic sacrifice. Unaware of this, Duncan and Sharon continued guiding Flynn, believing they were mentoring a junior. Flying for dozens of miles, they finally saw a palace. The palace stood majestically, 6 stories high, with grandeur and power. This was one of Duncan and Sharon's targets. According to Duncan, 5 palaces existed on the 4th level, each varying in difficulty, with the higher ones being tougher. Here, if you possessed enough power, you could obtain treasures worthy of the immortal realm. All who entered were great spirit masters and true spirit masters. Obtaining immortal realm treasures wasn't easy. The final palace held an immortal realm treasure available to all without trial, which was the ultimate goal everyone pursued. Elizabeth initially entered for this treasure, as did Jermaine. Numerous peak 9th class true spirit masters from Qinling came for it as well. Chapter 142. Opportunity arises. As they approached the palace, the first 3 floors were glowing, indicating that people were inside, seeking opportunities and fortune. Flynn, follow us closely. Any treasures we cannot use can be given to you, Duncan said after exchanging a glance with Sharon, before they stepped towards the main hall. Flynn followed closely behind, curious if these two genuinely intended to mentor him, or simply use him as cannon fodder in times of crisis. Jermaine, seeing Flynn and company enter the palace, did not hesitate but followed right behind them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Inside the palace's first level was a spacious hall with a central statue, the owner of this secret realm, Alyssa. After becoming Alyssa's 12th generation successor and refining the Axe Dao spirit weapon, Flynn felt no danger here, as if he were in his own backyard. The Axe Dao spirit weapon was the best proof of his status as the master of this place. No matter what dangers he faced, the power of the secret realm would subside under its might. Duncan and Sharon bowed respectfully to the statue before continuing deeper into the palace. Behind the palace, another world seemed to exist, with numerous forked paths leading in different directions. At the end of each path was a vortex, symbolizing independent temporal spaces beyond. These isolated realms could offer opportunities, pose dangers, or contain both. Additionally, traversing a vortex together increased the risk significantly. Clearly, Duncan and Sharon had no intention of splitting up and moved side by side. Flynn followed them silently, maintaining the demeanor of a junior. Upon entering the vortex, a new spatial dimension appeared, bright and expansive. Almost immediately, 4 illusion beasts emerged, each with the strength of a mid-9th rank true spirit master. Not far away, a flawless white flower swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a graceful maiden dancing elegantly. White flower. At the sight, both Duncan and Sharon's eyes lit up. This flower seemed precious to both of them, enhancing their foundation and increasing their chances of breaking through their current realms. Flynn, stay back and absorb the abundant heaven and earth essence here. It will benefit your own cultivation, Duncan instructed, then charged at the approaching beasts. If things get dangerous, leave on your own. Sharon added, then joined Duncan in battling the illusion beasts. Both being peak 9th rank true spirit masters, the mid-9th rank illusion beasts posed little threat individually but were overwhelming in numbers, leading to a protracted battle. Their true goal was to seize the white flower, not defeat the beasts. Flynn stood watching, not planning to intervene, as such beasts posed no real threat to him. To Duncan and Sharon, however, they were a significant danger. Shortly after Flynn entered the vortex, Jermaine arrived and found the entrance they used. No immediate exit means there are both opportunities and illusion beasts inside. This is my chance. With murderous intent in his eyes, Jermaine knew the only way out was through the entrance. By blocking it, he could prevent Flynn from escaping. Waiting outside the vortex, Jermaine planned to let them fight the illusion beasts, exhausting their strength before joining the fray. Inside the vortex, Duncan and Sharon fought ferociously, manifesting their beast-type martial spirits. Duncan's spirit was a powerful silver wolf with double wings, a superior martial spirit. Despite this, Duncan's combat effectiveness fell short of Sharon's, suggesting he had sustained hidden injuries, explaining why he remained at peak 9th rank. They repeatedly tried to break free and grab the white flower, but were consistently thwarted by the illusion beasts. Being energy forms, these beasts were highly adaptable and difficult to eliminate. Watching the intense battle, Flynn realized how potent the restraining effect against illusion beasts provided by the Void Sky tripod truly was. Time passed, and while observing the battle, Flynn also kept an eye on the entrance, anticipating that Jermaine wouldn't let him off easily and would eventually ambush him once they were sufficiently weakened by the illusion beasts. Knew Duncan and Sharon might consider using him to turn the tide, allowing them to secure the white flower at the cost of Flynn's life, who was only a 7th rank true spirit master compared to their higher rank. Waiting quietly, Flynn pondered if they would ask or threaten him into helping. If so, it would expose their true intentions of using him as a sacrifice for their benefit. Despite signs of impending spiritual exhaustion, neither Duncan nor Sharon asked for Flynn's assistance. Instead, Duncan remarked, "Little friend Flynn, these illusion beasts are too troublesome. You should retreat. We might have to withdraw as well." Chapter 143. Revealing True Strength. By now, Flynn had fully acknowledged Duncan and Sharon. "Senior figures, I will lend you a hand," Flynn said without any hesitation. He held the howling sword and soared through the air towards the Bai flower. Seeing this, both Duncan and Sharon changed expressions. "Flynn, come back quickly. We can't protect you from these Guan beasts. You'll die." Revision. "We can't protect you from these illusions beasts. You'll die." For better fluency and accuracy, it would be more appropriate to translate Huanso as illusion beasts or simply beasts, depending on the context. If Huanso refers to a specific type of creature in the story's universe, using a capitalized beasts may help signify their significance. For this sentence, I've opted for illusion beasts to keep the magical element clear. Final revision. "We can't protect you from these illusion beasts. You'll die." Duncan shouted loudly to stop him. However, Flynn completely ignored them and flew straight toward the Bai flower. Sure enough, the 4 Huan beasts noticed and instantly went into a frenzy. One of them broke away from the battlefield, intent on slaying the audacious human. Note, Huan beasts seems to be a term specific to this context. For better fluency, it might be translated as illusion beasts or similar depending on earlier context not provided here. Duncan and Han Lingsong's faces changed drastically when they saw Flynn refuse to retreat. They did their utmost to contain the Huan beasts, trying to create an opportunity for Flynn to snatch the Bai flower. Note, it appears there was a mix-up with the names. Lingshuang was incorrectly translated as Lingshuang instead of Lingshuang. Additionally, there seems to be an incomplete translation with Huan beasts, which should be phantom beasts. Here is the corrected version. Duncan and Han Lingsong's faces changed drastically when they saw Flynn refuse to retreat. They did their utmost to contain the phantom beasts, trying to create an opportunity for Flynn to snatch the Bai flower. For a more natural and fluent read in English, Duncan and Han Lingsong's faces paled when they saw Flynn refusing to retreat. They exerted all their efforts to restrain the phantom beasts, trying to create an opportunity for Flynn to seize the Bai flower. However, the Huan beasts were unpredictable. Even at full strength, the duo couldn't stop one Huan beast from breaking away. No matter how they tried to prevent it, they ended up being entangled by the other 3 and were unable to aid Flynn. Note, for better understanding, Huan beast should be translated as illusion beast. Here is the revised version. However, the illusion beasts were unpredictable. Even at full strength, the duo couldn't stop one illusion beast from breaking away. No matter how they tried to prevent it, they ended up being entangled by the other 3 and were unable to aid Flynn. "Run quickly," Sharon also shouted anxiously. They hadn't intended to use Flynn to grab the Bai flower. They initially admired his talent and were amazed he could reach the snow-capped peak unharmed as a 7th rank true spirit master. Facing the fast-approaching Huan beast, Flynn smiled slightly, then moved as one with his sword, slashing directly at the beast. Note, the term Huan beast seems to be a mix of Chinese and English. Based on the context, it should likely be translated fully into English as illusion beast or phantom beast. Here's the corrected sentence. Facing the fast-approaching phantom beast, Flynn smiled slightly, then moved as one with his sword, slashing directly at the beast. With the help of the Void Sky tripod, his simple strike killed the Huan beast, which even a 9th rank true spirit master couldn't destroy in a short time. Correction. With the help of the Void Sky tripod, his simple strike killed the Huan beast, a feat that even a 9th rank true spirit master couldn't accomplish in a short time. Note, Huan beast should be consistently translated as illusion beast, or another appropriate term throughout the text for better readability and consistency. Revised. With the help of the Void Sky tripod, his simple strike killed the illusion beast, a feat that even a 9th rank true spirit master couldn't accomplish in a short time. With a loud explosion, Duncan and Han Ling Frost, who were engaged in battle with the Huan beasts and preparing to break through to seize the white flame flower, suddenly looked shocked and disbelieving. Note, Huan beasts seems to be a term specific to this context. If there's a preferred translation for Huan beasts, please provide it for consistency. Otherwise, I'll keep it as is or replace it with illusion beasts for better understanding. How is this possible? Duncan and Sharon exchanged glances, hardly believing it. Flynn collected the Huan beast's spirit core, then struck again, slicing down the remaining 3 Huan beasts in a single stroke. Note: Huan beast should be consistent and correctly translated as illusion beast or phantom beast for better understanding in English. Here is the improved version. Flynn collected the illusion beast's spirit core, then struck again, slicing down the remaining 3 illusion beasts in a single stroke. When all the Huan beasts were slain, Duncan and Sharon stood in shock. They finally realized that Flynn was not a junior, but a senior far more powerful than both of them. Note: Huan beasts seems to be a term specific to the context of the story, possibly referring to illusory or magical beasts. For smoother reading, it could be translated as illusion beasts or phantom beasts, depending on the broader context. For better fluency, I would suggest, when all the phantom beasts were slain, Duncan and Sharon stood in shock. They finally realized that Flynn was not a junior, but a senior far more powerful than both of them. Seniors, since the Huan beasts are dead, why don't you go ahead and pick the Bai flower? Flynn laughed heartily. Note: the word Huan beasts seems to be a placeholder or a term specific to the story's context. For better fluency, it should be translated as illusion beasts or another appropriate term based on the story's lore. If Huan beasts is a specific term that needs to remain untranslated, it should be italicized or explained in the text for clarity. Here, I assume it means illusion beasts. Seniors, since the illusion beasts are dead, why don't you go ahead and pick the Bai flower? Flynn laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, neither dared to act rashly. Flynn, senior. Duncan looked curiously at him. Your junior from Destiny, Sharon, greets you. We offended you unintentionally before? Sharon quickly responded, bowing and apologizing. Seeing their cautious and fearful expressions, Flynn smiled. Brother Chin, Sister Han, you genuinely offered to assist me. Do I seem like someone who doesn't repay kindness? Don't call me senior. If you wish to be friends, just call me Brother Flynn. Flynn laughed heartily. Now, Duncan and Sharon understood Flynn truly meant to give them the Bai flower, and that his earlier display as a 7th rank Wu Spirit Master was a test of their character. Brother Flynn, you gave me quite a scare. Since you don't disdain us, we won't hold back either. Duncan laughed heartily, accepting Flynn's friendship. Thank you, Brother Flynn. Sharon rejoiced, knowing she had gained a strong protector, potentially earning more here than just the Bai flower. Just as they celebrated forming this accidental bond with such a senior, a powerful figure appeared at the entrance, emitting intense light. 1000-segment Spirit Master. Duncan and Sharon's faces changed upon seeing Jermaine. Without hesitation, they flew towards the Bai flower, fearing he might take it. They didn't know Jermaine was actually targeting Flynn, assuming he came here for fortune. After entering, Jermaine paid no attention to Duncan and Sharon, focusing entirely on Flynn. Noticing the floating Huan beast cores near Flynn, he realized the Huan beasts had likely already been slain by Flynn. To improve fluency and consistency, it should be. Seeing the Huan beast cores floating beside Flynn, Jermaine realized the Huan beasts had likely already been slain by him. Jagger, what should I call you? Where's Elizabeth? Why isn't she with you? Jermaine stared at Flynn, asking boldly. Flynn focused on Jermaine immediately. He still emitted 1000-segment Spirit Master aura, indicating he hadn't entered Dao realm. Why would he have the nerve to ambush him and Elizabeth if he hadn't broken through? Flynn replied. Jermaine, after letting you escape last time, you dare to show yourself. Have you, like Jermaine, sacrificed yourself to a demonic weapon, becoming a half-demon? Facing Flynn's questioning, Jermaine smiled. Since you guessed, will you self-destruct today or become food for my demonic weapon? Kneeling Hong and Sharon finally understood. Jermaine was Flynn's enemy, practicing dark arts and becoming a half-demon. Evil cultivator. A dirty bunch, daring to show themselves. Duncan eyed Jermaine with fury. Memories of the past surged, burning anger filling his consciousness. Brother Chin. Sharon approached with the freshly picked Bai flower, gently caressing Duncan's shoulder, her eyes filled with tenderness. Leave it to Brother Flynn. Kneeling Hung nodded slightly, then waved his hand, producing a special elixir. Brother Flynn, call on me anytime you need help. Just a 1000-segment Spirit Master. If I wished, I could achieve this strength temporarily, Duncan told Flynn. Brother Flynn, I'm willing to fight for you too, Sharon added. Flynn turned around, seeing Duncan's rage and Sharon's concern for him. He knew a 9th rank true Spirit Master achieving 1000-segment Spirit Master power must entail a huge sacrifice. That's why Sharon intervened immediately. Just a 1000-segment Spirit Master. No need for your concern, Flynn said, releasing his mental energy without further delay. Chapter 144. Not allowing the Holy Land. As Flynn's mental energy aura was actively released, the unique ethereal aura of a Spirit Art Master enveloped him like clouds in the sky, both light and untouchable. Half-step Dao realm. Actually, a half-step Dao realm Spirit Art Master. Duncan and Sharon were both discerning individuals. The Qinling Mountains were not short of Dao realm powerhouses, so they could immediately recognize Flynn's current state as a Spirit Art Master. The biggest change from a 1000-stage Spirit Art Master to a half-step Dao realm Spirit Art Master was comprehending the Dao mark symbol. This step blocked the majority of Spirit Art Masters. Jermaine had been stuck, unable to comprehend the Dao mark symbol. At this moment, Jermaine narrowed his eyes, focusing on Flynn. He had long known that Flynn had already comprehended the Dao mark symbol. However, he hadn't expected Flynn's mental strength to improve so swiftly. Previously, Flynn was merely at the 800 stage level. Now, he had advanced to the 1000 stage and even condensed the Dao fetus spirit. Just a half-step Dao realm. I thought you had already entered the Dao realm. Jermaine coldly snorted, instantly drawing out the magic dagger in his hand. Immediately, overwhelming demonic aura emanated from the magic dagger. The strength of a magical artifact largely depended on its wielder. This dagger was superior in quality compared to Giroux's magic saber. Even a top-grade magical artifact of the same level had sufficient power to rival a newly ascended Dao realm powerhouse. Now, with Germain having offered himself to the more powerful magic dagger, how formidable was his strength? Flynn wasn't sure. But now, he was no longer what he used to be. Not only did he advance to the half-step Dao realm as a spirit art master, but more importantly, he became the 12th generation successor of Alyssa, wielding the axe Dao spirit weapon. Within Alyssa's secret realm, he indeed had a reason to be confident. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, running away would be unobstructed by the other party. The overwhelming demonic aura transformed into black light, rapidly engulfing Flynn's location. Flynn slightly frowned, his intent moving. He spurred the Dao fetus spirit within his sea of consciousness, and the halo of fire Dao lit up instantly. With the execution of the fireball spell, Flynn once again sensed the presence of the tricolored world. Mental strength erupted from the sea of consciousness, strengthened by the sky void tripod. It further received an enhancement upon manifestation from the tricolored world. The power of a half-step Dao realm spirit art master was completely revealed at this moment. Seeing this, Duncan and Sharon's expressions changed, looking at Flynn in disbelief. They had seen half-step Dao realm spirit art masters, and even genuine Dao realm powerhouses. They understood just how powerful these realms truly were. In this moment, sensing the fireball spell Flynn unleashed, they were inwardly shocked. It was far stronger than the spells cast by the half-step Dao realm spirit art masters in their sect, and approached the power of a newly ascended Dao realm spirit art master. Senior brother, Sharon looked at Duncan in disbelief, utterly astonished. If Brother Chen wasn't a reincarnated soul snatcher, then given his current age, such cultivation might be equal to even the disciples of the Holy Land. Duncan clearly understood Sharon's shock. Holy Land. Hearing this, Sharon involuntarily trembled. Within the scope of the Qinling Mountains, people knew only that the Qinling Mountains were incomparably high. An absolute righteous leader, becoming a disciple here meant soaring to prominence, even commanding respect from the empire. However, only the core disciples of Qinling understood that beyond it, there were even more formidable and terrifying forces. The Holy Land. Just these two words alone sufficed to indicate its status in the hearts of cultivators. Yet, even such a powerful fireball spell didn't manage to disintegrate the swirling demonic aura around it. Germain's demonic aura, enhanced by the magical artifact, was extraordinarily domineering, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss, roaring as it devoured the surrounding sea of flames. Is this all just from initially harnessing the magical artifact's power? Witnessing this, Flynn's brow furrowed tightly. What if the opponent fully mobilized the power of the magical artifact? How terrifying would he be then? But thinking about it, Germain wouldn't recklessly sacrifice himself for mutual destruction. His goal was to obtain Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline, so he wouldn't fully utilize the artifact until the final moment. Break! Germain called out lightly, holding the dagger, flying over, controlling the demonic aura to transform into a massive black python, directly plunging into the sea of flames. The explosive flames couldn't harm the black python in the slightest. Seeing it rapidly approaching, Flynn's expression turned grave as he once again spurred the Dao fetus spirit. Within the sea of consciousness, the axe Dao mark lit up instantaneously. Next, a giant axe materialized in the sky, its Dao rhythm surging like a heavenly weapon descending, grand and imposing. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the giant axe cleaved down upon the black python. Do you only have these tricks? If that's the case, this will be your burial place today. Germain manipulated the black python without retreating, advancing bravely as the massive snake head spewed black light, slicing through the surrounding air as if it were endless blades. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the giant axe was shattered by the black python. Flynn also experienced a slight tremor as his spell was forcefully broken. The backlash entered the sea of consciousness, easily blocked by the Dao fetus spirit. Germain wasn't as carefree as he sounded. At this moment, most of the black python's head was smashed, its momentum immediately waning, no longer as unstoppable. Draw your axe Dao spirit weapon, or you won't be my match. As Germain spoke, he again mobilized the magic dagger, rejuvenating the injured black python and once more approached Flynn. As you wish. Flynn frowned, facing such a formidable Germain. He indeed needed to mobilize the axe Dao spirit weapon. The axe Dao spirit weapon flew out of the sea of consciousness, emitting a bright light, resonating with the Dao fetus spirit inside, feeling like a part of himself, connected with flesh and blood. Mental strength quickly flowed into the axe Dao spirit weapon, while the axe Dao symbol on the Dao fetus lit up with unprecedented brilliance. The tricolored world manifested, the sky void tripod hummed, actually further enhancing the power of the axe Dao spirit weapon. This filled Flynn with joy, boosting his confidence. With the axe Dao spirit weapon, he felt that even a newly ascended Dao realm cultivator's strength was comparable. Indeed, just as Flynn had imagined, even a newly ascended Dao realm spirit art master possessed only this level of power. Duncan and Sharon stood by, stunned speechless, especially when they saw the axe Dao spirit weapon. They finally understood why Flynn had such formidable strength. Hashtag chapter 145. Forming a favorable bond. Dao's spiritual weapon. TSK Tisk. It seems our younger brother Flynn is truly a disciple from one of the Holy Lands. Seeing this, Duncan and Sharon instinctively believed that Flynn must be a prodigious disciple from a Holy Land. Neither of them had expected that their sudden kindness, aimed at nurturing the younger generation, would lead to an encounter with a disciple from a Holy Land. Senior brother, perhaps there is hope for your internal injuries. Sharon's eyes shone with anticipation she had never felt before. However, before she could finish her sentence, Duncan silenced her with a stern look. Let's not mention this matter. Duncan knew very well that they were mere acquaintances with Flynn, lacking deep bonds. How could he ask someone who wasn't close to him to bear such a heavy price? He wasn't that kind of person, nor would he ever agree to such a request. Sharon wisely kept quiet, but began contemplating how to bring up the matter to Flynn later on. The moment Flynn summoned his axe Dao spirit weapon, his aura immediately overshadowed Germain, who was activating a demonic artifact dagger. Clearly, the demonic dagger couldn't match the power of Flynn's weapon, and Germain's cultivation level also fell short of Flynn's. How can this be? Germain's face changed dramatically as he stared in disbelief at Flynn, never imagining that his opponent's aura would become so overwhelmingly powerful after summoning the axe Dao spirit weapon, even surpassing the strength derived from his own sacrifice to the demonic artifact. At this moment, Germain felt a profound sense of despair and despondency. All his efforts, repeatedly plotting against Elizabeth, attempting to steal her phoenix bloodline, and even offering himself to the demonic artifact, had been rendered futile. In this instant, when Flynn revealed his superior strength, all his hopes crumbled into dust. He could not think of any means by which he could still defeat Flynn and claim Elizabeth's phoenix bloodline. No, this shouldn't be happening. How could he be so powerful? Could he really be from a holy land? Germain couldn't accept it, but the moment he engaged Flynn directly, his black python was cleaved in two by the giant axe manifested by Flynn's axe Dao spirit weapon. The terrifying impact sent him flying backward. He was no match for Flynn unless he was willing to destroy both himself and Flynn in a final desperate move by fully activating the demonic artifact dagger. But doing so would drain his life force completely, leading to his death. Flynn was wary of this possibility. Although he had injured Germain with a single blow, he didn't dare pursue further. Instead, he remained airborne, keeping a close eye on Germain. Germain, it seems you are not much of a challenge. If you have the ability, go ahead and unleash the full power of the demonic artifact. Perhaps you might be able to slay me here. Though wary, Flynn still had a fallback plan. As long as he maintained a safe distance, he could use the axe Dao spirit treasure to flee, and Germain might not be able to intercept him. Hearing Flynn's taunting words, Germain got up from the ground, his body still enveloped in demonic energy. He smiled coldly. Flynn, let's see who will laugh last. The injured Germain calmed down, unwilling to resort to mutual destruction with Flynn, which would do him no good. Instead, he believed that although Flynn was strong, it didn't mean Elizabeth was equally powerful, leaving him with a chance. Moreover, he knew someone within Qiling who was aware of Elizabeth's possession of Phoenix bloodline, and he could exploit this knowledge. Most importantly, though he had no more opportunities within the secret realm, outside of it, he would still have chances. Yes, I must endure and find ways to gain leverage. Germain reigned in his malevolent intent, planning to borrow power to achieve his goals, just like Elizabeth had done. With those words, Germain left through the exit of this isolated dimension. Seeing this, Flynn did not pursue him. There was no need to engage in mutual destruction, and time was on his side. There was no rush. After Germain retreated again, Duncan and Sharon approached immediately. Younger brother Flynn, are you a disciple from a holy land? Duncan couldn't help but ask curiously. No. Flynn did not lie to Duncan. I was fortunate enough to inherit the legacy of this secret realm's master. Duncan and Sharon exchanged glances, once again revealing expressions of surprise and shock. This revelation was even more astounding than if Flynn had come from a holy land. To inherit a legacy from a secret realm was extraordinarily difficult. Even cultivators at the Dao realm might not be able to achieve it, let alone those below the Dao realm. Brother Flynn, would you consider joining our Qiling? Sharon's eyes gleamed. Such a prodigy, if recruited into Qiling, would undoubtedly be a significant factor in altering its future. Brother Flynn, don't listen to a woman's suggestion. With your exceptional talent, appearing only once every 1,000 years, you should enter a holy land. Only then can your potential be maximized, allowing you to achieve greater heights. Before Flynn could respond, Duncan rejected Sharon's suggestion on his behalf. Flynn smiled faintly but did not speak. Holy land? It had never crossed his mind. For now, he wanted to protect Elizabeth and help her awaken her Phoenix bloodline, then discuss their future together as a couple. Thereafter, Flynn personally guarded Duncan while he refined the Wuxia flower, before leaving this isolated dimension. Once out, Duncan and Sharon felt hesitant to follow Flynn. After all, he was exceptionally powerful and a successor to the secret realm's master. He could obtain treasures within the realm without danger. Follow me, Flynn said with a smile. I don't have many friends. Since we've met by fate, helping you both is nothing more than a trivial task for me. By aiding Duncan and Sharon, Flynn resolved past grievances, having previously dealt with a great spirit master from Qiling. While he possessed astonishing talent, his strength could not compare to Qiling. Establishing a favorable bond would aid his growth and the development of his commercial caravan. Next, Flynn continued searching for treasures with the two of them, moving from the first level all the way to the third. Thanks to Flynn, Duncan and Sharon each obtained 6 precious treasures, yet neither crossed into the semi-Dao realm, let alone approached the Dao realm. Jagger! Just as Flynn entered the third level hall, a familiar voice called out. Hearing it, Flynn turned around, startled and surprised. Chapter 146, Waiting for the Final Opportunity. This person was none other than Paul, who had intended to cultivate Flynn and Jagger as his successors. Just like Flynn, Paul was exceptionally surprised, looking at Flynn in disbelief. He hadn't expected that Flynn, who was still a Grand Spirit Master when they entered, was now a 7th rank True Spirit Master. Then he saw Destiny's 2 9th rank Peak True Spirit Masters, Duncan and Sharon, causing his expression to change slightly, filled with astonishment. He wondered how Jagger could be walking with Destiny's 2 experts. Had he already defected to join Destiny? Just as Paul felt puzzled, considering his understanding of the Chan brothers, these brothers were men of sentiment. They shouldn't have easily defected. Brotherly. Flynn was also overjoyed. He had looked for Paul within the core area, but failed to find him. Never would he have thought that they would meet here, and Paul's cultivation had significantly improved, reaching the 8th rank Peak True Spirit Master realm. This showed that Paul indeed had extraordinary talent, which explained why the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce placed such high value on him, nurturing him all the way to the 4th level of this secret realm. Brother Jagger, what is this? Paul asked, full of confusion, glancing towards the two experts from Destiny. Flynn immediately understood and laughed heartily. I met Destiny's two friends by chance, and we seemed to have an instant rapport, so we decided to travel together. Duncan and Sharon also grasped Paul's confusion and quickly stepped forward with smiles. Presidently, don't misunderstand. Young brother Flynn has done us both a great favor. Upon hearing this, Paul sighed in relief. Jagger hadn't betrayed him. But then, he wore a bewildered expression again. A benefactor? These were two 9th rank peak true spirit masters from Destiny. How could a mere 7th rank true spirit master become their benefactor? Facing Paul, Flynn didn't hide his current strength. I've been fortunate enough to inherit the legacy of the master of this secret realm and obtained an axe spirit weapon. I am now a half-step Dao realm technique spirit master. Half-step Dao realm. Technique spirit master. Paul gaped, completely incredulous. His successor had suddenly surpassed him, becoming a half-step Dao realm technique spirit master? Flynn laughed and patted Paul's shoulder, whispering into his ear. I have one more truth to tell you, brotherly. My name is Flynn, and I am also called Jagger. Paul burst out laughing. So, brother Jagger, you mean to say you're the once-in-a-millennia talent that I found for the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce? Wait for your promotion outside, Flynn smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Paul couldn't stop smiling either. We'll talk about promotions later. Here, you must help me obtain resources so that I can strive to enter the 9th rank true spirit master realm. No problem, it's on me, Flynn agreed wholeheartedly. Then, Paul took out some fine tea he had collected, set up the teaware right there, and celebrated Flynn's achievements while entertaining the two Destiny experts. The reason Paul made it this far wasn't just his own efforts, but due to the protection and full-scale nurturing from two 9th rank peak true spirit masters from the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce, allowing him to reach the 8th rank peak true spirit master realm. Not long after, the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce's two 9th rank peak experts appeared. They were equally surprised to see Duncan and Sharon. Only after Paul explained did they understand the situation. Upon hearing that Flynn had inherited the legacy and reached the half-step Dao realm, they were even more delighted. With the reunion between the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce members and Flynn, Duncan and Sharon felt it inappropriate to stay with Flynn any longer. Though they hadn't broken through realms, they had gained considerable benefits in terms of foundation and strength. Therefore, they bade farewell to Flynn first, leaving behind communication stones so they could contact each other anytime in the future. After seeing Duncan and Sharon off, Flynn led Paul and the others into the 4th layer of the palace. The palace had 6 layers, and the higher up, the better the opportunities, but the danger also increased. Even 9th rank peak true spirit masters risked being eliminated. Now, with Flynn, the half-step Dao realm technique spirit master, and the heir of this secret realm's master, their goal naturally aimed at the 6th layer to maximize the number of opportunities. As predicted, they smoothly reached the 6th layer of the palace and obtained nearly 30 types of rare treasures and over 100 fantasy beast essences. Flynn freely shared half of his harvest with Paul and the two 9th rank peak true spirit masters from the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. Paul successfully ascended to the 9th rank early stage true spirit master realm under the accumulation of various opportunities. Continuing on, Flynn encountered half-step Dao realm martial spirit masters and technique spirit masters from Destiny, showing the depth of Destiny's strength. Besides Destiny, there were 2 more half-step Dao realm experts not from Destiny but closely associated with its peripheral forces. Second only to Destiny, the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce had no other half-step Dao realm expert besides Flynn in this secret realm. 3 days later, Flynn swept through 4 palaces, leaving only the last one. The final palace would be the place for the last opportunity to vie for a Dao realm level treasure. At this moment, Flynn brought Paul and others to the entrance of the final palace. The palace was shrouded in mist, barely visible, indicating that it hadn't opened yet. Many powerful figures had gathered around the palace, waiting for the final contest. Destiny's people gathered together, including the gray-clothed man who knew Elizabeth harbored Phoenix bloodline. Despite failing to break through, he didn't reveal any unusual behavior, standing among a group of 9th rank peak true spirit masters. Compared to Destiny's massive force, other factions were much thinner, most standing alone somewhere. A few were not from the same faction but stood together due to friendship. Regardless, Destiny's dominance was evident. Jermaine didn't openly appear here but concealed himself 4 kilometers away. Knowing Flynn could sense his presence, he wasn't concerned, knowing Flynn lacked the capability to take him down. The final battle was about to begin, and the last contest seemed predictable, dominated by Destiny. However, those present didn't seem worried. They might not grab the most precious Dao realm opportunity, but as long as there was a sliver of hope, they wouldn't give up. Moreover, there would be other opportunities that couldn't be missed once the Dao realm event unfolded. Chapter 147, Challenging Authority. Why hasn't Elizabeth shown up yet? Flynn was puzzled and had no way to contact her. At this moment, with the help of numerous treasures and fantasy beast essences, he had already ascended to the peak of the 9th rank true spirit master realm. Another step forward would be the semi-Prometha realm, but at this point, he hit a bottleneck. Ordinary cultivation resources were insufficient for him to condense a Dao body. The only resources that could allow him to achieve this were those at the Prometha level. Therefore, he now possessed quite a few heavenly treasures, especially fantasy beast essences, of which he had more than 100. He stored all these items in his storage bag, collecting enough cultivation resources for Elizabeth to help awaken her bloodline. The storage bag was a gift from 2 9th rank true spirit masters of the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. While it used to be very precious to him, it now paled in comparison to the treasures he had acquired. Storage bags varied in quality. Cheap ones generally had only about 100 cubic units of space. Most true spirit masters possessed storage bags of this caliber. Storage bags with over 1,000 cubic units of space were worth hundreds of times more, and even 9th rank true spirit masters couldn't afford them. They were typically owned by Dao realm cultivators. Just as Flynn and the group from the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce arrived, Duncan and Sharon immediately approached them. Brother Chun, Congratulations. Duncan and Sharon weren't surprised to see Flynn reach the peak of the 9th rank true Spirit Master realm. Not only was he a martial Spirit Master, but also a half-step Dao Art Spirit Master, whose strength was formidable enough to slightly outclass even initial stage Dao realm experts under the Axe Dao Spirit weapon. Brother Qin, Sister Han. You both haven't yet stepped into the half-step Dao realm, Flynn remarked, somewhat regretfully. He had helped them considerably before. They had ample foundation but just hadn't grasped the Dao mark, thus delaying their breakthrough. At this stage, ordinary cultivation resources were ineffective. Only extraordinary treasures far surpassing their cultivation level or sudden enlightenment could help them grasp the Dao mark. You've let me down. Duncan and Sharon felt somewhat embarrassed, understanding how difficult it was to grasp the Dao mark. Don't worry, you're still young and full of potential. I believe it won't be long before you both enter the half-step Dao realm. Flynn encouraged them. Both nodded, feeling confident about this. However, they felt awkward as they didn't know how to address the fact that they owed Flynn so much, but were now standing on opposite sides. Flynn, sensing their thoughts, laughed heartily and said, healthy competition is necessary for our growth as cultivators. As disciples of Qinling, you should stand together. Don't worry about me getting angry. Moreover, I have absolute confidence in myself. Feel free to challenge me, Brother Qin and Sister Han. Flynn openly stated that he wouldn't mind Duncan and Sharon competing with him for the Dao level resources for the sake of their sex interests. Of course, he meant fair competition. Their conversation wasn't hidden, and everyone around could hear every word clearly. Instantly, many people, especially the two half-step Dao realm experts from Destiny, turned their attention to Flynn. Whose disciple from the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce is this person? How arrogant. The two half-step Dao realm experts from Destiny didn't recognize Flynn but were displeased by his open words to Duncan and Sharon. This sentiment was shared by two other half-step Dao realm experts. All four of them had broken through to the half-step Dao realm here in the secret realm with accumulated strength and special opportunities. Despite being significantly older than Flynn, the youngest was over 40. Their breakthroughs were due to profound accumulation and unique opportunities within the secret realm, leading to a substantial leap in strength. Even martial spirit masters now had the power to compete with Dao Art spirit masters of the same rank because of the birth of the Dao mark. Once martial spirit masters entered the Dao realm, they would be on par with Dao Art spirit masters, each having unique cultivation systems. Martial spirit masters, combined with their martial souls and condensed Dao bodies, could contend with the Dao womb of Dao Art spirit masters. Others were even more shocked that a mere 9th rank true spirit master dared to look down on 4 half-step Dao realm experts present. Interesting. When did the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce produce such a character? He's challenging the authority of half-step Dao realm experts. I bet he'll be the first to be eliminated once the palace opportunity opens. This person must have some skills. Otherwise, Duncan and Sharon wouldn't treat him as an equal. Many around muttered among themselves, secretly discussing. All were cultivators under the control of Destiny, mostly 9th rank true spirit masters who might not have interacted but knew each other by reputation. Duncan and Sharon knew Flynn's words would anger many, seeing it as arrogance and disregard. But knowing Flynn's strength, they didn't think he was boasting but rather comforting them. Thus, after thanking Flynn, they returned to their Destiny group. Naturally, they were called over by their two half-step Dao realm seniors, questioned about their relationship with Flynn and why he spoke so boldly. Duncan and Sharon immediately informed the sect members that Flynn was kindred in spirit and had benefited them both. When they mentioned Flynn was also a half-step Dao Art spirit master, the Destiny group's expressions changed. They all looked at Flynn again, wondering how young he was to already be a half-step Dao Art spirit master. Upon hearing this astounding news, the only half-step Dao Art spirit master of Destiny muttered, could this person be a reincarnation of a Dao realm elder from the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce? Senior brother Hideo, Brother Chun isn't a reincarnation but chosen successor by the owner of this secret realm, Duncan explained to prevent misjudgment leading to trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone lost composure. Instantly, voices buzzed like an oil pot exploded, filled with envy and reverence. Thus, he now possessed quite a number of rare treasures, especially more than 100 fantasy beast essences. He stored these items in his storage bag to gather enough cultivation resources for Elizabeth, helping her awaken her bloodline. The storage bag was a gift from the two peak 9th rank true spirit masters of the Myriad Nations Merchant Guild. This item used to be very precious to him, but now it seemed inferior compared to the rarities he held. Storage bags came in different qualities. Cheaper ones generally only had a capacity of 100 cubic spaces. Most true spirit masters owned storage bags of this level. A storage bag with over 1,000 cubic spaces was worth hundreds of times more. Even a peak 9th rank true spirit master could not afford such an item. Typically only Permethought cultivators would own one. Just as Flynn arrived here with everyone from the Myriad Nations Merchant Guild, Duncan and Sharon immediately approached them. Brother Flynn. Congratulations. Duncan and Sharon weren't surprised that Flynn had reached the peak of the 9th rank true spirit master realm because he wasn't just a martial spirit master, but also a semi-Permethought art spirit master. His strength was so formidable that even initial Permethought powerhouses were slightly inferior to him under the Axe Dao spirit weapon. Brother Qin, Sister Han, you have yet to enter the semi-Permethought realm. Flynn felt somewhat regretful. He had helped both of them significantly before. They had ample foundation but couldn't grasp the Dao seal, thus failing to break through. This disappoints Brother Chun. Both Duncan and Sharon appeared somewhat embarrassed. Understanding the Dao seal was never an easy task. Don't worry, you are still young, and you have great potential. I believe it won't be long before you can all reach the semi-Permethought realm. Flynn encouraged them. Hearing this, both nodded slightly, confident of their potential. However, they felt awkward and didn't know how to start a conversation, as they had received great favors from Flynn but were now standing on opposite sides. Flynn saw through their thoughts and laughed, saying, fair competition is nothing to be concerned about. It's essential for us cultivators to grow. You are all disciples of Mount Qinling and should stand together. Don't worry about me getting angry. I have absolute confidence. When the time comes, Brother Qin and Sister Han, Go ahead and make your move. Flynn frankly admitted he wouldn't mind Duncan and Sharon contesting the final Permetha level resource for the benefit of the sect. Of course, by competition, he meant fair competition. Their conversation was open, so everyone around could clearly hear everything. Suddenly, Flynn drew many people's attention, especially the two semi-Permetha powerhouses from Mount Qinling. Whose disciple or successor of the Myriad Nations Merchant Guild is this person? Such arrogance? The two semi-Permetha powerhouses from Mount Qinling didn't recognize Flynn but were dissatisfied with his public words to Duncan and Sharon. Not only did the Mount Qinling duo feel displeased, but the other two semi-Permetha powerhouses felt the same way. All four had broken through to the semi-Permetha realm in this secret realm, benefiting from special opportunities here. They were much older than Flynn, with the youngest being over 40. Their breakthrough was due to years of accumulated depth and some unique circumstances here, leading to enlightenment of the Dao Seal. As a result, their power soared. Even martial spirit masters gained the ability to rival art spirit masters of the same rank due to the birth of the Dao Seal. Martial spirit masters, once they entered the Dao realm, would not differ much from art spirit masters, having distinctive cultivation systems. With martial souls and condensed Dao bodies, martial spirit masters could match Dao womb art spirit masters. Others were even more shocked. A mere peak 9th rank true spirit master dared to disregard 4 semi-Permetha powerhouses? Intriguing. When did the Myriad Nations Merchant Guild produce such a figure? He is challenging the authority of semi-Permetha powerhouses. Bet this person will be the first to be killed once the palace opportunity opens. He must have some abilities, otherwise Duncan and Sharon wouldn't acknowledge him as a brother. People around began whispering among themselves, discussing Flynn. They were all 9th rank true spirit masters and strong cultivators from Mount Qinling territory. Even without prior interactions, they had heard of each other's deeds. Duncan and Sharon knew Flynn's words would draw much anger, seeing it as blind arrogance, disregarding everyone present. But knowing Flynn's strength, they felt his words were aimed at comforting their uneasy hearts, not boasting arrogantly. After thanking Flynn, they returned to the Mount Qinling group. Upon their return, they were called over by their own semi-Permetha superiors to inquire about their relationship with Flynn and why he spoke so boldly. Duncan and Sharon immediately informed their sect that Flynn and they had become friends at first meeting and owed him a favor. When they mentioned that Flynn was also a semi-Permetha art spirit master, the expression of Mount Qinling members changed. How old was he? Already a semi-Permetha art spirit master? Upon hearing this astounding news, the only semi-Permetha art spirit master in Mount Qinling darkened his face, muttering, "This person isn't the reborn body of some old monster from the Myriad Nations Merchant Guild, right? Senior brother Hideo. Brother Flynn is not a reborn entity but the chosen successor of this secret realm's master." Upon hearing this, no one around could remain calm. Suddenly, voices buzzed like a boiling pot, filled with admiration and awe. Chapter 148, Top-Grade Resources. The inheritance of the secret realm's master is undoubtedly the most unattainable and greatest opportunity within this realm. Secret realms occasionally appear, but those who truly receive the inheritance from the secret realm's master are exceedingly rare. Thus, when everyone learned that Flynn had actually obtained the secret realm master's inheritance, they all envied him immensely. They envied not just the inheritance itself, but more so his ability to wield a Dao spirit armament at the half-step Dao realm stage. A Dao spirit armament is far more precious than a spirit weapon. In this era, no one can forge a Dao spirit armament anymore. After knowing the truth, no one felt that Flynn was boasting before, especially the 4 half-step Dao realm experts. Each of them felt inexplicably heavy-hearted. They had originally thought that no one present could compete with them for Dao realm grade rarities, and they had long considered these treasures as theirs for the taking. But now, a half-step Dao realm artificer spiritual master wielding a Dao spirit armament suddenly emerged, creating an unprecedented pressure on them. The 2 Dao realm experts from Qinling exchanged glances, instantly sensing each other's thoughts. Though opportunities at the Dao realm level were not unattainable for the Qinling experts, after all, in a major sect like Qinling, 4th grade elixirs were never in short supply, and there were even records of 5th grade elixirs. How easily would such opportunities fall into the hands of their half-step Dao realm disciples? This opportunity right before them was clearly the easiest for them to seize without needing to pay a huge price. Despite knowing Flynn's strength, they would still not give up. In fact, the 4 had already been forced to form an alliance in response to Flynn. Bellamy immediately noticed something was amiss and whispered beside Flynn, "Brother Flynn, it looks like they won't back down because you have the Axe Dao spirit armament. Instead, they're preparing to join forces against you." Only normal competition, nothing to worry about. Flynn remained unfazed. If he were in their position, he wouldn't easily abandon such an opportunity either. Collaborating to confront a stronger opponent was perfectly reasonable. "Do you have confidence?" Bellamy asked worriedly, given that the opposition consisted of 4 half-step Dao realm experts and many more 9-star peak true spiritual masters with solid foundations and formidable power. "I will do my best. This Dao realm grade opportunity might be the chance for me to step into the Dao realm." Flynn's eyes shone. Even if 4 more half-step Dao realm experts joined, he was still confident. Everyone assumed his biggest advantage was the Axe Dao spirit armament, but they did not know that, besides the Axe Dao spirit armament, he also possessed the Void Sky Cauldron. With Flynn advancing his martial spiritual master cultivation to the 9-star peak true spiritual master realm, his strength significantly improved once more. Time passed, and the mist enveloping the last palace gradually dissipated, signaling the imminent start of the final competition. Witnessing this scene, many quickly stood up, their auras surging, preparing for battle. "It's starting. When the time comes, I may not have time to assist you anymore." At this moment, Flynn also showed a hint of anticipation, speaking to Bellamy and others nearby. "President Chen, do you need our help?" 2 9-star peak true spiritual masters from the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce, Nash and Casper, asked. Both had benefited from Flynn's kindness, but failed to grasp the Dao mark. Now, they wished to contribute by helping Flynn obtain the Dao realm grade opportunity. I appreciate your intentions, elders, but you should go after your own opportunities. Flynn politely declined their offer. Soon, the mist dissipated, and the doors of the final palace opened with a loud boom. The moment the doors opened, a dense flow of spiritual energy emanated from inside. Instantly, everyone moved, rushing into the palace to secure first dibs on the rare treasures. Flynn, along with Bellamy and others, did not lag behind, also flying into the palace. This palace had 6 floors. Unlike others, this one lacked independent dimensions or illusions of beast crises. Instead, it featured visible medicinal gardens floating with various rare and extraordinary fruits. These extraordinary fruits included resources for grand spiritual masters and true spiritual masters. Only very few were beyond the half-step Dao realm level. People rushed toward the medicinal gardens, seizing resources. Flynn and his group did not linger but headed directly to higher levels. Their goal was Dao realm grade resources, which only existed on the 6th floor. As a result, Flynn quickly distanced himself from others. The densely packed crowd behind him thinned out as they climbed upward. The 4 half-step Dao realm experts led by Qinling followed closely behind, aiming for the Dao realm grade resources on the 6th floor. Moreover, Qinling also had many 9-star peak experts following, clearly aiding the 4 half-step Dao realm experts. Nash and Casper, along with Bellamy, reached the 5th floor and stopped there. Their aim was to obtain treasures on this level. By the 3rd floor, the rare fruits in the medicinal gardens were already suitable for true spiritual masters. The higher they went, the better the quality of the rare fruits, and the stronger their medicinal effects. Therefore, only the most confident 9-star peak true spiritual masters dared to contest for the upper floors. Finally, Flynn reached the 6th floor first. There were only 5 medicinal gardens on the 6th floor. 4 of them contained 2 types of extraordinary fruits, emitting unusual radiance, clearly at the half-step Dao realm level. The last garden had only 1 type of fruit suspended in the air, radiating a faint green glow. It resembled a jade green stone. This green fruit was the highest grade extraordinary fruit produced within the secret realm, serving as a Dao realm grade cultivation resource. Almost immediately after Flynn ascended to the 6th floor, the 4 half-step Dao realm experts led by Qinling appeared as well. Upon appearing, they immediately attacked Flynn without hesitation. They manipulated the spirit weapons in their hands, unleashed their martial souls, and cast spells, rapidly encircling Flynn. For them, defeating Flynn was unnecessary. Restraining him and preventing him from harvesting the green glowing fruit would be enough for their victory. Behind them, 6 9-star peak true spiritual masters abandoned other cultivation resources, fully committed to assisting their senior brothers in securing the green glowing fruit. ##### Chapter 149, Dao Body. Facing the combined attack of 4 semi-Dao realm experts, Flynn showed no concern. Instead, he instantly transformed his aura, becoming a semi-Dao realm artificer. The Dao axe spirit treasure flew out from his mind sea, and with a thought, the massive axe materialized. Looking for a beating, Flynn gave a light shout, and the giant axe immediately charged towards the 4 semi-Dao realm experts. The axe appeared simple, but it possessed an unimaginably terrifying force. In an instant, it shattered the martial arts and spell forces the 4 had deployed with ease. The power of the Dao axe spirit weapon already surpassed that of a beginner Dao realm artificer. Its scattered energy was not something semi-Dao realm experts could resist. Boom! As loud explosions echoed through the 6th layer of space-time, the 4 were hurled away by the terrifying force. For a moment, Destiny and the 3 other semi-Dao realm experts stared at Flynn in disbelief, their faces pale. How could he be so powerful? With such strength, even a Dao realm expert would not surpass him. They had assumed that even if they couldn't defeat Flynn, the 4 of them could at least stall him long enough for Duncan and others to arrive and seize the precious Dao realm treasures. However, reality slapped them hard, dashing their remaining hopes. Flynn's strength was such that none of them could last a single exchange. All 4 were flung away, spitting blood. Duncan and those who arrived afterwards saw this, and their expressions turned grim. They hadn't expected the gap between their strength and Flynn's to be so obvious, despite being on the same level as semi-Dao realm cultivators. There's no chance anymore. No one can stop Flynn. Everyone sighed, no longer coveting the treasures here. They dared not challenge Flynn for the 6th layer's riches. Flynn's gaze was sharp as he watched Destiny and his group. If anyone dared to make another move, he would show no mercy and deal heavy blows. Brother Flynn, you're remarkable. We admit defeat. Destiny and the 3 other semi-Dao realm cultivators bowed and left, heading to the 5th layer to compete for opportunities there. After they left, Flynn began collecting all the opportunities in this area. There were 9 kinds of treasures, 8 of which were for the semi-Dao realm, while only the green glow spirit fruit was a Dao realm treasure. I hope my wife will be fine. With these valuable treasures, it should be enough to fully awaken her bloodline. Flynn looked at the numerous treasures in his hand, but did not intend to refine them all. He planned to use only the green glow spirit fruit, leaving the rest for Elizabeth. Without hesitation, Flynn sat cross-legged and began refining the green glow spirit fruit, attempting to break through his realm. He was currently a semi-Dao realm artificer and a peak 9th rank spiritual warrior. His cultivation path could lead either to artificer or spiritual warrior. If someone else faced this choice, they might have hesitated over which path to prioritize. However, Flynn had no such dilemma. He believed the Void Sky tripod was his greatest support and aimed to enhance it fully. As for his achievements as an artificer, it was mainly due to the assistance from Alyssa's legacy that he reached the semi-Dao realm first. At this moment, Flynn activated the Void Sky tripod to absorb and refine the green glow spirit fruit. Vast amounts of pure spiritual energy surged into it, being absorbed and refined by the Void Sky tripod. Just as he had anticipated, with the help of this Dao realm level resource, the spiritual energy within his body underwent a fundamental transformation. In his Dantian, the Void Sky tripod floated, forming a vortex amidst the surging spiritual energies, rotating rapidly, hinting at the transformation from intangible to tangible. Finally, Under the impetus of myriad Tao techniques, he manifested the foundation of a spiritual warrior, the Tao body spirit. The Tao body spirit was identical to the void sky tripod, marked with various Tao symbols. When the Tao body spirit appeared, the void sky tripod merged into it, becoming one. At this moment, a strange power surged from the Tao body spirit, seemingly capable of repairing everything. It restored his damaged dantian, and power flowed from there, reinforcing his organs, bones, tendons, muscles, and blood. Even his gouged out eyes were rapidly regenerating under the nourishment of this force. Finally, when his eyes regenerated, Flynn felt his long-lost sense of vision returning. "I've finally regained my sight. Zaylee, wait for me. I'll come find you at Silver Moon Academy soon. But I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when you see me again? Will you regret betraying me?" At this moment, Flynn was incredibly moved, stepping into the semi-Tao realm as a spiritual warrior and manifesting his Tao body. Also at this moment, the Thousand Illusion / experienced a change, enhancing his spiritual energy to 15 times its original strength. He felt his physical body had never been stronger, capable of easily breaking ordinary weapons with sheer strength. "I didn't choose wrong. The path of spiritual warrior is the one I should follow, not the path of artificer as Elizabeth suggested." Flynn murmured to himself. Even without the aid of the Tao Axe spirit weapon, his current strength, amplified by the Thousand Illusion / to 15 times, surpassed that of the Tao Axe spirit weapon. With the void sky tripod and Tao body fused, his body was continuously nurtured. The Tao symbols on his Tao body, under the impetus of myriad Tao techniques, quickly absorbed special powers, reinforcing his Tao body autonomously. With each breath, his Tao body strengthened itself. Even if he did not actively cultivate, refine treasures, or consume elixirs, he sensed that within a year, he could smoothly enter the Tao realm. Flynn left the palace, choosing not to fight for resources in the other 5 layers. Instead, he waited quietly for the end of this secret realm journey and for his wife's return. However, Flynn did not know that in Baldurwood City, a shocking event had silently unfolded. The perpetual mist that covered Baldurwood City was now enveloped by a black aura. Those inside the city remained unaware, but those outside could clearly see the change. Sacrifice spell. This is an evil practitioner targeting all living beings in Baldurwood City for a sacrifice. Someone outside the city, intending to enter, noticed this horrifying scene and fled immediately, spreading the news of the events unfolding in Baldurwood City. Chapter 150, Enshrouded by Black Mist. This astonishing news spread at the fastest possible speed, and the most anxious party was undoubtedly the court of Great Qing. The emperor seated on the imperial throne instantly flew into a rage upon learning that an evil cultivator intended to sacrifice an entire city to a monster within his territory. Without hesitation, he summoned the state-protecting celestial general. "General Yuan, I entrust the lives of the civilians in Yellow Mist City to you." The Francis said to the state-protecting celestial general Farron. "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will depart for Yellow Mist City immediately." Farron promptly accepted the mission upon understanding the situation. "Your Majesty, I am also willing to go personally to assist General Yuan." The president of Silver Moon Academy, Jerry, volunteered. "Approved." The Francis nodded. "Your Majesty, I wish to join as well." Several ministers stood up one after another, volunteering to accompany General Farron to Yellow Mist City to confront the evil cultivator. It wasn't that they feared death. Rather, they knew the gravity of the situation. Despite the danger, it was a grand opportunity to establish achievements. As long as they had Farron, the state-protecting celestial general, handling the powerful opponents would not be their concern. Furthermore, the evil cultivator sacrificing a city would undoubtedly attract the intervention of Qinling's powerful figures. By then, even Farron might not get a chance to act. Qinling was undeniably the most formidable existence in this region, and who wouldn't hope to leverage such an opportunity to forge ties with Qinling, allowing their disciples the chance to enter? Qinling indeed received the news first. Ordinarily, based on Qinling's usual approach, they would dispatch a common Tao realm powerhouse when unaware of the enemy's strength. However, this time, the message directly triggered the personal involvement of one of Qinling's top 3 elders. Those unaware were all panic-stricken, assuming it might herald a new major battle between Qinling and the evil cultivators. But those in the know remained calm. They understood that the elder's personal intervention was due to his direct grandson currently adventuring within Yellow Mist City's secret realm. He wasn't there to vanquish demons, but to rescue his own grandson. At the Yellow Mist City Lord's residence, an elderly man who appeared on the brink of death had already taken control, becoming the actual person giving orders. Even young Lord Maverick obediently knelt before him. A careful observer would notice Maverick's vacant eyes, clearly under sole control. Not just Maverick, anyone within the City Lord's residence who didn't comply had become puppets, controlled by the elder's will. However, few in Yellow Mist City were aware of this shocking development. People continued their daily routines, unable to imagine someone could easily take over the City Lord's residence. Of course, such peace was only temporary. It wouldn't take long before even ordinary people felt changes in Yellow Mist City. Indeed, the black demonic aura enveloping Yellow Mist City was already beginning to siphon the essence of ordinary people, albeit slowly due to the incomplete formation of the array, making it barely noticeable. Jetji, emerging early from the secret realm, was now the strongest spirit master in Yellow Mist City as a peak 4th rank true spirit master. Yet, he didn't sense the city's changes, still awaiting the Academy's response. Almost done. The secret realm should end soon. Come forth. This elaborate setup is finally ready to reap results. In the palace of the City Lord's residence, the old man ascended to a pavilion, gazing upward, filled with anticipation at the peculiar spacetime around him. If someone saw this elderly man, they would immediately recognize him as the Tao realm powerhouse who announced the appearance of Yellow Mist City's secret realm. He disseminated the information and dispatched Germain to set up a deadly trap. His goal was to sacrifice all visiting Grand Spirit Masters, True Spirit Masters, and even semi-Tao realm powerhouses to the demon weapon in his hand. Sure enough, shortly after the elder muttered these words, a force erupted from a corner of Yellow Mist City. With this corner erupting, more forces followed, though subtly, noticeable only within 100 meters. It was night, and many had already retired. Added to this, the areas where the eruptions occurred were remote, ensuring no one detected anything unusual. As these forces emerged, black mist concealed in yellow fog above began to react, formally initiating a unique array. In the darkness, these corners emitting forces housed Yellow Mist City's ordinary citizens, many of whom weren't cultivators, mere mortals. As the special array activated, black beams surfaced like whirlpools, rapidly expanding. Dead objects remained untouched, but any living beings, whether insects, livestock, or poultry, were swiftly drained under the black light. The black vortex moved slowly yet expanded continuously. As it absorbed more life force, its lethality grew. Heaven! Is this some kind of ghost? An awakened middle-aged man stepped out, intending to relieve himself. He saw a black vortex approaching and approached cautiously. Before he could react, the black light pulled him into the vortex with a terrifying force. The middle-aged man screamed in terror, but the sound was drowned by the vortex's devouring noise. In the end, he was entirely drained, turned into ashes. Similar scenes were spreading across Yellow Mist City. Many remained oblivious to the looming calamity. Only the old man hovered midair, his hollow eyes gleaming with bloodlight, overlooking the scene as black vortexes sucked life force, his face twisted into a sinister smile. It begins. Miserable lives tremble. Laughing coldly, he glanced towards another part of Yellow Mist City where the ground was shaking, as if something were trying to emerge. Boom. A golden light shot upwards, and a spatiotemporal vortex appeared. This explosion drew attention. Numerous spirit masters rushed to investigate. Chapter 151. The sacrifice of the entire city. This is? What powerful energy! Most of the spirit masters who had arrived were only first or second rank, and with their weak strength, they naturally could not identify this as the entrance to the mystical realm. As these spirit masters were astonished by the scene before them, figures suddenly started flying out from the golden vortex, frightening them into hurriedly retreating in panic. These were the adventurers emerging from various parts of the mystical realm. The exploration had ended, and everyone was expelled by the mystical realm itself. Among them were great spirit masters, true spirit masters, and even some half-step Dao realm spirit masters. It's over. The mystical realm exploration is over. One by one, figures emerged from the golden vortex. Some heaved sighs of relief, finally free from the omnipresent dangers within the mystical realm. Others wore smiles, having survived with significant gains, their cultivation and power greatly enhanced compared to when they entered. A few wore sorrowful expressions. While they had survived, some of their companions had been left behind forever within the mystical realm. Each person who emerged had different thoughts. They paid no attention to the weaker spirit masters who had been frightened by them and immediately sought to leave the area. As more and more powerful individuals emerged from the mystical realm, even the great spirit masters and true spirit masters did not immediately sense the abnormality of the place. Until a 1000-segment technique spirit master flew out of the mystical realm, his face abruptly changed as he sensed the changes in the surrounding area. Demonic aura. So strong a demonic aura. Not just here. It seems my awareness covers an area entirely permeated by demonic aura. This powerful individual's alarmed cry instantly caught the attention of others nearby. Demonic aura? How is this possible? Doubt quickly arose. So many powerful individuals had existed within the mystical realm, including some half-step Dao realm masters. What kind of malevolent cultivator would dare provoke so many powerful opponents? However, as more powerful spirit masters appeared, they too sensed the abnormality of the spatial environment. The demonic aura was overwhelming and completely unhidden, like fireflies in the dark, impossible to escape detection. Demonic aura. The entire city is enveloped in demonic aura. A powerful demon cultivator intends to take Yellow Mist City as blood food, sacrificing all its inhabitants to a demonic artifact. Realizing the situation, the faces of these powerful individuals paled with terror. The stronger one was, the more they understood the dreadfulness of malevolent cultivators. Anyone capable of treating an entire city as blood food must be at least a mid-stage Dao realm cultivator. Such a powerful malevolent cultivator, coupled with a potent demonic artifact and specially arranged formations, how could anyone break through? For a moment, those aware of the truth, regardless of their background, felt unprecedented fear surge in their hearts. Even disciples of the Qinling sect were no exception. How can this be? I just broke through. I haven't even had time to return. Am I going to die here again? Many people felt despair and helplessness, unsure how to deal with the situation. Cosmo. How can this be? How could such a powerful malevolent cultivator infiltrate here? At this point, a large number of Qinling sect disciples appeared. Even the weakest among them were 9th-rank great spirit masters, and many had already reached the 2nd-rank true spirit master stage. Yet, even these Qinling disciples turned pale at the sight before them, all looking towards Cosmo in bewilderment. This Cosmo, though only an initial 2nd-rank true spirit master, had a formidable background. What audacity, to dare use such cruel methods within our Qinling. Don't worry, I will contact Andon right away. He will surely come personally, and this malevolent cultivator will be doomed. Cosmo was also shocked but remained calm, immediately using the life-saving items and communication devices given to him by his grandfather to alert his family. Meanwhile, Qinling's Supreme Elder and the Celestial General Yuantong of Daqing were on their way to Yellow Mist City. However, both Qinling and Tianyuan City were still some distance away from Yellow Mist City, and they could not arrive immediately. In the sky above Yellow Mist City, the mysterious elder malevolent cultivator focused his gaze on the exit of the mystical realm, smiling triumphantly as he watched powerful individuals emerge one by one. To him, the more fish, the better. The more blood sacrifices he would have. Excellent, excellent. The elder laughed heartily, appreciating his setup, waiting for everyone to gather before activating the blood sacrifice array and feeding them all to his demonic artifact. Finally, Flynn and other half-step Dao realm and peak 9th rank great spirit masters emerged from the mystical realm. Upon appearing, they immediately noticed the fearful expressions on the faces of the surrounding spirit masters, bustling about like ants on a hot pot. Demonic aura. The entire Yellow Mist City is filled with demonic aura. Someone is trying to refine the souls of all living beings in Yellow Mist City. The last to emerge quickly grasped the situation, their faces revealing shock and unease. Even they, being so powerful, felt powerless against a malevolent cultivator daring enough to sacrifice an entire city. Hideo's senior brother. Hideo's senior brother. Qinling's disciples, seeing their strongest half-step Dao realm technique spirit master, clung to him like a lifeline, hoping he would lead them out of this dire situation. But Hideo's senior brother, the strongest among Qinling's presence, was also furrowing his brows, uncertain of what to do. The stronger one was, the more acutely they sensed the intense demonic aura gathered in this space. Dao realm malevolent cultivator. And not just a beginner Dao realm, likely a mid-stage Dao realm demon cultivator. Unclear if it's a 4th rank or 6th rank Dao realm evil cultivator. Hideo's senior brother, with a somber expression, couldn't help but glance toward Flynn. Brother Flynn, you are the strongest here. The malevolent cultivator is extremely powerful, a mid-stage Dao realm cultivator. Do you have any way to break the deadlock? Brother Flynn, if we fail, not only will we become blood sacrifices, but the entire Yellow Mist City will be consumed. Brother Flynn, do you have a plan? At that moment, everyone instinctively looked toward Flynn. Hashtag chapter 152, the end of days. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, it's the tall ones who will bear the brunt. Now, Flynn had become the tall one here. Faced with the gazes of everyone, Flynn frowned slightly. He too was encountering such a situation for the first time and felt helpless. What could he possibly do? If Elizabeth were here, perhaps she would have a solution. Unfortunately, Elizabeth hadn't emerged from the secret realm, which left him feeling somewhat worried. But he could no longer return to the secret realm. Seeing Flynn fall silent, everyone's faces fell in disappointment. As all the powerful figures within the secret realm exited, the golden vortex on the ground closed, leaving only a deep pit behind. At this moment, the sinister elder in the sky let out a cold laugh, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for becoming my blood feast." With his words, he swiftly manipulated the magical seals, causing the demonic aura in the sky to surge like waves, enveloping the entire yellow fog city. The black light vortices grew even more terrifying after being replenished by this demonic aura. Both their devouring power and expansion speed significantly increased. In an instant, many ordinary people who didn't react in time were instantly sucked in and devoured by the black vortices. Confronted by these unstoppable black vortices, whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, everyone fled rapidly for their lives. However, with black vortices surrounding them on all sides, where could they possibly run? Yellow Fog City became a living hell at this moment, as countless lives were consumed by the demonic vortices, becoming the blood feast of the evil cultivator. Everyone rushed toward the city center for refuge. Even the formidable spirit masters emerging from the secret realm joined in, fleeing towards the city center. Seeing the black vortices that enveloped the entire city, some brave souls attempted to fly away. Those who could fly were all true spirit masters of the spirit mastery realm. After one person took the lead, more people started flying into the sky, trying to escape. However, the evil cultivator remained vigilant in the mist-covered sky. How could he allow them to escape? At this moment, you still want to leave? That seems a bit disrespectful to this old man, said the elder, driving the demonic aura to form massive black serpents undulating through the sky. When the black light materialized, many faces turned pale. Such power clearly wasn't achievable by true spirit masters of the spirit mastery realm. The opponent was indeed a Dao realm evil cultivator. Roars echoed in the sky as the black light surged forward like real creatures, wrapping around those intending to flee. Moments later, blood rained down from the sky, accompanied by severed limbs and flesh. Everyone who tried to escape via the air was now dead, not a single one having survived. This brutal scene made many shiver uncontrollably, preventing anyone from attempting to fly away. They huddled together, seeking solace in each other's presence. Destiny and the four half-step Dao realm powerhouses frowned deeply, but none dared to charge forward. Flynn also remained alert, ready to fight back with all his strength. A mid-level Dao realm evil cultivator with strength between the 4th and 6th rank was like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Fortunately, Elizabeth isn't here. Flynn felt relieved that Elizabeth hadn't come. He truly had no way to deal with such a dire situation. All Flynn could do was keep a close eye on Germain, who had distanced himself after exiting the secret realm. Germain was also a demon cultivator, so perhaps he had a way to escape. After coming out, Germain immediately headed for the city lord's mansion. He wasn't afraid because the evil cultivator manipulating everything was his superior, and he had infiltrated the city under orders. Arriving at the city lord's mansion, Germain sighed in relief. When he looked up at the elder in the sky, however, his heart sank again. Though he wouldn't die here, once the elder completed his task and demanded the 10,000 soul essence, it would be his end. Germain had been ordered to infiltrate Yellow Fog City and bring 2 demon artifacts along with the 10,000 souls banner for collecting souls. He had long completed his mission, gathering the 10,000 soul essence, but he used it all on Germainig to help him master the blood-breaking demon art to deal with Elizabeth. Initially, he planned to obtain Elizabeth's bloodline and break through to the next realm within the secret realm before escaping. Once his cultivation reached a sufficient level, he wouldn't need to fear the elder anymore. Unfortunately, he failed. Germain, is the 10,000 soul essence ready? The elder asked, looking down at him. Elder, it's prepared, Germain nodded. Good. When I activate the array to its limit, release the 10,000 soul essence onto the central altar. When I complete this demon artifact, I'll give you great credit and help you break through to the Tao realm soon. The elder never suspected that Germain might betray him or lie to him. After all, he was merely a 1,000-segment technique spirit master, life and death hanging by a thread controlled by the elder. Thank you, elder, for your guidance. Germain forced a calm demeanor, careful not to reveal any hints of deceit. Now, Germain only hoped that the elder would engage in a mutually destructive battle with Flynn and others. If that happened, he could take advantage of the chaos to kill everyone, or at least use the opportunity to escape and find a way to deal with Elizabeth. Time passed, and more people gathered together, thousands of people creating an unprecedented visual impact. Amidst the chaos, so many people crowding together inevitably led to terrible trampling incidents. Those trampled to death were all ordinary people without cultivation, especially the elderly, children, and women. Seeing this, Flynn felt unbearable pity and did his best to prevent such events near him. Soon, Flynn saw Kenneth, members of the Su family, and members of the Qin family. At this point, everyone knew they were about to become the blood feast of the evil cultivator. In panic, they cried out and knelt to the sky, pleading for mercy, only to be mercilessly trampled by the anxious crowd behind them. Inside Yellow Fox City, scenes of utter despair unfolded, but no one could change anything. Chapter 153, United Efforts. As the massive black vortexes continued to engulf the entire Yellow Mist City, the area where people could move about became increasingly limited. The process seemed slow when recounted, but in reality, it had not taken much time. Master! Kenneth saw Flynn and hurried forward. Brother Jagger. My good son-in-law Flynn. Have you seen my daughter Elizabeth? At this moment, the Su family members also arrived on the scene. Devin had no idea that the Jagger before him was Flynn, whose eyesight had already been restored. I'm not sure either. Let's focus on getting through this calamity first. In a while, all of you stay as close to me as possible. I'll try to block the demonic aura. Flynn gathered all the people he knew together. He didn't know if he could withstand the demonic vortex or how long they could hold out. This catastrophe in Yellow Mist City was unprecedentedly terrifying. Even self-preservation was nearly impossible, let alone solving the crisis. We can't just sit here waiting to die. We must fight back. Finally, Destiny's half-step Tao Realm Spirit Master, Senior Apprentice Brother Hideo, spoke up. How do we fight back? The demonic aura is so powerful. Our strength is simply not enough. Everyone knew that without resistance, they would meet their end. Yet they had no means to resist the terrifying demonic aura that could easily kill them. Master Long, it's up to you now. Senior Apprentice Brother Hideo looked at Simon, the only grandson of the Grand Elder. Don't worry, my grandfather is already on his way. He will arrive within 15 minutes. As long as he comes, we will all be saved. And until then, we need to focus on protecting ourselves. Simon communicated the situation to his grandfather Garth via a message charm and learned from him the method to counter this sacrificial formation. How do we protect ourselves? Many present knew Simon's background. He was the only grandson of a senior-level Tao Realm powerhouse in Destiny. In this region, he was among the top third-generation elites. People who had originally lost hope began to see a glimmer of light, like a spark of hope. I have a treasure given to me by my grandfather, which can normally defend against attacks from Tao Realm experts. But under these circumstances, it won't suffice. My power is too weak, and I need everyone's help to maximize the defensive power of this treasure. Simon explained to those around him. The treasure in Simon's possession was special, adorned with runes personally engraved by his Tao Realm grandfather. Once fully activated, it could unleash around 80% of the strength of his grandfather's personal attack. However, only a few could achieve full activation, and if Simon relied solely on his own strength, he could activate no more than 1% of its power. Such a small amount, even from a senior-level Tao Realm expert, wasn't enough to counter the evil cultivator's grand formation. Soon, everyone gathered, led by Destiny, with its affiliated forces assisting. Outsiders who wished to join needed to have at least true Spirit Master rank 9 proficiency. Their small team immediately drew attention. Unfortunately, Lord Simon was very firm. Those who didn't meet the conditions were not allowed to come near. He even had some people killed on the spot for trying to force their way in. Flynn naturally saw this, and even Duncan and Sharon personally invited him to join. However, when Flynn requested to bring the people he knew into the circle, he was refused again. Simon and Flynn had significant grudges. Inviting Flynn was not Simon's intention, but because Senior Apprentice Brother Hideo and others believed that Flynn was the strongest person present, and his strength might surpass that of everyone else combined. With Flynn, there was more hope in activating Simon's treasure to combat the evil cultivator's formation. Despite this, Simon still rejected Flynn's suggestion to expand the protective range of the treasure. The artifact was indeed powerful, but expanding its protection would weaken its effectiveness and make it harder to activate. So, in Simon's view, agreeing to Flynn's condition would make little difference. Simon didn't care about the lives of others, even less so about Destiny's allied forces. Only the concern for his fellow disciples of Destiny gave him pause. The evil cultivator above saw their plan clearly but sneered at the protective power of their activated artifact. Overestimating yourselves, thinking a senior-level Tao Realm treasure can match me? This trifling strength can be shattered with one hand. Let them feud and give them false hope. The elderly evil cultivator stood mid-air, continuously driving secret techniques to harness Yellow Mist City's unique power to finalize his grand formation. Lord Long, can this power withstand the demonic vortex? As everyone combined their strength to inject energy into Simon's artifact, an extremely powerful light barrier emerged, separating them from others. Not enough. Before Simon could respond, Senior Apprentice Brother Hideo and others confirmed this. Yes, this level of strength is only comparable to a third-tier Tao Realm. It can't stop the demonic vortex of the evil cultivator. Other half-step Tao Realm experts similarly agreed. Lord Long, if this doesn't work, we should allow Flynn to join. Lord Long, Flynn is very powerful, especially with his axe spirit weapon. With your treasure, it might reach around 5th tier Dao realm strength, giving us a real chance to block the vortex. Lord Long, let's give it a try, Duncan added. If it doesn't work, we'll find other solutions. Hearing everyone's words, Simon felt very displeased. It was his first outing for training, but Flynn had severely beaten him and seized many opportunities, leading to his current status as only a 3rd level Daoist realm. But at this critical juncture, old grudges had to be put aside. He did not want to die here. Fine. Simon nodded but did not approach Flynn personally, instead sending senior apprentice brother Hideo to negotiate. Seeing the other side agree to his conditions, Flynn led Kenneth, the Su family, the merchant convoy members, Cora and her husband, and hundreds more towards the gathering. This group was 10 times larger than those around Simon, which was why he initially rejected Flynn's request. Flynn, I hope you don't disappoint me. If your value can't support such a large range, don't blame me for being merciless, Simon said slightly discontentedly. Hashtag chapter 154. So special. Flynn ignored Simon, this 3rd-generation powerhouse, and instead, with a mere thought, activated his own power, infusing it into the magical treasure in Simon's hand. As Flynn's spiritual energy was poured in, the magical treasure instantly emitted an intense glow, numerous runes lighting up from its core. Just as everyone had expected, Flynn's strength was formidable. His spiritual energy was sufficient to activate far more runes on Simon's magical treasure. Instantly, the power of the magical treasure surged nearly tenfold. However, when the range of the magical treasure expanded, its potency gradually diminished. By the time it enveloped everyone present, the increased power had dropped sharply from tenfold to only about double. Seeing this, Simon, who had initially smiled, instantly frowned. With the expansion, the enhancement was merely twice as powerful, far less impressive compared to the earlier tenfold increase. In such critical moments, greater enhancements meant a higher chance of survival. Flynn. Simon hesitated, unsure of what to say. Flynn glanced at Simon and said, "This is not my full strength yet." Simon fell silent, waiting to see what would happen next. Just now, Flynn had merely tested the power of Simon's magical treasure. Relying solely on the intensity of his own spiritual energy, he managed to boost it to a defensive level comparable to that of a 4th-rank Daoist realm powerhouse. This clearly demonstrated how potent and unique Simon's magical treasure was. This time, Flynn did not hesitate. He went all out. The ethereal cauldron stirred within him, converting his mental energy entirely into spiritual energy, elevating its intensity to unprecedented levels. At this moment, the strength of Flynn's spiritual energy was likely on par with that of a 2nd-rank Daoist realm powerhouse. Then, Flynn activated the 1,000 illusions / to further amplify the intensity of his spiritual energy before finally channeling it into the magical treasure. Sure enough, with the second infusion of power from Flynn, the entire magical treasure underwent another brilliant transformation. The runes on the treasure continuously lit up, radiating more and more light, reinforcing the protective shield emitted by the treasure. So strong. This must have reached the strength of a 5th or even 6th-rank Daoist realm power. Fellow disciples like Master Hideo, half-step Daoist realm powerhouses, all beamed with joy. They knew that Flynn's intervention far surpassed the combined efforts of everyone present. Even Simon was pleasantly surprised. Such strength should be enough to protect them. If they couldn't hold out, they could simply contract the range and still manage to withstand the attack. At this moment, many people began to smile, believing they might be saved after all. Above them, the elder heretic cultivator also showed signs of surprise. His discernment was sharp, recognizing that the enhanced defensive capability of the magical treasure, after Flynn's augmentation, now matched that of a 6th-rank Daoist realm spirit master. Who is this youth? How could he be so special? The elder heretic finally took notice of Flynn but wasn't particularly concerned. Time ticked on until finally, the elder completed his preparations. The grand formation let out a wailing sound, and the expansive black vortexes around them merged, rapidly engulfing the crowd. The dark vortex resembled a giant devourer, sucking everything into oblivion, turning anything caught within it into dust within seconds. Screams and cries for help echoed as the first victims were ordinary people, elderly and children who couldn't escape fast enough. This is your true destiny. The elder heretic, activating the formation, grinned malevolently, utterly devoid of any sense of wrongdoing. As the most bloody and cruel moment arrived, any normal person would feel their heart breaking at the scene. Many couldn't bear to watch and took action to save those innocent lives. However, their efforts not only failed to save anyone but cost them their own lives. You spirit masters, who usually look down upon us, revered and loved by us, now hide behind us ordinary people in times of crisis. Isn't this shameful? Someone shouted in indignation, voicing shame on behalf of the spirit masters. Led by one person, more joined in denouncing the spirit masters. Even young children accused them of cowardice, deeming it disgraceful for cultivators. Such harsh words pierced the hearts of the honorable spirit masters, and many, willing to die, tried to protect the ordinary people as much as possible. As more people stepped forward, Flynn's frown deepened. The accusing voices felt like needles pricking his heart. Indeed, they were high-ranking spirit masters, often exploiting ordinary people to enjoy a privileged life. Now, facing danger, they pushed the common folk to the forefront to bear the brunt of disaster. It was despicable. We should protect them. Duncan suddenly spoke, breaking the silence among the central group of the strongest. Senior brother. Sharon's expression changed slightly, realizing that speaking such words at this time placed him in opposition to everyone else, highlighting his righteousness while accusing others of cold-heartedness. Brother Chun. Duncan, aware of the consequences of his words, looked at Flynn without hesitation, ignoring Sharon's protests. Senior brother Chin, if you want to be a hero, no one will stop you, someone replied coldly. But you can't drag all of us down with you. We're not unwilling to help, but we barely survive ourselves. Only by staying alive can we seek revenge for them. Sure enough, Duncan's words sparked opposition from everyone. Simon, especially, bluntly said, "Senior brother Chin, if you insist on acting heroically, go ahead and save those people. Why drag us into this?" Amidst the hostility towards Duncan, Flynn moved swiftly, snatching the magical treasure from Simon's hands. "I agree with Duncan. We should give it a try. Otherwise, even if we survive today, this will haunt our consciences. We must do what we can to clear our conscience." Flynn seized control of the magical treasure, taking charge of everyone's fate. Simon glared angrily, almost spitting fire at Flynn's unexpected move. Master Hideo and others also stared incredulously at Flynn. "Without me, you wouldn't last even with this treasure. Let's listen to me and do our best to save the city's people. If it doesn't work, we can retreat later." Holding the magical treasure, Flynn held everyone's lifeline in his hands. Brother Chun is right. At least we should do something to clear our conscience. No one dared to defy Flynn at this point. Only death awaited those who did. Even Simon, who seemed ready to burst into flames, had to endure. Only Duncan smiled, regarding Flynn as a kindred spirit. Chapter 155, There's Hope. In Duncan's view, cultivators were inherently superior and should naturally sympathize with the weak, advocating justice on their behalf. Otherwise, what difference was there between them and the wicked demon cultivators? Flynn, however, wasn't as noble-minded as Duncan. He chose to see Simon's magic treasure merely because he didn't want his fate to be controlled by others. Of course, if he could save these people, he wouldn't hesitate. But if he couldn't save them, he wouldn't sacrifice himself like Duncan for the sake of righteousness. Flynn held the magic treasure in hand, activating the light shield that expanded outward. When everyone saw this, they all cast grateful gazes at Flynn. They knew that without his action, Simon would never have allowed them to be protected by the magic treasure's light shield. However, as the shield expanded, its power gradually weakened, causing many to feel an intense sense of despair. The moment the light shield touched the vortex of demon energy, a terrifying collision occurred. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the night sky of Yellow Mist City. The light shield shattered almost instantly under the assault of the demon energy. Ordinary people who thought they had found salvation barely had time to rejoice before being dragged back into the vortex, turning into ashes. Foolish act. An ant trying to shake a tree. The demon cultivator high above saw this and found Flynn's actions laughable. "We can't." Master Hideo couldn't help but speak out as the light shield lost its glow. "Who says?" Flynn sneered coldly and once again activated the magic treasure, making the light shield expand outward once more. Huh. What is he doing? Everyone around him didn't understand why Flynn was doing this. The result was clear. The two forces weren't even on the same level. What was the point? Hope had risen and then been crushed once again among the ordinary people outside. Facing the approaching light shield, they no longer felt much gratitude and instead continued to crowd toward the center, hoping to avoid being sucked into the vortex of demon energy. Just when everyone thought Flynn's efforts were futile, the light shield that should have crumbled immediately did not shatter. Boom, boom. The light shield trembled violently at first, but then grew increasingly stable and stronger. What's happening? How is this possible? How did he do it? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand why the previously fragile light shield now seemed so powerful, managing to hold the demonic vortex at bay. "There's hope. We're saved." Numerous ordinary people, seeing the demon energy blocked by the light shield, wept tears of joy and knelt down, bowing toward the direction where Flynn stood. "Brother Flynn, how did you do that? Incredible." Many people looked at Flynn in astonishment and delight. If ordinary people could be saved, how much more could they be? The light shield held off the demon vortex, and everyone celebrated. Only the elder demon cultivator in the sky showed disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how such a powerful vortex, which even a half-step Dao Realm cultivator couldn't resist, let alone a 6th-ranked Dao Realm expert, could be stopped by someone like Flynn. How is this child so strange? The elder frowned, utterly surprised by this shocking turn of events. "Break it." The elder put forth all his effort, trying to shatter the light shield Flynn had created. Boom. The demon vortex shook the heavens, like a colossal beast trying to devour everything. Unfortunately, the light shield remained unyielding, growing even stronger as the vortex intensified. How is this possible? No way. The elder tried several times, but failed to break the shield, feeling both puzzled and frustrated. The sacrificial formation had already captured a large amount of blood offerings. At this crucial harvesting moment, someone was actually blocking him? "Jermaine, kill that boy." The elder, unable to breach the light shield or penetrate the vortex, ordered Jermaine. But Jermaine did not move. He understood Flynn's abilities. Unless he sacrificed his life and offered himself entirely to the demon weapon in his hand, there was no chance. Mutual destruction? For that person in the sky? He couldn't do it. At this moment, Flynn was indeed wary of Jermaine potentially going all out to engage in mutual destruction. "Jermaine, if you don't attack now, I will give you a chance to leave afterward," Flynn hurriedly said. "Very well. I don't want to die here either." Jermaine nodded approvingly, choosing to cooperate with Flynn. While others didn't know how Flynn achieved this, Jermaine had a rough idea. Similar to how Flynn had handled illusions before, he had an innate ability to counteract pure force. The power of the sacrificial formation was undoubtedly formidable and terrifying, but since it was still just raw power, Flynn could suppress it using his special magic treasure. If Jermaine had revealed this, the elder could have temporarily halted the formation and personally attacked, which no one present could withstand. Unfortunately, the elder didn't realize this and continued, trying to use the sacrificial formation to break Flynn's shield. In fact, it was only when Flynn used the treasure's power to contact the demon energy for the first time that he confirmed this. Void Heaven Tripod could absorb surrounding demon energy through the treasure, storing it within the artifact itself. The more energy Void Heaven Tripod absorbed, the more of the artifact's runes lit up, thus becoming increasingly powerful. At this moment, though the artifact's power was far from fully unleashed, it had reached about 80% of its potential. Such a powerful shield could match the strength of an 8th-rank Dao Realm Spirit Master. This strong shield easily repelled the 6th-rank Dao Realm Elder and his sacrificial formation, which at best could only compare to a 7th-rank Dao Realm Cultivator and couldn't shake the current shield. Flynn's only concern was that the Elder might realize this and halt the formation. Without the supply of the sacrificial formation's power, the artifact's strength would plummet. Chapter 156, Sanctuary Warrior. However, Flynn felt that the other party might not discover this problem in a short time. Currently, he could only hope that Simon's grandfather would arrive as soon as possible, so that everyone present could truly be saved. Germain, you dare to betray me? The malevolent elder was attacking the magical artifact's barrier with all his strength while still trying to intimidate Germain. Germain was also inside the barrier. He looked up at the malevolent elder and murmured, Clinton, you don't need to threaten me. Now, you can't do anything to me. I'm not afraid to tell you. I long stopped wanting to work under you, said Germain angrily. He had done countless despicable deeds for Clinton and risked his life on many occasions, but ultimately received no adequate reward. Clinton, if you leave now, it might not be too late. Otherwise, you may die here. Germain continued, see him? Do you know his origin? Clinton subconsciously glanced at Flynn and replied coldly, who is he? He's the heir of the sanctuary. I believe the sanctuary's warriors have already been dispatched, Germain lied to Clinton. At this moment, Germain was extremely terrified, fearing that if Clinton discovered the truth, he would die too. On the other hand, he also worried about the arrival of the Qinling experts, which would render Flynn's supposed protection ineffective. Thus, what he most hoped for was Clinton to leave early so that he could also depart from this chaotic place before the Qinling experts arrived, then find a way to seize Elizabeth's Phoenix bloodline. Sanctuary? No wonder. Clinton did not doubt Germain's words because he thought so too. Young man, if you leave now, this old Clinton will owe you a great favor, and we can offer you an appropriate exchange, Clinton insisted. He couldn't give up easily. He had expended tremendous effort for this matter. Giving up now would result in enormous losses. I advise you to listen to Germain. If he can return to the right path, you should also put down your weapons and repent. Flynn was delighted that the other side mistakenly believed him to be a sanctuary warrior. The malevolent elder remained silent for a moment, but ultimately chose not to give up. With a roar of rage, he bit his finger, releasing a torrent of blood that fused with the surrounding demonic aura. The malevolent elder was completely disregarding consequences to break through the barrier generated by Flynn's magical artifact. Invoking the forbidden technique meant he would suffer backlash from the demonic aura whether he succeeded or failed, sustaining severe injuries that would take decades to heal. As expected, the malevolent elder's use of the forbidden technique resulted in unprecedented strong strikes against Flynn's magical artifact barrier, causing it to shake violently under the elder's assault. Each impact seemed perilously close to shattering, terrifying the many people within the barrier, whose faces turned pale. If the barrier broke, they would be unable to stop the surging demonic aura from consuming them, leading to their deaths. Fortunately, the barrier did not break, stabilizing each time despite being pushed to its limit. In contrast, the sky-dwelling malevolent practitioner suffered increasingly fierce counterattacks due to the exertion of the forbidden technique. Blood gushed from his mouth, making his already aged face even paler and more ghastly. Germain was startled. He clearly knew how terrifying Clinton's technique was. Combined with the sacrificial array, it had likely reached the power level of an initial 8th-rank Taoist realm. But even such formidable power couldn't breach the barrier controlled by Flynn. As the demonic aura increased, Su Tianding absorbed more power from it. Unless Clinton could control the sacrificial array's power to exceed the limits that Flynn's magical artifact could bear, the barrier wouldn't break. After a ferocious assault, Clinton finally stopped, revealing a look of reluctant acceptance. He shouted at Flynn, young man, we have become enemies today. In the future, when you travel, be cautious. Next time you may not be so lucky. At this moment, Clinton suffered significant backlash from the demonic aura and feared the arrival of Qinling's warriors. Therefore, he chose to abandon his plan. Before leaving, Clinton naturally took back the array flags he had placed in Yellow Mist City, invaluable items amounting to nearly half of his possessions. With Clinton dismantling the sacrificial array, the thick, demonic aura that once enveloped Yellow Mist City dissipated. At this moment, the power of Flynn's magical artifact's barrier rapidly decreased, falling to the equivalent of a 4th-rank Taoist realm. While collecting the array flags, Clinton sensed this shift, uncertain if Flynn was reducing the artifact's power due to the disappearance of the demonic aura or for another reason. This young man might truly be the sanctuary heir. Encountering him was my misfortune. Clinton, severely injured and reduced to 5th-rank Taoist realm strength, was unwilling to take any more risks. The people in the city were already celebrating like never before. They saw the disappearance of the demonic vortex and knew they had survived this crisis. Everyone spontaneously bowed to Flynn, expressing their gratitude. Flynn had kept an eye on Clinton. If he suddenly returned, the secret would be exposed. Only after Clinton truly left did Flynn breathe a sigh of relief. This ordeal was finally over. Germain also breathed a sigh of relief. With Clinton gone, he had a chance for true freedom. Without saying goodbye to Flynn, Germain left Yellow Mist City shortly after Clinton departed, choosing a direction opposite to Clinton's. Only then did Flynn relax fully, returning Simon's magical artifact. Brother Flynn, thank you. You've saved all our lives today. If not for you, we probably wouldn't have held out until help arrived. Even experts like Master Hideo, who were at the half-step Taoist realm, approached Flynn, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Everyone knew that Flynn had used Simon's magical artifact to save them from becoming prey. Amidst everyone's gratitude, only Simon, upon receiving his artifact back from Flynn, showed some dissatisfaction. You've forgotten. Without my artifact, what could Flynn use to save you? Simon sneered. How could he let Flynn claim all the credit for this deed? Chapter 157, Putting on a Show of Righteousness. Simon's words left everyone momentarily stunned. No one expected him to think this way, and he even appeared quite indignant at the moment. While his logic held some weight, it was impossible for him to claim any credit from Cooper. Many thanks, young Master Long. Thank you, Lord Long. If not for Lord Long's possession of the magical treasure, we would all have perished. Great kindness needs no gratitude. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Though Simon's timing was off, given his special status, many people quickly echoed his sentiment. Seeing the crowd respond this way, Simon finally showed a slight smile, nodding in satisfaction. We are all champions of justice. It is a pity that the demon managed to escape, causing countless innocent civilians to die in vain. I, Simon, swear to the citizens of Yellow Fog City that I will eventually capture the evil cultivator Amal, bring him here, and make amends for those who died because of this calamity. Simon's boastful and solemn vow painted him as a champion of righteousness, deeply intertwined with the fate of Yellow Fog City. Though his performance was somewhat clumsy, it could not withstand the praise and adoration of the people, especially those who had lost loved ones. Immediately after Simon's declaration, many people began to commend him openly. Some even changed their direction of worship, now directing their gratitude towards Simon. Facing Simon's poor acting, Cooper did not care much, nor did he intend to win over every person in Yellow Fog City. He had no respect for those who couldn't discern right from wrong in such matters. Thus, while Simon received admiration from some confused citizens and flattering followers, Cooper decisively left with Kenneth and Adelia, along with other members of Sioux family. The crisis was over, but Cooper still harbored concerns. Elizabeth had yet to appear. After Cooper left, more people began to leave as well. Only Simon and his group remained, adopting an attitude as if they were about to take control of Yellow Fog City. Little brother Jagger. Jet immediately followed, with the small, chubby Alicia trailing behind him. Dean's son. Cooper looked at him, puzzled. Little brother Jagger, we owe you everything today. Without you, all of us would have died here, becoming blood offerings without leaving any remains. Jet, being a wise man, clearly recognized that the greatest credit belonged to Cooper. Dean's son, there's no need for formalities between us, Cooper interrupted Jet's speech. Jet didn't get upset at being interrupted. Instead, he laughed heartily. Little brother Jagger, your words satisfy me. I came to tell you that our Dean has arrived and brought the spirit talisman from our ancestral land. Jet's eyes shone brightly. What do you mean? Cooper was puzzled. Let's wait until Dean Liu arrives to explain, Jet chuckled, offering no further explanation. A crowd followed behind Cooper, especially the merchant convoy members, who were now incredibly excited. They had all thought that death was certain when faced with a legendary demon cultist. Yet, they discovered that their master had single-handedly fought the demon, saving the entire Yellow Fog City and rescuing numerous influential figures beyond their wildest dreams. We've made it. We've truly soared high, attaching ourselves to a great protector. The Chin family head and others beamed with joy, leading their families and quietly following Cooper. Meanwhile, the Chin family had also been watching closely. After witnessing Jagger's battle, they understood that Zaylee's betrayal of Cooper by damaging his three-pupil spirit eye was the worst decision in their family's history. As Zaylee's parents and younger brother, they felt compelled to compensate for their past wrongs. Despite their shame, they approached, knowing that Zaylee carried Cooper's child, a child who shared half of the Chin family's bloodline. As long as Cooper did not abandon the child, the Chin family might still have hope. The entire Sioux family, led by Devin, felt unprecedented pride and honor. From now on, even the new city lord's mansion would treat the Sioux family with utmost respect. Why? Because Jagger single-handedly saved the whole city, and Cooper, Jagger's only brother, was the Sioux family's son-in-law. In the entire Yellow Fog City, who could match such a powerful background? At the moment, few realized that the city's new rising star, Jagger, was none other than Cooper. The blind, seemingly useless member of the Sioux family whom everyone had mocked and deemed incapable of surviving 3 days. The Sioux residents buzzed with activity. All surviving families from Yellow Fog City sent their patriarchs or elders personally to meet Jagger and express their gratitude. Unfortunately, Cooper hadn't emerged from the Sioux residence since entering, so Devin, as the Sioux family patriarch, handled the receptions. Though Devin lacked significant cultivation power, at this moment, he was more illustrious than a half-step true spirit master. The elder of the Lin family, one of the 3 major families, constantly flattered him, hoping Jagger would overlook past grievances. Cooper's mind wasn't on Yellow Fog City anymore. After this event, his position in the city was unshakable. Just the name Jagger could ensure unquestioned authority in Yellow Fog City. Standing in the bridal chamber courtyard, Cooper called Adelia over while Kenneth entertained Jet, Bellamy, and others. Son-in-law, where is Miss? Adelia had kept this question in her heart for a long time, finally asking when they were alone in the yard. Haven't you seen my wife? Cooper frowned. He had assumed Elizabeth had come out before him, not waiting for the secret realm to end. If Elizabeth had emerged, she would certainly have greeted Adelia, not leaving Yellow Fog City silently after exiting the secret realm. No. Adelia shook her head firmly. Miss didn't come out with you. Could she be trapped inside the secret realm? By now, Adelia was almost in tears, clutching Cooper's hand tightly. How could you not protect Miss? Translation continues as the original text progresses. Chapter 158 Entrapment. Flynn was now revered as the savior of Yellow Mist City. The patriarchs and elders of various powerful families within the city longed for a chance to meet him, but such an opportunity remained elusive. Yet, here was Alanis, a seemingly insignificant maid from the Sioux family, boldly pinching him without any reservations. If this were to become public knowledge, it would certainly shock many formidable figures. Facing Alanis' audacious behavior, Flynn could only smile awkwardly. There was no help for it. He had taken liberties with her innocence, seeing what he should not have seen. Wife should be fine. When we parted ways, she said it was a matter of fate. Flynn recalled Elizabeth's words at the moment he triggered the life and death tribulation. As the triggerer of the tribulation, he had narrowly obtained the legacy of the secret realm's master despite the dangers. Elizabeth, who was merely caught in the crossfire, naturally wouldn't be harmed. Just as Flynn was recounting the events inside the secret realm to Alanis, reinforcements arrived at Yellow Mist City. The first to arrive was not General Yuantong of the Pacifying Nation, Heavenly General, and Dean Xianxia of Silver Moon Academy, who had raced over upon receiving news. Instead, it was Garth, the Supreme Elder from Mount Qinling, who rushed to save his only grandson. Andon. Simon stood on the square outside the city lord's mansion, basking in the admiration and gratitude of the people. Seeing his grandfather approaching, he immediately soared into the air and flew towards Garth. Good boy. You finally broke through and entered the spirit mastery realm. Garth exhaled in relief, his doting smile revealing his satisfaction. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Led by Brother Hideo, all the disciples of Mount Qinling present knelt down, paying their respects to the white-haired elder hovering above. Greetings, Venerable Qinling. Next came the disciples from subordinate sects of Qinling, also kneeling in reverence. Even those spirit masters unrelated to Qinling couldn't help but bow deeply before the elderly man whose aura was as profound as the sea. A peak Dao realm powerhouse, a figure most people might never encounter in their lifetime. What happened? And that evil cultivator? After gesturing for everyone to rise, Garth asked Simon beside him. Andon, that evil cultivator was driven away by the treasure you bestowed. Simon replied. Was that evil cultivator only at the initial stage of the Dao realm? Garth knew well how competent his grandson was and the power of the treasure he had given. If that evil cultivator were a mid-stage Dao realm expert, even with the strength of the sacrificial formation, they could barely protect his grandson, let alone nearly the entire city. Simon clearly did not know, being only at the third-rank true spirit master realm, unable to accurately gauge the strength of a Dao realm cultivator. Reply to the Supreme Elder. That evil cultivator should be at the mid-stage Dao realm, possibly with a 5th-rank Dao realm level of strength. Brother Hideo, the strongest spirit mastery realm spirit master of Qinling present, promptly responded. A 5th rank or higher Dao realm evil cultivator? You used the treasure I gave to drive them off and save the entire Yellow Mist City? Garth still found it hard to believe. Andon, it wasn't just me who saved Yellow Mist City. There was also a person named Jagger. An evil cultivator mentioned he was a descendant from the Holy Land. Simon mentioned Flynn. Oh. Upon hearing about the Holy Land descendant, even Garth's expression changed, showing a trace of surprise. A descendant from the Holy Land appeared here? Supreme Elder, Jagger is not a descendant from the Holy Land, but a despicable villain who conspired with an evil cultivator. He simply got lucky in the secret realm, using some sort of evil technique to obtain the inheritance of the secret realm's master and gain a piece of Dao-grade spiritual weapon. At this moment, a man in gray stepped forward, claiming Flynn was not a Holy Land descendant, but a wicked collaborator with the evil cultivator Germain. Meng Cheng, stop your nonsense. Brother Flynn, how can you accuse him of collaborating with an evil cultivator? Don't forget, if it weren't for him, we might all have been offered as blood sacrifices to the demonic weapon. Duncan was the first to stand up, accusing the gray-clad Meng Cheng of spreading false statements. Meng Cheng, you indeed cannot make such claims. We all owe our lives to Flynn, Sharon also stood up to say. Note, Song is translated as Shuang following the name convention, but if this character's name has been previously translated differently in the story, it should be consistent with prior translations. Upon hearing this, Garth, who had been surprised, furrowed his brows coldly. How is it sometimes Jagger and sometimes Flynn? Are you talking about the same person? Supreme Elder, it's the same person, the gray-clad Meng Cheng said. He used 2 names to cover up his true identity. You've all been deceived by that villain. Why would Flynn, knowing Germain is an evil cultivator, let him go? Why didn't Germain, being an evil cultivator, help that other evil cultivator Amal but chose to assist Flynn? I personally witnessed Flynn using evil techniques against Huan beasts in the secret realm. Correction. I personally witnessed Flynn using evil techniques against Huan beasts in the secret realm. Improved fluency. I personally saw Flynn use evil techniques against Huan beasts in the secret realm. Note, the term Huan So seems to be a direct transliteration and doesn't read naturally in English. It should be translated to illusions beasts, or simply beasts, depending on the context. Without more context, beasts would be a more natural fit in English. Final improved version. I personally saw Flynn use evil techniques against beasts in the secret realm. Meng Cheng kept making accusations. So he's an evil cultivator. No wonder he advanced from a great spirit master to half-step Dao realm so quickly. If he's not an evil cultivator, he must be a reincarnated monster. He wasn't trying to save us. He was merely protecting himself. Simon readily accepted Meng Cheng's claims, harboring deep resentment towards Flynn. Right, how could a normal person advance so fast? Flynn must be suspicious. After Simon made his statement, more people echoed his sentiment. This moment, except for Duncan, the others from Qinling began to suspect Flynn. Supreme Elder, since you're here, you can discern whether Flynn is an evil cultivator, Meng Cheng added. Listening to everyone, Garth nodded slightly. Regardless of their claims' truth, he needed to personally assess the person called both Jagger and Flynn. Where is he? Garth decided to meet Flynn. Respected predecessor, Flynn is my Yellow Mist City Sioux family's son-in-law. Once a blind waste, he unexpectedly ascended overnight, likely a hidden demon lurking within Yellow Mist City. The demon targeted Yellow Mist City because Flynn must be an evil cultivator planted as an insider. Having survived a near death, young City Lord Maverick hurriedly spoke up. He knew that with Yellow Mist City facing disaster, his position as young City Lord was precarious, especially with his father's delayed return likely signaling worse than better news. More importantly, they were the insiders for the evil cultivators, and his uncle was the evil cultivator Germain. At this time, they needed someone to take the blame for Yellow Mist City, and Flynn seemed like the perfect candidate. Who are you? Garth turned to look at Maverick. Your esteemed self, I am Maverick, the young City Lord of Yellow Mist City. My father, in protecting the city, became the first hero to fall to the evil cultivators, Maverick said with feigned sorrow. Chapter 159. The Traitor. Lord of the city, you lead by example and deserve commendation. Prince, don't be sad. Lead the way forward. If that Flynn is truly an evil cultivator, I will surely seek justice for all the lives lost in Yellow Mist City, Garth said to Maverick. Maverick was overjoyed. After bowing in gratitude to Garth, he led him toward the Sioux family residence. At this moment, the Sioux family estate was teeming with people. Many chieftains of smaller families were waiting outside the gates, hoping to meet Lord Devon. The guards stood tall and proud, feeling superior and honored. Just then, Maverick rushed over at full speed. In the sky above were the Grand Elder from Qinling and Simon, along with other disciples from Qinling. Seeing this, even the guards who had been basking in their newfound status as members of Yellow Mist City's leading clan felt a change come over them. Flight through the air was clearly a skill only true spirit masters could achieve. Moreover, they had seen Simon and company firsthand, knowing them to be important figures from Qinling. The big shots from Qinling are here. Our Sioux family has truly achieved great honor. The guards rejoiced, assuming the Qinling visitors had come to thank young Master Jagger. Joyfully, they ran into the estate to summon their lord, Devon, to welcome the Qinling guests. Upon hearing the news, Devon happily abandoned the clan leaders and ancestors from Yellow Mist City. He instructed someone to inform Jagger while hurriedly heading to the gate to welcome the Qinling guests. Devon leads all of Sioux family in welcoming the esteemed elders from Qinling. Devon kneeled to greet them upon arriving at the gate. Where is Flynn? These elders from Qinling have come to see him, Maverick said to the kneeling Devon. Flynn? He's not here. Devon began. He's also known as Jagger. Flynn and Jagger are the same person, Maverick interrupted. Devon was startled. Jagger and Flynn were not brothers but the same person? His words caused a shock among those present who were unaware. Jagger is Flynn? Call him out. How dare he not greet our Qinling guests? Maverick gave Devon no time to think. I've already sent word. He'll be here soon, Devon replied hastily, still processing the shocking revelation that Flynn and Jagger were the same person. However, before Devon could bask in this realization, Garth spoke up. No need. Since he didn't come immediately, let me go see him. Garth then led his group straight into the Sioux family estate. Devon dared not stop them and obediently guided them. At this point, Devon sensed something was wrong. If Qinling had come to express gratitude, they wouldn't be blaming Flynn for not greeting them promptly. Now, their forced entry seemed to confirm his fears. The guests inside the Sioux estate also sensed something amiss and quickly fled, though they lingered outside the gates to find out what was happening. Maverick, lacking the authority to follow the Qinling group, remained at the entrance. Many bystanders asked Maverick what was going on since he had brought them there. Do you wish to align yourselves with Flynn? Let me tell you, Flynn isn't a good person. He might well be the traitor who invited the evil cultivators to massacre Yellow Mist City. The Qinling officials are here to investigate. If Flynn turns out to be evil, you all may suffer as well. Maverick warned everyone present. These words caused much unease. Despite doubting the likelihood, no one dared speak up for Flynn under such accusations. Maverick, nonsense. Our young master would never do such things. You must remember, it was he who saved you when the demons attacked. It's our young master. So anyone could be a traitor, but not our young master. How strange, when Yellow Mist City was invaded. What did your city lord's office do? Didn't they notice anything? To talk of traitors, your city lord's office is most suspicious. Outside the gates, merchants defending Flynn argued back. Maverick, silenced and red-faced, retorted. Whether he's a traitor will be judged by Qinling. It's not your place to judge. The entrance to Sioux family's estate erupted in whispers. Many were shocked that Flynn was Jagger and even more shocked that Qinling suspected the greatest hero of Yellow Mist City of being an evil cult spy. Inside the Sioux estate, Flynn was speaking with Adelia when a noisy crowd burst through the courtyard gate. Flynn frowned and walked out. There, he saw Devon leading a group from Qinling into his courtyard. What's this about? Flynn frowned. This was his home, and these people barging in uninvited was incredibly rude and confrontational. Are you Flynn? Garth scrutinized Flynn, trying to understand how a mere half-stepped Dao Realm Art Spirit Master could use an artifact to save the entire city. And who might you be? Flynn asked. This is my grandfather, the Grand Elder of Qinling. Simon glared at Flynn. You were just a great spirit master when we met in the secret realm, yet you harmed our Qinling disciples and seized our opportunities. Then you emerged from the secret realm as a half-stepped Dao Realm True Spirit Master, an incredible leap in power. Now confess, how did you collaborate with the evil cultivators to plan the massacre of Yellow Mist City? Relying on his grandfather's favor, Simon immediately labeled Flynn a traitor and accused him of planning the massacre. Hearing this, Flynn couldn't help but sneer. He knew Simon bore a grudge, but didn't expect such betrayal. Just moments ago, he had saved their lives, and now they shamelessly defamed him. Who told you I'm a traitor? If I were an evil cultivator, how could any of you still be alive? Would I stay here, waiting for you to accuse me? Flynn sneered, ignoring Simon and turning to Simon's grandfather, the Peak Dao Realm Elder from Qinling. Chapter 160, Takeaway. The label of a heretic practitioner was a heavy one, but it seemed rather unfounded. However, for those who wanted to target Flynn, whether it was well-founded or not was not important. What mattered was directing the accusation at him. Moreover, Flynn having two names and rapidly advancing within the secret realm already sparked considerable controversy. A genius? Was there such a thing as this kind of genius? Unless he was a descendant of the Holy Land. But he wasn't a descendant of the Holy Land. Garth, the old fox, understood these principles very well, but none of that mattered. He had come here to determine if this person before him was indeed a descendant of the Holy Land. If not, then he must possess some earth-shattering secret. Little brother Flynn, since there are doubts, let's clarify them. I'm quite curious, where does little brother hail from? Garth spoke lightly, yet his presence was as vast as the stars, exuding the overwhelming pressure of a peak Dao realm powerhouse. It wasn't something to be taken lightly. For Flynn, still only at the half-step Dao realm. The elderly man before him was an insurmountable mountain. The disparity in strength between them was too great. When Garth said this, Flynn realized that the elder was no easy adversary. To escape, the only claim he could make was that he was a descendant of the Holy Land. But even if he said he was a descendant, others wouldn't necessarily believe him. After pondering for a moment, Flynn spoke up, Senior Long. My master said it's inappropriate to reveal my identity publicly during my trials, so please understand. But my master did say that if I were truly in danger, he would personally appear to save me. While speaking, Flynn could only activate the Axe Dao spirit weapon in his mind and said, This is the defensive weapon bestowed upon me by my master. Garth glanced at the Axe Dao spirit weapon in Flynn's hand and couldn't help but smile slightly. He obviously didn't believe Flynn's unconvincing words. However, Flynn was indeed extraordinary, with his cultivation progressing at an astonishing rate. Claiming he was a descendant of the Holy Land wasn't far-fetched. I have always admired the Holy Land, and my clan's ancestor originated from the Holy Land. Since little brother Flynn might be a descendant of the Holy Land, this is excellent news. Our ancestor would surely be delighted. Therefore, please come with me to the Qinling Mountains. We will certainly extend our utmost hospitality. Garth neither denied nor confirmed Flynn's status, instead using the pretext of offering hospitality and meeting the ancestor to take Flynn away. Little brother, please. Garth finished without giving Flynn a chance to refuse. Flynn wore a dark expression. This wasn't inviting him as a guest to Qinling. It was forcibly taking him there. Once there, everything would be beyond his control. Senior Long. The late junior, Bogdan, Deputy Dean of Inu Academy, greets you, Senior. At this moment, Bogdan hurriedly stepped forward. Merely a Deputy Dean of the Inu Academy, just a 5th-rank True Spirit Master, Garth paid him no heed, and even the 9th-rank True Spirit Masters of Qinling wouldn't give him a second glance. Just as the Qinling people were about to scold Bogdan, he produced a token and respectfully handed it over, saying, Senior Long, our Chancellor will arrive shortly and will speak with you personally. Seeing the token, Garth's expression changed slightly, giving Bogdan a few unexpected glances. Is he part of your Literati Academy? Garth asked, surprised. Senior Long, I am of low rank and do not know, but our Chancellor knows. He is a disciple of the outer sect of the Ancestral Land, Bogdan said with a smile. Very well. For the sake of the Literati Academy, I'll wait for your Chancellor to see what he has to say. Garth nodded slightly. Shortly after, Jerry separated from Farron and rushed to the Su family compound as quickly as possible. The Su family had seen numerous high-profile figures today and were already numb to their presence. They naturally didn't dare stop the Chancellor of Inu Academy. Senior Long, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Jerry appeared as a peak figure in Daqing Nation, and even facing the Supreme Elder of Qinling, he bowed and smiled. Is this Flynn from your Literati Academy? Garth cut straight to the point. Yes. Jerry nodded without hesitation, having already received instructions from the Ancestral Land to bring Flynn back. Whose disciple is he? Garth continued. He is a direct disciple of one of our grand uncles, and this is his token. Jerry was prepared, presenting a token granted to him years ago by the Ancestral Land. After examining the token, Garth nodded slightly, knowing its owner. The token is correct. So, Flynn is his disciple. Garth smiled faintly. Just when everyone thought Garth wouldn't trouble Flynn anymore, he continued, Tell your granduncle that Garth is taking his disciple for a visit to Qinling. He can retrieve him anytime. Senior Long. Jerry's face paled slightly. Do you think I'm foolish? Garth snorted coldly. Could your Literati Academy produce such an odd talent? If you controlled this region, it wouldn't be Qinling doing it. If he is truly from your Literati Academy, perhaps your ancestor could come to Qinling personally. We won't cause him any trouble then. Finishing, Garth tossed the token back to Jerry. Senior Long, are you declaring hostility against our Literati Academy? Jerry's face turned cold. Though the Ancestral Land was slightly weaker than Qinling, they certainly didn't fear Qinling. Hostility? Garth sneered. If your Literati Academy wishes to challenge Qinling for this, go ahead and try. This child is unusual, riddled with doubts. As rulers of this territory, we Qinling should uncover the truth. Otherwise, if another powerful heretic emerges, who will be held responsible? What if I refuse to go? Flynn also grew furious. The other party was clearly exploiting their power. You don't have the ability. As Garth spoke, his martial soul surged, and Dao energy formed a halo like an invisible rope, binding Flynn completely, rendering him unable to muster any force. This was the stark difference in strength between them. Seeing this, Bogdan wanted to step forward anxiously but was stopped by Jerry. Senior Long, I will report today's events back to our sect. Jerry was helpless, not expecting Garth to ignore even the Ancestral Land's authority and forcefully take Flynn. Bound and struggling multiple times, even activating the Void Sky Cauldron couldn't devour the restraining Dao energy. Garth paid no attention to Jerry's threats and directly left with the bound Flynn and the Qinling group. Chapter 161. A Petty Victory. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Flynn, the greatest hero and savior of Baldurwood City, was forcibly taken away by Garth and his Qinling team. Though many wanted to stop this, they had no power to do so. Adelia was the first to rush forward but never got close, as she was hurled away by Garth's residual energy, left in an unknown state. Kenneth also charged recklessly and met the same fate. Andon. Elisha approached Jerry with fury on his face. He owed much to Flynn, yet he could only helplessly watch him be taken away. That's a grand elder from Qinling. We'll figure out a way once we return. Jerry was equally helpless. Such a formidable opponent was beyond their reach. As Flynn was taken away, the Su family's fortunes darkened. In stark contrast, Maverick received a token from Simon before departing. Andon said that the city administration bravely led the fight against the evil cultivators and should be rewarded. You can use this token to request any favor within Qinling's jurisdiction, and it will be granted without question. Simon's words were like divine grace for Maverick. Thank you, young Master Long. I thank the elders of Qinling. Maverick clutched the token like a lifeline and continuously bowed to the Qinling people until his head bled. He didn't stop until they were completely out of sight. Then, covered in blood, he laughed loudly, looking around coldly. Baldurwood City is still ruled by the Yi family. The Su family, merchant transport team, dance bureau? You all wait for me. Holding the Qinling token, Maverick was now incredibly bold. With Qinling backing him, this omnipotent token was akin to a devastating weapon capable of destroying an entire force, even making the court of the great Qing dynasty take notice. A petty victory. If not for Flynn, you would have long been dead and devoured as blood food, yet you dare to shamelessly plan against the Su family and the merchant transport team? Alicia overheard this and glared at Maverick. Whoever dares harm my brother Flynn's friends and family, Silver Moon Academy will not hesitate. And the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. Bellamy emerged and looked around. Flynn is one of ours at the 10,000 Nations Chamber of Commerce. We will not stand by idly while Qinling takes him away. Facing these two powerful factions led by Alicia and Bellamy was like being doused with a bucket of icy water, dampening Maverick's newfound arrogance. Maverick looked at them disbelievingly. Are you opposing Qinling? You don't even know what you are. Can you truly represent Qinling? Do you really think holding on to some trifling token gives you the power to rebel? Do you doubt it? Try me. Even if I kill you, Qinling might not lift a finger for you. Alicia sneered but dared not act rashly. At least for now, touching Maverick would be slapping Qinling in the face. Qinling wouldn't remain idle. Of course, unless it came down to killing or crippling him, Qinling wouldn't bother with such matters. The token was a means to gain loyalty, nothing more. Maverick didn't dare confront Alicia and thus hurriedly returned to the city hall. At the moment, General Farron of the pacifying state, Heavenly Generals had temporarily taken over the city hall, conducting thorough investigations. It wasn't until Maverick presented the Qinling token that General Farron paused the investigation and released the city hall staff. With the Qinling token in Maverick's possession, the city hall was proven blameless, and the position of mayor remained unchanged, transferred to the holder of the token. Seeing this, General Farron left behind a few trusted subordinates, and then returned to Tianyuan City with Jerry and others. This was Flynn's first departure from Baldurwood City, and it happened in such a manner. Bound tightly, he couldn't release a single bit of spirit or mental energy. This was the greatest crisis he faced since arriving in this world. He had been too careless, revealing too much strength, attracting attention from Qinling's high-ups. Yet, the secrets of the mystic realm were too important for him, and when the evil cultivators planned to massacre the city, countless lives cried out for help, which he couldn't ignore. If given another chance, he would do the same. Throughout the journey, Meng Chang, who knew about Elizabeth, kept thinking of ways to learn her whereabouts from Flynn. After leaving the mystic realm, Meng Chang hadn't seen Elizabeth and began to suspect she had left early, possibly abandoning Baldurwood City. Meng Chang had grand ambitions and resolved to reach the Taoist realm this time to find Elizabeth and obtain the Phoenix bloodline. Flynn's forced abduction by Garth was closely related to his actions. Though Duncan and others wanted to save Flynn, their influence was limited, unable to persuade Garth. However, Duncan decided to seek his master's aid upon returning to ensure Flynn's safety. Just as Flynn was captured by Qinling, the entrance to the mystic realm, previously closed, emitted a faint glow again, though subtly enough that no one in Baldurwood City noticed. Venerable One, I have fulfilled my promise. I hope you do not forget ours. Inside the mystic realm, Alyssa's lingering soul knelt before a figure bathed in firelight. Rest assured, my word is my bond. I will endeavor to find a worthy successor for your legacy. Thank you, Venerable One. Alyssa's soul smiled. The realm is on the brink of collapse. I have opened the path for you. Good. The figure nodded and vanished with a step. Venerable One, may we meet truly someday. Alyssa's soul dissipated. With Alyssa's soul gone, the mystic realm began to collapse, finally turning into a temporal disturbance and vanishing entirely. Hashtag chapter 162. Fate has run its course. Leaving the secret realm and returning to Yellow Fog City, it was now nighttime. Elizabeth looked in the direction of the Su family estate, her face tinged with a strange sense of melancholy. Flynn, I'm sorry. Elizabeth felt a mix of reluctance and guilt. Standing in the darkness for a long time, her worries lingering, she finally moved her feet and disappeared from where she stood. In the next moment, Elizabeth quietly appeared in her marital chamber courtyard. He's not here? Elizabeth was surprised, noticing that Flynn wasn't in the room. Her consciousness surged, and immediately afterward, her awareness covered the entire Yellow Fog City. Holding the Qinling token, who can I not control? Maverick, although not yet officially appointed as the city lord, had already effectively taken control of the entire city hall. Master, we should be patient. After all, Silver Moon Academy and the 10,000 Nations Guild have publicly stated they will protect Flynn's merchant convoy and the Su family. The old steward of the city hall tried to persuade his young master. Patience? How can I be patient? Do you want me to become a mere puppet city lord? So what if they spoke out? With the Qinling token in my hand, if I don't use it now, its power will diminish over time. Now is the perfect time to make an example of someone. I want to see what Alicia and the 10,000 Nations Guild can do about it. Maverick said coldly. He was not acting rashly but seizing this moment of the token's peak influence to stabilize his position. Go. Immediately seal off all business activities of Flynn's merchant convoy. The reason is simple, assisting in the investigation of the demon massacre. Determined, Maverick wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Flynn's foundation in Yellow Fog City, the merchant convoy. He was betting that Flynn would never return and also gambling that the 10,000 Nations Guild wouldn't risk everything just for a person who might never come back. At most, he would later apologize to Bellamy to save face. That night, many people in Yellow Fog City were shrouded in gloom. The aftermath of the demon massacre lingered, and with Maverick taking control and Flynn arrested, everyone worried about the future of Yellow Fog City. Yellow Fog City was now in a transitional period, and inevitably, someone would step up to seize control. Previously, the city hall was undoubtedly dominant, but now severely damaged. Despite holding the Qinling token, Maverick's cultivation was too weak. Although the Su family no longer had Flynn, they still had the influence he left behind. Many factions were willing to side with him, and even strong figures from Silver Moon Academy and the 10,000 Nations Guild personally supported Flynn. Thus, a confrontation between the two sides was inevitable, and other parties needed to ensure their own safety during the struggle. Standing in the courtyard, Elizabeth quickly grasped the major events unfolding in Yellow Fog City. Demons razed the city, Qinling took Flynn away, and now a small fry like Maverick wants to rule Yellow Fog City? Elizabeth found it laughable, her beautiful face flashing with intense killing intent. In the city hall, Maverick was preparing to consolidate his rule over Yellow Fog City and carry out his plan when suddenly, his expression changed. A ball of fire appeared inexplicably above the city hall. What is that? Maverick couldn't believe his eyes. Could he actually see through beams and tiles to view the brilliant firelight in the sky? Not only Maverick but everyone in Yellow Fog City saw this fire. It seemed to hover right above their heads, within their mind's seas. They didn't see it with their eyes but within their consciousness, creating a terrifying illusion. It's her. Elizabeth. The lady of the Su family, Elizabeth. One of Yellow Fog City's two beauties, once admired by many young talents, Maverick had made numerous efforts to marry her. But now, in the midst of the firelight, Elizabeth appeared sacred, pure, and icy, exuding a transcendent air untouched by worldly matters. Suddenly, all those who saw the firelight bowed and prostrated themselves involuntarily. Yellow Fog City belongs only to Flynn. Death awaits those with other intentions. An icy voice echoed, akin to fate's judgment. Instantly, Maverick mysteriously vanished, and those who harbored ill will against Flynn met gruesome ends. Only those without deep malice survived. The firelight appeared swiftly and disappeared just as quickly. People in Yellow Fog City realized it was Elizabeth using some extraordinary divine power to warn and punish those who meant harm to Flynn. Yellow Fog City belongs to Flynn. All right, there's no need to fear. Follow Flynn. At that moment, everyone sighed in relief, inexplicably filled with unprecedented loyalty toward Flynn. And all this was thanks to Elizabeth. Mistress. Adelia saw the same fireball, but it was different from what Maverick saw. You've awakened. You've finally awakened. Adelia knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face in joy. Adelia, I'm leaving. Elizabeth calmly told her. Mistress, what about me? And your son-in-law? Adelia asked hastily. Return to your holy land, and I will send Flynn there as well. Our fates end here. If only the times were different. I wish I could take all of you with me. Elizabeth's eyes showed reluctance, yet also helplessness. Don't tell Flynn where I've gone. Let him forget me. If you're willing, stay by his side. Mistress. Adelia wanted to say more but found herself unable to speak. My time is short. Listen carefully. Elizabeth continued. Adelia listened passively, her eyes filled with both reluctance and hope. When the firelight in her consciousness faded, Elizabeth had already vanished. Thanks to the firelight, Adelia's cultivation rapidly advanced, surpassing levels and breaking the bottleneck she had long wished to overcome. The Holy Maiden of the Sky Pillar Holy Land finally returned. Not just that, but at a higher level, realm of humanity. Mistress, I will find you. Groom, I will take care of him as well. Adelia bowed to the empty sky. Those who received blessings were not just Adelia. Devin and his wife also benefited from Elizabeth's boon, elevating from 7th-rank Spirit Masters and 4th-rank Spirit Masters to 9th-rank Dao Realms within a short time. An achievement comparable to the Grand Elder of Qinling. End of Chapter 162. Chapter 163, The Only Chance. That night, Yellow Mist City was utterly transformed. The yellow mist that had long shrouded the city vanished without a trace. The people of Yellow Mist City also changed dramatically. Not only did they develop a deep-seated loyalty to Flynn in their souls, but their innate spiritual foundations as Spirit Masters also underwent a monumental transformation. Many Spirit Masters who were trapped at the peak of 9th rank, or even in the realm of quasi-true Spirit Master suddenly found themselves rejuvenated as if reborn, with their bottlenecks loosening and beginning to break through. No one knew the reason for all this, but everyone revered Miss Su from the Su family as an exalted and untouchable presence. Adelia, the unassuming lady's maid of Miss Su, regained her true form overnight and became an existence beyond the imagination of everyone in Yellow Mist City. After Elizabeth left, only Adelia knew where she had gone, and that place was so lofty and unreachable that it would become her lifelong goal for cultivation. Without delay, Adelia set off under cover of night, using her magic to fly through the air, leaving a shadow trail with every step she took, like a streak of light in the night sky. Yellow Mist City was over 1,000 miles away from Qinling. Even a 9th-rank peak Taoist realm expert like Garth would need about 15 minutes to cover the distance at full speed. However, for Tianqing Holy Maiden Adelia, the 1,000-mile journey took less than 2 minutes. Such speed was indeed unimaginable, surpassing not only the comprehension of the people of Yellow Mist City, but also the understanding of most experts in Qinling. Under the night sky, Qinling stood towering into the clouds, dotted with stars, making it an incredibly serene place for cultivation. At this moment, most of the Qinling disciples were asleep, with only a few either practicing or on patrol. Qinling was the absolute ruler of this region, so these patrols were merely formalities. No one believed anyone would dare to cause trouble here, not even infamous evil cultivators. As the Grand Elder of Qinling, Garth held an esteemed position second only to the Patriarch, even higher than the sect leader. Therefore, Garth's residence was one of the most luxurious courtyards in Qinling. At this moment, the Qinling sect leader braced himself and, along with Duncan, came to Garth's residence. He came here solely because his beloved disciple begged him to ask for a chance to save Flynn, who had been captured by Garth. Sect leader, what brings you here so late at night? Garth received Coulter. Senior uncle, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Coulter first bowed and then said, I heard that senior uncle has captured someone associated with demons. This person once saved my wayward disciple's life. I have no other choice but to beg for your leniency. Since you know he is connected to demons, why do you still plead for him? Garth was quite displeased. If not for the fact that Cauldron was the sect leader and the direct disciple of the patriarch, he wouldn't have even bothered receiving him. Please forgive me, senior uncle. I do not wish to protect any demon. I only ask you to consider sparing his life because he saved my disciple, Cauldron explained helplessly. Enough. Go back. Despite everything, Garth did not agree to Cauldron's request. Senior uncle, Cauldron frowned slightly. He was the sect leader after all and had personally come to plead, just asking for one small favor to spare a life, yet it was refused? This matter will be decided by the patriarch. Garth, having said this, lost his patience and turned to leave. Though Cauldron felt dissatisfied, he could do nothing but turn and leave. Master! Duncan watched Cauldron anxiously from the doorway. No use. Cauldron walked out. Master, I swear with my life that Brother Flynn is not a demon. Why would he save so many people in Yellow Mist City otherwise? Duncan insisted. Foolish disciple, whether he is a demon is no longer important. What matters is that he has caught Senior Uncle Long's attention, Cauldron said irritably. Master, we should go to the patriarch. Duncan refused to give up. I don't believe the patriarch cannot discern right from wrong. Cauldron was extremely frustrated. He had made it clear enough, yet this stubborn disciple still wouldn't understand. It wasn't about right or wrong. It was purely about Garth taking advantage of his power to pry into Flynn's secrets in hopes of finding a breakthrough method. If it weren't for Cauldron's genuine fondness for this straightforward and chivalrous disciple, he would have exploded already. Garth hadn't lingered to talk much with Cauldron because he didn't know what secret Flynn might have. There was a possibility that killing Flynn was the only way to uncover the secret. Immediately after Cauldron left, Garth went to the secret room where Flynn was imprisoned. He couldn't wait to uncover the truth and see if there was an opportunity for a breakthrough. In the secret room, Flynn remained bound, unable to tap into any of his spirit power, including the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. He had been brought to Qinling and locked up without seeing anyone. When the door of the secret room opened, Garth's aged face appeared before him. Flynn understood fully that his fate now rested entirely in this man's hands. How could he possibly escape? Dealing with a seasoned old monster like this, it was unlikely he could leave unscathed. Garth didn't rush to speak when he entered the secret room. Instead, he lit up the entire space, conjured a table filled with delicacies, sat in front of Flynn, and poured himself a drink. After about 15 minutes, he finally spoke. Flynn, anything you want to say? What would you have me say, senior? Flynn remained under immense pressure, feeling like an ant on a hot pan, desperate to survive but helpless. Say whatever is on your mind. I'll give you one chance. At that time, I will cast soul control on you. If everything you say is true, I might spare your life. This is your only chance to live. You must seize it. Garth said this casually. Flynn's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, being here meant his life was completely controlled by this man. What could he do now? With Garth's cultivation far surpassing his own, soul control would be easily executed, making any secrets trivial. But what Garth didn't know was that everything was within Adelia's perception. If she wished, she could appear and end Garth's life at any moment. Chapter 164. Are you really Adelia? Adelia arrived in Qinling without anyone noticing her, as if she had entered a realm devoid of people. Her first concern was to ensure Flynn's safety and identify the culprit responsible for the situation, the once arrogant Garth from Baldurwood City. Adelia didn't act immediately. She was also curious about Flynn's secret and merely watched from the sidelines without intervening. You're not going to say it? Then you have no chance. Garth taunted Flynn with a mocking look, his aura surging as he prepared to use soul control. I will speak. Finally, Flynn chose to reveal his secret rather than be controlled. I obtained an ancient tripod cauldron which has given me an incredible speed in cultivation, Flynn explained. Go on. Garth nodded, seemingly satisfied. This cauldron is called the Void Heaven Tripod, capable of absorbing all cultivation resources, including elixirs, at 100% efficiency. This is the true reason behind my rapid advancement, Flynn continued. Show it to me. Garth's expression changed dramatically. Such a treasure in his hands would mean a breakthrough was within reach. It cannot be shown, as the tripod and I have become one. I am the Void Heaven Tripod, and the Void Heaven Tripod is me, Flynn replied. Indeed, not fully honest. Whether or not you can show it, that's up to me. Even if you are one with it, I can still kill you. Just as Garth was about to perform soul control, he suddenly exclaimed, Who's there? My son-in-law, you dare to harm? How reckless of you. Adelia finally revealed herself, enveloping the entire chamber with an invisible force field. Within this domain, Flynn opened his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, under the pressure of the unseen force, the restraints on Flynn vanished while Garth, previously supreme, was now suppressed, his strength entirely restrained like a mortal, trembling before Adelia. Human realm. How is this possible? Garth looked at Adelia in disbelief and then at Flynn, muttering, You truly are the successor of the Holy Land? Tell me, how do you wish to die? Adelia fixed her gaze on Garth. Spare my life, senior. Garth felt no resistance. The gap between them was even greater than the gap between him and Flynn. After the Tao realm comes the primordial realm, followed by the profound realm, and finally the human realm. The disparity between them was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Your life belongs to my son-in-law. If he says you can live, then you shall live. Adelia smiled and turned to Flynn. Son-in-law, what do you think? Adelia asked with a playful tone. Flynn stood frozen. When Adelia had been thrown aside effortlessly by Garth, she was just a weak spirit master. Yet now, are you really Adelia? Flynn couldn't believe his eyes. Why? Don't I look like her? Adelia said, almost teasingly, shall I find somewhere to prove it to you? No, no. Flynn quickly shook his head. How could he resist? Adelia was now so powerful that even someone like Garth became helpless in her presence. He dared not provoke her any further. Should this man be killed or spared? Adelia asked again. With a thud, Garth knelt and kowtowed to Flynn, pleading, "Young Master Chun, I was blind to offend you. Please be merciful and spare my life. From now on, I will be your loyal follower, doing whatever you command." "Kill him," Flynn said without hesitation. "Yes, son-in-law." With a thought, Adelia's domain force instantly invaded Garth's body and extinguished his life. Even Garth's storage ring was left untouched by Adelia, who regarded him as nothing more than a commoner, worthless to her. Flynn picked up the ring, infused it with his mental energy, and found it brimming with treasures, various precious materials, top-grade spirit stones, fifth-grade elixirs, all of which were invaluable for reaching the Dao realm. Though excited by the haul, Flynn remained most curious about Adelia's transformation into this incomparably powerful being. "Do you want me to take over Qinling and make it your territory?" Adelia asked when she saw Flynn's shock. "What use would I have for it?" Flynn didn't doubt Adelia's ability, especially after witnessing her dispatch the Grand Elder so effortlessly. Even the more powerful ancestors of Qinling wouldn't stand a chance against her. "Your friends here seem unappreciated. You may not need Qinling, but having a friend in charge here would be wise. After all, we will soon leave, and Baldurwood City needs protection." "Leave? Where to?" Flynn looked at Adelia, puzzled. "Mistress has left. Shouldn't we follow her?" Adelia stated matter-of-factly. "Wife, where did she go?" Flynn's face changed slightly. "Patience, I'll explain later. Let's deal with matters at hand before we follow Mistress," Adelia reassured him. "Since you've already planned everything, I'll follow your lead," Flynn nodded. "Let's go." Adelia nodded and they disappeared in an instant, traveling through space effortlessly. They soon arrived in the secluded chamber of Qinling's ancestor. The white-haired elder practicing inside was acknowledged as the region's strongest, a first-stage, primordial realm cultivator named Langston. In his youth, Langston had met a saintly expert who took him as a disciple but, due to limited talent, failed the trials and eventually left the Holy Land to establish Qinling. While meditating, Langston felt an overwhelming power descend upon him, trapping him in place. Moments later, he saw Flynn and Adelia and instantly recognized the wielder of the domain. "Disciple of Heavenly Support Sacred Land, greeting the senior." Langston bowed promptly. "I didn't know a senior would visit. What instructions do you have?" Translation completed based on the provided Chinese text, maintaining the original style, tone, and paragraph structure. Chapter 165, New Sect Leader. Santiago knew that the person he faced was extraordinary and immensely powerful. So, in the first moment, he introduced himself, hoping that his former status as a disciple of the Holy Land might shield him from disaster. When Alanis heard Santiago's words, she was somewhat surprised and muttered, "You were once a formal disciple of the Sky Pillar Holy Land?" "Yes, senior." Santiago hurriedly nodded and said, "Your junior once had the good fortune to be favored by my master, Taoist Balderking, who took me as his disciple. Unfortunately, your junior was foolish and did not live up to master's painstaking cultivation and earnest expectations. 100 years ago, I lost my status as a formal disciple and left the Holy Land," Santiago explained. Alanis nodded slightly. Of course, she knew Taoist Balderking. He was one of the executives of the Earth Spirit Gate, one of the 6 sects of the Sky Pillar Holy Land, and, like her, a powerful figure at the human Tao stage. However, this senior had already been martyred a century ago while fighting evil cultivators. "So you are Taoist Balderking's disciple. That makes you half one of us." Alanis nodded again, then looked at Cooper and murmured, "Son-in-law, this person can be trusted as he is half one of us. You decide." Cooper nodded, having no knowledge of these matters and still harboring many unresolved doubts. "Senior?" Santiago was also surprised. Could this young woman also be from the Sky Pillar Holy Land? "My name is Alanis, one of the 4 holy maidens of the Sky Pillar Holy Land." Alanis spoke openly. "Of course, after I return, I will become the only holy maiden." Holy maiden. Santiago's face changed dramatically. As a former formal disciple of the Holy Land, he understood just how high the rank of a holy maiden was within the Sky Pillar Holy Land. The 6 gates of the Sky Pillar Holy Land corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The last gate was the Sacred Gate, which held the true power in the Sky Pillar Holy Land. The other 5 gates all had to unconditionally follow the commands of the Sacred Gate. The Holy Maidens were chosen successors by the leader of the Sacred Gate, one of whom would eventually become the next leader of the Sacred Gate. Throughout the entire Sky Pillar Holy Land, the only person who could possibly outrank a Holy Maiden was the Young Lord of Sky Pillar. However, the position of Young Lord was only a title and no one had ever reached it. Many disciples of the Sky Pillar Ancestor coveted this title and engaged in open and covert struggles, but the old ancestor never mentioned it. Therefore, among the younger generation of the Sky Pillar Holy Land, the most outstanding were the 4 Holy Maidens. Disciple Santiago pays homage to Holy Maiden. Santiago bowed to Alanis again, showing utmost respect and obedience. "Stand up." Alanis said, "Qinling has become too arrogant under your control. One of your supreme elders dared to disrespect my son-in-law by forcibly kidnapping him and attempting to kill him. I have already slain him on the spot." Santiago's expression changed, and he knelt again, intending to apologize. "I know all this has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have talked so much with you," Alanis interrupted. "My son-in-law has a good relationship with a disciple named Duncan from Qinling. If not for him, I might have already destroyed all of Qinling. From now on, entrust all matters concerning Qinling to Duncan. Additionally, since my son-in-law and daughter come from Yellow Mist City, you must ensure that Yellow Mist City is well protected, especially the Su family and its merchant caravans," Alanis instructed Santiago. Santiago nodded quickly, guaranteeing repeatedly that he would handle everything perfectly, even offering to personally reside in Yellow Mist City. "Very good. Your loyalty is commendable." Alanis nodded approvingly, saying, as long as you do this well, I will let you return to the Holy Land, and even secure a position for you in the Earth's Spirit Gate in the future. Hearing this, Santiago was overjoyed. This was an incredible opportunity. He immediately responded, thank you, Holy Maiden. Your junior will remember this mission and protect Yellow Mist City diligently. Having said what needed to be said, Alanis led Cooper away from Qinling. After Alanis and Cooper left, Santiago was still in a state of excitement. He never imagined that he would meet a Holy Maiden from the Holy Land in his lifetime and have the chance to return to the Holy Land, or even aspire to become a leader in the Earth's Spirit Gate. Thus, Santiago immediately gathered all the strong cultivators above the Dao realm within Qinling. He intended to transfer the leadership to Duncan and inform everyone that Yellow Mist City would become Qinling's central stronghold from now on. Duncan did not have the qualification to attend such meetings for Dao realm experts, but he was invited by his master. Master, isn't the meeting only for those with Dao realm cultivation? Why am I here? Duncan was confused. Foolish disciple. How can you not have good luck when you're so foolish? You're about to become very important, soon to be our new sect leader. Jeffrey laughed heartily at Duncan. What? Sect leader? Master, aren't you the current sect leader? My master will soon be a supreme elder. And why? It's all thanks to your brother Cooper, captured by Garth. He is truly an heir of the Holy Land. He went to see our ancestor himself, leading to this change. Jeffrey told Duncan what he had learned from his own master. Heir of the Holy Land. Brother Cooper is truly an heir of the Holy Land. Duncan couldn't help but feel elated, finally setting aside his worries. The internal changes in Qinling brought significant changes to the region under its control. Santiago promptly led a group to Yellow Mist City, making it the strongest city in the area. The Su family had already received word from Alanis and knew everything, feeling extremely excited about it. After leaving Qinling, Alanis originally planned to take Cooper directly to the Sky Pillar Holy Land. However, Cooper refused. You want to go to Tianyuan City? Alanis instantly understood Cooper's intentions. Before becoming an upper-class son-in-law of the Su family, Cooper had once been betrothed to the Qin family. Unfortunately, Zayli betrayed him for his three-eyed spiritual eyes. Yes. Cooper nodded. I need to settle things with Zayli. All right. Alanis nodded and immediately took Cooper toward Tianyuan City. In just a few moments, Cooper appeared above Tianyuan City, specifically above Silver Moon Academy, the Imperial Academy of Daqing Kingdom, where he once dreamed of studying. Zayli. At that moment, Cooper's heart no longer harbored the intense hatred he once felt. His insistence on settling things with Zayli was solely for their child in her womb. Chapter 166, The Skyhold Holy Land. Son-in-law, go ahead. Adelia looked at Flynn, who was slightly dazed, and smiled. Flynn glanced at Adelia, then descended from the air. Instead of rudely entering the Silver Moon Academy directly, he landed at its entrance. With Flynn's current status, even the Qinling Mountains were under his control, let alone the small Silver Moon Academy. However, given the Academy's past kindness to him, he naturally wanted to show respect. Soon, Jerry and others learned of Flynn's arrival and were very surprised, having witnessed Garth forcibly taking Flynn away. Was he alright? Did Garth not make things difficult for him? Driven by curiosity, Jerry and others personally came to the gate of the Silver Moon Academy to welcome Flynn. At this moment, Jerry hadn't received any notification from Qinling and had no idea that Flynn now controlled Qinling or that Adelia standing beside him was actually a holy maiden from the Holy Land. Brother Flynn. Jerry greeted Flynn happily, feeling guilty for not helping him on that day. I apologize for not being able to assist you that day. The help you provided that day is something I'll always remember. Flynn expressed gratitude. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask me. I came here today because I need some assistance from Dean Liu. Flynn continued speaking. Jerry smiled and said, I know about your issue with Zayli, but she isn't a student of our Silver Moon Academy. We've been investigating, yet we have no leads. Our best guess is that she's related to the evil cultivators who attacked Baldurwood City. What? Flynn was taken aback. He never expected such a response. He couldn't forget seeing Zayli receive the admission letter and the emblematic saber from the Silver Moon Academy. It has been investigated thoroughly. The Academy symbol was stolen by killers who murdered one of our disciples. As for the admission letter, it was clearly forged, Jerry stated definitively. If it weren't for Jerry's previous kindness, Jetbing's and Elisha's connections, Flynn might have doubted his words. But since they vouched for it, Flynn didn't doubt them. After all, when Flynn forced Zayli to return to save the Qin family, they must have tried every means to contact her, but she never appeared. This likely meant she never received their pleas for help. Evil cultivators? Flynn subconsciously glanced at Adelia beside him. Son-in-law, this complicates matters. If Zayli has fallen into the hands of evil cultivators, finding her will be extremely difficult. Adelia frowned. Evil cultivators were indeed powerful, not weaker than those from the Skyhold Holy Land. Otherwise, they wouldn't be wreaking havoc across the continent. Investigate. Bring back proof of life or death. Flynn clenched his eyebrows tightly. Adelia nodded. Since son-in-law has ordered it, I shall do so immediately. I will send word to Qinling first to investigate here. Once we return to the Holy Land, I'll get the Holy Land to look into it. Jerry and others exchanged glances, puzzled by what the young girl had just said. She was commanding Qinling, and she would return to the Holy Land to arrange further investigations? Brother Flynn? Jerry looked at him uncertainly. Dean Liu, allow me to introduce her. Flynn understood Jerry's confusion and began explaining. This is Lady Adelia, the Holy Maiden of the Skyhold Holy Land. Qinling now serves Lady Adelia, and even the ancestor of Qinling resides in Baldurwood City. So, if you ever encounter trouble in the future, feel free to seek help from Qinling in Baldurwood City, Flynn told Jerry. Upon hearing this, Jerry and the others were visibly shaken, unable to believe it. Only after Adelia revealed her unfathomable human realm cultivation did they fully trust it. They hesitated before bowing deeply to her. You are all friends of son-in-law. There's no need for formalities. Adelia stopped them. Alicia stared at Flynn wide-eyed, hardly believing that the holy maiden from a prestigious holy land called their brother son-in-law and listened to his commands. What about Sioux families, miss? Their hearts trembled as the sudden news sank in. It turned out the person they thought was insignificant was actually someone of high status. Flynn declined Jerry's offer to host them, intending to settle matters with Zaylee before accompanying Adelia to the Holy Land. Since Zaylee wasn't at the academy and possibly captured by evil cultivators, he had no wish to linger. After bidding farewell to Jerry and others, Flynn and Adelia didn't leave Tianyuan City immediately but visited the multinational Chamber of Commerce branch in the Daqing Kingdom. Here, Flynn met Bellamy and informed him of his safety and the new control over Qinling, advising him to seek help from Qinling in times of need. Bellamy had anticipated Flynn's extraordinary abilities but was still stunned upon learning that Adelia, the Holy Maiden, was merely a maid to his wife. Leaving behind some cultivation resources, Flynn and Adelia left Tianyuan City, heading towards the Skyhold Holy Land. On the way, Flynn sent a message to Duncan, urging him to investigate Zaylee's whereabouts. Duncan assured him of immediate action and timely updates. Traveling swiftly, they covered thousands of miles in no time. The Skyhold Holy Land, tens of thousands of miles away from Tianyuan City, took nearly an hour despite Adelia's human realm speed. It's a pity we didn't bring the flying boat. Otherwise, it wouldn't take so long, Adelia said bitterly. She was also excited about returning to the Skyhold Holy Land, longing for her teacher and family, eagerly anticipating their reactions upon seeing her achieve human realm cultivation. Flynn felt a mixture of anticipation. The Holy Land. It was the most powerful sect he had heard of, towering above all others. Many people dreamt of visiting the Holy Land at least once. Now, as a lowly half-step Dao Realm Spirit Master, Flynn was about to enter the Holy Land. Finally, Flynn saw a cluster of mountains floating in the sky, shrouded in mist, resembling a heavenly realm. This was the Skyhold Holy Land. Hashtag Chapter 167, Guardian Spirit of the Mountain. Back. Master, did you all miss me? Adelia beamed with joy, pulling Flynn as she soared directly toward the sky and mountains. Welcome back, fourth Holy Maiden. The guardian at the mountain gate was not a spirit master cultivator but a spectral figure. Adelia told him that this was the guardian spirit of the mountain of the Faulkner Holy Land. The guardian spirit had evolved from a powerful Dao spirit armament, making it one of the top 3 strongest among the numerous spirit armaments in the Faulkner Holy Land. However, the guardian spirit could only remain within the sect and was not allowed to leave. How powerful is it? Flynn curiously observed the spectral figure. He realized that Dao spirit armaments could also give birth to their own spirits and could possess immense strength. Half-step heavenly Dao realm, Adelia said with absolute certainty. That strong? Flynn's face changed, developing a sense of reverence for the guardian spirit before him. On the way, Flynn learned from Adelia that above the Dao realm came the primordial realm, followed by the sublime realm, the human Dao realm, the earth Dao realm, and then the heavenly Dao realm. In theory, the peak of the entire mystical wasteland continent was the heavenly Dao realm. But the true powerhouses capable of dominating the entire mystical wasteland continent were not just the peak heavenly Dao realm experts. They were those who wielded immortal Dao spirit armaments. There were many immortal Dao spirit armaments in the mystical wasteland continent, but very few forces could unlock or fully utilize them. After learning these facts, Flynn was dumbstruck. His hometown, Yellow Fog City, was indeed a remote corner with outdated knowledge. Most cultivators there only knew of the spirit-controlling realm, and even fewer knew of the existence of the Dao realm, let alone the true masters who dominated the continent, the heavenly Dao realm experts. What's so impressive about it? Adelia dismissed it nonchalantly. Once, she too thought the guardian spirit was formidable, but reaching its level made her one of the standout figures in the Holy Land. There are many in the Holy Land who are stronger than the guardian spirit, especially our elder ancestor, whose depth is unfathomable. Few on the entire mystical wasteland continent can stand against him. Most importantly, Miss Elizabeth truly stands at the pinnacle, transcending the heavens. Adelia couldn't help but think of Elizabeth. It felt like a dream to her. Without Elizabeth's help, she would not have advanced so quickly to the human Dao realm, and she might never have reached the earth Dao realm in the future. The guardian spirit called her the fourth Holy Maiden because, among the 4 Holy Maidens of Faulkner Holy Land, her cultivation potential was the weakest. Miss Elizabeth? How strong is she? Flynn's eyes lit up, and the image of Elizabeth involuntarily appeared in his mind, accompanied by an inexplicable wave of longing. I'm not sure, but I can confirm that no one on the mystical wasteland continent can match her, Adelia murmured. She didn't know Elizabeth's exact realm but knew that Elizabeth was from the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm had long become a legend in the mystical wasteland continent, unreachable and unattainable. Over tens of thousands of years, countless talents had failed to break free and ultimately perished on this continent. Elder Ancestor once said that this was because someone from the heavenly realm severed the connection between the mystical wasteland continent and the heavenly realm, preventing them from finding it and receiving its power. As a result, flying into the heavenly realm became almost impossible for the people on the continent. This is why cultivating spirit masters became increasingly difficult, and fewer entered the heavenly Dao realm. While talking, they continued toward the mountains. The Faulkner Holy Land had 6 gates, each with its own mountain range, and Faulkner Gate was located atop the highest mountains. Finally, they stopped on a high mountain and walked toward a nearby grand hall. Upon reaching the entrance, they found a group of people waiting there, all visibly delighted upon seeing Adelia's return, immediately greeting her. Sister Adelia, Holy Maiden, Junior Sister. A crowd surrounded her, all young men and women around her age, each possessing unfathomably deep cultivation far beyond Flynn's half-step Dao realm. These were Adelia's seniors and juniors, except for one man named Bruce, her biological brother. Soon, they noticed Flynn, still at the half-step Dao realm. Bruce frowned first. Sister, who is this? Everyone turned to look at Flynn. The Faulkner Holy Land was one of the strongest sects on the mystical wasteland continent. Bringing such a weak man back naturally aroused suspicion. Especially Bruce and the third senior brother, Nate, who admired Adelia, both frowned, their eyes filled with barely concealed hostility. Let me introduce everyone. This gentleman is called Flynn. Adelia didn't call Flynn groom openly, given her status as a holy maiden. Doing so would bring unnecessary trouble to Flynn. So it's Mr. Chun. Hello. Many greeted Flynn warmly, viewing him as either a talented recruit or someone with a deep bond with Adelia, possibly bringing him into the Holy Land as family. Little sister, what do you mean by bringing him here? Bruce pressed her, not bothering to greet Flynn. If he was a new recruit, Bruce would welcome him. If he was after Adelia, he wouldn't accept it. Brother, stop asking, Adelia interrupted. Go back first. I'll come find you later. I need to take Mr. Chun to see Master now. Go ahead. They nodded and didn't object, though Bruce and Nate remained concerned. Don't worry too much. We'll know everything once Holy Maiden sees Master. Someone reassured the worried men. Adelia led Flynn into the grand hall, then through a secluded corridor. Suddenly, the surroundings opened up. Behind the hall lay a hidden paradise with many layered buildings imbued with Tao rhythms. Walking here, Flynn sensed the abundant earth energy and felt his spirit refreshed. Chapter 168, Differential Treatment. Finally, in front of an elegant courtyard at the highest point, Adelia asked Flynn to wait here for a moment. This was where Adelia's master resided, the current leader of Xianxia Holy Land. In the back garden, flowers bloomed in profusion, their fragrance permeating the air. A woman in plain white attire was among the flowers, admiring them. Disciple Adelia pays respect to master. Seeing the woman in white, Adelia immediately knelt down. This was Darlene, the current leader of Xianxia Holy Land, and one of the few heavenly Tao realm powerhouses in the Holy Land. Rise. You finally know to return. Darlene looked up with a faint smile, seemingly scolding Adelia but in reality expressing her concern for her safety. As the sacred maiden of the Holy Land, traveling alone posed a significant risk should someone with malicious intent discover her. I've long wished to return, but I couldn't break through my cultivation realm, so I had to delay my return, Adelia said with a playful laugh as she helped her master tend to the flowers. Not bad. This risky journey was worthwhile. To be the first to break through to the human Tao realm is quite an achievement. Darlene smiled approvingly, satisfaction evident in her eyes. I heard you brought back a man. Could it be your lover that you met during your travels? Darlene teased. Hearing her master's teasing, Adelia blushed, shyly replying, I have no such fortune. Oh. Darlene frowned slightly, sounding somewhat indignant. A disciple of Darlene and the sacred maiden of Xianxia Holy Land isn't worthy enough for the man you brought back? What is his background? From which ancient family, or perhaps a direct disciple of some powerful figure from another Holy Land? Darlene asked. He's none of those. Adelia shook her head. He's just an ordinary spirit master from a small city. Darlene's expression darkened, inexplicably angry. Master. Seeing this, Adelia quickly added, it's not what you think. Are you not curious about how I could break through so quickly? Everyone has their own destiny. Breaking through shows your good fortune, replied Darlene, who, as a heavenly Tao realm powerhouse, had lost interest in such trivial matters. Master, look at this. Adelia pulled out a jade bottle from her robes. What is it? Darlene looked puzzled at her disciple. Why don't you open it and see? Adelia said with an eager smile. You mischief maker. What could it be that you're being so mysterious about? Darlene laughed without real anger, sensing it must be something heartfelt from her disciple, not necessarily valuable but sincere. As Darlene opened the bottle, a wonderful aroma filled the air, revitalizing even her senses as a heavenly Tao realm expert. Upon recognizing its contents, her heart raced, almost losing composure before her disciple. She quickly capped the bottle, then looked seriously at Adelia. Where did you get this? My young miss gave it to me. Adelia explained. When did you acquire a young miss? Darlene frowned, realizing the gravity of the matter. Master, my young miss asked me to pass this on to you. She said that with this, you would reach close to the peak of the heavenly Tao realm if not surpass it, Adelia said. Who is she? Darlene felt no joy, knowing such a precious item could spark wars among heavenly Tao realm powerhouses upon discovery. My young miss's name is Elizabeth, and the man I brought back is her husband. Adelia began recounting her encounter with Elizabeth and the origin of the items. After listening to Adelia, Darlene became even more serious. A person from the heavenly realm? How can this be? Darlene found it hard to believe. After the ancient era, the heavenly realm severed all ties with our continent. How could anyone from there arrive here? Master, this is the truth. The phoenix spirit pill in your hand testifies to it, Adelia said. The young miss assisted me in breaking through, and my foundation has been greatly transformed. I am now far stronger. She also gave an item to our patriarch, saying he would understand everything once he sees it. Adelia took out an ornate box sealed with Daoistic light. So, the man you brought back is also from the heavenly realm? Darlene asked. No, sir isn't from the heavenly realm, but the young miss believes he has the potential to become one of the greatest powers on this continent, Adelia explained hurriedly. Let's go meet the patriarch. Darlene nodded, seeing the matter differently from Adelia. Master, what about sir? Adelia murmured. It's fine. Let him wait. This needs the patriarch's approval, Darlene interrupted, leading Adelia away. They appeared outside the patriarch's meditation chamber. Patriarch, disciple Darlene requests an audience. Darlene bowed respectfully. Come in, a male voice answered, and the door opened. Adelia wondered why her master treated this matter so seriously. The young miss's request was simple, yet Darlene showed no happiness over the priceless pill. Elizabeth only asked for Flynn's acceptance and full cultivation support, something Xianxia Holy Land regularly did. Even without treasures, they would invite highly talented individuals for cultivation. Give me the item. Wait until the patriarch calls you. Darlene took the box meant for the patriarch. Adelia, though curious, waited obediently outside. Time passed, and there was no word from inside. Finally, after half an hour, Darlene emerged looking much calmer. Patriarch wants to see me? Adelia asked, nervous yet hopeful. As a sacred maiden, she had never met the patriarch. Not necessary. Darlene shook her head. Let's go back so we don't keep Sir waiting. Master. Adelia was confused, unsure what transpired between Darlene and the patriarch or how they planned to treat Flynn. Hashtag chapter 169, formal disciple. Soon, the two returned to Xianxia sect. Flynn stood outside the residence of the sect leader, waiting for over an hour before finally being ushered into the courtyard by Adelia to meet with the leader of Xianxia sect, Darlene. The moment he saw Darlene, Flynn was both surprised and startled. This woman, who appeared so pure and elegant, was actually the Grand Master of a revered sanctuary? No wonder there were only sacred maidens and no sacred sons in Xianxia sanctuary. It seemed that the affairs of Xianxia had always been managed by women. Junior Flynn greets Master of Xianxia. Flynn bowed to Darlene. Darlene curiously appraised Flynn. She was somewhat puzzled how a prestigious heavenly maiden could marry someone who hadn't even entered the Dao realm. Indeed, in Darlene's eyes, not only those just short of the Dao realm but even those above it, at the Yuan realm, were akin to common folk. Do you wish to join our Xianxia sanctuary? Darlene asked. Upon hearing this, Flynn was momentarily stunned and glanced at Adelia beside him. Seeing this, Adelia quickly nodded at Flynn, signaling him to accept the offer. Flynn did not rush to agree but instead clasped his hands together and said, May I inquire what position I would hold in Xianxia sanctuary? Of course, Xianxia sanctuary was an excellent place. Many people dreamed of entering it regardless of the position offered. But Flynn was different. If there weren't sufficient benefits, why should he tie himself to a sect and be subject to others' commands? Different positions within Xianxia sanctuary carried different statuses and resources. Just like when Bellamy of the 10,000 Nations Commerce Guild recruited him, offering tremendous benefits, which led him to accept the offer. Darlene wasn't surprised by Flynn's question. After all, she knew this person wasn't ordinary, and the Elder Ancestor had already given instructions. The personal disciple of the Elder Ancestor or a distinguished guest of Xianxia sanctuary, you can choose either, Darlene explained. Being the Elder Ancestor's personal disciple came with high status, comparable to the 6 gatekeepers, though without actual authority. Many of the keepers themselves were direct disciples of the Elder Ancestor. Even Darlene, as the sect leader, was also one of the Elder Ancestor's personal disciples. A distinguished guest was a special position reserved for honored individuals in Xianxia sanctuary. They didn't need to follow the sanctuary's orders, but could enjoy fixed resource supplies. The only requirement was to unconditionally assist the sanctuary during major events. The former meant full membership in Xianxia, while the latter resembled a cooperative relationship. However, the Elder Ancestor is currently in seclusion. Even if you become his disciple, he won't be able to personally instruct you. But the Elder Ancestor has instructed me to impart knowledge on his behalf. Additionally, you'll receive 5 times the resources of a distinguished guest and higher privileges. You can go to the sect's treasure vault to select any cultivation resources you desire, Darlene added. By now, Adelia was already speechless. Flynn's status was about to surpass her own as a sacred maiden. Son-in-law, why are you still hesitating? Becoming the Elder Ancestor's personal disciple is an opportunity everyone dreams of. Adelia hurriedly urged. Flynn hadn't expected such favorable conditions. Initially, he only wanted the title of formal disciple to join Xianxia sanctuary. Disciples in Xianxia were divided into 4 levels: registered disciples, outer sect disciples, formal disciples, and core disciples. Adelia, as a sacred maiden, was among the elite core disciples. Destiny's Elder Ancestor once held only the title of formal disciple, not a core disciple. Core disciples generally refer to the personal disciples of Xianxia elders and gatekeepers. A few ascended from formal disciples. Elders of the 6 gates had disciples holding formal disciple status. Other disciples were outer sect disciples, the most numerous group in Xianxia sanctuary. Once Flynn became a personal disciple of the Elder Ancestor, his status would be heir candidate, ranking higher than sacred maidens and other core disciples. I, your junior, am willing to become the Elder Ancestor's personal disciple. Flynn, of course, didn't refuse. This was undoubtedly a windfall. Though Flynn knew the Elder Ancestor was taking him on for Elizabeth's sake, he urgently needed precious resources and a stable environment to rapidly improve his cultivation and strength. Darlene knew Flynn wouldn't refuse. After he agreed, she presented him with a token belonging to the Elder Ancestor's personal disciple, instructing him to imprint his essence blood. From then on, this token would be his key to enter Xianxia sanctuary. Since the Elder Ancestor cannot teach you for now, you will temporarily stay in my Xianxia sect. If you need anything, find Adelia or come directly to me. Go. With these words, Darlene dismissed him. Flynn found her eagerness to expel him strange. As a personal disciple of the Elder Ancestor, they should now be senior and junior siblings. Farewell. Flynn saluted and turned to leave. Ms. Meow, accompany him to choose accommodations, Darlene instructed Adelia. Yes, master. Adelia nodded and left happily with Flynn. Outside the courtyard, Adelia pointed to a nearby mountain peak and said, that's where the core disciples live. For now, you'll stay there as a personal disciple of the Elder Ancestor. Let's go. I'll help you pick a courtyard. Adelia took Flynn's hand and flew towards Xiaotsue Mountain. Not in a hurry, Flynn told Adelia. As a disciple of the Elder Ancestor, what privileges do I have? I need cultivation resources to enhance my strength. Flynn understood that in a sanctuary filled with powerful individuals, lacking significant strength would lead to constant challenges, even with the identity of a candidate heir. Alright, I'll first help you obtain cultivation resources. Adelia nodded and led Flynn away from Xianxia sect toward the treasure vault. The treasure vault occupied an entire mountain peak, layered with formations. Only formal disciples had access to this area. Adelia explained to Flynn how to use his identity token before both entered the Wealth Mountain, housing the treasure vault. Greetings, fourth sacred maiden. The guards outside the treasure vault immediately bowed to Adelia, looking slightly surprised at Flynn, a mere non-Dao realm individual becoming a formal disciple of Xianxia sanctuary. Seems another privileged disciple has emerged. Why don't I have such good fortune? The guards felt a mix of resentment, as they, being strong Yuan realm practitioners, had yet to gain formal disciple status and were here purely due to their roles. Chapter 170, Cultivation Resources. Open the door, we want to go in. Adelia did not inform them that Flynn was second only to the successor of Xianxia. Yes. The guard hurriedly opened the door of the treasure pavilion. Flynn and Adelia entered the treasure pavilion, whereupon a glow emerged, followed by a figure materializing. Welcome to the treasure pavilion. I am the spirit of the treasure pavilion, responsible for managing all matters here. Please present your identity token. After the phantom appeared, a clear voice echoed. Son-in-law, this is the spirit of the treasure pavilion. Once you activate your identity token and hand it over, it will match you with the treasures you desire at the fastest speed. Adelia explained to Flynn. Let me demonstrate. As she spoke, Adelia took out her identity token, activated it, and handed it to the spirit of the treasure pavilion. With a flash of light, the identity information of Adelia was revealed. Xianxia Gate, Saint Maiden Adelia, core disciple, able to access treasures up to the 9th floor of the treasure pavilion. Remaining merit points, 50,360. Saint Maiden Adelia, what cultivation resources do you need? The spirit of the treasure pavilion asked. I want to exchange for the heavenly passage technique and corresponding cultivation resources, Adelia replied. The heavenly passage technique costs 30,000 merit points, sorcerer's stone 3,000 merit points, flame essence stone 2,500 merit points, enchantment grass 800 merit points, total cost 40,200 merit points. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? The spirit asked. Proceed. Adelia nodded. Upon confirmation, with a flicker of light, the spirit brought forth all the items and personally handed them to Adelia. Saint Maiden Adelia, core disciple, can access treasures up to the 9th floor of the treasure pavilion. Remaining merit points, 10,160. Do you need any more cultivation resources? The spirit asked. Not anymore. Adelia put away her identity token and looked at Flynn. Son-in-law, it's your turn. Isn't it very simple? It is indeed simple and convenient. Flynn nodded, taking out his newly obtained token from Darlene. After activating the token with his blood essence and consciousness, he handed it over to the spirit. The light flashed, revealing Flynn's identity information. Direct disciple of the Elder of Xianxia Sacred Land, core disciple, can access treasures up to the 10th floor of the treasure pavilion. Remaining merit points, 30,000, base merit, gaining 10,000 merit points annually. Flynn, what cultivation resources do you need? The spirit asked. I need precious cultivation resources for Dao realm cultivation, Flynn replied. As soon as Flynn finished speaking, a myriad of treasured artifacts appeared, each with their corresponding merit point values, including 4th rank superior spirit pills and 5th rank spirit pills. Flynn felt dazzled. These high-level resources were abundant and incredibly inexpensive in this sacred land. In Baldurwa City and Daching Nation, even a single 4th rank ordinary spirit pill was a legendary treasure worth dying for. But here, they could be exchanged for just a few merit points. A 4th rank superior spirit pill only required 2 merit points. Flynn had a staggering 30,000 merit points. No wonder when Garth's storage ring was shown to Adelia, she didn't even bother to glance at it. His lifetime savings would barely amount to a few dozen merit points here. Uncertain about what treasures the Void Heaven tripod needed, Flynn selected 3 of each type of item, ultimately spending less than 200 merit points. This trove of cultivation resources would likely be unattainable for many Dao realm experts in Qilin's area during their entire lives. These should be enough for me to cultivate to the peak of Dao realm, Flynn thought. After I've used these, I'll come back if necessary. Turning to the spirit, Flynn said, Can I come back anytime to exchange for the cultivation resources I need? Of course, the spirit nodded. As long as you have the corresponding merit points, you can come to me anytime. Then let me take these now. Flynn agreed. Flynn took numerous rare treasures, the most precious being a high-level storage ring, which cost him 88 merit points. After completing the transaction, he still had 29,806 merit points remaining. Having obtained the cultivation resources he needed, Flynn and Adelia left the treasure pavilion and returned to Xianxia Gate's mountain peak, Xiaotsue Mountain. At that moment, many people stood on the square. They had heard that the 4th Saint Maiden, Adelia, had returned and reportedly achieved a great fortune, breaking through to the human Dao realm. This came as a shock to the other 3 Saint Maidens. Previously, Adelia had been evaluated as having the least potential and the weakest overall strength among the 4. It was surprising that she had broken through to the human Dao realm before the others. Additionally, everyone was curious about the man accompanying her. She's back. The 4th Saint Maiden has returned. Is that man who she brought back? Indeed, he seems like an ordinary man, not even reaching Dao realm. The disciples standing on the square were not ordinary, with the weakest being official disciples and many being core disciples. Bruce and Nate were among them. When Nate saw his goddess holding hands with another man and walking intimately towards him, his anger surged uncontrollably. How dare he? Nate sneered. Bruce also noticed this and frowned, murmuring, That girl has changed so much after leaving. How can she publicly hold hands with a man without a formal relationship? There's going to be a show. Could this man really be the love interest the 4th Saint Maiden found outside? This will surely upset many men. Though the number of people on the square wasn't large, nearly 100 were present, the weakest being half-step profound realm origin realm experts, with a few at the peak profound realm. Even before landing on the square, Flynn already sensed the hostile gazes from the crowd. He immediately understood that the animosity stemmed from the presence of Adelia beside him. Chapter 171. The hatred of losing the goddess. Adelia, of course, also sensed it but did not pay much attention to these things. After meeting the Celestial Maiden, her aspirations were no longer confined to the Skyhold Holy Land, or even the entire mystical wasteland continent. Her goal was in the heavenly realm, and Miss Vienna was the one she aspired to follow. Upon landing, Bruce and the others approached again. Sis. Bruce frowned, glaring at her hand that held Flynn's, but he could not voice his displeasure. Junior sister, now that we're back on Green Hill Mountain, why don't you introduce us to Brother Flynn properly? Nate's eyes were filled with jealousy as he stared fiercely at Flynn, wishing he could drag him down and rub him into the ground. Let me introduce everyone. Adelia glanced around. These disciples here were considered core disciples of the Skyhold sect. The gentleman beside me is called Flynn. He is now a core disciple of our Skyhold Holy Land, and a direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor. The Grand Ancestor is currently in seclusion for cultivation. Our master has instructed him to reside temporarily on Green Hill Mountain. This time, Adelia revealed Flynn's identity. Hearing Adelia's words, everyone around immediately burst into an uproar. A direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor? A candidate to be the successor of Skyhold? Just him? What right does he have? Many admired, many doubted, but no one dared to openly accuse or question. In the Skyhold Holy Land, the decisions of the Grand Ancestor were absolute authority. There would be no questioning, only obedience. Greetings, Master Chun. Meeting the prospective successor of Skyhold. Immediately, many people greeted Flynn. Of course, some did not take him seriously and did not come forward to greet him. After all, this person had yet to reach the Dao realm. According to the rules of the Skyhold Holy Land, regardless of the other party's high status, anyone with higher cultivation need not bow. After learning Flynn's identity, Bruce was greatly shocked. Originally finding everything about him irksome, he now suddenly found him acceptable. His sister certainly wasn't someone ordinary could match, but being a prospective successor and a direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor was enough to qualify. Even Nate, who was initially brimming with murderous intent, had no choice but to contain it. They might not have to salute a direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor, but they could not overstep their boundaries by easily provoking them. What happened? Bruce did not understand how a young man who hadn't even reached the Dao realm suddenly became a direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor. Unfortunately, Adelia had no intention of explaining, and Flynn remained silent throughout, neither caring about the greetings nor the hostility directed towards him. At this moment, Flynn only wanted to settle down early and then improve his cultivation realm. After all, he was still Vienna's husband. His perspective couldn't remain on par with a bunch of Skyhold Holy Land disciples. Even Adelia had mentioned following Vienna's footsteps, aiming for the heavenly realm. His goal was the same. Previously, he felt it was far away, considering acquiring cultivation resources was difficult. However, now that he was honored as a direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor, at least until the human Dao realm, he wouldn't need to worry about cultivation resources anymore. In the evening, I will host a gathering at my courtyard. Any fellow disciples who wish to attend are welcome, said Adelia before leaving the square with Flynn. Once Adelia and Flynn left, more than half of the crowd on the square disappeared instantly. Some went to spread the news, others prepared to attend Adelia's evening gathering, and still others were curious about Flynn's background, wondering how he managed to become the direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor overnight. Gong's senior brother, Master Chun, is a direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor. Some matters, you must be cautious about. Bruce advised Nate before leaving. I understand. However, according to the rules of our Skyhold Holy Land, standing firm won't be easy for him. I will defend my dignity within the confines of the rules. Nate may have suppressed his murderous intent, but he was still furious, unable to let go of the hatred from losing the goddess. Bruce nodded. He too hoped to see this unfold. The Skyhold Holy Land remained prosperous because of the Grand Ancestor's unparalleled power and the relentless efforts of subsequent generations of disciples. According to Skyhold's rules, except for nominal disciples, even outer sect disciples had an entry challenge period upon joining. This challenge period began 1 month after new members joined the Skyhold Holy Land and lasted for a whole year. During this time, newcomers could challenge any disciple, gaining corresponding challenge merits for each victory against a peer, while defeats resulted in merit deductions. Similarly, any disciple of equal or lower level could challenge new entrants anytime, gaining merits for success and losing for failure. This rule aimed to hone the spirit of new disciples and promote healthy competition among them. Nate referred to this very entry challenge period. In 1 month, he could openly face off against Flynn. As long as he didn't kill or ruin Flynn's cultivation base, the sect wouldn't interfere with whatever he did. News spread, and Flynn, as a semi-step Dao realm direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor, attracted both envy and jealousy. It also presented a golden opportunity for many to earn merit points. A mere semi-step Dao realm cultivator had little chance of reaching the peak Dao realm in a month, let alone stepping into the Yuan realm. Even if Flynn somehow entered the Yuan realm, it wouldn't be much of a challenge for the formal disciples of the Skyhold Holy Land. Flynn chose a courtyard, activated its array formation, and became its master. Son-in-law, you must work hard on your cultivation. According to the rules, you'll have an entry challenge period lasting 1 year starting a month from now. By then, many will challenge you. As the direct disciple of the Grand Ancestor, every disciple of our entire Skyhold Holy Land can challenge you. So, you not only need to work hard on your cultivation but also spend your merit points quickly, or they'll be won by others later. Adelia warned Flynn earnestly after helping him choose the courtyard. Flynn frowned upon hearing this. All disciples of the Skyhold Holy Land would be eligible to challenge him after a month, and using merit points as rewards and penalties? This was indeed bad news. He had to compete against the entire Skyhold Holy Land in just 1 month? How many disciples does Skyhold Holy Land have? Flynn frowned. Countless. Adelia chuckled. If each challenges you and wins, you'd lose at least several million merit points. Are you kidding me? Flynn was startled, unable to imagine what it would mean to owe millions of merit points. Hashtag chapter 172, backing. Millions of merit points? Do I have to work off this debt for the entire sect in the future? Flynn was livid. He found it unbelievable that such a rule existed. It only gave others the opportunity to exploit new disciples. Everyone has gone through this. Adelia said dismissively, the higher you go, the harder the cold. Who made you come here as the Grand Ancestor's personal disciple? Flynn frowned, unsure how to respond. Seeing that he had gotten the message, Adelia chuckled. Son-in-law, don't be so worried. While the rules are set like this, the sect's intention isn't to exploit new disciples, but to temper their resolve and make them understand there are always greater challenges beyond what they know. If your cultivation and strength aren't enough at that time, you don't need to fight all the challenges. You can submit a notification letter to the sect and exempt yourself from facing any challengers who surpass your cultivation level. So, it's impossible to really end up owing millions of merit points, she concluded. Upon hearing this, Flynn finally understood the feasibility of this rule, but he still felt uncomfortable. Wasn't this forcing someone to admit defeat? A cultivator will die miserably if they cannot be both flexible and resilient. Adelia seemed to read his mind, saying, it's just a notification letter. Admitting weakness to the sect, lowering one's head. If you can't even do this, then when you're out there fighting other sects, especially evil cultivators, it could cost you your life. I understand. Flynn felt speechless. He knew this was for the disciples' benefit, but no one would easily accept such treatment, forcing someone to lower themselves unexpectedly. After Adelia left, Flynn felt an overwhelming pressure. Had he known this beforehand, he might have chosen to become a guest elder at Tianqing Holy Land, avoiding such trouble though receiving fewer cultivation resources. Challenge period for new entrants? If I have enough resources and keep a low profile, this might actually be an opportunity. Once Adelia left, Flynn smiled slyly. For others, this rule might seem almost insurmountable, but for him, who possessed the Void Heaven tripod and could fully refine cultivation resources, this could indeed be an opportunity. Without delay, Flynn immersed himself completely in cultivation. At the half-step Dao realm, he aimed to enhance his cultivation strength as much as possible within this month, ensuring he earned as many merit points as possible before admitting defeat if necessary. From half-step Dao realm to Dao realm essentially meant transforming from Dao fetus to Dao body. He took out the treasures obtained from Garth and began refining them using the Void Heaven tripod. As the Void Heaven tripod continuously absorbed various energies from the treasures, Flynn's cultivation strength grew rapidly. In his Dantian, the Dao body resembling the Void Heaven tripod underwent a transformation first, evolving from a vortex into a solid form. Radiant golden Void Heaven tripod covered in Dao patterns, with only a few dozen illuminated while the rest remained dormant. Thus, Flynn officially entered the Dao realm. With the physical manifestation of the Dao body, the Dao fetus in his sea of consciousness resonated, actively absorbing and converting the energy from the Dao body. Flynn was surprised, realizing why the distinction between Spirit Master and Technique Master disappeared once one reached the Dao realm. The Dao body nurtured the Dao fetus, and the Dao fetus could reciprocate by strengthening the Dao body. They were complementary and inseparable. Next, Flynn ignored the changes in the Dao fetus and continued enhancing his Dao body with the help of the Void Heaven tripod, steadily boosting his cultivation level at an astonishing speed. Immersed in his seclusion for cultivation, the array formation in the courtyard remained active. Thus, when Adelia came to invite him to dinner in the evening, she found the gate closed and couldn't enter. It seems son-in-law is truly scared and is diligently cultivating? Will it help? He has only a month. Reaching the peak 9th rank Dao realm would already be impressive. Even stepping into the profound realm won't change his fate of being tormented. Adelia shook her head, thinking Flynn's last-minute efforts were futile compared to building alliances with powerful core disciples now. If he did, others would fear and respect him, likely avoiding challenges altogether. If Flynn could connect with core disciples at half-step Marvelous Realm, half-step Human Dao Realm, and half-step Earth Dao Realm, he wouldn't be bullied during the challenge period. Most would merely pretend for show. After all, having strong allies would ensure retaliation against those who tried to bully him, leading to lost merit points and making enemies with powerful backers. Adelia originally intended to help Flynn tonight, but realized he was secluded and unresponsive. Well, all hardships must be faced sooner or later. Sighing, Adelia turned to pursue her goals. Having stepped into the Human Dao realm first among the 4 holy maidens, she aimed to secure the best position for herself as the successor. Meanwhile, Flynn didn't care about Adelia's ambitions. His sole focus was on enhancing his cultivation. Though he received Adelia's message, he didn't reply, preferring not to involve himself in complex interpersonal dynamics. Time passed, and with the Void Heaven tripod's 100% efficiency, Flynn reached the peak 9th rank Dao realm after refining the last treasure from the treasury, all in just one night. Thinking of his nearly 30,000 merit points, Flynn grinned. The Void Heaven tripod excels at refining elixirs, enhancing my cultivation and activating Dao imprints, allowing me to master innate powers from demonic beasts. For this next round, I'll exchange for appropriate spirit pills only. Moreover, the stronger the demonic beast essence or demon core used, the better. He summed up his cultivation session. With the fusion of Spirit Masters and Technique Masters, martial techniques weren't necessary since the 1,000 illusions / improved naturally with cultivation advancement. No technique surpassed the 1,000 illusions / Chapter 173, all illuminated. Now, the power of Xian has been boosted to 15 times its original strength. It can be imagined that if he could advance to the Yuan realm, it would certainly receive another enhancement. However, for spellcasting techniques, he indeed needs to practice one, but currently, this is not his most urgent need. He now has limited merit points at his disposal and should spend them on increasing his cultivation realm as much as possible before seeking a way to learn a spellcasting technique. Most importantly, being a direct disciple of the Patriarch, he might directly ask Master Darlene for a spellcasting technique without needing to redeem one from the treasure vault. A direct disciple of the Patriarch cannot just be a title with no skills learned from the Patriarch, right? After planning all this out, Flynn ended his cultivation and planned to go to the treasure vault alone to redeem treasures needed for breaking through the Yuan realm and cultivating in the Yuan realm. After coming out of seclusion, Flynn replied to Adelia, but she was not on Xianxia Mountain. She had gone to the capital city to handle affairs. Faulkner Holy Land, such a large sect, naturally requires cities to support it. Not far from Faulkner Holy Land, there is an enormous city that is almost equivalent to the kingdom of Faulkner Holy Land. Returning to the treasure vault again, the guards had not changed. They saw that Flynn, who was still only a half-step Dao realm yesterday, had already reached the peak of Dao realm today, which greatly surprised them, making them glance at him a few more times. Open the treasure vault. I want to enter. Flynn took out his identity token while speaking. When the guards saw the token in Flynn's hand, indicating that he was the highest level direct disciple of the Patriarch, they instantly felt relieved. May I know senior brother's esteemed name? The guards immediately smiled, for this was a direct disciple of the Patriarch. Although their current cultivation wasn't high, Flynn had advanced from a half-step Dao realm to the peak of Dao realm in just one day, suggesting he might very likely be a reborn old monster who had taken over a body. Flynn told them, as he would have to come here continuously in the future. Senior brother Chen, please? The guards nodded repeatedly. Entering the treasure vault, Flynn met the spirit of the vault, once again, and exchanged the medicines he needed. This time, it cost significantly more merit points than before, consuming nearly 2,000 points. Leaving the treasure vault, Flynn returned to Xianxia Mountain, contentedly going back into seclusion to cultivate. And just as Flynn left the treasure vault after exchanging treasures within a day from half-step Dao realm to the peak of Dao realm, the news reached the ears of the Patriarch and Master Darlene. So fast? He's a reborn old monster who usurped a body? I always said, a heavenly maiden like her, how could she marry an ordinary person? When Darlene heard this news, she did not feel overly surprised but instead frowned deeper, an inexplicable worry rising from her heart. On the other side, the Patriarch, who was in seclusion, reacted quite differently upon receiving this news. His face lit up with unprecedented smiles, eyes filled with anticipation. Grant Flynn special privileges. Whatever he needs must be provided unconditionally, even if he lacks merit points. Yes, Patriarch. The treasure vault spirit responded immediately upon receiving the order. Time passed, and 2 days quickly went by. Flynn came out of seclusion again, and his cultivation realm had now reached the peak of Yuan realm. The power of Su Tianding far exceeded Flynn's expectations. As long as there were sufficient cultivation resources, he had never encountered any bottlenecks, and Su Tianding helped him break through realms directly. Stepping into the peak of Yuan realm, this was the third time he came to the treasure vault. The guards were still the same group of people, and when they saw Flynn already at the peak of Yuan realm, their expressions changed drastically, scared enough to kneel on the ground. Yuan realm. They were also in the Yuan realm, yet Flynn, who had only been admitted for 3 days, was already at the peak of Yuan realm. Open the door. Flynn said indifferently. Yes, senior brother Chen. The guards bowed respectfully and opened the treasure vault for Flynn. Each guard knew that Faulkner Holy Land might soon have another elder-level human Dao realm powerhouse. After Flynn exchanged treasures and left, the guards privately discussed this mysterious senior brother Chen, wondering how many days it would take him to reach the peak of Miao realm next time. This time, Flynn exchanged tens of thousands of merit points, leaving only slightly more than 10,000. It seems the remaining merit points may only allow me to step into the human Dao realm, Flynn sighed inwardly. This feeling of relentless progress without hitting any bottlenecks was indeed gratifying. Others cultivating, even Adelia, a holy maiden of Faulkner Holy Land, would find it incredibly difficult to enter the human Dao realm, let alone others. They would need to pay hundreds of times more resources than Flynn, as they couldn't achieve nearly 100% refinement efficiency. In a secluded room, Flynn took out the treasures and used Su Tianding to absorb the power of a 7th-rank spirit pill. Yuan realm means the transformation of the Dao body or Dao fetus inside the body into Dao force. But Flynn's situation was different. With the enhancement of Su Tianding and the 10,000 Dao techniques, his so-called Yuan realm was not merely converting to pure Dao force but continuously transforming until everything was imprinted on Su Tianding. Su Tianding was Flynn's source of power, capable of turning into any kind of Dao force. The Miao realm involved letting the physical body or mind evolve Daoyun symbols. When the entire body or mind possessed complete Daoyun symbols, it meant one had reached the Miao realm. Cultivators at the Miao realm could trigger Dao power that contained complete Daoyun symbols in operation, with power no less than that of heaven-grade martial techniques. So, when reaching the Miao realm, they no longer needed to cultivate martial techniques or ordinary spells because their inherent power was already at the level of heaven-grade martial techniques. Please note, Daoyun and Thuyi are not properly translated into English in your input as these terms need context for precise translation. In this edit, I have left them untranslated but integrated smoothly into the sentence. If you provide more context or specify these terms' meanings, I can refine the translation further. Cultivators at the Miao realm Thuyi triggering Dao force would contain complete Daoyun symbols in operation, whose power would not be weaker than a heaven-class martial technique. Edit. Cultivators at the Miao realm, when Thuyi triggering Dao force, would have complete Daoyun symbols in operation. The power of these symbols would not be weaker than that of a heaven-class martial technique. Further edit for fluency and clarity. Cultivators at the Miao realm could Thuyi trigger Dao force, containing complete Dao symbol patterns in operation. The power of these patterns would be on par with heaven-class martial techniques. Note, the terms Thuyi and Daoyun seem out of context or possibly incorrectly transliterated. Thuyi typically means randomly or casually, and Daoyun is not standard terminology. If Thuyi is meant to indicate ease or without effort, and Daoyun refers to Dao symbols or patterns, the sentence should be adjusted accordingly. Without more context, this is an interpretive translation based on probable meaning. Final refined version. Cultivators at the Miao realm could effortlessly trigger Dao force, containing complete Dao symbol patterns in operation. The power of these patterns would be on par with heaven-class martial techniques. Therefore, at the Miao realm, they no longer needed to cultivate martial techniques or ordinary spellcasting techniques because their innate power was already at the level of heaven-class martial techniques. Symbols began appearing on Flynn's body, rapidly forming the first complete Dao rhythm symbol. Note, Dao Yun should be Dao Rhythm, to maintain consistency in terminology and style, ensuring it reads naturally in English. Fire. So this is the complete symbol imprint of Fire Dao. Symbol imprints of light flickered all over Flynn's flesh, making him seem like a cluster of flames burning the surrounding space-time. For others, this would mark entry into the Miao realm, but Flynn's cultivation was far from over. At this moment, numerous kinds of Dao imprints illuminated on Su Tianding, and he needed to illuminate all these imprints. Indeed, with the trigger of the 10,000 Dao techniques, the complete Fire Dao symbol imprint that appeared in his flesh and mind was completely absorbed by Su Tianding. As the symbol imprint appeared on Su Tianding, a strong feeling suddenly surged in Flynn's heart, causing his expression to change drastically. Hashtag chapter 174, the spirit of the Void Cauldron. Flynn couldn't help but frown. He had just vaguely sensed something flashing within the Void Sky Cauldron. How could this be? Flynn's heart suddenly pounded. His rapid cultivation was all due to the Void Sky Cauldron. Previously, he had never sensed any abnormalities with the Void Sky Cauldron. But just now, he faintly perceived that something was hidden within it. Although he wasn't certain yet, it greatly disturbed him. If there was indeed something inside the Void Sky Cauldron, what could it be? Immediately, Flynn continued to use elixirs, absorbing their power and converting Dao energy into complete Dao rhythm runes. This time, he activated Myriad Dao techniques and carefully felt the Void Sky Cauldron. Finally, he once again faintly sensed an abnormality from within the cauldron. It seemed as if something was devouring the runes he had just condensed. This discovery made him uneasy. There was something hidden in the Void Sky Cauldron that could consume the complete Dao rhythm runes he had condensed. Time passed, and Flynn continuously condensed different Dao rhythm runes, repeatedly sensing that something existed within the Void Sky Cauldron, continuously consuming the runes he had condensed. What's going on? Is it the spirit of the Void Sky Cauldron? Flynn felt uneasy, but he did not stop cultivating. He wanted to figure out what was hiding inside the Void Sky Cauldron, whether it was beneficial or harmful. He needed to understand. Only by figuring it out could he find a way to deal with it. Time passed, and this time it took him significantly longer to reach the peak of the subtle boundary. He spent 7 full days. On this day, Flynn stepped out of his courtyard, ready to head to the treasure hall to exchange cultivation resources and continue breaking through boundaries. Son-in-law, Adelia stood at the gate, looking at Flynn in disbelief. You've already reached the peak of the subtle boundary. Adelia looked at Flynn in shock, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Son-in-law, are you also a celestial from the heavenly realm? Why are you here? What nonsense are you spouting? Flynn frowned. He wasn't a celestial but merely an ordinary person who had been transported here. Son-in-law, I understand. I understand. Adelia laughed, acting as if she were experienced in dealing with celestials. Son-in-law, since Miss didn't take me with her, you can't leave me behind either. Adelia tightly hugged Flynn's leg without regard for propriety. At least you're one of the 4 holy maidens of the heavenly pillar sacred land. If someone sees this, how will you maintain your authority in the sect? Flynn was surprised by Adelia's misunderstanding. Why fear? As long as son-in-law is willing to take me, I don't need to establish myself here. Adelia said carelessly. To Adelia, missing the chance to go to the heavenly realm with Elizabeth, she was unwilling to miss this opportunity to follow Flynn. All right, I'll agree. Flynn nodded helplessly. No matter how he explained, it wouldn't change anything, given his incredibly fast cultivation speed. Adelia believed he was a celestial, while others might think he was a reincarnated super being. In fact, when Flynn appeared on Xiaoxue Mountains Plaza, people's reactions evolved from admiration and envy to surprise and finally awe. From reaching the peak of the Dao boundary on the first day, the peak of the primordial boundary in 4 days, and the peak of the subtle boundary in 12 days, even the slightly knowledgeable spirit masters in Baldurwood City would suspect that Flynn was a reincarnated super being. Flynn was no longer surprised by such reactions. Even when he came to the treasure hall for the second time, the true powers of the heavenly pillar sacred land probably already knew and believed he was a reincarnated being. None of this mattered as long as no one from the heavenly pillar sacred land tried to stop him. Entering the treasure hall, the guards directly knelt on the ground, too afraid to meet Flynn's gaze. They immediately opened the hall's door without him even asking, hardly daring to breathe. Not only in Xiaoxue Mountain, but almost the entire Heavenly Pillar Sacred Land's official disciples knew about this. A new personal disciple of an elder had joined, believed to be the reincarnation of a powerful existence, progressing from half-step Dao boundary to peak Dao boundary in a day, and to peak primordial boundary in 4 days. Flynn was used to these reactions. He knew he couldn't hide it, especially after coming to the treasure hall a second time, when the true powerhouses of the Heavenly Pillar Sacred Land likely already knew. These details didn't matter much. What mattered was that no one from the Heavenly Pillar Sacred Land tried to stop him. Inside the treasure hall, Flynn activated his identity token and stated the elixirs he needed. Sure enough, before he finished listing the required spirit pills, his merit points were completely depleted. There was even a top-grade 8th class spirit pill that he couldn't afford. Can I owe you? Unwilling to give up the high-grade 8th class spirit pill, Flynn asked the treasure hall's spirit tentatively. Flynn, the treasure hall has no rule for lending, the treasure hall's spirit confirmed firmly. Flynn shrugged, unsurprised. If they allowed lending, everyone would come here to borrow cultivation resources. However, the elder has instructed that you are different from others. Any treasures you need can be lent to you, and the entire treasure hall will be open to you unconditionally, the treasure hall's spirit added, leaving Flynn speechless. Really? Flynn asked, disbelieving. Of course, the treasure hall's spirit confirmed. That's great. Flynn was overjoyed. Though he didn't know why the elder favored him so much, it must have something to do with his wife, or the belief that he was a reincarnated strong being, hence the special treatment. What the elder thought didn't matter. What mattered was that he urgently needed to enhance his cultivation and understand what was inside the Void Sky Cauldron, and if it was beneficial to him. Thus, he no longer hesitated and bought all the elixirs he needed in one go. As expected, this should bring him close to the human peak boundary. At the human peak boundary, his strength would rival an elder-level existence within the 6 schools. The former elder of Qinling studied under a human peak boundary master to become eligible as an outer sect disciple. To transcend the earth boundary was to enter the highest echelons of the heavenly pillar sacred land, holding significant positions. Reaching peak earth boundary meant becoming an elder, equal in status to a seal holder of the 6 schools. After taking the treasure, his identity token showed a debt of 68,000 merit points, a negligible amount for the vast heavenly pillar sacred land. Back in his courtyard on Xiaoxue Mountain, Flynn eagerly began his closed meditation once more. Chapter 175, Memory. When Adelia saw Flynn return, she immediately came forward to greet him. Unfortunately, Flynn was in a rush and completely ignored her. Son-in-law, I'll guard the house for you. Just call me if you need anything, Adelia said, disregarding her status as the sacred maiden and publicly offering to stand guard at Flynn's courtyard entrance. Flynn, of course, paid no attention and dismissed Adelia's offer. If he could truly reach the heavenly realm and bring someone with him, he would have taken her along. Time passed. Using ordinary 8th rank spirit pills and superior 8th rank spirit pills, Flynn once again broke through to the human Dao realm. In the human Dao realm, the Dao body and Dao fetus merged into one. At this point, the sea of consciousness was fully open. The physical body could enter the sea of consciousness, and the sea of consciousness could manifest as the physical body, indistinguishable from each other. The Dao body and Dao fetus merged, with the 2 illusory sky cauldrons fusing into one. At this moment, Flynn clearly sensed that his illusory sky cauldron, which served as his martial soul, had completely integrated with him. At this very moment, Flynn is the illusory sky cauldron, and the illusory sky cauldron is Flynn. Child, you've finally come. A voice echoed in Flynn's mind. Before his eyes, the illusory sky cauldron transformed into a ray of light, revealing an elderly man with white hair standing before him. Who are you? Flynn understood. This was what he had been sensing within the illusory sky cauldron, the entity that absorbed the complete Dao inscription. My name is Balder, and I was once the founder of this continent, the white-haired elder spoke. Balder? The founder of the Xinhuang continent? Flynn stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing before him. Child, there's no need to doubt me, for soon you will know the truth. The white-haired elder said, you don't need to worry, I won't harm you. The reason I still exist is to wait for you to take my place. What do you mean? Flynn was bewildered. Within the illusory sky cauldron, there was actually a being named Balder, who claimed to be the founder of the continent. Don't worry, you'll understand soon enough. The Barret smiled, and his entire figure transformed into countless points of light. Each light point carried a segment of memory, representing the entirety of the white-haired elder's life. No. Flynn tried his best to stop it, but to no avail. He wouldn't easily trust the words of the white-haired elder, yet he couldn't prevent this process and could only let the countless light points fall onto him. Then, myriad memories surged forth. At first, this was a void, filled with chaos, devoid of any vitality, until the birth of a life form, a golden celestial dragon. This celestial dragon appeared in the chaotic world, absorbing the purest essence of heaven and earth, continuously evolving and strengthening, ultimately transforming into the earliest form of Balder. Balder existed alone in this realm, extremely lonely, spending his days in endless cultivation without anyone to speak to. Thus, he set a grand and singular goal, to bring about the second life in this realm. However, aside from himself, no other living being emerged in this space-time continuum. Until one day, when he felt he had reached the limits of his cultivation, with no further progress possible, he boldly approached the edge of the Xinhuang continent and began striking at the boundary of the world. For a moment, heaven and earth changed color, mountains shook, and boundless chaotic energy surged, controlled by Balder. With a tremendous boom, he single-handedly tore open the boundary of the world. A beam of light shone through. A rich flow of vitality, like a river, surged in. An unprecedented force, akin to a dam breaking, flooded into this realm. A new, vast world appeared before Balder's eyes. The heavenly realm. That was the heavenly realm. Balder was overwhelmed with excitement. Without waiting to leave any trace on the Xinhuang continent, he eagerly ascended through this opening toward the vibrant and different heavenly realm. Balder then realized that he was a world spirit, born from the heavenly realm as the spirit of a small world. Such an identity made him an excellent supplement for powerful immortal emperors in the heavenly realm. Balder had to remain hidden, fleeing and hiding as he cultivated in the heavenly realm, continually enhancing himself. Balder, worthy of being a world spirit, possessed extraordinary talent, advancing relentlessly from a mere spirit immortal to celestial immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, and quasi-emperor, eventually becoming one of the 12 immortal emperors of the heavenly realm, the Dragon Emperor Balder. This marked the peak of Balder's life. Single-handedly controlling 3 regions of the heavenly realm, he personally connected the Xinhuang continent to the heavenly realm, ushering in its most glorious era. Countless lives were brought into the Xinhuang continent by Balder, where they thrived and reproduced. He personally taught cultivation techniques and opened various places of opportunity. Originally, as an immortal emperor, no one could kill him. Even though he was once a world spirit, no one in the current heavenly realm could shake his imperial throne. However, one day, an anomaly occurred in the heavenly realm, as an unknown black halo shattered the boundary membrane of the heavenly realm. The 12 immortal emperors of the heavenly realm all appeared instantly to investigate, only to see a colossal cauldron deeply embedded in the ground within the black halo, devouring everything. Heavenly treasure. A heavenly treasure capable of breaking the heavenly realm's boundary. This thought pulsated in the minds of the 12 immortal emperors, like the most beautiful woman, the most delicious food, and the most powerful force in the world. Without hesitation, all 12 immortal emperors took action, each wanting to possess this celestial treasure, hoping to break the balance among the 12 immortal emperors, and wishing to leave the heavenly realm for a broader world. A chaotic battle ensued. lasting for a full 10,000 years. Finally, the first immortal emperor fell. 100 years later, the second immortal emperor fell. 300 years later, the third immortal emperor fell. By 1,000 years, the fourth immortal emperor fell. This battle lasted 16,000 years, even with several immortal emperors falling. None stopped fighting. This battle was the final confrontation between the 12 immortal emperors. Only the survivors could gain possession of this celestial treasure, become the ultimate ruler of the heavenly realm, and have the chance to break through the heavenly realm barrier to venture beyond. Ultimately, utilizing his unique world spirit body, Baldur became one of the 8 surviving immortal emperors and the first to touch the giant cauldron. But at that moment, he was swallowed by boundless power. Even as an immortal emperor, he could not withstand this terrible gravitational pull and was entirely engulfed. Then, Baldur sensed terrifying consequences, his immortal emperor fruit dissolving, his world spirit body disintegrating. This cauldron acted like a furnace capable of melting everything. Even an immortal emperor could not resist. Chapter 176, Celestial Artifact. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted in the sky above the heavenly realm. The void sky tripod, carrying Baldur who had been absorbed into it, soared into the heavens and shattered the boundary membrane of the heavenly realm, disappearing into the horizon. This was the life of Baldur, born on Xianxia continent, diminished in the heavenly realm, and finally taken away by the void sky tripod. From now on, you are my sole successor and the new patriarch of Xianxia continent. Child, you are more fortunate than me, for you can control this celestial artifact and possess my Taoist powers. Above the heavenly realm, no one will be your match. Baldur said these final words during his dying moments, and then he was completely assimilated by the void sky tripod. At that moment, Flynn had already merged seamlessly with the void sky tripod, becoming one with it. He could no longer sense Baldur's presence. So this is the void sky tripod? Not even the most powerful immortal emperor of the heavenly realm could defeat it? Flynn sighed deeply. The memories just transmitted to him included all of Baldur's accomplishments throughout his life. Unfortunately, his current cultivation level was far from sufficient to fully absorb and comprehend everything. Without Baldur, the void sky tripod seemed to have unleashed its full potential. At this moment, as its master, Flynn perceived the key characteristic of this celestial artifact. It wasn't just about absorbing and refining all resources with 100% efficiency. The greatest power of the void sky tripod lay in its ability to devour everything and refine everything. However, its devouring capacity was linked to its Taoistic runes. The more numerous the runes, the greater its power and effectiveness. It appeared that when the void sky tripod devoured Baldur, many of its Taoistic runes were destroyed, which allowed Baldur to retain some consciousness within it. The reason why it became an ordinary item in a previous era was due to its loss of power, leading to a dormant state. Ironically, Flynn happened to fuse his soul with the unconscious void sky tripod, thus becoming its new master. It was also because of the gradual awakening of the void sky tripod that Baldur gradually awakened too. Initially, in the secret realm, Flynn nearly died at the hands of Germanic, who had succumbed to demonic influence. At that time, he hadn't yet received Alyssa's inheritance, but the Axe Dao spirit weapon in his possession suddenly awoke and saved his life. He had thought it was the Axe Dao spirit weapon awakening independently due to the demonic aura, but the truth was that Baldur, within the void sky tripod, had secretly acted to awaken the Axe Dao spirit weapon and save him. Speaking of which, Baldur had not only saved his life, but also bestowed all his Daoic achievements before vanishing. Senior, if what you said is true, I will certainly safeguard Xianxia continent for you. Flynn spoke solemnly towards Baldur, who had now completely dispersed. Next, he continued to cultivate, absorbing spirit pills, and his cultivation level rose rapidly. Clearly, after merging thoroughly with the void sky tripod, he could now absorb not just elixirs but almost any kind of power. Previously, Flynn found the void sky tripod very picky. Now, he discovered that it would devour anything that possessed power. The speed at which it refined elixirs increased dramatically. What once took nearly half a month could now be done in less than a day. Clearly, as more Daoistic runes awakened within the void sky tripod and his own cultivation level rose, his ability to absorb power grew stronger. Peak Human Dao. I achieved this in less than a day. Flynn grinned. Heavenly Dao Peak? Flying Mirror? Smiling, Flynn realized that what seemed unreachable to others felt incredibly close to him. Keep pushing. Flynn worked tirelessly, heading back to the treasure pavilion to retrieve all the resources needed for cultivating up to the heavenly Dao realm. His accumulated merit points reached an astronomical 1,060,000. Even for a place like Xianxia Holy Land, such resources must be significant. It seems being an apprentice to the ancient patriarch isn't just a title. I owe him a great debt. Flynn muttered to himself, still grateful to Xianxia ancient patriarch. This debt did not worry him much since with the void sky tripod and Baldur's Emperor Daoic achievements, whether it be Xianxia continent or even higher realms like the heavenly realm, he faced little pressure. Time flew by, and it was now a month since Flynn entered Xianxia Holy Land. According to the rules, he had officially entered the newcomer challenge period. During this time, he could challenge anyone, and anyone could challenge him. Initially, Adelia feared that many people would come to challenge him and that he might accumulate heavy debts. However, nobody dared to challenge him now. The rumor that Flynn might be the reincarnation of a powerful entity had spread across Xianxia Holy Land. Adelia, the strongest holy maiden, guarded Flynn's residence for over half a month. Anyone who couldn't see through this and still chose to embarrass themselves would be foolish indeed. After a month of intense cultivation, Flynn successfully reached the initial stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Now, Flynn was unfathomable and did not need to learn any spells, for the demon beast abilities he extracted from elixirs were incredibly powerful, comparable to those taught in Xianxia Holy Land. 1000 Illusion / evolved to amplify strength by 99 times, unmatched even in the most prosperous times of Xianxia continent. Flynn was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. After accepting Baldur's complete inheritance, he had a thorough understanding of both Xinhuang continent and the Heavenly Realm. Though he was just entering the Heavenly Dao realm, with the Void Sky tripod and Baldur's abilities, he was virtually unbeatable across Xinhuang continent. After all, Xinhuang continent was no longer what it used to be. Without Ascension Realm cultivators, even with weapons rivaling immortal artifacts, they could not compare to past Ascension Realm experts. Son-in-law, why aren't you practicing today? Adelia could no longer gauge Flynn's strength, but she could clearly feel that he had surpassed the human Dao realm. Not in a hurry anymore. Flynn shook his head. Being invincible on this continent, he truly had nothing to worry about. Just then, there was commotion outside the gate. Let me see. Could someone really be so blind as to challenge son-in-law? Surprised, Adelia headed toward the gate. Chapter 177. Will not succeed. Master? Disciple greets master. Adelia stepped out of the courtyard and saw Darlene striding towards her. Instantly, her face changed, resembling a startled child. So grown up. Now you dare to scold your own master? Darlene was already unhappy with her disciple who spent all day guarding outside Flynn's courtyard. Though she knew Adelia wasn't insulting her, she still frowned. After all, as the headmaster of Tianqin Holy Land and the first Holy Maiden, it was somewhat inappropriate for her successor to guard outside the courtyard of an ancestor's direct disciple. Disciple dares not. Disciple. Adelia quickly admitted her mistake. Call out your son-in-law. I need to speak with him. Darlene interrupted Adelia. Flynn had heard the conversation outside and immediately stepped out, bowing respectfully to Darlene. I didn't expect Headmistress Senior Sister to visit. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. Initially intending to find some fault with Flynn, Darlene was stunned the moment she saw him. Heaven Realm? You have entered the Heaven Realm? Darlene looked at Flynn in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Adelia was also dumbfounded, never imagining that her son-in-law had already reached the Heaven Realm's spiritual master level. So it's true. My son-in-law is a celestial being. At this moment, Adelia became even more convinced that Flynn, like Elizabeth, was a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. Although Flynn wasn't from the heavens, he possessed the supreme treasure Xianxia Cauldron and inherited the power of one of the 12 immortal emperors of the ancient heavenly realm, making him almost indistinguishable from a celestial being. Grateful for the resources provided by the ancestor, I've been able to cultivate to this level, Flynn nodded, expressing his gratitude to the Tianqin ancestor. Who are you? Darlene stared intently at Flynn, suspecting he might be a reincarnated body of an old monster who had attained the heaven realm. Flynn looked at Darlene, puzzled. The Xuanguang continent has no heaven realm powerhouse named Flynn. Darlene shook her head. Senior Sister Headmistress, may I know why you've come here? Flynn didn't want to linger on this topic. The ancestor has summoned you. Realizing Flynn wasn't going to explain further, Darlene couldn't press any more since Flynn wasn't under her authority, and once reaching the heaven realm, one could become an elder in Tianqin Holy Land. Thank you, Senior Sister Headmistress, for leading the way. Flynn nodded, though he couldn't figure out why Darlene seemed hostile towards him. Son-in-law, return soon. What would you like for lunch? I'll prepare it for you. Adelia said eagerly just before Flynn left. Adelia, you are my Tianqin sect's holy maiden, not someone's servant. Do you want me to strip you of your holy maiden title? Darlene nearly exploded seeing her successor fawning over another man right in front of her, behaving like a personal attendant. Please forgive me, master. My son-in-law has shown me great kindness, and Miss Elizabeth has given me a new lease on life. Adelia explained innocently. Fine. From now on, I will honor your bond as master and servant. Darlene trembled with anger. Senior Sister Headmistress, why go so far? Flynn couldn't bear to see her like this. Isn't it commendable for your disciple to be so loyal and grateful? She is the holy maiden, my successor, not a servant. Darlene finally found an outlet for her frustration, angrily shouting at Flynn. Flynn chuckled softly. Would you let go of the opportunity to ascend to heaven just to be your successor? Himph. To ascend? Do you think you're somebody? Even if a celestial being were assisting you in the heavenly realm, the path to ascension has been severed. Even achieving perfection in the heaven realm, what good does it do if you can't transcend into the ascendant realm? With insufficient strength, forcefully ascending would only mean certain death. Neither you nor the celestial being should give the ancestor such false hope. You aren't helping him, you're harming him. At this moment, Darlene lost her usual elegance and calmness, venting all her dissatisfaction in one breath. Only then did Flynn understand why this senior sister had been hostile towards him from the start. In her eyes, the appearance of himself and Elizabeth brought not the hope of ascension, but a death trap for the Tianqin ancestor. She felt they were misleading the ancestor. Senior Sister Headmistress, how do you know we won't succeed? Have you listened to the ancestor's thoughts? Flynn frowned. I have deeply communicated with the ancestor, and know that this path is extremely dangerous with little chance of success. Pity, the ancestor is determined to ascend. Even if there's only a 10% chance, he would still take the risk. Flynn, if you truly consider yourself the ancestor's disciple and a member of Tianqin Holy Land, I beg you to persuade him to abandon this risky idea. Tianqin Holy Land is surrounded by enemies. If we lose the ancestor, who knows how our enemies will retaliate against our tens of thousands of disciples? Flynn didn't agree with Darlene because he was definitely going to the heavenly realm. Flynn, there's one more thing. Evil cultivators are restless, ready to provoke a war between righteous and evil forces. When that happens, it won't just affect Tianqin Holy Land. The entire Xuanguang continent will plunge into unprecedented chaos. Countless lives will be at stake. Unhappy with Flynn's silence, Darlene spoke again, hoping he would realize the severity of the situation. Is that so? Be it Tianqin Holy Land's enemies or restlessness among evil cultivators, I will personally resolve these issues. Afterwards, I will take the ancestor to ascend. Then you shouldn't worry anymore, right? Flynn couldn't help but retort. You? Who are you? How dare you say such things? Darlene sneered at Flynn. So what if he was at the Heaven Realm? Even if he wielded an immortal level Dao weapon, what difference did it make? Such strong individuals were rare in Zhuanghuang continent, each capable of ruling a domain invincible to the world. Why had evil forces endured for so long despite countless conflicts with righteous forces? Because every generation produced the strongest individual among them, ensuring the survival and control of an absolute region. Just like Tianqin Holy Land, as long as the ancestor lived, it would forever prosper. Facing Darlene's doubts, Flynn didn't bother explaining. He rose into the air and flew towards the ancestor's residence. Hashtag chapter 178. It will be done. Flynn. Trish was so angry, she trembled like a flower branch in the wind, yet she had no means to retaliate. Girl, you should know your place. Don't think you can do as you please just because I dote on you. Trish then cast a look of disappointment at Adelia, who had remained silent and bowed her head. Master, since your son-in-law said it, he will definitely make it happen. He might not even be from this Xuanhuang continent. Adelia hurriedly reminded her master, hoping to prevent their relationship from deteriorating further with Flynn. What? Trish hadn't considered this point, for in her view, one Tianu, heavenly maiden, named Elizabeth was already enough to surprise anyone. How could there possibly be another heavenly being? Master, if you can't see through him, perhaps Ancestor can. After all, he has reached the pinnacle of this continent. Adelia added. Trish found this logical, and immediately nodded. Even so, you should exercise some restraint. Yes, master. Adelia responded, inwardly quite hopeful. After all, these were only her conjectures. If confirmed by the ancestor, they would undoubtedly come true. Trish quickly caught up with Flynn and personally escorted him to the ancestor's secluded retreat. Ancestor, I have brought Flynn. Trish stood respectfully at the gate of the courtyard. Let Flynn come in. The ancestor's voice echoed from inside the house, indicating that he wanted to meet Flynn alone. Flynn entered the courtyard, where a servant greeted him with a bow and led him directly to Cade's secluded retreat. Having transcended into the celestial realm, he now possessed over 1,000 complete Dao patterns. These patterns, like bricks, helped him build his own unique great Dao. At that moment, he saw Cade, an elderly man with white hair, seemingly on the brink of death. 863 years old. This was the truth Flynn naturally perceived upon seeing Tianqin Ancestor. Disciple Flynn pays respects to Ancestor. Even though Flynn now possessed the power to look down upon the Xuanhuang continent, he still respected the Ancestor who had once bestowed favors upon him and performed the disciple salute. Tianqin Ancestor sized up the young man before him and couldn't help but smile gently. Sit down and talk. Flynn, are you a heavenly being? After Flynn sat down, Tianqin Ancestor asked directly. Not a heavenly being, but better than one. Flynn didn't hide anything. He still needed more cultivation resources, all extremely valuable, and he wasn't sure where to find them, needing assistance from the person before him. Tianqin Ancestor looked at Flynn in surprise. If you are a heavenly being, you are a heavenly being, how can there be a better than concept? Can you ascend to heaven? Tianqin Ancestor asked next, which was what concerned him most. Not currently, but given enough resources, ascending is merely a minor feat, Flynn said confidently. Tianqin Ancestor was startled again, looking at Flynn incredulously. My Tianqin Holy Land's treasure vault doesn't have the resources you need? Gone. The resources I need are superior grade elixirs beyond the 9th rank. Flynn revealed his requirements. I still have one left. Is that enough? Tianqin Ancestor asked. Not enough. At least 10 such supreme grade cultivation resources are required. Flynn explained. Tianqin Ancestor frowned slightly, muttering, that's quite a problem. Now, the Xuanhuang continent is isolated from the heavenly realm, and such resources are exceedingly rare, appearing once in centuries. The remaining resources are cherished by everyone as their last hope for ascension. Do you know how many exist? Flynn's eyes lit up, confirming that the ancestor knew the whereabouts of these resources. I know of several, but I can't obtain them. Tianqin Ancestor shook his head, saying helplessly, tell me where they are, and I'll go and fetch them myself. Flynn smiled, confident that if they existed, nothing could stop him from obtaining them. Just with the axe spirit weapon in your hand? Tianqin Ancestor laughed heartily, thinking Flynn underestimated the peak powerhouses of this era. Who guarding such cultivation resources doesn't possess a celestial grade spirit weapon? Some even have multiple such weapons. What will you use to fetch them? Cade muttered. Upon hearing this, Flynn focused his mind, and the vortex cauldron materialized, releasing an incredibly terrifying devouring force. This devouring force, upon touching anything, could instantly shatter and absorb it completely. Even the nearly millennium-old Tianqin Ancestor was startled by this sudden event, stepping back hastily. What is this? Tianqin Ancestor stared at the vortex cauldron Flynn manipulated, feeling the terrifying force. He knew that even if he fully activated a celestial-grade spirit weapon, he couldn't block such an overwhelming devouring force. Now, Ancestor, do you believe I qualify to retrieve the necessary resources? Flynn smiled. The vortex cauldron's devouring force was not something even those at the same realm could resist, let alone someone one realm higher. Besides, he had the addition of the immortal Emperor Dao Fruit of Huang, giving him confidence of invincibility on this continent. Remarkable. No wonder you said you surpass heavenly beings. Just at the initial stage of the heavenly Dao realm, you possess the strength to overpower Ascension realm cultivators, indeed far exceeding ordinary heavenly beings. How high was Tianqin Ancestor's discernment? In an instant, he understood that with the appearance of this power, the so-called perfect heavenly Dao and celestial-grade spirit weapons had become jokes, falling off the pedestal. I haven't gone out for a long time either. It's about time I took a walk around. I'll personally accompany you to other holy lands and the headquarters of the evil cultivators. Tianqin Ancestor said with a smile. Please lead the way, Ancestor. Flynn nodded. Trish stood outside the gate, not leaving, still somewhat anxious. When she saw Flynn and the ancestor walk out side by side, she hurried forward. Master! Trish looked at the ancestor earnestly. Regarding the ascension matter, please think carefully. Once the Xianxia Holy Land loses your presence. Susu, don't worry. Don't we have Flynn here? Xianxia ancestor smiled warmly. Him? Trish looked curiously at Flynn, muttering, could it be that what Adelia said is true, that he truly is a heavenly being descended to Earth? Return and practice diligently. Without unexpected incidents, the Xuanhuang continent will soon change completely. At that time, my disciples and I will have the chance to meet in the heavenly realm. Xianxia ancestor laughed heartily, feeling completely reassured after sensing Flynn's power. Without waiting for Trish to respond, Xianxia ancestor took out his flying boat, leading Flynn into the sky and disappearing into the horizon. Meeting in the heavenly realm? Trish mused as she watched the distant ancestor. Hashtag chapter 179, Heaven Realm Powerhouse. On the flying boat, Flynn and Mark sat opposite each other, enjoying a drink. Mark had never dreamed that in his twilight years, just when time was running out, he would have the chance to ascend to heaven once more. Why do we have to go to the evil cultivator's headquarters first when we are closest to the Mo Holy Land? Mark was quite puzzled. There's an old acquaintance who might have been taken by the evil cultivators, Flynn explained. Since there's been no news for so long, she's most likely hidden somewhere within the area controlled by the evil cultivator's headquarters. Flynn had been closely monitoring Destiny's search for Zaylee's disappearance. However, Destiny's investigation results suggested that Zaylee was likely taken away by extremely powerful evil cultivators. While he didn't care about Zaylee's life, he was deeply concerned about the safety of his own offspring. Now that he possessed unparalleled strength, he naturally wanted to find Zaylee first before dealing with other matters. The evil cultivators have ruled the continent for hundreds of thousands of years. It's their time to face misfortune now. Mark laughed heartily. The flying boat moved at incredible speed. Even though the distance between the Xianxia Holy Land and the evil cultivator's headquarters spanned millions of miles, it took only an hour for the boat to enter the area under the control of the headquarters. As soon as they entered this region, Flynn activated the Void Sky tripod with a thought. The tripod vibrated, lighting up thousands of rune markings. An intangible spiritual power spread rapidly, covering the entire area of the evil cultivator's headquarters. Such a formidable spiritual perception went unnoticed by weaker beings, but left faint impressions on those above the heaven realm. Who dares to cause trouble at our holy sect's territory? The evil cultivator's headquarters had stood unshaken for so long because it wasn't short of heaven realm powerhouses. Sensing the spiritual sweep from another heaven realm powerhouse, they wouldn't tolerate such disrespect. Instantly, 12 heaven realm powerhouses rose into the air over 10,000 miles, their spiritual powers sweeping back toward the flying boat where Flynn was. It's him, Mark. This old bag of bones, on the verge of death, wants to make a final stand for Xianxia Holy Land before he dies? These heaven realm powerhouses quickly identified Mark, but didn't recognize the man beside him. They didn't dare act rashly and all headed towards the main headquarters, lacking the courage to confront a dying peak powerhouse. Seeing this, Mark remained seated on the flying boat, unmoved like a mountain, showing no intention of pursuing any early or mid-stage heaven realm evil cultivators. Flynn also ignored them, focusing instead on one particular city. His brows furrowed as his gaze locked onto a specific location. Found her? Mark felt something amiss and asked hurriedly. Yes, Flynn nodded. Under his vast spiritual perception, he finally found the woman who betrayed him by stealing his 3-pupil spirit eye root bone to join the Silver Moon Academy. Zaylee was currently imprisoned in a room, looking terribly weak and her cultivation suppressed. She had been captured by that demonic fiend 4 months ago. During these 4 months, she lived in fear and regret, especially after understanding the true intentions of the demonic cultivator behind it all, which left her utterly dispirited. In the next moment, Flynn vanished from the flying boat. Surrounded by temporal Dao runes, he appeared directly in the courtyard where Zaylee was imprisoned. The owner of this courtyard wasn't simple either. He was a direct disciple of a heaven realm evil cultivator, having already reached the human Dao realm with limitless prospects. Who is it? A black-clothed evil cultivator immediately sensed someone else nearby. Upon recognizing the aura of the intruder, his entire body trembled. Heaven realm? A heaven realm powerhouse. The black-clothed cultivator turned pale and tried to escape but was instantly enveloped by a Dao force, immobilizing him completely. Why did you abduct Zaylee, an ordinary great spirit master? Flynn stared at the black-clothed cultivator. Spare me, senior, I didn't know. The cultivator pleaded. Slap. Flynn slapped him away, demanding, why? I'll tell you. The black-clothed cultivator knew facing such a powerhouse left him helpless, even unable to commit suicide. After all, the opponent could control souls. It turned out the black-clothed cultivator had targeted the child in Zaylee's womb, intending to use it as a furnace to refine his demonic artifact. Realizing this, Flynn's killing intent flared. He didn't care about Zaylee's fate, but the child inside her was his blood. Damn it. Because of your existence, every single demon cultivator in your lineage must die. Enraged, Flynn chose to control the soul of the black-clothed cultivator to find all practitioners of this evil method, leaving none alive. Facing Flynn's soul control, the black-clothed cultivator couldn't resist and was swiftly brought under control, ultimately dying by the cruelest magic he himself cultivated. After eliminating this cultivator, Flynn appeared in Zaylee's prison cell. Flynn? Seeing Flynn suddenly appear, Zaylee was dumbfounded, instinctively rubbing her eyes. Impossible. How can you be here? Zaylee stared at Flynn in disbelief. She had personally ruined his Dantian, gouged out his eyes, and reduced him to a useless man. Flynn looked at Zaylee, memories flooding his mind, stirring his murderous intent. He truly wanted to strangle this malicious woman. but seeing her heavily pregnant belly, his killing intent subsided. Come with me, Flynn said coldly. Flynn. Zaylee rejoiced, ready to rush into Flynn's arms, but was stopped by an invisible force. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I've always regretted it, if only. Zaylee knew Flynn was her last hope for survival. She confessed and apologized, hoping to earn forgiveness. Shut up. I didn't come to save you. I came to make you pay. Flynn interrupted Zaylee, cutting off any lingering hopes. Since the moment Zaylee betrayed him, not only had they lost all affection, but they were bound by deadly enmity. If not for the child, Zaylee would have been dead long ago. Even with the child, once it was born, Zaylee would still become a cold, lifeless corpse, paying the price for her actions. As for the Balderwu City Chin family, they too had no reason to exist. Flynn would exterminate them all. Zaylee's heart froze. Attempting to say more, she realized she couldn't speak or move anymore. Chapter 180. Overwhelming Strike. Flynn brought Zaylee aboard the flying boat, and a bone-chilling killing intent instantly erupted. Those demonic cultivators who use people as cauldrons all deserve to die. Flynn's eyes glinted with ferocity as Wuxingda's spiritual energy surged, and in the next moment, a large number of evil cultivators were wiped out Wuxingda by this spiritual force. Revised. Those demonic cultivators who use people as cauldrons all deserve to die. Flynn's eyes gleamed with ferocity as Wuxingda Jingsun Li surged, and in the next moment, a large number of evil cultivators were silently eradicated by this Wuxing spiritual force. Note. For a more fluent English translation, we can further refine it to, those demonic cultivators who use people as cauldrons all deserve to die. Flynn's eyes gleamed with ferocity. An intangible spiritual force surged, and in the next moment, numerous evil cultivators were silently eradicated by this unseen force. Please confirm if you want me to continue with the rest of the passage in a similar vein. These people did not even know why they had suddenly lost their lives until their deaths. At this moment, the peak expert from the Demon Cultivators General Hall appeared. Tommy, who gave you the nerve to create chaos in our holy temple? Boone, the strongest peak expert among the current demon cultivators, revealed himself. A fierce demon light transformed into a giant python, opening its massive mouth as if it wanted to engulf both Tommy and Flynn's flying boat. Tommy was also not idle. With a mental nudge, an immortal-level spiritual weapon emitted a dazzling glow, blocking the python's devouring attack. Boone, your line of demon cultivators has done wrong by using spirit masters' lives as cultivation resources. Will you not mend your ways? Tommy said calmly. Nonsense. Heaven-bearing villain, don't think that because you're dying soon, you can act recklessly. You killed my disciple today. After your death tomorrow, I will slaughter your sect. Hastily leave. I can pretend nothing happened. Boone coldly shouted. At their level of cultivation, each holding an immortal-level spiritual weapon, it was almost impossible for either to kill the other, even here in his stronghold. If the other party was determined to escape, he could not detain them, and only weaker ones would suffer due to the battle between the two. Therefore, even with deadly enmity, both sides generally would not engage in a large-scale fight inside each other's lair. Hee hee. Tommy couldn't help but laugh, saying, Boone, your time is up, yet you remain unaware. Having said this, Tommy retracted his spiritual weapon and instinctively looked at Flynn. Flynn did not hesitate either. He rose into the air from the flying boat and flew towards Boone. Looking for death. Boone's expression slightly froze. Just a beginner stage Heaven Realm cultivator dared to challenge his authority? As his voice echoed, the giant python opened its massive mouth and swallowed Flynn whole. The onlookers, all Heaven Realm demon cultivator experts, saw this and sneered in disdain. Just a beginner stage Heaven Realm dare to provoke their ancestors' authority? Isn't this typical suicidal behavior? Everyone thought Flynn was dead, whether out of ignorance or a strategy by Tommy, against overwhelming power, they considered it ridiculous. However, soon, their expressions changed drastically. The giant python that had swallowed Flynn started disappearing at an eerie speed. Not good. When Boone realized something was amiss, he found his refined immortal-level spiritual weapon trembling uncontrollably, unable to be controlled. How can this be? Boone stared at the spiritual weapon in disbelief. Suddenly, it began emitting groans and crumbled inch by inch. This was an immortal-level spiritual weapon, containing the essence of immortals, unbreakable, a universally accepted fact by all cultivators. Yet now, this unbreakable weapon was shattered. Without the strength of an immortal-level weapon, Boone's power plummeted dramatically. In fright, he hurriedly activated his second immortal-level spiritual weapon. Who are you? Boone widened his eyes, looking at Flynn in horror. The one to destroy your demon lineage. As Flynn spoke, he transformed into the appearance of the Void Sky Cauldron, enveloping the opponent directly. Want to kill me? How easy do you think that is? Boone's eyes gleamed ferociously. At this moment, he hesitated not to activate the grand array that the Holy Temple had continuously strengthened for over 10,000 years. At this moment, even if all peak experts attacked him together, he was fearless. A black dragon soared into the sky, its enormous body occupying the entire sky like an oppressive darkness, turning the Holy Temple region into night. Die! Boone exerted his full strength, believing no one could withstand such terrifying power. His opponent surely had to flee. But soon, Boone discovered, despite his full effort and utilizing the Holy Temple's accumulated power for over 10,000 years, driving the world-ending dragon, his opponent did not retreat, but instead flew forward, facing the world-ending dragon head-on. Roar! The dragon roared, swallowing the seemingly insignificant Void Sky Cauldron in the sky. In the next moment, the Void Sky Cauldron's devouring power absorbed all of the dragon's strength. Not bad. This isn't worse than a top-grade spirit pill. Absorbing the power of the world-ending dragon, Flynn's cultivation rapidly soared, reaching the mid-heaven realm stage within a short time. Boone, time for you to die. After the Void Sky Cauldron consumed the world-ending dragon, there was no longer any barrier. It sucked Boone into the cauldron. Boone struggled to no avail, swiftly being devoured by the void sky cauldron. Soon, terrifying forces started dissolving his Dao body, Dao embryo, and the marks of Dao he comprehended. Within moments, the notorious demon ancestor at the pinnacle was completely refined by the void sky cauldron, leaving not even a trace behind. So this is the complete heaven realm? Far inferior to a top-grade spirit pill. After Flynn annihilated Boone, he commented indifferently. Seeing this scene, Tommy couldn't help but shiver. Although he anticipated that being consumed by the void sky cauldron meant certain death, he hadn't expected it to be so swift and thorough. At least he's my disciple. Tommy felt fortunate. Among the many heaven realm demon cultivators, they initially believed that once their patriarch acted, Tommy and others would have to flee in disgrace. Instead, their patriarch was easily slain by the enemy. How is this possible? That was our invincible patriarch. The shock left them disbelieving the outcome. It wasn't until the devouring force of the void sky cauldron enveloped the two-peak heaven realm demon cultivators present that everyone reacted. Run. Quickly run. Immediately, many renowned and malevolent demon cultivators fled chaotically, attempting to escape. However, without peak experts to hinder, none could escape under the interception of Flynn and Tommy. Flynn and Tommy launched a widespread attack, specifically targeting the heaven realm demon cultivator experts for extermination. No. Spare my life. Under the devouring force of the void sky cauldron, no one could escape. Within moments, Flynn directly slew 6 peak heaven realm demon cultivators, while Tommy exerted his full strength, managing to intercept and kill only one late-stage heaven realm demon cultivator. In the blink of an eye, this demon cultivator General Hall, which had been wreaking havoc on the Xianxia continent for over 10,000 years, was gradually perishing. In less than a minute, all heaven realm experts of the demon cultivator General Hall were entirely slaughtered here. Only those heaven realm demon cultivators who were not in the General Hall managed to temporarily escape. Such a groundbreaking event naturally spread across the sacred lands and ancient lineage families of the entire Xianxia continent at an unbelievable speed. ##### Chapter 181. Breaking the World Barrier. Forest is dead? Dozens of heaven realm experts from the evil cultivator's headquarters have all been killed? This news, like a massive rock dropped into a still pond, stirred up huge ripples. Who was the young man by Faulkner's side? How could he possibly possess such power? Suddenly, some people rejoiced while others were filled with worry. The sudden emergence of such a terrifying powerhouse was a harbinger of doom for the former peak experts, potentially leading them to endless calamities. Especially those who had deep-seated grudges with Faulkner's old ancestor now faced an even greater threat. Despite Xianxia continent being vast, they had severed their path to heaven and had nowhere to hide. What do we do? Faulkner's old ancestor will surely come after me. These once supreme and invincible experts suddenly seemed to age drastically, trembling with fear. With Flynn's emergence, having wiped out a multitude of heaven realm experts from the evil cultivator's headquarters who plagued the world for over 100,000 years, it marked the beginning of the Flynn era in Xianxia continent. At this moment, Flynn was collecting spoils of war. He obtained an overwhelming amount of cultivation resources, accumulated over countless years by the evil cultivator's headquarters, far surpassing even the treasures of the Heavenly Pillar Holy Lands vaults. He wasn't particularly concerned about these cultivation resources. What mattered to him were the 3 super-great elixirs collected by the evil cultivator's headquarters. No wonder the old ancestor said that there are only a dozen or so types of super-great elixirs in existence. Even such a powerful evil cultivator's headquarters has only 3 kinds. Other holy lands probably have only 1 or 2. Flynn couldn't help but sigh. Since Xianxia continent lost contact with the heavenly realm, these super-great elixirs became increasingly scarce, a non-renewable resource. However, he didn't hold on to them. Only after he ascended to the Ascension realm could he reopen the passage between Xianxia continent and the heavenly realm, at which point such super-great elixirs would flow in again. Immediately, Flynn cultivated using the super-great elixirs within the evil cultivator's headquarters. After a day, he had absorbed all 3 super-great elixirs. At this point, his cultivation smoothly reached the perfected Heaven Dao realm, only 1 step away from the Ascension realm. The effect of the super-great elixirs is better than I expected. It seems that with just 3 super-great elixirs, I can reach the long unattainable Ascension realm. Flynn smiled, recalling Elizabeth. My lady, you wouldn't believe how soon we'll meet again. Flynn chuckled, eagerly anticipating that moment. But all the resources here belong to the Heavenly Pillar Holy Land. Flynn, who had previously owed several million merit points worth of cultivation resources, was now repaying it manifold. Flynn, Faulkner's old ancestor hesitated to accept. If he did, wouldn't their debt be settled? Faulkner's greatest wish was to reach the Ascension realm and go to the Heavenly realm. He wasn't ready to die yet. Rest assured, I promise to take you to the Heavenly realm, and I will keep my word. Also, I heard from the sect leader that you have many enemies. I promise to help you once. Tell me whom you want dead, and I will kill them for you. Flynn reassured Faulkner. Hearing this, Faulkner sighed in relief, laughing heartily. Thank you, Flynn. Although I have mortal enemies, now that I have a chance to ascend to the immortal realm, why burden you with the sins of killing? When my cultivation advances further, I will personally settle scores myself. Flynn nodded. Bud, my promise to help you remains valid. Yes. Faulkner nodded, excitedly saying, come, let me take you to continue gathering super-great elixirs. They then went to a nearby ancient family, the Meng family. When the Meng family learned that Faulkner and Flynn were coming, they were shaken to their core. Brett, the patriarch, flew out personally to greet them. This junior Brett pays respect to our senior. Is there anything you need from our family? Brett bowed deeply to Flynn, setting aside his past glory as an unparalleled expert. If Flynn could obliterate Forest and almost eradicate the evil cultivator's headquarters, he could easily destroy the Meng family too. At this critical juncture, submitting was the only way to survive. You're adaptable, I see. Don't worry, my Flynn has grand ambitions. He's a blessing for Xinhuang continent. There's no need to be fearful, Faulkner remarked, being old acquaintances with the Ming family patriarch, having once guided him. As you wish, our family will assist wholeheartedly. Brett breathed a sigh of relief. Faulkner needs supergrade resources to break through the Heaven Dao realm and enter the Ascension realm. When we open the passage to the Heavenly realm again, everyone will return to the ancient era and have a chance to ascend, Faulkner explained. Brett's expression changed slightly, and he quickly agreed, of course, we will support you. Facing absolute power, whether it was Brett or others, they all had no choice but to offer their supergrade elixir resources without hesitation. As my old ancestor said, your assistance today will earn you a place in the ascent later. Flynn wasn't simply taking resources. He left a message of reciprocity. The news of Flynn taking supergrade elixirs from the Ming family spread rapidly. Learning that the Ming family was not harmed, others breathed a sigh of relief. On their journey, wherever Faulkner led Flynn, whether to holy lands or ancient families, no one resisted. They all chose to part with their wealth. Many waited anxiously for Flynn and Faulkner to extort them, but their faces suddenly changed. What's that? So terrifying. Has he already entered the Ascension realm? Is he trying to forcibly break the world barrier to connect with the Heavenly realm? Anyone at the Human Dao realm could sense an overwhelming force emanating from the edge of the world, a sign that someone was attacking the world barrier. Indeed, after absorbing supergrade elixirs provided by 4 more forces following the Ming family, Flynn smoothly broke through to the Ascension realm. At this moment, Flynn began testing the world barrier. As expected, a mere touch caused cracks to appear. Heavenly realm? Flynn grinned but stopped, turning to Faulkner. Bud, let's go back and settle things before we ascend to the Heavenly realm. Chapter 182. The Path of the Immortal Emperor, Finale. Returning to the Skyhold's sacred land, Flynn settled Zaylee comfortably. He only had to wait until the child was born. Once the child arrived, there would be no need for the venomous woman Zaylee anymore. At that time, he would ensure the child's safety and then head to the Heavenly realm without any worries. As Flynn ascended to the Transcendence realm, it completely changed the landscape of the Xinhuang continent, leading to the eventual decline of evil cultivators. The status of Skyhold's sacred land soared as a result, becoming the most powerful sacred land. 2 months later, Zaylee gave birth smoothly. Originally, Flynn intended to kill her, but the child seemed quite sentient, causing him to hesitate and ultimately spare her life. Instead, he erased her past memories, leaving her alive. After settling everything, Flynn set off with Zaire and another near-death old man who was at the peak of the Dao realm. They headed towards the edge of the Xinhuang continent. People like Adelia were left behind in the Xinhuang continent. After all, conditions in the Heavenly realm were unknown, and they were too weak, likely to die if they went there. They could join the others in the Immortal realm whenever Flynn established a foothold there, as he planned to reopen the passage between the Heavenly realm and the Xinhuang continent, allowing people to ascend from the latter. Heavenly realm. At this moment, Zyreg and the nearly deceased elder from the Mu family were incredibly excited, knowing this might be their last chance. Flynn was also very much looking forward to this journey. Perhaps Elizabeth never imagined he would ascend from the Xinhuang continent to the Immortal realm in this era. Break. Flynn uttered the word, and the void sky cauldron instantly flew out, crashing into the world barrier. Rumble. With a loud boom, the earth trembled. After 1 month of cultivating his realm, Flynn's strength had advanced even further. This single strike shattered the world barrier, creating a gap through which the aura of the Heavenly realm flowed in. Sensing the Heavenly realm's aura, Elders Xianxia and Mu both felt an intense excitement. They approached the world barrier first to absorb its celestial qi and the scattered great Dao essence. Do you wish to stay here temporarily to cultivate, or enter the Heavenly realm with me? Flynn asked the 2 elders. How long can this passage remain open? Zaire asked. About 2 days, Flynn replied. To keep it open longer would require additional power, which I currently cannot provide. However, even after it closes, this area will remain fragile. The world barrier won't recover quickly, so you will still have a chance to tear it apart. Hearing this, Elders Xianxia and Mu exchanged glances before choosing to stay temporarily, striving to reach the Transcendence realm before the passage vanished. The Heavenly realm was perilous, full of immortals. Their current strength was too weak, making it hard to establish themselves. Entering the Transcendence realm would greatly enhance their power and significantly extend their lifespan. They wanted to go to the Heavenly realm but did not want to die. Seeing this, Flynn said, I'll go ahead first. You can send me a message when you arrive in the Heavenly realm. Be careful, Flynn. Zyreg warned. Brother Flynn, it's rare for our Xinhuang continent to produce a genius like you. We hope you can stand firm in the Heavenly realm, Thorn added. Flynn smiled, nodded, and stepped into the passage, swiftly flying towards the Heavenly realm. He soon arrived in the Heavenly realm. The moment he descended, the inheritance of Huang activated immediately. Those immortal Dao imprints belonging to Huang, which no longer required Flynn's active summoning, rapidly converged towards him. These great Dao forces were all created by Huang. Since his disappearance, these forces became ownerless treasures, sought after by many. However, only Huang could obtain them. Now sensing Huang's presence, they naturally drew closer, like children returning to their mother's embrace. The power of the immortal Emperor's Dao was immensely strong. At this moment, Flynn was bathed in golden light, with overwhelming force surging like a tsunami, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The fluctuations of the immortal Emperor's Dao. Someone has mastered the path of the immortal Emperor in the Heavenly realm. Who could it be? Is the Heavenly realm about to see its 12th immortal Emperor? At this moment, all true immortals and above sensed a powerful surge of the immortal Emperor's Dao. Soon, several immortal emperors flew toward Flynn, curious to see who had become the 12th immortal Emperor. Who is that person? These are not new marks of the immortal Emperor's Dao, but those unique to the long-missing Emperor Huang. That is the location of the Xinhuang continent. Has Emperor Huang been reborn? Arriving Immortal Emperors looked at Flynn curiously, puzzled. Flynn sensed their approach but paid no attention, accelerating his absorption of Huang's Immortal Emperor Dao. Stop him. Regardless of whether he is the reborn Emperor Huang, we must prevent him from becoming an Immortal Emperor. Someone took action first, launching an attack on Flynn. Immortal Emperor-level divine weapons, carrying the Dao of the Immortal Emperor, rushed over like rolling floods, turning heaven and earth dark and splitting space-time into chaos. The first two arriving Immortal Emperors attacked Flynn without hesitation. Seeing this, Flynn grinned, precisely worried about not having enough power to awaken all the Dao marks on the Void Sky Cauldron. With just the two of you, you think you can stop my path to Immortal Emperor? Absurd. Flynn sneered, not dodging the attack. As the terrifying forces struck, he transformed into the Void Sky Cauldron, whose devouring force absorbed all the attacks. As the Void Sky Cauldron absorbed the powers of the two Immortal Emperors, it shone brilliantly, reigniting extinguished Dao marks. Just this one attack awakened nearly half of the countless Dao marks on the cauldron. This far exceeded Flynn's cultivation speed on the Xinhuang continent. Heavenly Cauldron from beyond. That is the Heavenly Cauldron from beyond of the Imperial Age. Huang. It is Emperor Huang returned. Seeing this, the two turned pale and immediately retreated. More Immortal Emperors arrived. Seeing the Heavenly Cauldron from beyond, and the unique Immortal Emperor Dao of Emperor Huang, they were dumbstruck. Has Emperor Huang returned? Emperor Huang, wielding the Heavenly Cauldron from beyond, has come back. Suddenly, the Immortal Emperors were terrified. According to records, multiple Immortal Emperors had witnessed and participated in events involving the Heavenly Cauldron from beyond, understanding its deadly nature, a true bane to Immortal Emperors. Later arrivals stood nervously, trying to understand what was happening. If it truly was Emperor Huang holding the Heavenly Cauldron from beyond, the Heavenly Realm would undergo significant changes, and Immortal Emperors would lose their supreme status. Simultaneously, this might present an unprecedented opportunity. The Heavenly Cauldron from beyond, considered a celestial treasure, could break through the Heavenly Realm's world barrier. Thus, the living beings of the Heavenly Realm could potentially follow this person to unlock the Heavenly Realm and enter the Outer Realms. Finally, after receiving the legacy of the Immortal Emperor path, Flynn leaped from the Ascension Realm directly into the Immortal Emperor Realm. Under the enhancement of the Immortal Emperor Realm, all the Dao imprints on the Void Sky Cauldron were fully activated. Flynn glanced at the nearby Immortal Emperors who were cautiously guarding the area, but paid them no mind. Instead, he looked towards the passage connecting the Xinhuang continent, and with a thought, directed the power of the Immortal Emperor Dao to strengthen it. From this moment forth, within 1,000,000 miles of this location, this territory belongs to the Xinhuang continent. No being from the Heavenly Realm is allowed to attack here, or they will be punished without mercy. Flynn's words rang like thunder over the area, accompanied by the surge of Immortal Emperor Dao energy, solidifying his decree. Speak, and law follows. This was the unique ability of an Immortal Emperor. As long as one could not break the Immortal Emperor Dao's constraint, even a Golden Immortal would have to submit. May I ask if you are predecessor Huang? Finally, a female Immortal Emperor mustered her courage to approach and bow to Flynn. Huang is my master. I am called Flynn. Flynn replied. Huang's disciple? Flynn? Everyone finally understood. Even if he wasn't Huang, Flynn, inheriting the Immortal Emperor Dao, holding a celestial treasure, could now dominate the Heavenly Realm, standing above all Immortal Emperors. Greetings, Immortal Emperor Flynn. Congratulations, Immortal Emperor Flynn. Upon learning Flynn's name, they offered their congratulations and introduced themselves. Flynn nodded briefly and then gave a clear command. All of you. This 1,000,000-mile radius is the domain of the Xinhuang continent. Please leave immediately. The Immortal Emperors exchanged glances, nodded, and departed. After the Immortal Emperors left, Flynn sent a message to Tianqin Laozu and others still cultivating in the passage below. Laos, you can now come to the Heavenly Realm for cultivation. From now on, within 1,000,000 miles of this passage, no immortal can harm anyone from the Xinhuang continent. Flynn's voice echoed across the Xinhuang continent, and his Immortal Emperor Dao aura spread through the passage, reaching every corner. Huang, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Flynn spoke to the deceased Huang. Having done all this, Flynn began exploring the Heavenly Realm, searching for Elizabeth. The Heavenly Realm was vast, millions of times larger than the Xinhuang continent. Even as a supreme being above immortal emperors, Flynn couldn't easily perceive the entire Heavenly Realm. He managed only to cover 1/10,000th of it. Finally, after exploring nearly half of the Heavenly Realm, Flynn found Elizabeth. To his surprise, Elizabeth turned out to be the Phoenix Empress, one of the 11 immortal emperors of the Heavenly Realm. At that moment, Elizabeth's situation wasn't favorable. She was under attack by 2 immortal emperors. How dare you bully my wife? Flynn raged, furious at the thought that Elizabeth might have suffered more had he been delayed. With a thought, Flynn vanished, moving through spacetime effortlessly. The 2 immortal emperors attacking Elizabeth suddenly sensed changes in spacetime, realizing another immortal emperor had arrived. Which immortal emperor is this? Tanner frowned, unsure why an immortal emperor would appear now. This is our feud with the Phoenix Empress. Please do us a favor, Flame Emperor added. It was hard for immortal emperors to destroy each other's domains or decisively win battles, especially those involving life and death. Though Tanner and Flame Emperor were suppressing Elizabeth, they couldn't shatter her domain. Sensing another unfamiliar immortal emperor approaching, Elizabeth's face fell. If another immortal joined the attack, she'd have to abandon the area and flee. Just as Elizabeth furrowed her brow, a familiar figure appeared, leaving her speechless. Flynn? How is this possible? Elizabeth stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance. Huang Emperor? You didn't die? Flame Emperor, a participant in the Imperial era, also showed unprecedented shock. Daring to attack my wife? You're courting death. Ignoring Flame Emperor's words, Flynn instantly activated the Void Sky Cauldron, enveloping Flame Emperor. Heavenly Cauldron from beyond. You refined the Heavenly Cauldron from beyond? Flame Emperor, terrified, exerted all his divine power to resist. Boom. A tremendous crash as the Void Sky Cauldron shattered Flame Emperor's divine power, swallowing him whole. Mercy, Huang Emperor. Inside the cauldron, Flame Emperor's immortal Dao fruit began dissolving, his immortal body decaying. Soon, his voice faded, completely vanquished by the Void Sky Cauldron under Flynn's immortal Emperor power. Seeing this, Tanner paled, fleeing immediately. Yet, where could he run? Flynn, is that you? Elizabeth, seeing Flynn chase Tanner, quickly approached, calling softly. Hearing this, Flynn paused his pursuit. Knowing there was no escape, he could finish him anytime. Wife. Flynn put away the Void Sky Cauldron, smiled, and opened his arms.